Chapter 1. The Fall of the Spirit Hall. In the illustrious Spirit City, within the revered Hall of Offerings, a golden-haired elder, whose handsome visage suggested an age of approximately 30 to 40, knelt devoutly upon a cushion, fervently engaged in prayer beneath the lifelike statue of a six-winged angel. This elder, known as Qian Daoliu, was one of the three limit Douluos of the age, esteemed as the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, a formidable 99th rank limit Daw, reputed for his unrivaled prowess in the skies. Upon hearing the echoing footsteps outside the hall once more, Qian Daoliu furrowed his brow. What brings them again? Grand offering, a robust figure clad in golden attire, entered the hall. It was none other than the second offering of the Spirit Hall, the 98th rank super Daw, golden crocodile Daw. Is it that brat again? Qian Daoliu slightly opened his eyes. Indeed, golden crocodile nodded, a hint of exasperation gracing his countenance. That boy had been shouting outside the hall for several days. It was a mystery how he had evaded the patrolling guards. Is it not possible to simply appease him with some wealth? Qian Daoliu sighed, unavailing, and golden crocodile hesitated momentarily. Qian Daoliu turned his head, an expression of curiosity adorning his face. What is it? That boy is remarkably audacious. Even the sea god, Douluo Poseidon, has been mentioned. Golden Crocodile remarked with a strange expression. He stated that if it is so difficult to meet you, it is no wonder Poseidon looks down upon you. You deserve it. Qian Daoliu, bring that insufferable brat in. 1 minute later, as he gazed upon the diminutive figure before him standing less than 4 feet tall, with white hair and crimson eyes, and an uncommonly handsome visage, Qian Daoliu found the ire within him miraculously diminishing. I am Qian Daoliu, grand offering of the Spirit Hall. Youngster, is it you who insisted on meeting me? Qian Daoliu slightly turned his gaze, his imposing presence invoking a shiver from Mou. It is indeed quite difficult to meet you. Mou feigned composure as he took a few steps forward. Brat, mind your manners, this is the grand offering. Golden Crocodile admonished. Though these centenarians were not fond of formalities, such casualness was still unwarranted. What are you shouting about? Do you think you can intimidate me? Mou shot a resolute glare at Golden Crocodile. Qian Daoliu, Golden Crocodile. But why then do your legs tremble? Observing the child's unwavering demeanor above juxtaposed with his quaking legs below, the two centenarians found themselves stifling laughter. At such a tender age, he was already so concerned with face saving? However, noticing that Mou was on the verge of losing his balance, Qian Daoliu finally recognized the issue at hand. He had forgotten to retract his overwhelming aura. Bullying the weak. You certainly know how to play. No wonder Poseidon holds you in disdain, he remarked after retracting his pressure, allowing Mou to breathe a sigh of relief and regain his composure. Ahem. Golden Crocodile's eye twitched as he cleared his throat, wishing to caution the young boy. Some words should not be spoken lightly. Enough. Qian Daoliu interrupted Mou. Now, tell me what you seek from me. Having lived for so long, he understood that anyone bold enough to behave so audaciously before him either had substantial backing or was quite foolish. Yet this boy with such striking good looks did not seem to be a fool. Moreover, his constant references to Poseidon hinted that he might hail from the sea god island. Otherwise, how could he possibly know of Qian Daoliu's past? Have him step outside first. Mou gestured towards Golden Crocodile. Why? Qian Daoliu inquired, puzzled. The matters I wish to discuss are not suited for too many ears, Mou asserted decisively. You Golden Crocodile began to argue that as the second offering of the Spirit Hall, he had nothing to conceal, but Qian Daoliu raised a hand to silence him. Golden Crocodile, please step outside. Very well. With Qian Daoliu's decree, Golden Crocodile complied. Once Golden Crocodile exited the Grand Hall, Mou slowly began to speak. The Spirit Hall is doomed. I shall grant you one more opportunity to articulate your thoughts. Qian Daoliu's expression darkened. He had not extended this chance merely to hear such proclamations. I am a traveler from another realm, a different timeline. The tale of Douluo Continent has been chronicled in our world as a novel, and I happen to have read it, Mou declared. In the future, a scoundrel named Tang San will bring ruin to your Spirit Hall. In a span of 3 minutes, Mou succinctly recounted the overarching narrative of Douluo Continent, detailing how Bibi Dong and Qian, in their romantic folly, had squandered a winning hand. A novel? Daoliu's emotions were tumultuous. He did not readily accept Mo's words. Yet, the implications of his statements suggested that this world was but a narrative. Was he merely a fictional character penned by another? Let a monkey randomly press keys on a typewriter given infinite time, it will almost certainly produce any specified text. Mo cryptically noted. Infinite monkeys with infinite time will yield specific writings. Upon hearing this, Daoliu momentarily lost himself before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha! How amusing! There is wisdom in that. It was not that this world was merely a fabrication, rather, it was that the circumstances of this world had been imaginatively conceived an infinite array of possibilities. Since you are aware that the future holds infinite possibilities, have you not considered that this world is merely reminiscent of the story you recall? Daoliu countered. The notion of a traveler from another realm did not strike him as absurd. The ancestors of the Qian clan, the angel god, had subtly hinted in prophecies that beyond the Douluo Continent, beyond the realm of deities, other worlds existed. Thus, it was not impossible for the soul of this child to originate from another realm. Yet, how could he be so certain that this world would unfold precisely as he had known it? Because, damn it, I am also a reincarnated soul. I am currently experiencing this world for the second time. Mo gritted his teeth, his frustration palpable. Reincarnation? Daoliu was taken aback. You mean to say you have witnessed the future trajectory of this world? Precisely. Mo inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Initially, I believed this world was merely similar to my memories, but upon witnessing that scoundrel with the surname Tang repeatedly escape peril, and the spirit hall making one blunder after another, I could not restrain myself from intervening. And then, that bastard Shura also took action. Shura? Daoliu's expression froze. Was he referring to the Shura he was familiar with? Indeed, the Shura god you are aware of. Mo expressed indignantly. One of the 5 divine kings of the divine realm, the law god, the most shameless scoundrel, who plays the harlot while maintaining a facade of virtue. Once Mo began to unleash his tirade, he could not be stopped until Daoliu covered his mouth. Brat, do you even comprehend whom you are insulting? Mo struggled against Daoliu's grip, but the disparity in strength rendered his efforts futile. Resigned, Mo pointed towards the towering angel statue ahead. This was the domain of the angel god. That bastard could not possibly intrude here. Though the angel god had perished, her divine influence still enveloped this place. Shura would not be so foolish as to invade another's territory merely to spy on an elderly man engaged in prayer. While Shura was indeed a scoundrel, he was not a pervert, no. That scoundrel was indeed a pervert. He should currently be preoccupied with spying on that little boy Tang San. Ahem. Understanding Mo's implication, Daoliu released his grip. Not necessarily that is a divine king. Scoundrel is a more fitting term, Mo retorted casually. This was not merely a reflection of his lack of decorum. It was simply a fact that Shura was indeed a rogue. In his previous life, he had made multiple attempts to assassinate Tang San, all of which ended in failure, perpetually thwarted by an inexplicable force. Ultimately, Tang San was slain by Bibi Dong in a bid to preemptively counteract. He eliminated Oscar and Ning Rongrong to prevent them from using the resurrection divine light to revive Tang San. And what transpired? The god of food and a 9-colored goddess personally descended to resurrect all 3. Faced with a Tang San endowed with dual divine status, he had no choice but to resort to self-detonation in a moment of flamboyance. There was no recourse. He lacked divine status and could not rely on divine trials to gain an edge, remaining stuck at 99th rank. To a divine being, he was as trivial as play. By your reasoning, does that not make Tang San, under the protection of a divine king, an even more compelling investment? Daoliu's expression turned grave. According to Mo's account, Tang San, a descendant of the scoundrel Tang Chun, was the designated successor of the Shura god, having also been intercepted by the sea god halfway through. Thus, Tang San was under the guardianship of 2 deities. While the spirit hall also possessed two deities, the angel god and Bibi Dong's Rakshasa god, the disparity between a divine king and a first-rank god was stark. You wish to inquire why, despite having failed once and knowing that Tang San holds an advantageous position, I still seek you out, correct? Mo's expression remained unfazed. Indeed, Qian Daoliu nodded. Mo's assertions had already convinced him to a large extent, for this boy was aware that the angel god had fallen. He even knew of the 9 trials of the angel. First, take a look at what my martial soul is. Mo, weary, extended his hand, summoning a 10-centimeter tall, 6-winged angel martial soul that bore a striking resemblance to the Qian clans. Do you think if I were to present this before Tang San, that scoundrel who spares no one, including his own wife, would not crush me to death with a single blow? Why not seek refuge with Tang San? Do I have a choice? Chapter 2. You can't afford to play. Half an hour later, Qian Daoliu had largely come to believe that the resentful little brat was indeed speaking the truth. Some matters were so concealed that even the second offering, the golden crocodile, was oblivious to them. This lad claimed to have learned them during their past boastful exchanges. Given Qian Daoliu's understanding of himself, he could indeed engage in such actions. However, the fact that Mo could divulge such secrets indicated that his relationship with him was undoubtedly extraordinary. But if what you say is true, the future of the Spirit Hall appears bleak, Qian Daoliu remarked, his expression troubled. Tang San had the backing of the sea god and the Shura god, while on their side, both the Rakshasa god and the angel god, 2 first-tier deities, had perished. How could they possibly contend? Indeed, it is rather bleak. Mo nodded in agreement. Is there truly no way out? Qian Daoliu inquired, puzzled. Why was this lad so unconcerned? The Spirit Hall was on the brink of ruin, yet he had deliberately come to seek him out? Well, it's not entirely hopeless, Mo mused, resting his chin on his hand. Tang San is destined to be the Shura's chosen one. Therefore, even if my talent surpass his, I cannot seize the Shura god position. However, Poseidon is currently unaware of Tang San. If I were to claim the sea god's position ahead of time, a future 3-unknown scenario might not be without its chances. Then why didn't you do so in your previous life? Qian Daoliu countered. I couldn't see the sea god's position, Mo replied nonchalantly. I initially intended to inherit the Shura god position, but I failed, Mo shrugged. It was precisely because of this incident that he began to suspect that Tang San was likely brought into this world by Shura. The two of them had locked eyes like 2 turtles staring at each other, and later, in order to ensure Tang San's victory, Shura had cast aside all pretenses. It was at that moment he was certain that Tang San was indeed brought into this world by Shura. The Shura god position doesn't suit you. Are you truly that gifted? Qian Daoliu suddenly recalled that he had yet to inquire about Mo's talents. Of course, I, a genius, possess innate soul power at level 20 with a special divine level angel martial soul. How could Tang San's pitiful hammer and a blade of grass compare with me? Mo said with a hint of indifference. Without relying on divine examination, I reached level 97 as a super Douluo at the age of 22. By the time I reached level 98, you wouldn't even stand a chance against me. Are you sure you're not trying to pull a fast one on me? Due to Mo's overwhelming arrogance, Qian Daoliu's trust in him began to dwindle. After all, what Mo claimed was undeniably extravagant. To say he had not relied on divine examination was one thing, to achieve such astonishing feats even with it seemed implausible. Why would I deceive you? Mo appeared somewhat exasperated. In pursuit of maximizing the benefits of my soul rings, I risked my life absorbing high-age soul rings. I began with a 10th Asanier soul ring for my 3rd ring, and for my final 8th and 9th rings, I absorbed a 40,000-year and a 70,000-year soul ring respectively. Right after absorbing the 9th ring, I was already at level 93. Thus, reaching level 97 at 22 is hardly remarkable, is it? 40,000 and 70,000? Qian Daoliu was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Can your body withstand such energy? A 70,000-year soul beast could match him in strength. Of course, I couldn't withstand it, Mo shrugged. After absorbing the 8th soul ring, I slept for half a year, and after the 9th, I slept for over a year. especially with the ninth soul ring. If you hadn't used the angel divine power to stabilize me, I might have exploded on the spot. You really are something else, Qian Daoliu thought. Is this even training? It's pure recklessness. Aren't you afraid of death? Perhaps because of Mo's nonchalant attitude, which felt oddly familiar, Qian Daoliu began to lower his guard. What is there to fear? Mou retorted. Ever since I failed to inherit the Shura god position in the City of Slaughter, I had a rough idea of what the future might hold. If I don't strive to grow stronger with my angel martial soul, if the spirit hall were to fall, would those people let me off? I cannot toil my entire life, becoming a limit de law, only to live like a stray dog, hiding and evading forever, can I? In his previous life, he had done nothing but reveal his angel martial soul, and Tang San had come crashing in with his hammer, nearly crushing him on the first encounter. Later, the people from Hao Yian's sect had also targeted him whenever they saw the angel. What could he do? He felt utterly despondent. He even suspected that Shura's refusal to grant him the god position was largely due to his angel martial soul. This world truly bore a harsh disposition towards angel martial souls. Of course, the main reason is still you, Mou added. Before you initiated the divine examination for Qian Renshua, you made a promise to assist her in times of danger. Otherwise, I could have easily flown to the opposite continent to live a leisurely life. Had it not been for Qian Daoliu, you would have indeed fled, as the situation at that time appeared hopeless. A dual god-position Tang San and a Shura god poised to strike from behind. What could he possibly do? In the end, he had shielded Bibi Dong and Qian Renshua from a wave of Shura divine swords, which he considered a repayment for all the assistance Qian Daoliu had offered him over the years. Because of me, Qian Daoliu was momentarily taken aback. You yourself. Pope Bibi Dong regarded me with evident disdain due to my angel martial soul. Your granddaughter, too, shares this sentiment, exacerbated by your attempts to matchmake us. As Mou interjected, it was quite embarrassing to be scorned as a limit Douluo in the Spirit Empire. Both divine figures of the Empire looked upon me with disdain. Had it not been for your numerous interventions, old man, I would have disregarded their opinions entirely. Qian Daoliu found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed. Bibi Dong harbored a profound aversion towards the angel lineage. Mou's angel martial soul had likely escaped her wrath solely due to his intervention. However, why would Qian Renshua exhibit similar hostility? She possessed an identical angel martial soul and commendable talent. Furthermore, he was quite handsome. It seemed illogical. Perhaps I should add another reason for Qian Renshua's disdain towards me. Mou elaborated. Not only do I covet her figure, but I also yearn for her mother's allure, compounded by my flirtations with several young ladies. Thus, every time she lays eyes upon me, she fantasizes about my demise. Qian Daoliu retorted. No wonder I feel the same way. Not only are you flirting with young ladies, but you're also lusting after Bibi Dong? You deserve it. Perhaps caught in the heat of the moment, Qian Daoliu delivered a swift kick to Mou's rear, sending the unsuspecting young man soaring through the air. Damn it. You old fool. Are you out of your mind? Mou shouted in protest. I'm the one out of my mind? Qian Daoliu frowned. You little rascal. Fix your twisted thoughts. I must correct that mind of yours. With a stern expression, Qian Daoliu advanced towards Mou. Wait, what do you intend to do? Bullying the young? Disrespecting your elders? Do you dare to target Poseidon? Qian Daoliu hesitated, his brow furrowing further. Initially, he thought to give Mou a light beating, but mentioning Poseidon altered his intentions. A surge of energy radiated from Qian Daoliu, causing Mou to shudder involuntarily. Actually, I was merely jesting. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you? Curse you. I was wrong. Chapter 3, could he be a scion of the Qian clan? Half an hour later, Mou, battered and bruised, sat on the steps of the offering hall, while Qian Daoliu summoned all 7 offerings of the martial soul hall. The second offering, Golden Crocodile Douluo, a peak Douluo of level 98. The third offering, Azure Wand Douluo, a peak Douluo of level 97. The fourth offering, Lion Douluo, a peak Douluo of level 97. The fifth offering, Light Feather Douluo, a peak Douluo of level 96. The sixth offering, Thousand June Douluo, a peak Douluo of level 96. The seventh offering, Demon Subduing Douluo, a peak Douluo of level 96. Great offering. Why the urgency in summoning us? Is there something of great importance? Inquired the robust Lion Douluo first. Could it be that you have finally decided to eradicate the Hao Yian sect? Speculated Light Feather Douluo. Not at all, Qian Daoliu denied. In accordance with his agreement with Tangchen, he would not act against the Houghton sect, even if he knew that those fools would eventually disrupt his martial soul hall. He refused to breach this pact, as he deemed the fools inconsequential. The true issue resided solely with the gods. That's a pity, commented Light-Feather Douluo, curiously approaching the bruised MOU. Who is this child? Great offering. Could he possibly be your illegitimate son? After all, only a select few, aside from the offerings, had ever entered the offering hall. Previously, only Qian Rinxue had been granted access, suggesting this child was likely of significant connection. Not at all. Both MOU and Qian Daoliu vehemently denied in unison. MOU protested, "Do I resemble this old man in any way?" Qian Daoliu retorted, "Do I resemble this brat at all?" The expressions of Light-Feather and the others grew increasingly peculiar. Their synchronized denial only served to heighten suspicion, particularly for Golden Crocodile, who had gleaned some truths. After MOU entered the Angel Hall, he had hastily sought information about this peculiar child, ultimately discovering that the orphanage in Martial Soul City had recently received refugees, connecting the current situation with Qian Daoliu's demeanor. Golden Crocodile felt that Light-Feather's conjecture was highly plausible. This young man is highly likely to be an offspring of the Qian family. However, the probability of him being Qian Daoliu's descendant is quite low. Considering his age, it is more plausible that he is the progeny of Qian Xuanji. Enough with the wild speculations. Sensing the intense atmosphere of gossip, Qian Daoliu hastily interjected. After all these years of maintaining a life of simplicity and restraint in the Hall of Offerings, how could he possibly be entangled in romantic debts? I am merely introducing this young man. He will be a member of the Hall of Offerings from now on. If he encounters any troubles, do lend him your assistance if you can. The 6 offerings exchanged subtle glances, realizing that this was, in effect, an acknowledgement. Boss, you were still as vigorous as ever. When did this happen? Guangling looked at Qian Daoliu with an expression of understanding. MOU appeared to be no older than 6 or 7, suggesting that he must have been conceived 7 or 8 years ago, during a time when Qian Xuanji was still alive. However, due to the issues surrounding Qian Rinxue, Qian Daoliu had been in a poor state of mind, which was understandable. Even though an ultimate Douluo may be over 100 years old, physically, they are comparable to individuals in their 30s, still in their prime. Ahem. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Qian Daoliu cleared his throat twice. You all seem to be misinterpreting things. I assure you, I have no connection with this young man. He then turned to MOU and instructed, "All right, show us your martial spirit." Seeing Guangling poised to ask another question, Qian Daoliu decided to directly shift the focus to MOU. You want me to demonstrate? Just like that? MOU, still agitated from having been reprimanded moments ago, was in no mood to cooperate with Qian Daoliu. What about my dignity? Noticing MOU's defiance, the offerings became increasingly convinced that if there were no special relationship, this young man would not be so brazen within the Hall of Offerings. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Qian Daoliu resorted to telepathy. Do me a favor. I promise to assist you with something in return. Upon hearing this promise, MOU straightened up. Watch closely. I shall now demonstrate. However, he abruptly paused mid-sentence. What's wrong? Qian Daoliu asked, puzzled. MOU cleared his throat lightly and leaned closer to Qian Daoliu, whispering, Please awaken my martial spirit first. That little angel from earlier was hardly impressive. Qian Daoliu was taken aback. You haven't awakened your martial spirit yet? No, I haven't. How could I have released my martial spirit earlier then? MOU retorted, somewhat exasperated. If I had awakened it in Spirit City, I wouldn't be here. The person from the Hall of the Pope would have taken me down on the spot. Although this last remark was made in jest, it was clear that while his angelic martial spirit also bore 6 wings, it was vastly different from the Qian family's version. His angel wore a mask and had a gender-neutral appearance. Only the foolish from Haotian sect would assault an angel on sight. That makes sense, Qian Daoliu nodded, subsequently channeling his immense soul power into MOU. The awakening of a martial spirit fundamentally involves guiding and assisting the activation of one's soul power, a process often facilitated by obsidian and formation arrays in the market to prevent mishaps caused by unskilled practitioners. However, as an ultimate Douluo, Qian Daoliu faced no such issues. A direct infusion of soul power was sufficient. Of course, awakening a martial spirit is one of the most significant events in a person's life on the Douluo Continent. The use of arrays for awakening resembles an elaborate ritual. Yet, since MOU had already awakened once, he did not feel the same gravitas towards this so-called ritual, which is why Qian Daoliu directly input his soul power. Upon receiving Qian Daoliu's soul power, Mou swiftly took control according to the flow of soul power he remembered, accelerating its movement. Qian Daoliu, noticing this, felt the last shred of doubt dissipate. This is unmistakable. The manner in which the soul power operates is indeed something I have taught. An ultimate Douluo possesses an extraordinary command over soul power, allowing them to refine typical methods, hastening both the flow of soul power and the pace of cultivation. Such meticulous modifications and techniques are almost a closely guarded secret for every title Douluo. Until now, he had only imparted this knowledge to his granddaughter, Qian, and for this young man to grasp his most treasured teachings confirmed the authenticity of his claims. The Spirit Hall, with its millennia-long legacy, was now faced with such a future. Boom. With Qian Daoliu's assistance, Mou harnessed the powerful soul power to forcibly infuse it into his angelic martial spirit after the first flow of soul power was completed. A dazzling golden radiance erupted, as his martial spirit, which would normally be proportionate to his size, surged to over 3 meters in height. With long hair cascading down, he wielded a beautifully adorned holy sword. Unlike the ancestral angelic martial spirit of the Qian family, this angel bore no discernible gender and wore a mask with golden patterns, emanating an overwhelming and somewhat oppressive aura. A divine-level martial spirit. The 6 offerings present, aside from the already prepared Qian Daoliu, displayed astonishment. This sensation was akin to that of Qian Rinshue's divine-level martial spirit. Boss, how can you deny this? Guangling pointed at the towering angelic martial spirit. In the Douluo Continent, can an angelic martial spirit belong to anyone else? As offerings, they were well aware that the angel god was an ancestor of the Qian family, and a martial spirit passed down through bloodlines clearly indicated that this young man must indeed be related to the Qian family. Furthermore, a divine-level martial spirit, they could distinctly sense the immense soul power within him after awakening, which was certainly not at the 10th level. It was the same as Qian Rinshue's, having an innate 20-level power. Have you aged? Look closely. Does this martial spirit resemble mine? Qian Daoliu severed the flow of soul power, causing Mou's martial spirit, which towered over 10 meters, to shrink back to just over 1 meter. The offerings, now alerted, scrutinized Mou's angelic martial spirit closely. Indeed, it was different from the Qian family's version. It wore a mask and did not embody the feminine angelic image of the Qian lineage. Could it be a mutation? Guangling murmured. However, can divine-level martial spirits even undergo mutations? All right, it is clear that this is not the angel of the Spirit Hall. The golden crocodile halted the whimsical musings of Guangling. Although the aura of the angel martial soul was similar, Mou's angel martial soul emanated a sense of danger, distinctly different from the benevolent angel martial soul of the Qian family. In Chapter 4, The Troubling Lackey, after a series of negotiations, Qian Daoliu dismissed the numerous attendants meant to handle the situation. While it was true that Mou's angel martial soul differed from the Qian family's 6-winged angel, Guangling's unfounded speculations led the attendants, who initially had no doubts, to begin questioning. Fortunately, despite their conjectures, they would refrain from speaking out loud, as the hostility from the Pope's palace towards the Angel clan was terrifyingly strong. Over the years, nearly all of the Qian family's members abroad had been secretly dealt with by that woman, who had even gone so far as to harm her own daughter. With such a history, coupled with Qian Daoliu's regard for Mou, they were unlikely to divulge this information. It was not that they could not confront that woman. Rather, they preferred not to escalate tensions between the Temple of Offerings and the Pope's palace, especially since relations had only recently begun to thaw under Qian Daoliu's leadership. Now that your position in the Temple of Offerings is established, what do you intend to do next? Qian Daoliu inquired. What else can I do? I shall live my life as usual, Mou replied, shrugging nonchalantly. How about we consider eliminating that Tang San preemptively? Qian Daoliu proposed. Have you forgotten what I mentioned earlier? Mou retorted. The Shrek god kept an eye on Tang San, while it was impossible to watch him every second. The moment Tang San's life was in jeopardy, that being would undoubtedly intervene. Furthermore, even if they succeeded in eliminating Tang San, what would it truly accomplish? After all, they were dealing with a god king. For a god king to reincarnate a mortal soul was not an insurmountable task. Did Qian Daoliu truly believe he could make Tang San's soul dissipate beneath the god king's watchful gaze? Qian Daoliu found himself momentarily speechless. Though he could wield divine power for a brief period and attain demigod strength, facing a god king with mere demigod abilities would be tantamount to sacrificing oneself. Thus, Tang San was not of paramount importance at present, rather than disrupt his established path and plunge the future into uncertainty. It would be wiser to leave him be for now. Based on my previous life's experiences, directly confronting Tang Sen always led to inexplicable obstacles, likely the handiwork of Shura. Hence, the notion of killing Tang Sen is not on the table. Not only is it uncertain whether it could be accomplished, but even if it could, it would bear little significance. Until he inherits the Shura God position, he poses no threat to us, MOU elaborated. Qian Daoliu nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of MOU's reasoning. As long as the God King did not intervene, and with Poseidon far away on Sea God Island, MOU, empowered by demigod strength, would be invincible on this continent, even against Tangshan. Speaking of which, I have yet to ask you how you managed in your previous life, Qian Daoliu suddenly inquired. In my last life, I did not immediately approach the Temple of Offerings, nor did I know the nature of my martial soul. Instead, I underwent a unified awakening at the Martial Soul Plaza. It was then that Bibi Dong took me away. MOU explained. While you sought her out due to the resonance of the angel martial soul, it only led to an agreement of non-harm towards me. I remained in the Pope's palace, striving to be a good disciple of the Pope, though I found it quite unbearable, he continued. What do you mean? Qian Daoliu asked, noticing the complexity in MOU's expression, sensing that matters were not straightforward. Do you still not comprehend her? MOU countered. To her, I was merely a tool. Coupled with the angel martial soul, her feelings towards me were convoluted. On one hand, she wished to eliminate me, even knowing that I was not the same as the Qian family's six-winged angels, while on the other, she aimed to nurture me into a powerful being capable of avenging the Qian family. In any case, I had endured considerable torment due to your son's troublesome affairs. Initially, I hoped to cultivate a close mentor-student relationship, but after over a decade of effort, it bore no fruit. I was never taken seriously, just a mere tool. During the Soul Master competition, after I merely gave her former lover a light beating, I nearly faced dire consequences at the hands of Bibi Dong. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I might have perished on the spot. It was from that moment onward that I found myself involuntarily distancing from the Pope's palace and mingling with the Temple of Offerings. Upon hearing MOU's words, Qian Daoliu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, his son was a source of constant vexation. It was unfathomable that someone of his stature would face such disgrace due to his son's indiscretions. Although he was also frustrated by Bibi Dong's desire to betray the martial soul palace, there were numerous ways to retain her, whether through sowing discord, covert assassinations by evil soul masters, or even personally eliminating that blue lightning tyrant dragon. Yet, he never anticipated that his son would resort to the most foolish of tactics. I had endured enough of the Pope's palace's atmosphere. The reason I risked coming to the Temple of Offerings, despite the danger of being eliminated by you, was to avoid her scrutiny, MOU stated. He was from the orphanage of the Martial Soul City, where the orphans were registered. Should he go missing, the Martial Soul City's forces would immediately seal off the area to search for him. He had no chance of escape. That was Bibi Dong's rule. Any child trafficking within the Martial Soul City would be punished by death. Before long, the unified awakening ceremony of the Martial Soul City would commence. And given his age, he would undoubtedly be taken to awaken his martial soul. At that point, Bibi Dong would forcibly take him away to serve as her tool once again. As for resistance, rejection, he had no desire to meet his end so soon in this second life. What kind of person was Bibi Dong? If she could not have him, she would destroy him. Should he dare refuse, he would likely experience firsthand the depths of her sinister methods, such as hypnosis and brainwashing. Thus, since he could not escape the Martial Soul City, he preferred to seek out Qian Daoliu, who at least had some reason. With his remarkable talent and the angel martial soul, he bore no enmity towards the Martial Soul Palace. In fact, he was willing to join the Temple of Offerings, surely. Qian Daoliu would not treat him poorly. Moreover, if his angel martial soul were discovered, Qian Daoliu would come knocking at his door regardless. There was no hiding from it. Therefore, it was better to present himself directly and see how things unfolded. What are your plans moving forward? Qian Daoliu asked. Having already reached the pinnacle of Douluo, the Martial Soul Academy held no significance for MOU. Attending would be a waste of time. Additionally, with his angel martial soul, what would happen if Bibi Dong discovered him wandering about the Martial Soul City? He feared that the Temple of Offerings' angel martial soul would be covertly eliminated by Bibi Dong. Ah, old Qian, you underestimate me, MOU replied, sensing Qian Daoliu's concern. He stood up from the steps. Upon hearing the term old Qian Daoliu's eye twitched. This lad was indeed growing bolder. Look, MOU extended his right hand, manifesting only the holy sword portion of his angel martial soul, while the rest remained unresponsive, making it appear as though he possessed merely a sword martial soul. Daoliu was momentarily taken aback. How is this possible? Even with his limit Douluo's perceptive abilities, he could not see through it. It was as if this truly was a sword spirit. Old Qian, do not underestimate me, who once reached the pinnacle of limit Douluo. Mou stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of calm confidence. Although I have undergone a recultivation, my mastery over the martial spirit remains unparalleled. Daoliu, how is it that this fellow can float at will? Thus, you managed to manifest the angel martial spirit in that diminutive figurine form even before its awakening? Daoliu speculated. Indeed, Mou nodded in affirmation. However, this approach does have its drawbacks. I can only exert 30% of my strength at most. Beyond that, the angel martial spirit becomes conspicuous. There are limits to disguise. If he could completely mask his martial spirit as a sword martial spirit without any repercussions, why would he fear being discovered by Daoliu? Just as Daoliu seemed poised to speak further, his gaze shifted toward the entrance of the Hall of Offerings. Bibi Dong, what do you intend to do? This is the Hall of Offerings, not your papal chamber. Chapter 5, The Ingratiating Pope's Intrusion. A commanding voice from outside, belonging to Genie, cut through the air. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Mou instinctively sought refuge behind Daoliu. Old Qian, you must ensure my safety. Daoliu paused, visibly taken aback. Is it truly necessary? After all, this is his Hall of Offerings. Bibi Dong is merely a 94th level title Douluo. How much chaos could she possibly unleash? Were it not for the reputation of the Spirit Hall, Genie could easily incapacitate Bibi Dong. What of being a divine heir? The chasm between a 94th and a 98th level is insurmountable, no matter how talented Bibi Dong is, or how exceptional her twin martial spirits. She cannot bridge such a gap. What do you mean by not necessary? Mou felt a wave of exasperation. She could eliminate me in an instant. What if I were to inadvertently provoke her? Daoliu was equally perplexed. She does not even know you, nor is she aware of your angel martial spirit. Do you truly believe that, given her nature, she would resort to lethal force against a child with whom she shares no connection? She would. Mou, after a brief moment of hesitation, affirmed with unwavering conviction. I would not find it surprising at all, having known Bibi Dong for 20 years. And having been treated as a fool and a pawn for over a decade, he understood that Bibi Dong was indeed capable of anything. The only individuals who could soften her heart, aside from her pseudo-daughter Hu Liena and her biological daughter Qian Rinxue, were the despicable Yu Xiaojiang. For everyone else, Bibi Dong would show no hesitation in abandoning or eliminating them. To put it bluntly, Bibi Dong is a madwoman who still possesses a shred of reason. He had no desire to gamble on whether this lunatic might whimsically decide to terminate him for her amusement. While he was indeed attracted to Bibi Dong, a notorious lecher, it did not mean he would recklessly wager his life for such matters. Upon witnessing Mou's demeanor, Daoliu grew increasingly curious about what Bibi Dong had done to her. To elicit such an instinctive display of fear from someone who had once reached the pinnacle of title Douluo. Have you offended her in some way recently? Mou inquired. Bibi Dong and the Hall of Offerings have always maintained a respectful distance. This sudden, aggressive approach is rather unusual. Could it be that Daoliu was idly plotting mischief against Bibi Dong? I have not engaged with her for several years, Daoliu replied coolly. Ever since Qian Xuanji was severely injured and consumed by Bibi Dong, they had struck an agreement. He granted her authority, and for over 3 years, he had not acknowledged that madwoman. He could endure the pain of losing a son, knowing that it was Qian Xuanji who had acted unreasonably, and he would not interfere excessively in the affairs of the younger generation. However, that did not mean he would extend any courtesy to a woman capable of harming even her own daughter. Bibi Dong, this is the Hall of Offerings. I shall say this for the last time, step aside. The ferocious energy emanating from Bibi Dong surged forth, infused with the divine power of the Rakshasa demon scythe, forcefully bursting open the doors of the Hall of Offerings. At that moment, Daoliu's expression completely crumbled. The formidable pressure emanating from the limit Douluo surged forth without the slightest pause, directly sending Bibi Dong, who stood at the entrance, flying away. Are you not being a bit too harsh? Mou hesitated to inquire. The oppressive force of Daoliu was such that even the 97th ranked sword Douluo, Qian, could not withstand it. How could Bibi Dong, a mere 94th ranked little Karami, possibly endure it? She has come knocking at my door. Am I to show her any semblance of courtesy? Daoliu replied coldly. Indeed, he felt a sense of guilt towards Bibi Dong due to matters concerning Qian Xuanji. But that did not imply that this woman could act recklessly in the Hall of Offerings, right before the angel sanctuary. Qian Xuanji is dead. He has already relinquished the power of the spirit hall. What further dissatisfaction does this madwoman harbor? Were it not for his desire to spare his granddaughter from the anguish of losing her mother once more, this woman would have long since met her demise at the hands of Qian. Not far away, Bibi Dong, having been struck with fury by Daoliu, rose from the pit, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She regained her composure, recognizing that she was no match for Daoliu. This old bastard, sequestered in the hall of worship, possessed strength akin to that of a demigod in his full state. Even a decade hence, she might not triumph over him, and presently, hope was utterly futile. What brings you to the hall of worship? Daoliu inquired coldly. His irritation towards Bibi Dong was already palpable, and now, learning that this foolish woman would ultimately jeopardize the millennium-long legacy of the Qian family in the spirit hall, he felt a surge of animosity. Were it not for her being Schwerer's mother and a potential ally against the god of Azura in the future, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Bibi Dong on the spot. Humph. You and your son are truly cut from the same cloth. He is a beast. And you are not far behind. Old hag, Bibi Dong retorted vehemently. An immediate silence enveloped the scene. Daoliu's ire inexplicably dissipated as he stared, somewhat dazed, at Bibi Dong, who was publicly berating him like a common scold. Has this woman taken the wrong medicine? Or has her cultivation gone awry, leading her to madness? At this thought, Daoliu couldn't help but smile momentarily. It seemed like poetic justice. Yet, he quickly recalled that his granddaughter had only recently infiltrated the Tiando royal family. If she were to learn of her mother's insanity, sigh. Daoliu's imposing demeanor softened as he gazed pityingly at the disheveled and seemingly dim-witted Bibi Dong, who had been battered by him. How could a remarkable twin martial soul be reduced to a lunatic? What is that look in your eyes? Upon noticing Daoliu's sympathetic gaze, Bibi Dong felt a wave of disgust wash over her. Old fool, don't look at me with those eyes. Sighing, Daoliu shook his head. It appeared she had truly lost her mind and was now reduced to a fool. Fortunately, he would not stoop to the level of a fool. Great offering. The golden crocodile approached him, sensing that Bibi Dong was acting strangely. The relationship between the offering hall and the papal hall had always been somewhat frosty. Yet there had never been any significant issues on the surface, until now, when Bibi Dong was openly cursing at the offering hall's entrance. What was going on? Perhaps she has become obsessed with her cultivation and gone mad, Daoliu explained. The golden crocodile paused, then glanced at the disheveled Bibi Dong, nodding in agreement. It was indeed a possibility. You all have gone mad. I am not insane, Bibi Dong retorted. Although Daoliu's voice was not loud to a titled Douluo, it was akin to speaking directly into her ear, and Bibi Dong, standing not far away, heard every word clearly. Enough. Stop using my body for such disgraceful acts. Return my body. An angry yet somewhat embarrassed voice echoed in Bibi Dong's mind. What disgrace have I brought upon myself? Bibi Dong mentally countered. Look at what you have become. A foul-mouthed shrew? I am the Pope. My image. A diminutive figure, identical to Bibi Dong, shouted in her mind, even though she relished the chance to insult Daoliu. This other self that had inexplicably appeared in her mind days ago, claiming to be the Rakshasa god, seemed rather dim-witted. Yet, this creature had somehow managed to conduct the Rakshasa god's trials and forcibly seize control of her body with the divine power acquired from the Rakshasa demon's scythe, using her body and her name to bring her shame. Reminded by her other self, Bibi Dong finally noticed her disheveled appearance and felt a twinge of embarrassment. With a wave of her hand, she used her soul power to cleanse herself of the grime, restoring her to her former regal self. The demeanor of a former deity returned, exuding a chilling aura that warned others to keep their distance. Noticing this detail, Daoliu's expression turned cold once more. This woman was not mad. She had merely been feigning insanity. Enough, Bibi Dong. What do you intend to do? Speak plainly, Daoliu stated calmly, though he did not know why she had pretended to be mad, as she had not truly lost her wits. He felt no need to extend further sympathy. There has been a report from the orphanage in Spirit City that a child has gone missing, Bibi Dong said nonchalantly, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the timid Muyu, who was hiding behind Daoliu, revealing only her head. And then, Daoliu inquired. According to the guards at the Pope's Mountain, a child wearing the orphanage's uniform sneaked up here a few days ago and has not returned, Bibi Dong replied. So? Daoliu pressed further. Hand the child over to me. Bibi Dong ordered directly. On what grounds? Daoliu chuckled, amused. Was Bibi Dong trying to command him? I am the Pope. The orphanage falls under my jurisdiction. The soul awakening ceremony is my responsibility, and the Soul Academy is also under my purview. Therefore, that child belongs to me, Bibi Dong asserted firmly. Qian Daoliu was taken aback. But just as he was about to rebut, Bibi Dong interrupted him again. These are your own words. Are you now going back on your word? The great offering of the Spirit Hall is going back on his word? Are you attempting to abduct a child from the Spirit City orphanage? I, as the Pope, have come to claim the child based on the report from the orphanage's head, only to be met with such disgrace? That would be quite the joke. If that is the case, perhaps I should resign as Pope. What a disgrace. Without allowing Qian Daoliu a moment to interject, Bibi Dong hurled accusations and threats, leaving Qian Daoliu, the golden crocodile, and Mu Yu utterly baffled. Wait, is Bibi Dong really this good at retorting? Chapter 6. Two Bibi Dongs after a moment of stunned silence. The usually taciturn Qian Daoliu finally found his words. Wait a moment, when did I attempt to abduct anyone? Wasn't my retaliation merely a response to your brazen assault on the Angel Temple? Bibi Dong dismissed him with a scoff. Oh, Qian Daoliu, golden crocodile, Mu Yu. Oh, you, Qian Daoliu, feel a surge of indignation rising within you, suffocating. Bibi Dong interrupted him again. Did I not just blow your door open with a gust of wind when I landed? When did I assault the Angel Temple? Furthermore, you, a grown man, no, a centenarian, are quibbling with a woman? How embarrassing. And you are the great offering of the Spirit Hall? The invincible in the skies? The Angel Douluo? Bibi Dong cast a disdainful glance at Qian Daoliu. With her light-hearted clicking of her tongue, Qian Daoliu's expression completely unraveled. He had been mocked. He, Qian Daoliu, had been ridiculed. Having always been unrivaled among his peers since childhood, dominating the continent, he had only ever met a worthy adversary in Tangqian. Now, he was being so openly derided by a woman. You. Qian Daoliu narrowed his eyes, raising his right hand to glare fiercely at Bibi Dong. Seeing the look on Qian Daoliu's face, Bibi Dong's heart raced. Had she gone too far? This was bad. Facing Qian Daoliu, even with the Rakshasa demon scythe, she would surely be at a disadvantage. Here, Qian Daoliu raised his right hand and, with a swift motion, seized Mu Yu, who had been clinging to his leg since the beginning, and hurled her towards Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong instinctively caught the small Mu Yu in her arms. Mu Yu. Seeing the triumphant glint in Bibi Dong's eyes, Mu Yu was overwhelmed with countless complaints that she could not articulate. Qian Daoliu, what the heck are you doing? If you cannot win, why throw me out? Have you lost your mind? Do you think I will have a good time with her? Not waiting for any reaction from Bibi Dong or Mu Yu, Qian Daoliu strode into the offering hall with the golden crocodile, closing the door behind him. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust as a crow flew overhead. In the span of a moment, they had gone from a tense standoff to leaving the bewildered Mu Yu and the subtly perturbed Bibi Dong behind. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Excuse me, Your Holiness? Could you please set me down? Mu Yu asked awkwardly, though being cradled in Bibi Dong's embrace felt pleasant. Mu Yu understood that Bibi Dong was merely putting on an act to win over hearts. But do not be fooled into thinking this beautiful sister is a good person. She would sell you off and then make you count the money you earned. Do not ask how she knows. It is simply from experience. Have you counted? Are you afraid of me? Bibi Dong inquired, perplexed. Isn't the old lecher's attitude towards her rather inappropriate? Under normal circumstances, this fellow, when embraced by her, should feign death and then seek an opportunity to take advantage. Yet his current demeanor of rejection is perplexing. Could it be that the old wretch Qian Daoliu has uttered something? Do not fear. That old, disreputable elder just had a minor altercation with me. He speaks falsehoods. Do not believe him. Although Bibi Dong is filled with resentment towards Qian Daoliu at this moment, she strives to maintain a kind demeanor in front of Mou, as she must rectify his prejudices against her. Mou awkwardly chuckles, refraining from retorting, yet internally he cannot help but scoff. What do you think you are? While it is true that Bibi Dong's harsh treatment of him was influenced by the curse of the Rakshasa god, after all, he did beat up her beloved. His intentions are likely no better. He approached with the intent to obliterate him. What brings you to the Hall of Offerings? Bibi Dong turned, continuing to embrace Mou as they walked towards the papal hall. Shall I say I was merely curious and then got lost? Would you believe that? Mou inquired. Bibi Dong chuckled softly, a child without an awakened spirit soul getting lost? Can you truly evade the scrutiny of the mountain guards? Believe it or not. It's all the same to me, Mou replied indifferently. Qian Daoliu, for reasons unknown, has left him alone. Currently, his life hangs entirely in Bibi Dong's balance. As a mere soul master lacking a ring, escape is not an option. As for pretense, he dismisses it entirely. If he could live, splendid. If not, then death it shall be. Perhaps in this newly reborn state, He might even seize the chance to reincarnate and play in the world of Douluo. If that opportunity eludes him, so be it. Living another life is already a gain, and every moment now is a bonus. Losing it would not be a loss. Upon witnessing Mou's unusual demeanor, Bibi Dong harbored an ominous suspicion, yet she maintained her cold composure as the Pope. However, the original Bibi Dong, as the Rakshasa god, would not have remained so composed. Who is this child? Worthy of your confrontation with Qian Daoliu? Bibi Dong queried, perplexed. Had it not been for Qian Daoliu's reservations, even with the power of the Rakshasa god, that old man could have easily killed her. Thus, this so-called divine being was merely courting death earlier. An individual of great significance, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong responded, her tone subdued. Bibi Dong scoffed. You accuse Qian Daoliu of abducting children. Yet are you not the same? Suddenly, Bibi Dong froze mid-sentence. Despite her body's control being usurped, she could still sense what the other party was experiencing. The fluctuations of this child's soul power are at least at the 20th level. Could it be that this child is akin to Qian Renxue? But why would Qian Daoliu so easily let someone go? That old man can hardly endure the mockery of such a woman, had he hesitated to release her. I would have had to provoke him further, remarked the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong. Qian Daoliu's past entanglements with the high priest of Sea God Island had been revealed by Mou, who had not anticipated that this old man possessed such a history. It seems that due to that incident, he bears some psychological scars, and alongside his relationship with Qian Renxue, as long as she does not infringe upon the bottom line of the spirit hall, he would not take her life. In fact, when she finds herself in trouble, he might even come to her aid. Of course, this is merely to retain her as a diligent worker for the spirit hall and to prevent his granddaughter from losing her mother once more. What do you intend to do now? Bibi Dong inquired. And when shall you return my body? Body? Before the Rakshasa god could finish her sentence, Bibi Dong abruptly paused. A wave of powerlessness washing over her. In the next moment, she lost control of this body and returned to her diminutive spiritual space, while the original Bibi Dong re-emerged. Damn, the Rakshasa god is lacking in power. Bibi Dong cursed inwardly. Her ability to forcibly seize control of this body stemmed from her current feeble grasp of the Rakshasa power, which pales in comparison to her former divine self. Nevertheless, this scant amount of Rakshasa power would not sustain her forceful takeover for long. Ultimately, this body does not belong to her but to her present self. Mou, who had been lazily dozing in Bibi Dong's embrace, opened his eyes, sensing a change in her aura. Was it merely an illusion? Little one, join the hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong said, now possessing the body once more. She did not disdain the small child in her arms. Instead, her gaze burned with even greater intensity than before. A natural level of 20. Such talent can effortlessly attain the rank of Super Douluo. The prospects of reaching Limit Douluo are also quite promising, if fate allows one to discover the sacred land of trials. The possibility of becoming a deity is not entirely out of reach. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, there exists a place of inheritance on Sea God Island. At that moment, I caution you, do not set your sights on him. The god of Azura, Bibi Dong, coldly admonished in her mind. She is who she is, both her present self and her former self, requiring no conjecture. For she knows precisely what her current thoughts entail, merely the belief that she has found an exceptional tool. And she has already devised plans on how to manipulate and win hearts. For her past self operated in such a manner, during the martial soul awakening ceremony. She directly seized the rare angel martial soul, Mou, and brought it to the papal hall. Even when Qian Daoliu sought to claim him, she remained unyielding. For he was the best instrument for her revenge against the Qian family and the angel clan. Nurturing another angel martial soul to dismantle this self-proclaimed sacred family of angels was indeed a delightful prospect. Driven by hatred and resentment, she had been a madwoman for decades. Had it not been for the Shura sword shattering Mou before her eyes, she might have remained oblivious to her delusions forever. Chapter 7. Self-Destruction I Refuse. Without a trace of hesitation, Mou instinctively replied. The papal hall. To become a tool once more? To play the fool again? Absolutely not. He may not be particularly clever, but that does not imply he will repeatedly leap into the abyss. Currently, he seeks merely to pass the time to save her life. And then, in the future, to explore the possibility of inheriting the position of Sea God on Sea God Island. If that opportunity arises, he would certainly confront that scoundrel Shura. As for the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Tang family, he remains utterly indifferent. The reason is simple. He is weary. He is not a virtuous individual. He is merely a lecherous man driven by desire. His allegiance to the spirit hall, while partly due to possessing an angel martial soul, is predominantly because of his lustful intentions. As for the future of Douluo Continent, he truly does not care. He is merely a fortunate minor character. Neither the calculating scoundrel Tang, San, nor the sage burdened with the world's woes. He is simply an ordinary person fortunate enough to board the last train of transmigration. Of course, if given the chance, he would also relish the opportunity to turn the tides. But the Pope, the Pope's daughter, the Saintess, they are all foolishly enamored. They are all undercover agents. How does one even engage in such a futile endeavor? It's utterly nonsensical. To put it plainly, the inept companion is simply unmanageable. It is his lack of capability that hinders progress. He has ceased his pretentiousness. Pursuing companionship with inexperienced players holds no promise for the future. Perpetually supporting them only leads to despair, and he certainly does not wish to endure another crushing defeat. In this rebirth, who can predict what the next turn of events will be? Victory or defeat matters little, for the endeavor lies in human effort, while the outcome is determined by fate. However, to be bested by one's own teammates is truly disheartening. Why? Observing the inexplicable resentment etched upon Mou's face, Bibi Dong, though perplexed, remained indifferent. It was merely the old curmudgeon Qian Daoliu who must have said something to her, otherwise, given her esteemed reputation in Soul Master City. A child hailing from an orphanage would not harbor such innate aversion towards her. Unable to directly express his disdain for being a mere pawn, Mou resorted to an excuse befitting his age. I don't perceive you as a good person. Bibi Dong, taken aback, exclaimed, What? Me? Not a good person? How can that be? I am the most affable Pope of the year. Where do I fall short of being a good person? She queried, intrigued. It was the first time she had encountered such an assessment from a child, especially when her image in this regard had always been impeccable. Does a good person constantly spew nonsense? Mou retorted. Bibi Dong's expression faltered. That was not her. You deem me not a good person merely because of those two remarks? She replied, speechless. Is that insufficient? Mou countered. Do you not think this is rather hasty? Bibi Dong inquired again. Indeed, I am quite hasty, Mou candidly admitted. Moreover, I am not only hasty but also superficial. In what manner are you superficial? Bibi Dong asked, intrigued. For so many years. It was the first time someone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Not to mention, this little brat had the audacity to confront her even after recognizing her identity. It was rather amusing, and she hoped he would maintain his bravado. Your thoughts are plainly evident on your face, Mei mused, somewhat speechless. How peculiar, the usually inscrutable Bibi Dong appeared to be having an off day. Her acting skills seemingly diminished, or perhaps her talents were never as remarkable as he had previously assumed, and he had merely been too naive in his past life to realize it. Before you take any action, I can unequivocally inform you that you should not contemplate using any form of violence to compel my submission, for I am prepared to self-destruct, Mou stated calmly. A divine martial spirit undoubtedly carries a certain gravitas. Even though he had only just awakened, he still possessed the ability to self-destruct. In his previous life, at level 99, his self-detonation was capable of shattering the sure divine sword. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened. Are you threatening me? Interpret it as you wish, Mou replied nonchalantly. It's merely death. What is the big deal? Enough. A cold, dispassionate voice echoed in Bibi Dong's mind, halting her thoughts. Release him, commanded the fearsome Bibi Dong. Are you instructing me on how to act? She retorted defiantly. She had yet to accept that this peculiar soul, which had usurped her control over the power of the Rakshasa, was indeed her future self. Even if this being truly represented her future, it did not imply she could command her, observing her present self's blatant disobedience. The Rakshasa Bibi Dong lost interest in reasoning and directly channeled her divine power into her own meridians. After all, this body did not belong to her. Suddenly, the divine energy collided with her soul power, catching her off guard. In an instant, Bibi Dong was gravely injured, blood spilling from her lips as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Sister? Mou, who had been prepared for self-detonation, stared in disbelief at the fallen Bibi Dong. What on earth is happening? He gently poked the unconscious figure on the ground. Hey, sister? Don't play dead. I'm broke. There was no response. Seeing that Bibi Dong seemed genuinely unconscious, Mou stood up, dusted off his pants, and slipped away without a moment's hesitation. In the realm of the mind, Bibi Dong glared coldly at the So. In the blink of an eye, this fellow who had just urged her to release him suddenly launched a surprise attack. When did he ever offer her counsel? Oh, the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong, seemed to have regained her senses. My apologies, I forgot to advise her. Bibi Dong was on the verge of exploding with fury. She was resolute. This individual is certainly not the future version of herself. Absolutely not. She is not such a scoundrel. However, it is somewhat similar, for you are not one to heed advice either, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong added. She understands herself well. And even better, the version of herself from the past. How could a person who remained unrepentant despite more than a decade of counsel from Mo possibly be swayed? Bibi Dong was reluctant to continue arguing with this scoundrel. She attempted to control her body, only to find she could not feel it at all. What have you done? Bibi Dong inquired coldly. Are you foolish? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong looked at her, as one might look at a simpleton. You are gravely injured and unconscious. This is the deep consciousness mental space, akin to the state of focusing intensely on absorbing a soul ring. Is it not entirely normal to be unable to sense your own body? Bibi Dong retorted. How can you still have the audacity to say that? Was it not you who inflicted such wounds upon me? What exactly do you want? She struggled to maintain her composure. The so-called future version of herself was most likely a manifestation left by the Rakshasa god. Yes. This was a trial set by the Rakshasa god. Overcome her. Defeat her. Eliminate her. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong clicked her tongue, realizing what the current version of herself was contemplating. Truly a stubborn one. However, upon reflection, if she were in such a predicament, she might very well think the same way. I still have yet to grasp the current situation, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong remarked, shaking her head as she rose from the rocking chair that had materialized from her thoughts. After she had self-destructed to destroy the Shura divine sword, Xiao Shui had rushed in frantically. Yet, even without that super artifact, the Shura god remained a deity. And in the face of that seemingly innate force which countered the Rakshasa divine power, she was still no match. Hence, she chose to self-destruct as well, hoping to severely injure that Tang San and create an opportunity for Xiao Shui. However, I have returned. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong nodded slightly. After the self-detonation, she instantly lost consciousness and was unaware of what transpired afterward. When she awoke, she found herself in her current state. For the past few days, she had been attempting to make Bibi Dong aware of her presence, but all efforts had failed. Ultimately, she had no choice but to employ some forceful measures to seize the Rakshasa power, inadvertently also taking control of her body. Listening to the explanation, Bibi Dong remained silent. Although she could not fully comprehend the implications of what was being said, the names Xiao Shui, Shura God, and Tang San, along with the super artifact Shura divine sword, resonated with her. No, wait. As Bibi Dong calmed down, she suddenly realized that ever since she entered the Rakshasa secret realm and obtained the inheritance, that unsettling Rakshasa divine power which had been interfering with her thoughts had ceased to act. Could it be that what this individual claimed was true? She truly is me? The future version of myself? But why would this future self oppose her? You may have misunderstood something, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong interrupted. I am indeed you. The future you, yet I am not you. This consciousness has traveled from the future back to the present, inhabiting this body, but I have not been reborn. You are you, and I am I. I am Bibi Dong, and you are also Bibi Dong. I am the Rakshasa god, the Empress of the Spirit Empire. While you are the Pope of the Spirit Hall, though we share the same name, I am a different person from you, so do not expect me to assist you. I know myself, and thus I know you. You wish to use me, and I wish to use you. Then why did you ambush me? Bibi Dong retorted angrily. Just moments ago, the Rakshasa divine power had wreaked havoc within her body, and she had been powerless to stop it, only able to watch helplessly as she sustained grievous injuries. I told you to let him go, and you did not listen, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong replied calmly. Is that the reason? Bibi Dong was not only angry but also somewhat fatigued. Was it truly worth such a heavy-handed approach over something so trivial? She and this so-called future self shared the same perception. If she was injured, then this individual must also be suffering. Was that not enough? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong countered, if I had been even a moment slower, you would have likely resorted to force against him, would you not? She understood Mo well, having spent over a decade with him. She was acutely aware of his character. Had she acted with force, he would have undoubtedly self-destructed, just as he had charged toward the Shura divine sword, fully aware of the impending death. Mo feared death more than anyone. What drove him to forcibly reach the 99th level without divine assessment was nothing but an instinctual desire to survive, a desire so intense it bordered on terrifying. So why did Mo ultimately self-destruct? He could have fled, yet this person, who was so afraid of death, met his end so decisively. You old fool. Truly lacking in loyalty. You just abandoned me to her. At that moment, as the two Bibi Dongs found themselves in a heated dispute. Mou had stealthily returned with Qian Daoliu. Did you not come back? Qian Daoliu remarked nonchalantly. He had sensed something amiss with Bibi Dong earlier, her unabashed honesty. Her derisive attitude towards him echoed the Bibi Dong from long ago. However, ever since Qian Xuanji had committed that act, she had changed. She had become repressed. Shrouded in fog, a person he could no longer comprehend. Yet the Bibi Dong from just moments ago must have felt the fluctuations brought about by the divine-level martial soul. If a prodigious Mou could restore Bibi Dong to her former self, might she then treat Xiaoshui with a touch more kindness? He truly did not wish to witness these two remain lifelong adversaries in the future Mou spoke of, even after becoming a deity. The mother and daughter would still be in this present state, with the grievances of the previous generation haunting the next. You still have the audacity to speak? Had she not suddenly fainted, I would likely be left with nothing but scraps. Mou exclaimed. She would not go so far as to seriously harm a child. Qian Daoliu reasoned, believing Mou to be overly concerned. Bibi Dong was currently unaware that Mou's martial soul was that of an angel. She would not strike so decisively. Moreover, given her nature, she would likely show some leniency towards a prodigy like Mou, delaying any serious actions for at least half a month, allowing enough time for him to escape her clutches. Mou, with his hands clasped behind his back, resting his head lazily, remarked, I forgot to mention, once someone comes at me aggressively, there is no room left for negotiation. You possess such noble resolve. Preferring to shatter than to yield? Qian Daoliu chuckled. No, I am just a worthless stone, not a precious gem. But if someone approaches me with hostility, then there is no further discussion. I would rather self-destruct than allow them to leave unscathed. Mou replied indifferently. Having lived a lifetime as a beast of burden, now reborn, he would not allow himself to be wronged. After all, he had nothing to lose, and if he were to die, he would at least take someone down with him. Then why have you returned? Did you come to check on her condition? Qian Daoliu inquired. Mou's martial soul had already awakened, and he had granted Mou a token for the worship hall. Bibi Dong had fainted, and he was unaware of this. Under such circumstances, it would be simple for Mou to leave Spirit City, with his ability to conceal his martial soul and his innate talent. Regardless of what the future held, he could live a carefree life. Furthermore, if he were to align himself with that future avalanche prince, the prospects would be even brighter. Once the deities ascended, would not the Douluo Continent belong to him, the ultimate Douluo? I am not the type to cower in hiding. When someone thrusts a blade at me, I shall retaliate, for living without purpose is devoid of meaning, Mou remarked, his tone languid. Is that all? Qian Daoliu inquired. Indeed, Mou replied succinctly. Very well. It was evident that Mou was far more than he appeared, and Qian Daoliu refrained from further prying. For who among them was without their own clandestine thoughts? In any case, with his discerning eye, he deemed this young man trustworthy. And the fact that he could obtain Mou's most coveted methods of soul power cultivation was sufficient to affirm that Mou was indeed a person worthy of reliance. There it is. Mou gestured towards the figure of Bibi Dong, who lay on the grass not far away. Just moments ago, she inexplicably fainted. I cannot discern the cause. Could it be that there is an issue with her Rakshasa god inheritance? Qian Daoliu speculated. The Rakshasa god embodies the collective grievances of the world and stands as the nemesis of the angel god. Long ago, he sensed the lingering resentment within Bibi Dong, dismissing it as mere animosity towards the Qian family. However, reflecting now, he realized that the intensity of this woman's grievances was unusually potent. Yet, when Bibi Dong had rushed outside the angel god's temple, he had not perceived that overwhelming negativity, suggesting that perhaps an unforeseen incident had transpired regarding her Rakshasa god inheritance. Who can say? Mou shrugged. Qian Daoliu wasted no further time. He approached and enveloped Bibi Dong with his soul power to assess her condition. After a brief moment, his brow furrowed in concern. Self-harm? The nature of this injury is evidently deliberate. It could only be inflicted through self-harm. While errors in cultivation might cause harm, they would not result in such severity. What self-harm? Mou inquired, perplexed. Her injury seemed quite grave, as only by manipulating her soul force to counteract within her body could such significant internal damage occur. Qian Daoliu elaborated, just moments ago. I can assert that Bibi Dong suffered no harm from our clash outside the offering hall. Thus, this is indeed a new and troubling injury. Did Bibi Dong truly resort to self-harm after traversing a mere few hundred meters from the offering hall? Given her deep-seated resentment towards the Qian family, would she so readily court death? Mou found herself bewildered by Qian Daoliu's description of the situation. Could it be so severe? Just because I remarked that Bibi Dong is not a virtuous person, she would risk her life to confront me? If this continues, she may be rendered incapacitated. Qian Daoliu stated solemnly. This situation nearly rivals the injury inflicted upon Qian Sunji by that scoundrel Tang Hao. How could she be so disheartened? It is incomprehensible not only to Qian Daoliu but also to Mou. Surely, it cannot be solely due to those few words he uttered? Enough of this. Carry her and follow me. With that, Qian Daoliu strode ahead. Huh? Mou, frozen in place, appeared utterly bewildered. You want me to carry her? Do you expect me to touch her? Qian Daoliu, without turning back, inquired. I do not wish to, nor does she. Very well. Mou sighed in resignation. Qian Daoliu is correct. If he were to touch Bibi Dong, she would likely go mad again upon regaining consciousness. Moments ago, even when assessing her injuries, Qian Daoliu merely enveloped her with sole power for observation. She was untouchable. A single contact could unleash chaos. Thus, the petite Mou awkwardly hoisted the large Bibi Dong over his shoulder and followed Qian Daoliu down the mountain, resembling a trafficker of souls. However, this time, the one being trafficked was none other than the Pope. Chapter 9. The Saintess. The next day, in the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong, having been unconscious for an entire night, gradually awakened. The first sight that met her eyes was her disciple, Hulaina, who was leaning at the bedside. Laina? Bibi Dong shook her groggy head, attempting to sit up, but discovering her body was utterly devoid of strength. Oh, Hulaina, startled awake by Bibi Dong, exhibited a look of joy. Teacher, you have finally awakened. How did I return? Bibi Dong questioned, puzzled. Hulaina was studying at the Martial Soul Academy, which had already commenced its term. How could she possibly know that Bibi Dong had fainted in the back mountains? The Grand Priest brought you back and even summoned a healing-type soul master to tend to your injuries, Hulaina explained. The Grand Priest? Bibi Dong paused, her face betraying a clear disdain. Could he genuinely be so kind-hearted? The first time Hulaina witnessed Bibi Dong in such a state, she felt a twinge of fear. Teacher, what is wrong with the Grand Priest? She perceived the Grand Priest as quite amiable, having spent most of his time in the offering hall without venturing out. Today was her first encounter with the legendary Grand Priest, and he appeared quite agreeable. It is nothing. Bibi Dong did not wish to elaborate. After all, Hulaina would hardly have further contact with that old man in the future. Oh, noticing her teacher's discontent, Hulaina refrained from further questioning and instead remarked, Teacher, there was a child accompanying the Grand Priest. Is he the one you were searching for? Yesterday, Bibi Dong had gone to the orphanage in Wuhuan City in search of someone. As the Pope's disciple, she naturally caught wind of the news. Upon seeing that handsome child today, she instinctively recalled this matter, although the child had ignored her. A child? Bibi Dong was taken aback. He hasn't fled yet? Based on her exchange with that so-called Rakshasa god, it was highly likely that Mou would make a break for it. Either to muddle through life in Heaven Do City or to escape to the mountains, as that lad was rather delicate and could not endure hardship. Flee? Hulaina looked puzzled. Teacher, he was the one who carried you back. He carried me back? Bibi Dong's confusion deepened, given the atmosphere between them at that moment. How could that child possibly care for her? Indeed, the guards at the Pope's hall said so. He even sent someone to the Martial Soul Academy to summon me to take care of you, Hulaina clarified. Bibi Dong fell into silence, once again engaging in dialogue with the Rakshasa god within her spiritual realm. Did you not say he would run away? What is the situation? Oh, I forgot to mention. He has a tendency to be overly kind-hearted, the Rakshasa god replied. Perhaps due to his upbringing in the orphanage, he has always been attentive to the elderly, sick, and weak. Given your severe injuries at the time, he would not have been able to neglect you. What exactly is your relationship with him? Bibi Dong inquired. She sensed that this other self exhibited a certain unease when discussing the child Mou, yet the nuances in her words implied a familiarity between them. He is somewhat of a disciple, the Rakshasa god replied nonchalantly. What does that mean? Bibi Dong pressed. A disciple is a disciple. What do you mean by somewhat? The Rakshasa god sighed. I am indeed his teacher, yet I have not imparted much to him, or rather, he disregards whatever I teach. I stated that the limit for the first soul ring is 423 years, and he stubbornly absorbed one of 4,200 years, nearly losing his life on the spot. I claimed that the limit for the second soul ring is 764 years, and he forcibly absorbed one nearing 8,000 years, ending up bedridden for a month. You cannot be serious? Bibi Dong expressed her doubt. 4,000 for the first soul ring? 8,000 for the second? What sort of reckless beginning is this? If only it were a jest, the Rakshasa god scoffed bitterly. Had it been a joke, I, as his teacher, would have only taught him the most basic soul power cultivation methods cataloged in the Wuhuan Hall library. Beyond that, I imparted nothing. Ever since he first acquired those 2 excessively aged soul rings, I have harbored a strong aversion towards this newly acquired genius student. As MOU's actions undermined Yu Xiaojiang's theories and ground those so-called soul ring principles into dust. Because MOU consistently challenged those notions, my attitude towards him soured, and I began to overlook the fact that he was my student. MOU shattered limitations. As his teacher, I should have rejoiced. Yet I remained sullen due to his contempt for a certain coward's so-called authority. In fact, as MOU excelled further, I found him increasingly displeasing. He was undeniably my student, yet I resisted him at every turn, merely to uphold someone's laughable authority. Teacher, are you all right? Hulaina gently nudged the pensive Bibi Dong. It is nothing. Bibi Dong shook her head. Where has that child gone now? He returned, Hulaina responded. After I came back from the Martial Soul Academy. He followed the Grand Priest back up the mountain, and even when I called out to him, he ignored me. That child, so strikingly handsome, had the audacity to disregard her? After a brief moment of silence, Bibi Dong sat up with determination. Laina, could you do me a favor? Teacher, just say the word. And I shall comply, Hulaina said resolutely. Could you go up the mountain and summon him down? That child, Bibi Dong requested. Hulaina's expression faltered. Teacher, the mountain is home to the offering hall. I lack the qualifications to ascend. The Pope's hall was situated halfway up the mountain, while the offering hall, being the highest authority in the Wuhuan Hall, was located at the peak. Only those who attained the title of Daoliu were permitted to tread there. Ordinarily, the Pope's hall was already the limit for regular soul masters, and venturing further would be an affront. Even as the Pope's disciple, she could not engage in such transgressions. You are my student, the future saintess of the Wuhuan Hall. You are entitled to ascend, Bibi Dong stated calmly. Hulaina gaped. Saintess? Me? Teacher, I cannot. Laina. Bibi Dong steadied Hulaina's shoulders. Trust me, as long as you diligently cultivate your skills, when you reach the rank of Soul Sage, I shall bestow upon you the title of Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. She was acutely aware that Qian Daoliu regarded her merely as a tool for labor, serving the Qian family, and that once Qian Rinxue returned in the future, that old man would reclaim the Spirit Hall. But she would not relinquish her hold. What she had painstakingly obtained, she could not possibly return. Once she completed the divine trial of the Rakshasa god, even if that old man Qian Daoliu was a priest of the angel god, he would have no means to contend with her. The following day, Hulaina, having been lured by the enchanting words of the holy maiden Bibi Dong, stealthily ascended the mountain. After all, she was still a child, with Bibi Dong's persuasive talent. The 10-year-old little fox was unable to resist. Compounded by the command of her teacher, she resolutely ventured forth, only to find herself utterly lost. The holy mountain was home to small soul beasts, and the previous priest had constructed an intricate maze between the offering hall at the summit and the Pope's hall halfway up the mountain, designed to repel these minor beasts and prevent them from encroaching upon the offering hall. Unbeknownst to Hulaina, this maze was effective only against those below the rank of Soul Sage. Bibi Dong had overlooked this detail, which was a primary reason why the child MOU could stealthily approach the offering hall. The path between the offering hall and the Pope's hall was devoid of guards. There was no need for them, as the area was patrolled by super Douluo, including the ever-present Qian Daoliu, an ultimate Douluo, who would be foolish enough to attempt a suicidal ascent. Moreover, with the keen mental acuity of a super Douluo, any intruder would have been detected long before reaching the summit. MOU's ability to ascend was, in fact, permitted by these priests. However, the newly arrived Hulaina did not share such fortune. Unlike MOU, she was not intimately familiar with the path and soon found herself thoroughly disoriented, unable to distinguish between ascending and descending. Teacher, I'm doomed. Hulaina, completely lost, faltered under the dimming twilight and the occasional howls of wolves. She, Hulaina, was on the verge of perishing at her own doorstep before even becoming the Holy Maiden. If she were devoured by the soul beasts on the Holy Mountain, she would surely become a laughingstock for the Spirit Hall. What are you doing here? A youthful, somewhat bewildered voice pierced her thoughts. Hulaina shot up her head, and in an instant, with a forceful charge, she tackled the stunned MOU to the ground. MOU, perplexed, muttered, "What is happening? Why are you doing this?" He had not wronged this little fox, had he? Furthermore, even if ambushed, was it truly necessary to expend no soul power at all? I finally found you. Hulaina, with tears streaming down her face, looked up, resembling a pitiful child. Hey, you got your snot on my clothes. MOU remarked with evident distaste. Huh? Hulaina. Upon noticing the unmasked disdain on MOU's face, felt even more aggrieved. I got lost on the mountain looking for you. Stop. Observing the tears welling up in the little fox's eyes, MOU swiftly interrupted her. Don't cry. If you dare to shed a tear, I will leave you here to feed the wolves. He had no intention of soothing the child. If she began to cry, he would be utterly helpless. And if Bibi Dong saw her in tears, mistaking him for the cause, he would be in serious trouble. He might not wish to serve as a pawn in the Pope's hall, but he also did not want to offend Bibi Dong, as incurring her wrath could lead to unexpected attacks from her zealous followers. With her heart filled with grievance, Hulaina forced her tears back, feeling wronged. Wanting to cry, yet too afraid to do so, she truly feared that MOU would abandon her on the mountain. She still wished to live. Get up. MOU instructed. Oh, Hulaina obediently rose, squatting beside him. MOU sat up as well. First, answer me. Why did you come up here? The Pope's hall and the offering hall had always maintained a careful distance from one another, and due to Bibi Dong's previous actions, their relationship had soured. As Bibi Dong's disciple, Hulaina naturally did not receive warm treatment from the priests, especially from Qian Daoliu, who looked upon Bibi Dong's kindness towards a wild child with disdain, while he showed no hesitation in being harsh towards his own daughter. My teacher sent me to find you, saying I should bring you down. Hulaina replied honestly, acutely aware of her precarious situation. Bring me down? MOU was filled with suspicion. Had he not been clear enough with Bibi Dong? Furthermore, he was now a member of the offering hall. Bibi Dong wouldn't risk conflict with Qian Daoliu over someone as inconsequential as him, would she? My teacher said she wishes to thank you and apologize for what happened before, but she cannot come up herself, so she sent me. Hulaina explained softly. She apologizes? MOU seemed to have stumbled upon a rather absurd joke. Bibi Dong? Apologizing? That would be as unlikely as the sun rising in the west. Tell her it's unnecessary. I have no need for such insincere apologies. She will never change. Rising to his feet, MOU brushed the dust off his clothes. What insincere? Hulaina was puzzled. You don't need to worry about it. Just relay the message. With that, MOU turned and began to walk ahead. Come on. I'll take you down. With her heart full of questions, Hulaina remained silent and followed quietly. By the way, there's a maze on this mountain. You should avoid running up here without reason. If you get lost in there and are unlucky enough to find no one to help, you could genuinely perish. MOU admonished without looking back. On this mountain, there exists the essence of soul beast that has endured for approximately 5 millennia. Given Hulaina's current status as a grand soul master, with her martial spirit being an enchanting fox, any encounter with such beast would essentially serve as a sumptuous feast for them. I understand. Hulaina obediently followed behind MOU. Were it not for her teacher's instructions to ascend, she would never have ventured to this place. Subsequently, the two traversed the path downwards in silence. Though Hulaina was eager to inquire how MOU discerned the direction, the apparent disinterest from him rendered her mute. This seems sufficient. You may descend on your own now. Upon reaching the edge of the maze, MOU halted. Remember to use your second soul skill, Fox Charm. At the instant MOU turned his head, Hulaina seized the opportunity, unleashing her second soul skill with all her might. Her eyes shimmered with a violet glow, catching the unprepared MOU off guard, rendering him rigid. I apologize, but the task assigned by my teacher requires me to escort you down. With that, Hulaina hoisted the shorter MOU onto her shoulders and dashed towards the mountain's base. Observing this scene from the shadows, Qian Daoliu felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Truly, she was a product of Bibi Dong's teachings. Her ingratitude was astonishingly adept, having just been rescued from the mountain, only to turn against him. The mischievous young lad in this heavy undertaking seems oblivious to the true nature of his master and apprentice. Don't you remember? He has yet to acquire his soul ring? Guangling remarked, idly watching the unfolding drama. That little fox, despite her demeanor, is a formidable soul master, isn't she? Before she could finish her thought, her expression morphed into one of bewilderment, mirrored by the inscrutable countenance of Qian Daoliu beside her. In a fleeting moment, they turned to witness Hulaina, who had just moments ago been sprinting alongside MOU, now suspended in midair by MOU, who wielded the holy sword against her throat. Hulaina, in an unexpected display of compliance, raised her hands in surrender. Little brother, would you believe me if I said I was merely jesting? Hulaina implored with a hint of vulnerability. Guess what? MOU retorted, a smirk plastered across his face. He had sensed that the little fox harbored ill intentions. Her seemingly docile nature as Bibi Dong's devoted follower belied her true motives. So, you wish to play the seduction game, do you? Mo sheathed his holy sword. Are you unaware of my soul's immunity to mental assault? At his words, Hulaina appeared momentarily dazed. Immunity to mental assault? Then what was that just now? Immunity exists. But it is not always necessary, Mou replied, rolling up his sleeves as he delivered a sudden punch to the startled Hulaina, who, caught off guard, found herself sporting a black eye. Hey, you little rascal. You can hit, but not in the face. Hulaina exclaimed, shielding her eyes with indignation. She felt justified in allowing this child a hit, but a blow to her face could ruin her appearance, her greatest asset in battle. Her simmering anger intensified with each passing moment, and before long, Hulaina transformed, summoning her martial spirit and lunged towards Mou in the air. What are you? A dog? Why are you biting? She exclaimed. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. As the two soul masters grappled like children, Qian Daoliu averted his gaze. Reflecting on how easily Hulaina had been deceived by Bibi Dong, her intellect clearly lacking. In the subsequent chapter, Hulaina, bruised and battered, stood before Bibi Dong, who was momentarily at a loss for words. So, you engage him in a brawl? Bibi Dong inquired, observing Hulaina's disheveled appearance. Should I have held back? If I were serious, I would have undoubtedly triumphed. Hulaina insisted, her face a canvas of bruises. Would you really wish to engage seriously? You, a soul master, challenging a mere child who has just awakened his martial spirit? How embarrassing. Bibi Dong responded, incredulous. Realization dawned on Hulaina, softening her demeanor. Indeed, it was somewhat humiliating. Though thankfully, no one had witnessed the encounter. And what of his injuries? Bibi Dong pressed, her curiosity piqued. He should be fine when I departed. He was still capable of flight, Hulaina recounted. Flight? Bibi Dong pondered, momentarily perplexed. What is his martial spirit? As Hulaina contemplated, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. After summoning his martial spirit, his hair shifted from white to a pale gold, accompanied by a pair of white wings and a rather chaotic sword. Initially, I believed he possessed a sword-type martial spirit. Wings? Bibi Dong mused, her curiosity deepening. An angel? Yes. Hulaina affirmed eagerly. He exuded an angelic aura. Yet there was an underlying danger that starkly contrasted with the benevolence associated with our martial spirits. If it truly is an angelic martial spirit, what then of that sword? Typically, angelic martial spirits do not possess an inherent sword. It is a soul skill acquired later, yet he seemed to wield one without any soul rings. Do you think he might possess dual martial spirits like you? Hulaina speculated. Bibi Dong did not respond immediately, retreating into her mental space. Is that lad's martial spirit truly angelic? She inquired. Yes. Why? The demoness replied nonchalantly. Why is that significant? Bibi Dong questioned, her demeanor shifting to one of frostiness. Why do you ask about the angelic martial spirit? The demoness teased, playing with her hair. His angelic spirit is distinct from the Qian family's. Why does it matter? Bibi Dong paused, contemplating. Are you certain? The angelic martial spirit is emblematic of the Qian family, linked to their ancestral lineage. Can it truly be unrelated? If you doubt, experience it for yourself, the demoness suggested idly. His angelic spirit possesses a unique essence, devoid of the feigned compassion characteristic of the Qian family's six-winged angels. If you focus, you might sense the underlying fury. Moreover, once he acquires his soul rings, the reality will become even clearer. I believe his angelic spirit is the genuine article, while the Qian family's is somewhat mass-produced, equipped with healing soul skills, immunity to mental assaults, and elemental protection upon acquiring corresponding soul rings. Mou's angelic spirit could easily overshadow the Qian family's six-winged angels. Even with the same innate level of 20, the same extraordinary martial spirits, Mou ascended to title Daoliu at 18, reached 97 level Super Daw by 22, and achieved the pinnacle of 99 without divine trials. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue merely coasted through life, remaining a soul sage at 30, relying solely on divine trials to propel her forward. Tang San, too, managed to ascend to title Daoliu effortlessly, inheriting the dual divine positions of Sea God and Shura God. Ironically, the most gifted Mou, devoid of divine trials, met his demise at 99, perishing alongside Ashura's sword. Such irony. Teacher? Hulaina gently nudged the pensive Bibi Dong, concerned over her recent bouts of distraction. Is something troubling you? Nothing of consequence, Bibi Dong replied, shaking her head as she rose. Since you were unable to bring him down, I shall make another attempt myself. Regardless of whether she can win over Mou, she must strive to maintain an appropriate relationship with him. After all, possessing an innate level of 20, such talent, if not squandered like Qian, can easily lead to becoming a titled Douluo before the age of 30. If the divine examination were to be an added boon, it would be nearly assured. No, she cannot afford to let her relationship with Mou deteriorate, with Daoliu and that fellow in her mind protecting her. Any attempt to eliminate threats prematurely would be futile. The angel of the Qian family, Daoliu, would undoubtedly reserve Mou for Qian. Thus, it is highly likely that the old man intends to send Mou to Sea God Island. An innate level of 20 and a divine-grade martial soul make the inheritance of a divine position almost a certainty. If she were to fall out with Mou, it would be tantamount to opposing the future sea god. Even if she possesses the Rakshasa divine position, there is no need to create unnecessary enemies. Oh, teacher, may I join? Hulaina asked softly, her head lowered. What do you intend to do? Bibi Dong inquired. I wish to apologize. As she spoke, Hulaina buried her head even lower. If it were a matter of fighting, it would be one thing, but there is no need to apologize for such trivial matters. Excessive words only serve to seem pretentious, Bibi Dong replied coolly. Hulaina's face flushed, uncertain whether to disclose her thoughts. What troubles you? Observing Hulaina's unfamiliar struggle, Bibi Dong expressed her confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Hulaina took a deep breath and decided to voice her concerns. Today I got lost on the mountain, and he helped me down. However, as soon as we descended, I tried to use my charm on him, intending to force him to come back to complete your task. Although I ultimately failed. Worried, Hulaina raised her head. Teacher, have I been somewhat ungrateful? Yet, at that moment, she genuinely did not consider the implications. Her focus was solely on completing the task, and the more she spoke, the more guilty she felt, her voice diminishing and her head bowing lower. She truly hadn't thought much of it at the time, nor did she believe the teacher would harm a child. Yet, she did act in gratitude towards Mou. And although she failed, the action itself remained. Bibi Dong's expression turned serious. You indeed acted improperly in this matter. Hulaina nodded, her gaze cast down, offering no rebuttal. But I share responsibility as well, Bibi Dong sighed. I forgot to mention that there was a maze on the mountain. And I did not clarify to you that I merely asked him to come down, not to capture him. Huh? Hulaina paused. Is syntasking synonymous with capturing? Cough. Enough. Let us prepare something for your apology. Bibi Dong swiftly changed the subject, realizing Hulaina's mindset. While her usual use of the word ass did imply a degree of coercion, this situation was different and warranted a distinct interpretation. Clearly, this was a lesson she needed to impart. Chapter 12. Obliviousness, the Offering Hall. Fighting with a little girl. Aren't you ashamed? Unlike Bibi Dong, Daoliu expressed pure disdain. Despite Hulaina being a powerful soul master, she was ultimately still a child. And as for Mou, a time traveler and a reincarnate, a man of considerable age engaging in a brawl with a young girl, was that not humiliating? What shame! Mou remained oblivious. I'm merely 6 years old, a child who has just awakened a martial soul, defeating a 10-year-old second-ring soul master. What is there to be ashamed of? I take pride in it. You're utterly shameless, Daoliu retorted, speechless. Mou's angelic martial soul was undeniably formidable. And after returning from the Hall of the Pope, Daoliu had come to understand its extent. To be honest, he felt a twinge of inferiority. As Mou's angelic martial soul surpassed their own six-winged angel martial soul by a significant margin. First and foremost, it possessed a healing ability. A remarkable capacity to heal any injury as long as the soul power was sufficient, a truly monstrous form of healing. Severed limbs could be restored. Furthermore, it granted immunity to mental attacks, a genuine immunity that disregarded level disparities, absolute immunity. Even the mental oppression from a limit Douluo could be wholly disregarded. This immunity was also what gave Mou the audacity to challenge a 10,000-year soul ring with his third soul ring, as the soul impact associated with such a ring constituted a form of mental assault, which he was immune to. Moreover, upon acquiring corresponding elemental soul rings, he gained immunity to elemental attacks. Light attribute soul rings granted immunity to light attacks, and fire attribute soul rings provided immunity to fire attacks. Truly shameless. In truth, he had never envied anyone in his life. He felt no jealousy towards dual martial souls, or even his granddaughter's innate level of 20 and divine-grade martial soul. But now, with Mou's angelic martial soul, he had to admit that Daoliu felt envy. I see you're just jealous of my handsomeness. Mou quipped, oblivious as he tended to his injuries. He had struck hard, He merely taught that ungrateful little fox a lesson, though he appeared bruised. Finding a healing soul master to remedy it was simple. It didn't hurt that much. It merely looked a bit embarrassing. I was far more handsome in my youth. Qian Daoliu replied nonchalantly. Oh, more handsome than me? Mou's expression shifted subtly. So why didn't Poseidon pay you any mind? Qian Daoliu's expression faltered. She was not so superficial. Really? Mou, now restored to his charming youthful self, approached Qian Daoliu. But I succeeded. What did you say? Qian Daoliu's eyes narrowed. A fierce glimmer flashing within. Ah, old Qian, I didn't intend to bring you down, but Mou's demeanor turned serious. Back in the day, I single-handedly stormed Sea God Island, swiftly besting those so-called Sea God Island's 7 sacred pillars. Then, under the Sea Goddess light, I ascended to the top of that dilapidated staircase and tossed the so-called divine artifact, the Sea God Trident, into the sea. You have no idea how Poseidon gazed at me upon her return. Her eyes were filled with longing, as if she longed to elope with me on the spot. However, I had urgent matters to attend to and couldn't converse with her for long. Yet, after I departed, her heart-wrenching cries echoed. Being too exceptional is indeed a burden. There are many who fall in love at first sight. Listening to Mou's recounting, Qian Daoliu's expression shifted from indifference to incredulity. Longing? Eloping? Have you lost your mind? You assaulted her 7 offerings and cast her divine artifact, the Sea God Trident, into the sea. Poseidon must have wanted to kill you. And heart-wrenching cries? You're lucky to have escaped. Had Poseidon summoned her divine power then, you'd likely be lying on Sea God Island right now. Old Qian, you're just jealous. I am the man Poseidon yearns for. Mou lamented dramatically. No, I should say, I am the man whom all of Sea God Island yearns for. Smack. Qian Daoliu, unable to endure any longer, swatted the insufferable Mou away. At that moment, as Mou was sent flying, the door of the offering hall swung open, and unexpectedly, Qian Rinxue, who had just returned from Tiando City, collided with the airborne Mou. Smack. Mou was once again sent flying by the startled Qian Rinxue, crashing against the wall of the offering hall. What was that? Qian Rinxue, having just finished her brawl, questioned in bewilderment. It felt like a large white rat just barreled into me. A little brat who deserves a good beating. Kneeling before the statue of the angel, Qian Daoliu rose. Turning to face Qian Rinxue, he had just noticed the unexpectedly returned Qian Rinxue, timing perfectly the moment to send Mou flying, a flawless collaboration between grandfather and granddaughter. Mou, now with a swollen face, rose in fury. Just as he was about to unleash a harsh retort, the abrupt appearance of Qian Rinxue caused him to pause. Have you eaten? He asked, treating himself while feigning concern. It was acceptable to criticize Qian Daoliu in private, but in the presence of others, a modicum of respect was warranted, especially with Qian Rinxue around, as any slight could provoke her to draw her sword in an instant. Not yet, Qian Daoliu replied leisurely. It seemed this young man had some sense of propriety. There was a time and place for everything. Who is he? Qian Rinxue inquired, her expression one of confusion as she pointed at Mou. Qian Daoliu explained, Mou, the new addition to the offering hall, is essentially my 8th disciple. Mou interrupted. Did you not promise me the title of Old 8? Old 8. Both Qian Rinxue and Qian Daoliu echoed, equally bewildered. What is this Old 8? Wasn't that agreed upon? Mou activated another ability of his divine martial spirit, employing telepathy to communicate directly into Qian Daoliu's mind. When did I ever say that? Qian Daoliu asked, still contemplating the potential union between Mou and his granddaughter, as they were on the same side. Moreover, Mou possessed the innate potential for divinity, making him a fitting match for Qian Rinxue. How could he accept this young man as a brother? That would disrupt the lineage. If you refuse, I shall promptly take my leave to Sea God Island and retire. Mou threatened. Go ahead, Qian Daoliu replied nonchalantly. From what I see of your attitude, regardless, you will inevitably confront the Azura god, and ultimately, you shall return. That is sufficient. He could discern Mou's anger towards the Azura god, especially for personally wielding the Azura sword to shatter Tang San. Mou bore no excessive resentment, for he understood the nature of fate. Victory and defeat are determined by heaven. However, the thought of losing in such an unjust manner was something he could never accept, and it left a sour taste in his mouth. Chapter 13. Child Husband. Observing the comical, chubby face before her, Qian Rinxue found herself amused. Was this truly her future? Guided by the angel? Are you certain he can assist me? She questioned inwardly, harboring doubts. Of course, seize him now while that woman remains oblivious. Another version of Qian Rinxue, embodying the angelic image, urged. Is it truly necessary to rush? I have just returned from my undercover mission in the Tiando royal family and wish to linger a while longer, she replied, reluctant to return so swiftly. With a divine martial spirit at level 20 and an angelic spirit, do you not think such a prodigy would be forcibly taken if discovered? The angelic Qian Rinxue remarked solemnly. If they cannot seize him, might they not eliminate him beforehand? Qian Rinxue paused, taken aback. Are you certain? Isn't this configuration akin to hers? You can perceive the reality for yourself, yet it's best to act swiftly. The angelic deity, Qian Rinxue, refrained from elaborating further, lacking the strength to do so. Currently, she had yet to inherit divine status, devoid of any divine power within her. To seize control of this body, she needed to absorb a bit more angelic energy from the angelic statue while the opportunity still existed. After much deliberation, she managed to convince herself to return from Tiando City, not merely to abduct Mou, but also to establish a connection with the divine power within the angelic statue. In times of need, this divine energy could enable her to forcibly claim control of this body. With her mind brimming with thoughts, Qian Rinxue chose not to inquire further. For truth be told, she did not entirely trust this angelic figure claiming to be her future self. She harbored concerns that it might be an extraneous malevolent spirit. Agreeing to accompany it back to Wuhuan City in the angelic temple was merely a means to solicit assistance from her grandfather to discern the true nature of this entity. However, at this moment, as Qian Daoliu and Mou exchanged heated words across a distance, Qian Rinxue gazed up at the magnificent angelic statue, feeling an unprecedented sense of affinity, as if a certain power was entering her body. Could it be true? Was she truly the future embodiment of divinity? Xiaoshui, allow me to introduce you to your betrothed, Mou, announced Qian Daoliu, unabashedly escalating the situation. Not only Mou, but even the momentarily distracted Qian Rinxue was taken aback by her grandfather's proclamation. What is this betrothed nonsense? With a divine angelic martial soul and innate level 20. Their talents seemed destined to align perfectly, as Qian Daoliu naturally asserted. Nonsense. Mou's eyes twitched in disbelief. Have you forgotten what I previously told you? Your granddaughter and I are incompatible. Please refrain from matchmaking recklessly. Absolutely not. Qian Daoliu's resolve was unwavering. In their previous life, Mou had saved him multiple times, which is why he had not turned a blind eye in the end. However, in this life, Mou had directly approached the shrine and laid all cards on the table. What dangers might lie ahead? He was willing to sacrifice his granddaughter to create a bond with Mou, ensuring this young man could not disregard the future of the Wuhuan Hall. Given the disparity between a divine king and a first-level god, the divine ancestor, namely, the original angelic deity, had made it abundantly clear that there was no comparison. The Shura god still served as the enforcer of the divine realm. Under these circumstances, altering that wretched fate required the inclusion of Mou, the one with the highest potential for divinity. At the very least, they needed to seize the sea goddess position. A 3-on-1 scenario would barely afford them a chance of victory. Moreover, based on his current observations, Mou exhibited no issues in character. While he might claim to be a scoundrel, he was, in fact, emotionally naive. Unlike a true rogue who feigns ignorance, Mou genuinely lacked understanding. Thus, Qian Daoliu need not worry about Qian Rinxue suffering in the future. Very well, I shall accept this betrothed, Qian Rinxue declared decisively. A betrothed? Merely a child. If she did not fancy him in the future, she could simply dismiss him. Yet, given Mou's remarkable talent, she felt compelled to secure him, ensuring that no other woman could claim him. Then it's settled. The grandfather and granddaughter reached an agreement, completely disregarding the opinion of the other party involved. Can I refuse? Mou asked timidly. Absolutely not. Both Qian Daoliu and Qian Rinxue shook their heads in unison. Am I not pretty? Qian Rinxue approached Mou, crouching earnestly before him. Mou glanced at her. You are beautiful. He was not one to utter falsehoods, but beauty aside, her heart was undeniably fierce, much like her mother's. Qian Rinxue caressed Mou's slightly chubby cheek and inquired, Then why do you wish to refuse? It simply doesn't feel right, Mou replied, brushing away her insistent hand. What feels wrong? Qian Rinxue frowned, seizing his face with both hands and making playful expressions. I'm only 6 years old, still a child. Mou protested. So what? I'm merely 15. A difference of 9 years is trivial for soul masters. Qian Rinxue chuckled lightly. Indeed, Qian Daoliu concurred. Given their qualifications, achieving divinity was hardly an issue, whether in a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years. A mere 9 years would be inconsequential. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Mou asked, somewhat exasperated. How is it that these two individuals are so remarkably similar to their past lives? In the previous incarnation, Qian Daoliu was interrupted by Bibi Dong while attempting to sell his granddaughter, leading to a quarrel amongst several parties. This time, without any alliance with Bibi Dong. He found himself utterly isolated. Unless you can provide me with a compelling reason, Qian Rushue stated. Are you certain? Mou raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you truly believe he lacks one? His desire for Bibi Dong's physique is a sufficient reason, is it not? In the previous lifetime, this very motive had led to Qian Rushue repeatedly striking him down with her sword. Of course, Qian Rushue nodded, unconvinced that this child could produce any argument persuasive enough to sway her. Mou's expression turned serious. Then listen well, I crave Bibi, before he could finish. Qian Daoliu swiftly covered his mouth. You impudent brat, what are you trying to do? Qian Daoliu's gaze turned dangerously sharp. If this child were to utter his desire for Bibi Dong, he was certain that Qian Rushue would turn hostile in an instant, potentially even attacking him outright. Did she not ask me for a reason? Mou communicated telepathically. Is this your idea of a reason? Qian Daoliu glared fiercely at him. You are courting death. Ah. You've learned the art of courting death quite swiftly from Tang Shaoxin, haven't you? Mou retorted scornfully. Isn't it you who insists on pairing me with her? Shouldn't I at least let her understand what sort of person I am? To put it nicely, I am a king of the seas, destined to become a god of the oceans. To put it bluntly, I am a selfish rogue, and honesty is one of my very few virtues. Must you strip me of even that remaining virtue? How shameless can you be? Qian Daoliu sighed, feeling weary. Is this your first day knowing me? Mou shot back defiantly. Observing the two of them exchanging glares, Qian Rushue was left utterly bewildered. When did these two become so familiar with each other? Chapter 14. One is enough to pass the days. Following their dispute, Qian Daoliu ultimately succumbed to Mou's audacity. The matter of a child bride could be discussed at a later time. He turned his gaze towards Qian Rushue, wishing to avoid the scenario of Mou uttering that fateful phrase, only to be pursued by Qian Rushue's wrath. Despite the strained relationship between mother and daughter, he understood well that in Qian Rushue's heart, Bibi Dong held significant weight. Even the current, seemingly frivolous undercover plan involving the Tiando royal family was initiated by Qian Rushue to prove her capabilities, all in hopes of changing Bibi Dong's attitude towards her. Yet, the reason Bibi Dong harbored disdain for Qian Rushue was not simply due to the grudges of their predecessors, but rather because Qian Rushue had inherited the angel martial soul of the Qian family, which inevitably reminded Bibi Dong of that deceased little rascal whenever she laid eyes upon her. This is a scandal of the Qian family, a tale too shameful for him to voice, and indeed, it ought not to be his burden to bear. Qian Xuanji undoubtedly erred in his actions. Yet how much better is Bibi Dong? The spirit hall nurtured her, providing resources, knowledge, and insight, only for her to turn and embrace the arms of that worthless blue lightning tyrant dragon, a traitor, who is unaware of the long-standing animosity between the spirit hall and the so-called three upper sects. As the holy maiden of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong entwines herself with a discarded child of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. This is not merely betrayal but an affront to the spirit hall itself. A dignified holy maiden of the spirit hall, reduced to being worthy of nothing more than a mere wretch from the blue lightning tyrant dragon? As for the events of that year, these two are equally culpable, and with Qian Xuanji now slain by Bibi Dong, the position of Pope has been relinquished. All debt settled, the Qian family owes her nothing, nor does the spirit hall owe her anything. Well, Qian Rushue has always heeded her grandfather's words, and currently, Mou is a member of the worship hall, thus she cannot associate with that woman. For the time being, that suffices. Furthermore, there is no need to force matters. Her interest lies solely in the child's talent, of which she knows little else, and there is no need to appear overly eager for this so-called child husband. No. Take him away. The voice of the angel god, Qian Rushue, suddenly resonated within her mind. Why? Qian Rushue could not comprehend. After all, he is merely a child. Now under the watch of the worship hall, with her grandfather overseeing him. Why the need for coercion? The angel god, Qian Rushue, found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. Could she express that if Mou remained here, she might once again face the awkwardness of competing with her mother for a man? Moreover, she had not disclosed much about Mou beyond his potential. To put it plainly, she did not wish for her current self to develop excessive interest in him. She is the angel god, and also Qian Rushue. This present incarnation is indeed Qian Rushue, yet ultimately, they are two entirely independent consciousnesses, two individuals. She has no desire to vie for a man against another version of herself. After contemplation, the angel god, Qian Rinxue offered a reasonably sound rationale. The Pope's hall is nearby, and with that woman's capabilities, are you certain this child will not be deceived? This thought plunged Qian Rinxue into uncertainty. This is indeed quite probable. Seizing the opportunity, the angelic deity Qian Rinxue remarked, those who dwell near the water's edge are the first to enjoy the moonlight. Given that grandfather usually attends to the angelic deity, he will undoubtedly have little influence over MOU. Moreover, in Soul Master City, MOU's interactions with that woman are likely to be frequent. Over time, are you not aware of the woman's cunning methods of winning people's hearts? Qian Rinxue fell into silence. Indeed, this poses a significant concern. She resides far away in the Heaven-Do City, seldom returning more than twice a year, and when she does, her visits are fleeting, lasting only a day or two before she must depart once more. If MOU were to remain in the Spirit City for an extended period, complications are likely to arise. Contemplating this, Qian Rinxue discreetly pulled Qian Daoliu aside and inquired, "Grandfather, may I take him with me to the Heaven-Do City to assist me?" The mention of Heaven-Do City momentarily left Qian Daoliu taken aback. What assistance can he provide you at this juncture? To be candid, he felt a twinge of reluctance, or rather, profound unwillingness. He had never supported Qian Rinxue's so-called undercover plan, and only refrained from expressing his disapproval due to her persistent insistence. It was apparent that, with Qian Rinxue's extraordinary talent, dedicating her time to intensive training would be far more beneficial, yet she squandered precious moments on such trivial matters. A prodigious innate talent at level 20. Qian Rinxue had awakened her martial soul nearly a decade ago, yet her cultivation had only recently reached the Soul King realm. For others, particularly those with a so-called innate full soul power at level 10, achieving the rank of Soul King by the age of 15 might seem unfathomable. However, for someone of her innate level, this progress was exceedingly sluggish. According to MOU, Qian Rinxue had entirely neglected her training for the subsequent decade, and by the age of 30, she would merely attain the rank of Soul Sage. Such a pace was comparable to that of Hulaina, who possessed innate level 10 soul power. What is this? To squander such exceptional talent? In stark contrast, Muyu, who possesses equal prowess, achieved the title of Soul Douluo at the tender age of 18 and reached the pinnacle of extreme Douluo at 26, all without the aid of divine trials. Although Muyu's training method may be deemed reckless, even if he did not exert himself to such extremes, he would never find himself, at 30 years of age, still merely a soul sage like Qian Rinxue. Of course, concerning Qian Rinxue's choices, there is little to say, for her future is already preordained, and the path to divinity lies before her. There is no need for her to toil like an ordinary individual when the time is ripe. She need only initiate the divine trials. Until then, Qian Rinxue can save her life at her leisure, whether she opts for rigorous training, indulgence in play, or even engaging in this tedious charade of playing house. Whatever brings her joy suffices. After all, once she has had her fill of diversion, she will return to claim her divine position, a title no one could possibly contest. However, Muyu's situation is different. The Spirit Hall already has one idle individual in Qian Rinxue, and another would be most unwelcome. Witnessing such remarkable talent squandered fills him with sorrow. Grandfather, did you not wish for him to be my child betrothed? I reside in Tiando City, while he is in Spirit City. How could we possibly nurture such a bond with only a couple of meetings each year? Qian Rinxue inquired. Moreover, that woman is here as well. Over time, what if this child is swayed by her? Qian Daoliu's expression turned pensive. In response, Qian Rinxue continued, are you still unaware of her capabilities? She has only recently assumed the role of Pope, yet she has already captivated the hearts of all within the Spirit Hall. Muyu is but a child. Besides, she gestured towards Muyu. He does not appear particularly astute. Can he withstand her honeyed words? Qian Daoliu considered her words, realizing their validity. If Muyu were to remain in Spirit City, his encounters with Bibi Dong would inevitably increase. From his observations, Muyu was a soft-hearted individual, not particularly bright. Even after a mishap with Bibi Dong, he could easily falter again. Thus, Qian Daoliu approached Muyu. Why not accompany Xiao Shiwei to Tiando City? You would not have to constantly guard against Bibi Dong here, and I cannot monitor you at all times. You cannot remain cooped up in the worship hall forever. Eventually, you must step outside. Miyu raised an eyebrow. Are you certain this is not an attempt to orchestrate a union between us? Of course not, Qian Daoliu replied earnestly. His primary concern was indeed Muyu's safety. Bibi Dong was a woman capable of ruthlessness, even towards her own flesh and blood, and he feared for Muyu's well-being. With a sigh, Muyu responded, Old Qian, it's not that I refuse. You know your own granddaughter's character. She is cunning, overly ambitious, and I find it exhausting to interact with her. During the upcoming divine battle, she will assist me, so you need not worry about my departure. It is unnecessary to bind me in such a manner. He could discern Qian Daoliu's worries. Was it not the overwhelming pressure of the Shura god? The disparity between a demigod and a true god is immense. If Shura were to personally intervene, even with the sea god's legacy, he would be but a mere pawn. With Shura's battle prowess, defeating 3 demigods would be child's play, utterly devoid of challenge. Thus, Miyu found himself adopting a somewhat defeatist attitude. For how could he contend with a true god when he might not even inherit the sea god's legacy? Previously, before Tang San completed the sea god trials, Miyu had ventured to Sea God Island, hoping to usurp Tang San's divine position. Yet, even after ascending the sea god's steps, there was no acknowledgement from the sea god. Did he not see Miyu? Of course he did. Yet he chose to ignore him. Frustrated, Miyu had hurled the sea god's trident into the sea. Otherwise, why would he risk provoking Poseidon's wrath? Upon hearing Miyu's candid thoughts, Qian Daoliu felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had misjudged the situation. Nevertheless, he did not solely wish to restrain Miyu. He genuinely believed the 2 children were well-matched, sharing the same talent and divine angelic martial souls. How fitting. Very well, he sighed, perhaps influenced by Miyu's sentiments. He turned to Qian Renxue, Xiaoxue, discuss this with him. If he truly refuses, do not force the issue. If coerced, he would only bring chaos to your side. With that, Qian Daoliu entered the true angelic divine hall, leaving Miyu and Qian Renxue alone. In the mental realm, the angel god Qian Renxue sighed, let it be. Although she was unaware of the events that had transpired in recent days, prompting Miyu's blunt rejection, she understood that with this individual, one could not adopt a forceful approach. What a jest! Could she not manage a mere child? Having triumphed in the political games of the Tiando Imperial Palace, surely she could handle a 6-year-old? With this thought in mind, Qian Renxue approached Miyu. Are you certain you wish to refuse me? Do you believe that should you do so, I will? Before she could finish, Qian Renxue suddenly clutched her chest and sank to the ground, blood seeping from her lips. The events that had transpired with Bibi Dong were now replaying with Qian Renxue. How does this resemble Bibi Dong from before? A bond between mother and daughter? There is nothing to it. Qian Renxue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and rose to her feet. If you are unwilling, so be it. With that, she turned and walked towards the inner angel temple, leaving Mou alone. What is happening? Mou was utterly perplexed. How could her demeanor shift so rapidly? One moment she was poised to threaten him, and the next, it seemed indifferent. Shaking his head, Mou decided not to dwell on it any longer and departed from the offering hall. It was late, and it was time to rest. Adjacent to the offering hall stood a small palace, where Qian Daoliu had arranged for Mou to stay. In truth, the offering hall comprised only 7 residences for the offerings, and they were merely ceremonial. These offerings seldom resided on the mountain, as they each had their own places for cultivation, all conveniently located near the martial soul city. This petite palace was constructed several years ago by Qian Daoliu specifically for Qian Renxue, as she was not well received by Bibi Dong and even faced life-threatening dangers after her martial soul awakening. Consequently, Qian Daoliu brought Qian Renxue to the mountain, where he took care of her. However, after Qian Renxue insisted on infiltrating the Tiando royal family, the palace was left vacant until Mou moved in. The palace, neither too large nor too small, lacked any guards. After passing through a small courtyard, one would arrive at the main hall, which was devoid of the opulence one might expect. The decor was quite simple. Apart from a few chairs, there was no superfluous furniture, given the absence of inhabitants. Further inside lay a reasonably spacious bedroom, which Qian Daoliu had completely renovated after Mou's arrival, lacking any desire for cultivation. Mou simply lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. He pondered what actions to take next. Should he strive to cultivate diligently as he did in his previous life? Yet, he felt utterly devoid of motivation, as he could not envision any hope. Having faced the power of the Shura god, the stark contrast between their realms rendered any semblance of hope invisible to him. Even if he were to inherit the sea goddess position and join forces with Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue against a singular opponent, the prospect still seemed bleak. The chasm between a god-king and a first-level god was simply too vast. It was an absolute disparity in divine ranks that could not be bridged merely by solidifying one's foundation or compressing soul power. The distance between mortals and deities, as well as among gods themselves, was not something that could be altered by sheer effort. He recalled how Qian Daoliu, at level 98, had narrowly defeated him when he had just reached level 99, a state where he was deemed invincible among mortals. Yet, in the presence of a god king, even he was easily vanquished. It was no wonder that everyone aspired to become a god. It was truly a leap to the heavens. The gap between a level 99 ultimate Douluo and a god was akin to that between an ordinary person and an ultimate Douluo. Therefore, what was the use of talent and effort? No matter how strong an ant might become, it remained an ant. Was it necessary to resort to such extremes? The following morning, Mou slowly awakened, feeling as though something were constricting his neck. Upon opening his eyes, he found Qian, using him as a pillow and drooling at the corner of her mouth. His mind was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Had he lost his innocence? Before he could contemplate further, Qian tightened her embrace, pulling him fully into her grasp and curling her legs around him, completely ensnaring him. In the Douluo Continent, soul masters often found themselves in such predicaments due to their rigorous training. Just as Mou was on the verge of suffocation, Qian continued to hold on tightly. Mou struggled desperately, but Qian grip was too strong, leaving him no room to exert his strength. Furthermore, as a soul king, she far surpassed him, a mere 6-year-old boy who had just awakened his martial soul. Even with innate soul power of level 20, he stood no chance against her level 30+ soul power. Finally, with great effort, Mou managed to raise his head and took a deep breath, shouting directly at Qian face. With her soul king strength, she could indeed suffocate him without realizing it. This was no jest, it was far from amusing. Qian, roused from her slumber by Mou's cries for help, opened her eyes groggily and immediately saw him struggling in her embrace. In an instant, she became fully aware and quickly released him. As she relinquished her hold, Mou swiftly rolled off the bed, creating some distance between them. That was too close. He had almost been suffocated to death by Qian. He felt as though his bones were about to break. Observing his state, the astute Qian quickly pieced together what had transpired. Last night, at the behest of the angel god, Qian had conversed with her grandfather for an extended period. Exhausted from the journey back from Tiando City, she had unwittingly followed the familiar path to this petite palace and ended up sleeping alongside Mou. Mou exclaimed, "What are you doing? You nearly killed me." Once he regained his composure, he glared at Qian, but before he could speak, she took the initiative. "What are you doing here?" Mou's face twitched. "What do you think? I almost got killed by you." With her mature mindset, Qian remained unfazed by the situation. Her curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to the bedside, observing him intently. "I suppose you couldn't bear to part with me. You said last night that you didn't wish to be my child husband, yet here you are, keeping me warm in bed. You say one thing, but act otherwise." Mou felt a surge of indignation. He had nearly been suffocated to death by this woman with such poor sleeping habits. How could she casually lie with such composure? "Let us not make excuses," Qian interrupted. "Excuses are just a form of concealment. I dislike children who tell lies. However, if you have changed your mind, I can offer you another chance. So, do you wish to be my child husband? The kind that keeps me warm at night?" Mou, who typically lacked the gift of gab, could only sputter in frustration, "I'll take care of your sister." With that, he turned in fury and left the bedroom. After a considerable time, once Mou's presence had completely faded from her perception, Qian let out a deep sigh. Her cheeks visibly flushed with embarrassment. How mortifying. At that moment, she wished she could vanish into the ground. While she harbored no qualms about sleeping next to Mou, a mere child, she had been in such a deep slumber. During her time as an undercover agent in the Tiando royal family, she had not enjoyed a single restful night. Upon returning to this familiar environment, she had let her guard down and slept soundly. To mistakenly enter the wrong room and mistake Mou for a pillow was one thing, but she had nearly strangled him and even left drool on him. What a disgrace to her image. How could she have drooled while sleeping so soundly? She had never behaved like this before. Well, this is quite the predicament. Having just met, I've lost all dignity. Embarrassed to the core, Qian buried her head deep into the blanket, wishing to evade any human interaction. "Did you sleep well?" asked Mou, who had just emerged from the bedroom. Upon spotting Daoliu, who wore a rather peculiar expression in the hall, he instantly grasped the situation. "Well? I nearly suffocated from your precious granddaughter's embrace," Mou remarked, his demeanor stiffened with lingering trepidation. Daoliu paused, taken aback. "Suffocated? Might I suggest, dear elder, that before you stir up trouble, you consider the disparity in physique and strength between her and me?" Mou retorted with disdain. "Did you truly believe I would find comfort in being held by her during slumber? Brother, with my slight build, Should she decide to be a tad unruly in the night, a mere twist would spell my end. Qian Daoliu's expression faltered, realization dawning upon him. Ah, so that is the case. Mou chose not to indulge in further trivialities, turning to head towards the restroom. Shortly after Mou's departure, Qian Rushue stealthily emerged from the bedroom, awkwardly glancing at Qian Daoliu seated in the hall. Little Snow, I understand that the pressures in Tiando City weigh heavily upon you. But surely it cannot be this severe? Qian Daoliu said with a hint of exasperation. The child's sleeping posture was never like this in his early years. Observing Mou's recent demeanor, one wonders what kind of torment he has endured. It is unfortunate that he still hopes to foster a good relationship between the two. For he believes that Mou's assertion about his past life being incompatible with Qian Rinxue is solely due to this boy's infatuation with Bibi Dong. Had it merely been a dalliance with a few young women, Qian Rinxue, with her character, would not have been overly concerned. For she would not regard those women as worthy rivals. To put it plainly, she looked down upon them, regarding them as insignificant, and thus would not be bothered by their existence. This time, however, Mou did not associate himself with Bibi Dong, which naturally eliminated the primary conflict between him and Qian Rinxue. Under such circumstances, with their remarkably similar talents and martial souls, it would not be difficult for him to bring them together. Yet, he never anticipated that his granddaughter would tarnish her image upon their first encounter. I didn't mean to. Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she fidgeted. She had never slept so soundly before. It was merely the result of being overly fatigued these past few days. Forget it. I shall refrain from meddling. Qian Daoliu sighed as he stood up and walked towards the courtyard. It seemed the childhood sweetheart plan had hit a dead end, after all, with such a debacle. Qian Rinxue's first impression on Mou was far from favorable. It appeared he would need to ponder their interests and hobbies, although it felt as if there was even less hope in that regard. After a refreshing wash and a change of clothes, Mou made his way to the courtyard. I'm hungry. Old Qian, is there anything to eat? He called out into the air. Why do you call me Grandpa? A somewhat menacing voice emerged from behind him. Mou felt a pang of guilt. Why hadn't Qian Rinxue left yet? You misheard me. I meant to say, dear esteemed offering. With that, Mou took small steps towards the entrance, thinking it best to avoid confrontation. However, he had barely moved a few meters when Qian Rinxue seized him by the nape of his neck and lifted him up. Hey, did I offend you in any way? He asked, feeling somewhat dejected. What offense? Qian Rinxue turned him around and walked to the small pavilion at the center of the courtyard. Mou had grown weary of resisting. If it were Hulina, he could rely on his flying ability to escape. But Qian Rinxue was equally adept at flight and swifter than he. Unable to win or flee, he resigned himself to his fate. Yet, contrary to his expectations of hardship, Qian Rinxue soon returned from the kitchen bearing breakfast, 2 simple bowls of lotus seed porridge. Here, she offered, handing him a bowl. Mou hesitated. You didn't tea poison this, did you? Indeed, I did, Qian Rinxue replied coolly. Oh, he accepted it with ease. Observing Mou as he bowed his head to drink the porridge, Qian Rinxue found it somewhat amusing. I poisoned it, and you're not afraid of dying? Not at all, Mou replied. Then you. I'm immune to poison, he added, courtesy of his divine martial soul, which granted him immunity to toxins and mental attacks, safeguarding him from unforeseen peril. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. Well, here I was feeling a flicker of emotion. Thinking you trusted me. Feeling disheartened by the obliviousness of this dense young man, Qian Rinxue silenced herself, lowering her head to stir the porridge with her spoon. Devoid of appetite. Did you add salt? Mou inquired. This is lotus seed porridge. It's sweet, Qian Rinxue replied, exasperated. Then why does it taste salty? Mou questioned, puzzled. Salty? Qian Rinxue paused, then tasted it herself. It's not salty. Drink more. It really is salty, he insisted. With lingering doubts, Qian Rinxue lifted her bowl and drank it all in one go. It's definitely not salty, she affirmed. Ah, it must be my tongue that is defective. Mou said, also drinking his bowl dry. It's quite delicious, thank you. Qian Rinxue was momentarily stunned. Goodness, have I been tricked? However, this deception was not entirely displeasing. Aside from her grandfather, no one had ever cared about whether she had eaten. What are you doing here again? A somewhat impatient voice from outside the courtyard pulled Qian Rinxue from her thoughts. I haven't gone to your offering hall. Why are you so nosy? Bibi Dong retorted. Qian Daoliu faltered for a moment. Then what are you here for? I made it very clear that Mou is part of the offering hall. And this is his own decision. What else do you want? I'm not here to steal anyone, Bibi Dong replied coolly. I merely came to deliver something and to apologize for scaring him earlier. With that, Bibi Dong gestured for Hulina to follow her into the hall. Just as Qian Daoliu intended to intervene, Mou emerged, followed closely by Qian Renxue. Bibi Dong cast a discreet glance at Qian Renxue, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes. However, upon sensing the aura of the six-winged angel emanating from Qian Renxue, that complexity quickly dissipated, replaced by a palpable disdain. This disdain, in turn, was noticed by Qian Renxue, causing the faint glimmer of good spirits she had just felt to vanish without a trace. Why? Why treat her this way? Qian Renxue could not comprehend. Her mother had always harbored such animosity towards her, and after her martial soul awakened, that animosity had morphed into murderous intent, nearly resulting in her demise. What are you back for? Bibi Dong asked coldly. Qian Renxue's heart tightened, and a sense of panic washed over her. As tears began to well in her sapphire eyes, just as she was about to speak, Bibi Dong interrupted. Stop. Seeing the mother and daughter on the verge of an emotional explosion, Mou hastily interjected. I can't take it anymore. This is unbearable. The quarrel between the two individuals was exceedingly distressing. If you wish to argue, please do so elsewhere. This place is my domain, declared Mou as he approached Qian Daoliu. You previously stated that this territory belongs to me. Acknowledging the look in Mou's eyes, Qian Daoliu nodded, as he too wished to avoid witnessing the profound animosity between them. The interrupted Bibi Dong chose to remain silent, taking a deep breath before pulling out Hulina from behind her. Na, please speak. Huh? Hulina, taken aback as the first to step forward, was bewildered. Didn't we agree that you would go first? And doesn't this atmosphere seem a bit inappropriate? Noticing the remnants of Hulina's panda eyes, Mou felt perplexed. Wasn't this little fox particularly concerned about her appearance? Why was she willing to wander around looking so disheveled? I'm sorry. Taking a deep breath, Hulina summoned her courage, producing a purple gift box she had concealed behind her back. She approached Mou and bowed deeply. However, in her inexperience with apologies, she misjudged the distance, causing the box to graze Mou's nose before it settled firmly against her chest. Mou, is this an apology or an act of aggression? Bibi Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment as she observed the twitching corner of Mou's eye. This was Hulina's first apology, a gesture she had rehearsed many times before a mirror. I truly regret what happened yesterday and hope you can forgive me, Hulina stated sincerely, her gaze lowered. I should not be ungrateful. If you are still angry, feel free to hit or scold me. I will not retaliate. Just Hulina timidly raised her head. Could you refrain from slapping my face? Seeing Hulina's humble demeanor up close, Mou struggled to suppress a smile. He was not genuinely angry, for he had known from the outset what Hulina was capable of. Ungrateful? No. At that moment, Hulina was not contemplating such matters in her mind. Bibi Dong's words were as authoritative as an imperial edict. She would not hesitate to follow any command, even if it meant regretting it later. From the moment she accepted the task, her thoughts were solely focused on its completion, devoid of any moral considerations. This reflects the reality of most people in this world. Or rather, this world is inherently so. Do you truly understand your mistake? Yes, Hulina replied. As long as you don't slap my face. Can I be punished elsewhere? Hulina, confused, raised her head. Where do you want to hit? Mou frowned slightly. Was she already backing out? No. Hulina, steeling herself, closed her eyes and presented her backside. Go ahead. I'm ready. Really? I'm coming. As Hulina waited nervously, the anticipated strike did not land where she had imagined. Instead, a gentle hand pressed down on her head, and a soothing soul force gradually enveloped her, causing the bruises on her face to fade away. Hulina opened her eyes in confusion, only to find Mou's small hand resting atop her head. What are you doing? Mou exhaled softly, retracting his hand. If you genuinely recognize your error and are willing to amend it, then I see no need to hold on to this matter. Otherwise, it would only serve to torment us both. Moreover, if you're merely putting on a faade, then I have no reason to cling to this issue, as in the end, I would be the only one affected by it, wasting my time. The future is long, yet fleeting. I do not wish to expend unnecessary energy on trivial matters. Therefore, I choose to forgive you. Whether you truly comprehend your mistake and will change is your concern. So, let us forget this incident. Chapter 18. The Unique Nature of Soul Rings. After Mou spoke those words, which seemed incongruous for his age, the atmosphere between Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue shifted awkwardly. Sensing this, Qian Daoliu discreetly led Hulina and Mou away, granting them some privacy. After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong was the first to break it. You have returned? The Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong, has made her entrance. Indeed, the angel god, Qian Rinshui, has also arrived. The outcome? I lost. Qian Rinshui admitted. Bibi Dong's expression was one of acceptance. As expected, Qian Rinshui paused, recognizing the futility of the question. It seems he has returned as well. Bibi Dong shifted the topic. You did not initially possess such a mindset in his past life. Moreover, his attitude towards her was distinctly cold. She had suspected this before, but hearing Mou echo words he had once advised her solidified her certainty. What do you intend to do? Qian Rinshui inquired. What can I do? Bibi Dong sighed. The rebirth of a dual soul entity may not guarantee her compliance. And furthermore, the Shura god's power counters my Rakshasa god's power. Your angel goddess influence is also significant. Even if we were to fight again, hope would be slim. If Xiaoyu is willing to inherit the sea goddess position, perhaps in the future, 3 against 1. Mother? Qian Rinshui's expression shifted, clearly taken aback. Upon seeing her long-lost daughter, Bibi Dong felt a surge of guilt. Her previous indifference replaced by a maternal warmth that had been imagined countless times in dreams. Xiao Shui, mother. Qian Rinshui's excitement was palpable. A myriad of emotions flooding her heart, and tears welled in her azure eyes. She dashed toward Bibi Dong and embraced her tightly. Bibi Dong did not resist. She embraced Qian Rinshui in return. Though they were not of the same time and space, she recognized this as her daughter. A daughter to whom she owed a lifetime of love. Is the sun rising from the west? Qian Daoliu, having led Mou and Hulina aside, felt a rush of energy as he sensed the two approaching each other, glancing over just in time to witness Qian Rinshui and Bibi Dong embracing and weeping. How should one put it? It is joyful, yet the scene feels surreal. Bibi Dong seems to have regained her senses. Hey, you shameless old fool, peeping again? Upon seeing Qian Daoliu frozen in place, Mou could easily deduce where his attention lay. After all, Bibi Dong had a history, and Qian Daoliu's concern was warranted. However, he believed that after his earlier remarks, a confrontation was unlikely, nor could there truly be a mother-daughter reconciliation. Given Bibi Dong's character, he had spent over a decade attempting to reason with her, and those few words would only serve to grant her a modicum of rationality, preventing her from acting against Qian Rinshui, but they were hardly sufficient to make her relinquish past grievances. Ahem, what are you spying on? As he observed Qian Rinshui's joy, Qian Daoliu felt elated and was too preoccupied to engage in further disputes with Mou. But how did you come to this realization? Qian Daoliu communicated telepathically. Do you think I've lived these several lifetimes in vain? Mou retorted through their mental connection. After all the inner turmoil, he ultimately recognized how futile it was to dwell on such matters. Life is fleeting. And if one allows these issues to disrupt the peace of mind, how many more days of happiness can one truly expect? If unexpected events were to occur, life would simply pass by, leaving one with a sense of regret and sorrow until death. What purpose does such stubbornness serve? To forgive others is also to liberate oneself. You are indeed magnanimous, Qian Daoliu sighed. In his previous life, Mou had been disregarded by Bibi Dong and Qian Rinshui for 2 decades. Yet he ultimately fought to the death for a mere promise to him. Moreover, he felt no resentment towards Tang San, the one who had slain him. He merely harbored a touch of disdain, with his only anger directed at the Shura god for cheating. Such composure is something even he could not achieve. In truth, had you experienced death as I have on a couple of occasions, I believe you too would attain clarity, Mou remarked. Qian Daoliu nodded, perhaps. The proximity to death can unveil many truths, yet the ability to let go and forgive varies from person to person. Some may call for violence over trivial matters. Much like Tang San, adhering to a path of destruction, they cannot endure the slightest grievance or loss, demanding everyone to submit to their whims. Mou, having lived for over a century, found it remarkable to encounter someone who genuinely practices self-discipline while extending kindness to others. The notion of recognizing one's mistakes and striving for goodness is often wielded as an excuse for self-forgiveness, while quickly shifting to condemnation when others err, mirroring the destructive path taken by Tang San. And what of the phrase that treating others well equates to treating oneself well? Such sentiments are merely an excuse, a demand placed upon others. Humanity is rife with double standards, advocating for what benefits oneself while dismissing or even vilifying the rest. It is no wonder that Mou found common ground with this young man and imparted all he could teach, not only about his angel martial soul but also due to the young man's angelic heart. Yet, this very heart, too warm, has led him to become somewhat of a scoundrel. Behind them, Hulayina observed the peculiar atmosphere between the elder and the youth, her curiosity deepening with each passing moment. Isn't the grand offering quite splendid? Why would the teacher claim he is not a good person? By the way, when do you intend to acquire your spirit ring? Suddenly, Daoliu recalled this matter. Originally, he inquired about it after Mou awakened his martial soul, but Mou replied that there was no rush and suggested waiting. He was uncertain what this young man was contemplating. Even with an innate level of 20, if one does not obtain a spirit ring, their cultivation remains constrained. Although one can continue to accumulate spirit power through persistent training during this period, the pace is exceedingly slow, rendering the effort inefficient and ultimately unworthy. This is precisely why, once sufficient soul power is attained, the soul masters of prestigious families and powerful factions prioritize the swift acquisition of suitable soul beasts for absorption. If absorbing soul rings were not essential and continuous cultivation could enhance the quality of soul power, then why do the soul masters of the Spirit Hall not pursue this approach? The Spirit Hall, with its millennia of legacy, has undoubtedly explored countless methodologies over time. The prevailing cultivation methods that endure today speak volumes about this. Any time would suffice, Mou remarked. These past few days, I have been contemplating the limits of my potential. Previously, I utilized 4,000 years for my first soul ring and 8,000 for my second. Although that nearly brought me to my demise, here I stand, alive and well. Thus, I initially considered testing whether I could leap directly to a 10,000-year soul ring for my first. Would it be feasible? Daoliu was momentarily taken aback. Good heavens, are you seeking to court death? Yet, before he could elaborate further, Mou continued, however, I have come to realize that it is unnecessary. If my aim were merely to extract additional energy from the soul rings, my current physique is far too fragile to warrant the reckless risk of absorbing a soul ring beyond its recommended age. It suffices as it is. And attempting to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring with my present body would likely result in catastrophic failure. Furthermore, as one progresses in cultivation, the effectiveness of the soul rings diminishes, particularly after reaching level 95, where it becomes a contest of innate talent, rendering the impact of early soul rings almost negligible. Of course, the most pivotal point is that, unlike you all, the strength of the soul skills my martial soul acquires upon obtaining soul rings bears little correlation to the age of the rings. Their primary function is merely to assist in enhancing my soul power, which results in high-aged soul rings offering minimal augmentation during the initial stages. Daoliu was momentarily taken aback. Unrelated to the age of the soul rings? How is this possible? The essence of soul skills lies in utilizing one's own soul power to harness the energy within the soul rings, allowing them to operate in a specific manner, thereby releasing soul skills. Consequently, the higher the age of the soul ring, the more potent the energy contained within it, and the more formidable the soul skills that can be unleashed. Does the strength of Mou's soul skills have no relation to the age of the soul rings? What principle governs this? At least, this holds true for the first 6 soul rings, Mou stated. In my previous life, my first 6 soul rings absorbed light, thunder, fire, wind, earth, and ice attributes, granting me immunity to elemental attacks of these attributes. The power of the first 6 soul skills entirely depended on the amount of soul power I exerted, rather than a percentage of soul power consumption. I see. Daoliu nodded. Mou's divine angel martial soul is indeed exceptional, differing entirely from the common martial souls of Douluo Continent. With both the soul rings and soul skills being unique, what attributes do you intend to acquire with your current 2 soul rings? Daoliu inquired. Mou, having once reached the pinnacle of limit, Douluo possesses his own cultivation path, requiring no further elaboration, for no one understands his martial soul better than he does. Naturally, I aim to first acquire light and fire attributes, Mou replied. Why? Daoliu asked, somewhat intrigued. Your granddaughter inherently possesses light and fire damage. Should I not immunize myself against these 2 first? Mou stated matter-of-factly. Daoliu paused momentarily. My goodness, how many times has Xiao Shui cut you? Chapter 19. A Gift. Meanwhile, after satisfying Qian, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong was compelled to go offline, as she was currently being forcibly disconnected. Forget about what just transpired, Bibi Dong said coldly. She was bewildered by the antics of the Rakshasa god and was unaware of what future events transpired that could cause another version of herself to let go of the past. But she, herself, could not. At least, she was not yet ready to accept the existence of Qian. Having been satisfied, Qian observed the current cold demeanor of Bibi Dong, devoid of the previous resistance. Since her future mother could accept her, she could certainly wait. Although the future version of herself was still reluctant to disclose to her mother why she harbored such aversion towards her. The fact that they could reconcile in the future gave her hope that she could as well. Stop smiling. Upon witnessing Qian Rinxue's blushing and silly grin, Bibi Dong felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She did not wish to treat Qian Rinxue in such a manner. After all, she was her daughter, a piece of flesh from her own body. However, every time she saw her, every time she sensed that nauseating angelic aura emanating from her, she was reminded of that beast, Qian Xuanji, that beast who had ruined her life. This renders her utterly unable to accept the existence of Qian Rinxue. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Observing Qian Rinxue, whose face was flushed with a hint of springtime allure, Mou momentarily wondered if the girl had accidentally consumed some aphrodisiac. What did you say? Qian Rinxue, with a playful smile, approached Mou and pulled him into her embrace, playfully pinching his cherubic cheeks. I said, dear sister, you are truly beautiful. Despite his inner turmoil, Mou refrained from harsh words, for he felt akin to a charming ragdoll cat in her presence, entirely at her mercy. At that moment, he comprehended how astounding it was that his former ragdoll cat had patiently endured his constant cuddling without retaliating. How annoying, given your blatant reality. I shall let you off the hook today. In a splendid mood, Qian Rinxue chose not to hold a grudge against Mou. After giving his rosy cheek a final pinch, she set him down. Mou wearily wiped the drool from his face. Indeed, regardless of gender, everyone is captivated by beauty. This woman is particularly unrestrained when it comes to attractive children. What now? Lost in thought, Mou inadvertently found himself scooped up from behind once more. However, this scent was not from Qian Rinxue but rather from Hu Laina. I thought you didn't allow anyone to touch you. As she spoke, Hu Laina nuzzled against Mou's face, just as Qian Rinxue had done moments ago. Damn, women, are you not tired of this? Under the weight of their physical superiority, the petite Mou, standing at merely 1.3 meters tall, had no means of resistance against the towering Hu Laina. What's the matter? Let me have a feel. It won't cost you any flesh. Having discerned Mou's good-natured temperament, Hu Laina gradually grew bolder. Initially, she had assumed he was a cold and unapproachable child. Yet his previous demeanor suggested he was quite amiable. Do not push me. Mou, subjected to their relentless teasing, resembled a kitten on the verge of irritation. Fine, fine. You're so stingy. With a reluctant pout, Hu Laina finally set Mou back on the ground. The reason for her reluctance stemmed from the fact that Mou seemed entirely unaffected by the allure of her awakened martial soul. Furthermore, he was rather entertaining, often dispensing profound insights, yet also displaying a playful side far more genuine than the pretentiousness found in the Martial Soul Academy. However, after Hu Laina had taken her turn, Qian Rinxue's previously rosy complexion began to darken. Mou was her child husband. Her right to pinch him was unquestionable, yet this little fox dared to do the same? With this thought in mind, Qian Rinxue approached Mou once more, intent on claiming him back, to let the little fox know that he belonged to her. Yet this time, Mou was prepared. Seeing Qian Rinxue drawing near, he hesitated not for an instant, activating his martial soul, turning, and with a powerful push, he made his escape. Old Qian, control your granddaughter. Bang! In his haste to evade Qian Rinxue, Mou failed to notice Bibi Dong standing behind him, and he collided directly into her embrace. Qian Rinxue. Oh no, Mou is in for a real scolding. Hu Laina. Oh no, the teacher will be furious. Mou shared their sentiments. Upon catching a whiff of the familiar scent, he stiffened and looked up, realizing that he was in a predicament. Oh no, he was currently in the form of his martial soul. Bibi Dong, recognizing the angelic martial soul on the verge of madness, felt a surge of concern. Damn it, old Qian, where have you been? Return at once. I am in danger. Bibi Dong remained silent, her expression cold as she observed the white wings sprouting behind Mou, a manifestation of his martial soul. Unlike the six-winged angel martial soul unique to the Qian family, Mou's appeared as a two-winged angel, exuding a presence that bore no resemblance to the warmth and compassion characteristic of the six-winged angel. Instead, it radiated indifference and a veiled fury. It seems the future she spoke of was indeed accurate. Mou's angelic martial soul is fundamentally different from that of the Qian family. With this understanding, Bibi Dong's expression softened. As long as it bore no connection to the Qian family, all was well. Thank you for carrying me back to the papal palace earlier, Mou Xiaoyu. Mou, who had prepared to lie in bed for half a month, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure upon seeing Bibi Dong's gentler demeanor. Oh, no need for thanks. It was nothing, truly. It seems Bibi Dong still possesses her wits, recognizing that his angelic martial soul is indeed unique. As Mou relaxed, Bibi Dong produced a purple crystal ring, explaining, "This is a storage soul tool, with 30 cubic meters of storage space. Within it, there is a special compartment for living beings. I have placed some daily necessities and a few self-defense items inside as a token of gratitude." Without waiting for Mou to refuse, Bibi Dong took his right hand and slid the ring onto his index finger, where it automatically snugged into place, impossible to remove. "Do not decline, otherwise you will offend me," Bibi Dong whispered into Mou's ear. "Do you wish to see what happens when you offend the Pope?" "Ah, thank you, big sister." Mou, floating in the air, felt a bit awkward. The gift was inconsequential, but he truly wished to avoid any trouble with Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong paused for a moment. "Big sister? That address is acceptable. Can you also forgive me for frightening you earlier?" Bibi Dong inquired. "Frighten me?" Mou, having retracted his martial soul, stood firmly on the ground, displaying a puzzled expression. "When was that?" It's nothing. Let us just forget about it." Bibi Dong gently patted Mou's head. "Oh," Mou paid little mind to it, as he now felt two intensely heated gazes directed at him from behind. "Hulaina, my storage soul tool, is only 10 cubic meters. His is 30 cubic meters, and it can store living beings. This favoritism is utterly outrageous. Qian Ringshu, I haven't received anything at all. Little you, I have arranged everything regarding the offering hall. Now let us go hunt." Upon returning, Daoliu was taken aback at the sight of Mou being flanked by both Qian Ringshu and Hulaina. "What is going on?" Mou, "Just a single soul tool. And my predicament has worsened." "How lofty." "Indeed, it is quite lofty." Chapter 20, Camping Out. 3 hours later, high above, not far from the Douluo forest. As Mou opted to absorb the light and fire attribute soul rings first, the fire attribute was manageable. Yet light attribute soul beasts were a rarity across the Douluo Continent. Although they could be found in the Martial Soul Hall's exclusive hunting grounds, they were rather ordinary. Thus, the Douluo forest, the largest gathering of soul beasts, naturally became the prime choice. "Why are you following me?" Just as they were about to reach the Douluo forest, Daoliu, who was flying swiftly with Mou and Qian Ringshu, came to a halt. Glancing back at Bibi Dong with a hint of exasperation. Although his speed as a limit, Douluo was far beyond Bibi Dong's capability to keep up. He had slowed down considering Qian Ringshu. "Is it not permissible for me to be curious about the capabilities of a divine martial soul at innate level 20? Bibi Dong retorted. Having finally caught up, the wretched old hag, does she fly so swiftly, as if hastening to her next life? With great effort. She barely caught a glimpse of a shadow. Had it not been for the Rakshasa god aiding her with divine power, she would have been unable to keep pace. You wouldn't be contemplating treachery, would you? Daoliu inquired skeptically. To be honest, he harbored no confidence in Bibi Dong's character. After all, she had once expressed interest in a godly martial soul of innate level 20, just as Qian Rinshua had before, yet there was no sign of curiosity back then. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly. Do I appear to be that kind of person? Indeed. They echoed in unison. Even Qian Rinshua could not lie with her eyes wide open. Her mother was indeed capable of such deeds. Faced with such a unanimous sentiment, Bibi Dong's expression faltered. Had her reputation become so deeply entrenched in their minds? You, an extreme Douluo, are concerned about my methods? Bibi Dong, too weary to argue, acknowledged that Mou was also a reincarnate. He was well aware of her character, rendering any pretense unnecessary. As for Qian Rinshua and Daoliu, she had a history with them. You had best behave yourself. Considering his granddaughter's feelings, Daoliu opted to concede. At worst, he would simply need to be more vigilant later on. He did not believe Bibi Dong would dare to act recklessly under his watch. If previously he had only cared about Qian Rinshua inheriting the divine position, now, aware of the dismal fate awaiting the spirit hall, he placed immense hope in Mou, the only one capable of altering the current situation, as he had no other options. The angel god had long since fallen, leaving behind only a fragment of divine consciousness for the inheritance of the divine position. Likewise, the Rakshasa god on Bibi Dong's side had also perished. Yet on Tang San's end, there remained a living god king. To secure victory in the impending divine battles, one could only place their hopes on Mou, the individual with the highest innate talent. Before long, Daoliu guided Mou to the edge of the mixed zone in the Douluo forest. The outer circle was home to 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, while the inner mixed zone primarily housed 10,000-year soul beasts, with some thousand-year soul beasts possessing comparable strength. The thousand-year soul ring MOU sought could be most easily found in this transitional area, amidst the dense forest. Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong took on the role of guardians, while MOU and Qian Rinxue strolled leisurely in between. Speaking of which, once your martial soul acquires the corresponding element's soul ring, you gain immunity to that element. Why not seek multi-attribute soul beasts? Qian Daoliu inquired telepathically. A good thought. But alas, it is not feasible, MOU replied, shaking his head. In my previous life, I attempted it. But absorbing a soul ring with impure attributes only grants immunity to the strongest attribute. If such a loophole were viable, wouldn't I achieve immunity to all attributes? I see. Qian Daoliu nodded. It seemed reasonable that godly martial souls would have such restrictions. After all, without limitations, one could artificially cultivate multi-attribute hybrid soul beasts. Even if those soul beasts were weak, they would still be formidable in the face of elemental immunity. Light attribute soul beasts are quite rare. We may need to exert more effort, Qian Daoliu remarked while walking ahead, subtly suggesting to Bibi Dong that it might be prudent for her to return to Spirit City and resume her duties. Bibi Dong, naturally discerning his unspoken message, chose to ignore it. After all, she had been tirelessly occupied for so long. What harm was there in taking a moment to rest, especially in recent years? After managing the Pope's affairs, she had been preoccupied with finding suitable soul rings for her second martial soul and entering the Rakshasa's secret realm for cultivation. She was utterly exhausted and relished this rare opportunity to relax. Seeing Bibi Dong's lack of response, Qian Daoliu refrained from pressing the issue further. He had already arranged matters concerning the Hall of Offerings, and even if it took 10 days or half a month, it mattered not. This pace would allow Qian Rinxue and MOU to bond further. Before long, the sky began to darken. And then the group faced an awkward predicament. Where would they stay? Due to their hasty departure, Qian Daoliu had not prepared for such necessities. Or perhaps he simply deemed them unnecessary, as, if he traveled at full speed, he could return to Spirit City within an hour, negating any need for lodging. Thus, Qian Daoliu, who had not ventured outside for decades, completely overlooked the matter of outdoor equipment. You truly are unreliable, MOU remarked, voicing his discontent. As the eldest among us, you have prepared nothing. Qian Daoliu felt somewhat embarrassed, clearing his throat. How about we head back for now and return tomorrow? Indeed. He was rather careless. Having previously witnessed Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue in an embrace, he assumed they had reached an understanding. However, when they reappeared, their demeanor had reverted to its former state, leaving him in a state of confusion and distraction, causing him to forget such matters entirely. MOU shook his head, conceding, "It's quite all right. Camping outdoors is nothing new to me, as I have often spent nights on the streets." He turned his gaze towards Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. Indifferent to the situation, yet aware that these two might hold different sentiments. "It's nothing. If we must camp out, so be it," Qian Rinxue declared, displaying her resilience. "And what of you, the Pope?" MOU inquired, looking at Bibi Dong. "You needn't concern yourselves with me," she replied, stepping aside to a flat area, waving her hand to clear away the surrounding weeds and thorns. From her soul guide, she retrieved a lavish camping tent she had prepared in advance and began to set it up for herself. MOU and Qian Rinxue observed her actions. Even Qian Rinxue now considered her grandfather utterly unreliable. "Sister Pope, do you require assistance?" The anxious MOU, not wishing to sleep outdoors, approached with eagerness. It was manageable to endure hardship without conditions, but willingly seeking out suffering when one has options is sheer foolishness. He was certainly no fool. MOU grasped a corner of the tent, looking earnestly at Bibi Dong. "I can set up a tent." Bibi Dong remained silent, gently kicking the tent she had just fixed to the ground. In the next moment, the framework of the tent slowly rose, and within 10 seconds, a luxurious camping tent was fully formed. MOU exclaimed, "What the? High-tech?" Chapter 21. Is it important? Gazing at this self-sufficient marvel of technology, MOU wisely stepped aside. The Pope truly lived in extravagance. Even the tent was a supreme soul tool. However, he had spent 20 years in the Pope's palace in his previous life without ever encountering such a creation. Bibi Dong lifted MOU from behind. "What are you doing?" MOU inquired, puzzled. "Aren't you going inside?" Bibi Dong gestured toward the tent she had just erected. MOU shook his head, saying, "No need. I prefer to stay outside." "Why?" Bibi Dong questioned, unable to comprehend MOU's sudden despondency. MOU struggled lightly before landing on the ground. "It's nothing. I just want to breathe some fresh air." With that, MOU flapped his little wings and sought out a decently shaped tree. Qian Rinxue hesitated, although she wished to sleep beside her mother. She knew the other party would surely refuse. Thus, she decided it best to avoid any unpleasantness here. Shaking her head, Qian Rinxue flew to perch on the trunk beside Mou. Qian Daoliu said nothing, silently finding a nearby tree to lean against. The last time he had slept like this in the Star Doe forest was decades ago. In the blink of an eye, half a lifetime had passed. Feeling increasingly out of place, Bibi Dong refrained from further discussion and entered her tent. What did you mean when you said you used to sleep on the streets? Qian Rinxue, lying on the tree trunk and gazing at the stars, asked curiously. Mou rested his head on his arms, eyes closed. It's nothing. For the past 2 years, I've been wandering outside. Until half a year ago, I was captured by the soul masters of the Spirit Hall while fishing by a river, confirmed my orphan status, and was taken back to the orphanage in Spirit City. Back then, when I was thirsty, I drank dew. When I was hungry, I foraged for bird eggs, occasionally mingling with the locals for food. Life was quite good. At first, he had no idea he had traversed to the Douluo Continent. As the villages he roamed lacked soul masters, and the villagers' martial souls were mostly tools like sickles and hoes. Moreover, his limited interaction with the villagers prevented him from noticing the existence of martial souls, aside from the occasional rooster that chased him. He initially believed he had simply entered a medieval fantasy world, even dreaming for a time of being a traveling adventurer. It wasn't until half a year ago, while he was roasting fish by a small river, that he encountered a group of soul masters from Spirit City. After a brief inquiry and confirming his orphan status, one of the older men took him in. Thus, the era of the wandering adventurer came to an end. Given his aimless travels, he would have eventually reached a city near Spirit City, gathered information, awakened his six-winged angel martial soul, and been sought out by Qian Daoliu. After all, there was no escaping his angelic martial soul, who in Douluo Continent did not recognize angels as symbols of the Spirit Hall. With this martial soul, his faction was predetermined. Reflecting on it now, he realized he was fortunate not to have stumbled near any major sections. Had he awakened his angel martial soul in the presence of sects opposed to the Spirit Hall, such as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he might have met a tragic end on the spot. You mean to say you wandered for 2 years? Qian Rinxue hesitated. Mou was only 6 years old, having arrived in Spirit City half a year ago, which meant he had been alone outside since he was just over 3 years old. Pretty much. Why? Mou replied. His physical condition was quite remarkable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have managed to roam freely. The villages he stayed in, while devoid of soul beasts, still had fierce domestic fowl because of the presence of soul power. He recalled that at just over 3 years old, he had nearly lost a fight with a chicken. Moreover, he could absorb a 4,000-year soul ring for his first soul ring. Although the healing abilities inherent to his angel martial soul aided him, his own physical prowess was crucial. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated before he could heal. After awakening his martial soul, his current physical strength surpassed that of Hulina, a powerful soul master, likely matching that of a soul venerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved overwhelming victory in previous skirmishes with the little fox. And your family? Qian Rinxue hesitated. None. Mou replied candidly. Since I can remember, I've only lain among ruins. I have no idea what transpired there. I don't recall anything from before. Perhaps I encountered a soul beast attack or an evil soul master. Interestingly, he had never been curious about his origins, as no one had ever inquired. He had come to believe that he simply woke up as the 3-year-old child that he was. There was a possibility that the original owner of this body had met an unfortunate end in some accident, allowing him to occupy a dead man's body. He had even felt fortunate that he had taken over a deceased person's body, carrying no psychological burden. However, after awakening the divine-level angel martial soul, he dismissed the notion of occupying another's body, for a martial soul inherited by blood could not originate from such a dilapidated village. Qian Daoliu had also tested this out of curiosity and confirmed that Mou bore no bloodline of the Qian family. I'm sorry, Qian Rinxue expressed regretfully. It's fine. I don't remember anything from before. If I forget, so be it, Mou replied calmly. At least I'm alive, able to breathe, run, and enjoy delicious food, rather than being a cold, decaying corpse. To live again is fortunate enough. What more could I ask for? However, you are the first person to ask me these questions. Mou remarked. Previously, no one had ever inquired. The teachers at the orphanage likely wished to spare them the pain of recalling sorrowful pasts, thus never asking, only encouraging them. As for his previous life, no one had cared, not even himself. He lived without burdens, focused on the present, only considering tomorrow. for the past was unchangeable. Qian Rinxue fell into silence, communicating with another version of herself in her mind, but that version too had become quiet. Clearly, she had never cared about such matters. Upon reflection, it seemed she had never truly cared for Mou, nor had she previously considered whether to care for him. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Bibi Dong, eavesdropping with her extraordinary hearing as a titled Douluo, also sank into silence. In the realm of the mind, she scoffed at the supposed importance of this individual. Is this what you consider significant? Is this it? You've shown no concern, no care, and have hardly fulfilled the duties of a teacher. How can you dare to claim that this Mou is important? She did not perceive any semblance of significance. This importance paled in comparison to her disdain for her daughter, Qian Rinxue. Although she feigned indifference towards Qian Rinxue, she still occasionally conducted discreet inquiries into her daughter's circumstances in Heaven-Do City. As for this so-called future self, she scoffed. Speaking of importance while taking no action, was she merely indulging herself in self-pity? Bibi Dong continued to express her disdain. You are not much better. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong frowned. At least I am not indulging in self-pity like you, which is quite revolting, she retorted. And what of you, Xiaojiang? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong countered. Are you not also indulging yourself over that useless coward? Do you think he cares about your madness? I forbid you to speak of him. Bibi Dong's expression turned cold. Huh. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong revealed a look of pity. Do not speak of me. Perhaps you should reflect on yourself first. Speaking of which, Xiaoyu, what path do you intend to pursue? A focus on offensive power or control? The atmosphere between the two appeared somewhat heavy, prompting Qian Daoliu to intervene, seeking to alleviate the tension. Mou turned to face Qian Daoliu beneath the tree. Me? I shall pursue all systems. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. All systems? Yes, aside from the innate food system, I can excel in any other aspect, Mou replied. As for offensive and agility systems, they are straightforward. I also possess healing abilities, and my martial soul comes with innate skills. Once I absorb a soul ring of ice or earth attributes, controlling, assisting, or defending will be effortless. Wouldn't that be too scattered? Qian Rinxue expressed her concerns. If one practices multiple systems, it might lead to mediocre performance in all, such as insufficient damage, control, or speed. Not at all. Mou shook her head. I can manage. Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow, about to argue, when the angel god Qian Rinxue interrupted her thoughts. He indeed accomplished it, developing in all aspects. And each was impeccable. Are you certain? Qian Rinxue clearly held doubts regarding this assertion. Absolutely, the angel god Qian Rinxue's expression turned nostalgic. You should comprehend the chasm between a super Douluo at level 98 and a limit Douluo at level 99, to put it bluntly. A limit Douluo could defeat a level 98 Douluo with a mere swipe of the hand. Qian Rinxue nodded, recalling her grandfather's words about this. The disparity between level 99 and level 98, although seemingly just a single rank apart, represented an insurmountable divide. A limit Douluo at level 99 is the pinnacle of humanity, nearly a step away from divinity. Yet, he had triumphed against her grandfather at level 98, the angel god Qian Rinxue stated solemnly. Qian Rinxue was stunned. You jest? A level 98 defeating a level 99? What does that even imply? It was akin to a super Douluo's full force strike failing to slay a mere soul master. Absurd. It is true, the angel god, Qian Rinxue affirmed. At that time, I was undergoing the divine examination, and he had just reached level 98. However, he had to leave for a while due to certain matters, and before departing, he fought my grandfather in the Hall of Offerings. I witnessed it firsthand. Both exerted their full strength for nearly 3 hours, and in the end, my grandfather lost. Though Mou claimed it was a narrow victory. My grandfather later confided that had Mou not restrained her final blow, he might have perished before he could even summon his divine power. Then why does he not possess a divine position? Qian Rinxue pondered aloud, having long sought the answer to this question. In the future as described by her, Mou was undoubtedly a peerless genius, reaching the limits of Douluo at merely 26 without relying on the divine examination. Yet, if he was so formidable, why did he not possess a divine position? The Tang San, who would eventually bring about the downfall of the Spirit Hall, was merely a naturally full soul power user with twin martial souls, much like her mother. Why then could he receive dual divine inheritances? Was this reasonable? Wasn't the divine examination based on talent? I too wish to understand this question. The angel god Qian Rinxue closed her eyes. She too found it perplexing why Mou lacked a divine position. Clearly, compared to him, those of them who ascended to divinity, including those from Tang San's side, were utterly surpassed, Yet they all possessed divine position inheritances. Tang San even had dual divine positions, while Mou had none. This was utterly illogical. You praise him so highly. Yet how is it he has not ascended to divinity? Bibi Dong shared this same confusion. The precondition for the divine examination is talent. How could someone as exceptional as Mou not even undergo the divine examination? Are the gods of the divine realm blind? I also wish to know this. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong shrugged. Initially, when witnessing his rapid ascension through the title Douluo ranks, I assumed he had also acquired divine examinations, but later discovered he had not. He vanished for several years. I thought he was undergoing the divine examination. However, when he reappeared at Jialing Pass, he was still immortal, devoid of divine power or any trace of divine examination. The fact that Mou did not receive divine examination inheritance baffled her, leaving her uncertain as to what the divine position inheritance was based on. The girl from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the food system child could summon the goddess of 9 colors and the god of food to resurrect them. Why was that? According to the information left by the Rakshasa god, the deities of the divine realm were not allowed to interfere with mortal affairs. Why then did the Shura god and Sea god descend personally? Why did the god of food and goddess of 9 colors intervene? All for the sake of resurrecting the Tang San, whom she had crushed. She had thought herself victorious after slaying Tang San, only to find that he had obtained dual divine positions. The Shura god, no less. This was truly incomprehensible. Regardless, do not fret over his cultivation issues. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong advised. Currently, he is also reborn, and unlike me and Xiao Shui, who share a dual soul, he possesses only one consciousness. Perhaps it is due to his unique martial soul. After all, that entity has instilled in me a profound sense of threat since my ascension. What sound is that? Sensing an unusual vibration, Bibi Dong hurriedly exited the tent. Qian Daoliu gazed toward the core circle's position. It seems to be a beast tide. Something is amiss. Why would the Star Do Forest suddenly unleash a beast tide? He did not sense the presence of a super Daoliu, implying that no hidden elder was hunting 10,000-year soul beasts, inciting the fury of the ferocious beasts in the core circle. The beast tide is peculiar. Xiao Shui Xiaoyu. Prepare to depart. Qian Daoliu's expression grew grave as he sensed the aura of the ferocious beasts. Were they not supposed to be in slumber? How could they awaken so suddenly? The forest, which should have been enveloped in silence by night, began to stir with the tumult of the soul beast roars and growls, accompanied by the thunderous sound of approaching footsteps. Realizing the imminent arrival of the beast tide, Qian Daoliu had no time to ponder further. He swiftly lifted Qian Rinxue and Mou into the air. Bibi Dong, let us hasten. As soon as he spoke, Qian Daoliu soared towards the periphery of the Star Do Forest, with Bibi Dong promptly following suit. The beast tide is no trifling matter. According to the records in the scriptures of the Spirit Hall, within the very heart of the Star Do Forest, there exists a presence of soul beasts exceeding 100,000 years in age, referred to by the predecessors of the Spirit Hall as ferocious beasts. Among these ferocious entities are those capable of contending with limit Douluo. Roar. Humans. Halt. Chapter 23, Conflict. With a thunderous roar, several colossal figures descended from the sky, blocking the path of Qian Daoliu and his companions. One towering bear, surpassing 30 meters in height, possessed a physique even grander than that of the Titan giant ape, emanating a dark golden radiance. A fearsome creature with 3 heads, resembling a lion yet more akin to a dog, appeared, each head boasting a diameter exceeding 1 meter, with sharp, massive teeth exuding a lethal threat. Finally, positioned in the center was a black dragon, larger than the bear, adorned with wings and covered in black scales, its golden eyes gleaming with intensity. Upon encountering these old acquaintances, Mou was seized by an ominous premonition. Indeed, the next instant, an exceedingly terrifying cold wave surged forth, encasing the forest within a radius of several hundred meters in ice, as an indistinct and elusive figure emerged behind the black dragon. Ferocious beasts? Qian Daoliu tensed, his expression grave. Millennia ago, the ancestors of the Spirit Hall ventured into the core region of the Star Do Forest. That ancestor was also a limit Douluo. Yet he encountered a formidable black dragon in that core area, engaging in a fierce battle with no clear victor. Since then, an unwritten rule had been established within the worship hall, prohibiting Super Douluo from personally hunting the 100,000-year soul beasts within the core area of the Star Do Forest, as this could incite the wrath of the ferocious beasts, potentially triggering a beast tide that would threaten the entire continent. This is precisely why, despite the presence of 10,000-year soul beasts in the Starry Forest, The 6 supreme Douluo of the worship hall, and even one extreme Douluo, have never undertaken any hunting expeditions for these formidable creatures. It is not merely that, upon reaching the pinnacle of Douluo, one loses interest in soul rings and bones. More crucially, such actions are impermissible. We have no intention of igniting hostilities, declared the Black Dragon, a figure of authority. What do you imply by that? Inquired Qian Daoliu, surveying the ferocious beasts surrounding him. Should he find himself alone, he might have the opportunity to flee. However, with Mou and Qian Rinxue as burdens, escape seemed improbable. Furthermore, Bibi Dong's previous self-inflicted injuries had yet to heal, and even the weakest of the three-headed beast might prove a challenge for her. The imposing Black Dragon likely required the power of the angel god to contend with, and the figure radiating an aura of ice behind it was not dissimilar in strength. Hand over that child to us, and you may depart, asserted the Black Dragon, raising a massive claw to indicate Mou, sheltered behind Qian Daoliu. Absolutely not. Qian Rinxue interjected before Qian Daoliu could respond. The eternal struggle between humans and soul beasts leaves no room for mercy. If Mou fell into the clutches of these beasts, would he have any chance of survival? What purpose do you have for a mere child? Qian Daoliu did not answer directly, yet it was evident he would not acquiesce. Of use to us, but irrelevant to you, the Black Dragon, known as Qian, replied tersely. What are you wasting words on? Just seize him, exclaimed the temperamental Xiong-jun, the dark golden bear. Silence, Qian grunted, unleashing a terrifying aura as the golden-eyed Black Dragon King. Xiong-jun immediately fell silent, unwilling to provoke wrath. I have no desire for conflict. But you must surrender that human, Qian insisted. Then there is nothing to discuss. Qian Daoliu's gaze sharpened, secretly channeling the power of the angel god. He could not possibly relinquish the future hope of the spirit hall. Wait. A figure cloaked in ice-blue mist floated forward, revealing a human visage with cascading white hair and ethereal azure eyes that seemed to penetrate the very fabric of reality. Her flawless form, clad in a simple white gown devoid of adornment, radiated purity and grace, reminiscent of a delicate winter flower. She was the Snow Empress, the strongest from the far north. I assure you, we will not harm him, she spoke softly. I find your assurances untrustworthy. Qian Daoliu was already prepared for battle, having discreetly notified the golden crocodile in the worship hall to summon reinforcements. With the 7 offerings of the spirit hall, he had faith they could prevail. As tensions escalated and neither side showed willingness to yield, Mou, hidden behind Qian Daoliu, grew increasingly anxious at the sight of the Snow Empress. With her presence, the Ice Emperor would surely follow. If he was correct in his assumptions, both had also been reborn, considering he had perished alongside them in a previous life. Old Qian, do not engage. After a moment's hesitation, Mou stepped forward. I will go with them. He must bear the consequences of his actions. In his past life, he had underestimated Tang San, believing his innate level 20 and divine angel martial soul would easily allow him to ascend to godhood. It was only after failing to inherit the Shurigod position in the City of Slaughter that he began to regard Tang San as a threat, prior to which he had solely focused on his own development. During the Soul King phase, he ventured to the far north, attempting to persuade the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress to offer him sacrifices, knowing they could not survive the forthcoming tribulation, despite his extraordinary talent and rapid cultivation speed, which even the Snow Empress acknowledged. They remained determined to pursue their own paths to divinity. Eventually, an unexpected turn of events led to the Ice Emperor's tribulation being inadvertently triggered, allowing him to absorb her soul ring and preserve her consciousness in his spiritual realm. The Snow Empress had willingly entered a similar fate. However, he had promised to help them ascend to the divine realm. Yet the outcome had been far from what he had envisioned. To be candid, he felt he had repaid his debt to Qian Daoliu with his final self-explosion, and he owed nothing to Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue. Yet with the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress, he felt genuine shame. Initially, he had no intention of provoking them. He intended to wait until he could potentially inherit the Sea Goddess position before seeking them out. No. Qian Daoliu intercepted Mou, communicating telepathically. What if they intend to eliminate you, the gifted human? Given your talents, acquiring soul rings will inevitably require hunting 10,000-year soul beasts. And the enmity between humans and soul beasts is irreconcilable. If you accompany them, will you have any chance of survival? Mou shook his head, reassured. If they truly wish to act against me, you cannot stop them. While Qian Daoliu's full power rivaled that of a demigod, it was limited. They were not in Spirit City, and contacting the angel god's power would take time. During that period, Qian and the Snow Empress would be a formidable threat. Moreover, the rest of Qian's group had yet to arrive. If a conflict erupted, Qian Daoliu could not protect them all. Thus, engaging in battle seemed unnecessary. Then let us depart, the Snow Empress declared, gliding toward Mou. With Mou having made his decision, Qian Daoliu refrained from further protest. Recognizing his inability to confront so many formidable beasts simultaneously, I hope you will honor your promise. Qian Daoliu intently regarded the Snow Empress. Should any misfortune befall him? Do not doubt the power of the 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall. If anything were to happen to Mou, facing the Shura God would be insurmountable for Qian Renque and Bibi Dong. The annihilation of the Spirit Hall was inevitable, as was the fall of the Angel God and the collapse of faith in the Angel God. Should such a future arise, he, as the Angel God's offering, might be driven to madness. After all, if death is certain, an earlier demise holds little consequence. He would exert all his strength. While he may not match the Black Dragon, the other beasts were within reach. Sensing Qian Daoliu's underlying threat, the Snow Empress remained silent, grasping Mou's hand and turning toward the core region. Qian and his companions remained stationary, locked in a standoff with Qian Daoliu. In truth, Qian harbored no certainty of subduing this offering to the Angel God. If it came to blows, he and this extreme Douluo-wielding Angel God power would likely perish together, leaving Xiong and Qi Wang as mere fodder. Xiong, Qi Wang, is that how you extend politeness? Meanwhile, the Snow Empress, leading Mou toward the core region, halted as they neared the Lake of Life. Do you remember me? She asked, observing Mou's averted gaze. It was a question, yet the answer was already clear. I apologize. After much hesitation, Mou could only utter these 2 words. I'm sorry. What is there to apologize for? The Snow Empress crouched before Mou, her icy demeanor melting away to reveal a sweet smile. I promised to help you ascend to the divine realm, but I am truly sorry. Mou felt utterly ashamed and had no words to express his feelings. The Snow Empress gently cradled Mou's small head, their gazes locking. But we willingly chose to accompany you to death. In the final moments of the divine war, Tang Sen achieved the dual divine status, and by then, Mou had already witnessed the impending defeat of the Angel God and the Rakshasa God. Yet, bound by an agreement with Qian Daoliu to assist, Mou, aware that he was targeted by the Rakshasa God and could not inherit a divine position, attempted to forcibly remove the 8th and 9th soul rings created by the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, entrusting them along with their consciousness to the Silver Dragon King. However, they refused. Had Mou truly removed the 8th and 9th soul rings, he would likely have lost even the chance to perish alongside the Rakshasa God. Thus, it was their own choice. But it was indeed my fault, Mou could not deny. He had overestimated himself, initially dismissing Tang San, thinking that he merely needed to focus on training before claiming the Rakshasa position in the City of Slaughter. Yet, the Rakshasa God ignored him. Subsequently, he ventured to Sea God Island, as Tang San's divine trial was yet incomplete, but the Sea God also disregarded him. Later on, seeking to forcibly break through to become a god, he arrived at the Star Doe Forest, seeking a transaction with the Silver Dragon King, relying on his martial soul's healing abilities. However, the answer he received was that he lacked the faith power of the Sea God and Angel God, and the elemental origins of the Fire God and Wind God. To forcibly ascend, he would need to shatter all 9 soul rings, integrating their energy into his body, an audacious gamble. Moreover, achieving divinity through such means not only bore a dismal success rate, but the level of divine rank post-ascension remained uncertain. With a stroke of fortune, he might encounter unclaimed divine energy during the process, possibly reaching the status of a divine king. Yet the highest likelihood was being swept away by the currents of time and space, leaving him soulless. If it were solely his gamble, he would have taken the risk, as it could not worsen. However, with the Ice Empress and Snow Empress sharing existence with him, he could not stake their lives on such a precarious venture. But we were fortunate. We did not truly perish. The Snow Empress gently embraced the remorseful Mou. She bore no resentment, nor did the Ice Empress. From the moment they chose to coexist with Mou, they had already accepted the possibility of life and death together. Regardless of whether Mou chose to forcibly break through or self-destruct, they would stand by him. Moreover, our rebirth is largely thanks to you, the Snow Empress declared. Mou was taken aback. Me? Indeed. The Snow Empress pointed to Mou's small wings. Your martial soul, this peculiar angel, harbors the power of time and space. In truth, we did not experience rebirth. Rather, your martial soul reversed time. Time reversal? Mou was bewildered. His martial soul was that extraordinary? It could even manipulate time. How do you know? Have you forgotten that before leading us to our demise, you offered your life essence to the soul beast sovereign, the Silver Dragon King? The Snow Empress reminded him. At that moment, Mou realized he could not win. At best, he could concentrate and compress all his energy to perish alongside the Rakshasa god, granting a glimmer of hope to the angel god and Rakshasa god. Thus, before departing the Stardow Forest, Mou entrusted his life essence, granted by his angel martial soul after breaking through to title Douluo, to the Silver Dragon King. This essence was the source of his martial soul's healing power, aiding the Silver Dragon King in rapid recovery. Serving as a final act of defiance against the Rakshasa god and those shameless divine envoys. Mou was momentarily stunned. His relationship with the Silver Dragon King was purely transactional, after all. The dragon god had been ambushed and severed in two during the battle against the kind god and evil god by the Rakshasa god. The Golden Dragon King remained in the divine realm, continuing to spiral into madness, while the Silver Dragon King, aware of her severed origin, had resigned to the currents of time and space, retreating to Douluo Continent. Among the divine beings, the Silver Dragon King harbored a deep-seated animosity for the Rakshasa god. And it was precisely this enmity that led her to assist him. Ultimately, he had given that life essence, imbued with healing power, to the Silver Dragon King purely to lay a trap for the divine realm should he fail. Of course, he held no hopes for the Silver Dragon King. Even at her peak as a divine king, there were 5 divine kings in the Douluo divine realm, rendering his small tactics merely a nuisance to those divine scoundrels. A few days ago, after awakening, I came to the Stardow Forest with Bing Air, seeking Tion's assistance to find you. However, the Silver Dragon King, who should have been in slumber, unexpectedly awakened, the Snow Empress explained. She told us she witnessed the reversal of time with that life essence. Her injuries worsening as everything regressed, until it returned to several days prior, and that life essence gradually vanished. Mou's expression turned peculiar. So miraculous? He was aware that this angel martial soul was of unknown origin, containing a strange power, yet it had never acknowledged him. However, for time to reverse felt rather excessive. Thus, cease your self-reproach. The Snow Empress affectionately lifted Mou. And if you call us sisters, naturally, we must support our younger brother. Did I not call you sister upon your request? Mou queried, perplexed. The Snow Empress's expression shifted subtly. Yet I seem to recall you pleading for mercy. Calling me sister while being chased by Bing Air. Mou's face froze. Did we not agree to forget that incident? When he first ventured to the extreme north ice field, he had coincidentally encountered the Ice Empress in her humanoid form. He had not recognized her, thinking she was merely a girl hunting for ice attribute soul rings, and had teased her about her stature, resulting in 3 days and nights of relentless pursuit. Exhausted, he had fainted and was taken back to the Snow Empress's residence, where they became acquainted. Fortunately, he had never hunted soul beasts in the extreme north. His initial soul rings were from fierce, bloodthirsty soul beasts, and he did not harbor the usual mindset that killing them was justified, leading to a lack of hostility from the two towards him. Subsequently, he occasionally brought items from human society to entertain them. Over time, this friendship blossomed, with even the 6th soul ring, an ice attribute ring, being sought for him by the Ice Empress. How should one put it? Relying on others certainly bore its rewards. Note, this book is first published on QQ Reading, and this is a 50,000 word release. To those who claim I am publishing now to make money, please engage your brains. How many people are reading this book? Who am I supposed to extort money from? Accusing me of profiteering is an insult to my intelligence. Chapter 25, The Great Fleshworm Qian. Wait. Just before entering the Lake of Life, Mou instructed the Snow Empress to halt. Did I not tell you about my experiences in Spirit City? And I have even taken you there. Why would you think of coming to the Stardow Forest to seek Tion's help? Are you foolish? The Snow Empress tapped Mou's head. If we were to appear in Spirit City, do you think that the angel god's devotee, Qian Daoliu, would fail to notice us? I personally have no qualms, but Bing Air would be no match for those devotees. So you two are lying in wait for me in the Stardow Forest? Mou struggled to articulate his feelings about their actions. What if he had not come to the Stardow Forest? Were they to wait indefinitely? This can be considered one of the reasons. The Snow Empress placed a soul power shield around Mou and led him into the Lake of Life, where the Silver Dragon King and Tion reside in slumber at the lake's depths. I am curious to see if our soul beast overlord is like us. After all, she possesses your belongings, and this place is known for its treasures. You refer to that large meatworm, Tianming, right? Mou couldn't help but chuckle. Long ago, Tianming narrowly escaped the Ice Emperor's pursuit and fled from the extreme north to the Stardow Forest. However, due to its naive nature. It was bullied by the soul beasts here. After countless years of struggle, it finally used its wits to become the leader of the soul beasts. Just when it thought it had turned the tide, it encountered the awakened Qian, who captured it and brought it back to the Lake of Life, serving as a nourishment source for the Silver Dragon King. Despite its attempts to escape, it found itself utterly powerless, forced to release its innate heavenly and earthly powers, which had been drained for over 10,000 years. Under normal circumstances, it would have to endure another 10,000 years, nearing death, before becoming who Yuhua's soul ring. However, Tian Ming's misfortune was meeting him. When Mou sought the Silver Dragon King in the core area, she was still asleep. After a relatively amicable exchange with Tian, they reached a collaboration. Utilizing Tian Ming's formidable cultivation, he infused his healing powers into the gravely injured Silver Dragon King to awaken her. He succeeded. But Tian Ming was completely drained in the process. Although Tian Ming is the only million-year soul beast in Douluo Continent, the Silver Dragon King is half a dragon god, a being that once wielded the power of a divine king, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Fortunately, after awakening the Silver Dragon King, Tian Ming, left with hardly any cultivation, earned the title of a power bank and was taken in as Tian's subordinate, recuperating in the Lake of Life. Now, aside from you and Sister Bing Air, who else remembers me? Mou inquired. They all remember you, the Snow Empress replied with a smile. Every ferocious beast that slumbers in the dimensional space at the bottom of the Lake of Life has been enveloped by your life essence during the time reversal, retaining their memories from that time. Mou's eyes twitched. What did that Bear Lord's earlier demeanor signify? Why not just seize him directly? He might think you don't remember them, the Snow Empress speculated. However, I believe the most likely scenario is that he seeks revenge for the beating you gave him back then. When Mou came to the core area of the Star Doe Forest to find the Silver Dragon King, he had a significant conflict with Tian and the others. The one who suffered the most was the Bear Lord, while Qi Wang had been protecting the three-eyed golden lion, thus escaping the worst of it. The second worst was Ziji, who, being the Hell Demon Dragon King, was proud and arrogant. At that time, Mou had just defeated Daoliu, and with his momentum soaring, the two had a lengthy showdown. Not wishing to hold a grudge, Mou kept giving way to her, which only fueled Ziji's anger, ultimately forcing Mou to retaliate. Lastly, there was Tian. During the skirmish, Mou and Ziji, along with the Bear Lord, controlled their powers, only striking lightly, even helping them recover from their injuries. Thus, despite being at level 98, Mou could not defeat Tian. Yet Tian graciously allowed it to end in a draw. That remains one of Tian's greatest regrets, because after Mou reached level 99, he truly could no longer contend with him, even when Ziji and the Bear Lord teamed up against him, leaving Tian in a state of depression. The antics of the three just now were likely a manifestation of lingering grudges. They aimed to intimidate Mou, only to inadvertently provoke the old man Daoliu. So, Tian Ming remembers me too? Mou felt an ominous premonition. Coincidentally, the Snow Empress led Mou to a unique dimensional space at the very bottom of the Lake of Life, a sanctuary created by the Silver Dragon King to evade the Divine Realm's pursuit, capable of obstructing all external mental probing, including that of Divine Kings. Oh, isn't this our self-exploding expert, the Holy Douluo, Master Mou? After just a few days apart, you seem to have turned into a child. The moment they landed, Mou was greeted by Tian Ming's sarcastic remarks. TSK, back to square one overnight, without even a trace of soul power. Tian Ming gleefully bounced in front of Mou. How pitiful. Look at me. My cultivation is back. Impressive, right? Million-year soul beast. The great Tian Ming. Mou, Snow Empress. Do you realize how annoying you are? Where's Sister Bing Air? Mou outright ignored the pompous Tian Ming, as he could not yet utilize that life essence to heal the Silver Dragon King, and thus had to tolerate Tian Ming's antics. Inside, the Snow Empress chose to disregard the bothersome Tian Ming and led Mou toward the silver-white Grand Hall. After all, this large worm wouldn't be bouncing around for much longer. Hey, you survive a near-death experience and don't greet an old friend? Tian Ming, feeling slighted, protested. I am a million-year soul beast. I specifically came out to greet a little brat, and doesn't he even acknowledge me? Hey, Mou, did you hear that? Brother Tian Ming is saying hello to you. Hey, I can be of great help to you. Hey, at least acknowledge me. Mou. Tian Ming bounced around Mou like an abandoned pet, yet unfortunately, knowing the true character of the creature, Mou had no intention of entertaining him. This fellow is the epitome of opportunism, thriving on any semblance of kindness, more shameless than even him. Shut up, you foul worm. A green figure flew out from the grand hall and executed a righteous flying kick that sent the annoying Tian Meng flying. With a charming visage, she carried less of the Snow Empress's haughtiness but more of an alluring elegance, her fair skin reminiscent of snow, adorned with fur emerald patterns on either side. Her dark green hair cascaded behind her, and her complexion was as pure as ice, exuding a translucent quality, with a faint azure glow swirling beneath the surface. She wore a flowing emerald gown. One of the three kings of the extreme north, a nearly 400,000-year ferocious beast, the ice imperial scorpion, Bing Di. Sister Bing Air remains as generous as ever. Mou instinctively moved closer to the Snow Empress, recalling how often he had been on the receiving end of Bing Di's kicks. Only he was usually the one being chased. Far worse than Tian Meng. Bing Di turned her gaze toward the diminutive Mou and approached slowly, crouching down. What's wrong? Mou asked, puzzled. He and Bing Di had coexisted for many years. She could not possibly fail to recognize him just because he had shrunk. With a serious expression, Bing Di reached out her hands and pinched Mou's cheeks, kneading them. You were so adorable as a child. How did you grow up to be so infuriating? Mou, can you be gentler? The elder sister's actions are truly heavy-handed. Do you even know what pain feels like? The Ice Emperor gently cradled Mou's small head, pressing their faces together. When you self-destructed into a cloud of mist, did you ever consider your own suffering? You promised to share both joy and hardship. Yet you severed our connection. Do you look down upon me? Mou's face flushed with shame. The Ice Emperor embraced him tightly, saying, enough of that. I won't hold it against you. On the contrary, I admire your decisiveness in self-destruction. Mou found himself momentarily at a loss, unable to discern whether he was being praised or ridiculed. Chapter 26, Silver Dragon King. I apologize for the interruption, but if you wish to reminisce, there is ample time for that. The matters concerning the Lord are of greater urgency. A tall figure adorned in a green gown emerged from the hall. Bibi, the current leader of the Emerald Swan clan, a ferocious beast of 500,000 years. She is the second most powerful soul beast in the Stardow Forest, second only to the Emperor of Heaven. However, she is a purely healing soul beast, with negligible offensive capabilities. Beside her stood a slender figure covered in dark purple scales, with a rounded chest and long, straight thighs. Above her chest, her shoulders revealed fair skin and a deep neckline. Her hair, long and dark purple, flowed effortlessly behind her, undulating with a gentle breeze. This was Ziji, a 200,000-year-old ferocious beast, the Hell Dragon King. Although her cultivation was far inferior to that of the Emperor of Heaven, her bloodline purity and innate potential were unrivaled, making her one of the rare pure-blooded true dragons passed down through the Dragon Clan. Mou greeted Sister Bibi. And Zhumph. Ziji interjected with a cold snort, seemingly in a bad mood. Mou felt a twinge of awkwardness, hesitant to provoke Ziji, who had not forgotten that he had once beaten her. She might seize the opportunity to retaliate. Little you, the Lord is waiting for you inside. Hurry in. Bibi smiled. She wouldn't want to swallow me whole, would she? Mou ventured cautiously. When the Silver Dragon King had first awakened, sensing the essence of life within him, she had attempted to seize him. Had he not swiftly exited that peculiar dimensional space, she would have indeed consumed him. Rest assured, the Lord will not harm friends, Bibi assured him. That is only if she truly considers me a friend, Mou mused quietly. The Silver Dragon King is not Guyu Na, nor does she possess Na's persona. She is merely Guyu, the sovereign of soul beasts, for whom the revival of soul beasts is the sole priority. At least in the previous life, he had not sensed any goodwill from the Silver Dragon King, only wariness and indifference. In fact, she had always sought to devour his life essence, as the healing power infused from Tian Meng could not fully restore her injuries, merely awakening her prematurely. Most of Tian Meng's cultivation had turned into nutrients accumulating within her. If she could consume his essence, she would recover her injuries at an unprecedented speed. Can't you self-destruct again? Why worry about me consuming you? A melodious voice echoed from within the hall. But I am not ready to die just yet, Mou replied nonchalantly. Truth be told, among the soul beasts present, he felt the least secure around this so-called sovereign of soul beasts. Although Di Tian loathed humans, he was dedicated to his responsibilities and respected his adversaries. In their previous encounters, Di Tian had still regarded him as a friend. The same went for Ziji, Xiangjun, and Qi Wang, who, despite being on the receiving end of his punches, were loyal companions. Bai Ji was amiable towards him due to the healing power he had provided her. Lastly, the youngest. The three-eyed golden lion, though the reason for its premature birth remained a mystery, had shown him kindness and approached him warmly. Only the Silver Dragon King remained an enigma. He had never felt a shred of trust from her. Even when he had offered his life essence upon departing, she had still harbored suspicions about its concealed dangers. Truth be told, he found it perplexing. How could the Silver Dragon King be so astute? In pursuit of a fabricated love, one willing to forsake millions of years of racial enmity and even turn against Qian, how could she harbor such intense suspicion towards him? In the name of the sovereign of soul beasts, assure you that I will not consume you. The Silver Dragon King's voice floated forth once more. Do you truly care for such a title? Mou scoffed internally. However, considering the individuals present, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After all, the Silver Dragon King, as a fragment of the dragon god, held a prominent position among soul beasts. If he were to jest about such matters, even with the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor on his side, the ensuing situation would be far from pleasant. If you are worried, I shall accompany you inside, the Snow Emperor softly suggested. She was aware of the Silver Dragon King's persistent distrust towards Mou, and their lord had never disclosed the reasons behind it. There's no need. If she makes a move, I can simply self-destruct. Perhaps my martial spirit might allow me to reverse time once more? Mou waved his hand dismissively as he stepped toward the hall. However, should that occur, he could not predict what he might do. After all, the Shrek god had been searching for someone for decades. Upon hearing such a threatening remark, the Snow Emperor's expression tightened, despite the Silver Dragon King's severe injuries. She was not an opponent she could contend with. Do not be alarmed, the lord will not act recklessly, Bai Ji reassured gently. She recognized that her lord had been overly harsh toward Mou, who had aided them significantly, yet the Silver Dragon King's demeanor towards him had never softened. Now, it seemed to have improved just a touch. Mou slowly entered the grand hall. What met his eyes was a colossal silver dragon, entirely silver-white and stretching over 100 feet long. Even by human aesthetic standards, this dragon's form was undeniably beautiful unless one suffered from a fear of large creatures. For she was indeed immense. As she sensed Mou's approach, the Silver Dragon King's massive head lifted slightly, her eyes resembling amethyst slowly opening, fixating on the diminutive figure of Mou before her. What do you seek? Mou inquired directly. He could call the ferocious beasts outside, as well as the elusive three-eyed golden lion, friends, yet with the Silver Dragon King, even the term partner felt strained. Have you now grown to disdain me? The Silver Dragon King sighed, and Mou felt a gust of wind rush toward him. Thankfully, she lacked foul breath, or he might have been knocked off his feet. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the forceful gust she had nearly sent him flying with, the Silver Dragon King closed her eyes slightly, emitting a faint glow. In the next moment, a scene akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon unfolded before Mou. As the silver light dissipated, a delicate silver-haired maiden appeared. Her long silver hair cascaded down her back to her ankles, flowing smoothly with a texture reminiscent of silver crystal. She possessed a beauty that words could scarcely describe. All attempts at depiction fell short of capturing her exquisite visage. Her skin was pale, and her eyes shone a vibrant purple. Her eyes were an exquisite sight, adorned with long, curled lashes, and her violet irises sparkled with clarity and depth. Particularly captivating was the moment when a hint of bewilderment graced her gaze, evoking a sense of tender affection in those who beheld her. However, for Mou, such affection was unfathomable, as this seemingly delicate beauty possessed the ability to extinguish his life with ease, far simpler than swatting a fly. Moreover, he had encountered the Snow Empress before. Her prowess was no less formidable than that of this dragon. Chapter 27. An ominous presence. It appears you are not keen on seeing me, the Silver Dragon remarked as she approached Mou. Aware that her lofty demeanor was somewhat inappropriate, she promptly diminished her size to match his. Korokoyo, you ought to inquire within yourself, Mou retorted, crossing his arms and averting his gaze. Damn it, how can this being in human form be so exquisitely beautiful? She can even shrink, looking cuter than a three-eyed golden lion. He thought to himself, is it because of my prior attitude towards you? The Silver Dragon inched closer, her face drawn near to Mou's, as if a nearsighted individual striving to discern his features. Yet, in the next instant, an ungraceful scene unfolded. The Silver Dragon inhaled deeply, taking in Mou's scent, resembling a lovesick fool. What are you doing? Mou asked, bewildered. Your scent, the Silver Dragon replied, her expression turning grave. It is perilous. Great offering, what has transpired? Above the starry forest, The golden crocodile and several other offerings hurriedly approached. Upon witnessing the fearsome figures hovering before them, their nerves instinctively tightened. Impressive, especially that hulking figure clad in black scales. He seems even stronger than Qian Daoliu on our side. Little Yu has been taken from us, Qian Daoliu stated, his gaze fixed intently on the closed-eyed Emperor Qian. Why would they abduct a child? The golden crocodile queried, perplexed. I do not know, Qian Daoliu shook his head. However, Little Yu is of utmost importance to the Spirit Hall. We cannot afford any harm to come to him. Should Mou perish here, the future of the Spirit Hall would be cast into darkness. What now? Shall we engage in battle? Guang Ling was eager for action. He had yet to confront a fierce beast, believing that, aside from the massive figure in the center, the other two could be subdued by their offerings. Hold your horses, Qian Daoliu cautioned. The other two may be manageable, but that black giant in the middle, I suspect even my angelic divine power may not suffice against him. As for the bear, he seems comparable to my usual state. Those claws of his could spell disaster for us, even if we attempted a 6-on-2 confrontation. Emperor Qian, what shall we do? It appears we have overstepped, Bear Lord expressed concern, observing the increasingly grim expression on Qian Daoliu's face, while the other super Daoliuos remained unperturbed. Confident in their ability to escape if overwhelmed, the angelic offering wielded divine power akin to a demigod, a formidable opponent indeed. Have you lost your nerve? The Red King remains undaunted. What are you afraid of? Emperor Qian scoffed. Initially, the Snow Empress had proposed a cordial exchange. But it was Bear Lord's suggestion that had led to the current confrontation, albeit without any objection from the others. I simply wish to preserve harmony, Bear Lord defended himself. Are you not aware of how terrifying Mou can become when he fully develops? A level 99 ultimate Douluo, without divine power, cannot best him. Qian Daoliu shares a good rapport with that lad. He holds grudges. I was merely careless, Emperor Qian retorted, having struck a nerve. Who could have known his self-created soul skill would perfectly counter mine? Did you truly not know? Bear Lord scoffed. His technique is even named Heavenly Feather Dragon Slaying Dance, specifically designed to slay dragons. How could you not perceive that? Are you itching for a fight? Emperor Qian shot a fierce glare at Bear Lord. TCH. If you cannot defeat him, you take your frustrations out on me, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. You truly are something, Bear Lord replied defiantly. While he could not surpass Emperor Qian, it was clear that Emperor Qian himself stood no chance against Mou. Are they arguing? Qian Rinxue inquired, perplexed. It seems so, Qian Daoliu admitted, though he found it quite normal for fierce beasts to quarrel. What of that dragon? Qian Rinxue mustered the courage to call out. Smack. Unable to contain himself, Emperor Qian slapped Bear Lord away and turned to address Qian Rinxue. Call me Emperor Qian. Oh. Emperor Qian? When will you return Little Yu to us? Seizing the opportunity that the other party was willing to engage, Qian Rinxue pressed on. I do not know. It depends on the circumstances, Emperor Qian responded. Depends on the circumstances? Qian Rinxue grew increasingly anxious. But you need not worry, we harbor no ill intentions towards him. Emperor Tian's demeanor remained cordial towards the descendant of the angelic god. This was partly due to Mou. For that individual had boldly confronted death for the sake of the angelic and Rakshasa gods, and though he ultimately lost, the little angelic girl had responded in kind. Furthermore, the angelic god had ascended to divinity relatively recently, having witnessed his own ascension thousands of years ago. This young lady had not participated in the war against the dragon god. Additionally, as per their leader's insights, it was likely that the angelic god had been betrayed by the Shura god. After all, during the final god war, both the Shura god and sea god had shamelessly entered the fray, while the angelic god had remained completely inactive, leading to only this possibility. Could you disclose why you seek him? Qian Rinxue inquired, her worry palpable. Emperor Tian paused, uncertain, suggesting they wait for further clarity. He was unsure whether the god creation plan by Tian Meng would succeed, even though that being was the only million-year soul beast to surpass the norms of Douluo Continent. Mou's peculiar angelic martial soul could manipulate time itself. It appeared that this ability encompassed even the divine realm. Thus, the plan to create a second martial soul for Mou, thereby enhancing his chances of ascension, was not guaranteed to succeed. The dual martial souls of humans required comparable qualities to coexist, yet Mou's angelic martial soul was undoubtedly of divine caliber. Tian Meng. Can one forge a martial soul that transcends divinity? What danger? Mou asked, perplexed. You, along with your martial soul, have exuded a profoundly perilous aura since our first encounter. This has been the reason for my wariness, the silver dragon elucidated. Years ago, The dragon god was ambushed by the Shura god and fragmented into myself and the golden dragon. I suffered severe injuries and voluntarily plunged into the tumult of time and space, fortuitously arriving in the Douluo Continent. Your martial soul resonates with a similar essence to the chaotic currents of time and space. Even the God King could not guarantee survival within those tumultuous currents. The reluctance of the Shura god and his divine kin to grant you divine trials likely stemmed from this very reason. The chaotic currents of time and space represent the most terrifying catastrophe in the universe. Even the most powerful dragon god of yore was injured in their presence. And a weaker divine realm would face utter annihilation upon encountering even a mundane chaotic current. Mou's peculiar angelic martial soul was undoubtedly not a product of the Douluo divine realm. It originates from another dimension. And aside from the chaotic currents of time and space, the core of this angelic martial soul harbors an even more terrifying power. Even the cataclysmic self-detonation of Mou, which triggered a reversal of time, did not affect that entity. She has always been on guard against Mou, concerned that this individual might serve as a vanguard from another divine realm infiltrating the Douluo divine realm. In its current state, the Douluo divine realm is the failed creation of the dragon god, and beyond it, numerous divine realms in the universe covet the power of Douluo, intent on its annexation. However, upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon of time reversing, her suspicions were dispelled. Time reversal is not merely a traversal through time and space. It influences the entirety of the cosmos. The dragon god, undoubtedly the most formidable deity in the universe, was incapable of such a feat. If Mou's time reversal encompassed the entire Douluo divine realm, the other divine beings would have long since descended upon them. Thus, the force that Mou possesses, far surpassing the realm of divine kings, likely emanates from beyond their universe. Chapter 28, Collaboration. Do you not perceive danger now? Mou inquired. No. The Silver Dragon King shook his head. You remain in peril. However, I have ascertained that your enemies are those from the Douluo divine realm, and they are my adversaries as well. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. We can collaborate. And how do you propose we collaborate? I am currently unable to wield that power to heal you, Mou replied. Moreover, even if you regained your original strength, you would still not be a match for the Shura god, would you? Even the dragon god could not withstand the onslaught of those deities. Furthermore, if I were to truly ally myself with you during future divine conflicts, I would face more than just Tang San, who has recently ascended to godhood. Those divine kings would undoubtedly intervene, as the remnants of the dragon god pose the greatest threat to the Douluo divine realm. Even if the Silver Dragon King's assertions hold truth, and the deities in the divine realm withhold the bestowal of his divine position due to the chaotic aura of his angelic martial soul, they likely regard him as insignificant in his weakened state. Yet, should he truly unite with the Silver Dragon King, he would confront not merely a corrupt Shura god, but also the four other divine kings representing destruction, life, evil, and goodness. All the deities of the Douluo divine realm would become his foes. He had not triumphed over the dragon god in the past, and he does not believe he possesses such capability now. Moreover, there is no necessity for him to undertake such risks. Defeating a newly ascended Tang San might yield a chance if he were to employ that particular technique, which he refrained from using in his previous life because he understood that only his physical body and the soul power he cultivated would be lost in self-destruction. His angelic martial soul could preserve both his own soul and that of the Snow Emperor, perhaps in a millennium or a myriad of years hence. They might have the opportunity for revival. However, if he were to utilize that technique, it would be a true gamble for his life. He had already shown considerable mercy by self-destructing the Shura god sword, an artifact of immense significance not only to the Shura god, but also to the entire Douluo divine realm. How could a Shura god, stripped of the Shura god sword, confront the impending calamity of the divine realms? Yet, he had not anticipated that his angelic martial soul would come to this place, inadvertently reversing time. Was it displeased with his lackluster performance? You will collaborate with me, the Silver Dragon King asserted confidently. Such confidence you possess, Mou remarked, having taken a seat on the steps, weary from standing for so long. The Silver Dragon King followed suit. You despise this world, thus, you will ally with me. Mou raised an eyebrow. Did the Snow Emperor convey this to you? Why does this sister divulge everything? She indeed confided in me. The Silver Dragon King sat beside Mou. You harbor a profound disdain for the human necessity to hunt soul beasts in order to obtain soul rings, a rule unique to the Douluo Continent, established by the deities of the divine realm to suppress and eradicate soul beasts. Your aversion to violence leads you to seek out only the most vicious soul beasts for your cultivation, allowing you to feel a modicum of justification. It is this very trait that endears Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor to you. You are genuinely kind, the Silver Dragon King remarked earnestly. It is easy for the weak to be kind, as they are themselves in a vulnerable position. Yet, for a powerful being who holds the power of life and death to maintain such kindness is indeed a rare feat, much like how humans disregard the lives of ants. The exalted deities of the divine realm are indifferent to the fates of mortals. The stronger one becomes, the more detached they grow from the lives of the weak. For they look down upon them, and thus care little. Yet, MOU has never wavered in this regard. This is not necessarily a virtue, MOU sighed. However, from our perspective, it is indeed a virtue, the Silver Dragon King insisted. You do not possess the air of a lofty predator when it comes to soul beasts. And at least for now, you have shown kindness towards Qian and his companions. MOU shook his head. You misunderstand. It is merely because I am a rather superficial person. The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor are beautiful, hence I treat them well. Here, Bai Ji and ZG are also quite lovely, so I extend them kindness as well, just as I do with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. My intentions are largely driven by their allure. The Silver Dragon King chuckled inwardly, and what about that angel deity's acolyte? Ultimately, your insistence on participating in the divine war is solely due to your promise to him, not merely a desire for the charms of those two. And what about Tian and Xiangjun? Surely you cannot claim to be enamored with them as well? Both genders appeal to you? No, MOU refuted. I am a steadfast old lecher, and I only fancy beautiful girls. Even if I were to unexpectedly become a woman, my affection would remain unchanged. As for Tian and the others, that is an entirely different matter. The bond between men is something you do not comprehend. His eventual self-detonation was indeed a fulfillment of his promise to Qian Daoliu, especially since Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong had little regard for him at the time. He is not one to cling desperately to anyone, nor would he engage in the kind of sacrificial antics of someone who would proclaim their willingness to be the storm by your side. If he were to receive no response, he would not press the issue. He treats everyone equally in this regard, for a forcibly harvested fruit is never sweet. After all, he has no lack of options, with the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor treating him so well, and he must not forget about his little cat. He needs to find the time to whisk her away. You repeatedly claim to desire them, yet I see no evidence of you engaging with them intimately. The Silver Dragon King inquired. MOU, what kind of wolfish words are these? Do humans not equate love with desire? The Silver Dragon King further questioned. According to my understanding, your society even holds the belief that even if one cannot win her heart, one should still possess her body, indicating that physical pursuits are often prioritized over emotional connections. Or rather, your romantic endeavors are merely a pretext for procreation, are they not? MOU found himself at a loss for words. While I am unsure of where you acquired such information, I cannot refute it, as most instances I have observed do indeed align with that notion. However, the Silver Dragon King does not comprehend. She has yet to witness MOU engaging intimately with anyone, not even with the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, who have merely shared affectionate gestures. Yet, MOU extends similar warmth to the adorable three-eyed golden lion, who is yet to take on a human form. I place greater value on spiritual connection. Or perhaps companionship is of more significance, MOU elucidated. Even the most delectable delicacies can become tiresome when consumed excessively. When two people who harbor mutual affection come together, it is implausible to constantly dwell on such matters. If desire is treated as the cornerstone of affection, then once that desire is fulfilled, the relationship would cease to exist. Moreover, I have little inclination towards procreation, as the offspring may not necessarily be virtuous. So, wait, why are we discussing this? MOU suddenly realized. Was he not in a conversation with the Silver Dragon King about collaboration? How did they veer into such topics? Collaboration indeed, the Silver Dragon King replied. If I wish to establish a cooperative relationship with you, it is essential to understand what kind of partnership would be stable. Did I agree to collaborate with you? MOU hesitated. Frankly, facing the Shura god alone is a formidable challenge. But collaborating with the Silver Dragon King to confront the Shura god would be akin to facing insurmountable odds. Aren't you enticed by them? The Silver Dragon King transformed back into her original beautiful maiden form. If you desire my form, would that not facilitate our collaboration? MOU. What a compelling argument. I find myself utterly unable to counter it. Chapter 29, Coexistence. The mood of MOU, who was directly pinned beneath the Silver Dragon King, was quite complex. This sister is rather straightforward. I am but a mere human, while you belong to the dragon lineage. Is it not true that your kind places great importance on bloodlines? Would it not be inappropriate for you to associate with someone like me? Mou remarked. Though the gentleman is undeniably handsome, he is not someone who would easily entice everyone, nor does he believe that the Silver Dragon King harbors any feelings for him. He finds himself disinterested in such emotional transactions. The Silver Dragon King, perplexed, inquires, "Am I not simply seeking to procreate with you? What is inappropriate about that?" He retorts, "Are you intending to establish an emotional transaction with me, only to dangle me along while you bear children with another? Balancing both career and love, are we? How absurd." In a fit of anger, declares, "Let go. I refuse to serve any longer." His frustration boils over as he grapples with the situation. Feeling utterly humiliated by the audacity of this interaction, one he has never experienced before. "You may choose to ignore me, but you cannot insult me in such a manner. Why are you angry?" The Silver Dragon King questions. "Didn't you claim to value companionship above all else?" He continues, "And when did I ever suggest I wish to bear children with another?" Is taken aback, while the Silver Dragon King grows increasingly bewildered, remarking, "Didn't your earlier words imply a desire to avoid procreation? Am I mistaken in my understanding? Why is this individual so peculiar? While professing a disinterest in procreation, does she not merely reiterate her stance? What is the source of her vexation? What do you imply?" Mou's mind was somewhat muddled. He appeared to have misconstrued this foolish dragon. "Did you not claim to be lecherous? If I were to accompany you, and you were to covet my form, would we not be able to forge an alliance against the divine realm?" The Silver Dragon King elucidated. "But what of the Minotaur?" Mou inquired. "What Minotaur?" The Silver Dragon King responded, perplexed. "Ahem, it is of no consequence." Mou shook his head. "Yet, what benefit does this confer upon me? Surely, he would not dare to confront the entirety of the Douluo divine realm merely to indulge in the allure of this dragon's form. Is your adversary not the god of Azura?" The Silver Dragon King queried. "I shall assist you in attaining divinity, and in return, you shall aid me in opposing those deities, overthrowing the Douluo divine realm, and reclaiming dominion over it. Thus, we would be able to redefine the cultivation regulations of the Douluo Continent, altering the current state of mutual slaughter between humans and soul beasts. Therefore," Mou's expression reflected confusion. "What advantage does this hold for me?" Setting aside whether the Silver Dragon King's claims regarding the alteration of cultivation rules are genuine, his initial intention was to eliminate the god of Azura and depart from this world. What relevance does the mutual slaughter between humans and soul beasts on the Douluo Continent have to him? Has this foolish girl misunderstood something? Does she regard him as a saint? What advantage would overturning the Douluo divine realm bring him? He is not like Tang San, who harbors aspirations of establishing a family divine realm. He desires nothing more than to leave this place after venting his frustrations and to explore the unknown world. The world is vast, and he yearns to see it. Do you not detest such a bloody method of cultivation? The Silver Dragon King inquired, perplexed. Then what? Mou shrugged. I loathe this world, so why not just leave? Must I strive to change it? Furthermore, I am no child, not so naive. I am acutely aware that even if the cultivation rules of Douluo Continent were altered, the mutual slaughter between humans and spirit beasts would certainly not cease. Why? The Silver Dragon King struggled to comprehend. If there are no longer restrictions from rules, why would the slaughter continue? Mou sighed, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Sister, how can you be so naive? Humanity is already engaged in self-destruction. They cannot coexist amongst themselves, let alone with spirit beasts. As long as life exists, conflict will never cease. For conflict is the instinct of life. As long as humanity possesses power, they will not cease their external plundering, regardless of whether they need it or whether it serves any purpose to them. If something exists, they will desire to seize it, to obtain it. I may not need it, may not require it, but I cannot be without it. This is the essence of human nature, unchangeable. Why hasn't it been resolved yet? Tianming lay on the steps outside the Grand Hall. I am still waiting to create the strongest martial soul in history and become the great hero of the Soul Beast revival. You? A great hero? The Ice Emperor, nestled in the embrace of the Snow Emperor, cast him a glance. Whether you can even assist him in creating a martial soul remains uncertain. Mou's angelic martial soul is entirely different from those in the Douluo Continent. In fact, they heard from the Silver Dragon King that it originates from beyond the Douluo Continent. Tianming hopes to rely on his million years of cultivation to create another martial soul for Mou. To be honest, the prospects are dim. The fundamental requirement for dual martial souls to coexist is that their qualities must be comparable. Although Tianming is a million-year soul beast that transcends common sense, he is yet to reach the divine level, while MOU's martial soul surpasses even that of a deity. He truly sees little hope. But one must at least make an attempt. What if it succeeds? Tianming said. In fact, he harbors his own ulterior motives regarding the creation of a second martial soul for MOU. After all, remaining here means enduring oppression from Tian and the others, merely releasing his elemental energy and becoming a tool. Once they no longer require him, he fears he will truly become mere sustenance, as his body is a great nourishment for all soul beasts. If he sacrifices himself to MOU and becomes her soul ring, even if he cannot create a second martial soul, he would still be attached to her. Once MOU ascends to divinity, given her character, she would surely resurrect him. Being revived by a deity would make him a divine beast. Although there is risk involved, should MOU fail in her ascension, he would perish alongside her. This is still preferable to living a lifetime as mere food. He, Tianming the Ice Silkworm, is a soul beast with ideals. Moreover, Tianming secretly glanced at the Ice Emperor nestled in the Snow Emperor's embrace. Helping MOU in this manner should please the Ice Emperor, right? As an exceptionally intelligent Ice Silkworm, he can certainly see that the Ice Emperor is fond of MOU, even willing to die alongside him. Thus, as a man and as a friend of MOU, he can only silently wish for her success. However, should he succeed, he would be the great hero of the Soul Beast revival. At that time, he would have countless admirers. As the old saying goes, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why pine for just one flower? Therefore, he is not at all saddened. Truly, not saddened at all. Are you out of your mind? MOU kicked the door open and emerged from the grand hall, startling Tianming, who lay on the steps. What is going on? Why the commotion? Isn't it you who said humans and soul beasts cannot coexist? The Silver Dragon King chased after her. Moreover, humans cannot coexist either. So, MOU replied, exasperated. Must I assist you in destroying humanity? On what grounds? Have you forgotten that I am also human? For the sake of peace, I should betray my foundational stance. What are you thinking? Furthermore, it's as if soul beasts can coexist on their own. Isn't the Stardow forest filled with mutual predation and devouring? You and these ferocious beasts here, who can claim they have never killed another soul beast. That by G has something to say. Silence. MOU interrupted. You are an exception, but what about the others? Has ZG never killed? Have the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor never killed? Even Tianming, this weakling, has killed. With this, can you still claim that soul beasts can coexist? In terms of mutual slaughter, humans and soul beasts are fundamentally indistinguishable. Without soul beasts, humanity will not cease its bloodshed. Without humans, soul beasts will also not cease. The notion of achieving peace for one race by annihilating another is not only foolish, but also a delusion, a self-deceiving folly. Chapter 30. We are brothers. What are you two arguing about? Just as the atmosphere between MOU and the Silver Dragon King reached a stalemate, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Turning around, they saw a soul beast less than a meter long, covered in a layer of dazzling golden fur, approaching. Its body appeared almost translucent, resembling crystal, exuding an extraordinary texture. Its overall form resembled that of a lion, but with dragon-like claws, each foot stepping upon a ball of golden flame. Its muzzle was also slightly elongated compared to that of a typical lion-like soul beast, and beneath its fur, fine golden scales could be seen. In addition to its normal pair of eyes, it possessed a third eye with vertical pupils. The two normal eyes sparkled with gold, while the vertical pupil radiated a hint of eerie red. The three-eyed golden lion, an imperial auspicious beast born prematurely, now possessed merely 1,000 years of cultivation. It usually dwelled in the dimensional space at the bottom of this lake, sleeping alongside Tian and the others. Little brother you, what are you arguing about? Recognizing MOU at a glance, the three-eyed golden lion leapt forward and playfully knocked him to the ground. Looking at the small creature before him, MOU sighed. Not arguing. I'm scolding those fools in the heavens. He knew well that the Silver Dragon King's mind was not quite right. The earlier mention of cooperation was undoubtedly a ruse. Her hatred for the gods had even extended to the humans of the Douluo Continent. She sought to destroy humanity to reclaim the soul beast's control over the Douluo plain, rather than modifying cultivation rules. Enough about cooperation. If you want me to heal your wounds, let us discuss it when I become a titled Douluo. It's still too early, MOU said, holding the small three-eyed golden lion and rising to his feet. Wait a moment. The Silver Dragon King grasped MOU from behind. I can refrain from destroying humanity, but you must cooperate with me. What do I care if you destroy humanity? MOU asked. I do not assist you out of my human stance. but I have no obligation to save them either. Saving the world is the responsibility of those gods above. I am merely a person abandoned by the gods and have no need to meddle in their affairs. What must you do to assist me?" The Silver Dragon King pressed on, unwilling to relent. The power emanating from Mou's martial soul core felt even greater than that of the former dragon god. If Mou could wield that power, the gods in the divine realm would be insignificant, relying solely on herself, even if she regained her former strength and returned to the God-King realm. She could not contend with the 5 divine kings of the divine realm. "Why do you think I can help you?" Mou inquired. He truly could not fathom what capability he possessed. He could not even defeat a sure god in the end. He could only exchange his life for the other's weapon. What could he possibly offer to the Silver Dragon King, even if he successfully attained the God-King realm? What then? With so many gods above, including the 5 divine kings, how could he confront them? By striking with his head? His vendetta against the Shura god was personal, as that bastard infuriated him. But if he allied with the Silver Dragon King, they would become enemies of the entire divine realm. He was not alone. He had already brought the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor once, and he could not bear to do so a second time. To be honest, he merely wanted to see if he could obtain the Sea God position. If possible, it would be best to ascend with the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor first. Avenging the Shura could wait. Some matters take precedence over others, and his personal grudge must be set aside. The Silver Dragon King fell into silence, unsure how to articulate her thoughts, as that power seemed to be something even Mou had yet to discover, let alone control. Furthermore, she could not conceive any compelling reason for Mou, as a human, to assist her in reviving the soul beasts. After all, on what grounds? Let this be regarded as a transaction. Yet, does she possess sufficient leverage to compel Mou to take such risks? She stands to oppose the entirety of the divine realm. My apologies, I have acted presumptuously. With a sigh, the Silver Dragon King turned and retreated to the slumbering palace. Brother Xiaoyu, what does the master require your assistance with? Inquired the 3-eyed golden lion, perplexed. The Emperor Qian and his companions had not divulged excessive details to the 3-eyed golden lion, for such matters were not befitting a child of her age. Indeed, she could only be regarded as an infant in human terms, having only recently entered the world. She desires my aid to confront those shameless rascals in the heavens. Yet she overlooks whether I possess the capability to do so, Mou remarked with a hint of sarcasm. But Brother Xiaoyu, are you not formidable? Even Uncle D Tian stands no chance against you, the 3-eyed golden lion innocently asserted. Formidable, you say? Mou exclaimed, cradling the head of the 3-eyed golden lion against him. If those fellows were to strike at me, a mere slap would leave me indebted to them for several lives. In this authentic world, the chasm between gods and mortals is vast, rendering any comparison utterly futile. No matter how formidable a mortal may be, they cannot hope to contend with a deity. Perhaps a lesser second-tier or third-tier god, or even a divine priest, might stand a chance. But facing a first-tier god or a god-king is tantamount to courting death. After all, mortals wield soul power, while deities command divine power. These two forces exist in entirely different dimensions. His ability to shatter the Azura divine sword was solely reliant on his unique martial soul. Otherwise, his reckless charge would have merely marked him as a fool walking to his doom. So, should I still pursue my plan to create a god? Tianming awkwardly shuffled over. How could the Lord engage in a quarrel with Mou? Was it not agreed that they would prepare for collaboration? Does he still intend to offer a sacrifice? What is this divine creation plan? Mou inquired, puzzled. Ahem, of course, it is I, your Tianming, who intends to rely on my formidable million-year cultivation to accomplish something unprecedented in the history of Douluo Continent. Something worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Tianming stood up decisively, as if illuminated by a sacred light above his head. I shall create a martial soul for you. Mou? Isn't this the storyline of Huiyu Hao? I have already stirred trouble with the Ice and Snow Emperors, and now the Heavenly Dream intends to perform as well. Are you certain? Mou inquired. The current circumstances of this individual in the Starry Forest are markedly different from before. Although he remains a mere instrument, his status is akin to that of the 3-eyed golden lion, for he is indeed a preparatory resource for healing the Silver Dragon King. Tianming leaped onto Moyu's shoulder, directly communicating with him through his formidable mental prowess. Brother Yu, I do not wish to remain here as a mere tool. I yearn to venture into the realm of humanity. I implore you, please grant my request. Surely, you do not still harbor feelings for the Ice Emperor? Moyu furrowed his brow. What are you saying? Tianming retorted angrily. What relation do we share? We are brothers. I, your brother. Do understand the principle of not transgressing against a brother's wife. Very well, but are you certain? I cannot guarantee my ascension to divinity, Mayu cautioned. If I fail, you shall meet your demise alongside me. We are brothers. Is death truly a concern? A soldier dies for his confidant, Tianming declared resolutely. If he were to miss the opportunity with Mayu, he would be condemned to remain a tool for eternity. The world is vast, and he longs to explore it. Chapter 31. Tianming's Sacrifice. I am quite willing to accept, Moyu replied, yet will they acquiesce? Although Tianming may be a combat novice, he is a genuine soul beast of 1,000,000 years. If he were to sacrifice himself for Moyu, the assistance would be substantial. After all, while Mayu possesses immunity to mental attacks due to his angel martial soul, this passive ability does not enhance his own mental capacity. Moreover, Tianmin's soul ring energy can facilitate the evolution of other soul rings, enabling even those of 100 or 1,000 years to ascend to the status of 10,000 years. For someone like him, who has not undergone divine trials, this is akin to an alternative form of divine examination assistance. Had he had Tianming's support in his previous life, he would have had a significant probability of transcending the 100th level and attaining divinity. They cannot obstruct my sacrifice, Tianming sighed in relief. For Mayu's agreement meant he could finally escape this place. However, whether I can leave after your sacrifice remains to be seen, Moyu reminded him. Tianming alighted onto the ground, reassuring him, rest assured, we discussed everything prior to bringing you here. My sacrifice is a prerequisite for our collaboration, particularly since we were unsure if you remembered past events. Tianming glanced at the tightly shut palace doors. I did not anticipate that your negotiations would falter, and it appears you are embroiled in an argument. He had expected the collaboration to be seamless and pleasant, knowing Mayu's character well after several years of acquaintance. With both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor willing to ally with him, there seemed little cause for concern. Yet now, enough of this. Let us proceed with the sacrifice, Tianming urged eagerly. He had previously heard much from the Snow Emperor regarding the miraculous aspects of Moyu's angel martial soul, which absorbs soul rings of various elemental attributes, bestowing immunity to those elements. Notably, it could even assimilate the conflicting elements of ice and fire without issue, and most critically, this angel martial soul retains the consciousness of the sacrificer. After sacrificing, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor could even manifest in a spiritual form to roam with the aid of the angel martial soul. Perfect. What do you think? Moyu inquired, glancing at Biji and Ziji, while the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor stood by his side. The three-eyed golden lion remained oblivious, and the Tian was engaged in a standoff with Qian Daoliu. In this dimensional space, the two were allied with the Silver Dragon King. Fear not. Even without a formal agreement, Tianmin's sacrifice to you is the will of our master, Biji whispered. The sooner you attain the title Douluo rank, the sooner you can heal our master. The healing power inherent in Moyu's life essence far surpassed her capabilities. And even the Silver Dragon King had remarked that the level of that life essence was nearing that of the divine life sovereign, which is why she sought to consume it to restore her injuries. Very well, Moyu conceded, choosing not to elaborate further. He was not one to take advantage and then act coy. At the very least, he would assist the Silver Dragon King in healing. Now, I shall proceed. As he spoke, 10 golden rings manifested around Tianming, the hue distinctive of a 1,000,000-year soul ring, with each representing 10,000 years of mental power. Tianming is inherently a dual-type soul beast of the mental and ice attributes. However, due to his slumber during the absorption of a plethora of 10,000-year cold marrow, the advantageous ice attribute had become somewhat secondary. Nonetheless, 1,000,000 years of cultivation is sufficient to elevate this ordinary ice attribute to an exquisite level. By the way, the second martial soul I can bestow upon you should embody the ultimate ice attribute. Yet this martial soul may not yet have a defined form, Tianming mused, casting a glance at the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor nearby. Both individuals possess the extreme attribute of ice. Thus it is likely that a sacrificial offering will be required from them shortly. Otherwise, the formation of his second martial soul may be compromised. Are you certain you can bestow upon me a martial soul? Before the Snow Empress and Ice Empress could speak, Mou interjected. The existence of twin martial souls necessitates a close quality match. My angelic martial soul is at least of divine caliber. Are you confident you can create a divine martial soul? Tianming was momentarily at a loss for words. He was uncertain, for a divine martial soul, by its very nature, could only be endowed by a deity. Though he was a 1,000,000-year soul beast, he was not yet a divine beast. Let us first see how it goes. Moreover, I am in no rush for my second martial soul, My priority is to attain elemental immunity. Would you not agree? Mou glanced at the Snow Empress and Ice Empress, genuinely hoping they would not sacrifice themselves just yet. They ought to experience the human world a little longer. Indeed, the Snow Empress and Ice Empress nodded in agreement, having already discussed their plan. Since Mou was inherently at level 20, they could perform the sacrificial offering together. With the order determined by a game of rock, paper, scissors, then let us commence. Tianming radiated golden light, enveloping Mou entirely, while the 10 golden rings on his body gradually approached the angelic martial soul behind him. The infusion of mental rings, given its immense volume, could be considered a form of mental assault. Thus, Mou was immune. What? Is your martial soul truly so unreasonable? Tianming, attempting to infuse mental energy, was utterly bewildered. My million-year mental energy flows in as freely as water. Mou remained silent. Although the mental energy infused by Tianming had been rendered harmless by the angelic martial soul, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Under the influence of this formidable mental energy, MOUC of consciousness rapidly expanded from the size of a small soccer field. Is this perhaps a bit too hasty? Bai Ji expressed her concern. An accelerated enhancement of mental power was not advantageous for MOU, especially given that Tianming's million-year level mental energy surpassed even that of the Emperor. After all, MOU is still merely a great soul master. I want to stop as well, but his martial soul is seizing control. Tianming lamented. What was initially his infusion had now reversed. He was being drained. Boom. As Tianming's mental energy and cultivation poured forth, the angelic martial soul behind MOU suddenly surged in stature, transforming from a small angel into a colossal figure towering over 10 feet. The golden radiance intensified, and Tianming's presence began to fade. An hour later, Tianming vanished completely from sight, replaced by a massive golden soul ring encircling MOU. Xiaoyu? The Snow Empress softly called out to the still-seated MOU. Yet, he remained unresponsive, the colossal angel maintaining its form. Hey, this martial soul still lacks certain components. Can you assist? Tianming's voice floated from the angelic martial soul. Lacks what? The Snow Empress inquired anxiously. I am unsure, Tianming replied, equally perplexed. Furthermore, the embryonic form of the martial soul I created is dissipating. It appears it cannot coexist. The disparity was too great. The Silver Dragon King, who had been observing, swiftly emerged from the inner hall. The martial soul embryo you have created is of too low a level to coexist with this angelic martial soul. Thus, it is on the verge of being absorbed. What shall we do? Tianming asked in distress. This is the essence of his million years of cultivation. Moreover, the disparity between MOU's dual martial souls and those with but a single one is immense. Although he spoke with such bravado moments ago, he certainly does not wish for his demise. The existence of an additional martial soul for MOU signifies a greater hope for ascension. The Silver Dragon King hesitated for a moment, contemplating, I shall give it a try. The divine essence bestowed upon her after the dragon god's fragmentation might allow her to preserve this martial soul. Furthermore, having aided MOU, she hopes he might extend his assistance in the future. Chapter 32, The Second Martial Soul. Boom. As the might of the Silver Dragon King surged forth, the colossal angelic martial soul erupted with an even more terrifying aura, as if it were incensed. Cough. The force directed at the Silver Dragon King sent her hurtling backward, blood spewing forth. Her already grave injuries were exacerbated. Bai Ji hurriedly rushed to tend to the Silver Dragon King's wounds. Meanwhile, the holy sword in the angelic martial soul's grasp underwent a peculiar transformation. The previously simple patterns on the hilt began to extend into several silver-white lines, each imbued with an extraordinary luster, intricate and dense, resembling the scales of a longsword. What? Where is my martial soul? Tianming exclaimed in confusion. Why is my martial soul still missing? Do not shout. MOU's weary voice interrupted Tianming. I knew you were unreliable. Yet, with a mere thought, MOU caused the immense angelic martial soul to shatter into golden particles, dissipating into the ether. In the next instant, a silver longsword, even more exquisite than before and imbued with a hint of draconic majesty, materialized in MOU's hand. The martial soul remains. The second martial soul crafted by Tianming was of too low a rank. Thus the angelic martial soul instinctively sought to devour it. At the critical moment, the Silver Dragon King forcefully infused her creative divine essence into his body, seizing the martial soul embryo. Subsequently, the martial soul embryo merged with the essence of creation, integrated into his holy sword, effectively separating the sword from the angelic martial soul while it was preoccupied, inciting the wrath of the angelic martial soul. Mou sighed, storing away the resplendent golden first soul ring and the new martial soul before kneeling beside the injured and unconscious Silver Dragon King. Why do I always encounter such foolish girls? Shaking his head, Mou attempted to activate the angelic martial soul once more, wishing to forcibly invoke its healing powers. However, upon sensing the Silver Dragon King's condition, the angelic martial soul retreated. Come on, give me some face. On the other side, are you toying with me? As the sun gradually rose, Qian Daoliu's expression darkened completely. An entire night has passed. He was left in the dark regarding Mou's fate, alive or dead. Xiangjun expressed some confusion. Surely it cannot take this long without any news? Tianming's sacrifice is not a direct absorption. Most of the power must be sealed away and absorbed gradually. Given Mou's abilities, it should not be the case. Should I return to check? Xiangjun suggested. You do not intend to flee, do you? Tian shot a sidelong glance at Xiangjun opposite them. Qian Daoliu was already beginning to harness the power of the angel, with the girl destined to become an angel secretly aiding him. The most outrageous part is that Bibi Dong, the ferocious power of the Rakshasa god, had already locked onto him. What is happening? How could this fellow not even reach level 95? Where's the divine test? How is he able to wield such formidable Rakshasa power? What are you talking about? Am I some beast? Xiangjun retorted with righteous indignation. He remained unperturbed, for the two dangerous forces were both focused on Tian. Even if a conflict ensued, the remaining super Douluos would struggle to overpower him. Moreover, with the Red King and the ambushing king of all beasts below, he was in no peril. The only one in trouble was Tian. Both the Rakshasa and angelic powers are targeting him. Tian let out a heavy sigh. The pressure is quite overwhelming. He could manage to dodge Qian Daoliu, who wields angelic power, but with the addition of that girl possessing the Rakshasa scythe, he cannot win. He does not wish to be struck by the scythe. Wait. Just as Qian Daoliu could no longer tolerate the situation, Tian spoke up. Qian Daoliu furrowed his brow. What is it? Let me inquire. Tian replied. Mou and the others are currently in the dimensional space beneath the Lake of Life, where mental probing is impossible. Only the Silver Dragon King can sense the external situation from within. None can transmit messages either way. Xiangjun volunteered. I shall ask. Red King shall go. Tian glared at Xiangjun, interrupting him. The Red King's cultivation is too low, merely 250,000 years, should a conflict arise. He would be of little assistance. Xiangjun can at least help distract that girl wielding the Rakshasa scythe. All right. With the command given, the Red King shot off without hesitation. This is no jest. He possesses the lowest cultivation here. He could manage against a few super Douluos. But if that side-wielding girl set her sights on him, what could he possibly do? Watching the Red King hastily flee, fearful of being pursued, Tian's expression turned grim. Since the divine battle, why has this fellow become so timid? Is it merely because he wields divine power and possesses a divine artifact? Is there truly a need for such fear? Can he not see that they are all aiming at me? The situation feels rather peculiar. The angel god, Qian Rushue, senses something amiss. If the enemy intended to target Mou, a single strike would suffice. Why waste so much time with them? Moreover, in her past life, Mou obtained her initial soul rings from the Stardow Forest. After acquiring the first two, her mother ceased to involve herself with Mou. The subsequent soul rings were acquired with her grandfather's assistance. Such occurrences had never transpired in her previous life, yet now, give me your body, I shall inquire, stated the angel god, Qian Rushue. In her previous life, Mou had always been at odds with her mother. Coupled with her proximity to the worship hall while residing in the papal hall, she remained an outlier within the papal hall. After all, one need not be blind to discern the peculiar relationship between Mou and the Pope. Who would dare to provoke the Pope while mingling in the papal hall? Consequently, whenever Mou felt despondent, she would venture outside, often disappearing for a year or more, leaving even her grandfather in the dark regarding her whereabouts. After completely severing ties with the papal hall, she spent most of her time in the extreme northern ice plains, the purpose of which remains unknown. Ultimately, during the years she underwent the divine trials, following a confrontation with her grandfather, she vanished entirely, only to return during the divine battle at Jialing Pass. Whereupon she dispatched remnants of the 7 treasures glazed tile school and a food-type spirit. Wherever she had been and whatever she had done during those years remains a mystery to all. Presently, it appears highly probable that Mou has mingled with these ferocious beasts, and for some inexplicable reason, they seem to recognize her. Otherwise, it would make no sense. After Qian Ruxue relinquished her body to the angel god, a subtle shift in momentum was detectable, which did not escape the notice of the observing Di Tian. Jialing Pass? Shura Divine Sword, communicated the angel god, Qian Ruxue. A fool to self-destruct, replied Di Tian. It is surprising that this young angel god, who perished at Mou's side, remembers, and I wonder if the young Rakshasa god, who similarly fell beside Mou, retains her memories. No wonder she can control such a level of Rakshasa divine power before reaching level 95. Yet, the aura of this young lady is evidently different from before. Could it be that an accident occurred during the reversal of time, resulting in the splitting of her consciousness? Chapter 33, Gambling, Explosive Update. Please support with monthly votes. Upon acquiring the desired answers, the angel god, Qian Ruxue, let out a sigh of relief. What do you seek him for? The specifics are still uncertain. However, it is not detrimental to him, replied Di Tian. Then what is his current condition? Inquired Qian Ruxue. I am unaware. I just sent Qi Wang back to check, Di Tian replied helplessly. Bai Ji and ZG are inside. Even if the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor cannot leave, they can surely communicate, right? After an entire night of silence, could it be they are sleeping? Before one could see the individual, their voice echoed back. I am too tired, still sleeping. Qi Wang, who fell like a meteor, skidded to a halt before Di Tian. Do I appear foolish to you? Qian Daoliu frowned. Still sleeping? At this juncture? Sleeping? Are you jesting? Witnessing the other's nonchalance, Qian Daoliu's aura intensified, and the long-dormant angel divine power surged anew. Today, he intended to see these ferocious beasts. Old Qian, do not strike. I am genuinely asleep. Mou's weary voice suddenly invaded the minds of all present. However, due to the overwhelming surge of mental energy just moments ago, Mou could not regain control, and the unprepared crowd was met with an overwhelming wave of discomfort. How painful. The unfortunate Qian Ruxue was rendered unconscious. Realizing this scene, Mou felt quite embarrassed. I apologize. I did not mean to. You still dare to speak. The crowd erupted in frustration. Mou, I truly did not intend to. Half an hour later, Qian Daoliu, accompanied by the unconscious Qian Ruxue and several worshippers, returned directly to Wuhuan City, while Bibi Dong quietly departed. As for Mou, whatever will be, will be. After fretting all night, this fellow bestowed upon them such a grand gift. Without any warning, that terrifyingly potent mental energy surged into their minds, nearly shattering their sanity. And this fellow was still asleep. Damn it. Di Tian and Xiong Jun were equally distressed, having been entirely unprepared. I believe that fellow did this deliberately, Xiong Jun seethed. He is resentful over our fright from last night. What do you intend to do? Di Tian interjected. Even away from the extreme northern ice plains, the Snow Emperor could still easily subdue you. Xiong Jun's expression faltered. Was he merely relying on his higher cultivation to bully him? When he reaches 700,000 years, the balance of power may not be so clear. Moreover, he is now a friend of the master. What do you intend to do? Di Tian further inquired. Xiong Jun was momentarily speechless. I wish him good health. Curse it. I cannot even seek revenge. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the lake of life, after notifying Qian Daoliu and the others, despite causing a minor debacle, Mou was utterly exhausted and promptly fell asleep. The mental energy from Tianming had forcibly flooded into his spiritual sea, expanding what was once a small football field into an ocean. Mou could not adapt to this exaggerated mental energy, far beyond his previous life's limit Douluo, rendering it a tremendous burden. What is to be done next? The Snow Emperor, cradling the sleeping Mou, looked to the just-returned Di Tian. Earlier, in an effort to assist Mou in creating a second martial soul, the Silver Dragon King, already severely injured, found himself further burdened and succumbed to sleep once more, leaving uncertainty regarding when he might awaken. Although Mou wished to assist the Silver Dragon King in recovery, unfortunately, he failed. The angel martial soul seemed displeased with the forced separation of its holy sword into another martial soul and harbored a strong aversion toward the Silver Dragon King. Unwilling to provide treatment, even Tianming, the instigator of this situation, was confined to a dark chamber. In retaliation against Tianming, the originally solitary sword now possessed a sheath. As Tianming's consciousness could not reside within Mou's spiritual sea and was instead sealed within the new martial soul sheath. A veritable tragedy. This further solidified the suspicions held by the Snow Emperor and her companions. Mou's angel martial soul possesses a degree of consciousness. Moreover, the mask that the angel martial soul never removes may conceal something significant. He requires to acquire soul rings of varying attributes to gain elemental immunity. Having already obtained the ice attribute, Tian's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Qi Wang and Xiang Jun. What do you mean? I shall not be a sacrifice. Xiang Jun protested vehemently. He still harbored intentions for revenge against Mou. How could he possibly offer himself as a sacrifice? Even if a sacrifice were imperative, that would be a matter for the future. I suggest you seek suitable soul beasts, Tian replied. Tian spoke with a hint of silence. According to Bai Ji, the recent collaboration between the Silver Dragon King and Mou had reached an impasse, thus the matter of the beast sacrifice would have to be postponed. After all, Mou currently possessed 2 martial souls, so there was no rush. They could take their time. Though they understood that, given their knowledge of Mou, he would likely not refuse if they directly requested a sacrifice. It would carry an air of moral coercion, hence it was better to proceed slowly. Xiang Jun, wearing a reluctant expression, inquired about the attributes involved. Wasn't there a frenzied light unicorn recently? Perhaps you could communicate with it, Tian suggested nonchalantly. That creature seems to have been around for over 20,000 years, doesn't it? Xiang Jun hesitated. Moreover, it's gone mad now. It's impossible to expect it to make a sacrifice. Could Mou even absorb that essence? He did not doubt Mou's capabilities. But the current creature's physical resilience had already reached its limit with a 5,000-year soul ring. Beyond that would be akin to courting death. The enhancement from the sacrifice would only bolster mental strength, offering no real benefit to Mou's physical robustness, especially considering the Ice Silkworm clan's notable lack of bodily fortitude. Has it truly gone completely mad? Tian inquired. It seems so, Xiang Jun replied, uncertain, as they rarely ventured outside, and their information came mostly from external sources. But since we aren't sure, it's best you check first. With that, Tian kicked Xiang Jun away with a swift motion. Hey, could you at least be a bit kinder when ordering me around? Xiang Jun's voice echoed back, a blend of frustration and resignation. Since his defeat against Tian, he had become nothing more than a tool for the latter, unable to match his strength. All right, we can converse now. After sending Xiang Jun, whose temper was less than agreeable, on his way, Tian adopted a serious demeanor. Shui, if you wish to proceed with the sacrifice as before, I won't object. However, I hope you can persuade Mou to assist us. Should he choose to fight for the Soul Beast clan, I promise to offer a sacrifice to become his soul ring in return. We will too, Bai Ji and Ziji chimed in. Having witnessed the event of time reversal, not only the Silver Dragon King, but also they recognized that Mou might be the final hope for the Soul Beast clan. During the divine battle at Jialing Pass, Mou, who could single-handedly suppress all the ferocious beasts, had brought forth a sense of utter despair before the God King, shattering any lingering hopes they had. The soul beasts could never ascend to divinity. Before the gods, they remained eternally vulnerable. The notion of lying low and gathering strength was merely self-deception, a way to await extinction. The divine realm held 5 god kings, yet even a newly ascended Shura god like Tang Sen wielded absolute dominance over Mou. Meanwhile, even at his peak, the Silver Dragon King was merely a god king, facing 5 opponents. Furthermore, even the once mighty dragon god had faced defeat in the past. Relying solely on their own strength, the Soul Beast clan was perilously close to fulfilling the gods' desires for their own extinction. Though placing their hopes in Mou felt like a gamble, it was perhaps their final chance. If missed, there may never be another opportunity. Chapter 34, The Proud and Angry Angel Martial Soul. Seeking more updates and monthly votes, reluctance washed over Shui and Bing Di as they contemplated persuading him. It wasn't that they were unwilling. As soul beasts, they were indeed eager to aid their kin. However, if it meant using this sense of responsibility to coerce Mou, that was unacceptable. I feel guilty, Shui admitted. If it were for my own sake, I would willingly give everything. But Mou has already faced death. Not just once. You have seen how he would sacrifice himself for a promise to Qian Daoliu. If we were to persuade him, he would undoubtedly help. Yet, we do not want him to bear such burdens because of us. Having coexisted with Mou for over a decade, both Bing Di and Shui understood him deeply. Perhaps even better than he understood himself in some aspects. He was indeed prone to compassion. Moreover, Mou harbored a disdain for this world, which brazenly paraded its primal bloodshed without pretense. Yet he understood that such brutality could not be altered, prompting him to seek escape, out of sight, out of mind. Why did Mou appear somewhat dim-witted and carefree? Was he foolish? Not at all. He was intelligent, but he chose not to live with too much clarity or precision, as that would be exhausting and burdensome. Thus, he often presented himself as simple-minded, magnanimous, and optimistic. It was rare to see him fuss over anything, even regarding Tang-san, who had once attempted to take his life. He bore no resentment. This wasn't a sign of foolishness, but rather a reflection of his desire to live in the moment, savoring every second rather than filling his mind with calculations, grievances, or self-torment. "My apologies," Shui Di and Bing Di said softly, bowing slightly. They could not allow Mou to be coerced into such matters due to their concern for him. If he chose to assist willingly, they would support him. However, urging him to do so would be akin to coercion. "I understand," Di Tian nodded in acknowledgement. This outcome was somewhat to be anticipated. "How long have I slept?" Mou groggily opened his eyes. "It must have been over 3 days," Snow Empress estimated. "That indeed seems rather lengthy." Mou sat up, realizing he was still in this peculiar space at the bottom of the Lake of Life. "By the way, what has become of the Silver Dragon King?" Mou inquired. He was unable to summon the angel martial soul before falling asleep. It appears he was quite irked. However, it seems that if the angel martial soul truly wished to devour that soul and reclaim its holy sword, it could certainly do so, yet it refrained. Perhaps considering his intentions. "Her injuries have worsened, and she remains unconscious," Snow Empress replied. Mou sighed deeply. He genuinely detested being indebted to others. Once a debt was incurred, it had to be repaid, or he would feel utterly uncomfortable. Pausing momentarily, Mou slowly lifted his head and said, "If I were to assist her, would you all?" Suddenly, Tian Ming's cries interrupted Mou. "Mou, brother, let me out." The darkness enveloping the space felt stifling, Tian Ming lamented. The portrayal of the angelic martial spirit starkly contrasts with the reality. Presently, he finds himself confined within this sheath. Unable to move, a treatment far worse than that of a mere tool. Mou manifested the split sacred sword in his hand. What is the meaning of this sheath? As Mou drew forth the sword, adorned with numerous silver patterns, a swift shadow darted out from within the sheath. "Mou, what is happening?" The ethereal entity, Tian Ming, appeared in the form of a diminutive spirit, no larger than a palm, and pointed accusingly at the sword sheath. "Wasn't it said that your angelic martial spirit possesses a grand abode from which it can emerge at will? Why am I confined in this little black room?" Previously, both the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress had painted a delightful and enticing picture of Mou's angelic martial spirit's mysterious space. How did he end up imprisoned within the sheath? "I don't know either," Mou replied as he returned the blade to its sheath. In the next moment, the relief of being able to breathe was abruptly interrupted as an irresistible force yanked Tian Ming back into the sheath, sealing him within once more. Mou. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress watched in silence. Is this considered revenge? Undoubtedly. This is the retribution of the angel spirit against Tian Ming. The sacred sword has been forcibly severed, akin to having one's possession snatched away. Why must this be? Tian Ming's sorrowful cries emanated from the sheath. Was he not acting to assist Mou? Although he harbored his own ulterior motives, was it not primarily to aid Mou? Why treat him this way? Moreover, was it not the Silver Dragon King who ultimately extricated that spirit? Why must the vengeance solely be directed at him? Perhaps it is because you are the true instigator. Mou, with a sense of resignation, withdrew the blade, and Tian Ming leaped forth once more. Am I to be confined here indefinitely? Tian Ming lamented pitifully. Brother Yu, I did this to help you. Can you bear to see me trapped in this dark, desolate little room? Can you truly bear it? Tian Ming blinked his bright eyes earnestly, hoping to soften Mou's heart. Yet, I find myself powerless at this moment. Mou shrugged. I am unable to even release the angel spirit now. This is a problem that has never been encountered before. Tears of despair are about to fall from my eyes. He yearns to gaze upon the world outside. He longs for a life of happiness and does not wish to be confined in a dark room. I shall find a solution, Mou said, covering his face. On that day, dream indeed aided him, though confining someone to a small dark room seemed rather unethical. After some contemplation, Mou closed his eyes, attempting to sense the angelic spirit that was sulking in anger. Within the sea of his consciousness, he beheld the angelic spirit hovering in the air, turned away from him. Tentatively, he asked, could you do me a favor? Improve the environment for Dream. He is in quite a predicament and has assisted me greatly. I cannot be so ungrateful. Pausing momentarily, the angelic spirit waved the holy sword in its hand, seemingly struggling with it. However, Mou noticed that the recently manifested scabbard had brightened, and the space had expanded significantly, transforming the small darkroom into a cozy bedroom. Observing that the spirit appeared to still be listening, Mou pressed on. Could you also help heal the Silver Dragon King? She is quite unfortunate as well. Her mind was already frail, and now she has sustained such severe injuries. Moreover, she has aided me. I cannot repay kindness with malice, can I? Receiving no response, the angelic spirit lowered its gaze, observing the greatly altered holy sword in its grasp. Appearing rather displeased. I think it looks quite beautiful, Imoyu murmured. Previously, the patterns on the angelic sword were merely a monotonous gold. Now, it bore silvery scales that enhanced its allure. It's all beautiful, truly beautiful. Seeing the angelic spirit seem on the verge of anger once more, Imoyu quickly retracted his words. In his previous life, the angelic spirit had not exhibited such consciousness. Could it be a result of the time reversal? Had this spirit awakened? Just as Imoyu was lost in thought, the angelic spirit suddenly accelerated and collided with him, forcefully ejecting him from the sea of consciousness. What the? Imoyu exclaimed, bewildered by this unexpected exit. Is the temper of this angelic spirit so volatile? Wait, something feels different. I seem to be able to invoke it again. Imoyu hesitated before attempting to summon his angelic spirit, but unlike before, it crossed its arms defiantly across its chest, exuding a rather haughty demeanor. Still quite agreeable, I see, Imoyu muttered. He had assumed his angelic spirit to be rather grandiose, but it merely possessed a touch of pride. Standing up, he declared, please wait for me. I shall return shortly to heal her and see if she can awaken. Go ahead, the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress replied with smiles. They had overheard Imoyu's whispered intentions if he intended to assist her. It was unsurprising that he remained the same kind-hearted individual even after facing death. Hours later, Imoyu emerged from the hall, his expression clouded with melancholy. What is the matter? The Snow Empress inquired, puzzled. You see, Imoyu turned around, gesturing toward the petite, childlike version of the Silver Dragon King clinging tightly to him. What is this situation? The Snow Empress chuckled at the sight of Imoyu's gloomy expression. I was healing her, and while I was at it, she shrank. And before I knew it, she was clinging to me and wouldn't let go, Imoyu lamented. With the Silver Dragon King clinging to him. How could he possibly leave? Was he to replace Dream and become a mere tool in this place? Just then, as Imoyu wallowed in his discontent, the small Silver Dragon King shifted positions, seemingly uncomfortable with the hardness of his back, and moved to the front. Imoyu. Wait, you're being selective now? Imoyu exclaimed in disbelief. Little you, what is going on here? The Ice Emperor returned from a brief outing, bewildered at the sight of the child clinging to Imoyu. I just took a stroll, and you two have gone and had a child without me? That is not how this works. The Ice Emperor sighed in exasperation. Imoyu, Snow Empress. Sister, you birthed a child so swiftly? Imoyu retorted, incredulously. How long has it been? Even soul beasts cannot accomplish such feats, the Ice Emperor retorted. Having never given birth myself, how could I possibly know? As she spoke, the Ice Emperor approached Imoyu and gently pinched the exposed side of the child's face. Well, since you have been born, let me see what you look like. Whom do you resemble? Why do you seem so familiar? She is the Silver Dragon King, Imoyu reminded her. I didn't mean to. The Ice Emperor instantly leaped back and executed a perfect 90-degree bow. What is the matter? Bai Ji and ZG returned from outside. Imoyu pointed to the small ornament hanging in front of him. Your master has transformed into this. What shall we do? Master. The expressions of the fierce beasts, including Qian, instantly shifted to one of chaos. Has our master turned into a baby? How severe is the injury? Concerned, Bibi hurried over to assess the condition of the Silver Dragon King. A look of puzzlement crossed her face. Why did it feel so different from before? Although she was unable to heal the Silver Dragon King's wounds, she could always sense the severity of the injuries. Yet now, she felt nothing at all. Could you help me get her down? Imoyu implored. The Silver Dragon King definitely could not leave this dimensional space, as that scoundrel in the sky was constantly searching for her. However, if she remained clinging to him, he would also be unable to depart. Biji's expression turned troubled. To be honest, if it were possible, she would prefer the Silver Dragon King to remain attached to Imoyu, since that way she could continuously absorb his healing power to restore herself. Yet, this could potentially provoke Imoyu's disdain. No, I'm still just a child. Look, is this appropriate? Imoyu spread his hands toward the fierce beasts surrounding them. What was it to have a smaller child hanging onto a child? A nesting doll? It appeared that the master had lost consciousness due to her severe injury, and Biji's healing power attracted her, so she refrained from continuing her thoughts. Clearly, she was helpless. The Silver Dragon King's attachment to Imoyu was not merely by her small hands, but rather through spatial power. No one here could untangle such a spatial bond. What should I do? Imoyu turned to Qian, who was in charge during the Silver Dragon King's unconsciousness. Why not stay here for a while? Qian suggested. Imoyu looked utterly speechless. If she didn't wake up, would he be stuck here for a lifetime? Not that it's impossible, Xiangjun muttered. Mou exclaimed. Are these creatures doing this on purpose? Do they really think I am powerless? With a stern expression, he summoned his angelic martial spirit, which appeared behind him. Hey, little silly dragon, if you don't let go, I want to hold back. He menacingly raised the holy sword against the Silver Dragon King's neck. It seemed she sensed the threat, as the little Silver Dragon King let out a pitiful whimper. Crying want to help, Mou lowered his voice. I'll count to 3. Either you release your grip, or I will assist you in letting go. 1, 2. Daddy. Mou's eye twitched. Calling Daddy wouldn't work. Let go. Mommy? The little silly dragon promptly changed her words. Mou exclaimed, that's not what I meant. Watching their master call him Daddy and Mommy. The expressions of the fierce beasts were beyond description. However, one of them couldn't help but stifle laughter. Seeing Mou's helplessness was immensely entertaining for Xiangjun. Revenge. This is retribution. Mou, who only responds to softness, finally faced his due punishment. Little you. Perhaps we should. Seeing Mou's exasperation with the Silver Dragon King in his arms, the Snow Empress attempted to offer counsel. Forget it. Mou resignedly sheathed his holy sword. Consider it a debt I owe her. As he spoke, the 6-winged angelic martial spirit behind him unfurled its wings, enveloping Mou and the Silver Dragon King within. A soft glow flickered, and the angelic martial spirit dissolved into the air. What is this? Qian looked bewildered. What on earth? He could not sense the presence of the Silver Dragon King anymore. She was clearly right before him, yet her aura had completely vanished. I have sealed her presence within the special space of the angelic martial spirit, undetectable even by gods, Mou explained. Really? Qian's face showed skepticism. He indeed could not sense her, but could the deity or the divine king truly remain unaware? Is it true? We shall find out. Mou declared as he moved toward the dimensional space exit. Qian reached out to stop him. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't trust you, but this matter cannot be taken lightly. If the Silver Dragon King leaves this space, she could be detected by the divine realm. In her current severely injured state, if discovered, she would be doomed. Didn't you say you wanted to collaborate with me? You don't even trust me with this? Mou retorted. And if she is discovered, I, the traitor who colluded with the remnants of the dragon god, would also be condemned, wouldn't I? Qian was momentarily at a loss for words. He truly wanted to trust Mou, but he couldn't afford to take the risk. Simply put, do you trust me or not? Mou's expression turned serious. If you trust me, let me go. If not, I will find a way to bring her down. Then we shall part ways and no longer seek each other out. After a moment of struggle, Qian finally lowered his hand. Let us gamble. After all, the outcome couldn't possibly be worse. This was also the choice of the Silver Dragon King. After Emperor Qian withdrew his hand, Mou activated his angel martial soul once more, soaring into the sky with the Silver Dragon King suspended before him. A few moments later, he returned. Under the puzzled gazes of the fierce beasts, Mou cleared his throat twice and approached the Snow Empress, saying, Ahem, let us venture out together. Alas, I almost forgot that we are at the bottom of the Lake of Life. The lake is quite deep. Moreover, Xiaoyu cannot swim. Ice Emperor thoughtfully explained. When they were in the extreme northern ice plains, Mou accidentally fell into an icy lake. If she had acted swiftly to rescue him, he might have truly drowned. Feeling embarrassed, Mou replied, Sister, could you refrain from exposing my weaknesses so easily? Can't you see that Xiangjun is already eager to try? A minute later, the anxious group slowly surfaced above the Lake of Life. Shura, you ancestral spirit. Mou, cradled in Ice Emperor's arms, suddenly shouted into the void. 10 seconds passed without any reaction. See? I told you everything would be fine, Mou said relaxedly. However, the ferocious beasts, including Emperor Qian, fell silent at her rebuke. Brother, you are our brother, they exclaimed. What if Shura actually heard that? Phew. Emperor Qian sighed in relief. If even such a direct insult elicited no response, it seemed that the gods were not as omnipotent as they appeared. What shall we do next? Emperor Qian inquired, looking at Mou. Since the Silver Dragon King would not be detected by the Shura god, did Mou intend to bring the Silver Dragon King into the human realm? If you are concerned for her, you are welcome to join, Mou invited. I can also help you conceal your presence, though I feel it unnecessary. The so-called ferocious beasts, whether the 200,000-year-old ZG or the 800,000-year-old Emperor Qian, were of little consequence in the eyes of the gods, just as he was to the God King, utterly non-threatening. The only entity of concern to those gods was the Silver Dragon King. After all, The ultimate fate of the other soul beasts was to perish under the heavenly tribulation. Even those like Tian Meng, who narrowly escaped the tribulation and became true million-year soul beasts, could never ascend to godhood. For a soul beast to become a god, they must either gamble on a talented human sacrifice to elevate them or transform in hopes of achieving that 1 in a million chance. However, the latter path is equally a dead end. Generally speaking, a 100,000-year soul beast possesses combat prowess comparable to a tidal Douluo, and some with powerful bloodlines, such as the Titan giant ape or certain dragon-blooded soul beasts, can even contend with super Douluo. However, upon transformation, such powers vanish instantly. Before achieving soul sage status, maturity, and complete transformation into a human, a tidal Douluo can see through this disguise. Moreover, transformed soul beasts below level 70 still produce soul rings and bones, resulting in the unfortunate fate of all who have attempted transformation. They have perished at the hands of humans. Qian and those 2 rabbits were not exceptions. Far too many precedents existed before them, proving that soul beast transformation is not a gamble for survival, but a path to demise. So, are you willing to cooperate with us? Emperor Tian asked anxiously. Mou shrugged. What else can I do? You've all placed your hopes on me. So how could I turn away? Thank you, Emperor Tian sincerely expressed. Hold on, don't rush to thank me, Mou interrupted, raising her hand. I simply cannot comprehend why you have faith in my ability to contend with the entire divine realm when I have already lost once. I cannot defeat a sure god. Why would you believe I could challenge the entire pantheon? It truly baffled her. Even if his martial spirit could reverse time, it would be of no use. Defeat is defeat. Their side had only an injured Silver Dragon King and an incapable Limit Douluo against the gods, lacking any other combat strength. How will we fight? Do you really think everyone is like Lao Zhu, starting with a bowl and relying solely on combat for equipment? What divine realm? The 3-eyed golden beast returned from its wanderings. Upon seeing the new adornment on Mou, the 3-eyed golden beast curiously approached. What is this? I can't sense any aura at all. Mou gently patted the dazed dragon's head. This is your master. The Silver Dragon King, struck on the head, again voiced a plaintive cry. Sister, I am not your mother. Mou felt utterly exhausted. Such a substantial pendant restricts his daily movements. Since a collaboration has been agreed upon, Bear Jun's gaze inadvertently drifts toward the Crimson King. Would you like to make a sacrifice to liven things up? He suggests. No. Mou quickly interjects. Let us take our time with the sacrifices. What I currently require is elemental immunity. There is no need to be so extravagant. With the energy from Dreaming Heaven, I can manage my initial training without issue. If I must make a sacrifice, it can wait until after I attain the title of Douluo. For him, training before achieving the title of Douluo presents no obstacles. In his previous life, he reached Douluo at the age of 18. Although he received assistance from the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, even without their sacrifices, his time to reach Douluo would have only been extended by a year at most. However, the subsequent training proved to be a challenge. He dedicated 12 years to attain the title of Douluo, and then spent another 7 or 8 years reaching the pinnacle of Douluo, beginning from level 90. The journey from level 93 to 99 took 7 years, averaging 1 level per year, a stark contrast to his previous rapid ascent of 1 level every month. Thus, even if he were to gamble and make a sacrifice, it would be reserved for crucial moments. Otherwise, while it may be enjoyable now, he would face hardship again post-Douluo. That makes sense, Emperor Tian nodded. The later stages of training slowed down significantly. Therefore, it is wise to reserve sacrifices for essential moments. The advantage of possessing twin martial souls lies here. After attaining the title of Douluo, others struggle to progress, often taking years or decades for even the slightest advancement. While those with twin martial souls can swiftly level up by augmenting their second martial soul with soul rings. What type of soul ring do you require now? Emperor Tian inquired. Their current sacrifices seemed excessive, but the other soul beasts could indeed participate. The intelligence of 10,000-year soul beast has awakened. And for the sake of the soul beast clan's future, they could be persuaded to sacrifice. Although soul beasts under 10,000 years cannot choose to sacrifice while preserving their souls like they do, such sacrifices are necessary for the future of their kind. Mou fell into contemplation. Remarkably, he has now aligned himself with the mightiest force on the entire Douluo Continent, whatever soul ring he desires. Emperor Tian can summon it for sacrifice without the need for the arduous efforts of his past life. This is overwhelming, he thought. Let us start with light and fire attributes. Reluctantly, Mou ceased to hesitate. He has gambled before, having experienced death once. Perhaps should he lose again? His angelic martial soul could grant him another chance at time reversal. However, the thought of starting over conjured a sense of dread akin to that of Kira Yashikich. Does the loser truly eat dust? 2. Emperor Qian paused, surprised. Hasn't Dreaming Heaven already made a sacrifice? Mou summoned his newly acquired sword martial soul, preparing to attach soul rings to it as well. The effects would be identical. And although this sword existed as a second martial soul, it remained a subordinate of his angelic martial soul. Truth be told, if not for the angelic martial soul considering his feelings and granting him favor, this sword could be retracted at any moment. The angelic martial soul indeed possesses consciousness. Though it remains incomplete, it is quite responsive to his commands, albeit with a hint of arrogance. Isn't it said that cultivating a twin martial soul requires first bestowing a complete soul ring to one of the souls? The Ice Emperor inquired, perplexed. That is what Bibi Dong asserted, and it is how Tang Sen also approached it. The simultaneous attachment of soul rings to two martial souls generates an overwhelming force, one that the human body cannot endure, often resulting in catastrophic disintegration. However, my angelic martial soul's first soul ring is Dream, which has sealed all its energy, releasing it gradually, thus imposing no burden upon me, Mou elucidated. Moreover, since you all intend to sacrifice for my benefit, I ought to provide you with a suitable residence. This is unfair. The Dream, busy constructing a small nest within the Holy Sword, burst forth at this declaration. Confronting Mou directly. Why must I be confined to this small dark chamber while they reside in spacious quarters? I too wish to see what lies within. Although the space of the current scabbard had expanded, allowing him to design its structure, he still yearned for a larger abode. Emperor Qian approached, lifting the palm-sized Dream, which appeared in a spiritual form, squinting slightly. I intend to make a sacrifice in the future. Do you wish to reside with me? The Dream's expression faltered. No, absolutely not. Good night, Lord Emperor Qian. With that, the Dream swiftly retreated back to the small room within the scabbard. Witnessing the Dream's genuine reaction, the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, Emperor Qian was somewhat bewildered. He had merely asked, not issued a threat, for the Dream had indeed rendered considerable assistance. Perhaps you should first assess just how terrifying you are. Chapter 37. Work. In the Martial Soul City, within the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong was furiously attending to a backlog of decrees that had accumulated during her brief absence. Damn it. I was gone for just 1 day. How could so many have piled up? She had been working tirelessly for 3 days, yet the documents seemed endless. As the attendant, Douluo, observed Bibi Dong's dark expression, he dared not utter a sound. In normal circumstances, Bibi Dong would require an entire day to address the daily influx of decrees. However, her recent activities, visiting the orphanage, engaging in disputes at the offering hall, and subsequently taking Hulina to apologize, followed by a trip to the Stardow Forest, had inadvertently amassed over 3 days' worth of work. Consequently, despite her relentless toil over the past 3 days, a significant number of decrees remained unresolved. Typically, the Pope would not need to handle such a multitude of affairs. But Bibi Dong, desiring to swiftly consolidate control over the Martial Soul Hall, took it upon herself to manage every detail. Since ascending to the papacy 3 years prior, she had maintained this level of involvement, which had regrettably hindered her cultivation. Even now, her second Martial Soul's soul ring remained unrefined due to a lack of time. Of course, all her efforts were not without reward, for she had successfully garnered most of the power and loyalty within the Martial Soul Hall. In a few years, she would no longer need to labor so diligently. Yuguan, how much longer? Bibi Dong glared furiously at the attendant, who continued to hand her decrees. Based on your current pace, roughly half a day remains, Yuguan timidly replied. It seemed to him that the Pope had changed significantly over the past few days, her temper having grown considerably sharper, reminiscent of her younger self. Half a day? Bibi Dong slammed her hand on the table, rising abruptly. Just as she was about to voice her grievances, she closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and ultimately restrained herself. This was her own choice. She will complete it, even while crying. Your Holiness, perhaps you could take a moment to rest? Yuguan suggested. Bibi Dong had been reviewing documents here for 3 days, and he had accompanied her for those 3 days. Even the one passing things to her was exhausted. Bibi Dong. Rest? Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, glaring at the densely packed memorials as if they were her adversaries. If I rest, who will assist me with these? If I take a break, tomorrow's work will accumulate with today's, and I shall have to work overtime. Rest? Or are you tired? Do you need to rest? Feeling the uncontrollable resentment emanating from Bibi Dong, Yuguan silently lowered his head and ceased to speak. Ah, women. with no outlet for her frustrations. Bibi Dong once again transformed her grievances into motivation, directing them towards the memorials in front of her. In the realm of her spirit, Bibi Dong observed the leisurely Rakshasa god Bibi Dong reclining in a rocking chair. "Can't you help me with this?" "Help you?" The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong slightly opened her eyes. "This is your responsibility, not mine. If it weren't for you, why would I waste so much time on that child?" Bibi Dong retorted. If it weren't for that individual seizing her body and causing chaos in the worship hall, even if she had failed to win over that MOU, she wouldn't have had to spend time apologizing with Hulaina. Moreover, in the Stardow Forest, facing those strangely powerful spirit beasts, that individual had again taken over her body. Yet, after all this, she had gained nothing. Only discovering that MOU was also reborn and maintained a cold demeanor towards her. Consequently, despite her efforts, all she had acquired was this body full of injuries and a pile of memorials that remained unaddressed. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, she had initially intended to bring MOU closer for some reparation, but after all this time, that individual was also reborn and regarded her with indifference. Even if she wished to make amends, in MOU's eyes, it would merely appear as a fleeting drama. Furthermore, the true owner of this body had no lingering feelings for MOU, and the latter would certainly not wish to relinquish control of the body to her indefinitely. Well then, let it be that I owe you. Allow me to take over, and you rest for a while. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong stood up. She could share perceptions with her current self, but could also actively sever that connection. When she took control of the body, the other could do likewise. Hence, they could hardly alternate duties. She had been weary for decades. Now, reborn, how could she entertain such notions? With this thought, having just gained control of the body, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, once certain that her current self would genuinely rest, swept away the fatigue of the body with her divine power and stood up. Yu Guan. Here. Yu Guan kept his head bowed. Assist me with these matters. Bibi Dong pointed to the documents on the table. Yu Guan was taken aback. Huh? You cannot handle such trivial tasks? Bibi Dong frowned. Yu Guan wished to retort. He was a titled Douluo, not an omnipotent Douluo. And he was an elder of punishment. What did he know about such matters? I do not care. These tasks are now your responsibility. If they are not completed by the time I return at dusk, prepare to sweep the streets. With that, Bibi Dong exited the administrative hall, leaving Yu Guan in a state of bewilderment. With mixed emotions, Yu Guan approached the table, casually flipping through a few documents before decisively abandoning the notion of handling them himself. What on earth are these? Bishop Sevis. Yu Guan called out to several bishops responsible for filtering the memorials in the side hall. You will handle these documents. I will return in the evening to inspect them. If they are not addressed properly, prepare to sweep the streets. With that, Yu Guan also departed the administrative hall, leaving several bewildered, gray-bearded bishops to exchange confused glances. Why has this task returned once more? Having departed from the government hall, Bibi Dong, after a brief disguise, began to meander through the Soul Master City. Since her ascension to the papacy, she had scarcely found a moment's respite. After decades of toil, she commenced a war, engaged in battles, and ultimately met her demise. Throughout her life, she had scarcely lived for herself. Ever since awakening her twin martial souls and being taken as a disciple by Qian Sunji, her existence revolved solely around cultivation. It was only upon encountering Yu Xiaojiang that she found someone who treated her with equality within the martial soul hall. The others, knowing her status as the Pope's disciple and the hall's saintess, bowed and scraped, striving to curry her favor. Human nature is inherently flawed, and she was no exception. Surrounded by sycophants, she found herself intrigued by Yu Xiaojiang, a unique individual from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. For he was the only one bold enough to call her by her name, an esteemed soul master. In retrospect, she realized how foolish she had been. A great soul master, buoyed by his lineage from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, looked down upon the ordinary soul masters of the martial soul hall, disregarding the disparity in their cultivation levels to address a soul emperor by name. This insolent and haughty behavior from a discarded child of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, daring to call the saintess of the martial soul hall by her name, seemed to her, at that time, a pristine flower rising from the mud. How naive she must have been, as if she had never encountered a man before, to take an interest in a worthless individual who intruded upon her life, even contemplating leaving the Pope's court for him. Subsequently, that beast, Qian Sunji, obliterated her so-called love and ruined her latter life. Since then, she had lived solely for vengeance. Yet, was it truly Qian Sunji who had destroyed her? Had she not rashly decided to leave the Pope's court for Xiaojiang, tarnishing both the martial soul halls and the Pope's reputation? Would Qian Sunji have reacted with such wrath had she not done so? He had been her teacher for over 20 years, akin to a father. If he had truly been a monster behind a fade, why had she not seen through it in all those years? Was she truly so foolish? As the Pope, what woman could she not have? Would Qian Sunji act against her merely out of lust? He had nurtured her for 20 years and surely understood her character. To pursue her in such a manner would invite inevitable retribution. Yet, why did he persist in such a course of action? As the Pope of the martial soul hall, did he lack means to retain her? Why resort to such base and foolish tactics? Qian Sunji was no fool, and a titled Douluo is not an idiot. So what was the reason behind it all? Fortune and misfortune are often self-invited. Bibi Dong stood aloft, gazing upon what would one day become the fiery ruins of Soul Master City. On another front, having just completed the sacrificial offerings of a 20,000-year light unicorn and a 40,000-year flame giant lizard, Mou embarked on his journey back to Soul Master City. As for why he absorbed a 20,000-year and a 40,000-year soul ring, it was not due to the absence of higher-aged soul beasts within the Stardow Forest, but rather because it was unnecessary, with Tiandang as the first soul ring of his angelic martial soul. The potent elemental energy he possessed would gradually influence his other soul rings, evolving them into 100,000-year rings in the future. Of course, there was a pragmatic reason as well. Sacrificial offerings required the soul beast's voluntary consent. Even if Emperor Qian was the absolute ruler of the Stardow Forest, it did not mean he could compel the other soul beasts to willingly sacrifice their lives for a human. Once they were sacrificed, their fate for the next 20 years would hinge on the outcome of his endeavors. If he succeeded, those who had sacrificed would be resurrected. For the angelic martial soul preserved their complete souls during the offering. However, should he fail, these sacrificed soul beasts would perish alongside him. Yet, to cultivate to the levels of tens of thousands of years required unimaginable effort, to relinquish their decades of accumulation and future fates for a mere human. What justification was there? Frankly speaking, even if he and Emperor Qian were to fail and die, the other soul beasts would still have several thousand or tens of thousands of years to live, right? Let us not speak of the grand ideals of the soul beast race. For all living beings, the most paramount concern should be their own survival. Hence, even if Emperor Qian possessed the power to coerce the soul beasts into sacrifice, he refrained from doing so. Ideals are meant to be upheld by oneself, not mere rhetoric to demand the deaths of others. Thus, after a thorough search, the two most suitable and willing sacrificial offerings of light and fire attributes were these two. The 25,000-year light unicorn, having suffered greatly from an assault by a soul master group from the Star Luo Empire that slaughtered his wife and children, had lost his sanity. With the gentle persuasion of Baiji, he regained a semblance of lucidity, yet his will to live was so diminished that he would not last long. Therefore, under the condition of avenging his family, he chose to sacrifice himself for Mou. The other, a 40,000-year flame giant lizard, had recently emerged from the shock of time reversal. During his brief foray into human form for a breath of fresh air, he unwittingly charged into the disgruntled Xiangjun, who retaliated with a devastating blow, rendering him gravely injured. Upon learning of Mou's need for a fire attribute soul beast, Xiangjun unceremoniously brought him back. The communication with the flame giant lizard was also facilitated by Xiangjun. The details remain unclear, but in the end, he too agreed to sacrifice himself for Mou. Moreover, the type of sacrifice Mou accepted was not akin to what Xiao Wu experienced. Rather, it was a sacrifice of cultivation, preserving the soul. Thus, the absorption proved significantly more challenging, as most of the energy needed to be stored within the soul rings. Now, Mou had reached the 25th level. I truly owe you, he lamented, slightly exasperated and fatigued, after being carried by the Snow Emperor. The diminutive Silver Dragon King, having absorbed the soul rings, finally revealed her fangs, beginning to voraciously draw upon Mou's healing powers. However, Mou's healing required soul power as a catalyst, and thus, having just absorbed the soul rings, he found himself pinned to the ground by the Silver Dragon King's relentless pull, unable to rise. Even after absorbing a 20,000-year soul ring and a 40,000-year soul ring, he had only attained the 25th level, largely due to the Silver Dragon King's influence. Should I perhaps replenish you with some soul power? She jested, observing Mou's labored speech with a mix of amusement and concern. Absolutely not, Mou quickly interjected. This ancestor has just drained me dry. She's barely fallen asleep. If you recharge me, she'll likely drain me again. The Silver Dragon King had lost consciousness, and her cries for mommy were merely instinctual. Now, she would only call for mama, awakening to shout, then absorb, and upon finishing, fall asleep again, only to repeat the cycle. Mou had effectively become a perpetual power bank, faring worse than Tiandang. Thankfully, she had some restraint, not completely depleting him, leaving him with a modicum of energy. Mou lamented, it seems she has consumed far too rapidly. The Silver Dragon King had left him with about 20% of his soul power, and his weariness stemmed primarily from her excessive absorption. If she continues this way, you won't be able to do anything else, the Ice Emperor inquired. It appears to be the case for now, but once she recovers for a while and regains consciousness, it should be fine, replied Mou. To be honest, were it not for her adorable nature, I would have truly desired to strike her with a sword. What do you mean by that? A cold and ethereal voice suddenly interjected, startling Mou. Is that you, Sister Ziji? Have you arranged everything so swiftly? Mou responded awkwardly. Tian and the others mentioned that the soul beasts of the Douluo Forest still require some arrangements, and it will take some time before they can come to protect the Silver Dragon King. However, Mou is well aware that the primary concern lay in Tian's current dilemma regarding the arrangement of the three-eyed golden lion. As an imperial auspicious beast, the soul beasts of the Douluo Forest necessitate the presence of the three-eyed golden lion. Yet, Tian and the others needed to accompany the Silver Dragon King to Spirit City for his protection. They could not leave the three-eyed golden lion alone in the Douluo Forest, as she was still a young girl, or rather, a newborn. Conversely, it was impractical to bring her along, for the three-eyed golden lion had merely a millennium of cultivation and could not even assume human form. Appearing in human society as a soul beast would be exceedingly conspicuous and inappropriate. Thus, Tian, akin to a worried father, found himself in a quandary, whether to take her or not. Consequently, they were convening a meeting to vote on the next destination for the three-eyed golden lion. I have instructed the Hell Dragon clan to retreat into seclusion. Should anyone dare to emerge, I shall eliminate them, ZG remarked coolly. Mou, Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, truly impressive. Your efficiency is unparalleled. By the way, do you require my assistance in concealing your aura? Mou inquired. After all, your fierce beast aura is rather conspicuous for a Super Douluo, and there are quite a number of Super Douluos in Spirit City. It may pose some difficulties. Furthermore, you cannot stray too far from me, or else the concealment effect will falter. Of course, the latter part of his statement was a mere pretense. Only the complete concealment of the aura from the Silver Dragon King had a distance limitation. If it were merely to mask Ziji's fierce beast aura, rendering her indistinguishable from a human would be quite simple. After all, Ziji need not worry about being seen by the divine beings above. He uttered this line in hopes that this temperamental elder sister would not wander too far from him. Otherwise, based on his 2+ years of acquaintance with Ziji, he knew she was quite prone to causing trouble. This sister is not one to shy away from confrontation. Ziji cast a fleeting glance at Mou and declared, no need for that. If someone troubles me, I shall simply retaliate. Mou, amused, retorted, I am concerned that you might provoke trouble for others. However, if you were to encounter those two from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it could lead to peril. He continued. The Spirit Hall's Super Douluo is not a significant concern. A mere greeting from Qian Daoliu suffices. Yet, both the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo are also Super Douluos, capable of sensing the aura of ferocious beasts. Not long ago, with the assistance of the primordial energies from the Heavenly Dream, ZG successfully overcame a 200,000-year tribulation. Such power, when faced with those two, indeed poses a genuine threat. ZG paused, contemplating the notion of danger. All right, lost in thought. She abruptly lifted Mou from the embrace of the Snow Empress. Let us proceed. Mou, visibly awkward, protested, Sister, can't you see I am quite feeble at the moment? May I rest a while? Then rest, ZG replied, her expression unchanged as she continued to soar forward. Utterly indifferent to the increasingly dark expressions of the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress beside them. Is this no longer a pretense? Have they begun to compete openly? ZG, the chieftain of the Hell Dragon clan, has always exuded an air of superiority. It has not been long since she departed from the abode of her kin, arriving in the Starry Forest with intentions directed towards Emperor Tian, specifically for combat. However, the disparity in their cultivation levels is staggering. ZG is merely 200,000 years old, while Emperor Tian boasts an impressive 800,000 years. Should a confrontation ensue, ZG would scarcely withstand a single blow from him, which is why they have yet to engage in battle until now. In a prior life, Mou, like a reckless youth, boldly entered the heart of the starry forest, declaring his intent to fight, and, in a display of bravado, cast aside the formidable bear sovereign that he encountered along the way, presenting it before Emperor Qian. Ziji, unaccustomed to such provocations, was infuriated. She had always been the one to disrupt others, never the recipient of such indignities. Enraged, she transformed into her true form and charged forth. Mou. Wishing to avoid aggravating Emperor Qian, especially since he was only at level 98 and could not hope to defeat him, held back during the skirmish with Ziji. Yet, the bear sovereign's prowess in the starry forest is second only to that of Emperor Qian, and the fact that Mou, unable to best the bear sovereign, could still hold his own against Ziji clearly indicated that he was intentionally restraining himself. This only served to further infuriate Ziji, for in the dragon race, holding back in battle is deemed a grave insult. Subsequently, Mou, quite obligingly, delivered a sound thrashing to her. After all, one must not disregard the desires of a lady. From that moment onward, Ziji, having been bested by a mere human, fixated on Mou, seeking him out for bouts of combat with increasing frequency, though she never emerged victorious and always bore the marks of defeat, for Mou showed no mercy to anyone, regardless of gender, in the throes of battle. As time passed, the Snow Empress and Ice Empress, being the closest to Mou, began to notice that the Hell Dragon King seemed to harbor unusual sentiments towards him. Previously, this was of little concern, but now she dared to compete for him in their presence. No, it was more egregious than that. She was seizing him from right under their noses. What is this? Do they truly believe the three kings of the far north are mere ice sculptures? Chapter 39. An awkward battle. Outside the Spirit Hall, a spectacular clash is brewing. On one side stands the leader of the Hell Dragon clan, the rising star of the dragon lineage, Ziji. On the other, the long-renowned second of the three kings of the far north, the Ice Emperor, known as the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Although their cultivation levels differ by nearly 200,000 years, Ziji possesses the formidable bloodline of the dragons, making it conceivable that she could contend with the Ice Emperor, who has nearly 400,000 years of experience. Thus, the outcome of this battle remains uncertain. As for the instigator of this impending conflict, Mou, he is currently reclining in the embrace of the Snow Emperor, relishing the coolness. Why does he not intervene in this duel? Quite the jest. Could he possibly restrain them? With this ancestral figure in his arms, he is hardly in a position to defend himself, let alone engage in a battle of wills. Furthermore, even if these two were to unleash their full fury, with the Snow Emperor present, there would be no cause for alarm. A mere slap from either would extinguish the flames of conflict. Shouldn't he intervene? Observing the contented Mou nestled in her arms, the expression of the Snow Emperor is somewhat peculiar. These two individuals are indeed fighting for your sake. Does my advice hold any weight? Mou retorted. The Ice Emperor would strike him without a moment's hesitation, even now, and as for Ziji, in his previous life, he had suffered greatly at the hands of this character. It was already a considerable concession not to take revenge on him now. How could he still advise? You can't know if it works unless you try advising, right? Shwedi discerned Mou's concerns, which were merely rooted in the fear of attracting trouble. Worrying that these two would turn their aggression towards him instead, Mou shook his head. I have a feeling it won't be effective. It's better not to court disaster. Besides, isn't it your responsibility? Together, these two could not withstand even a single slap from you. I am not worried. Shwedi, a fearsome beast for nearly 700,000 years, may not be in the extreme northern ice plains, yet her combat prowess remains second only to Qian, the Ice Emperor, with nearly 400,000 years of experience, and Ziji, just over 200,000. Would be akin to two super Douluos facing an ultimate Douluo when matched against Shwedi, merely fodder. Is this what it means to live off someone else? Shwedi chuckled. Isn't it only natural for me to benefit from your generosity? Mou replied with conviction. If possible, I would wish to indulge in this for a lifetime. Who wouldn't he want such a life? Who wouldn't he prefer to lie down and relax? Striving is merely a means to rest, if one could bypass the former. Who in their right mind would seek out hardship? It is all for the sake of living. As Mou momentarily indulged in this idea of leisure, the Ice Emperor and Ziji found themselves in an awkward predicament. Should they fight or refrain? If they fought, would Mou be displeased? After all, he genuinely abhorred conflict, or rather, he detested violence. Yet to abstain? The very tension was palpable. If they did nothing, wouldn't they lose face? A half-hearted approach. The two, feeling the weight of the moment, silently cast glances at Mou, hoping he might offer some words of encouragement to provide them with an exit. Come on. Let us finish this quickly and head into the city. I haven't eaten in days and am starving. After shouting this, Mou returned to the comforting embrace of Shuedi, relishing the coolness on this sweltering day. Even as the clumsy dragon resting upon him showed no signs of discomfort from the heat. What are they up to? A jade figure approached from afar. The tardy Baiji finally arriving beside Mou and the others. Fighting, of course, Mou turned his head. Wouldn't it be better for us to head into the city first? After all, these two won't finish their brawl anytime soon. Though ZG could fight above her level due to her dragon lineage, the disparity in cultivation between her and the Ice Emperor was significant. She simply could not hope to win. Furthermore, he trusted that the Ice Emperor would exercise discretion and not strike too harshly, with Baiji and himself present. A few minor injuries would pose no serious concern. Isn't this going to cause any trouble? Baiji cast a worried glance towards the distant Wuhuan city. With such a ruckus, the super Douluos of Wuhuan city could not possibly ignore it. Rest assured, I just spoke with Lao Qian. The 7 offerings from the offering hall 1T intervene, and I've masked the ferocious beast auras of both of them. Even if other titled Douluos were to engage, they would not be a match for the two of them, Mou reassured. ZG's strength was comparable to that of a 97-level super attack system Douluo, while the Ice Emperor, in her ultimate state, was akin to a 98-level super Douluo. Therefore, aside from the 7 offerings from the offering hall, no one here could pose a threat to them. Among the elders in the Hall of Elders, the highest-ranked titled Douluos were Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who were only at 94 levels. There was truly no need for concern. If you're anxious, you and Shuedi can head into the city first while I keep an eye on them, Baiji suggested. No need. They know their limits. Mou stood up, pulling Baiji toward the direction of Wuhuan city, with Shuedi following close behind. Besides, look at this ancestral being atop me. Mou patted his belly, where the Silver Dragon King was still sound asleep. If she were to encounter any issues, it would be Yushidi come to. Although Baiji had only been looking after the Silver Dragon King for a short while and was aware that the Silver Dragon King's existence was relatively recent, Qian had been in slumber at the bottom of the Lake of Life, guarding the Silver Dragon King. He and Baiji, along with Qi Wang and Wan Yao Wang, had only known each other for a few hundred years due to their connection to the nourishing Tian Ming. Qian initially believed that Tian Ming, this peculiar 100,000-year soul beast, would aid in the recovery of the Silver Dragon King, thus bringing her back to that dimensional space. However, after 10,000 years without any response from the Silver Dragon King, Qian lost interest in Tian Ming. Yet, it would be a shame to lose such a rare soul beast, so Qian took Tian Ming out to attract other ferocious beasts within the Stardo Great Forest, which is when Baiji and Qi Wang formally met Qian. As for Xiangjun and ZG, they only formed an alliance with Qian a few years prior, driven by the desire to claim the three-eyed golden lion. At that time, Xiangjun sought out Qian to compete for the three-eyed golden lion, and ZG had similar intentions, wishing to bring the imperial auspicious beast into her clan. However, upon learning that Qian had just survived an 800,000-year tribulation with the help of the three-eyed golden lion, she abandoned the idea. There was simply no way to contend with him. Only the hot-headed Xiangjun stubbornly challenged Qian, only to be thoroughly defeated. After that encounter, Xiangjun became Qian's tool. Thus, while Qian may be regarded as the leader of these ferocious beasts in truth, the bonds between them were not yet as profound as they would become thousands of years later, for they had only recently met. The emotions among soul beasts accumulate over millennia, so in reality, his relationship with these ferocious beasts was quite similar to the relationships they held with one another. By the way, why hasn't Qian arrived yet? Mou inquired. Qian is currently contemplating the placement of the three-eyed golden lion, deciding whether to keep her within the core area of the Stardo Great Forest or to subdue her and place her within that dimensional space, Baiji explained. Mou paused, perplexed. Subdue? Since when did Qian resort to such tactics? However, the three-eyed golden lion expressed a desire to accompany us to observe the human world, especially since she heard we would be coming here. Thus, Baiji sighed helplessly. Right now, the three-eyed golden lion is throwing a tantrum, and Qian is temporarily unable to handle it. So he has asked me to keep an eye on her while he devises a plan. With Shuedi's formidable strength, Mou felt assured that there would be no issues on his end. Even if they did encounter an insurmountable crisis, he and ZG could simply offer themselves as a sacrifice. After all, with their twin martial souls, there were ample vacancies, and they were merely expediting their participation. Their collaboration was already established. MOU was willing to assist the Soul Beast clan, and they naturally had to respond accordingly. However, the three-eyed golden lion was still young. Essentially a child, even an infant. Should they fail and perish, at the very least, they hoped that the three-eyed golden lion, as the imperial auspicious beast, could carry the remaining soul beasts forward, even if it meant just surviving in a state of mere existence. After all, their alliance with MOU was a gamble, and a high-risk one at that. If MOU was initially set to face merely an Azure god now, with the addition of the Silver Dragon King's remnants and the notion of overturning the Douluo Divine Realm, what lay ahead for him and them was the entirety of the Douluo Divine Realm. Chapter 40. The Plan. By the way, I previously asked the Silver Dragon King, but she did not respond. Now, I wish to inquire of you. MOU directed his gaze towards Bai Ji. Given that you have witnessed my failures, why do you still choose to follow this clumsy dragon and collaborate with me? Where does your confidence stem from? Bai Ji paused momentarily before replying. In truth, we possess little confidence ourselves. Found it perplexing. Even if they were merely surviving, they still had several tens of thousands of years ahead of them. Nevertheless, they did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. We are serious, Bai Ji declared. Your battle with the Azure god has starkly illuminated the insurmountable chasm that exists between gods and mortals. Thus, no matter how hard Emperor Qian strives, as long as he remains mortal, he cannot even best a low-tier god, let alone the 5 great gods of the divine realm. You are not our only option, but you are the one we deem the best. If we miss this chance will we encounter another willing to confront the divine realm for the sake of the spirit beasts? We cannot say, but at least she felt no confidence. Having grown up in the Stardow forest, she had witnessed countless humans who bore no sympathy for spirit beasts, viewing them merely as the inevitable outcome of the law of the jungle. As stated, this world is grotesque. Can a grotesque world nurture normal beings? Furthermore, S talent is already at the pinnacle of humanity, possessing a martial soul surpassing divine rank, innate soul power at level 20, and a combat strength that exceeds demigods. All without the taint of divine power. Could humanity ever produce another of his caliber? Even if such a genius were to arise, would they harbor the same compassion for the spirit beast races? The future is uncertain. Perhaps they will find better options down the line. But neither Emperor Qian nor the Silver Dragon King is willing to gamble on such an elusive future. They would rather risk everything here than await their demise. If I lose, will you hate me? Inquired. No, Bai Ji resolutely denied without hesitation. Your willingness to assist us is already sufficient. The outcome is beyond our control. However, the pressure you place upon me makes me feel somewhat less than human if I fail, lamented. A host of ferocious beasts awaits sacrifice. What a privilege, right? But if they hold such high expectations of you, what does it mean if you achieve nothing? He simply cannot accept such a reality with a clear conscience. The plans are in our hands. The outcomes lie with the heavens. Do not burden yourself too heavily. Even if we fail, we shall all perish together. Embarking on a journey in unison is a form of happiness as well, the Snow Emperor consoled. Patted the dopey dragon before him. But I haven't lived enough yet. I do not wish to lead you all to your demise. He could gamble once, but not a second time. He could lose once, but not a second time. He could wager his own life, but he could not gamble with the lives of others. Not far away on the street, the rascal god, Bibi Dong, encountered a minor dilemma while taking a break from administrative duties. Where is this? She asked expressionlessly in her mental space. The city tower? The rascal god, Bibi Dong, replied awkwardly. Didn't we agree to rest? Why are you checking up on me? Oh, the city tower. So what should you, or I, be doing now? Bibi Dong pressed on. Resting? The rascal god murmured. Bibi Dong, return my body. She should never have trusted this fellow. Truly, she should not have believed him. They had agreed on handling affairs. Yet he had turned and run off to wander aimlessly. Had she not kept a watchful eye, he would have likely spent the entire day playing around. Weren't we supposed to relax a bit? The rascal god, Bibi Dong, refused. She hadn't even properly rested. How could she return to the mental space for a long slumber? What about my documents? Bibi Dong asked. I had you handle them, the rascal god replied. Will he? Bibi Dong questioned. What does it matter to me whether he can or not? The rascal god responded. 6. Return my body. Bibi Dong insisted. No. The rascal god refused. Return it. No. What was happening to her? Passing by, observed Bibi Dong, who stood there talking to herself in a daze, feeling somewhat bewildered. Her mind may be experiencing some issues, Bai Ji explained after observing. By the way, Emperor Qian informed me that she and that Qian Renshua may both have encountered minor problems. They likely possess 2 consciousnesses at present. Was taken aback. Two consciousnesses. What does that mean? Bai Ji pondered for a moment. Emperor Qian suggested that it might be an accident caused when your martial soul activated time reversal. As they both perished beside you, and time reversal began with you as the core. Therefore, it is highly probable that they experienced some mishap during that process, had self-destructed. His energy scattering across that area, and Bibi Dong had subsequently self-destructed as well. Qian Rinxue, realizing defeat, had also self-destructed. Their shattered souls lingered in the area affected by his explosion, likely retaining memories from before the time reversal. However, the instability of that environment resulted in the emergence of two consciousnesses upon their awakening, one being the current consciousness and the other the original. Moreover, this form of mental fragmentation is perilous. If the two consciousnesses clash, it could potentially lead to their complete collapse, Bai Ji warned. This is a reminder from Emperor Qian for her to alert Mou. Although it appears that the two consciousnesses of Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong are managing their coexistence, it is evident that as time progresses, their conflicts will intensify, and their division will become increasingly pronounced. Mou's feelings are somewhat difficult to articulate. No wonder he perceives Bibi Dong's attitude towards him as fluctuating, which feels quite off. It turns out this is the reason. Qian Rinxue seems a bit peculiar as well, especially since he has recently arrived at the worship hall. And Qian Daoliu has yet to inform her of this matter. She could not possibly abandon her responsibilities in Heaven Do City to come here. How can such a condition be treated? Mou inquired. If Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue truly have issues, the spirit hall would directly lose the presence of the Rakshasa god and the angel god, which would mean he would have to face the future all alone. Bai Ji shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. She had never encountered such a case of split personality before, especially one induced by the reversal of time. It is likely that even human physicians with experience in such matters would be of little assistance. Mou's expression grew troubled. What a heap of troubles this is. Little you? The Rakshasa god, who had forcibly removed Bibi Dong from the line, regained her composure. When did you return? Just now, Mou shrugged. Let us take it slow. After all, he does not yet know how to confront the memories of Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue. It could very well be that they have discerned his reincarnation. Yet they have not directly addressed it, indicating their own uncertainty in facing the present him. If you were to lay everything bare now, it would only lead to awkwardness for everyone involved. Thus, it seems best to let things unfold naturally for the time being. As for the two consciousnesses, Qian Rinxue is relatively manageable. Her attitude towards him has remained largely unchanged. However, there may arise minor conflicts between Bibi Dong and him. After all, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San are allies, and Tang San is allied with Shura, who is destined to inherit the Shura god position in the future. Mou has no intention of obstructing this. The battle prowess of a Shura god who has assumed the position is fundamentally different from that of one who has relinquished it. To put it simply, who would one choose to confront? A newly anointed Shura god, Tang San, or an experienced Shura god in full power? It is not difficult to deduce the preferred option. When Tang San first inherited the god position, it coincided with Shura's weakest phase. This period represented the optimal moment to assault the divine realm. If the Silver Dragon King could awaken the sealed Golden Dragon King and incite chaos in the divine realm, thereby distracting the gods from the conflict in the mortal realm. Even if only for a brief moment, the time differential between the divine realm and the mortal realm would allow the Silver Dragon King, alongside the Rakshasa god and angel god, to devise a plan to seize the Shura god sword. Under such circumstances, a god king and two primary gods could easily overpower a newly anointed Tang San, shattering the Shura god position. Would this truly be a challenge? Without the restraining power of the Shura god, the remaining four god kings would find it quite difficult to halt the rampaging Golden Dragon King. And this would present an ideal opportunity for him to negotiate. In the face of impending peril in the divine realm, they would surely prefer not to invite another potential enemy who could lead to mutual destruction, would they? What troubles you? The Snow Empress gently nudged the contemplative Mou. Mou snapped back to reality. It's nothing, just that I fear I may have to resort to underhanded tactics. In his previous life, he had played the role of a gentleman and ended up losing, as he faced underhanded opponents. In this life, he cannot afford to be defeated again. Thus, when dealing with schemers, it seems one must employ their own tactics. Great Master, Haotian Sect, Little Rabbit, Ayin. Little San, do not hold it against me. This is not my desire. I truly do not wish to witness their demise once more. Chapter 41. The Emotional Deficiency of Soul Beasts. And who are they? Bibi Dong cast a glance at Bai Ji and the Snow Empress. A mature woman type, How did this old lecher manage to flirt so swiftly? And with two? No. The white one seems somewhat familiar. By G, a 500,000-year emerald swan, my friend, MOU introduced without hesitation. Snow Empress, nearly 700,000 years old, Ice Snow Maiden. My sister, the Snow Empress interjected. Bibi Dong looked on in disbelief. Sister? Are you jesting? I know well what sort of person this old lecher is. Don't even mention sister. He would seduce you as a younger sister if given the chance. And her? Bibi Dong pointed at the plump infant before MOU. Picked her up on the way. MOU replied earnestly. Mama? It seemed the Silver Dragon King sensed MOU's mention of her, gently lifting her head. Bibi Dong I twitched. She likely guessed the truth. The young girl is likely a spirit beast, albeit a transformed one. However, she cannot sense the presence of the verdant BG and the Alabaster Snow Emperor, presumably due to a significant disparity in cultivation levels. Yet, how is it that this child exudes no trace of aura whatsoever? Moreover, did not MOU harbor a disdain for children? How could she tolerate someone clinging to her? Just as MOU and her companions were lost in thought, the Ice Emperor and Purple G, having just concluded their battle, caught up with them. Thanks to MOU's angelic martial spirit concealing their fierce beastly aura, a unique bond has formed between them and MOU. She can perceive their whereabouts, and they, in turn, can locate her. Bibi Dong's expression turned peculiar as she pondered the identities of these two. What is this young man up to? After just a few days apart, he has entangled himself with so many others? No, these creatures must have been ensnared by MOU in a previous life. Otherwise, such harmony between humans and ferocious beasts would be inconceivable. The Hell Dragon King, with a lineage of 200,000 years, and the Ice Emperor Scorpion, boasting nearly 400,000 years, were introduced by MOU. By straightforwardly announcing their titles, he intended to issue a warning to Bibi Dong, or rather, to the current Bibi Dong not to entertain thoughts of them, lest she face dire consequences. Greetings, Bibi Dong greeted coolly. Truthfully, she did not perceive these ferocious beasts as particularly formidable. She was still the Rakshasa god, after all. While the beasts were undeniably powerful, they were utterly defenseless before a deity. I shall not intrude upon the Pope's leisurely stroll. Noticing Bibi Dong's lack of reaction, MOU surmised that her consciousness was preoccupied. So he led the group towards the Pope's mountain without concern, confident that her mind was capable. Bibi Dong instinctively felt the urge to intervene. But then she recalled that she had no ties to MOU, who was not affiliated with the Papal Hall. She truly had no authority to interfere. You criticize my humility towards Xiao Gang, yet you are no less accommodating towards this fellow. The voice of Bibi Dong in the spiritual realm mocked. TCH. I owe him a debt. What about you? Retorted the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong. I owe that coward nothing. Bibi Dong, incensed, attempted to retort. But the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong offered her no opportunity. Do not mention that wretch. It turns my stomach. With that, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong severed the connection. It was evident that her psychological turmoil was rather severe. MOU, detecting Bibi Dong's unusual state through his formidable mental prowess, found himself at a loss for words. Let her have her way. You owe her nothing, the Ice Emperor remarked, her tone peculiar. Having resided within MOU's martial soul for over a decade, she had come to understand him quite well. When it came to Bibi Dong, MOU exhibited a stubborn reluctance to turn back, even when faced with adversity, driven by an excess of compassion. Indeed, she felt some sympathy for Bibi Dong's plight, but surely there must be limits to such empathy? After more than a decade of pleading, there had been no response. In fact, Bibi Dong had nearly repaid kindness with malice. Nearly bringing MOU to his demise, she was thoroughly displeased. Are you envious? MOU inquired, bemused. The Ice Emperor had changed significantly in the past. She would have confronted Bibi Dong head-on, unleashing her frustration without restraint, much like Ziji. Envious? What of it? The Ice Emperor retorted sternly. If you dare to covet her, I shall render her unconscious and place her in your bed. Let us see how you feel then. If you desire her, simply take her. What a straightforward matter. Yet you complicate it unnecessarily. Besides, Bibi Dong does not strike me as someone who would heed advice, after over a decade of coaxing. One would expect some semblance of attachment, yet she promptly resorts to lethal force. They claim soul beasts are cold-blooded and devoid of sentiment. Yet humans are far less trainable, each one a treacherous ingrate. Seeing the Ice Emperor genuinely vexed, MOU, displaying remarkable understanding, took her hand and soothed, do not be upset. Let us first indulge in some delightful cuisine, shall we? And what of your desire for her? The Ice Emperor questioned. I no longer desire her. I crave you. Do not be cross, all right? Mou reassured her. Truly no longer? The Ice Emperor appeared skeptical. To be honest, her inquiry was not a threat. She merely found Mou's slow approach exasperating. If he still desired Bibi Dong, she would simply incapacitate the woman and bring her along. Look at me. How could I possibly desire her? Mou shrugged helplessly. Firstly, he was still a child. Secondly, the Silver Dragon King was constantly demanding attention. Calling for his mother at every turn, what could he possibly do? Ah, the Ice Emperor nodded. I understand. You still covet her, but lack the means. We shall discuss it later. Come, I wish to dine extravagantly. With that, the Ice Emperor lifted Mou and headed towards the food street of the martial Soul City. Mou made no protest. It was best to placate her first. Do they always interact like this? Observing the duo's adversarial yet comical dynamic, Biji found it amusing. In the Stardow Forest, while the ferocious beasts generally refrained from conflict under the intimidation of Emperor Qian, they remained cautious of one another. The playful banter between Mou and the Ice Emperor was a rarity indeed. Their relationship began to improve the day Mou ventured into the core area. Under the pressure of Mou's formidable power, the usually might-oriented Bear King gradually aligned himself with the Red King and others. Realizing that if he could not defeat them alone, perhaps a collective effort would suffice. Consequently, the Bear King ceased to exhibit his previous violence, often resembling the playful persona Mou described. Over time, even Emperor Tian's perspective shifted. He no longer harbored animosity towards humans, beginning to recognize that among them might exist individuals like Mou, who sought peaceful coexistence with soul beasts. Thus, he had implored the Silver Dragon King on numerous occasions, who once harbored intentions to eradicate humanity. While soul beasts can attain a level of wisdom comparable to that of humans through rigorous cultivation, their understanding of human emotions remains inherently flawed. The perilous journey of soul beasts transforming into human forms often necessitates venturing into human society to learn and experience these emotions. Only by acquiring genuine human thoughts and feelings can a transformed soul beast truly become human. In truth, the ferocious beasts did not possess a profound understanding of human emotions. At least, their knowledge was limited to Mou alone. The other humans they encountered in the Stardow Forest merely coveted their soul rings and bones, never treating them with the equality and respect they deserved. Mou was the first to do so. This is precisely why Bear Lord, despite his fiery temperament, did not reject their sacrificial proposal. After all, Emperor Tian never coerced anyone nor leveraged the noble cause of the Soul Beast clan to pressure them. The act of sacrifice must always be voluntary. My friend, this is Bear Lord, and it is also the primary reason they are willing to make sacrifices. Otherwise, why not just linger on? Ice and he have always existed in this manner. Snow Emperor felt somewhat helpless, ever since they became acquainted. Their interactions have been characterized by playful banter. Though it is often Ice who strikes him, Xiaoyu has always indulged her. Such playful antics are a rarity in the realm of soul beasts. By G's side, combat among soul beasts is primarily for survival, and the only instances of playful scuffles occur among family members or a select few of the same kin. At other times, battle signifies slaughter. Yet, did they not engage in playful bickering for several years in their past life? Snow Emperor linked arms with Bai Ji and strolled towards Mou and the others. Indeed, during those years, Bear Lord's temper was tamed. Bai Ji reminisced. In just a few years, Mou integrated seamlessly with them, initially in a literal sense of fighting. But gradually, they all became friends. The friendship between humans and soul beasts is truly enchanting. Chapter 42, Renovating the House. So, are you suggesting that they will reside here in the future? Observing the unabashedly ferocious aura emanating from Snow Emperor and his companions, Qian Daoliu felt a whirlwind of emotions. It was not that he was unwilling to let these formidable beasts dwell beside the Hall of Offerings. On the contrary, having such extraordinary warriors nearby would bolster the martial soul hall. Yet, the pressing issue remains. Why are they all female? What is the matter with that rascal? Were those 3 not male spirit beasts during our confrontation in the Starry Forest? How can we bring back 4 of them? No, including the trinket before Mou. That makes 5. Damn it. What about Xiao Shui? Is everything all right? Mou found himself perplexed by Qian Daoliu's demeanor. It neither resembled outright rejection nor acceptance. Qian Daoliu shot Mou a speechless glare, affirming that everything was fine. He was not blind. It was evident that these fierce beasts shared an extraordinary bond with Mou. If they were to spend day and night together for a decade or two, what chance would there be left for Xiao Shui? With a heart heavy with mixed emotions, Qian Daoliu chose silence and turned away. The fierce beasts present were not particularly familiar with humans, and Mou, being somewhat of a simpleton, could not decipher Qian Daoliu's troubled state. So they paid it no mind. Shall we expand this place? The Ice Emperor suggested, feeling that it was a bit cramped, while it might suffice for Mou alone. With so many of them together, soon Di Tian, Xiong Jun, Qi Wang, Wan Yao Wang, and even the three-eyed golden lion would be arriving. And there might not be enough space to sleep. There's no need to worry about that. I just spoke with old Qian. He will dispatch specialized soul masters to handle the expansion shortly, Mou assured them. Constructing houses was a task managed by dedicated soul masters, who utilized their unique martial souls to achieve remarkable efficiency. No, the Ice Emperor firmly rejected. This is our house, our home. I wish to build it myself. She had constructed her in the Snow Emperor's residence in the far northern ice fields, and it was exquisite. Mou hesitated, but this isn't the far northern ice fields. You can't possibly build a house out of ice, can you? Indeed. The palaces of the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor were solely constructed by the Ice Emperor from pure ice, which appeared breathtaking. Yet it was impossible for anyone below the rank of Soul King to endure such frigid temperatures for extended periods. Enough, Binger. Cease showcasing your ice sculpting skills and come here. I need to discuss something with you, the Snow Emperor said, pulling the Ice Emperor away. The concept of constructing a house from ice seems rather peculiar, despite Mou having absorbed the ice attribute soul ring of Tian Ming, rendering him impervious to the chill. Nevertheless, it feels somewhat odd. In human society, it is preferable to adhere to local customs. What style do you favor? Mou inquired, directing his gaze towards Bai Ji and Ziji. Could you perhaps describe it to me, and I shall relay the information to them shortly? Bai Ji, something more tranquil. Ziji, something more imposing. Mou, imposing? A house? In what aspect? Mou found himself struggling to comprehend the dragon's perspective. Ziji, the kind that exudes grandeur. Mou, for instance? Ziji, like the Pope's palace we encountered while ascending the mountain. The gravity of her expression intensified. That palace indeed possesses an air of magnificence. When she returns to the Hell Dragon clan, she intends to have one constructed as well. Mou displayed a look of resignation. However, that is not a dwelling. The Pope's palace is undoubtedly grand, yet it serves as the fade of the Spirit Hall. When it comes to craftsmanship and adornment, even the offering halls lack the intricacy of the Pope's palace. Otherwise, why would this mountain be named Pope Mountain? The Spirit Hall is nominally governed by the Pope as the supreme leader, hence the palace's imposing appearance. But to erect a structure even more grandiose than the Pope's palace atop the mountain, is that suitable? Ziji, noticing the troubled expression on Mou's face, stiffened slightly. Was her request too lofty? Well, it is not entirely unfeasible. Mou sighed, acknowledging that it might imply a declaration of rivalry against the Pope's palace below. If Ziji's notion were to be realized, it would be akin to deliberately driving a car more luxurious than the bosses when at work, dressing more extravagantly, and residing in a more opulent dwelling than the boss. What does that signify? If one wishes to resign, one ought to simply say so. Never mind. I shall communicate with them. You two take a moment to rest. Mou waved his hand and soared towards the mountain's base. Such matters ought to be communicated with Bibi Dong beforehand. Otherwise, it would be akin to slapping the Pope in the face. And he certainly does not wish to create discord with her. It is not that he is fearful, but rather, why would one willingly invite a potential adversary into their life without cause? Those who are universally opposed to others either harbor significant grievances or possess considerable flaws. To step out into a world filled with enemies does not enhance one's stature. He does not perceive any grandeur in being universally antagonistic. For those who place themselves in such a predicament often lack sound judgment. In most cases, such individuals tend to be somewhat foolish. Have I caused him trouble? Ziji expressed her concern. Rest assured, if Xiaoyu finds something bothersome, he will articulate it directly, the Ice Emperor interjected, as long as he does not explicitly refuse. Any complaints are merely a means to seek some advantage. In such instances, it suffices to allow him to take a small benefit. Xiaoyu is quite accommodating. Of course, Xiaoyu is only this way with attractive young women. With men, he typically adopts a more dismissive attitude, often retorting, "Can't you handle it yourself?" Xiong had endured much teasing from Xiaoyu. Taking advantage, Biji and Ziji struggled to comprehend. The Ice Emperor pondered for a moment, and simply put, it entails a hug, or allowing him to embrace you, a kiss, or permitting him to kiss you. In essence, it is quite straightforward. Xiaoyu is truly easy to please. And you may try it for yourselves. A kiss, a hug, or being lifted high. Bibi inquired, puzzled. Isn't this precisely what Mou cherishes doing with the three-eyed golden lion? They can all discern that in the core region, Mou's favorite pastime is indeed the little three-eyed. Whenever he finds a moment of leisure, he takes her on delightful excursions, and even during slumber, he finds solace in embracing her. The Ice Emperor nodded in agreement, affirming that he and Shrek share a similar bond. Whatever they desire, whatever they wish to do. A touch of affection suffices, just a gentle coaxing is all that is needed, without overthinking. The words were directed at Ziji. For Bibi is the most potent healing spirit beast of the Star Doe forest, endowed with exceptional social skills. However, Ziji, having spent an extended period in seclusion, remains somewhat oblivious to such matters, appearing more naive than Bibi, who has been wandering and engaging in battles in the extreme north. Ziji seems to harbor a vague affection for Muyu, reminiscent of her earlier tendencies to chase and strike him. Yet, her understanding of this sentiment remains unclear. She only recognized it during their recent skirmish outside the spirit hall, when Muyu hastily employed his angelic spirit to mend her fragmented consciousness after she inadvertently triggered a tribulation in her previous life. Thus, Ziji does not consider this simpleton dragon to possess greater intellect than herself, and consequently, she harbors no concerns. Moreover, her desire is for Muyu to find joy, wishing for the familial atmosphere they share to persist. Should Muyu wish for something, she would undoubtedly support him, for she is the unparalleled Ice Empress, his irreplaceable sister Binger. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Bibi Dong reluctantly returned to the papal palace after a leisurely half-day. Alas, the plight of a worker, even one as esteemed as the Pope, is devoid of holidays. The primary reason for her return was a sudden loss of interest. Observing the transformed beast Muyu had brought back, her emotions became complex, leaving her at a loss for words. Perhaps it was a return to a bygone era, where the once affectionate child, who would dote on her, now appeared distant. Or perhaps not distant, but merely a contrast to Muyu's previous exuberance, making his current indifference seem peculiar. One does not cherish what they possess until it is lost, and now she finds herself nostalgic. How foolish of her. Yuegwan. Did you manage all of this? In the administrative hall, Bibi Dong perused a small pile of documents she had entrusted to Yuegwan before her departure. Knowing it would take her at least half a day to address, Yuegwan hesitated. Having been appointed as Bibi Dong's guard by the former pope upon his induction into the spirit hall, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Governance? He was utterly clueless. Yet, if he were to speak the truth and cast these matters aside, would Bibi Dong be angered? Just say it. I know your capabilities well enough, Bibi Dong remarked nonchalantly. Yuegwan slightly bowed. Yes, your holiness. I have delegated these affairs to several bishops. Good, Bibi Dong replied, casually reviewing the documents, noting their satisfactory handling. Indeed, her experience in managing such matters stemmed from her interactions with those bishops. In the future, they could filter out and report significant issues, while the rest could be managed at their discretion. Of course, I will conduct random checks. If anything seems amiss, Yuegwan. As the Elder of Punishment, you know how to proceed, do you not? Yuegwan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly responded, Yes, your holiness. But what level of issues qualifies as significant? In truth, the former pope's workload was not as burdensome. Bibi Dong's apparent busyness stemmed from her meticulous oversight. She scrutinized every detail, thus assuming a significant portion of the bishop's responsibilities. Nonetheless, this diligence yielded positive outcomes, as the rampant corruption fostered by the former pope had nearly vanished under Bibi Dong's stringent governance, resulting in the dismissal of several bishops and contributing to her swift consolidation of the Spirit Hall support within a mere 3 years. This pope truly has authority. Important? Bibi Dong paused slightly, as if she had never contemplated this question. How did the previous pope conduct himself? She recalled that the scoundrel Qian seemed remarkably relaxed, spending most of his time posturing. In the words of Moyu, he was adept at pretending, failing at everything else. He hardly accomplished any significant matters. Yet in terms of maintaining the imposing image of the Pope, Qian was undoubtedly the most skilled pope in several centuries. The old fellow Daoliu, during his tenure as pope, did not possess the same notoriety as Qian. His reputation stemmed more from his formidable prowess. Unrivaled in the skies, prior to his narrow defeat against Daoliu, known as the Angel Douluo, was unmatched. However, she always felt that Daoliu, while battling Tangchen, displayed a degree of foolishness. After all, he could fly. Tang Chun wielded a hammer and could not take to the skies. Yet Daoliu, fully aware that his opponent's moves required preparation time, chose to engage head-on. In other words, he allowed for an extensive wind-up. But Daoliu insisted on a direct confrontation, waiting for his adversary to amass their full strength. Before that, he merely stood and watched. Indeed, just watched. When Moyu learned of this from Daoliu, he found it utterly amusing. That old man, in his youth, acted in such a foolish manner, failing to interrupt his opponent's wind-up? When the other party swung a hammer at him, did he not think to evade? Was he supposed to be invincible in the skies? Why not utilize his speed? Why stand firm and endure Tang Chen's most potent strike? Consequently, he lived under the shadow of that one blow for his entire life. Daoliu was somewhat simple-minded, truly. In battles, soul masters typically capitalize on their strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Yet he insisted on a direct contest of strength with the formidable Haoyan hammer. Wasn't that a bit foolish? How laughable. The former pope, Yueguan, lifted his gaze nervously, observing Bibi Dong's expression. Bibi Dong tossed aside the document in her hand, casually remarking, "Do not be anxious. That scoundrel is already dead, and I shall not bring his matters upon you." She had unraveled the fiasco from years past. Let alone Yueguan, the bodyguard placed by Qian Sunji at her side, even Daoliu. That old fellow was unaware that Qian Sunji had acted entirely on his own accord. Had Daoliu managed her situation, he likely would have summoned some evil soul master, eradicated Yu Shaojiang first, and then attempted to stabilize her. If that proved impossible, eliminating her would be no issue. Though she could harbor disdain for Daoliu, it was solely due to his connection to Qian Sunji. His character was not to be questioned. Thus, she remained perplexed as to how Daoliu could have fathered such a character as Qian Sunji. It was akin to the misfortune of the Haoyan clan. Yueguan attentively monitored Bibi Dong's reaction but could discern no flaw. It seemed that the Pope was even more inscrutable than before. "Your Holiness," he began. The previous Pope had only one standard for handling affairs of state. Gathering his resolve, he continued, "Does it jeopardize the overarching interests of the Spirit Hall?" Bibi Dong paused, contemplating. "What does that standard entail? Please elaborate." Yueguan hesitated briefly, then replied plainly, to be straightforward. "Unless a conflict of the magnitude of a war between the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire arises, otherwise, it is disregarded entirely." Bibi Dong was taken aback. The entire administrative hall fell into silence. After a while, she spoke again. "Isn't that tantamount to ignoring everything? A war between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire? Throughout history, who has dared to declare war on the Spirit Hall? Do they truly believe that the elders of the Hall of Offerings are mere decorations? Across the continent, for millennia, only the Spirit Hall has consistently maintained the presence of Limit Douluo in nearly every era, because only Limit Douluo can serve as the angel goddess offering. Even if one lacks the innate talent to rival someone of Daoliu's caliber with the angel goddess assistance, the Spirit Hall's records firmly state that the weakest among the high offerings is at least level 98, and that has only occurred once. Moreover, following the attainment of level 97, the lifespan of a title Douluo extends slightly, allowing them to live for at least 200 years, while those at level 98 may live up to 300 years. A high offering protected by the power of the angel god, a Limit Douluo, has even seen lifespans extend to over 500 years. To declare war on the Spirit Hall? Who knows if the previous high offering has even passed away? Once a 99 level Limit Douluo intervenes, it is a dimensionality reduction strike against all soul masters. Soul saints and title Douluo could be swept away with a mere gesture, and most title Douluo could be effortlessly vanquished. Over 1,000 years ago, there were records of such Limit Douluo in action, resulting in the near annihilation of title Douluo across the continent. She could not fathom that the royal families of the two empires would lack records of such history. Thus, Qian Sunji's standard effectively meant ignoring everything. The former pope indeed seldom involved himself in state affairs, Yueguan awkwardly replied. To speak frankly, Qian Sunji only issued commands, never concerning himself with the specifics of how it was to be achieved, merely insisting on results. As for the methodology and feasibility, that was entirely your prerogative. This vividly depicts the character of Qian Sunji, contrasting sharply with the current pope, Bibi Dong, whose brilliance becomes even more pronounced following her predecessor's tenure. In comparison to the previous pope, the current one exhibits an unparalleled sense of responsibility. "Damn it," Bibi Dong exclaimed in frustration. No wonder she had been overwhelmed these past few years. It was all due to the mess left behind by Qian Sunji. Chapter 44. Dominance. Inform them that trivial matters need not be reported to me henceforth. Bibi Dong sorted through the documents on her desk with ease. For those uncertain issues, provide a solution before presenting them to me. As for confidential reports, I shall handle those personally. Understood. Yueguan diligently took note of Bibi Dong's directives. Truth be told, with a lighter workload for Bibi Dong, he, as the elder at the hall, could enjoy a bit more leisure time. The recent days of relentless work had been exhausting, reminiscent of times past. By the way, if they are short-staffed, consider promoting some suitably qualified individuals, Bibi Dong suggested. The elderly officials responsible for administrative matters were nearing their end, with some struggling to even hold their documents. It was high time for a change. Indeed. Yueguan nodded in agreement. He too observed the elderly officials, overwhelmed by mountains of paperwork, laboriously reviewing each document one by one. Furthermore, drawing from her past experiences, Bibi Dong swiftly outlined regulations that would have otherwise taken years to establish. Having rendered such significant assistance, surely she could now occasionally indulge in her own desires, couldn't she? Your Holiness, someone wishes to see you. The enigmatic Gui Mei entered, having just returned from the Qian Academy. Bibi Dong lifted her gaze, asking, "Who?" "A child." Bearing the token of the offering hall, Gui Mei respectfully replied, noticing the child's attire, reminiscent of Qian Rinshue's former garments. Bibi Dong wondered if he might be the illegitimate son of the former pope, or perhaps the grandson of a certain offering. A moment of surprise gave way to delight. As she instructed, "Let him in." "Very well," Gui Mei responded, turning to leave. "Oh, and you need not return later," Bibi Dong added. Yueguan, having inferred the visitor's identity from Bibi Dong's rare display of joy, refrained from further comment and gathered the pile of documents on the table, heading towards the adjacent chamber. Meanwhile, outside the Hall of Governance, Mou was organizing his thoughts, contemplating how to reasonably persuade Bibi Dong to allow him to construct a palace on the mountain, one that would surpass even the grandeur of the Pope's Hall. This matter is, in fact, quite intricate, as the ongoing subtle power struggles led by Bibi Dong, alongside the Pope Hall and the Offering Hall, have not gone unnoticed by the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall, particularly the Elders Hall caught in the middle. The Offering Hall remains uninvolved in affairs, however, should they desire to achieve something or secure greater benefits for themselves and their families. They must align themselves with the Pope Hall. Yet, this alignment would undoubtedly leave a negative impression on the Offering Hall, which holds the highest status within the Spirit Hall. Thus far, only the two enforcers, Yueguan and Gui Mei, along with the sole female title Douluo in the Elders Hall, the title Douluo Lingyuan, have openly sided with Bibi Dong. The remaining title Douluo elders are still observing, unwilling to offend the Offering Hall, while simultaneously reluctant to forsake the tangible benefits offered by the Pope Hall. Until a reconciliation or a clear concession is made by one side, they shall remain silent. If he were to demand the construction of a palace even more imposing than the Pope Hall beside the Offering Hall during this sensitive period, it would undoubtedly create a confrontational atmosphere between the Offering Hall and the Pope Hall in the eyes of the discerning. He does not wish to cause trouble. As he pondered these complexities, Gui Mei returned with a report. "His Holiness the Pope requests your presence." Oh. Moya nodded and walked into the familiar yet unfamiliar Pope Hall. Although he had chosen Bibi Dong in his previous life, he felt as if he had not chosen anyone at all. After forcibly absorbing 2 exceptionally aged soul rings, Bibi Dong ceased to involve herself with him, effectively becoming his mentor for less than half a month before he was left to his own devices. He studied independently, practiced alone, and occasionally mingled with Qian Daoliu, existing in a unique position between the Pope Hall and the Offering Hall. The Pope Hall maintained a respectful distance from him, while the elderly figures in the Offering Hall treated him kindly due to Qian Daoliu's matchmaking with Qian Rinshui. Thus, although he aligned himself with the Offering Hall this time, his situation remained largely unchanged from his previous life, as he had very few acquaintances in this realm. Before long, Moya found himself standing alone at the entrance of the administrative hall. The open doors allowed him to see Bibi Dong, seated high above, managing affairs. However, he was uncertain which of her personas he would encounter now. "Greetings, Your Holiness." Moya stepped into the grand hall, offering a slight bow. Possessing the token of the Offering Hall, his status was equivalent to that of the offering. Thus, he felt no need for excessive formalities, a mere gesture sufficing as a sign of respect. "Is there something you need?" Bibi Dong feigned busyness, seemingly anticipating something, yet Moya was certain he would disappoint her. "I wish to construct a house on the mountain. Ziji desires it to be quite grand, so I came to inquire if you would mind," Moya stated plainly. Bibi Dong paused, perplexed. What was there to question about building a house? "Do you require me to send a professional construction team from the Spirit Hall to assist you?" "No. The Grand Offering has already spoken on my behalf," Moya declined. "However, this small palace may be rather ornate, potentially clashing with your Pope Hall." "Clashing?" Bibi Dong expressed her confusion. What collision could arise from a mere building? Moya elaborated. In simple terms, it may be perceived as overstepping by the Tiando Empire. The structure of the Spirit Hall is not akin to the feudal empires of Tiando and Xinglao. Rather, it occupies a unique state between feudal capitalism and imperialism. Eventually, Bibi Dong would lead the Spirit Hall entirely down the path of imperialism. Logically, such imperialism would represent progress compared to the regressive feudal systems of Tiando and Xinglao. Given the immense power of the Spirit Hall, a unifying war initiated under such circumstances should not result in failure, yet they faced formidable opposition. Tang Sen successfully preserved the feudalism of the two empires, stifling the emergence of a more advanced capitalist imperialism, and effectively delaying the world's progress by millennia. Indeed, he could be termed a benefactor. What do you intend to construct? Bibi Dong inquired, puzzled. How could a larger palace be construed as overstepping? The Pope Hall standards represent the pinnacle of grandeur on the continent, unmatched even by the palaces of the two empires, which dare not compete in this regard. Despite the ruling class of the two empires being aristocrats, this world ultimately reveres the strong. A pope is a title Douluo. And even an ordinary title Douluo would be revered as a deity within the two empires. With nearly 50 title Douluo residing in the Spirit Hall, it is inconceivable that the two empires would be foolish enough to rival the Spirit Hall in such matters. A majestic palace, Moya stated earnestly. How majestic? Bibi Dong countered. Remarkably majestic, Moya affirmed. Bibi Dong remained silent for a moment. Truthfully, she did not believe Moya possessed the capability to construct something truly magnificent, as he seemed rather inexperienced in such matters. His understanding of opulence appeared somewhat naive, as he truly had not encountered much in the way of worldly splendor. She had never shared such insights with him nor introduced him to them. During his previous life, he had been engrossed in cultivation, only venturing to the Stardow Forest or the extreme North Icefield, likely unaware of what true luxury entailed, having never truly enjoyed it in life. Moreover, Moya held little concept of the architectural aesthetics of the Spirit City, making him incapable of gauging their value. Thus, his interpretation of grandeur might be rather peculiar. For instance, I wish to erect a large statue, a pure gold one, Moya declared earnestly. I knew it, Bibi Dong replied. Go ahead and build it, she conceded, exasperated. She should have anticipated that Moya, having never seen the world, retained a superficial understanding of opulence, fixating on such trivialities as pure gold. This is perception of luxury. He has always believed that gold is the most valuable, thus he has hoarded several soul-guiding devices made of gold. In the treasury of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, there are numerous exquisite items, yet this fellow desires nothing but gold. Ah, this statue requires a substantial amount of gold, hinted. I will arrange for someone to provide it. Sighed in exasperation. If only she were willing to invest a little more thought in, he wouldn't be treating gold as a treasure. What purpose does it serve? Thank you, Your Holiness. Achieving his goal, respectfully performed a 30-degree bow of high courtesy. By the way, I'll find someone to assist you with the design aspect, added. This is my condition for funding. It is non-negotiable. She genuinely feared that might create something bizarre on the mountain, which would be utterly embarrassing. Oh, nodded. In truth, he was not well versed in design. His only evaluation of such structures was that they appeared imposing and aesthetically pleasing. Wait, I have already agreed to assist you. Shouldn't you offer some response? Seeing that seemed inclined to slip away, hastily called out to him. This young man is utterly oblivious to the intricacies of human relationships. Clearly, he possesses analytical skills comparable to hers when it comes to weighing pros and cons, so how could he exhibit such a naive flaw? MOU appeared momentarily taken aback. Response? What response? Rest assured, I shall not request your admission into the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong declared. She recognized that MOU had relinquished any expectations of her, thus choosing not to squander any more time. What then can I do? MOU inquired, puzzled. Did you not acquire 2 soul rings? Allow me to first observe the nature of your soul abilities, Bibi Dong stated. In truth, this was a demand stemming from her current disposition, to put it plainly. She still harbored doubts regarding MOU's capacity to absorb soul rings beyond the standard age limit. Just this? MOU questioned, bemused. For the time being, indeed. This is sufficient, Bibi Dong affirmed. Given the nature of their current relationship, it was unrealistic for her to expect MOU to undertake anything more. Oh, MOU did not dwell on it further and promptly summoned his soul power, manifesting his second martial soul, the Dragon God's Sword, in his hand. This is the name bestowed upon the Ice Emperor, intended to evoke a sense of grandeur. For this sword is born from the very essence of the Silver Dragon King's power. Referring to it as the Silver Dragon Sword seems rather peculiar, thus, the title Dragon God Sword is far more fitting. As for the sword martial soul, Bibi Dong, situated within the realm of the spirit, exhibited a look of perplexity. This sensation, how is it that the ethereal aura of the angels has vanished entirely? First soul skill, radiance of all beings. As Mou's voice faded, an intensely terrifying brilliance erupted from the blade of the Dragon God Sword, enveloping the entire Pope's hall in an instant. Even the formidable Bibi Dong, aside from Mou, was rendered completely blind, her very senses obstructed. Your Holiness! The urgent shouts echoed from outside the hall as Yu Guan and Gue Mei rushed towards the administrative hall with all their might. Stop! As Yu Guan and Gue Mei prepared to strike at Mou, Bibi Dong called out in a desperate tone. Consequently, the two formidable warriors, with their martial spirits activated, surrounded by 18 luminous soul rings, halted just before making contact with Mou. Oh, what do you intend to do? Mou retracted the dazzling holy light, resting the Dragon God Sword upon his shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at the two warriors. The ancient soul rings, emanating an aura of eternity, caused Yu Guan and Gue Mei to stiffen as they beheld the two pitch-black rings swirling around Mou. Could it be that this young lad is a newly appointed offering at the Hall of Offerings? A twin martial soul? I implore your forgiveness. In a flash, both Yu Guan and Gue Mei instinctively withdrew their martial souls and knelt before Mou. This is disastrous. This child, appearing merely 6 or 7 years of age, is highly likely of the same ilk as the fifth offering, Lightwings Douluo. Yet, while Lightwings Douluo seems to be around 14 or 15, this fellow looks barely 6 or 7. Moreover, if he is indeed a new offering at the Hall of Offerings, he must be at least level 96. Facing them would be akin to child's play. Has old Qian already informed me that I am old 8? Mou pondered. But did that old man not refuse before? I beg your pardon, 8th offering. Upon hearing the terms old Qian and old 8, Yu Guan and Gue Mei lowered their heads even further in trepidation. This is truly disastrous. He is indeed the 8th offering. You two step outside. Bibi Dong looked at the two cowards with exasperation. Just because they spotted two 10,000-year soul rings, they assumed he was a twin martial soul like her? How rash. However, why would he possess 10,000-year soul rings? Furthermore, they seem to be of considerable age, at least 20,000 and 40,000. What's going on? Yu Guan and Gue Mei dared not move, truly too frightened to act. For a level 96 Super Douluo to eliminate them would be exceedingly simple. Furthermore, for the Spirit Hall, a level 96 Super Douluo offering holds immeasurable value, far surpassing the worth of the two of them. Not to mention, with a grand offering present at the Hall of Offerings, given that they are aligned with Bibi Dong. Should this new offering decide to eliminate them, even Bibi Dong would be powerless to intervene. Please, step outside. Mou, perplexed, could not comprehend the demeanor of these two. Is this truly necessary? Even if he has indeed become the 8th offering, it is merely in name. Only upon reaching level 96 does he become a true offering. Prior to that, he is but a mere figurehead. I beg your pardon, 8th offering. Yu Guan and Gue Mei hurriedly expressed their gratitude and swiftly fled the scene. Mou was left bewildered. What was going on with them? They must have mistakenly believed you to be a title Douluo with a twin martial soul. Bibi Dong sighed wearily. Moreover, with you referring to Qian Daoliu as old Qian and the mention of old 8, how embarrassing. What a blunder this has become. If it were not for her prior knowledge of the situation, she too might have mistakenly assumed Mou was a title Douluo with a twin martial soul. After all, a 10,000-year soul ring is far beyond the reach of a great soul master. What of your soul rings? Bibi Dong inquired with curiosity. Mou's body struggled to absorb a 3,000-year soul ring, and absorbing a 4,000-year soul ring was only feasible due to the healing abilities innate to his martial soul. On one hand, the ferocious soul power wreaked havoc on his body, while on the other, the healing skill sought to restore it. Destruction and restoration in a relentless cycle. When she observed Mou absorbing the soul ring, it was a sight of blood seeping from his body one moment, only to see it slowly mend the next, followed by another rupture, and then repair again, an endless loop. Mou forcefully absorbed the exceedingly aged soul rings through this self-destructive method. However, a 10,000-year soul ring is utterly beyond his capacity to absorb. He would simply explode. There would be no time for any form of restoration. It was a sacrifice. Mou stated, 2,000-year light unicorn, 40,000-year flame giant lizard. There is nothing to conceal. After all, his household is already filled with ferocious beasts. Sacrifice? Bibi Dong's expression faltered momentarily. Is it possible to play it this way? Chapter 46. The Second Soul Skill. What is the nature of your first soul skill? After a brief moment of astonishment, Bibi Dong regained her composure. Given that Mou is acquainted with so many ferocious beasts, the concept of sacrifice is comprehensible. This is, in essence, an auxiliary skill. Mou explained. It grants oneself a holy light, enhancing all attributes by 50%, while reducing the attributes of any soul power beneath mine by 50%, allowing me to charge forward. All attributes by 50%? Bibi Dong was taken aback. How is it that this young man's light attribute soul skill is even more astonishing than in his previous life? Regarding the blinding beam from earlier, Mou shrugged nonchalantly. It merely serves as an ancillary effect, possessing a degree of mental disruption, though I cannot ascertain its full potency. Moreover, this soul skill harbors a significant drawback. What drawback? Bibi Dong inquired. Mou spread his hands in response. It indiscriminately affects friend and foe alike. Anyone illuminated by the light, aside from myself, will be afflicted by a debuff. It seems I am indeed fated to be a solitary star, needing no allies. His soul skills are rather straightforward and crude, much akin to those in his previous existence. He senses that this soul skill is not dictated by the soul rings. The angelic martial soul skills are fixed, with each elemental skill being identical. However, this light attribute soul skill, in his former life, only reached 50% potency upon attaining the pinnacle of Douluo, having previously hovered at 20%. Remarkably, this angelic martial soul has preserved the progress bar for him. Your soul skill is truly formidable, Bibi Dong remarked, momentarily at a loss for words. This feels rather like cheating. This soul skill directly renders soul masters with lower soul power than Mou utterly hopeless against him. A staggering 50% reduction in all attributes. Who can withstand such a blow? It's utterly crippling. The name of this soul skill is more akin to illuminating all beings while poisoning all beings. Now, moving on to the second soul skill, Burning Heaven and Boiling Sea. Mou thrust the dragon god sword fiercely into the ground, and in the next instant, a terrifying surge of searing energy erupts from the blade, causing the floor of the Pope's hall to fracture and emit a blazing red light, reminiscent of molten lava. Seeing that this explosion is still spreading, Bibi Dong hastily interjects, "Wait. Stop. Is the Pope's palace about to be demolished?" Oh, Mou withdrew the dragon god sword. This fire attribute soul skill is quite straightforward. It simply incinerates. Whether thrust into the ground or raised high towards the heavens, it emanates an intense heat, annihilating and spreading until everything within its reach is reduced to ash, thus scorching the heavens and boiling the seas. Naturally, this soul skill bears a shared flaw. It does not distinguish between friend and foe, unleashing indiscriminate devastation, unless one possesses the resilience to withstand such searing temperatures. This soul skill bears a striking resemblance to its counterpart from my previous life, albeit with the addition of an auxiliary skill, Flame Strike. By raising the sword and aiming it like a spear at the target, flames will coalesce at the tip, allowing it to be used as a firearm, enabling one to fire at will until the soul power is exhausted. The distinction between friend and foe causes a slight twitch at the corner of Bibi Dong's eye. She is acutely aware that in his previous life, Mou's soul skill functioned in much the same way. Once activated, everyone except for him becomes a target for attack. Were it not for Mou's ability to attain corresponding elemental immunity, it is likely that even he would not be spared from his soul skill's wrath. Yet, Mou has cleverly rationalized this self-imposed isolation with an air of refreshing nonchalance. A true powerhouse requires no allies. Hence, his subsequent pursuit of all attributes is not born from arrogance, but rather necessity. The inherent characteristics of his soul skills dictate that his battles will forever be fought in solitude. To counterbalance the unfortunate debuff of being a solitary star brought about by his formidable soul skills, Mou has no choice but to enhance his attributes across the board. Is there any other requirement? Mou inquired after demonstrating his two soul skills. As for the ice attribute skill bestowed by Tianming, it seems unlikely to be of use. Speaking of which, Tianming, as a million-year soul beast, bestowed 4 soul skills upon Huiyu Hao, yet only 2 upon him. One of mental attribute and one of ice attribute. And that is all. Pathetic. It matches the number of soul skills granted by a 100,000-year soul ring. Wait a moment. What is the situation with your martial soul? Wasn't it an angel before? Bibi Dong questioned. A dual martial soul, Mou shrugged. Or rather, my martial soul has split. It seems it recognized my toil and transformed into a dual martial soul to ease my burden. One martial soul is already quite arduous after ascending to the rank of title Douluo. Possessing 2 martial souls allows one to ascend rapidly post-title Douluo. One can simply stack high-year soul rings. Currently, Bibi Dong is at level 94, and she likely has yet to complete the attachment of soul rings for her second martial soul. Otherwise, she would have easily reached level 96. The trial of the Rakshasa god is somewhat treacherous. Prior to truly inheriting the divine position, the power of the Rakshasa god will instead weaken her, as the constant interference of the Rakshas's thoughts will lead her toward corruption. If Bibi Dong were to fall into depravity before inheriting the divine position, the Rakshasa trial would declare her failure outright. The Rakshasa scythe would consume her as nourishment, awaiting the emergence of the next individual harboring sufficient resentment. In any case, this divine trial is fraught with peril. One cannot help but wonder whether Bibi Dong with two consciousnesses will once again succumb to the erosion of the Rakshas's power. Mou departed. Bibi Dong, clutching her head, sat upon the high platform, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Indeed, melancholy it is. Her previous attitude toward Mou, aside from him rubbing the theories of Yu Xiaojiang into the ground, is one she is reluctant to admit. Mou has similarly ground her into the dust. With the first soul ring of 4,000 years, the second of 8,000 years, and the third of 10,000 years, he utterly crushed the pride of her dual martial soul. Furthermore, Mou did this before her very eyes, forcibly absorbing soul rings in a brutal manner. Yes, brutal indeed. In his past life, every instance of Mou absorbing soul rings was a death-defying act, relying on his near-cheating healing ability, completely unconcerned with the damage incurred from soul rings exceeding their limits. For Mou, as long as he is not directly obliterated, it matters little. As long as he can recover, as long as he does not face immediate death, he will push himself to the limits. This individual is undoubtedly deranged. It is essential to understand that his healing ability merely restores him, yet the agony of his injuries remains unabated. He destructively wreaks havoc while simultaneously healing until his body can endure such strain. What kind of training is this? Even divine trials do not engage in such madness. Has he always been this outrageous? In the realm of the mind, Bibi Dong pondered. You have yet to witness anything more absurd, replied the raging god Bibi Dong despondently. When he unleashes those numerous self-created soul techniques, you will truly grasp the disparity of the world. What do we count as geniuses? Merely individuals with slightly more talent than the ordinary. That fellow possesses the audacity to nearly incapacitate Qian Daoliu at level 99 with his self-created soul techniques. Bibi Dong. Self-created soul techniques, numerous? Nearly incapacitating Qian Daoliu? Huh. The raging god Bibi Dong inhaled deeply and rose to her feet. To speak candidly, it was only now that she comprehended her feelings towards Mou. You were largely rooted in jealousy. Jealousy towards both the genius and the madman. After witnessing Mou's myriad of outrageous feats, she had long since lost interest in Yu Xiaojiang. In fact, under Mou's influence, she had become entirely indifferent to Yu Xiaojiang, were it not for the necessity of maintaining a potent sense of resentment for the raging god position. She might have been utterly defenseless against Mou. True vulnerability does not stem from failure, but from the despair of being completely overwhelmed in every domain. Even in the areas where one excels, the blows Mou dealt her surpassed even those inflicted by that beast, Qian Xuanji. For while Qian Xuanji merely shattered her ludicrous notions of love, Mou made her genuinely feel that her so-called dual martial soul genius was nothing but a farce. Chapter 47. Self-Mutilating Training Methods. Following Bibi Dong's endorsement, construction of the palace adjacent to the offering hall commenced in earnest. Contrary to Mou's earlier concerns about conflicts arising from presumption, as he was merely a country bumpkin, Ziji and her companions were oblivious to the hierarchical customs of the human realm. Thus, the newly erected palace had only two requirements. It had to be aesthetically pleasing and imposing, leaving the astute architects entirely unburdened. Was it not simply a matter of beauty and grandeur? How uncomplicated. Of course, this was their initial fantasy as construction began. They soon realized how challenging it was to convey advanced architectural design concepts to a rustic child. Too extravagant, too fragile, appearing prone to shatter, too plain, too gaudy. Such a myriad of demands left the construction team's leader and designers utterly bewildered. This is not acceptable, nor is that. Any decoration that embodies style is deemed excessive. Any design concept that represents sophistication is belittled as mere self-indulgence. In summary, what they desire in aesthetics is an immediate appeal, and the grandeur they seek must be unmistakably evident at first glance. To put it plainly, they reject complexity and flamboyance, dismissing anything that signifies status. Ultimately, it was the distant figure of Qian Rinxue from the celestial city who enlightened these designers. Mou does not appreciate ostentation. The creations they design and construct must be practical. In other words, they must serve a purpose. Regardless of how trivial that purpose may be, it must be functional. Purely decorative elements, mere vases, are seen as rather obtrusive in the eyes of MOU and ZG. With this precise requirement in mind, a wave of enlightenment washed over the designers. No wonder the understated or overtly extravagant designs they incorporated in an attempt to convey status were met with the question, what is the use of this? Is it truly beautiful? The beauty spoken of by MOU and his companions must encompass practicality, otherwise, it simply lacks appeal. Upon clarifying these points, the pace of palace construction accelerated significantly, and within 2 months, a magnificent palace rose not far from the offering hall. How to describe it? Observing this grand structure, incongruous with the offering hall, left the attendants with an indescribable sensation. This object is surprisingly pleasing to the eye, having grown weary of garish embellishments. This palace exudes a refreshing simplicity, lacking in ornate decorations. Every design element clearly serves a purpose, standing in stark contrast to the opulent offerings hall and the papal chamber. Boss, I believe we could also adopt a different style, Guangling remarked earnestly. After witnessing the minimalist and practical design of the Moyu, the gaudy, grandiose palaces constructed previously to signify noble status appear increasingly distasteful. Indeed, this pragmatic style is far more comfortable to behold, agreed Golden Crocodile. As the eldest among the offerings, he harbored no affection for such ostentatious architectural styles. Excessive adornment was, in his view, quite the eyesore. Simplicity is preferable. The papal chamber has only recently become extravagant, particularly during the tenure of Qian Xuanji, who oversaw a renovation that elevated the papal chamber's standards beyond those of the palaces of the 2 great empires, which has fueled discontent among the upper 3 sections. The ceremonial standards of the papal chamber even surpass those of the royal families of the 2 empires. What intentions lie behind this? Who cannot discern it? In the eyes of these sects, including the so-called upper 3 sects, the resplendent papal chamber itself is an act of usurpation. To put it bluntly, having knelt for too long, they find themselves unable to rise. Even as esteemed title Douluo, they still carry an inherent sense of subservience towards the nobility of the 2 empires. Only the spirit hall, where the mediocre are relegated and the capable ascend, is free from such absurd inferiority. By the way, where is Xiaoyu? Golden Crocodile inquired. She has gone to obtain her 3rd spirit ring. Qian Daoliu replied nonchalantly. The 3rd spirit ring. The remaining 6 offerings were taken aback. Is it merely a few months? Has he reached level 30? Even Qian Renshue did not progress so astonishingly. That lad must have some sort of advantage, Qian Daoliu remarked with annoyance. In recent months, MOU has been leisurely wandering about the spirit city with those ferocious beasts, spending a few days here and a few days there, without witnessing that young lad engage in any form of cultivation. Consequently, just yesterday, that young man approached him in a rather unsteady manner, declaring that he had reached the 30th level and intended to venture out for a few days to hunt for soul rings. One can only imagine the turmoil he felt at that moment. 2 10,000-year soul rings had propelled MOU to the 25th level, quite understandable, given the elevated age of the soul rings. While there may have been no precedent for such an enhancement, he was still able to accept it. However, this transformation occurred in a mere 4 months. In the time it takes to build a house, that lad ascended from the 25th to the 30th level. Moreover, he exhibited not the slightest sign of unstable soul power. The most perplexing aspect remains that MOU had not observed him practicing at all. For the entirety of these past few months, he had merely been indulging in leisure. Is this what genius looks like? Xiao Shui is not like this. Actually, he is cultivating, Guang Ling remarked. When did this happen? Qian Daoliu inquired, puzzled. How could he have completely missed it? When I was playing with him. Guang Ling pointed to a small mountain outside the city. That is where we practiced. However, his method of cultivation, as Guang Ling's expression turned peculiar, is rather unconventional. Boss. The common method of soul power cultivation relies on meditation to accelerate the circulation of soul power within the body, absorbing external energy and transforming it into one's own soul power, right? Yes. What of it? Qian Daoliu nodded, considering it common knowledge. Guang Ling continued, in this process, soul masters continuously refine themselves, gradually strengthening their meridians to hold more soul power. The greater the physical strength of the soul master, the more soul power they can accommodate. What are you trying to say? Qian Daoliu interrupted. Guang Ling's expression became serious. But what if one were to strengthen their meridians in a more domineering manner and seize the energy of heaven and earth instead? MOU does not use the meditation method of cultivation, His approach might be inadequately described with a single term, but I can only refer to it as self-harm. During our sparring sessions, the speed at which his soul power circulated was astonishing. His body's meridians were unable to withstand such a violent flow of soul power, resulting in significant self-inflicted harm. In my observation, his meridians were breaking apart at every moment, while the healing power inherent in his martial soul slowly mended those injuries. However, due to his incessant violent exertion of soul power, he was continuously injured and healed, and in this process, his body was forcibly adapting and growing stronger. Genie's expression grew solemn. It is akin to certain martial artists who, through relentless pounding of hard objects, experience wear and tear in the bones of their hands and legs, leading to fracturing and subsequent self-repair. With each cycle of destruction and restoration, the density and hardness of those bones increase. Mou's brutal manipulation of soul power, concurrently healing his own injuries, accelerates this process. No wonder this lad's rate of cultivation is so absurd. Indeed, Guangling nodded. This method of cultivation cannot merely be called training. It resembles a forced evolution of his body, evolving to withstand the violent destruction he inflicts upon himself. During this repair process, the shattered meridians absorb external energy more rapidly. Therefore, Guangling turned to Qian Daoliu and said, "Boss, while his method is indeed fast, it is somewhat reckless, relying on his healing abilities. He is reckless in his training speed. However, this method seems fundamentally flawed. The agony of having one's meridians shattered is something even they, as super Douluos, would dread to experience. Yet, observing Mou's demeanor, completely devoid of any reaction, suggests not that he is impervious to pain, but rather that he has grown accustomed to it. What, then, has this young man endured in the past? Even the death warriors cultivated by the Spirit Hall do not engage in such reckless practices." Qian Daoliu fell silent. He now fully comprehended how Mou managed to become a title Douluo at 18 and a limit Douluo at 26. Even the fact that this young man, at level 98, could defeat him no longer surprised him. This is what he deserves. Chapter 48, Guarding One's Purity. The Papal Hall. After categorizing the affairs she needed to manage, Bibi Dong felt significantly more at ease, with her workload reduced by more than half, allowing her cultivation to once again take precedence. Speaking of which, is the Rakshasa god still alive? Bibi Dong inquired. "I am not certain. I have never encountered him," replied the Rakshasa god. "Even during my formal succession to the position of Rakshasa god, he did not appear. Only this scythe remained within the Rakshasa secret realm." Her understanding of the Rakshasa god was entirely derived from the Rakshasa demon scythe, with no further information available. However, even if the Rakshasa god were alive, she doubted he would assist her, considering that in the final divine battle, both the Shura god and the sea god personally participated, yet the Rakshasa god remained inactive. By the way, take heed. Before completing the Rakshasa god trial, do not utilize the Rakshasa divine power, the Rakshasa god cautioned. That power is problematic. It was only after she inherited the divine position and became the new Rakshasa god that she realized this. The Rakshasa divine power had been tampered with and was not pure. Only after she completely mastered the divine essence of the Rakshasa god was she able to expel that strange substance, yet even now, she remained unaware of its true nature. "So you previously wielded my body?" Bibi Dong remarked, her expression darkening. "I am not like you," retorted the Rakshasa god. "I can perfectly control the Rakshasa divine power. What about you? You would even be susceptible to interference from the Rakshasa divine power, were it not for my intervention. Do you believe you could maintain such clarity of thought?" Bibi Dong found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it is a fact that ever since she encountered the Rakshasa deity's examination, her thoughts have been incessantly disturbed by the power of the Rakshasa. This disturbance has only intensified her feelings of resentment. To be frank, even in her moments of clarity, she struggles to comprehend the source of such profound bitterness. The Rakshasa is undeniably a manifestation of the world's grievances. However, this does not imply that the Rakshas's emissaries are driven mad by these resentments, Bibi Dong remarked. The Rakshasa is a force that harnesses grievances, yet the power you currently possess is leading you towards corruption, which is troubling. That Tang San, having inherited the dual divine positions, receives assistance from both the sea god and the Azura god, even going so far as to violate the celestial rules to resurrect him personally. Yet, the Rakshasa on my side not only fails to assist, but seems to conspire against me. This situation is undeniably suspicious. What kind of deity would betray their own successor? What do you mean by that? Bibi Dong sensed a deeper meaning in the words of her interlocutor. I suspect that the power you currently harness has been tampered with by someone, as it differs from the divine power I commanded as the Rakshasa, she explained. Could it be the Azura god you mentioned earlier? Bibi Dong inquired. It is possible, the Rakshasa acknowledged with a nod. Mou had informed her that the Rakshasa had deceived the previous divine heir of the Azura god, Tang Qian of the Qian clan. Thus, it raises the question, has the Rakshasa already been slain by the Azura god? Otherwise, how could the Rakshasa idly watch as its divine power becomes tainted? However, you need not concern yourself with this now. Enter the Rakshasa's secret realm. I can now directly wield the Rakshasa's scythe, connecting to the essence of the Rakshasa's divinity, and bestow upon you a divine soul ring, Bibi Dong stated. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. A divine soul ring? This is a unique ability of the gods, and absorbing it ensures a perfect match, yielding the most suitable soul skills, Bibi Dong elucidated. However, if I successfully connect to the essence of the Rakshasa's divinity, it would indicate that the current Rakshasa is indeed deceased. To be honest, she is nearly certain that the Rakshasa has fallen, for when she previously utilized the Rakshasa's power, the scythe imparted a sensation entirely devoid of ownership. There was no hint of resistance, which is not the reaction one would expect from a weapon with a master. I truly owe her a debt. On the journey back to the Spirit City, after absorbing a 50,000-year-old purple lightning Tyrannosaurus soul ring, Mou predictably found himself drained once more by the Silver Dragon King, a 50,000-year-old dragon-type soul beast, particularly the ferocious purple lightning Tyrannosaurus, could only elevate Mou by 2 levels, as the remaining energy was forcibly converted into healing power and absorbed by the Silver Dragon King. Did you not notice that she has grown a little? The Snow Empress consoled the despondent Mou. Grown? Mou observed the Silver Dragon King in his arms with a hint of disdain. Indeed, she has grown a tad. Perhaps if you absorb a few more soul rings, she might awaken? The Ice Emperor suggested. Mou's eye twitched at the thought of several more. He had taken nearly 5 months to ascend from level 25 to level 30, 1 level per month, thanks to his unconventional and self-destructive training methods yielding remarkable results. However, his physical strength now neared that of a Soul King, rendering such violent training methods impractical for the foreseeable future. Thus, gradually progressing to level 40 would require at least another year, and advancing from level 40 to 50 would likely take 1.5 years. The higher one ascends, the slower the progress becomes. And you think absorbing a few more soul rings will suffice? If it truly takes until he becomes a title Douluo for her to awaken. Even with soul beasts voluntarily offering their sacrifices, it would still be at least a decade from now. Is he really planning to stay on him for another decade? Xiaoyu remarked, attempting to uplift the mood. Perhaps by the time you reach Soul Sage, she might awaken. The Snow Empress consoled. Upon achieving the rank of Soul Sage, Mou's healing abilities would significantly enhance. Given the current pace, he should be able to absorb his 7th spirit ring by the age of 14. However, that meant she would still be on him for at least another 7 years. Mou felt despondent. Although the diminutive Silver Dragon King was undeniably adorable, her presence on him was rather intrusive, particularly when he was trying to indulge in affectionate moments with the Snow Empress and Ice Empress. It was quite bothersome. The constant calls of Mama startled him. There's no helping it. After all, she endured such grave injuries for your sake, the Snow Empress reassured. While the Silver Dragon King's previous injuries were indeed severe, they did not warrant her current infantile state. In her effort to assist Mou in creating his second martial soul, she had invoked the power of the creation divine, which took a considerable toll on her. Subsequently, she had been countered by an attack from the angelic martial soul, further reducing her to this helpless condition. I am well aware. Do you think I would possess such patience otherwise? Mou replied with resignation. The Silver Dragon King was currently siphoning his healing energy, and he understood her injuries all too well. They were an insatiable abyss. When she was conscious, she had merely been clinging to life. And after forcibly utilizing the creation divine's power, she had nearly met her demise from a strike by his proud angelic martial soul. Well, you are still just a child. Her presence cannot hinder much, and she could even help you exercise a bit of restraint, the Snow Empress hinted. What do you mean by that? Mou perked up. What kind of person do you think I am? What do you mean she can help me restrain myself? I have always exhibited great self-control. He insisted defensively. He was indeed very principled. Perhaps he only took minor advantages. Isn't it simply because you have never had the opportunity? The Ice Empress scoffed, fully aware of the colorful nature of Mou's heart. This individual may possess a degree of self-discipline, yet to claim their purity would be an utter falsehood. Were it not for the fact that both she and the Snow Empress eventually existed in a state of spiritual beings, rendering them incapable of engaging in intimate pursuits. Could Mou truly maintain his integrity? This individual candidly admits his longing for others, and it is indeed a sincere craving, devoid of jest. After all, even Mou himself concedes that honesty is one of his few virtues. Do I lack opportunities? Mou inquires, with a peculiar expression. Are you certain that I lack opportunities? The Snow Empress and Ice Emperor have both transformed into soul rings, existing as spiritual entities within his martial spirit. While Bibi Dong and Qian harbor no affection for him, these individuals indeed present no prospects. However, what of the others? He risks being mercilessly struck by Qian while pursuing numerous young ladies. Yet, he is warned, should you dare to lay your hands on them first, do not expect to have any claim on me thereafter. The Snow Empress spoke in the gentlest tone while uttering the coldest words. Mou. This is the primary reason. Chapter 49. Purpose. Time flies, and a year and a half has passed. At the age of 8, Mou has grown from a porcelain doll of 1.3 meters to a robust figure of 1.5 meters, the baby fat on his face fading away, revealing a strikingly handsome profile. Over the past 2 years, Mou's life has resembled his previous existence, albeit this time it has been considerably livelier, accompanied by several elegant ladies. Although they may not contribute much, their mere presence is quite comforting. Bibi Dong's demeanor towards him is no longer as indifferent as in his last life, while not overly affectionate. It is evident that the Snow Empress has conveyed something to her, the specifics of which remain unclear to Mou. As for Qian, she continues to execute her undercover mission in the Heavendo Empire, returning to the Spirit City approximately every 6 months. A marked increase in frequency compared to her previous visits every 1 or 2 years. Additionally, Qian and Xiong have relocated, bringing along the three-eyed golden lion. Qian, unable to trust the Silver Dragon King, has taken the three-eyed golden lion under his wing since its birth, treating it almost like a child. Witnessing her father prepare for a long journey without her, the little three-eyed golden lion became quite the weepy creature. Left with no choice, Qian brought her along. Thus, the 6 formidable beasts of the Stardow Forest, Qian, Xiong, Baiji, Ziji, Ji Wang, and Wanya Wang, have all migrated to the Spirit City, effectively becoming Mou's bodyguards. Coupled with the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress, it is no exaggeration to say that, as long as divine intervention does not occur, Mou can traverse the entire Douluo star with ease. Even the 100,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale king would have to concede to him. On the journey to Tangsan's development site, a large carriage sped along the road to Nanning City. Driving the carriage was a towering young man, standing at 1.9 meters, with a weary expression, embodying Xiong human form. Inside the carriage were Qian, Baiji, Mou, the three-eyed golden lion, and the familiar sight of the Silver Dragon King sprawled in front of Mou. The other formidable beast remained in the Spirit City this time. As the strongest combat force, Qian has rarely left Mou's side, while Baiji serves as the vital medical personnel, and the little three-eyed golden lion simply yearns for a breath of fresh air. Isn't Tangsan's father, Tang Hao, a titled Douluo? What is he doing in such a small place? Is he perhaps a work-study student? Pondered the imposing Qian, standing over 2 meters tall. In the past 2 years of living in the Spirit City, he has come to understand quite a bit about humanity. That Tang Hao, a titled Douluo, despite being unable to show his face due to the previous conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect. How could a titled Douluo find himself in such a state of decline? Moreover, from Mou's complaints, it seems that Tang Hao even relied on his 3-year-old son for basic care at that age. Is it truly the case that human infants are so industrious? Mou, finding the carriage too rigid, leaned against the three-eyed golden lion and remarked, "The Tang family seems to have a peculiar mindset. Don't overthink it. That fellow is merely wallowing in self-pity." A titled Douluo like Tang Hao, even if he concealed his identity, could easily forge a few items and sell them for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. Yet, for some reason, Tang Hao prefers to endure a life filled with hardships where he often goes hungry. In simpler terms, he is simply self-deprecating. When he lacked the means, it was understandable. But even when capable, he still chooses such a life. The only word that comes to mind is pathetic. However, we cannot act against Tang San at this moment. As Baiji displayed a look of confusion, Mou sat up, sighed lightly, and said, "Sister, haven't I mentioned this numerous times? Tang San is inconsequential. He is merely a pawn to deal with the Azura god. Killing Tang San is futile. Even if we could, Would it serve any purpose? I still need him to inherit the Azura god position. He has never been the true target. It has always been the Azura god. The future is determined not by Tang San, but by the Azura itself. Tang San inheriting the Azura god position significantly weakens the Azura, and it is the sole chance to shatter the Azura god position. If we were to eliminate Tang San, who knows who the Azura would choose as the next heir? What are we to do now? Bear Lord peeked in from outside the carriage. Mou shrugged and replied, we create some chaos. Directly attacking Tang San would alert the Azura god, but targeting those around him subtly influences him, coaxing this hypocrite to reveal his true nature. Let the gods of the divine realm see what kind of being the Azura has chosen, and whether the choice reflects blindness or a shared depravity. Is there any significance to this? Qian questioned, perplexed. Mou sighed, brother, when I speak of opposing the divine realm, you don't truly intend to confront all gods. Do you? Not all gods are like the Azura. Wasn't the dragon god's instigation of the divine realm war aimed at ensuring the soul beasts ruled entirely? Were those gods wrong for rebelling? Please don't tell me that the dragon god's ambition to unify the divine realm is righteous while those gods' rebellion against him is despicable. Mou fixed his serious gaze on Qian. If he genuinely thought this way, their collaboration might need reevaluation. He had agreed to assist in opposing the divine realm, indeed with the intention of aiding the Soul Beast clan, but that was not the entirety of his motives. What he desired was the transformation of the cultivation rules of the Douluo Continent, as this world revolted him. If his actions merely served to help the Soul Beasts ascend as new tyrants, then he would have to reconsider. He sought progress for the world, not merely a change of rulers. Qian was at a loss for words. It would be untrue to say he did not wish to reclaim dominion over the Douluo plain and restore the Soul Beast clan as former glory. But he also recognized that this was no longer feasible. After the dragon god's fall, all deities of the Soul Beast clan perished, and their divine essences shattered. Following 1,000,000 years of recuperation, the divine realm had already revived. For just the few of them, overturning the divine realm was utterly impossible. What troubles you? The three-eyed golden lion, who had been dozing off since boarding the carriage, suddenly awakened, sensing the peculiar atmosphere. I have made my position clear. I aim to assist the Soul Beast clan in altering their current plight of rampant human persecution, not to aid in their destruction. Similarly, I am here to help you resist the divine realm, not to obliterate it. Mou maintained his composure. Let us not even mention the impracticality of destroying the divine realm. Even if I could, I would never do so. To annihilate one side for the sake of aiding another, what does that signify? What kind of hypocrisy is it to condemn others while engaging in the same vile actions? Or even more repugnant ones? What I desire is merely to liberate the Soul Beast clan from the oppression and persecution of the divine realm. Certainly not to assist you in becoming the new overlords. Brother Mou? The three-eyed golden lion attempted to ease the tension between Mou and Qian. But Bai Ji pulled her back. The matter at hand was a question of principle. Mou would not yield. With the Silver Dragon King now in slumber, Qian stood as the spokesperson for the Soul Beast clan. The only one capable of clarifying the true purpose of this collaboration, whether it was aimed at liberating the Soul Beasts or merely a regime change akin to the human world. The latter was something Mou had made abundantly clear he would not support. Therefore, the continuation of their partnership hinged on Qian's choice. Did they seek peace or aspire to become new rulers? This individual harbors issues regarding his expectations. Initially, he intended to clarify matters only after the Silver Dragon King awakens, which was primarily why he allowed these ferocious beasts to sacrifice later. However, it now appears that addressing the principle of the matter is prudent. Chapter 50, Candor. After a prolonged silence, Emperor Qian found himself unable to provide a definitive answer. I apologize, this matter is beyond my authority to ascertain. With a slight bow of his head, he spoke. Mou, maintaining an impassive expression, replied. While you may lack the authority to decide, you must convey your thoughts to me. And you, as well as you all. Mou turned to Bai Ji and Xiangjun. I had refrained from inquiring before, but now I must seek clarity. What is it that you truly desire? Naturally, your responses will not alter my subsequent actions. I shall continue to offer assistance as needed. The question remains, what precisely is the nature of this collaboration? Is it born from mutual aid among friends? Or is it merely a transaction devoid of sentiment? I wish to understand your true intentions. Do you regard me as a friend? Or, like Tianming, merely as a means to extricate yourselves from adversity? At that moment, Tianming, awkwardly situated within the sheath of the dragon god sword, emerged. Why do you speak so bluntly? MOU remarked with a serious demeanor. Your responses will not influence my subsequent actions, yet they will certainly determine my attitude towards you. I am not one to beat around the bush. I prefer to express my thoughts plainly. The carriage continued its forward journey, yet the atmosphere within was thick with tension. All MOU sought was a clear stance. He was not one for ambiguity, for he recognized his own limitations and cleverness and feared the missteps of assumption. He had no desire to play the fool. In the city of Notting, the stalemate persisted. With Qian remaining reticent, neither Bai Ji nor Xiong felt inclined to voice their opinions. MOU, too, refrained from pressing further. Upon their arrival, he simply departed. At present, MOU had attained level 42 and had recently absorbed an 80,000-year-old Dragon Eagle spirit ring, acquiring a wind attribute. Given his prowess, he anticipated no peril in Notting City, unless faced with Tang Hao. Why are you so hesitant? Xiong inquired, puzzled. If Qian did not consider MOU a friend, how could he possibly take the lead in the sacrificial offering? It is not that I am hesitant, rather. I am uncertain how to respond to this matter, Qian sighed. I genuinely regard him as a friend, yet this collaboration feels akin to moral coercion. We understand him. After all, following the Master's ardent assistance, MOU would not remain indifferent. I am aware of this reality, and to speak frankly, we have calculated our approach regarding him. What kind of friendship is this? To put it plainly, Qian's silence on MOU's inquiry stems from his own unease. MOU considers them friends, striving to assist them, transitioning from merely contending with a Shura god to orchestrating a strategy against the entire divine realm, all to secure a glimmer of hope for the spirit beast clan. But what of them? Xiong fell into a contemplative silence. This matter is indeed somewhat unscrupulous. In the city of Nottingham, unlike the despondent Emperor Tian and Lord Xiong, Bijie accompanied MOU towards Nottingham Academy. While the three-eyed golden lion was placed within the storage soul guide previously gifted to him by Bibi Dong, which could contain living creatures. My apologies. Bijie softly spoke after a prolonged silence. We truly acted inappropriately. To put it plainly, even if the Silver Dragon King had not been injured and fallen into slumber during the creation of the second martial soul, they would have devised another plan, essentially coercing MOU. They were acutely aware that MOU could not disregard such circumstances. MOU halted his steps and turned to face the bowed Bijie. Do you comprehend where you have erred? We should not have schemed against you under the guise of friendship, Bijie confessed, feeling a deep sense of shame. No. That is not the issue. MOU shook his head. You and Qian Daoliu have committed the same mistake. You do not trust me. Qian Daoliu concerns himself with the possibility of my retreating in the forthcoming divine conflict. Thus he seeks to bind me with his granddaughter. You are no different. Even if the Silver Dragon King had not been harmed during the creation of the second martial soul, you would have sought other means to make me indebted to you. Am I right? My apologies. Bijie buried her head even deeper in shame. Indeed, this was their plan. Initially, they intended to force a sacrifice for with MOU's character. Even upon realizing he had been deceived, he would still lend his assistance if a favor was owed. You have consistently focused on matters of profit. Yet it seems you have forgotten one crucial detail. Do I truly care about such things? MOU inquired. To put it plainly, even if you do not proceed with the sacrifice, I shall endeavor to alter the status quo of Douluo Continent, for I desire to do so. Not because I am indebted to you, but rather because it is my own will. From the very beginning, I was aware of your intentions. Yet I chose not to voice it, assuming you would eventually come forth with the truth. Yet here we are, nearly 2 years later, and you continue to feign ignorance. Which leads me to question whether I have overthought this situation. That was merely an accident. However, just now, Qian's hesitation revealed his unease. Your unease. What exactly do you perceive me to be? I believed we were friends, yet your actions make me feel as though this is merely a transaction. And I have been treated as a fool. He truly could not comprehend why everyone behaved in such a manner. He simply wished not to dwell on grievances. But that did not imply he was foolish. He was fully aware of everything. He just chose not to speak, as he deemed it unnecessary. Yet must a good person be held at gunpoint? I apologize, but we at Bai Ji are at a loss for words. Do not apologize, MOU interjected. What irritates me most is this insincere apology. Does it hold any value? If one were to murder another and then utter an apology over the corpse, would that bring the deceased back to life? MOU approached Bai Ji, gazing intently into her emerald eyes. What I desire is for you to be more forthright. For I do not wish to be schemed against by those closest to me while I am plotting against others. It is not about gain or loss, but simply because it makes me feel like a fool, a jester, and I loathe that sensation. Do you understand? Bai Ji's face flushed with shame, her gaze evasive. I understand, she replied. Can you promise me to speak plainly in the future? Mou asked earnestly. He truly did not care about gains or losses. For him, actions were taken solely out of willingness. If he was pleased, he would assist. If not, he would refrain. This is the true essence of him. The Snow Empress and the others are well aware that he is not the amiable person he appears to be. He is not one to be shackled by moral constraints. He is not a good person, either. The Ice Emperor once remarked that his character resembles a mirror that reflects and magnifies. More virtuous than virtue, more vile than vice. Indeed. Biji nodded gravely. I expressed my confusion as Biji stared blankly at the sudden bite from Mayu. It seems we are discussing serious matters, are we not? Knowing is sufficient. There is no need for emphasis. As for the bite, consider it a form of compensation. With that, Mayu smiled once more, taking Biji's hand and leading her forward. The point remains. Those who acknowledge their faults and amend them need not be relentlessly pursued. Those who remain unrepentant do not warrant the same consideration. To forgive others? No, this is merely a means to free oneself. Chapter 51. The Spirit Hall of Nodding City. Just as Mayu took the opportunity to engage in philosophical musings, the lurking Bibi Dong wore a displeased expression. I knew this rascal would target that swan. Mayu has many admirable qualities, but his singular and most glaring flaw is his lechery. Thankfully, this fellow possesses some principles. He appreciates beauty without descending into debauchery. Otherwise, what purpose would our presence here serve? In the mental realm, Bibi Dong pondered. The Rakshasa goddess raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, still pretending? Does she not realize that Yu Xiaojing is right here? What pretense? Bibi Dong maintained her composure. Although her previous fixation on many matters has lessened in this future with her assistance over the past 2 years, she still cannot let go of Yu Xiaojing. Fine. Do as you please, but I am also utilizing this body, so do not entertain thoughts of rekindling old flames with that coward, the Rakshasa goddess warned. Then what brings you here? Bibi Dong inquired, puzzled. When Mayu departed from the Spirit Hall, he mentioned wanting to take a trip. Yet he has directly appropriated the agreed-upon activities for the next month, all to follow Mayu. I will observe what he intends to do. With that, the Rakshasa goddess quietly trailed behind. In the past 2 years, with her assistance, she has directly filled the soul rings of her second martial soul through the divine-given soul rings. Her cultivation has now reached level 98. Even if she were to encounter Tang Hao, she could easily overpower him. However, considering that this man aided her in eliminating Qian Xuanji, she would treat him as a son instead of a grandson. At the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City, prior to heading to Nodding Academy, Mou brought Bai Ji to verify whether Tang Xiao San had already enrolled and for how long he had been attending. As they journeyed, Mou, relying on his mental prowess comparable to that of a limit Douluo, scanned the surroundings but found no trace of Tang Hao, leaving him somewhat uncertain about the current situation. Furthermore, he possessed only the token from the offering hall, which, under normal circumstances, would only be recognized by soul masters from the Wuhan Hall. Ordinary people would not be aware of its significance. Uninterested in engaging in any misunderstandings in this place, he deemed it prudent to visit the Wuhuan Hall first, allowing a local authority to guide him. With the assistance of passers-by, Mou and Bai Ji traversed several streets and arrived at the Wuhuan Hall. The grand dome loomed high above, adorned in a rich brown hue, with the main entrance marked by a single longsword, indicating that this was merely a lower-level branch of the Wuhuan Hall. Please present your Soul Master S certificate, the guard at the entrance commanded, halting Mou and Bai Ji. Given their exquisite attire, it was clear they were not ordinary individuals, leading to a noticeably improved demeanor from the guards. However, Mou had no Soul Master S certificate and instead produced the token from the offering hall. Upon seeing the familiar angelic emblem on the token, the guards appeared somewhat flustered. They had never encountered such a thing before. Please inquire with the branch leader. He should recognize it, Mou suggested. The guards exchanged glances, and one of them turned to head inside while the other remained at the door. Please wait a moment, Mou said, refraining from saying more as he and Bai Ji stood quietly at the entrance. Inside the Wuhuan Hall, an elderly man with white hair was seated at a desk, perusing documents, accompanied by a young man in his 20s, Matthew, the head of the Nodding City Wuhuan branch, and the legendary blind Douluo, Su Yuntao. The situation this year is still disheartening, Matthew remarked, sifting through records of soul awakenings from the past few months that Su Yuntao had gathered, having traversed mountains and valleys. Although he had anticipated such outcomes, he occasionally found himself indulging in fantasies. Perhaps a golden phoenix might emerge from his jurisdiction? Master Matthew. There is indeed a promising talent this year, but unfortunately, the martial soul is blue silvergrass, a rather useless soul, Siyutao lamented. Innate full soul power. And the martial soul is blue silvergrass, Matthew noted, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Indeed, while possessing innate full soul power. If it were any martial soul with even a modicum of offensive capability, he could report the good news. Alas, who would believe that blue silvergrass, regarded as a worthless martial soul, could possess innate full soul power? Although such a circumstance warranted immediate reporting to the Wuhuan Holy Hall, which would send someone to receive it, reporting the existence of innate full soul power tied to blue silvergrass would likely result in punishment rather than reward. After all, the mingling of these two elements seemed almost childishly naive to fabricate. Master Matthew, just as the two lamented. A flurry of hurried footsteps and the guard's urgent calls erupted from outside. What is going on? Siyutao reprimanded. Masters. Two esteemed guests have arrived at the door under unknown circumstances, the guard reported frantically. What do you mean? Matthew raised a hand to signal Siyutao to remain silent. The guard took a deep breath and quickly explained, Master Matthew, the attire of those two individuals is exquisite, unlike that of the people from Nodding City. Moreover, the leading child produced a token bearing the emblem of the Wuhuan Hall's angel, but we have never seen one that features only the angel's emblem. An angel? Matthew was momentarily taken aback. You say that the token he presented bore only the angel of the Wuhuan Hall. His complexion drained of color. Surely not. Such distinguished individuals wouldn't venture to this backwater. It is indeed only the angel, and that angelic figure was holding a holy sword, the guard recalled. Matthew was left utterly stunned, while Siyutao's face turned pale. This was disastrous. The presence of only the angel's emblem, coupled with the holy sword, indicated the token from the offering hall. Where are they? Matthew urgently grasped the guard's shoulders, his voice tense. They are still outside before the guard could finish. Matthew and Siyutao erupted into a flurry of movement, racing towards the door with an almost imperceptible speed. Damn it. Ignorance is truly terrifying. If we offend them, everyone here will suffer the consequences. But how could such distinguished figures arrive in such a remote area? Outside the Wuhuan Hall, the impatient Mou retrieved two small stools from his soul guide, offering one to Bai Ji, and they settled at the entrance. I believe I have encountered that little rabbit you mentioned before, Bai Ji reminisced. However, the Douluo forest is vast, and our last meeting occurred thousands of years ago. The Douluo forest is not only expansive, but each section is distinctly governed. Unless necessary, soul beasts rarely stray from their territories, as doing so could lead to territorial disputes. I suspect the little rabbit you mentioned and the one I know are not the same, Mou replied. Are there many of them? Bai Ji inquired, puzzled. They possess little combat ability and are typically safeguarded by formidable 10,000-year soul beasts in the core area, especially in recent centuries, as they have been caring for the Silver Dragon King in that dimensional space, entirely unaware of the developments outside. However, I believe I heard the Red King mention that there are several 10,000-year soul beasts guarding the perimeter of the core area, including the rabbit I previously encountered. Mou elucidated. Is that so? Bai Ji's expression turned wistful. 10,000-year soul beasts undergo arduous cultivation, even with exceptional talent. They typically endure many thousands of years of hardship, and few can withstand the tribulations of a 10,000-year calamity. The two little rabbits likely understood their inability to endure a second calamity, prompting their choice to transform. My lord, just as Mou contemplated offering comfort to Bai Ji, two shadowy figures suddenly prostrated before them. What are you doing? Mou's eyelid twitched. He was still alive, so why kneel before him? Were they cursing him? Your Excellency's arrival is an honor. Please forgive our lack of proper greeting. Matthew stammered nervously. He had clearly seen the token that the child was toying with at the entrance. It was the emblem of the offering hall he had encountered before. Outsiders only understood that seeing the Pope was akin to seeing the Pope himself. But only those trained in the inner circle knew that above the Pope's hall lies the even more esteemed offering hall. Each individual within it stands at the pinnacle of the continent, existing only in legends as super Douluos. Even the Pope must show deference in their presence. How could mere mortals like them dare to offend? Chapter 52. Nodding Academy, both of you. Rise, Mou said with a hint of resignation. He had never been bowed to in such a manner even in the spirit hall, despite his accumulated years. He felt that only the deceased should be honored in such a way. Why should the living kneel? Is it a wish for his early demise? Thank you, my lord. Upon receiving permission, Matthew Nuo and Siyutao stood up, albeit still hunched over and hesitant to meet his gaze. Enough of this. Let us proceed inside to converse. Mo suggested, feeling the weight of the increasingly curious stares around them. He took hold of Bai Ji and entered the spirit hall, unwilling to be reduced to a spectacle. Meanwhile, the overly anxious Matthew Nua and Su Yuntao had no time to consider appearances, hurriedly following him. Half an hour later, Mo succinctly conveyed his intentions to Matthew Nua, cautioning him to keep the matter discreet as the Pope was also present. Naturally, he was aware of Bibi Dong's presence trailing behind, though he chose not to address it directly. Over the past 2 years, he had forcibly assimilated spiritual energy on par with that of a million-year-old spirit beast, transforming himself into a tidal Douluo of the mental attribute. He could now effortlessly eliminate soul saints with a mere mental assault, should he employ the mental skill acquired from his first spirit ring for a surprise attack. Even a tidal Douluo could be dispatched in an instant. However, this power held little practical utility, as he primarily resided in the Spirit City, where both the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor remained closely by his side. Even a fleeting absence would not go unmonitored, as Qian would always be near him. The tidal Douluo he could defeat would merely be a trivial matter for Qian and the others, hence with protection at hand, why should he sully his hands? Nodding Academy. After learning that Tang Xiao-san had yet to collect the funds from the Spirit Hall and that Nodding Academy was about to commence its term, Mo requested Su Yuntao to accompany him to this locale, under the guise of gathering public sentiment. My lord, has the Pope truly arrived? Su Yuntao asked, walking ahead with trepidation, frequently glancing around as if he were a thief. Indeed, she is currently perched atop the roof, Mo quipped, though this was spoken in jest. The potency of that spiritual force was overwhelmingly formidable, and he seldom employed it, as doing so left him utterly fatigued on several occasions. It had even caused him to fall asleep. And please, do not address me as my lord. It sounds rather odd, Mo remarked. Then how should I address you? Su Yuntao inquired nervously. Mo pondered for a moment. Simply call me Mo Xiao. Understood, Mo Xiao, Su Yuntao noted silently, recognizing that he would likely never encounter this individual again. Shortly, we shall seek out that little rabbit. Mo communicated telepathically with Bai Ji. After all, as a spirit beast, even in her transformed state, she ought to contribute to her kin. He had not disclosed to Bai Ji and the others that this little rabbit would eventually become the mother-in-law of their sovereign, the Silver Dragon King. After all, what purpose did it serve to discuss matters yet to unfold? The little rabbit appears to lack intelligence after the death of her mother. She does not seek vengeance but instead wanders through the human realm. Even after achieving divinity, she shows indifference to her own kin, allowing Tang San to manipulate the spirit beasts, ultimately leading to their near extinction without uttering a single word. It is difficult to judge her actions. One could argue that she has truly grasped the essence of humanity. After all, humans often exploit their own kind without hesitation. The number of lives lost to human conflict far exceeds those taken by spirit beasts. Little Wu's disregard for the annihilation of the spirit beast clan mirrors humanity's indifference to the suffering of its own. If one were to accuse her of wrongdoing, what would that imply? Is mere inaction a fault? Does that not render all of humanity irredeemable? In her previous world, war raged continuously. And with the aid of advanced communication, the global populace was acutely aware of where battles occurred and where starvation claimed lives daily. Yet who intervened? Therefore, he bears no condemnation towards Little Wu. She simply embodies the true nature of a human. Do people extend help to strangers with whom they have no connection? Typically, they only attend to their own families. Moreover, did not Little Wu care for her own companions, Deming and Erming, who became divine beasts? Thus, Little Wu is merely a genuine representation of humanity. In fact, she has fared better than most, as she refrains from persecuting her own kind, unlike humans. But wait, perhaps Little Wu has not yet attained the status of a true human. She should join Tang San in decisively confronting the Spirit Beast clan to truly embody the essence of humanity. What are you laughing at? Bai Ji inquired curiously. Mo shook his head. It is nothing. I just recalled something amusing. Indeed, Little Wu remains kind-hearted. Were she a true human, would Tang Shenhuang have the opportunity to scheme against the spirit beasts? With so many vulnerable souls, would one not seize the chance for greatness? Stop. A commanding voice interrupted Mo and Bai Ji's conversation. Turning, they observed the guards at the entrance of Nodding Academy confronting an elderly man and a youth, while a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard hastened out. It was a classic scene. Tang Xiao-san, the master of the path of death, sought to harm the cunning guard, but was timely interrupted by Yu Xiaojiang, who promptly apologized on behalf of the academy. Yu Xiaojiang ignored the guard, who was nearly frightened into submission by Tang Shenhuang. and turned to express his regrets to old Jack, having lived as an honest man. Old Jack was taken aback by this display of justice from the master, feeling immense gratitude. "May I see your proof?" Yu Xiaojiang's gaze fell upon the document old Jack had picked up from the ground earlier. He had overheard the mention of innate full soul power and noted that the seemingly ordinary child had exuded an extraordinary aura. "Here you go." Old Jack respectfully presented the proof issued by the Spirit Hall. Mou watched quietly from a distance, uninterested in interrupting. As he anticipated witnessing the grand ceremony of kneeling and bowing in homage to the master, it is worth noting that, even in this world, such acts of reverence typically occur solely between parents and their offspring. Tang San, hailing from a feudal society, is truly a rarity. However, if memory serves correctly, the ritual of apprenticeship in a feudal context requires the consent of one's parents and elders, for a teacher is regarded as a father figure, and the title of master is not to be taken lightly. Tang San, before his father's demise, presumptuously acknowledged a stepfather? Clearly, he has not grasped the feudal etiquette adequately. This indeed serves as evidence of the Spirit Hall's influence. Yu Xiaojiang's voice bore a hint of excitement. Innate full soul power. Truly, it is innate full soul power. Oh heavens, you have finally opened your eyes. A glimmer of tears involuntarily flickered in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, for the heavens do not forsake those who are diligent. Achieving this has required no effort on his part. He can finally put his theories into practice, making those who have looked down upon him regret their disdain. As Yu Xiaojiang regained some composure, he noticed Mou and his companions observing from the side. Upon seeing Bai Ji, a fleeting look of infatuation crossed their faces. After all, Bai Ji is truly beautiful, embodying the gentle yet alluring elder sister archetype, which holds a potent allure for someone like Yu Xiaojiang, who is both extremely insecure yet self-important. "This young lady, are you also here to attend Nodding Academy?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired with a smile. Upon encountering such a repulsive grin, Mou's mood soured instantly, pulling Bai Ji towards the academy. The gatekeeper, recognizing that Su Yun Tao, a well-known figure in Nodding City, had brought them, dared not impede their entry. Ignored by the pair, Yu Xiaojiang felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet the prospect of innate full soul power clearly outweighed his discomfort. "Child, I am a teacher at this academy. Let me assist you with your enrollment procedures," he declared. The diminutive Tang San paid no heed to Yu Xiaojiang, his gaze captivated by the departing Bai Ji. He sensed a kindred spirit emanating from that beautiful older sister. What could be the reason for this? Once again overlooked. Yu Xiaojiang struggled to maintain his composure. However, the allure of innate, full soul power compelled him to endure. "Just wait and see how I will make you revere my knowledge." Chapter 53, The Easily Startled Rabbit. "What's wrong?" Bai Ji chuckled at Mou's slightly strained expression. "It's a bit nauseating," Mou retorted. Truth be told, after encountering those elderly men in the worship hall, he had developed a certain aesthetic pressure regarding refined, flamboyant, and carefree elderly styles. Encountering a middle-aged man like Yu Xiaojiang, who was greasy and unkempt, was truly unbearable. Qian Daoliu was impressively handsome, while the lion Douluo and golden crocodile Douluo exuded a commanding charisma. The Qinghuan Douluo and Qian Jun's demon-subduing Douluo possessed a suave charm that was quite pleasant. Yet Yu Xiaojiang, with his disheveled appearance, struck one as rather unsavory. You may be old or unattractive, but at least maintain some cleanliness. Is that too much to ask? At Nodding Academy, where you merely indulge and receive monthly financial support from the Spirit Hall, you cannot even be bothered to trim your beard? Do you truly believe that your disheveled appearance is charming? It is exceedingly greasy. The memory of that repugnant smile sent shivers down Mou's spine. Moreover, that Tang San's gaze towards you seems rather peculiar. Indeed, Bai Ji nodded in agreement, having noticed it as well. His gaze does not resemble that of a typical child. It is distinctly different from those she has seen in Spirit City over the years. He possesses half of the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline. While you are a healing-type Emerald Swan, thus, he may feel a sense of affinity, Mou theorized. Consequently, the little rabbit, Xiao Wu, likely feels a similar closeness to Tang San, as blue-silver grass and rabbits are not entirely unrelated. Are they? Should I make contact with him? Bai Ji inquired. What purpose would that serve? Mou shook his head. For Tang San, the love and affection he has never experienced hold true significance. I cannot allow you to become his stepmother, as I do not wish to be his stepfather. Bai Ji's expression turned peculiar. Is that a confession? Well, I have long desired you, Mou admitted candidly. As honest as he is, Mou never conceals his intentions, unlike those hypocritical pretenders. He is an unabashed admirer. Bai Ji's expression grew increasingly odd. Although she had long been aware of his desires, was it necessary to be so blunt? She had heard that when Mou confessed to others, it was amidst life and death situations, filled with emotion. Why was it so casual with her? Did she not deserve better? Excuse me, do you know how to get to dormitory 7? A sweet and lively voice interrupted their bizarre atmosphere. Otherwise, Mou might have witnessed how the gentle Bibi could lose her temper. Turning around, they saw a charming little girl standing less than 5 meters away. Her height comparable to the earlier Tang San, with a rosy, delicate face and long black hair styled into a scorpion braid cascading down her back. Her large, sparkling eyes brimmed with curiosity. It was none other than the 10,000-year soft bone rabbit, Xiaowu, who was filled with wonder about the human world. You just presented yourself? Mou expressed surprise, having anticipated that he would need to search for her. Xiaowu's heart raced. No way. Only titled Douluos can discern her true form. This child could never see through it. Little rabbit, have you decided whether you prefer braised or spicy? Mou squinted. Swoosh. Xiao bolted. Mou raised his right hand, conjuring a terrifying vortex of wind that swiftly pulled Xiao back. Utilizing his self-created soul technique, universal attraction, he could forcefully draw anything lighter than himself closer. With her fate grasped by the scruff of her neck, Xiao instinctively fell silent. I have something to do. Could you let me go? Xiao feigned nonchalance, her expression flustered. But I am curious about the texture of the 10,000-year soft bone rabbit's meat. Mou remarked with a benevolent smile. Do you know? I do not know. Xiao's anxious eyes glistened with tears, making her appear utterly pitiful. Surely, this cannot be happening. How could I be so unfortunate? Having just left Star Do Great Forest, how could she possibly be recognized? Could you assist me? I am quite curious about the flavor of the 10,000-year soft bone rabbit. It must be exquisite, right? As he spoke, Mou opened his wide mouth, preparing to take a bite out of Xiaowu. Overwhelmed with tension and having been caught by the scruff of her neck, Xiaowu resigned herself, closing her eyes in acceptance. Mother, here I come. Slap. Xiaowu felt a gentle tap on her head, and to her surprise, her throat remained intact. Are rabbits genuinely so easily startled? Mou set Xiaowu down. Is that really all it takes to frighten you? Bibi sighed. A shape-shifting soul beast's identity being revealed is indeed terrifying, leaving her with no means to resist. Huh? The dazed Xiaowu's legs felt weak as she stared at Mou. Witnessing this, Bibi gently released a hint of her fierce beast aura, intending to convey goodwill. However, upon sensing the aura from the depths of the Star Do Great Forest, Xiaowu's hair stood on end, her eyes glossed over, her body stiffened, and she fell backward. She fainted from fright. Are rabbits truly so easily frightened? Mou and Bibi exchanged incredulous glances. Half an hour later, the fainted Xiaowu regained consciousness, trembling in the corner as she gazed tearfully at the two imposing figures before her. The towering Emperor Qian, standing at 2 meters, and the formidable Xiong at 1.90 meters, were unabashedly exuding their fierce, beastly aura. Do you two truly possess such peculiar inclinations? Mou inquired, perplexed. The scene, the atmosphere, is utterly sinister. A penchant? Qian, who had just apologized to Mou, wore a look of confusion. He merely expressed his discontent towards this traitorous little rabbit of the Soul Beast clan. Did it somehow pertain to some peculiar human proclivities? In the past 2 years, many have attempted to articulate their thoughts, yet the bear spirit has discerned my disinterest in such feeble soul beasts. How could the dark gold fearsome claw bear clan possibly entertain the notion of intermingling with a diminutive species such as rabbits? That would be a squander of noble bloodlines, an affront to their lineage. However, there lies a possibility with Qian, for after all, the dragon race is unrestrained by dietary preferences. The peculiar array of subdragon species underscores this very point. Indeed, even within the Star Do Forest, many soul beasts capable of transcending their ranks boast traces of dragon blood. My lord, has Xiaowu erred in any way? Quavered Xiaowu, summoning her courage amidst a heart brimming with trepidation. Upon hearing this, Qian instinctively cast a sharp glare at her. As a member of the soul beast lineage, she had willingly chosen to become the sheath of the god of Shura's sword, aiding Tang San in inheriting the mantle of the Shura god. Moreover, Mou had met his demise due to the Shura god's sword. As a friend, he harbored an inexplicable ire towards Xiaowu. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this was an occurrence yet to materialize, to act against this little rabbit for something that had not happened, and perhaps would never transpire, would be utterly nonsensical. Is this not a mere fabrication? Chapter 54. The absence of use does not equate to non-existence. Alas. With a sigh, Emperor Qian turned and walked aside. The fact that the 10,000-year soul beasts chose to dissipate their powers and transform into humans signifies their abandonment of the soul beast identity. He had no justification to demand from them based on their former status as soul beasts. This rabbit is no longer a spirit beast. Furthermore, several years ago, the mother of this little rabbit was hunted down by Bibi Dong in the Douluo forest, and he did nothing to intervene. With this in mind, what right does he have to demand assistance for spirit beasts? Is it merely a matter of obligation? Influenced by Mou's subtle yet profound thoughts, Emperor Qian chose to remain silent, yet Mou could not do the same. He harbored a deep-seated grudge. The little rabbit has transformed into the sheath of the Shura divine sword, and it was indeed struck by this very sword. In other words, it has been harmed by the rabbit. He possesses justifiable reasons. With this thought, the bully Mou emerged. The dragon god sword materialized in his hand, and Mou laid the blade flat upon Xiaowu's shoulder. Are you familiar with this? Xiaowu trembled as she cast a wary glance at the dragon god sword, sensing a faint aura of dragon might emanating from it, seemingly exerting a natural oppression upon her, causing her complexion to grow increasingly pale. A sword? Xiaowu tentatively replied. Mou frowned. Do you really need to ask? With a swift motion, he struck the sword's body against her head once more. Xiaowu cradled her head in despair, refraining from uttering a sound, fearful that Mou might take offense and eliminate her on a whim. I know you have 2 little subordinates in the Douluo forest, but do not expect them to assist you. My 2 brothers could dispatch your little subordinates in the blink of an eye. Mou indicated toward Tian and Xiong. Therefore, I now present you with 2 choices. Either obey, or I will eliminate both you and your subordinates. I will obey. Xiaowu will listen. The rogue rabbit did not hesitate to capitulate. Could you not at least feign a semblance of resistance? Mou expressed his discontent. The little rabbit so readily conceded. How could he seek vengeance? No. How could he enact righteous retribution? Xiaowu appeared momentarily taken aback. Was it truly unacceptable for her to be so pragmatic in her submission? Very well. Mou sheathed his sword. For he was not one to harbor pettiness over a mere scratch. It was a trivial matter. I now have a formidable task to entrust to you. One that pertains to the revival of the Soul Beast clan. Are you willing to accept it? What task? Mou once again brandished the dragon god sword against Xiaowu's neck, insisting, Are you willing? I am willing. Xiaowu was a rabbit who understood the times. Mou lowered the sword once more, explaining that this mission might require her to betray her own conscience, to deceive the affections of a 40-year-old virgin, then dangle him. Abandon him. Trample him. Violate him. Allow him to feel the overwhelming malice of this world. Drive him to despair. Render him bewildered. Leave him utterly at a loss. And ultimately, lead him to a rebirth. Mou lifted the sword again, placing a hand on Xiaowu's shoulder, exuding righteousness as he asked, Are you willing? Xiaowu replied, Can I refuse? This evokes a rather sinister feeling, does it not, little rabbit? Mou brandished the sword blade before Xiaowu's throat, his expression resolute. As the ancients have proclaimed, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon an individual, it will first temper their will, exhaust their sinews, starve their body, and deprive them of their possessions, thus disrupting their actions, so as to strengthen their resolve and enhance their capabilities. You may perceive my words as unkind. Yet all of this is for his own good. Do you understand? Can you fathom the depths of my anguish? Mou's soul inquired. Xiaowu, feeling quite bewildered, listened intently. Mou pressed the blade closer, asserting that she comprehended. Tears welled in Xiaowu's eyes. She understood. Xiaowu truly understood. Tian, Xiong. Where? I wonder, has that noble and virtuous Mou I once knew disappeared too? Has this fellow been possessed? Damn. The lurking Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong, bears a countenance of utter discomfort. This is truly Mou. Guangwei was merely a fade. This fellow is a cunning trickster. Has he always been so shameless? Bibi Dong appeared utterly bewildered. It was her first encounter with someone who could express shamelessness in such a refreshingly unique manner. A true talent. Yet, she had always perceived Mou as harmless. How could this be? Has he ever claimed to be a good person? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong retorted. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Mou frequently asserted that he was not a good person. It turns out, he was not jesting. He was being honest. Do not mistake his humility for jest, for he seldom engages in humor. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong rubbed her forehead in contemplation. She understood Mou's nature quite clearly, for his cunning was no less than hers. The reason he appeared foolish and mindless was simply because he chose not to engage his intellect. However, the absence of action does not imply the absence of thought. Her misunderstanding of Mou lay in the belief that he had been playing a role all along, which led to her consistently cold demeanor towards him. No one would favor someone who instills a sense of crisis, and she was no exception. Mou not only surpassed her in talent, but was also no fool in the realm of strategy. Thus, she had never regarded him as a mere child. Consequently, his childish antics were always irksome to her. It was only later that she realized Mou generally refrained from utilizing his intellect, which was as formidable as her own. His apparent foolishness was not an act. He simply found no motivation to think. He was genuinely foolish, shameless, and undeniably clever. The most remarkable aspect of Mou was that he perpetually spoke the truth, never disguising his essence, regardless of how one perceived him. It was always the authentic Mou. Then it is settled, my dear little rabbit. No, my beloved Dawarashi. Mou declared with righteous fervor, patting Xiaowu's shoulder. He then solemnly presented her with a manual he had procured for 2 gold spirit coins from a black market in the Spirit Master City, an unscrupulous guide for men and women of ill repute. This manual is the fruit of my diligent study and will greatly benefit you in your upcoming endeavors. But remember, you are merely acting. Never let the act become reality. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in dire straits, enduring the tortures of boiling hot pot. There shall be no turning back. Your 2 little brothers will also serve as supplements for my 2 companions. Therefore, for the future of the Spirit Beast clan, for your own future, and for the future of your 2 little brothers, promise me you will do your best. Mou gazed earnestly into Xiaowu's reddened eyes. He was not jesting. If this little rabbit dared to betray him under such circumstances, he would truly savor the flavor of a 10,000-year-old gentle-boned rabbit. Moreover, he was curious about whether the brain of the Titan giant ape could enhance intelligence, or if the bile of the sky blue bull python could be used in liquor. Xiaowu understood. The rogue rabbit resolutely nodded. Mou comfortingly patted her head, encouraging her to relax. That inexperienced young man will not be able to resist your lively charm. Your greatest challenge lies in your intellect. Do not forget what you said today, or else. Mou leaned closer to Xiaowu's ear, reverting to his previously cool demeanor, and stated calmly, you will meet a most unfortunate end. Xiaowu's expression froze. A chill coursing from her feet to the crown of her head. Tears of grievance flowed unbidden from her eyes. Who had she offended? Was the human world truly this terrifying? Mou gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, his expression somber. Little rabbit. Do not hold it against me, I do not wish for this either. However, noblemen do not live long, while the unscrupulous thrive for millennia. I desire harmony, and I wish for your well-being, but sometimes survival necessitates a stark choice. I do not wish to perish, so I must kindly ask my friends across from me to meet their demise. He yearned for a straightforward existence. Indeed, he had been forthright once. Yet what was the outcome? From the moment the resurrection divine light shone upon the world, when Tang San inherited dual divine positions, he became utterly speechless regarding this absurd world. The notion of noble men was nonsense. Only the victors and the vanquished mattered. Should he lose, no gravestone would mark his existence, and no one would remember him. Thus, if deceit was to be played, let it be a contest of who could deceive better. After yet another round of rational discourse, Xiaowu experienced a transformation. That Tang San was no good person, nor was his father. They had deceived the Blue-Silver Emperor into sacrifice, seizing the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline. Who knew what mischief this father-son duo would concoct next? She, Xiaowu, was here to eliminate threats. Yes, that was precisely it. Mou remarked, a promising pupil indeed. These are your resources. Along with this book containing knowledge of the human world, you will need to infiltrate enemy territory alone. We cannot assist you, and for a considerable time, you will be fighting alone. But never forget, your brother you will always be your strongest support. Mou placed a storage bracelet he had prepared into Xiaowu's hands. Speaking gravely, yes, I will strive to do my best. Xiaowu replied, already somewhat bewildered by the grandiose rhetoric. It must be admitted that spirit beasts are indeed simple-minded. Despite possessing intelligence comparable to humans, transforming spirit beasts are as innocent as newborn infants, easily deceived. Do not assume that their millennia of existence renders them cunning. Intellect is a peculiar concept and should not be compared to human traits. Did you not see that even the Blue-Silver Emperor, the ruler of an entire clan, was deceived into sacrifice? With a mission in mind, Xiaowu bounced away to stow her belongings after Mou had completely concealed her spirit beast aura. From this moment, she would become a sharp blade penetrating deep into enemy territory. In the future, few may know her name. Yet her contributions to the spirit beast clan will forever be remembered. Are you truly this persuasive? Bai Ji's tone was somewhat peculiar. They had witnessed everything unfold. and that naive little rabbit had genuinely been hoodwinked. The noble cause of the Spirit Beast clan, the rise and fall of the world. The tragic fate of the Blue-Silver Emperor, and the despicable past of the Hades father and son, all woven together with emotion and reason. To be honest, you had just embodied the essence of a human kidnapper. If that naive little rabbit could be so easily swayed, even an adult human would likely falter under such a brainwashing scheme. She was utterly bewildered. I do not wish to deceive, but it does not mean I am incapable of it. You watched the departing Xiaowu, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, had she followed Tang San, she could have at least become a divine beast, though she would ultimately be sacrificed to aid the God King in reclaiming his deceased wife's power. She could have enjoyed a long, prosperous life, married with children, a fulfilling family life. Was that not her vision of the human world? Yet now, this simple-minded little rabbit had been swayed by him onto a path of no return. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang delivered a passionate explanation, forcing Tang San's hidden weapons into his sleeves. Yet, at the critical moment, the master proved his mastery, wielding his eloquence like a blade. He successfully acquired a devoted disciple who would bow 3 times and kneel 9 times. Once a teacher, forever a father. This sentence does not exist in the world of Douluo Continent. In other words, this principle was brought forth by Tang San. May I have the pleasure of witnessing your second martial soul? With no one around, Yu Xiaojiang sought to satiate his curiosity. Naturally, Tang San, who was captivated by Yu Xiaojiang's knowledge, had no intention of withholding any secrets, despite his father's repeated admonitions to keep his second martial soul concealed. To Tang San, the esteemed master before him had become akin to a father figure, deserving of his trust. What harm could there be in revealing his secret? However, should Tang Hao discover that his son acknowledged Yu Xiaojiang, a man notorious across the continent for his perceived ineptitude, as a paternal figure, he might very well succumb to shock. Is this the Haotian hammer? Upon encountering the familiar hammer, Yu Xiaojiang momentarily faltered. The Haotian clan had long retreated following their fierce battle with the Spirit Hall years ago, suffering devastating losses among their disciples. All members of the Haotian clan had been summoned back to the sect, and considering the child's age, could he be the result of a fleeting affair by a disciple of the Haotian clan? After all, if that were not the case, how could the bloodline of the Haotian clan have diminished to the status of a mere student worker? Reflecting on this, Yu Xiaojiang felt a semblance of relief. Since the boy was not a formal disciple of the Haotian clan, he need not fear repercussions. Tang San, conceal your second martial soul and ensure that no one else sees it henceforth, Yu Xiaojiang cautioned. The emergence of the Haotian hammer would undoubtedly alert the Spirit Hall. If Tang San were to be executed under the pretext of eliminating dissenters, who would validate his theories? Who would aid him in erasing the humiliation he faced? Yes, teacher. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang utter words akin to those of his father, Tang San's trust in this newly acknowledged mentor deepened. Once he confirmed his innate, full soul-power disciple, Yu Xiaojiang recalled another matter. By the way, Tang San, do you know the background of the 2 individuals we encountered at the entrance? Setting aside the woman, the child's demeanor is anything but ordinary. Such a noble individual arriving at the humble Nodding Academy undoubtedly raises questions. Could they possibly be affiliated with the Spirit Hall? Perhaps sent by Bibi Dong? Teacher, could it be that you are harboring an interest in that beautiful older sister? The dutiful Tang San has already begun to fret over his new father's lifelong happiness after being single for half his life. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang shook his head with a wry smile. Little San, at my age, I no longer contemplate such matters, and besides, she is in the bloom of youth. How could she possibly take a liking to someone as aged as I? Tang San resolutely shook his head. No, teacher. If she were to learn of your talents, she would certainly. Would certainly what? Mou's cold voice drifted over, interrupting Tang San. Caught off guard by the overheard conversation, Tang San felt a twinge of embarrassment. One should possess self-awareness at such an age. You, however, seem oblivious, Mou remarked disdainfully. Is the atmosphere of this academy truly so deplorable, with students fantasizing about lovely maidens and teachers who wish to silence them? How laughable. What do you mean by that? Tang San's gaze sharpened. While he could tolerate the previous remarks, the latter seemed a direct affront to his teacher. Do you not comprehend? Or shall I simplify it for you? A failure to educate is the fault of the father. A lack of strictness is the teacher's laziness. Is he not your teacher? What virtue do you possess that is not a reflection of his teachings? Mou inquired. Or is it that when troubles arise, the apprentice bears the burden? Yet when all is well, the teacher takes the credit. Tang San's left hand, prepared with a concealed weapon, was poised to strike. Insulting his teacher was a sure path to ruin. What do you intend to do? Mou cast a sidelong glance at Tang San's poised hand. Surely, you do not wish to engage in violence? Young one, think carefully. Mou's expression hardened, and the immense aura of a level 43 Soul Master surged forth. Confronted by this overwhelming force, Tang San was knocked to the ground, his limbs rendered numb, unable to raise his wrist to aim. The concealed weapon he had prepared was now utterly worthless. The master, witnessing this overwhelming display of power, turned pale. Unable to sense the true level of Mou's soul power, however, the pressure he felt far exceeded that of the Academy's Soul Master Dane. This implied that this child could very well be a Soul King or even a Soul Emperor. What are you doing? The Dean of Nodding Academy, along with several teachers, rushed over, disturbed by the fluctuations of Mou's soul power. Upon seeing Tang San sprawled on the ground and the Master's ashen face, the Dean's expression fell. Is Yu Xiaojing merely a subordinate to you? Striking him is tantamount to striking the Nodding Academy itself. Striking me. You two are not guests of Nodding Academy, are you? Dean Oxius approached. Is it forbidden to merely observe? Mou countered. Nodding Academy is a public institution funded by the Spirit Hall, open for all Soul Masters to visit. It is not some private academy. Aside from the self-aggrandizing Shrek Academy, no private institutions exist on this continent. Soul Master Academies either rely on the Spirit Hall or various sects, though most junior academies are supported by the Spirit Hall. Where else would work-study students come from? Observing is acceptable, but violence is not, Oxius asserted sternly. Whom did I strike? Mou inquired. You. Oxius scrutinized. Realizing that Tang San on the ground bore no visible injuries, though his garments were worn, they showed no recent wounds. The pale expression suggested he had merely been frightened. Dean, you misunderstand. He did not harm anyone, Yu Xiaojing interjected, eager to diffuse the awkward tension. Truthfully, the aura released by this child was far beyond Oxius's capacity to confront. Should Oxius engage, he would stand no chance. The force capable of nurturing such a prodigy could not possibly belong to a minor sect. Thus it was best to navigate this situation delicately. Your academy is indeed amusing, Mou remarked, shaking his head. Students who indulge in fantasies about women, and teachers who wish to eliminate them when discovered. Yet tremble at a mere glare. This dean is quick to cast judgments without understanding the circumstances. Mou turned to Oxius. Tell me, do you genuinely consider this academy your private estate? Young friend, we've come to understand our error. There is no need for such hostility. Yu Xiaojing again stepped forward. Mou found it amusing. Is this truly hostility? Do not misuse your vocabulary. I merely speak the truth, yet you deem it aggressive? Spare me your theatrics. Disinterested, Mou turned away, taking Bijia with him. He had merely unleashed a fraction of his soul power to intimidate Tang San, not expecting this assassin to crumble in fear. Truly, one may possess the will to kill but lack the resolve to be killed. As he watched Mou's retreating figure, Tang San felt a profound sense of humiliation wash over him. He had been reduced to a quivering mess by a mere child. Are you all right? After the dean expressed his gratitude and departed, Yu Xiaojing helped the still prostrate Tang San to his feet. I'm fine, teacher, Tang San replied, lowering his head. I apologize for embarrassing you. Although he had just entered his teacher's tutelage and had yet to learn anything, the bond between teacher and disciple had already begun. His faltering in the face of such a child was an affront to his teacher as well. Sensing Tang San's distress, Yu Xiaojing sighed. Little San, do not dwell on it. That child, though appearing youthful, cannot be judged by his exterior. Some soul masters seem to be in their teens yet are, in truth, centuries old. Tang San paused in surprise. Teacher, are you suggesting that child could be an ancient being? Yu Xiaojing nodded. Indeed. The soul power he exhibited surpassed even that of Dean Oxius, indicating he is above the soul master rank. Do you truly believe such a small child could be a soul master, perhaps even a soul king? Mou appeared merely 2 or 3 years older than Tang San. Even if he possessed innate full soul power, such a disparity seemed implausible. Tang San nodded in agreement. Realizing that if that individual was not simply underdeveloped, he must be an ancient being maintaining a youthful facade. Otherwise, how could he have been so intimidated by a child? Precisely. Are you not even going to steal a glance? After returning to her current self, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong entered a mode of observation. Initially, she expected this fellow to act impulsively, rushing forth to greet an old flame, only to be forcibly interrupted. However, to her surprise, he merely cast a fleeting glance before departing. Something is amiss. What do you wish to see? Bibi Dong inquired. Naturally, I wish to observe your reaction. The Rakshasa god replied candidly. This is your long-desired old flame, now that you have finally encountered him? Should you not take the opportunity to gaze upon him a bit longer? Are you unwell? Bibi Dong remarked, without the interference of the Rakshasa divine power. Her obsession with Yu Xiaojiang had significantly diminished, and her fixation on past events had waned considerably, particularly over the past 2 years, witnessing MOU's performances, advancing a rank every 2 months, and spontaneously creating his own soul techniques. She had been astounded to such an extent that she had grown numb to it. Perhaps it could be said that her standards had ascended. Furthermore, the comparisons drawn by this individual in her mind between the theories previously proposed by Yu Xiaojiang and the treasured text of the Spirit Hall revealed an astonishing degree of similarity in many aspects, which left her feeling despondent. Had she truly regarded that concept as exceptionally brilliant in the past? Is this not merely an organization and summarization of the invaluable data from the Spirit Hall? Has it now become his possession? How could she have been so blind at the time? How could she have failed to notice such matters? She even assisted Yu Xiaojiang in publishing the so-called top 10 core competencies of martial spirits. The precious information accumulated over millennia by the Spirit Hall was carelessly leaked by that individual, published under his own name. What an outrage. No wonder the elderly guardians of the Spirit Hall's library have always held her in disdain. Even after ascending to the position of Pope, it appears that Yu Xiaojiang, under the guise of her status as a saint, pilfered numerous confidential documents and then selflessly disseminated them to countless soul masters. He appropriated the Spirit Hall's centuries of accumulation and claimed it as his own. What an audacious Yu Xiaojiang! What a master! Why does he not share the resources of his own blue lightning tyrant dragon, engaging in such generous acts on behalf of others while feigning righteousness? Presently, her disdain for Yu Xiaojiang has only intensified, especially in the past 2 years, as she delved into his activities post his departure from the Spirit Hall, mingling with her cousin and nearly getting engaged. How laughable. With Yu Xiaojiang's theoretical knowledge, could he truly fail to discern that Lu Erlong, whom he has known for so long, possesses the mutated spirit of the blue lightning tyrant dragon? It took the personal intervention of Yu Lumian to reveal to him that Lu Erlong was indeed his cousin. Frankly, just reading the information is amusing, given Yu Xiaojiang's capabilities. How could he possibly overlook Lu Erlong's lineage? It is highly likely that he was feigning ignorance, allowing the misunderstanding to persist. To be honest, even if he were to continue in this pretense, there are numerous families in this world that seek high-quality inheritance for their martial spirits, often through close kinship. Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong are merely cousins. While that is somewhat close, it is not without precedent. Had Yu Xiaojiang mustered the courage to acknowledge this relationship and truly pursued Lu Erlong, she might have conceded that he possessed some integrity. Yet, what transpired? The moment Yu Lumian exposed him, he instantly transformed into a coward, stealthily retreating to the impoverished confines of Notting City, living off his connections with the local dean. For many years, he has not taken on a single student, nor has he taught any courses at the academy. He is merely a freeloader. Upon encountering that Tang San, who possesses innate full soul power, and witnessing his condescending demeanor, attempting to entice others into apprenticeship, it is utterly nauseating. It is not the martial souls that are worthless, but rather the soul masters. Is he not, in essence, insulting himself? Chapter 57. Who prevails is the gentleman at the entrance of Notting Academy. MOU and Bai Ji awaited the arrival of Xiao Wu, who was busy unpacking. Although they had the backing of soul beasts, it was still necessary to cultivate a bond. After all, to earn someone's loyalty, one must at least maintain a faade of respect, right? Do you believe this little rabbit will diligently carry out her tasks? MOU mused, gently stroking the face of the Silver Dragon King nestled in his arms. He harbored a premonition that this somewhat simple-minded little rabbit might defect. Perhaps so, Bai Ji contemplated, initially inclined to agree, but upon observing MOU's expression of concern, her certainty wavered. I am not entirely familiar with the thoughts of soul beasts. I struggle to comprehend even human thoughts. While I may manage some analysis of human nature, the human heart is inscrutable, a realm I cannot fathom, MOU lamented. Transformed soul beasts, aside from their experiences, are not significantly different from humans, which renders this rabbit highly unstable. He possessed a fair understanding of the psyche of soul beasts, or rather, fierce beasts. They are simple-minded. And while there exists an anomaly like Tianming, most fierce beasts are straightforward, particularly regarding emotions, which are exceedingly pure. If this little rabbit were to spend every moment with Tang Xiaosan, would it inevitably follow the same path as before? He was uncertain, yet deeply skeptical. You seem to be softening, asked Biji. It's not softness. Rather, I feel that what I am about to do is somewhat distasteful, replied Mou. To be honest, if this little rabbit were to become invested, it would pose no harm to me. On the contrary, it would allow me to act against her with a clearer conscience. However, knowing that she might indeed become engrossed and yet indulging her, what does that signify? It is akin to placing a cake before a child, warning him not to touch it, lest he face punishment, while being fully aware that he is likely to do so. This cake is a bait I have deliberately set to entice him into making a mistake, which implies that I am the architect of his error. Yet, when he inevitably falters, I would then stand to condemn him with righteous indignation. What purpose does this serve? Is it to prevent his wrongdoing, or merely to justify my punishment after the fact? Ultimately, I could have prevented this misstep from the outset by withholding the cake, but I chose to present it, thereby facilitating the error. One could argue that this error exists solely due to my actions. Should I then lay the blame for this mistake upon the child? What does this entail? Mou found himself in a tumult of internal conflict. It was not that he was unable to act. Rather, he had once loathed such conduct. Yet now, he was transforming into the very person he despised. In his pursuit of victory, he had begun to adopt unscrupulous methods. Did you not assert that you are not a good person? BG chuckled lightly. Indeed, Mou's self-imposed constraints were far too numerous, just as the Snow Empress had remarked. Before Tang San inherited the Sea God's position, Mou had the opportunity to eliminate the Grand Priest of Sea God Island and the 7 offerings to buy time. Yet he refrained. Instead, he merely conversed with the other party prior to Poseidon's sacrifice, doing nothing more. To put it bluntly, did the fate of the Spirit Hall truly concern Mou? He stood alone, untouched by its splendor. Even if the Spirit Hall were to vanish, what impact would it have on him? He could easily soar to the Sun and Moon continent, and with his unmatched prowess, spend a few centuries gathering faith to ascend to divinity. Such a feat was not insurmountable. In essence, Mou's ascension was not the challenge. The crux lay in his lack of time. I am indeed no good person. Truth be told, I am capable of anything, Mou shrugged. However, what I am about to undertake is undeniably distasteful. He was acutely aware of his actions and the sacrifices entailed. Etiquette and morality serve no purpose beyond self-deception. They are mere constraints, embellishments to disguise the sordid hypocrisy of human nature. Human nature is fundamentally malevolent, adhering solely to the primal principle of survival of the fittest. Those who claim that human nature is inherently good fail to acknowledge how, in their youth, they may have killed countless ants or destroyed innumerable anthills without a second thought. Human nature is inherently good? A jest. It is merely a lack of capability for malevolence. Otherwise, where does the notion of simple folk arise? Where does the idea of innate kindness come from? How many would deem a child killing a few ants a grave sin? As for me, I revere the strong and remain indifferent to the weak. This is what it means to be human. Thus, he truly cannot fathom why soul beasts would choose to become beings of humanity. Is it truly so wonderful? Observing the turmoil within Mou, Bai felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, some actions must still be taken. Mou sighed, recognizing the weight of priorities. When I am unburdened by responsibility, my happiness is paramount, much like in my previous life as a gentleman. Even in defeat or death, there was a sense of inner fulfillment. However, this time, my goal is victory. Ultimately, I am but a flawed individual. Being a gentleman is a privilege reserved for the powerful. Lacking strength, no matter how noble, grand, selfless, or righteous one may be, failure transforms one into a mere jester. Qian Daoliu's adherence to promises resulted in the collapse of the Spirit Hall, which had endured for millennia. The celestial being he devoted his life to worship was utterly shattered. He embodied the gentleman ideal, yet what did it yield him? Nothing. In his past life, he refrained from engaging in repugnant acts, but what was the outcome? A gentleman? Bah. Only the victors are worthy of being called gentlemen. The victors are the true gentlemen. Witnessing Mou's resolute determination, Bai chose to remain silent. Mou had made a choice, and they could afford no hesitation. The future held but 2 possibilities, victory or death, with no alternatives. Before long, a small rabbit bounded into view, trailed by a diminutive dark figure, Tang San. Upon seeing Mou and Bai at the entrance, Tang San instinctively paused. But his pride as a member of the Tang sect compelled him to stand tall once more. Mou, however, found the situation perplexing. Had Xiao Wu truly managed to charm Tang San in just a few minutes? Seemingly sensing Mou's confusion, Xiao Wu hurried over, hands clasped behind her back, and whispered, "Brother Yu, I just had a scuffle with him in the dormitory. Now, I am the leader of the 7th dormitory. I noticed he had no bedding, so I thought." Mou's expression became peculiar. "Ah, you're applying what you've learned. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth, Xiao declared earnestly. The first rule of the Scoundrel's Handbook: take the initiative, leave a profound impression, and then act as if nothing happened, keeping him hanging. She had just defeated Tang San in their earlier encounter, and now, under the guise of leadership, she planned to extend a gesture of kindness towards him. However, she had not done the same for others. Treating him differently upon their first meeting would surely provoke Tang San's imagination. Next, she would act as though nothing had transpired, allowing Tang San to pursue her. Perfect. Mou cast an approving glance at the little rabbit. Truly, as a soul beast transformed over 100,000 years, her innate intelligence and talent were exceptional. The lessons from the books were indeed learned swiftly. For someone like Tang San, a middle-aged virgin starved for affection, this dynamic, combined with Xiao Wu's innocent and lively demeanor, would surely be devastatingly effective. Chapter 58. The first act. Come, brother, let me take you shopping, Mou said, draping his arm over Xiao Wu's shoulder as they made their way towards the shopping district of Nodding City. Bai Ji smiled, walking alongside them. Fully aware that Mou was about to stir the pot, the little dark figure followed behind. Tang San stood rigidly in place, motionless. What little dark figure? Am I really that dark? I suppose it's acceptable, he thought. Come on, Tang San, Xiao Wu called back. If you don't join us, you'll be disrespecting Sister Wu. Do you want to know the consequences of disrespecting Sister Wu? Tang San hesitated. He truly had no defense against this girl's cunning. If she genuinely wished to harm him, he would likely find himself on the receiving end of beatings for a long time to come. All right, I'm coming. Tang San reluctantly conceded. By the way, this is my brother Yu, Xiao Wu introduced as she turned. Brother Yu, this is Tang San, my new little brother. Mou's expression remained unchanged. I've met him, the little dark figure. Tang San furrowed his brow. It's Tang San. Noticing the strange tension between them, Xiao Wu expressed confusion. Do you two have a history? While Mou's demeanor was not surprising, why was Tang San acting like this with someone he had just met? There is no history to speak of. I have no interest in squabbling with a child, Mou replied coolly. If a true child had spoken such words, it would be harmless. Children often speak without filters. However, Tang San was different. He was no innocent, but a fully aware man in his 30s or 40s, pretending to be naive. Moreover, in this world, reckless words come with consequences. Should one be unfortunate enough to offend a noble lady or a member of a sect, even if they were a child, it could lead to dire outcomes. Despite the relatively low combat power in this realm, it remains a fantastical world governed by the survival of the fittest, where the strong hold sway, and the notion of protecting minors does not exist. Tang San halted. My friend, I already apologized. You should address him as Brother Yu. Xiao Wu glared at Tang San with disapproval. This is Sister Wu's Brother Yu, and you must address him as such. What a jest. Those two familiar yet foreign auras had instilled fear in her for millennia. Emanating from the depths of the Stardow forest, the towering figures were evidently led by Mou, meaning that the fates of Deming and Erming were in Mou's hands. If Sister Wu had yielded and called him brother, how could her little brother not follow suit? Tang San, begrudgingly, acquiesced. Enough. No need to force it, Mou interjected. Let us consider the earlier incident in the past. However, remember this. When out in the world, one must be cautious with their words. You were fortunate to encounter someone as amiable as me. But should you cross paths with someone less forgiving, do you think you might escape with your life? Tang San blinked, taken aback. What do you mean? What I mean is, if you encounter someone with a foul temper, those words could very well seal your fate, Mou stated solemnly. He had wandered through Tiando City and had witnessed such events numerous times. Take that fellow Xuebing, for example. He claimed to be hiding his strength and acted debauched and arrogant to protect himself, yet he was indeed engaged in such behavior. Xuebing's feigned madness had led to the demise of many, yet for the royal family, a few lives were inconsequential. It was merely a trifling matter. Under Mou's cold and indifferent gaze, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. He could distinctly sense that this individual spoke only the truth. Indeed, this world is as such. Therefore, consider this a gentle lesson. Whether you heed it or believe it is entirely your affair. Mou shrugged and continued on his way. After a short while, Tang San's somewhat heated voice wafted over. I apologize. I misunderstood you. To clarify, this fellow had done nothing at all. He could distinctly sense that if Mou truly intended to end his life, it would require little effort. He had even heard from his teacher that this individual could likely easily overpower the strongest dean of Nodding Academy. In the realm of the strong, even in his previous world, one could act with impunity, let alone in this world where soul masters reign supreme. Feel free to apologize or not, however. For quite some time to come, I will require your assistance in keeping an eye on Xiao Wu, as she tends to be quite spirited. Mou shifted into a more serious tone. Tang San was taken aback. Xiao Wu, surely you must have noticed that I am not an ordinary person. Nor is Xiao Wu. After all, possessing innate full soul power is not something one encounters frequently, especially not to be merely a work-study student, Mo Yu remarked. It is simply that our family has encountered a minor issue, rendering Xiao Wu unable to remain at home. Upon hearing this, Tang San, a former disciple of the Tang sect, instantly envisioned a dramatic internal conflict within the sect, where the elders, in an effort to protect their descendants, had no choice but to send her to a remote village for safety. In that moment, Tang San's gaze towards Xiao Wu shifted, now tinged with suspicion. No wonder such a young girl could suppress him. It seemed she was nurtured by her family, coupled with Xiao Wu's serious demeanor. Tang San grew ever more convinced of his assumptions. As for why Mou would disclose such matters, it was merely a reflection of his perception of Tang San as a simple country boy, compounded by the fact that he was merely 6 years old. How could he possibly grasp the brutality of sect disputes? Quite reasonable. In reality, Xiao Wu's serious expression was simply a result of her not yet comprehending the situation. What is the plot? Of extraordinary origin? Does the starry forest count? Why didn't you inform me before upgrading the script? Sister Xiao Wu has just begun her journey. What if she makes a mistake? I still wish to avoid death. Neither Deming nor Erming desires demise. The mere thought of potentially erring and then being eliminated by Mou caused Xiao Wu's large eyes to cloud with anxiety. Yet, recalling that she was merely acting, Xiao Wu compelled herself to stifle her tears. This scene did not escape the notice of Mou and his companions. Tang San, I was right all along. This feeling of being far from home, laden with trepidation, I comprehend it. Mou, is this little rabbit's acting truly so remarkable? No. How can she be so adept at cooperating? Could it be that she is genuinely a prodigy in this regard? By gee, why is this little rabbit so terrified? The group, each lost in their own thoughts, fell into an inexplicable silence. Observing that the desired effect had been achieved, Mou displayed an appropriately melancholic demeanor. Placing a hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder as they proceeded forward, with Bai Ji promptly following suit. Tang San lingered for a moment, pondering something, before eventually joining them. Your acting skills are commendable. Your capacity for learning is somewhat formidable, Mou communicated telepathically. Huh? Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. To possess such skill upon acquiring my treasured tome, given time, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness, Mou reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. Xiao Wu, bewildered by the unexpected praise, nodded vacantly. It seemed she would not face elimination after all. However, I must caution you, do not immerse yourself too deeply in your role. Otherwise, whether it be spicy or plain, you and your misfit companions may find yourselves as a stew of familiar creatures, or rather, familiar beasts, Mou warned ominously. This little pawn is essential. Thus, despite the unpleasantness of the task, Mou felt compelled to proceed. A certain master of magic once stated that only magic can vanquish magic. Similarly, only the cunning can contend with the cunning. As for the noble, they have perished. They chose their own fate. Chapter 59, Win or Die. Over 2 hours later, Mou escorted Xiao Wu and Tang San back to Daoliu Academy. Following a collaborative performance, Tang San had developed a steadfast suspicion regarding Xiao Wu's identity, believing her to be the offspring of an elder from a particular sect. As for Mou, he speculated that Xiao Wu's relative must be a formidable entity, utilizing some arcane method to maintain the guise of a child. Likely for the purpose of concealing their true nature. The astute Tang San believed he had unraveled the mystery, yet due to his own status, he could only feign ignorance. Nevertheless, he began to contemplate forging an alliance with this individual from a powerful faction. This individual may very well assist him in revitalizing the Tang clan. However, Mou has always regarded himself as a mere child, so if he wishes to earn this person's assistance and trust, he must begin with this young girl. At the entrance of Daoliu Academy, Mou spoke, "You all should take a moment to rest. Tomorrow, I shall lead you to the soul-hunting forest to obtain soul rings." Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a surge of emotion. Although this individual is known for a rather irritable temperament, I must express my skepticism regarding the capabilities of this dismal academy in procuring any commendable spirit rings. Miyu remarked with disdain. Tang San furrowed his brow, poised to defend the scholarly merit of his esteemed teacher, but Miyu interjected. "I shall refrain from passing judgment on your instructor, for it is unwise to speak ill of others behind their backs." Miyu continued in a measured tone. "I can only convey that I have heard tales of his exploits. Whether they bear truth or falsehood, I cannot ascertain. Ultimately, the measure of his character is for you to discern. Tang San was momentarily taken aback but soon nodded in agreement. His understanding of this teacher was indeed limited. His decision to apprentice was primarily due to the instructor's profound knowledge. The ability to deduce a twin martial soul from a mere report is a skill possessed by only master thus far. However, Muyu's assertion held merit. One may know a person's visage but not their heart. Although a master is worthy of respect, mastery does not guarantee integrity. Nevertheless, having taken the step of apprenticeship, one must honor the bond. Once a disciple, always a child to the teacher. If this master truly possesses flaws, all he can do is strive to mitigate them. Are you attempting to aid him? Bai Ji questioned, perplexed by Muyu's intentions. Are you assisting Tang San in acquiring spirit rings? Providing support? Even if Tang San is deemed insignificant, merely a pawn against the god of Shura. How does supporting him equate to treachery? Should I refrain from assisting him? How might I appear, but ungrateful? Muyu mused softly. Not only do I intend to aid him now, but I shall continue to do so in the future, offering him substantial assistance, while I eagerly await his performance. To repay kindness with malice and to forget one's benefactor. This is the chosen heir of the god of Shura. This is the future enforcer of the divine realm. This is the embodiment of unwavering justice. Among the 5 great divine kings, the god of Shura currently possesses the greatest might. Though the god of goodness and the god of evil are the most ancient of the divine kings, their power is primarily derived from their elevated status. In terms of strength, the god of Shura stands unrivaled. The god of destruction is countered by the god of Shura, while the god of life shuns conflict. However, they are bound in matrimony. Goodness and evil form a pair, as do destruction and life. This duality is the principal reason why, despite his formidable prowess, Shura cannot dominate the divine realm entirely. In a one-on-one confrontation, he may indeed be the strongest, yet his adversaries are often paired, and in a 2-against-1 scenario, he is destined to lose. The strength of this small cadre is woefully inadequate to confront the divine realm. In an ideal scenario, if his power were to be rated at the pinnacle of a first-level deity, while the Silver Dragon King has fully recovered and possesses divine king-level strength, alongside the assistance of the Rakshasa god and the angel god, such a meager force would merely serve as fodder against the divine realm. Therefore, to secure victory, one must induce chaos among their opponents. Should the god of Shura falter, the divine committee would undoubtedly descend into turmoil, revealing the god of Shura's misdeeds to all deities. The hearts of the divine beings would become discordant, and the god of destruction, who has long harbored discontent towards Shura, would undoubtedly take action. Should the sealed gold dragon king encounter further complications, the gods of goodness and evil would find themselves unable to intervene. At that juncture, if they can successfully shatter the divine standing of the god of Shura and the Shura sword, the divine realm would descend into utter chaos. Yet, what if he truly falls for your manipulation? Bai Ji inquired. Miyu shot her a bemused glance. You might as well suggest that Shura willingly abandons the pursuit of the dragon god remnants and actively alters the cultivation rules of Douluo Continent, thereby transforming the current plight of spirit beasts being unilaterally hunted by humans. Who is Tang San? Is he someone easily swayed? This disciple of the Tang sect is no mere child. His intellect has matured, and his worldview has been firmly established. Moreover, having navigated the treacherous waters of an assassination sect, and even pilfered the Tang sect's ultimate techniques, Tang San's resolve is unshakable. Aside from their adversarial positions, Mou harbors no ill will towards him. After all, with humble beginnings, how can one rise without employing some strategy? Should one remain a paragon of virtue forever, living a life akin to that of cattle or horses? Why should that be the case? Tang San, an outer sect disciple, ascended to such heights purely through his own diligence. Had he not been prematurely exposed and pursued by the elders, but instead managed to master the Tang sect's hidden weapons and gradually climb to the pinnacle, ultimately becoming the sect's leader. Would that not be a truly inspirational tale of a small figure triumphing over adversity? As for methods, who among those who have achieved success has not sullied their hands at some point? Who, after rising to prominence, does not seek to polish their reputation? Who does not yearn for integrity and honor? One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Some sacrifice their lives for righteousness, while others resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their ends. Some leave a legacy of virtue, while others are remembered for infamy. Yet, they are all fundamentally the same, merely choosing the paths they desire. This delineates the distinction between saints and ordinary individuals. The saint sacrifices their life for righteousness, while the ordinary person, naturally, must prioritize their own interests. Moreover, in the realm of adulthood, Where do concepts of right and wrong originate? Where exists the delineation of justice and evil? It is merely a matter of victors and vanquished. But what if? Biji inquired. What if this Tang San were truly misled by your deception? There are no what ifs, Mou replied, shaking his head. Tang San is most deficient in and highly values two things: familial love and romantic affection. I shall gradually dismantle his mentor, his father, and that cowardly Houghton sect. Of course, I will not spare his mother either, bringing her back to warm his bed. As for love, Mou sighed. Regardless of how Xiaowu chooses, she remains a dagger thrust into Tang San's heart. Once Tang San develops feelings for her, irrespective of the rabbit's choices, the outcome remains unchanged. To compel Tang San to cease concealing his true self, he must be thoroughly broken down. Family, friends, lovers, none shall be spared. Am I perhaps being a tad too wicked? Mou suddenly queried. Biji paused, unsure of how to respond. Wicked? Indeed, it is wicked. Mou's plans and methods sometimes evoke a sense of aversion even within her. Yet, Tang San is the adversary. Why discuss morality with an enemy? Not even the soul beasts hesitate to employ all means necessary when hunting their prey. It is a choice. Either slay the prey to sustain oneself or release it and starve. The relationship they share with Tang San, the inheritor of the Shura god, is one of life and death. Therefore, to sympathize with Tang San, even she cannot accomplish that. Mercy towards an enemy amounts to cruelty towards oneself. Should she harbor even a trace of unwarranted compassion, it would be an irresponsibility towards Mou, who has wagered everything to assist them. After all, Mou need not engage in action she detests. She could maintain her integrity, yet to aid them and to secure victory. Mou has chosen to embrace the role of a scoundrel. So why should she, or they, feign propriety in assuming the mantle of a gentleman? Everyone is a rogue. There is no distinction. In this life and death struggle against the divine realm, they must resort to any means necessary to seize a glimmer of hope. Is it wrong to strive for survival? You have changed as well, Mou lamented. The former Biji would have been unable to accept such tactics. Even Qian could not abide them. He too found them intolerable. Yet now, having been battered by reality, no matter how distasteful, it must be done. This is neither an indictment against anyone nor a pursuit of truth, goodness, and beauty, nor an endeavor to overthrow the Tang God King. It is merely a gamble aimed at survival. Either one triumphs or perishes. Chapter 60, The Soul-Hunting Forest. The next day, within the carriage en route to the soul-hunting forest, due to Mou's intervention, Yu Xiaojiang was unable to deliver warmth or chicken legs to Tang San, who now regarded Yu Xiaojiang with a hint of scrutiny. Under the instigation of Xiaowu, Tang San did not inform Yu Xiaojiang of his intention to hunt for soul rings this time. However, this does not imply that Tang San has placed his trust in Mou. Mou is acutely aware that his earlier demeanor has sparked Tang San's interest. He perceives him as a potential ally to be utilized. At present, Tang San, believing himself to be of humble origins, understands that in order to ascend, he must seek the assistance of someone with a degree of influence in this world. Relying solely on his own efforts offers no avenue for advancement. Even in his previous life, he had achieved his successes by standing on the shoulders of the ancestors of the Tang sect. Without the aid of the venerable Tang Lan, his journey into the forbidden grounds of the Tang sect would have concluded prematurely. Thus, Mou, with his obscure background yet possessing an aura of erudition that even esteemed masters regard with caution, presents itself as an appealing option. Brother Yu, what kind of soul rings are you planning for us to hunt? Xiaowu inquired with curiosity. The first 6 soul rings of soul beasts can be self-formed, eliminating the need to hunt soul beasts, hence her intrigue regarding Mou's intentions towards Tang San. Show me your martial soul, Mou said, slightly opening his eyes as he lay in by Ji's embrace, casting a glance at Tang San. Tang San promptly summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul. This is my martial soul, blue-silver grass. What path do you wish to pursue? Mou yawned. Control system, assault system, or support system? Tang San hesitated, as he truly lacked understanding in these matters. Mou sat up and stated, let me clarify one thing. Your martial soul is not blue-silver grass. Not blue-silver grass? Tang San was taken aback. Can blue-silver grass possess innate full soul power? Mou regarded him with an expression of incredulity. The level of a martial soul determines the extent of one's innate soul power. A feeble martial soul like blue-silver grass would be fortunate to have a soul power level of 2 or 3. 10 would be extraordinary. Having perused the archives of the martial soul hall countless times, and as someone who had cultivated to the pinnacle of Douluo, he could easily surpass 99% of individuals in theory. Am I not allowed to be an exception? Tang San countered. An exception? Yu chuckled lightly. The innate soul power of a discarded martial soul being high can only stem from two possibilities. One being a mutation of the martial soul, and the other, as I have just mentioned, is that your martial soul is not blue silvergrass at all. However, a mutation of blue silvergrass typically results in an attribute shift, either a strong healing attribute or a devouring attribute. Your blue silvergrass exhibits none of these special attributes. Thus, it can only be a downgraded version of a superior martial soul, which may potentially undergo a second awakening. Second awakening? Tang Sen's curiosity was piqued. While Xiaowu beside him was not particularly knowledgeable about these matters, that concept is far removed from you, knowing it is of no benefit. Yu abruptly ceased the discussion. Naturally, he could not disclose the matter of the blue-silver emperor at this juncture, as he had no intention of allowing Tang San to awaken the blue-silver emperor. Very well. Yu was reluctant to elaborate further, and Tang San refrained from pressing him, knowing well as a disciple of the Tang sect that knowledge is the most valuable treasure, and Yu, being a mere acquaintance, would not divulge everything freely. But could there not be another possibility, such as possessing twin martial souls? Xiaowu interjected suddenly. Upon hearing this, Tang San appeared noticeably startled. Will this be exposed again? It is possible, Yu replied softly. Is it conceivable that Xiao San's martial soul is indeed blue silvergrass, while the other martial soul is something of higher caliber, thereby accounting for his elevated soul power? Xiaowu provoked further. Upon hearing this, Tang San instinctively clenched his fists. Both his father and teacher had advised him not to reveal his second martial soul, yet it seemed that everyone he encountered could deduce such matters. Impossible, Yu refuted. The primary condition for the existence of twin martial souls is that the levels of the two must not differ significantly, otherwise, they cannot coexist. If his martial soul truly is the worthless blue silvergrass, then his other martial soul must also be of a low grade. How could two low-grade martial souls possibly possess innate full soul power? That cannot be the case, Tang San countered once more. The accumulated data of the martial soul hall over countless years has never substantiated the exceptions you speak of, Yu interjected. Of course, if you insist. I shall not dispute it. Your happiness is what matters. With that, Yu turned over to sleep. He felt that all that needed to be said had been expressed, and he had no interest in further debating such matters with Tang San. This is akin to arguing with a child about why 1 + 1 must equal 2. You assert that it is a rule, a fundamental truth, while the child questions why it cannot equal 3 or 4. Is there any merit in such a debate? It is merely a waste of time. Indeed, Yu Xiaojiang has pilfered numerous confidential documents from the Spirit Hall. However, he has also proposed many hypotheses, which simply remain unverified. And no one is eager to serve as a guinea pig in such experiments. After all, if successful, the credit would go to Yu Xiaojiang. But if it fails, the individual who took the risk would be labeled a fool. Is this not evident? They deserve it. Everywhere, the focus is solely on the outcomes. In the soul-hunting forest, Yu walked ahead at a leisurely pace, while Bai Ji trailed behind, with Tang San and Xiaowu positioned in the middle. Are you certain you wish to pursue the control system? Yu inquired once more. Indeed, Tang San nodded. Based on Yu's explanation, he believed that the control system suited him best, as the Tang sect's hidden weapons often require an element of surprise, and controlling the opponent would significantly enhance the accuracy of his attacks. Would you prefer a safer soul ring, or one that is more aggressive? Yu posed another question. Is there a difference? Tang Sen queried, puzzled. A safer option would involve absorbing a plant-type soul ring, while a more aggressive choice would entail absorbing an animal-type soul ring. However, the latter carries certain risks and is not universally applicable, Yu elucidated. The practice of absorbing animal soul rings using plant martial souls is not a novel concept introduced by Yu Xiaojiang. Many have attempted it before, though it often leads to instability and complications. Thus, the Spirit Hall has archived such information. Yu Xiaojiang likely stumbled upon these documents, mistaking them for a treasure. Yet the truth is that this method has been tested in the past and deemed unsafe. Absorbing a soul ring is no trivial matter, and there is no turning back once undertaken. Should complications arise, the life of the Soul Master could be irrevocably damaged. Therefore, why take unnecessary risks when safer alternatives exist? Does it truly signify bravery? Success may yield rewards, but what if one fails? The reason Yu Xiaojiang was expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was revealed by Yu Luomin, who was backstabbed in a previous life. He deceived a prodigious inner disciple with innate rank 8 into absorbing a plant soul beast as their first soul ring, leading to a mishap that rendered the disciple's first soul skill useless. Tragically, This inner disciple, mocked by peers, succumbed to depression and committed suicide before reaching level 20. What does innate rank 8 signify? It guarantees a future as a soul fighter, with ample prospects for becoming a titled Douluo. Yet, due to Yu Xiaojiang's actions, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon lost a potential titled Douluo. That incident could not be concealed, even with Yu Xiaojiang's father as the sect leader. The elders, including titled Douluos, demanded retribution for his actions. Ultimately, out of respect for Yu Yuanjin, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon merely expelled Yu Xiaojiang and buried the scandal. So, a master of theory? This is similar to the adage that a general's success is built on countless sacrifices. It is merely a matter of attaining glory at the expense of others' lives. I wish to try an animal soul ring, Tang Sen declared, as an inner voice urged him that the animal soul rings were more suited to him. As long as you were willing, Mou did not contest the decision. He had conveyed his thoughts. How Tang Sen chose to proceed was of no concern to him. His only obligation was to support Tang San, and whatever consequences arose from that assistance were inconsequential. 2 hours later, Tang Sen encountered the elusive Mandra snake in what felt like a twist of fate. Observing the glimmer of excitement in Tang San's eyes, Mou's mood grew somewhat peculiar. Could this serpent have been orchestrated by the Azura? What a remarkable coincidence! They had arrived several days earlier than the originally intended date when Yu Xiaojiang brought Tang Sen along to court death, in the vast soul-hunting forest. How could they possibly encounter such a creature? Are you certain you want this creature? Mou asked, gesturing towards the 400-year-old mandala snake he was holding as if it were a mere chick. Tang Sen nodded, expressing his belief that this snake was perfectly suited for him. Then do as you wish, Mou replied, casually tossing the nearly lifeless mandala snake to Tang Sen. Without wasting any time, Tang Sen drew forth a dagger from his bosom and plunged it into the snake's eye. A yellow soul ring gradually emerged, and Tang Sen, following Mou's earlier instructions, began to draw the soul ring towards himself, initiating the absorption process. Brother Yu, didn't you mention he was not a good person? Why are you assisting him? Xiaowu questioned, perplexed, as the guidebook for unscrupulous women did not include such practices. If I do not assist him, how can he repay kindness with enmity? Mou replied calmly. If he does not repay kindness with enmity, how can I stand with righteous indignation? What I seek is a just cause. Tang San was the wedge that plunged the divine realm into chaos. Should the reputation of the Azura god falter, the ever-watchful god of destruction would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. The enforcers of the divine realm, openly engaging in favoritism and corruption, would not only tarnish their own reputations, but also render the divine realm a laughingstock. Deities, as those in positions of power, are naturally concerned with their reputation and standing. Thus, in such circumstances, should destruction take action, the Azura would find himself besieged. An enemy's enemy is indeed a friend. Repaying kindness with enmity? Xiaowu was momentarily taken aback. This fellow shares a temperament with his father, Mou remarked. His father, in pursuit of 100,000-year soul ring, wielded the spirit hall like a dagger. However, this simple-minded individual failed to consider the disparity between the Haotian sect and the spirit hall, leading to a near extermination of the Haotian sect. Had Qian Daoliu not intervened due to his pact with Tangchen, the spirit hall, having killed the Pope, would undoubtedly have wiped out the Haotian sect without leaving a trace. Are you referring to Sister Ayin? Xiaowu inquired. The Blue-Silver Emperor had departed the Stardow Forest many years prior. Her mother had mentioned that the Blue-Silver Emperor had also transformed, only to be discovered and later sacrificed to a human. Now she understood that this Tang San was indeed the son of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Mou shrugged. That fool. For some unknown reason, transformed soul beasts tend to be quite naive. When Ayin met the Tang Hao brothers, they had already attained the rank of Soul Douluo, whereas Ayin was merely a soul emperor. How could her identity as a transformed soul beast escape their notice? Yet she, in her innocence, believed humanity to be benevolent, only to be ensnared by Tang Hao schemes. Why, at the moment Tang Hao reached level 90, did the Spirit Hall commence their pursuit of these two? Why, after months of hunting, did Tang Hao refuse to spare even a moment to add his 9th soul ring? No time. Do not jest. The events of that year were anything but simple, fraught with schemes and unforeseen occurrences. Before long, Tang Sen successfully absorbed the soul ring from the mandala snake. When he yearned to share his joy like a child, Mou silently turned away. They have departed. Xiaowu has just completed her absorption, Tang San remarked, casting a surprised glance at Xiaowu, who promptly displayed her newly formed first soul ring, a 400-year yellow soul ring. Neither more nor less. In the carriage, Mou briefly instructed Xiao Wu on a few simple matters before escorting the two back to Nodding Academy. Sister Xiao Wu, has he always been this way? Tang San queried, puzzled. Mou's demeanor had consistently been aloof. Initially, he believed it was due to dissatisfaction with him. But after this short time together, he realized that Mou's disposition remained unchanged. Indeed, Xiao Wu nodded. Brother Yu seems to carry many burdens. He has always been like this. From her initial acquaintance with Mou yesterday, she sensed that he bore heavy concerns. Tang San wished to inquire further about Mou from Xiao Wu, but a hurried figure approaching interrupted him. Little San. Yu Xiaojiang rushed forward, anxiety etched on his face. Where have you been? We haven't seen you all day. What is it to you? Xiao Wu retorted, making a face at Yu Xiaojiang before skipping away. Having little fondness for the disheveled uncle. I apologize, teacher, we went out to hunt for soul rings, Tang San admitted, feeling somewhat guilty. Having not informed his teacher about such a significant undertaking, he felt it was quite inappropriate. Hunting for soul rings. As expected. Upon hearing that Tang San had unilaterally obtained a soul ring, Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened immediately. He had yet to share his theories with Tang San. How could this boy take it upon himself to absorb a soul ring? If anything were to happen to Tang San, how could he validate his theories? How could he make those who scorned him regret their disdain? I'm sorry, teacher. Noticing Yu Xiaojiang's grim countenance, Tang San quickly knelt, resembling a dutiful son. This was my mistake. Punish me as you see fit. Yu Xiaojiang stood momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by Tang San's gesture. However, his ire over Tang San's unilateral absorption of the soul ring could not dissipate, and he reluctantly helped Tang San to his feet, maintaining a stern expression. Very well. Since you have absorbed it, there is no remedy now. It is merely the first soul ring. There is still ample time, and with your dual martial souls, you will have many opportunities ahead. However, what kind of soul ring did you absorb? Yu Xiaojiang held no expectations, believing the boy had likely returned with nothing more than a 10-year soul ring. After all, how could two children contend with a century-old soul beast that even he, as a great soul master, found challenging? Teacher, look. Tang San, brimming with excitement and anticipation, revealed his 400-year soul ring, the soul ring of the mandala snake. Upon seeing the deep yellow soul ring, Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily astonished. How is this possible? Without his guidance. How could this boy possibly absorb a soul ring of such age? The timing was perfectly aligned. Moreover, absorbing an animal's soul ring with a plant martial soul was not his prerogative. From where did this ignorant child muster the audacity to absorb an animal's soul ring? Was it mere happenstance? Teacher, what is wrong? Tang San questioned, bewildered by Yu Xiaojiang's complex emotions. Little San, how did you manage to absorb such a soul ring? Yu Xiaojiang inquired. Furthermore, even a few soul respecters would struggle against a 400-year mandala snake. How could you, and Xiao Wu, being mere children, manage it? It was Mou who assisted me, Tang San replied. Mou? A look of confusion crossed Yu Xiaojiang's face. He is the one who had a minor conflict with us yesterday. You mean him? Yu Xiaojiang's expression stiffened. Tang San continued. He shared a wealth of knowledge about soul rings, including control, support, and assault types. He recommended that I absorb the mandala snake. And he was the one who helped me capture it. Mou provided suggestions for various development paths, leaving the choice to Tang San. He recommended you absorb an animal soul ring? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. Does this individual truly comprehend his own theories? Indeed. He even mentioned to me that the absorption of animal soul rings by plant martial souls carries significant risks, while unexpected surprises may often arise. Accidents can also occur with alarming ease. He advised me to deliberate carefully before making a decision, Tang San elucidated. As for Mou, my impression of him remains quite favorable. After all, the previous minor conflict stemmed from him discussing matters in public. Through my interactions yesterday and today, I have discerned that Mou shares a rather extraordinary bond with that elder sister named by Ji, and they likely form a couple. Given the nature of his remarks, it is entirely reasonable for the other party to feel irate. This I have chosen to forgive Mou. Did he impart upon you the 10 core competitive strengths of martial souls? Yu Xiaojiang inquired eagerly. The 10 core competitive strengths of martial souls? Tang San was taken aback. What is that? Yu Xiaojiang's expression faltered. How did he come to know such concepts? Could it be that this lad intends to establish his own reputation using his theories? Is it possible that the 10 core competitive strengths of martial souls were published by the Spirit Hall on his behalf? Who on this continent is unaware that these 10 theories are his intellectual property? He claims these concepts are common knowledge within the world of soul masters, Tang San pondered. Perplexed, Yu Xiaojiang retorted, when did my intellectual property become common knowledge? Chapter 62. He is simply a lecher. Under persistent questioning, Yu Xiaojiang's expression grew increasingly grim. Much of what Mou spoke of was merely his own theory. Yet that fellow had the audacity to claim it as common knowledge. What does this imply? Is he seeking to gain fame through deception? The teacher, he also asserted that my blue-silver grass cannot be a useless martial soul. Tang San probed. Not a useless martial soul? Yu Xiaojiang's expression revealed his confusion. If blue-silver grass is not a useless martial soul, then what could it possibly be? He stated that the primary condition for the existence of twin martial souls is that the quality of the two must be similar, otherwise, they cannot coexist. Tang San declared. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. Such a condition existed? Bibi Dong had never informed him of this stipulation. He further explained that if my blue-silver grass were a useless martial soul, then even if I possessed twin martial souls, the other martial soul could only be of the same inferior quality as the blue-silver grass. Otherwise, they could not coexist. Tang Xin continued, witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's astonishment. He sighed inwardly. It seemed the teacher did not possess all-encompassing knowledge after all. His earlier mention of his twin martial souls was likely a mere guess. After all, the teacher firmly believed his blue-silver grass was merely an ordinary useless martial soul. And he could sense that both the teacher and his father placed great importance on his second martial soul. What else did he say? Yu Xiaojiang inquired. There were indeed aspects unknown to him. It appeared that Bibi Dong had kept many secrets from him, despite her claims of wholeheartedness. He mentioned that my blue-silver grass martial soul might be a downgraded version of a higher-grade martial soul, and perhaps it would undergo a second awakening in the future. Tang Xin reminisced. A second awakening? The worry evident on Yu Xiaojiang's face was unmistakable. Yet another term he had never encountered. Indeed, there remained much about the spirit hall that he had yet to explore. Had he been able to stay longer at the spirit hall, he might have encountered insights that could resolve his martial soul mutation and the issue of insufficient talent hindering his breakthroughs. What a pity. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Hao, who had just arrived, overheard their conversation. Regarding the once-renowned master Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Hao felt a tinge of disdain. Is this the so-called master of theory? He seemed to know nothing, and even his son's twin martial souls were likely a mere stroke of luck. However, Yu Xiaojiang, son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect leader, could potentially act as a bridge to unite with the old dragon in the struggle against the Spirit Hall. He could let go of the title of master, for it was ultimately his son's choice. Yet, that MOU. He had never heard of such a prodigious force emerging on the continent, had it appeared during his years of seclusion. Nonetheless, that fellow harbored no malice towards Xiao San, and could indeed be of use, provided Xiao San could win over that young lady. Meanwhile, Mou and his companions hastened their journey towards Holy Spirit Village after departing from Nodding City. What a coincidence that Tang Hao was returning. Mou gazed back at the receding Nodding City, feeling a touch of sentiment. He had initially thought he would have to wait a while longer, until Tang Hao made his appearance in Nodding City before he could stealthily make his move. Yet who could have guessed that just as he returned Xiao Wu and the others to Nodding City, Tang Hao's presence would emerge. The connection is simply exquisite. What shall we do next? Queried the perplexed Bear Jun, who was at the wheel. Mou had not disclosed the plans beforehand, for they were shrouded in uncertainty. Before arriving, he had even harbored doubts regarding whether Tang San and Xiao Wu had indeed been reborn, along with Yu Xiaojiang. This was due to the fact that prior to perishing alongside the Shura sword, he had inadvertently eliminated the watching Yu Xiaojiang, which in turn had driven Tang San into a state of madness, compelling him to unleash the full force of the Shura sword, achieving his wish of its destruction. Damn it, Mou candidly expressed. You must have sensed the commotion caused by the sacrifice of the Blue-Silver Emperor from a few years back, right? The uproar from the Soul Beast sacrifice is immense, and the 100,000-year Soul Beasts possess a trace of divinity. When sacrificed, they release that essence, allowing even those far away, like Qian and his companions in the Stardow Forest, to feel the profound sorrow. What purpose does the Blue-Silver Emperor serve? Bear Jun inquired, perplexed. What is wrong with the Blue-Silver Emperor? Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, he has encountered other Blue-Silver Emperors. They are only adept at fleeing, lacking in combat prowess. Can the Blue-Silver Emperor withstand even a slap from him? Ridiculous, Mou asserted with conviction. Discussing schemes with someone as dense as Bear Jun is futile. Thus, it is better to clarify my intentions directly. Is there anything more prestigious than a 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor? He posed. Qian, Bear Jun, by G. Can you be serious for a moment? Wait. Could it be that MOU is actually contemplating targeting the Blue-Silver Emperor? Noticing the peculiar expressions of the three, MOU felt a twinge of embarrassment. Is it that obvious? You're impressive. Bearjun could only offer such a remark. To be honest, he often sensed that MOU possessed a hint of dragon lineage. After all, the nature of dragons is inherently indulgent. This fellow certainly exhibits an insatiable appetite for both the refined and the coarse. ZG embodies the Hell Dragon. By G, the Emerald Swan, the Ice Emperor, the Ice Blue Scorpion, and the Snow Empress, the Ice Maiden. These are all creatures of nature. Yet, the Blue-Silver Emperor is merely a blade of grass. How should one articulate this? Remarkable. As an individual of my caliber, is it too much to expect some indulgence in my sole vice of lust? MOU lamented. After all, he once held the title of Extreme Daoliu. Devoid of any pernicious habits or a proclivity for violence, he merely possesses a penchant for beauty. So what? In comparison to those who instigate wars and orchestrate massacres, he could be deemed positively virtuous. Indeed, it certainly does not classify as a significant flaw. Qian concurred. The powerful inherently deserve more. And are not the royal families of humanity often surrounded by numerous consorts? MOU's pursuits are trivial in comparison. Even he has refrained from such distractions, preoccupied with the future of the Silver Dragon King and the Spirit Beast clan. Otherwise, the dragon race's instinct for procreation is remarkably potent. The more powerful the bloodline, the lesser the success rate of reproduction. It is said that dragons are inherently lustful, which is unavoidable. After all, one must make multiple attempts, lest such a formidable lineage be squandered. The issue of lust is negligible, yet one cannot simply pursue beauty indiscriminately, can they? Xiangjun found this difficult to comprehend. I can understand Bai Ji and her companions. After all, a strong alliance could yield even more formidable progeny. Yet, what utility lies in a mere blade of grass? Xiangjun's confusion stemmed from this very point. While lust might be a minor issue, one cannot be solely driven by desire, can they? When it comes to procreation, quality must be prioritized. MOU's talents are indeed formidable, but what excellent lineage could possibly arise from a blade of grass? MOU, are you truly engaging in a breeding process here? Chapter 63, The Weight of Pressure. Near the waterfall by the Holy Soul Village, MOU utilized his formidable mental prowess to conduct a comprehensive search and located the Blue-Silver Emperor, placed within the waterfall by Tang Hao. After 100,000 years of cultivation, this is the state it has come to. Observing the ailing Blue-Silver Emperor, Bai Ji felt a pang of compassion. Though she possessed 500,000 years of cultivation, her actual lifespan barely exceeded 100,000 years. The Blue-Silver Emperor, however, requires a minimum of 10,000 years to develop sentience, and the time she has invested in her cultivation likely surpasses 100,000 years. Who can be blamed for this? MOU extracted the Blue-Silver Emperor from the earth. Under Bai Ji's soothing presence, the Blue-Silver Emperor showed no signs of resistance, suggesting that they had known each other for quite some time. One always assumes that the outside world is splendid, but is it truly so? MOU remarked helplessly. Spirit beasts are curious about the human realm, often taking on forms merely to witness human society. They harbor little expectation of attaining divinity. Considering that even the most exceptionally gifted humans seldom achieve such status, and the spirit beasts targeted by heavenly tribulations stand even less of a chance. It is merely unfortunate that her soul bone is not present here, MOU stated. A soul bone of 10,000 years is certainly not something Tang Hao would carelessly discard in such a place. Or perhaps he simply does not regard the Blue-Silver Emperor with much concern. Why place a plant in such a lightless, desolate waterfall if not to hinder its growth? Even without the scientific understanding of photosynthesis in the Douluo Continent, surely the principle of plants growing towards the light is universally acknowledged? Yet, Tang Hao insists on placing the Blue-Silver Emperor in such a wretched location. Who knows what he is contemplating? Shaking his head, MOU stored the Blue-Silver Emperor within the special space of his angel martial soul, alongside the slumbering Silver Dragon King. Not long ago, after he absorbed the fourth soul ring and was once again drained by the Silver Dragon King, the angelic martial soul provided him with a small boon, liberating a unique space that was originally accessible only to titled Daoliuos. Without a moment's hesitation, MOU cast the ever-present Silver Dragon King into this space. He was finally free. What if Tang Hao returns and discovers that the Blue-Silver Emperor is missing? Bai Ji inquired. What can he do? MOU retorted. Could he possess divine foresight to know that I was the one who removed the Blue-Silver Emperor? Even if he did, what could he possibly do? I have merely taken the Blue-Silver Emperor. What could he threaten me with? Would he dare to confront me? Tang Xin must inherit the position of the Shura god. But to Tang Hao, he was merely a tool to undermine Tang Xiaoshan. If this tool became inconvenient, then its existence was rendered unnecessary. In Tiando City, with the assistance of the angel god Qian Rinxue had successfully secured the position of crown prince, eliminating all other princes except for Shui Lang. The reason for sparing Shui Lang was simple. After so many years of manipulation, this charming younger brother could not be so easily discarded. Transformed into the visage of Shui Qinghe, Qian Rinxue stood atop a high building, coldly observing the debauched figure of Shui Lang below. Initially, she believed Shui Lang was inconsequential. Killing him would only undermine her legitimacy as crown prince, given that all other princes had perished. Now, however, she recognized her folly, an act of misplaced mercy. To alleviate the pressure of assassinating the remaining princes, she had intentionally left behind the ineffectual Shui Lang, never anticipating his remarkable resilience. Had she known, she would have eliminated him long ago, for with only Shui Qinghe remaining, could Shui Yi dare to conceive another at his age? Throughout history, royal siblings have vied for power, often resulting in fratricide. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the histories of the Tiando and Xinglua empires. With only one prince left, would the old emperor dare to act against this sole crown prince? Regardless of how ruthless his son might be, he still belonged to the emperor. However, should he render his son incapacitated, an emperor with no heirs, surrounded by ambitious nobles, would inevitably face the specter of regime change. My lady, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has sent joyous news. Ning Fengji's daughter, Ning Rongrong, has awakened the Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda martial soul. Possessing innate soul power of level 9, Shui Yi wishes for you to pay her a visit. A figure cloaked in black, the porcupine Douluo, quietly appeared behind Qian Rinxue. The glint in Qian Rinxue's eyes grew increasingly frigid. The nine-colored goddess, the god of food, the resurrection divine light, this absurd divine realm. Upon sensing the uncontrollable killing intent emanating from Qian Rinxue, the soul sage known as Stabbing Porcupine was drenched in cold sweat. As a titled Douluo, he found himself confronted with a palpable sense of lethal threat from a mere soul king. Preparing himself, he mused that he must pay a proper visit to this young princess. Qian Rinxue reigned in her imposing aura, a subtle smile gracing her visage. Shui Yi wished for her to take Ning Fengji as her mentor, thereby aligning with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to counterbalance the mounting pressure from the Spirit Hall in recent years. If she were to secure the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, it would indeed be a match made in heaven, undoubtedly pleasing Shui Yi. After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect boasted 2 super Douluos, perfectly compensating for the deficiency of high-level combat power in the Tiando Empire. Although Prince Xuexing had managed to ally with the likes of Dugobo, that old poisoner was capable of bullying even moderately powerful soul Douluos, a disgrace to titled Douluos. Should he further cultivate ties with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, who among the court's officials would dare to question his authority? At that point, even if she confessed to having eliminated the other princes, these individuals would likely feign ignorance, perhaps even praising her audacity and resolve in hushed tones, lauding her as bold and indomitable. The feeble and decaying Tiando royal family has finally produced a prince of such cunning. Surely, the ancestors of the Tiando lineage would be greatly pleased. Observing the exquisite smile adorning Qian Rinxue's face, the felt a chill run down its spine. The young master has become increasingly terrifying over the past 2 years. In the Spirit City, within the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong's expression turned peculiar upon receiving news from Qian Rinxue. Is Shui Qinghe planning to wed Princess Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Is little Shui so adept at playing these games? It appears that the previous incident involving the resurrection of the divine light still stirs some ire. Your Holiness, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has also sent us an invitation, whispered Yu Guan. What are they? Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened. Do they think I would grace them with my presence? To claim she bears no grudge regarding the resurrection of the divine light is surely a falsehood. The Azura God, Sea God, Food God, and the Nine-Color Goddess, united to revive a Tang San who was meant to perish, and they dare to proclaim themselves as paragons of righteousness. Disgusting. Startled by Bibi Dong's imposing aura, Yu Guan quickly lowered his head, afraid to utter another word. The Pope has grown exponentially stronger in these 2 years. Previously, they were almost on par, yet now, having just broken through to the 95th level, he still cannot fathom Bibi Dong's true strength. It is not a matter of inability to perceive. Rather, it is a complete lack of comprehension. How is Nana doing lately? Bibi Dong, retracting her imposing presence, shifted the topic. Yu Guan sighed in relief and replied, Your Holiness, Nana just broke through to the 33rd level a few days ago. The 33rd level, Bibi Dong nodded. She is indeed quite diligent. A 12-year-old soul master at the 33rd level, though she cannot be compared to that monster, MOU. Her progress among her peers is already astounding. Have Nana represent me in a visit to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to extend our congratulations, Bibi Dong instructed. You and Gue Mei shall accompany her, and take the opportunity to observe how our prince intends to proceed with the union. To be frank, given the current circumstances, the likelihood of Qian Rinshua's marriage succeeding is exceedingly low. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's customs dictate that support-type soul masters must find a battle-type soul master to protect them. And the Tiando royal family is notorious for its inadequacies. Their spirit, the Great White Goose, may appear visually appealing, but in terms of combat prowess, it is nothing short of a jest. Therefore, even though Xue Qinghe is a prince, Ning Fingji may not necessarily acquiesce. Very well, I shall accompany you. Bibi Dong called out to Yu Guan, who had just reached the entrance of the Grand Hall. If I wish to persuade Ning Fingji to agree to a union with our prince, I must exert considerable pressure on him. Chen Xian and Gu Rong, the two esteemed protectors of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, if they prove to be no match for the Pope of the Spirit Hall, would Ning Fingji feel apprehensive? After all, if the Pope personally applies pressure on the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, would that not constitute a unique form of threat? Might Ning Fingji, under such duress, hastily seek allies to share the burden? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would undoubtedly remain silent, an entire sect with only its leader being a titled Douluo. While the Haotian sect has been reduced to seclusion, the so-called upper three sects have become a mere joke. Is there any alternative for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to withstand the pressure from the Spirit Hall, aside from aligning with the two great empires? Chapter 64, A Death Not in Vain. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? MOU, having leisurely returned to the Spirit City after a stroll outside, received this news but found little interest in it. After all, he had previously crossed paths with Ning Rongrong, and although she had been resurrected by the Azure God, he held no feelings for the young girl, for he remained the greatest enemy of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. As for the battle against the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, he had led the charge, enlisting the help of Guang Ling and the formidable Tang San to eliminate Chen Xian and Gu Rong, leaving Ning Fengji unscathed. His involvement stemmed partly from the distasteful actions of Ning Fengji in the affairs of the Tiando Empire, and partly from his keen interest in the wealth of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Bibi Dong intends to showcase her might at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to pressure Ning Fengji, thus facilitating little Xue's marriage plans. Won't you join in the revelry? Qian Daoliu suggested. Little Xue has returned numerous times in these past 2 years, yet MOU remains silent, and he is growing anxious. To be honest, he is indifferent to these ferocious beasts, for both he and Qian Rinshue are destined for divinity, operating on an entirely different plane compared to these beasts. Why should I go? MOU retorted. A level 98 Pope capable of matching your ultimate Douluo in a contest of strength is insufficient to handle that gaggle of merchants at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji is a merchant. Were it not for his daughter entangled with Tang San, he might have considered aligning the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School with the Spirit Hall. His unwavering stance stems from the enmity between the current sect leader and the Spirit Hall in matters concerning the Tiando Empire, leading to significant conflicts, culminating in a near-fatal confrontation with Chen Xian. Ultimately, it was Qian Daoliu who arrived just in time to prevent disaster, inflicting a grievous injury upon the forcibly ascended Chen Xian, who had reached the 97th level. Moreover, Ning Fengji has wagered far too much on Tang San. Ning Rongrong was nearly forcibly betrothed to Tang San due to the Divine Herb incident, and with the irreconcilable conflict between Tang San and the Spirit Hall. The next sect leader, Ning Rongrong, is now entwined with Tang San. What can he do but endure? There exists a deep-seated grudge between him and Ning Rongrong, Gu Rong, Chen Xian, and Ning Fengji, all have fallen by his hand. Furthermore, he had conspired with Guang Ling to infiltrate the Soul Master team that launched a surprise attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, where he and Guang Ling played the role of the sixth wheel, ultimately eliminating Yu Yuanjin amidst the Elder's siege. Reflecting on these events, one might conclude that he has indeed amassed a considerable number of enemies. Did you not state that the war initiated by the Spirit Hall would be excessively brutal? Qian Daoliu chose to persuade MOU from an alternate perspective. Cannot you devise a method to bring the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School into the fold peacefully, thus reducing the bloodshed? Bibi Dong's wars he does not endorse, for if the Spirit Hall desired to annihilate the two empires and unify the continent through sheer force, they could have done so long ago. The strength of a super Douluo or an ultimate Douluo is not something ordinary soul masters can withstand. The reason they refrain from such actions lies in the divine angel they venerate. Mercy is not merely a slogan. This is also one of the reasons he tolerates Qian Rinshue's infiltration of the Tiando imperial family. After all, it is preferable to shed as little blood as possible. I believe the two of them can accomplish this, right? While there are some thoughts on the matter, Mou truly does not wish to entangle herself too deeply with Bibi Dong and Qian Rinshue at this time. The divine war is a matter for the future, and that is still far off. If they can indeed succeed, would you have witnessed such a massacre in your previous life? Qian Daoliu retorted. The Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect cannot be spared. Both sects are based on their own martial spirits as their lineage and cannot possibly join the Spirit Hall. However, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is different. The auxiliary sect in question bears a striking resemblance to the Spirit Hall, as both rely on the allure of benefits to attract formidable soul masters from outside. The core strength of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile school primarily comprises external soul masters, unlike the Blue Lightning and Haotian schools. Consequently, this sect, which is formed through the aggregation of interests, can indeed be swayed by incentives. Isn't it rather foolish of them? Mou remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Qian Rinshue, while appearing astute, is in fact quite arrogant. She tends to become furious and humiliated upon failure, often resorting to destruction when she cannot attain her desires. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, is consumed by a singular obsession with violence. To say that they are difficult to persuade is an understatement. Even if they were amenable, they would likely find the process too bothersome to engage in. Following Qian Daoliu's initiation of the divine test for Qian Rinshue, and after the subsequent sacrifice, Bibi Dong completely abandoned reason, declaring that those who obstruct her would perish without a second thought. Will you assist? Qian Daoliu inquired. Assist with what? Mou replied, his expression tinged with reluctance. Merely showcase a fraction of our strength. Allowing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile school to witness that the younger generation of the Spirit Hall possesses the power to overwhelm them, Qian Daoliu stated earnestly. While the older generation holds an undeniable advantage for the Spirit Hall, he has yet to observe anyone among the younger generation capable of bearing the weight of responsibility, particularly since Mou remains indifferent to affairs. Thus, even if Mou were to feign some semblance of prowess, it would suffice to instill a sense of defeat in them. Mou raised an eyebrow. You want me to flaunt my superiority at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile school? Don't you relish such opportunities for distinction? Qian Daoliu scoffed. Mou's character is well known. A few compliments could easily inflate his ego. Although this young man has indeed created some rather brutal soul skills that leave even him feeling inadequate, praising him is out of the question. This lad cannot be praised. It is not that I harbor any dislike, but rather that Mou displays an odd demeanor. This operation represents the pressure exerted by the Spirit Hall on the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile school, compelling Ning Fingji to align with the Tiando Empire. Ideally to arrange a union with your granddaughter, correct? What if I intervene and inadvertently cause them to retreat into despair? Ning Fingji would be utterly hopeless. Turning towards the Spirit Hall, what do you think the other sects and the two great empires would do? Would they not immediately conspire to resist the Spirit Hall? Qian Daoliu's expression faltered. There exists such a possibility. Chapter 65, The Pitiful Old Man. No, it cannot be in the name of the Spirit Hall. It must be in the name of Xiaoshui. Qian Daoliu suddenly realized. If you stand with Xiaoshui, then the individual whom the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile school invests in would be Xue Qinghe, rather than the Tiando royal family. In the future, should Xue Qinghe lead the Tiando royal family to capitulate to the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile school would follow suit. If Xue Qinghe were to suddenly attract a talent like Mou, the Tiando royal family and its nobility would undoubtedly shift their allegiance to support Xue Qinghe. The trouble Xue Qinghe currently faces would nearly dissolve, for he would hold the keys to the future. In her name? Mou wore a reluctant expression. Do not even consider it. I am already exhausted from the burdens of the forthcoming divine war, and I cannot involve myself in these trivial matters. It is simply too taxing. Qian Daoliu was momentarily taken aback but refrained from further comment. After all, he was not particularly concerned about how the two great empires would choose or how these sects would align. To put it plainly, even if all these sects rallied behind the Spirit Hall, should they ultimately lose the divine war, they would quickly revert their loyalties. He merely wished for Mou and Qian Rinshue to interact more, yet this lad had been impervious to such attempts for over 2 years. So, What exactly did Xiao Shui do to elicit such a decisive rejection from a lecherous character like Mou? Very well, if you do not wish to engage, then so be it. Qian Daoliu shook his head and departed from Mou's chamber. After his exit, the Snow Empress entered slowly. I believe you should clarify matters with that old man. The Snow Empress seated herself beside Mou. You and that Qian Rinxue are truly not of the same ilk. Mou shook his head, silently leaning into the embrace of the Snow Empress. This matter is difficult to articulate currently. Qian Daoliu's impression of Qian Rinxue remains anchored in the image of that innocent and carefree little angel from 6 or 7 years ago. He is yet unaware that his granddaughter has matured into a person akin to Bibi Dong. The resemblance between this mother and daughter is striking. They are both driven by self-interest and power, yet simultaneously consumed by romantic notions. Furthermore, there is an undeniable aspect of their character that reveals a callousness, as if they were molded from the same unfeeling prototype. To them, loyalty and affection are mere commodities to be bartered away, contingent solely upon their perceived value. They exemplify the archetype of political animals. In stark contrast, he embodies a more sentimental nature, valuing joy above all else, indifferent to gains or losses. The principal reason for his disconnection from this mother-daughter duo lies not in his fickleness, but rather in their fundamentally incompatible worldviews. Qian Daoliu finds himself devoid of hope. He has been severely undermined by Tang Chun and has suffered the heartbreak of unrequited love from Poseidon. The only remaining pillar of his existence is his faith in the angel god. Mou's expression betrays a sense of helplessness. When Qian Rinxue awakened her martial soul, she established a connection with the statue of the angel god, becoming the designated heir of the angel god's remnants. From that moment onward, his sole purpose has been to live for the future angel god, Qian Rinxue. To this end, he has endured the anguish of losing a child and has allowed Bibi Dong to wreak havoc upon the long-standing legacy of the Qian family, all in the hope of bringing a measure of happiness to Qian Rinxue. Poseidon mistakenly asserts that Qian Daoliu's most cherished belief is in the angel god. This was true in the past, but in the present and for the future, his utmost concern lies solely with Qian Rinxue, his only granddaughter. It is evident that this elderly man has faced considerable tragedy, losing his wife in middle age and his son in his twilight years, sacrificing himself to aid his granddaughter in becoming the angel god. Now, he comprehends that the future of the angel god in the spirit hall is bleak, leading one to ponder the depths of his despair. After being taken away by the Snow Emperor in the Stardow Forest, Qian Daoliu was genuinely prepared to fight with all his might. Confronted with the bleak prospects of that damned future and feeling utterly powerless, he placed all his hopes upon her. Consequently, in moments of potential peril, Qian Daoliu found himself on the brink of despair, as he stood to lose everything, the spirit hall that had endured for millennia in the angel god. This blow is far more devastating for Qian Daoliu than for Tang Chun and Poseidon. Qian Rinxue embodies his faith in the angel god and his love for his granddaughter. Thus, to safeguard all that he holds dear, Qian Daoliu would go to any lengths. The elderly man's indulgence towards him stems from a lingering concern that he might flee. Qian Daoliu is indeed apprehensive. To be honest, he finds it difficult to bear. For this lonely old man has always treated him with kindness, regardless of the fact that it may have been due to his martial soul. The reality remains that Qian Daoliu has consistently shown him goodwill, even in the face of Qian Rinxue's disdain. This alone renders him incapable of voicing any criticisms or taking actions that would explicitly undermine Qian Daoliu, as his conscience would not allow it. The old man is acutely aware that he is destined for sacrifice in the near future, and thus seeks to secure a better fate for his granddaughter in his final days. Surveying his options, it appears that he can only choose him. Mou sighed. Over the past 2 years, he has hinted on numerous occasions that if the future turns dire, they should not fight, but rather leave with Qian Rinxue. If the spirit hall is fated for destruction, then at least they should not accompany such an unavoidable fate into the grave. It pains him to witness a man over a century old, burdened by anxiety, striving to maintain an appearance of indifference. Qian Daoliu was once a spirited genius, yet now he exists in such a state. Are you planning to prolong this indefinitely? To allow this old man to leave with a smile when he sacrifices himself? Asked the Snow Empress. Mou appeared helpless. What else can I do? Speak frankly. Let this old man die with regrets? The Snow Empress gently cradled Mou's head. Are you not considering another attempt? After all, I observe the young lady's attitude towards you. What is there to attempt? Mou interrupted. Currently, I might still regard them as teammates for the impending divine battle, but if it happens again, I would truly become estranged from them. I do not wish to jeopardize the chances of victory in the forthcoming divine conflict over such matters. If they harbor any semblance of remorse for my past, it suffices that they refrain from betraying me. Beyond that, I hold no expectations. He now exists in an awkward atmosphere with these two individuals. As long as everyone plays the fool, this fragile equilibrium can persist. However, should he shatter this faade and reveal their true feelings? His original plan, 3 against 1 to dismantle the Shurigod position, would likely come to naught. Ultimately, the paramount concern is the impending divine battle. He will not risk diminishing their chances for trivial matters. As long as these two do not act irrationally, he is grateful. Nothing more will be contemplated or anticipated. Observing Mou's troubled demeanor, the Snow Empress refrained from further remarks. After all, the last time, Mou had indeed suffered a grave injury. Chapter 66. The Value of Face in Tiando City. While the royal family and nobles were captivated by the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the Tiando Royal Academy was graced by an uninvited guest. What do you intend to do? Do you know who my grandfather is? He is Dugubo, the title Douluo, cried Duguyen, bound in an unusual manner. Where did you learn such techniques? Mou stared in bewilderment at Ziji. The ropes were folded in half, secured around the neck, with the ends cascading down the chest, tied at the respective points of the collarbone, xiphoid process, and pubic region. Then, they were pulled under the hips, along the spine towards the nape of the neck, with knots tied at intervals. After passing through the loop at the nape, the two strands were separated and wrapped under the arms, crossing in front and behind, tightening the loops while adjusting their positions. This is the legendary tortoise shell binding. I learned it from a book, said Ziji innocently. Is there any problem with that? Is there? Mou's eyes twitched slightly. Sister, don't you think this method of binding is somewhat inappropriate? It's rather suggestive, isn't it? Coupled with Duguyen's blushing face filled with embarrassment, what do you intend to do? Noticing Mou's gaze, Duguyen's expression grew increasingly uneasy. Is this an attempt at abduction? The figure possesses an admirable physique, remarked Mou. Where is your grandfather? What do you intend to do? Noticing that Mou and his companions seemed entirely unconcerned about her grandfather, Duguyen felt an unsettling premonition. Is he in the Sunset Forest? Mou inquired once more. Who are you? Duguyen asked nervously. My grandfather is. Before she could finish, Ziji pressed her dragon-scaled sword against Duguyen's throat. Answer my questions directly, without unnecessary chatter, Ziji commanded coldly, struck by Ziji's imposing presence. Duguyen felt a chilling sensation surge from her feet to the crown of her head. How can this aura surpass even that of her grandfather? Speak, Ziji commanded. I will speak. Duguyen, being wise to the circumstances, replied. My grandfather is not in the Sunset Forest. He has gone to the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Really? Mou retracted Ziji's sword, deeming it unnecessary to resort to violence against a child. Your grandfather possesses such social skills? Dugubo has no connection to the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Even if Ning Fengji is hosting a banquet and has casually invited Dugubo, this notoriously unpopular old poisoner would dare to attend? It is known that the Spirit Hall is also present. Would this old fellow dare to show his face before Bibi Dong? Indeed. Duguyen gathered her courage to meet Mou's gaze. Mou placed his right hand on Duguyen's head. I possess a unique soul skill that allows me to detect lies. Please think carefully before answering my question, all right? Duguyen was taken aback, her gaze instinctively darting away. I am telling the truth. Falsehood. Mou leaned down, his crimson eyes locking onto Duguyen's. I said, think carefully. I am telling the truth. Duguyen affirmed. Mou shook his head, retrieving the Pope's order from his bosom. Do you recognize this? Duguyen faltered. Realizing you were from the Spirit Hall? She recalled that her grandfather was invited by the Spirit Hall a few years ago when he was promoted to title Douluo. But he refused and even fought with the Spirit Hall's Douluo, ultimately being forced to retreat by Prince Xuexing in the name of the Tiando Empire. Since then, her grandfather had become an enemy of the Spirit Hall. So are you here seeking revenge? Mou shook his head. I am not from the Spirit Hall, but I can represent it. Previously, Yue Guan and Gue Mei failed, and now, I can offer him another chance, to join the Pope's Hall, or... Mou's gaze sharpened, allowing the Biphosphor Snake Emperor to vanish entirely from this continent. In his previous life, Dugubo was also eliminated by him. That old poisoner was exceedingly troublesome. Without an antidote, any recklessness would spell doom for those below title Douluo. Thus, before the Spirit Hall initiated its soul-hunting operation, he dealt with Dugubo. It was then that Ning Fengji, that old scoundrel, took advantage of the chaos to attack the innocent, prompting the bystanders Qian Xian and Gu Rong to intervene. At that time, he was already at level 96, and Qian Xian was no match for him. Gu Rong joined in, and the two old fellows barely managed to fend off his assault. However, he still had the porcupine and snake spear Douluo on his side. So Ning Fengji had no choice but to join forces with the remaining direct disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, fully unleashing their auxiliary soul skills to help Qian Xian forcibly break into level 97. To be honest, even if Qian Xian reached level 97, it wouldn't harm him. But he did not anticipate that Qian Xian would go all out. Empowered by all the auxiliary soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Qian Xian attempted to engage him in a fight to the death. At that time, he was trapped by Gu Rong's spatial soul skill and could not escape. Had it not been for Qian Daoliu arriving in time to block Qian Xian's full-force strike, he might have found himself in dire straits. Of course, there were gains. That encounter spurred him to break through to level 97 shortly thereafter, and he personally led a team to annihilate the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Except for Ning Rongrong, who had left early, the entire school was eradicated. My grandfather is a worshipper of the Tiando Empire. Dugu Yin mustered her courage, seemingly wishing to engage Mou in another battle. Would the Tiando Empire clash with the Spirit Hall over a deceased title Douluo? Mou interrupted. Dugu Yin's expression faltered. My grandfather has already refused. Why would you? A walking poison bomb. Were it not for the concern that Dugubo might act rashly in his dying moments. Do you think he could have escaped? Mou retorted. If Dugubo were merely an ordinary title Douluo, he would not be worth the Spirit Hall's efforts. However, this old fellow dabbles in poison. He is capable of launching widespread poisonous fog attacks as a title Douluo. How could the Spirit Hall tolerate such a walking poison bomb roaming freely? If not for considering that this old fellow has Dugu Yin as a burden and has allied with Xu Eshing after a failed attempt to recruit him, the Spirit Hall would have issued a manhunt. Moreover, another more pragmatic reason is that Dugubo is excessively arrogant. Title Douluos on the continent are all nominally affiliated with the Spirit Hall, ostensibly serving as honorary elders. The symbols of the hammer, sword, and dragon on the Pope's order illustrate this well. Even though the Houghton sect has been subdued, the Spirit Hall still holds on to that hammer. Yet Dugubo, lacking strength and possessing a fierce temperament, gives no face to the Spirit Hall, refusing even to affiliate with them. Is this not a slap in the face to the Spirit Hall? Were it not for the widespread knowledge of this old poisoner being the gatekeeper of the title Douluo, and the fact that even several soul Douluo could bully him, one might have already seen individuals stirring the pot, claiming that the Spirit Hall is powerless. The reason this has not been voiced is solely due to the old poisoner's lack of prowess. If a confrontation were to arise, any title Douluo from the Elder Hall could effortlessly subdue him. What if my grandfather refuses? Dugu Yin expressed her concerns. Did I not just mention it? Mou replied with a smile. Dugu Yin glanced rigidly at the cheerful young boy before her, questioning if he was a devil. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? With the Phosphor Snake Emperor having vanished entirely, was it not to eliminate both her and her grandfather? Therefore, for the sake of your life and your grandfather's, you ought to persuade your esteemed grandfather earnestly. Mou gently patted Dugu Yin's dazed head. Honor is indeed precious, yet life holds greater value. Chapter 67. Dugubo. Before long, in the Sunset Forest, Dugu Yin maintained her shameful tortoiseshell posture, leading Mou and the others toward Dugubo's medicinal pavilion, excluding the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, who had ventured back to the extreme north to assess the situation, as well as the reclusive Crimson King and 10,000 Beasts King. The rest of the group followed suit. Those who are adept at reading the situation are truly wise. Dugu Yin, now 12, was no longer the naive young girl she once was. Should she choose to stand her ground stubbornly, these individuals would genuinely take her life. Is there something particularly special about this medicinal pavilion? Qian inquired, puzzled. The Ice Fire Dragon King perished right here. Do you not find that special? Mou responded. The Ice Fire Dragon King. Qian's expression became somewhat unhinged. The Ice Fire Dragon King, who had been severely injured and went missing during the Divine War, actually met his end here? Do not be overly agitated. They have been dead for far too long, and the remnants of the Dragon Soul are but flickering candles in the wind, Mou remarked. He had also been here before seeking the Silver Dragon King. At the core of the Ice-Fire duality, the Dragon Soul of the Ice-Fire Dragon King lay dormant. He had attempted to awaken these two Dragon Souls but met with utter failure, receiving no response whatsoever. I brought you here to see if the Silver Dragon King could perhaps awaken the Ice-Fire Dragon King's soul. Mou gazed at the dozing, simple-minded dragon nestled in his arms. Dugubo was an afterthought. Although eliminating him would simplify matters, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. As long as he was not provoked, he would not interfere. In his previous life, it was Dugubo's insistence on brotherhood with Tang San and his association with Schwebing that had led to his demise. Otherwise, incapacitating him would have sufficed. Given the current state of our master, the hope seems rather bleak, Qian lamented. There is no harm in trying, Mou replied. The Ice Fire Dragon King possessed peak divine strength in life. Even in his weakened state, the remnants of his soul still held semi-divine power. Although it may be of little use against true deities, he would strive to gain any assistance possible. Before long, Dugu Yin led Mou and the group to a dense green mist. My grandfather's medicinal pavilion is within, she said, her face displaying a look of pleading. Could you allow me to persuade my grandfather first to refrain from taking action? Though she was uncertain of the strength of these individuals, their indifference toward her grandfather suggested they were at least titled Douluo. Moreover, the child who clearly held a leadership role among them possessed strength surpassing her own, such a prodigy. Of course, while I may not blink at the thought of taking a life, I am not one who revels in slaughter, Mou stated. Dugu Yin retorted. Not blink at taking a life? Yet you do not revel in slaughter? Should you not listen to your own words? This mist, is it not toxic? With that, Xiangjun inhaled the poison barrier set by Dugubo, savoring its flavor. The toxicity is insufficient. Dtian, ZG, by G, Mou. Went outside. Do not claim to know me, knowing it is toxic, yet you still inhaled? What were you thinking? Contrasting the bewilderment of Mou and the others, Dugu Yin appeared utterly befuddled. Her grandfather had stated that even titled Douluo should exercise caution around this poison barrier. How is it possible that this person deliberately inhaled a breath? And judging by their demeanor, it appears that nothing is amiss. What could be the situation? Should dizziness and blurred vision ensue, do not expect Bijie to provide an antidote. Mou raised his right hand, conjuring a vortex of wind from thin air. And with a gentle push, he created an opening in the toxic barrier that extended for hundreds of meters. Let us proceed, Mou gestured towards Dugu Yin, urging her to continue leading the way. Although he possessed the capability to conduct a comprehensive search using his formidable mental power, it seemed unnecessary. Why exert oneself when someone else can guide the way? Meanwhile, Dugubo, who was near the Eye of Ice and Fire suppressing the snake venom, sensed that his toxic barrier had been breached. Who could it be? Dugubo's gaze sharpened. Deep within the sunset forest, the poison barrier he had set was no mere thin veil. It was a cyclical trap. Any soul master team seeking to capture a soul ring would be foolish to venture into such an evidently treacherous area. With this thought in mind, Dugubo rose and hurried towards the breach in the poison barrier. This was his territory. To act recklessly here was tantamount to courting death. By the way, how is your control over snake venom coming along? Mou suddenly patted Dugu Yin's shoulder and inquired. What? Dugu Yin was taken aback. Has your snake venom not yet begun to manifest? Mou asked. Dugu Yin appeared bewildered. What snake venom? Since the start of her training, she had indeed been enveloped by the poison of the phosphorescent serpent, requiring her to concentrate in order to manage the toxicity when interacting with others. Strangely, she had not controlled her snake venom today, yet these individuals had touched her numerous times without any reaction whatsoever. If one were to speak of that purple-haired woman, she must possess profound cultivation and thus be unaffected. But what was the situation with this child? Mou nodded thoughtfully. It seemed this old fellow had invested considerable effort into you. The venom of the phosphorescent serpent is potent. And with Dugu Yin having reached the rank of Great Soul Master, it would not be long before she ascended to Soul Sovereign. The fact that the toxicity had yet to manifest significantly spoke to Dugubo's capabilities. Who dares trespass here? Before he could be seen, Dugubo's voice boomed from the depths of the forest. This is my domain. I grant you an opportunity. Leave at once. As his words fell, a massive green serpent's head burst forth from the thicket, halting a mere 50 meters away from Mou and his companions. Yu Yin Yin. Dugubo's expression instantly unraveled upon seeing Dugu Yin bound by tortoise shells. Lecher. Dugubo glared furiously at the towering figure of Dtian. After all, Dtian's imposing presence would lead anyone to assume he was the leader. Dtian was momentarily taken aback. Lecher? Who are you referring to? Release Yin Yin. Dugubo bellowed, channeling his soul power, and propelled himself towards Dugu Yin. Quick-witted, Mou seized Dugu Yin by the neck, positioning a fruit knife at her throat. What do you intend to do? Dugubo halted, seething with rage, merely 3 meters away from Mou. Despicable, to threaten with a child. What kind of bravery is this fellow is just playing with him, isn't he? Well, I won't tease you any longer. Mo felt somewhat helpless. To be honest, no one would believe this, and it was necessary to speak of some conspiracy theories. You are currently a vassal of the Tiando Empire, ostensibly aligning yourself with Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebang, correct? Dugu Bo's expression tightened. What are you intending to do? Could it be that this fellow intends to use his hand to eliminate the prince, thus inciting turmoil within the Tiando royal family? Mou's expression became serious. Allow me to share a secret with you. In truth, the current crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xuexing, is affiliated with the Spirit Hall, and the other unfortunate princes who met with untimely deaths were all eliminated by the Spirit Hall. Dugu Bo was taken aback. And Dugu Yin, caught in Mou's grasp, was equally stunned. What a startling secret this is. What do you mean by carelessly revealing such information? Are you jesting with me? The corners of Dugu Bo's eyes twitched slightly. If this news were genuine, how could it possibly be divulged so easily? After a brief pause, Dugu Bo continued, surely the Spirit Hall does not intend to use this information to incapacitate the crown prince of the Tiando royal family, only to support that worthless Xuebing in ascending to power, thereby plotting against the Tiando Empire? You figured this out? Mou exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, how could you be so astute? Dugu Bo, is this fellow mocking him? Damn it. Mou clapped his hands in admiration. Since you feel this way, let it be decided. You shall spread this news. Coincidentally, now that Xuexing has gone to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, with the capabilities of His Royal Highness, it should be quite easy to win over that old schemer Ning Fengji. Subsequently, the Heaven Do Empire can dispose of this prince, who has close ties with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and replace him with the incompetent Avalanche Prince, a wise move indeed. Dugobu's eyes twitch in agitation. Damn it, this lad is indeed mocking him. In such a critical moment, spreading such news, regardless of its veracity, who would believe it? The flourishing Prince Xuexing has suddenly exposed to such negative rumors. Who benefits the most from this? It is none other than Prince Xuexing, who supports the Avalanche Prince. If this causes a rift between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Heaven Do Imperial family, who knows what that muddle-headed old Emperor Shuiyi would do? Moreover, most of the nobility in the Heaven Do Empire have already rallied behind Xuexing. Even if there were evidence, they would turn it into a false accusation. Thus, no matter the truth of this matter, it must be false. Otherwise, the Heaven Do Empire would descend into chaos immediately. I cannot assist you in such a venture. Du Gongbo refused. Are you certain? Mou's fingers gently glided across Du Gongyan's face. The texture was pleasant, smooth to the touch. Du Gongbo, you little lecher. Stop it. Damn. Why is this lad unresponsive to the poison of the green phosphor snake? The poison on Yin was clearly uncontrolled. What lecher? There's no need for such harsh words. Mou gently pinched Du Gongyan's cheek. I am merely acting out of goodwill. After all, you are about to perish. And if I do not intervene, who knows when your granddaughter might end up exposed in the wilderness? Du Gongbo's expression darkened. Do you think you can easily subdue this old man? I'm a smack. Before Du Gongbo could finish his sentence, the impatient Xiong Jun struck, sending Du Gongbo straight into the ground, firmly sealing him there. Not much skill, yet quite the temper, Xiong Jun remarked disdainfully. If he cannot even withstand a single slap, what bravado is there to speak of? Grandfather. Witnessing Du Gongbo's sudden disappearance, Du Gongyan let out a desperate cry. Her grandfather was gone. Do not panic. He is not dead yet. Mou cast an exasperated glance at Xiong Jun. Can't he just win him over with virtue for once? Not dead? Looking at the deep pit before her, tears welled up in Du Gongyan's eyes, unsure whether to cry or not. Mou released Du Gongyan and approached the pit, conjuring a milky white healing light, which he cast upon the unconscious Du Gongbo. Wake up. If you do not, I shall sell your granddaughter into the countryside as a village wife. Revived by Mou's healing power, Du Gongbo struggled to rise from the pit. Let us speak calmly. We can negotiate. He had surrendered. Such strength. That slap nearly ended him. Is the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall truly that terrifying? Observing Du Gongbo's compliant demeanor, Mou found himself momentarily unaccustomed. I rather appreciated your previous defiance, he said. Du Gongbo's expression stiffened. Defiance? If he were any more defiant, he would surely turn to mush. Minutes later, under Du Gongbo's guidance, Mou and his companions finally arrived at their destination, the Eye of Ice and Fire, formed by the miraculous influence of the Ice Fire Dragon King's remains. One side was chillingly cold, while the other burned with fervor. Indeed, there was a palpable aura of dragons, exclaimed Di Tian, feeling the powerful presence of dragonkind. If you can withstand the fire or ice poison, you may venture down to take a look. They perish just below us. MOU indicated towards the large dual-purpose pot. It is not too deep, roughly over 1,000 meters. DT's expression faltered. Over 1,000 meters, and yet not deep? For a short while. It might be manageable, but if one were to dive down, he could not endure the intense fire and ice poison. However, a depth of over 1,000 meters explains why, after all these years, no one has discovered what lies within. Who, besides MOU, who is immune to both fire and ice, could dare to explore it? Dragons? Dugongbo expressed his confusion. Are there soul beasts present? By the way, allow me to briefly explain. MOU released the Silver Dragon King from the special space of the Angel Martial Soul and the tiny Silver Dragon King, once freed from its comfortable confines, immediately scurried to the front of MOU, firmly sealing itself there. Accustomed to this, MOU patted the dazed dragon's head and introduced. This is the site of the Ice Fire Dragon King's fall. Everything here was birthed from their legacy. And this, MOU pointed to the Silver Dragon King. This ancestor is the progeny of the Ice Fire Dragon King, the heir of the Dragon God. This implies that everything here is her inheritance. As the second of the Dragon God's 9 sons, the Ice Fire Dragon King's legacy. And with the Silver Dragon King being half of the Dragon God, according to inheritance laws, the Silver Dragon King is indeed the closest heir. Thus, his explanation holds no fault. Here lies the possessions of the Silver Dragon King. A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Dugongbo's eye. Although he found MOU's inexplicable explanation utterly unconvincing, he chose not to voice any objections. The circumstances were beyond his control. The audacity of this young man to declare his claim to this place left him with no recourse. Resistance? Reasoning? What rationale could he possibly invoke? This extraordinary marvel of nature is inherently reserved for the capable. He merely stumbled upon this place by fortune decades ahead of others. Relying on the unique combination of ice and fire toxins to suppress the lethal venom of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, the matters at hand are indeed of little relevance to him. Chapter 69, Eternal Soul Bone. After MOU elaborated on the origins of the ice and fire duality eyes, Dugongbo fell into silence. How should one express it? Although the young man spoke in a rather absurd manner, there lingered an inexplicable sensation within him that there might be some truth to his words. After all, the manifestation of the ice and fire duality eyes must surely be attributed to some cause. Consider this a reward for your management of this territory over the years. I can assist you in addressing your poisoning issue, MOU remarked, turning his attention to Dugongbo. There was also her poisoning dilemma to contemplate. Dugongbo, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "How do you know I am poisoned?" "Do not concern yourself with how I know. Simply answer whether you wish for a cure," MOU prompted. Dugongbo's poisoning was apparent to any who had studied toxins extensively. For instance, they, stationed beside Qian Renshue in Heavendo City, had already discerned the matter. Though he chose to remain silent, there was little merit in voicing it, for his understanding of toxins was on par with Dugongbo's. Observing Dugongbo, a titled Douluo known for his mastery of poison, reduced to such a state by his own venom, one that even endangered his progeny, elicited a modicum of sympathy from them. After all, they were both titled Daoliuos who had devoted themselves to the study of poison. It was a case of mutual respect. However, Dugongbo had aligned himself with the Heavendo Empire, and thus, they had no desire to offer assistance, choosing instead to feign ignorance. "Can you truly aid me?" Dugongbo's composure began to fray. No soul master who had awakened the phosphorescent serpent martial soul had ever successfully cultivated beyond the 70th rank. The toxicity inherent in this martial soul was so potent that it could backfire on the wielder. Previous phosphorescent serpent soul masters refrained from advancing past the soul emperor realm due to the peril. Yet, he had not surrendered. By fortunate chance, he had discovered this sacred ground, managed to suppress his serpent venom, and toiled for decades to achieve the title Douluo rank, successfully evolving his martial soul into the phosphorescent serpent king. This was how he managed to keep the phosphorescent serpent's poison at bay within Dugongbo. However, he was acutely aware that he could not contain the venom for much longer. What would become of his granddaughter after his demise? The backlash from the phosphorescent serpent martial soul's toxicity was not inherently so dreadful. It was all due to him. In his quest to cultivate the phosphorescent serpent martial soul into the phosphorescent serpent king, he had subjected himself to excessive toxins, which had cursed his son and granddaughter in turn. For the sake of his toxic prowess, his family had been shattered. Her poisoning is not profound, and thus straightforward to address. Yours, however, is another matter entirely. You have cultivated incorrectly for the better part of your life. The poison has infiltrated your very bones. To achieve complete healing, you must abandon your toxic arts, or alternatively pursue conservative treatment, alleviating your current suffering, yet inevitably. One day you will find it impossible to contain this affliction, Mou explained. He had scrutinized Douluo's condition with his mental prowess and concluded that the man was beyond saving. He faced a choice, either relinquish his mastery of toxins or slowly await his demise. Employing Tang San's method of transferring toxins to a soul bone is merely a form of procrastination. If Douluo were to cease his cultivation and refrain from utilizing his toxic arts, Tang San's approach could indeed be viable. However, was that even feasible? A poisoned Douluo abstaining from toxins? Abandoning my mastery of toxic arts? Douluo's emotional state underwent a noticeable transformation. This is impossible. For the sake of this mastery of poison, he has sacrificed far too much. How could he possibly abandon a lifetime of dedication? Even in death, he must carry this expertise with him. I merely offered a suggestion. How you choose is inconsequential to me, Mengyu shrugged. Addressing the poison issue for Douluo was a spontaneous whim. This fellow owed him a favor, and in the future, whether in matters concerning Tang San or the issues within the Tiando Empire, Douluo would serve as a valuable asset. How long can I live with conservative treatment? Douluo inquired. Abandoning this mastery of poison would be akin to rendering himself useless. For a titled Douluo, becoming a cripple was worse than death. Thus he would never relinquish it. You could still live to about 100 if you minimize the use of poison, Mengyu replied. The lifespan of an ordinary titled Douluo does not differ significantly from that of an average person. Only upon reaching the 97th rank does one experience an increase in lifespan. Before that, a soul master possesses only enhanced strength and a robust physique. Douluo was momentarily taken aback. How long can I live if I am completely cured? About 100 years as well, Mengyu said, looking at him as if he were foolish. How long do you wish to live? Douluo's eyes twitched. What difference does it make? Regardless, I can live normally until I die. So why should I forsake my mastery of poison? The difference, Mengyu paused, lies in the nature of the treatments. Complete healing is relatively simple, allowing you to enjoy your twilight years, whereas conservative treatment is far more painful, and you would not be able to wield your poison as freely as before. Otherwise, there is a risk of toxic spread, which could lead to sudden death. Douluo fell into silence, not out of suspicion towards Mengyu's intentions. After all, he had just been incapacitated by this giant with a single blow. If Mengyu wished him harm, he could have done so without such elaborate measures. Yet, if this lad were to save him, he would have no choice but to submit to the spirit hall. Grandfather? Douluo gently tugged at Douluo. What was that about poisoning? Mengyu's lengthy explanation had mostly gone over her head. Looking at his granddaughter, Douluo hesitated briefly before bowing to Mengyu in gratitude. He might deserve death for practicing this mastery of poison, which had led to the demise of his entire family, yet his granddaughter was innocent. Even if Mengyu could only save Douluo, he could not refuse. Have you made up your mind? Mengyu asked. Douluo was no child. He could clearly see why Mengyu, despite being in a position of absolute advantage, still chose to extend a favor. He simply wanted Douluo to willingly comply. Previously, it had merely been coercion, but from now on, this old fellow owed him a life debt. What he chose to do or not do would no longer be his decision. I have thought it over, Douluo nodded. Having lived a carefree life, he now accepted this reality for the sake of Douluo. Very well, Mengyu said, retrieving several enticingly fragrant large bones from his storage soul guide, directing his gaze towards Douluo. Choose one as a token of our first meeting. 10,000 years soul bones. Douluo's expression spiraled into disbelief. For pieces of soul bones, each of considerable age. Is the spirit hall truly this affluent? Are you giving these to me? Douluo gazed incredulously at the precious soul bones, which even titled Douluos found difficult to acquire. The soul bones were from the light unicorn head, the flame giant lizard right arm, the purple lightning tyrannosaurus left leg, and the dragon eagle torso, with ages of 20,000, 40,000, 50,000, and 80,000 years. Respectively, Mengyu elaborated. Take a look and see which one you prefer. Soul bones are guaranteed to be produced from soul beast sacrifices. Hence, these 4 soul rings naturally yielded 4 soul bones. Moreover, he had never absorbed such items, not even in his previous life, as he had no interest in having another's bones within his body. Are you truly giving this to me? Douluo's face was a mask of disbelief. To say she didn't want it would be a falsehood. What soul master could refuse a soul bone, especially one of such high quality? But why should she accept such a precious gift? Seeing Du Guyan hesitate to touch the bones, Meng Yu promptly reclaimed the 3 smaller pieces and placed the largest one, the torso bone, into Du Guyan's hands. This one has the highest age and quality. Take it. The torso bone is the rarest type of soul bone, and this 80,000-year dragon eagle torso bone would be deemed a treasure even within the spirit hall. Had it been in his previous life, he would have hastily gifted these items to Bibi Dong to win her favor, but in this life, he lacked that inclination. Giving to Bibi Dong would only earn him hollow praise, while offering this to Du Guyan would yield him a devoted little admirer. He would also enjoy a sense of contentment. Chapter 70. The disdained 10,000-year soul bone. Apologies, but we cannot accept this item. Before Du Guyan could utter a word, Du Gubo took the soul bone and returned it to Meng Yu. The treatment of the snake venom had already left him indebted. Accepting this soul bone would compel him to undertake perilous endeavors. Moreover, the 80,000-year torso bone was a supreme treasure. Frankly, this item was not meant for them. Should it be discovered, Du Guyan might not survive beyond the next day. Even he, as a titled Douluo, would be unable to protect her. 80,000 years. And a torso bone of such rarity. Even if the spirit hall refrained from acting, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus and the 2 old fellows from the 7 treasures glazed tile school would surely covet it. This precious gift is far too extravagant. They cannot bear the weight of it. I'm not giving it to you, so why interject? Mou, with displeasure, pressed the soul bone into Du Guyan's hand. Listen to me, absorb it. You cannot take it. Du Gubo interjected. Not taking it would be a slight against me. Mou retorted, visibly irritated. Are you certain you want to disregard my feelings? Life is more important than face. Du Gubo insisted. He too desired this item. Yet he understood all too well that they, as a grandfather and grandson duo, could not safeguard this soul bone. It was not a treasure. It was a ticking time bomb. Once Du Guyan absorbed this entity, he would be irrevocably under Mou's control. After all, should Mou disseminate the news of the soul bone, in an instant, not only would the blue lightning tyrant dragon and the 7 treasures glazed tile school come to seize it, but even the reclusive Haotian sect would likely join the fray. This is not some commonplace item. It is an 80,000-year-old soul bone. He even suspects that this object was stealthily pilfered from the treasure vault of the spirit hall by that young man. Otherwise, how could such a precious item be so carelessly presented? Apologies, but I truly cannot accept it. Du Guyan reluctantly returned the soul bone to Mou. Although she longed for this item, she was not foolish. What value did she possess? What could possibly merit such a treasure, capable of driving a titled Douluo to madness? A 10,000-year soul bone. Moreover, she had heard from her teachers, Qin Ming and Yu Qianheng, that even for a super sect like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, a 10,000-year soul bone could be regarded as a priceless heirloom of the sect. The 80,000-year-old trunk bone before her was beyond her reach. Fidgeting, clearly desiring it yet refusing to accept it. How hypocritical humans are, Su Jun scorned. The 2 individuals, upon catching sight of those soul bones earlier, exhibited an unmistakable gleam in their eyes. However, now that they are offered for free, they show no interest. How curious. This is simply because they possess discernment. Emperor Qian cast a disdainful glance at Bear Jun, reflecting on how, after residing in martial Seoul City for several years, he had failed to proactively seek knowledge about the human condition. Such a level of soul bone would undoubtedly stir the hearts of even the most formidable super Douluos in the offering hall. How could these 2 seemingly feeble humans dare to possess it? For humanity, the allure of soul bones is akin to that of the heavenly dream and the auspicious beasts. Yet, such precious artifacts are invariably accompanied by peril. Without sufficient strength, can one truly claim the heavenly dream? Can one keep the 3-eyed golden lion by their side? Are you concerned that this artifact might invite calamity upon you? Mou glanced at Du Gubo. Or are you apprehensive that I might use this item to coerce you? Both considerations hold merit, Du Gubo candidly admitted. The fate of their lives now lay entirely in the hands of this child. Death he could accept. But being compelled to engage in repugnant deeds against his will was intolerable. Mou, perplexed, wondered why offering a token of goodwill had to be so troublesome. Although he harbored such intentions, he thought, if it is not meant to be, then so be it. With a click of his tongue, Mou stowed the soul bone away. In this day and age, one cannot even freely bestow good things. Du Gubo, is this truly an exquisite item? If they refuse to accept it, then Mou shall not insist further, for it undeniably carries significant risks. The skeletal remains of an 80,000-year-old torso are deemed too perilous. Yet surely the right arm bone from 40,000 years past is acceptable? Mou, undeterred, presented the right arm bone of the flame giant lizard. The soul bone of the purple lightning tyrannosaurus was unsuitable for Douluo, and the 2,000-year-old head bone of the luminous unicorn felt rather trivial. Therefore, this right arm bone should pose no issue, correct? Even if it were discovered, and one could not prevail, one could merely sever her right hand, could one not? Mou remarked. Upon hearing this, Douluo instinctively covered her right hand with her left, as she had no desire to become disabled. Mou frowned slightly. If she continued to refuse this, his displeasure would truly escalate. While the head and torso bones indeed present considerable risks, the hand bone, even if exposed, would not result in death. If they were unwilling to bear such a risk, he began to question their overall safety. Take it, Douluo interjected. It became apparent to him that further refusal could lead to the end of their negotiation. The soul bone serves not only to win hearts but also as a safeguard. It was understandable to decline the earlier torso bone, but resolutely rejecting the right arm bone would be utterly unreasonable. Why does it feel as though I am pleading for you to accept? Mou felt quite vexed. This is indeed a millennium soul bone. With this item in hand, he could effortlessly win over a title Douluo at the Elder Hall. As I watched you absorb it, Mou pressed the soul bone into Douluo's hands. Oh, I realized that I seemed to have misunderstood Mou. Douluo felt a bit dizzy. It seems that this fellow genuinely intends to offer something. While Douluo absorbs the soul bone, Mou begins to observe the various celestial herbs present in this place. He is well acquainted with these matters. He has thoroughly explored the vast collection in the Spirit Hall's library, as well as the precious materials housed in the Offering Hall. With a genius intellect complemented by formidable mental prowess, he possesses an extraordinary ability to recall information with remarkable clarity. Now, having absorbed the mental energy of the Dream of Heaven, which spans 1,000,000 years, he can replay and analyze every moment of the past in his mind frame by frame. The knowledge of these spiritual herbs is utterly trivial to him. Yet, he finds no interest in these botanical wonders. In his previous life, he whimsically acquired a water fairy jade bone and a heartbreak red, but he never touched anything else. The water fairy jade bone was intended for his beloved cat, while the heartbreak red was merely a toy for him. Moreover, he did not absorb these items, as he did not perceive a need to enhance his innate talent further, without any divine assistance. He reached the rank of title Douluo at 18 and extreme Douluo before the age of 26. Does such talent still possess room for improvement? He believes not. Furthermore, he has not absorbed the 100,000-year soul bones from the 7th spirit ring, nor the soul bones of the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor. His soul power, at level 99, is purely the result of his own cultivation. Thus, whether it be soul bones or spiritual herbs, he holds them in disdain. He has no need for such trinkets. Even in his previous life, he regarded them with indifference, and in this life, with so many ferocious beasts awaiting sacrifice, his disdain has only deepened. What he truly lacks is the opportunity to ascend to divinity. Given a rank 1 divine position, he would undoubtedly be capable of besting Tang San, who merely inherited the sea god's position. Of course, he would not stand a chance against the Shura god, Tang San, for the power level of divine kings exerts an absolute dominance over rank 1 deities, rendering the notion of cross-level combat non-existent. Moreover, the legendary artifact grants the Shura god a significant advantage even against divine kings of equal rank, so a rank 1 deity would merely be fodder in such encounters. Chapter 71. The Healing of Mou. Before long, Douluo successfully absorbed the right arm bone of the 40,000-year flame giant lizard and ascended from level 25 to level 28. It must be said that the enhancement provided by this soul bone is truly substantial. How does it feel? Douluo inquired, brimming with excitement. This is a soul bone of 40,000 years. His head soul bone is only a mere 10,000 years old. The gaze of Douluo, who had absorbed the soul bone, was somewhat fervent as she looked at Mou, yet she restrained herself, considering the inappropriateness of the situation. This fire attribute soul bone imbued my emerald python's venom with fiery properties, possessing a remarkably potent corrosiveness. As she spoke, Douluo summoned her emerald python martial spirit. Unlike its previous verdant appearance, the current emerald python martial spirit emanated a distinct aura of fire attribute. Upon the manifestation of the martial spirit, Douluo's pupil shifted from their original emerald green to fiery red vertical slits. Emerald python fire venom, Douluo exclaimed softly, and a piece resembling an external armor appeared on her right arm, the very bone of the flame giant lizard she had just absorbed. A waft of pale red toxic mist surged from Douluo's right hand, racing toward a tree 10 meters away. Douluo wore a puzzled expression. What could this possibly be? Even someone as worldly as Douluo was astonished by the scene before him. Upon contact with the tree, the pale red toxic mist swiftly eroded the bark as if seared by intense heat, while the inner trunk appeared to corrode as well. As the red mist drifted past, the sizable tree, over a meter in diameter, visibly decayed and withered at an alarming rate. Death. If this were directed at a person, would it not become a corpse-dissolving liquid? No, rather, a corpse-dissolving mist? Mou mused quietly, stroking his chin. Why is this 10,000-year soul bone so formidable? The fire poison is catastrophic for anyone below the soul emperor level. Douluo exclaimed with delight. This soul bone has exponentially enhanced Duguyan's combat prowess. While the Soul King may not dare to proclaim it, within the Soul Sect, there is undoubtedly no one capable of approaching her. It is important to note that Duguyan is still merely a Grand Soul Master. Perhaps you should consider absorbing this Dragon Eagle's torso bone to observe the results? Mou curiously produced the Dragon Eagle's torso bone. The effects of a right arm bone from 40,000 years ago are remarkable. What then of the torso bone from 80,000 years past? Unthinkable. The solitary goose promptly waved her hand in refusal. This truly cannot continue any longer. One soul bone is already beyond my means to repay. How could I possibly accept another? However, I am quite intrigued by the effects of this item. Mou expressed some regret. He certainly would not absorb such things himself, but he was very curious about the outcomes after Duguyan absorbed them. Could soul bones be that extraordinary? You wouldn't intend to gift my soul bone to someone else, would you? The cold, ethereal voice of ZG floated over. Mou turned his head, wearing a peculiar expression. I must keep your bone for myself. What folly would it be to give it away? I would not part with the soul bones of the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress from my past life, and after becoming a titled Daoliu, I placed the soul bones directly into the special space of my angel martial soul, where only the Ice Emperor, the Snow Empress, and I could access them. That is reassuring. ZG nodded in satisfaction. She understood that Mou was reluctant to absorb soul bones, but if he ever considered giving her soul bone to another, she would absolutely refuse. Bai Ji, on the other hand, held no such concerns, as she had heard much from the Snow Empress about Mou's capabilities. And she was somewhat aware of his limits. Just like now, Mou was merely curious about the effects of the soul bone. It was certainly not the sort of thing this young girl had imagined. Now that the soul bone has been absorbed, it is time to attend to the ailment. You go first, Mou said, looking at Duguyan. Although he was still uncertain of the nature of her poison, Duguyan complied, sitting cross-legged on the ground as he requested. Next, clear your mind and relinquish control of your soul power to me. Do not resist, even if it hurts. Mou instructed. Understood, Duguyan replied solemnly, nodding her head. Then let us begin. With that, Mou placed his palm on her back and commenced the procedure. The method to treat Duguyan was straightforward. He needed to forcibly draw the poison that had spread throughout her body into the soul bone, and then teach her a customized method of soul power operation. This way, she would avoid suffering the same fate as Douluo in the future. As Mou controlled Duguyan's soul power in a rather forceful manner, she emitted pained whimpers but gritted her teeth to endure, not resisting. Beside them, Douluo felt a pang of sympathy but found himself powerless to intervene. He could not comprehend this operation. Was healing not supposed to involve medication? Why was it being conducted solely through soul power manipulation? Time passed slowly, and Duguyan began to tremble all over, a horrifying blood mist seeping from her skin. Upon witnessing this, Douluo could no longer contain himself. What is happening? This is supposed to be a treatment. Yet it resembles the scene before a soul master explodes from absorbing an excessively aged soul ring. Why are you panicking? Xiong-jun retorted. Do not worry. This young girl will be fine, Bai Ji assured. What you should concern yourself with is your own well-being. The others agreed with a nod. They had no doubts about Mou's abilities, but seeing the young girl in such distress made them worry for the old man in a far worse condition. Noticing their inexplicable, somewhat pitying gazes, Douluo felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that his future might not bode well. Before long, Mou completed the treatment, and the exhausted Duguyan fainted, collapsing into Mou's arms. I merely instructed you not to resist. I did not forbid you from speaking, Mou chuckled lightly. You're trembling in pain, yet still dare not utter a sound. How prideful. Is Yanyan all right? Douluo inquired with concern. She is merely too worn out and has fallen asleep, Mou replied, placing a healing light orb beside Duguyan to allow her to rest. Now, it is your turn, Mo said with a mischievous smile. Since Du Guyan is a young girl, he had been somewhat gentle earlier, even going to great lengths to assist her in discovering the most suitable method of soul power operation, which could be regarded as a unique technique. It would not only enable her to control the snake venom perfectly, but also accelerate her cultivation. However, when it came to the old man Du Gubo, Mo had little patience left. Severe conditions require potent remedies. Brace yourself, old poisoner, Mo cautioned. Du Guyan's poison had merely begun to infiltrate her meridians. But Du Gubo's poison had already seeped into his very bones, while Du Guyan experienced merely superficial pain. Du Gubo was facing a level of agony akin to scraping bones to treat poison. Gazing at Mo's amiable smile, Du Gubo felt a wave of dread wash over him. To be honest, he was beginning to reconsider his decision to undergo treatment. Yet, he had no choice. The arrow was already knocked, and he could not flee. Very well. Du Gubo steeled himself, sitting on the ground and gritting his teeth. He had endured decades of excruciating pain. What more could this be? What are you screaming about? Your granddaughter ISNT even crying out. You should hold it together. Clear your mind. I told you to clear your mind. Damn it. Xiong Jun, give him a slap. Smack. Du Gubo fainted. Mo continued. Du Gubo jolted away from the pain. Smack. The cycle continued, relentless and unending. Chapter 72, The Ice and Fire Dragon King. After nearly an hour, Mo concluded his treatment. Du Gubo lay sprawled on the ground, tears streaming down his face, exuding an overwhelming aura of despair. He had been wrong. He should never have placed his trust in this fellow. Is this truly a remedy? He has endured the venom of snakes for decades. Today he has come to understand what constitutes a living hell. Is it truly so agonizing? Mo expressed some confusion. I believe you should not compare yourself to them in this regard, Xiong cautioned. The others, including Di Tian, nodded in agreement. Mo's resilience to pain is indeed remarkable. This individual appears to be utterly impervious to pain, seemingly unfazed by minor injuries such as broken limbs, particularly during combat. He transforms into a veritable lunatic. Previously, they believed that the battles among soul beasts were sufficiently brutal until they encountered this man. Witnessing the ferocity of a humanoid beast engaging in a ruthless exchange of injuries, even the likes of Emperor Tian and Bear Lord were left feeling unnerved. Mo shrugged, asserting that he considered himself rather gentle. Pain tolerance can indeed be cultivated. In his past life, he had trained for 20 years. Although he too would feel pain, it would not elicit a reaction as profound as that of Du Gubo observing the old man's tear-streaked visage. Mo recognized that communication was futile at that moment. Opting not to disturb his rest, I shall take her down to see if we can awaken these two dragon souls. With that, Mo summoned his angel martial soul, calling forth the Silver Dragon King, and leaped gracefully into the depths of the ice and fire duality eye. With immunity to both ice and fire, and resistance to poison. Even the potent fire and ice toxins contained within this expansive cauldron had little effect on him. Moreover, he had dedicated time over the past 2 years to learn swimming, to avoid any potential retaliation from Bear Lord. Before long, Mo arrived at the bottom of the ice and fire duality eye, where 2 enormous skeletal frames came into view, the remains of the ice and fire dragon kings. Hey, dim-witted dragon, take a look, Mo said, patting the head of the Silver Dragon King. Upon sensing this familiar energy, the Silver Dragon King astonishingly opened its eyes. In the next moment, the energy at the bottom of the abyss began to converge around the 2 skeletal remains, intertwining ice and fire energies coalescing into form. At this juncture, the Silver Dragon King in Mo's embrace finally relaxed its grip. Dragon God, echoed 2 bewildered voices, one male and one female, in Mo's ears. Simultaneously, the dense ice and fire elements at the bottom of the pool gathered into dragon-shaped phantoms of icy blue and fiery red, fixating their gaze intently upon the bewildered silver dragon before Mo. Very similar, yet not the dragon god, the Fire Dragon King remarked with a shake of its head. Do you not recognize her? Mo inquired with confusion. Who are you? The Ice Dragon King asked. The distance from the ground is at least 1,000 meters, and the closer they are, the more intense the clash between the elemental forces of ice and fire becomes. Mortals cannot withstand the oppressive might of these 2 extreme elements. Thus, only those who have ascended to the level of a deity may approach their remains. However, this human child possesses no trace of divine power, only a semblance of soul energy, which raises suspicions. Furthermore, The little girl exuding an aura reminiscent of the dragon god feels incomplete, as if something vital is missing. My situation is somewhat difficult to explain, Muyu remarked. However, the dragon god has perished, cleaved in two by the god of Azura. This young girl is one half of that entity, the Silver Dragon King. The dragon god is dead, the Ice and Fire Dragon King exclaimed in shock. Shortly after the onset of battle, they had sustained grievous injuries from the clash between the benevolent and malevolent deities, plummeting to the mortal realm. By the time their consciousness resurfaced, it had been tens of thousands of years. Upon awakening, they discovered their bodies had long since decayed, their divine awareness shattered. And their severely wounded souls could not remain conscious for long. Before long, they were forced into slumber once again. Consequently, they remained oblivious to the events transpiring outside. Unaware of how long they had been dead, they could only sense that their lingering awareness would not endure for much longer, at most a few thousand years before it completely dissipated. The commotion below is rather significant. Qian observed anxiously, gazing down at the eye of ice and fire. A surge of pure ice and fire elemental energy had gathered, and the dragon aura he had previously felt was now awakening. Do they recognize our master? Bibi inquired with concern. The dragon god had been severed in two at the climax of the divine war, and the Ice and Fire Dragon King had been gravely injured and lost long before that. They likely remained unaware of the dragon god's demise, let alone the splitting into the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King. They should be able to recognize it, as it is the essence of the dragon god. However, whether they acknowledge this soul beast overlord is uncertain. Qian sighed. The Silver Dragon King was now merely a child, her original consciousness having succumbed to slumber. Even though these two dragon souls flickered like candles in the wind, they were once formidable allies of the dragon god. Strictly speaking, the Silver Dragon King was their junior. Moreover, in her current state of injury, her power was only slightly greater than Mu Yu's peak in his previous life. If negotiations were to falter and conflict ensued, they would likely gain little benefit. Contrary to Qian's apprehensions, the Ice and Fire Dragon King did not reject the new soul beast overlord, the successor of the dragon god, after Mu Yu's explanation. However, he voiced his skepticism. How could a mere human be willing to aid the soul beast race? The current pantheon of gods in the divine realm consists of humans who have ascended from Douluo or other worlds governed by the Douluo divine realm. In a sense, the divine realm aligns itself with humanity. Yet, since the time of the dragon god, the soul beast race has been regarded as an eyesore by the gods. After receiving the information Mu Yu conveyed through mental energy, they gained a clearer understanding of the plight of the soul beasts on Douluo. The divine realm seeks to eradicate the soul beast race completely. In ancient times, the soul beasts were the sole rulers of Douluo, while humans were merely a weak race struggling to survive in the cracks. If not for the relentless oppression of the soul beasts by the Douluo divine realm, how could humans have found the opportunity to develop into their current strength? Once the sovereigns of Douluo, they have now been relegated to mere tools for human cultivation. I am not aiding the soul beast race. Rather, I am primarily assisting a friend, Mu Yu clarified, just as he had initially expressed to the Silver Dragon King. He held no affection for this abhorrent world. However, he felt no compulsion to alter it. Ignorance can be a form of peace. Had he not been forcibly entangled with the Silver Dragon King, he would have initially sought to explore the sea goddess position. Should he succeed, he would team up with Qian Rinxue and others to exact revenge. Yet, if he were unable to inherit the sea goddess position, he was uncertain of his next course of action. Perhaps he would indeed flee. Thank you for your willingness to try for the soul beast race. But I regret to inform you that we may not be of much assistance, the Ice Dragon King expressed regretfully. Although he longed for battle once more, his condition no longer permitted it. Their bodies had shattered, merging with the land beneath them. After 1,000,000 years, their strength had long dissipated, coupled with their shattered consciousness. The remaining dragon souls could only exist within this unique space formed from the remnants of their life force. Thus, they were unable to depart from this land. I can assist you in leaving this place, Mu Yu offered, but it will take some time. Prior to entering, he had meticulously observed the situation here. The so-called Eye of Ice and Fire existed solely due to the elemental energy contained within the remains of the two dragon kings. If he were to remove them, the eye would soon vanish, lasting only a few more years at best. It was akin to removing the fuel source from a furnace. It would inevitably cool down, with diminishing heating capabilities. However, he intended to utilize the eye to entice Tang San, and should he take away the two dragon kings. By the time Tang Sen arrived at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, the eye would likely have transformed into a mere stagnant pool. Moreover, devoid of the influence of these two elemental forces, the celestial herbs outside would likely wither. He had yet to devise a plan for how to utilize those items. While he had no personal interest in them, he could not simply gift them to others. As for using the herbs for alchemy, that was a jest. Such exquisite treasures of heaven and earth often share a commonality, a fleeting connection. In other words, their efficacy diminishes significantly upon subsequent use. Is it truly plausible to believe that merely combining a plethora of miraculous herbs haphazardly, akin to alchemy, would yield equal benefits for each? Such notions reflect a profound greed, which may very well invite retribution. If these superior herbs were to be blended together, they would vie for dominance, ultimately diminishing their respective medicinal properties and resulting in a sheer waste. To put it in simpler terms, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the principle of complementary interactions. Can one truly expect to amalgamate remedies for ailments such as cold syndromes, heat conditions, menstrual cold, bodily weakness, and poisoning, and hope to cure all these maladies in one fell swoop? Is it not fortunate that they are not being sent away directly? Help us leave. The Icefire Dragon King expressed disbelief. Their dragon souls relied on this environment, rich in both ice and fire elemental energies, to barely survive. If they were to depart from this place, how much longer could their flickering dragon souls endure, akin to a candle in the wind? I possess a unique space where this dull-witted dragon usually slumbers. You may enter and take a look. With that, Mou flapped her wings and approached the dragon souls of the two kings, gently touching them and drawing them inside. Why haven't they come back yet? ZG voiced her concern. The dual-flavored hot pot is beyond her capacity. Should any issues arise below, it is likely that Mou would be unable to escape. The elemental energy beneath is remarkably stable, indicating that no actions have been taken, thus there is no cause for concern, declared Qian. However, ZG remained apprehensive, remarking that we cannot simply ascend. Qian retreated slightly to avoid the perilous waters rich in ice and fire toxins, which would be quite uncomfortable. Moments after the group had distanced themselves, Mou emerged from the eye of ice and fire, landing gracefully on the ground. What is the situation? Qian inquired anxiously. Rest assured, they have established effective communication and reached an agreement, Mou replied. The Ice and Fire Dragon Lords, astonishingly, are a couple. The Ice Dragon Lord is male, while the Fire Dragon Lord is female. It is often said that water and fire cannot coexist. Yet it seems that the age-old adage of red and blue pairing is indeed a profound truth. Have you already captured them both? Inquired Emperor Qian. Mou shook his head. Not yet. I plan to return in a few years. The Eye of Ice and Fire still holds substantial value. Merely taking the dragon souls is insufficient. He must also remove the corpses of the two great dragon lords, as these remnants form the foundation of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Without the dragon lord's remains, this place would cease to exist. After elucidating the earlier situation to Emperor Qian and the others, Mou turned his gaze toward the slumped figure of Dugubo in the distance, alongside the now awakened Duguyin, who was tending to him. By the way, how do you both feel? Duguyin joyfully turned her head. I feel wonderful. As she followed the path of soul power that Mou had inscribed within her, she discovered that her cultivation speed had surged to more than 3 times its previous rate. How marvelous. Oh. And please refrain from altering the soul power trajectory I devised for you, Mou advised. To ensure Duguyin formed a memory of this route, he had deliberately traversed it multiple times and created a mandatory special corridor with his own soul power, guiding her soul energy to flow exclusively along that path. If Duguyin follows this course 10 more times, she will no longer deviate. Understood. Duguyin nodded earnestly. This was the exclusive soul power operation method that Mou had specially devised for her. She would never forget it. How do you feel? Mou glanced at the still recovering Dugubo. Dugubo found it difficult to meet Mou's gaze. To be honest, he had begun to fear this individual. He had thought that after enduring decades of suffering akin to hell, nothing could ever touch him again. Yet, the violent extraction of toxins from his body by Mou had allowed him to truly experience what hell truly meant. Had it not been for the fact that he was being restrained by these two giants, leaving him with no means of resistance, he might have contemplated ending his own life. The agony was unbearable. It was a fate worse than death. This fellow is akin to a living embodiment of Yama. Fortuitously, he has already attained the 92nd level, sighed Dugubo bitterly. After being subjected to the tribulations at the hands of Mou, although he has endured immense suffering, his barrier at the 91st level has been breached, and now at the 92nd level, his prowess has significantly increased. Furthermore, He shall no longer have to endure such excruciating pain. It is good that you have broken through. However, I must caution you to refrain from excessive use of poison. MOU advised. While I have managed to transfer all the toxins within you to your soul bone, should you frequently employ poison techniques, those toxins will inevitably spread. If fortune favors you, you may revert to your former state. Should fate be unkind, the toxins could spiral out of control, erupting from the soul bone. Especially given that it is your cranial soul bone, the probability of demise is alarmingly high. His approach to treating Douluo was akin to cleansing the lungs of an inveterate smoker whose lungs had become a mass of blackened tissue. Indeed, a thorough and rejuvenating purification. It is precisely for this reason that Douluo experienced such agony, a torment far surpassing the infamous bone-scraping detoxification. Yet similarly, should Douluo recklessly employ his poison, it would be like a newly revitalized smoker indulging in excessive smoking. The original lungs had adapted to such intense combat, but this new set would be ill-equipped to handle the strain, posing a significant risk. Douluo's current physique resembled that of a newly transplanted lung, requiring gradual acclimatization without excessive stimulation. Of course, mere verbal warnings may not suffice, MOU mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Thus, I shall provide a 20-year warranty for this treatment. Should any issues arise within this period, I shall offer my services free of charge for further treatment. Douluo's expression faltered. I believe that is unnecessary. You need not be so responsible. A warranty? Goodness. He would rather face death than endure such a situation again. Absolutely not. MOU shook his head. Though I am not a physician, I possess a sense of medical ethics. I have assured you of a cure, and with this service, you can expect to live for at least a century. I shall not allow you to perish prematurely. Therefore, indulge as you please, with my assurance. Douluo looked exasperated. There is truly no need for such responsibility. I can accept living a few years less. Old poison master, let us be frank. You would not wish for your granddaughter to be left alone and vulnerable, subjected to the whims of others, would you? MOU said with a kind expression. Douluo lamented. What sins have I committed to encounter a living Yama such as you? Chapter 74. Suggestions. By the way, you should consume this, MOU said, contemplating as he pulled out a sweet potato golden dragon and presented it to Douluo. What is this? Douluo inquired, puzzled. Her grandfather had warned her that the items here were perilous, and thus she had refrained from tampering with them for years. This is a celestial herb. The sweet potato golden dragon. Your Bilan snake martial soul is a subordinate branch of the dragon lineage. This celestial herb possesses draconic qualities. Should you consume it, it may potentially evolve your martial soul, at the very least, into the Bilan snake emperor, MOU elucidated, having saved the lives of this grandfather-granddaughter duo. Further aiding Douluo in the evolution of her martial soul seemed fitting. Upon hearing MOU's description, Douluo found it hard to believe, but before he could voice his thoughts, Douluo interrupted him. Should I eat it directly? MOU nodded. Indeed, consume it entirely, from start to finish. These mystical herbs are not particularly remarkable when consumed in one gulp. The suggested methods of consumption merely serve to lend these substances an air of sophistication. After all, when a large-souled beast devours these items, the outcome remains unchanged. Would they truly take the time to savor the petals, then the stamens, followed by the stems? Ultimately, it all amounts to a single swallow. Upon receiving confirmation from MOU, Douluo hesitated not for a moment and proceeded to partake. Douluo, standing nearby, seemed torn between speaking and remaining silent. Why is this girl so obedient? He had previously mentioned that everything here is perilous and he wouldn't dare to touch anything casually. Now, this lad has casually plucked a plant from the ground. Who knows what trouble might arise from such an act? Seizing a moment while Douluo was preoccupied with her meal, MOU glanced at Douluo. Indeed, her soul power is currently at the 28th level. Once she fully absorbs this herb, she should swiftly ascend to the 30th level. However, there is no need to rush in finding her a soul ring. Allow her to thoroughly absorb the medicinal properties of the celestial herb and stabilize first. If her martial soul successfully evolves into a sub-dragon or even a true dragon, her physical strength will increase significantly. You can first test her physical strength without resorting to a soul ring of 1 or 2,000 years. A minimum of 4,000 would suffice. If conditions are favorable, you might even consider a 7 or 8,000 year ring. You cannot be serious. Douluo exclaimed incredulously. A 4,000-year third soul ring? And you suggest 7 or 8,000 under favorable conditions. That would be fatal. MOU shrugged, offering his suggestion with nonchalance. In truth, if Douluo's azure lizard truly evolves into a dragon, she could contend for a 10,000-year soul ring. Regardless of the type, dragon lineage possesses terrifying physical prowess. However, Douluo would likely hesitate to gamble on a 10,000-year third ring, as it would draw too much attention to Douluo, which isn't ideal given their circumstances. Thus, aiming for a 10,000-year fourth ring would be more prudent. I believe in it. Douluo, having just consumed the celestial herb, declared resolutely. Yin. Douluo frowned. Absorbing a soul ring is a serious matter. Any mishap could affect her for a lifetime. Do not think that a failed absorption of a high-year soul ring can simply be interrupted. The damage to the soul master from a failed absorption is substantial. With a stroke of luck, her soul power might drop by 2 or 3 levels, but after some time, it could be restored. However, with poor luck, her soul power could stagnate indefinitely. He has witnessed many reckless soul masters who, after failing an absorption, were left crippled, some even having their martial souls adversely affected. Therefore, should Douluo act recklessly and something goes awry, it's highly likely she would be doomed for life. He speaks the truth, Mou concurred. Every individual is unique. The limits of Yu Xiaojiang's soul rings are merely an average. Beast martial soul masters typically possess superior physical strength compared to others, allowing them to absorb higher-year soul rings. Conversely, the physical strength of support-type soul masters is generally lacking, as is the case for healing-type soul masters. If these two types were to absorb soul rings according to the standards set for beast martial soul masters, can you imagine the consequences? Even in my previous life, I could only act recklessly due to my basic physical strength and my formidable healing abilities. Others cannot replicate such feats. Alright, take your time to consider this. After all, the substance you just ingested will require some time to assimilate. If you trust my judgment, I will personally guide you through this process later, Mou stated. Personally assist me? Douluo's expression turned slightly awry. Are you alright? Observing her flushed and heated demeanor, Mou felt puzzled. It seemed the azure lizard did not have such after effects. No problem. Thank you. I will definitely be obedient. With that, Douluo bowed deeply. Don't be too excited. It's merely a small matter. Mou found Douluo's reaction somewhat perplexing, as it was his first encounter with such a response. However, let me remind you to avoid becoming too close to Qian. The blue lightning tyrant dragon will inevitably face ruin in the future. If you become too entangled with that individual, your fate will likely be no better. Mou cautioned. In my previous life, aside from the willingly allied Yu Luomian and a few young disciples, the entire sect was left decimated. Moreover, due to my intervention, both Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin were unable to escape, and later on, Yu Xiaojiang was obliterated. Presently, the bloodline of the blue lightning tyrant dragon comprises only Yu Lumian, Lu Erlong, and a handful of young ones. Yu Tianheng? Douluo paused, then nodded. I have only just met him. She had recently joined the Tiando Royal Academy's battle team, where Yu Tianheng was the highest in soul power among them, thus serving as the temporary captain. However, now her soul power surpasses his. It's better that you remain detached now that you've just met, Mou advised. Although he had aided the pair, even providing Douluo with the azure lizard, if this girl were to align herself with his adversaries, he would have no choice but to act accordingly. Assisting is one matter, killing is another. Caught in thought, Douluo's face suddenly flushed crimson. I understand. Seeing his granddaughter in such a state, Douluo felt a sense of foreboding. This is disastrous. Not only has he involved himself, but now his granddaughter is ensnared as well. We shall meet again. I will visit Tiando City in due time, and we can discuss it further, Mou remarked. As for here, he turned to Douluo. You should remain here for now. Your assistance will be required in the future. However, do refrain from meddling with the plants and flowers. They now belong to me. Understood. Douluo nodded. His life is now tied to this lad, and his granddaughter has been caught in this web as well. He has little choice. We shall take it one step at a time. With that, Mou and his group departed. Douluo cast a serious gaze at Douluo. Yin. Do you harbor feelings for him? Douluo was taken aback, then slowly nodded. Mou not only gifted her a soul bone but also helped her counteract snake venom, tailoring a soul power operation route specifically for her, something even her grandfather could not provide. Furthermore, Mou is handsome, possesses a gentle demeanor, and so far has displayed a character that is easy to get along with. It would be impossible for anyone not to develop an interest under such circumstances. Sigh. Douluo exhaled deeply. I do not oppose this, but you must think carefully. This lad is not ordinary. Those two towering figures could easily incapacitate me with a single blow, and his strength is likely that of a legendary super Douluo. probably at the 97th or even 98th level. To command such powerful beings, his status undoubtedly surpasses that of the Spirit Hall's Pope. Moreover, I observed the martial soul he released while flying. Those wings must belong to the legendary six-winged angel martial soul. This means that Mou is likely a descendant of the Qian family from the Spirit Hall. If Dugu Yin becomes involved with him, then all retreat routes for the two of them will be irrevocably cut off. But he saved us, Dugu Yin protested. She had already grasped the gravity of their situation. The hereditary snake venom had claimed the lives of her parents, and without Mou, how long could she have survived? Dugu Bo shook his head and walked away. His granddaughter still possessed a naive simplicity. He could discern that Mou was no mere child. Furthermore, his casual indifference when discussing the blue lightning tyrant dragon indicated that his future would not be tranquil. Moreover, does that lad truly appear to be of such age? The cold, profound gaze, coupled with a faint yet exceedingly lethal aura of malice, is simply inconceivable for one so young. Many titled Douluos experience a rejuvenation of sorts following the evolution of their martial souls. Take Yu Guan, for instance, who, despite being older, retains the appearance of a youth in his 20s. Could it be that this boy is an ancient entity in disguise? Chapter 75, Bullying the Weak. Wuhuan City. After perusing the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, Mou and his companions returned at a leisurely pace. Coincidentally, Bibi Dong and her entourage, who had wreaked havoc at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, also made their return. The Pope of the Wuhuan Palace exerted his overwhelming presence over the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The two esteemed guardians of the school, Sword Douluo Qian and Bone Douluo Gu Rong, suffered a dismal defeat at the hands of the Pope. What was ostensibly a congratulatory visit was, in truth, a probing endeavor. What were the true intentions of the Wuhuan Palace's Pope? Did he harbor ambitions of coercing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School into submission? Was the Wuhuan Palace contemplating a resurgence of conflict akin to that of the former Haotian sect? What direction should the three upper sects take? The matters that Prince Xueqinghe of the Tiando Empire and Princess Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School felt compelled to discuss. What was the meaning of this last item? Observing the sensational news swirling throughout Wuhuan City, Mou felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The earlier reports were understandable. After all, Bibi Dong represented the Wuhuan Palace and Wuhuan City, and it was quite natural for the residents to be thrilled by her display of dominance. However, what was the intent behind this final piece of gossip? Was there an ulterior motive at play? Excellent. This editor is worthy of further acquaintance. Has this woman perhaps gone too far? Jean expressed his concern. Before such a multitude, she had suppressed the two Douluos, forcing the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to the ground in humiliation. This could tarnish the image of the Wuhuan Palace, could it not? For millennia, the Wuhuan Palace had maintained a position of neutrality, refraining from intervening in the disputes of these sects or the conflicts between nations, only stepping in to mediate when matters escalated too far. For instance, during the last great war between the Tiando and Xinglua empires, amidst a battlefield of over 1 million, the previous great offering, Qian Daoliu, personally descended to eliminate the titled Douluos of both sides with a mere slap, before departing without further ado. Witnessing that spectacle, the royal families of both empires promptly recoiled, having engaged in a protracted standoff for 2 months amidst a 1 million-strong conflict, only to eventually disperse. This is the formidable influence of extreme Douluo. However, in recent years, beginning with Qian Xuanji's deliberate instigation of war and the subsequent elevation of the papal hall's status, he has been testing the attitudes of the two great empires in various sections. The plan for Qian Rinxue to infiltrate the Tiando royal family was actually devised by Qian Xuanji. He simply did not anticipate his premature demise, leaving the task to his daughter. Moreover, Bibi Dong has, over the years, utilized the fierce battle with the Haotian sect to significantly expand the influence of the Spirit Hall. Given that the foremost of the three upper sects, the Haotian sect, has been reduced to a turtle withdrawing into its shell, nearly facing extermination, the remaining smaller sects, as well as the other two upper sects, have been rendered impotent to voice their dissent against Bibi Dong's actions. While these prior maneuvers were subtle, the interests of these sects and the two empires have certainly been adversely affected by the Spirit Hall, yet they had not been publicly humiliated until now. Now, in the guise of congratulations, Bibi Dong has publicly humiliated the two protecting elders of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, striking not only at their pride but also at the collective dignity of the so-called allied upper sections. The notion of solidarity among them has become a farce since the Haotian sect was forced into seclusion. With this final veil of modesty stripped away, One cannot predict how these sects and empires might react. What if they unite against the Spirit Hall? Even if the Spirit Hall aspires to unify the continent, it is through conquest, not slaughter. Who knows what thoughts occupy the mind of that deranged woman? Qian Daoliu remains indifferent. He has relinquished concern, contemplating that if the final divine battle is won, the faith in the angel god will naturally spread across the continent. Conversely, if they lose, even a unified Spirit Hall would be rendered futile. The course of the mortal realm is but a trifling matter to the divine. Should the gods decree a change in dynasty, it shall be so. Bibi Dong can create her chaos. In fact, should circumstances permit, he hopes that you can lead Qian Rinqiwei away from this world. If change is unattainable, then it is unwise to sacrifice oneself over such matters. Nonetheless, her intimidating presence has proven quite effective. The news regarding Xiao Xue indicates that Ning Fingji, after witnessing Bibi Dong's display of power, has begun to take the previously hinted matrimonial intentions more seriously. As expected, Qian Daoliu nodded. Given Bibi Dong's methods over the years, individuals like Ning Fingji will not ally with the Spirit Hall unless there are no alternatives. The strategic policies of the Spirit Hall have been quite unfriendly towards these sects, and Bibi Dong's heavy-handedness typically results in the outright elimination of those who resist discipline, leaving no room for negotiation. One must either comply obediently or face annihilation. How could these arrogant sects possibly be willing to comply with such tyrannical governance? Furthermore, regarding the message from Xiao Xue, she hopes that Xiao Yu can make an appearance to solidify Ning Fingji's resolve. Genie added. Qian Daoliu shook his head, stating that she must convey this herself. I have previously mentioned that the lad has no interest in engaging in these power struggles, if provoked. I fear he might unleash those ferocious beasts to annihilate the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. Jean Yi's expression faltered, given his understanding of MOU. This possibility is indeed quite substantial. After all, this young man is one to act decisively without wasting time on idle chatter. Ning Fingji, in his peculiar manner, would likely be met with a combination of blows from MOU. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my elder brother is? Qian Daoliu. I do not consume beef. MOU has certainly grasped the concept of leveraging power to intimidate. Achoo. While tending to the grass, MOU sneezed. Who has insulted me again? Who are you? An ethereal female voice resonated. Did I not inform you? I'm a robber. MOU replied as he set down the watering can. His healing orb truly serves as a panacea. And when combined with the waters from the ice and fire duality, the fragrance of heartbreak red and the alluring tulip, he managed to awaken the blue-silver emperor. Robber. The blue-silver emperor appeared perplexed. In my current state, what could I possibly steal? And where is Tang Hao? Why is he absent? Do not dwell on that hammer. You shall be my bed warmer, MOU stated. Once I have had my fill of play, that hammer will shatter. And then I shall retrieve your soul bone, and you will become my little maid. One cannot survive solely on meat. A balance of both meat and vegetables is essential. He genuinely held interest in the blue-silver emperor, particularly as she seemed even more naive than that little rabbit. What man does not appreciate a sweet, yet simple-minded companion? He certainly found her appealing. Chapter 76. Self-deception, what do you mean? The blue-silver emperor blinked in confusion. MOU gently caressed her branches, asking, do you need me to be more explicit? The blue-silver emperor suddenly trembled, her thoughts wandering to more intimate matters. However, in her current form, this child could not possibly entertain such notions. She has awakened? Bai Ji approached. Indeed, she has awakened, but her mind remains clouded. It seems she sacrificed her limited intellect during the offering. Wait, does she even possess a mind? MOU pondered aloud. Bai Ji paused, responding, she does. Albeit a scarce one. During this period, she and MOU meticulously examined the circumstances surrounding the sacrifice of the blue-silver emperor from years past, uncovering numerous discrepancies. Most strikingly, the blue-silver emperor, who had traversed the human realm for over a decade, appeared utterly foolish upon encountering the Tang Hao brothers. At that time, she was merely a soul king, not yet fully matured. Could the Soul Douluo Tang Hao brothers truly fail to recognize her true form? If this revelation had come after years of companionship, one might entertain the notion that the brothers had genuinely developed feelings for her. However, discovering her identity as a transformed spirit beast upon their initial meeting raises profound questions. Would a human truly refrain from taking action? Would they genuinely befriend a transformed spirit beast? Moreover, within the archives of the Spirit Hall, it is noted that when the blue-silver emperor's identity was uncovered, Tang Hao had just attained the esteemed level of 90, a rather uncanny coincidence, is it not? Additionally, The pursuit of Tang Hao by the Spirit Hall was not initially led by the Pope, rather. The early obstructions and warnings directed at the Haotian clan persisted for over 5 months. During this protracted period, was Tang Hao truly incapable of bestowing upon himself a 10,000-year spirit ring? Let us not entertain excuses regarding the scarcity of suitable spirit rings. If you genuinely love the Blue-Silver Emperor, the Douluo forest abounds with 10,000-year spirit beasts, while those of 80 to 90,000 years may be elusive. Those of 40 to 50,000 years are plentiful. Or was it that, in that moment, Tang Hao prioritized his own spirit rings above all else? Or perhaps, from the very beginning, he was fixated on the spirit ring of the Blue-Silver Emperor? This is not implausible, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall personally led the charge at the moment when the Blue-Silver Emperor gave birth to Tang San. The timing of these events is exceedingly precise, almost as if they are in perfect synchrony. Have you truly never questioned this? After voicing her doubts, Bijia inquired. The coincidences are striking. Had any single detail not aligned, you would have escaped. Furthermore, even after transforming, you must have numerous acquaintances within the Douluo forest. Considering that Wuhuan City is merely a few days' journey away, did it not occur to you to have Tang Hao escort you back to safety? Brother Hao mentioned that I have already transformed into a human, and thus, spirit beasts would not aid us, the Blue-Silver Emperor defensively replied. Yet, even if the other spirit beasts would not assist, as the Blue-Silver Emperor, could you not return to your own territory? Bijia pressed on. Moreover, once within the Douluo forest, could the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall continue his pursuit? Why did you choose to circle around outside the Douluo forest? Tang Hao's escape route was indeed laughable as he ran around the edges of the Douluo forest. Had he deviated even slightly into the forest, the spirit masters of the Wuhuan Hall would have been incapable of tracking them, considering even the spirit beasts within the forest cannot guarantee the capture of their prey, let alone humans. The tendrils of the Blue-Silver Emperor drooped in embarrassment. You recognize this truth, yet you are deceiving yourself. You believe that your love for each other means Tang Hao would never act in such a manner, do you not? Bijia sighed. It is no wonder Mou despises love-struck minds. Even when it comes to himself, he is no exception. For a love-struck mind lacks reason. Mou's feelings are resolute and clear. He does not engage in the muddled confusion that intertwines innocence and ignorance, for that is not love. No. Brother Hao would never do such a thing, the Blue-Silver Emperor insisted. Then, pray tell, how do you explain those coincidences? Mou queried. He simply could not fathom it. With the relentless pursuit of Qian and Ji, Tang Hao, even if concerned about implicating them upon returning to the sect, should find it difficult to evade a group of soul saints, especially as a level 90, 8-ring soul Douluo, even while escorting a pregnant woman. The Blue-Silver Emperor fell into silence, reluctant to respond, or rather, unwilling to accept the truth. She preferred to live in a state of blissful ignorance, indulging in a love fraught with calculation. For 100,000 years, she had endured a solitary cultivation, and it was human society that made her feel the warmth of connection, and it was Tang Hao who taught her the essence of love. Thus, even if that love were a fabrication, to her, it remained genuine. If you refuse to answer, so be it. However, I must hold you accountable. Mou's expression turned grave. Are you aware of how many lives have been lost due to your reckless wandering? Ah? The Blue-Silver Emperor was momentarily taken aback, seemingly struck by the realization. As Tang Hao led you in evading the pursuit of the Wuhuan Hall, numerous conflicts ensued along the way, and that man, in an effort to cover his tracks or perhaps to amplify them, wielded his hammer and obliterated my village, Mou intoned sorrowfully. During this period, he perused the archives of the Spirit Hall regarding the events of that year and inadvertently discovered that Tang Hao had traversed that village with the Blue-Silver Emperor shortly before he fell into a coma. Furthermore, the records indicated that many villages Tang Hao passed through had been reduced to ruins, some due to battles with Spirit Hall's soul masters, while others were demolished by his own hammer as a means of diverting attention and buying time. The village where he awakened, however, was not documented in Spirit Hall's files, implying that it was merely an unfortunate choice, a pawn selected by Tang Hao to mislead those in pursuit. A few days prior, during his investigation of that village, the angel spirit had relayed some information to him. He was not a soul transmigrant. This body was crafted by the angel spirit, designed to allow him to experience the joys of childhood in an alternate world without being overly childish. Hence it was fashioned to be 3 years old from the outset. The reason for his coma was that shortly after landing in that village, he had been discovered by the villagers, only to have a hammer fall from the sky shortly thereafter. Had the angel spirit not awakened in advance to shield him, he would have met his demise right from the start. Additionally, his remarkable physical prowess was attributed to the fact that his martial spirit had already undergone a latent awakening. No way. I would never do such a thing. He vehemently denied. This must be a fabrication. Oh, what then of my village? Mou summoned the angelic martial spirit. And a colossal hammer descended from the heavens. A fleeting image of his astonishment flashed before him. Goodness. No wonder he harbors a certain dread towards hammers. It appears he was struck by one upon his arrival in this world. Tang Dechue? By the heavens, you immortal. Impossible, this cannot be true. The blue-silver emperor remains unconvinced. How could Tang Hao, so benevolent, commit such an act? This cannot be real. Are you implying that the villagers he crushed deserve their fate? Mou chuckled softly, albeit with an unsettling chill to his mirth. Those villagers who perished due to your actions were indeed deserving of their demise, correct? I had barely opened my eyes when a hammer nearly brought me to my end. I was dazed for over half a year. It is indeed a fitting consequence, is it not? Upon entering this world, my welcoming gift was a massive hammer plummeting from the sky. The welcome ceremony that the world has bestowed upon him is indeed quite extraordinary. Chapter 77, The Love-Stricken Mind. In the city of Tiando, after a conversation with the somewhat daft blue-silver emperor, Mou found himself utterly speechless. Truly. She has been a plant for 100,000 years. How infuriating. The blue-silver emperor was not oblivious to the issues at hand. Rather, she was in the throes of self-deception, insisting that it was not the case, that Tang Hao had his reasons, and that it was merely a coincidence, that he loved her. What a ridiculous situation. He had thought that Bibi Dong's infatuation was unparalleled, only to discover that someone could be even more fervent. Are you all right? Seeing the discordant aura radiating from Mou, Bai Ji felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. Although Mou had long been mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by the bewildering logic of the blue-silver emperor. This is a dilemma, and so is that. It is unavoidable. And he cannot be blamed for it. Even when aware of the issues, Lan Yinhuang still does everything in his power to exonerate Tang Hao. The situation of Lan Yinhuang mirrors that of Bibi Dong, whom Mou encountered in a previous life. For Bibi Dong, Yu Shaojiang is flawless and inviolable. Similarly, for Lan Yinhuang, Tang Hao holds the same status. Recognizing this truth, Mou promptly relegated Lan Yinhuang back to the confines of his dark room. What is the point of persuasion? Bibi Dong spent 2 decades attempting to prove that such infatuation cannot be swayed. They share a common trait. Disregarding the facts, they insist. I believe he loves me. This is love. In response, Mou can only exclaim, I love your mother selling fried dough twists. I thought I had grown accustomed to foolishness, yet the feelings Mou experienced were indescribably painful when set against the backdrop of reality. This marks the second time he has been repulsed by this wretched notion of love. Humanity is thus, and so too are the shape-shifting soul beasts, had he not intervened. The future Silver Dragon King would inevitably follow suit. Can the people of this world not exhibit a modicum of intelligence? Is their existence devoid of anything but love? Or is it that this world cannot function without love? How many individuals truly care about responsibility, duty, justice, conscience, and faith? Enough of this ire. She is merely a grass that has existed for 100,000 years. You have already declared her mindless. So why let your emotions be entangled with one devoid of reason? Bai Ji consoled. Mou shook his head, stating that he was not angry. He had once believed that the majority of this world comprised rational individuals, but he later realized that the world was fundamentally abnormal, rendering his previous understanding of normality a rarity. Mou harbored a genuine disdain for those lacking intellect. He could comprehend emotional decisions. Yet he detested individuals whose only support was emotion, for such people are utterly incomprehensible, barely qualifying as rational beings. To be blunt, they are fools. While this romantic notion of love-struck individuals may seem charming, when one truly engages with such people, one finds oneself teetering on the brink of madness. For these love-struck souls often make decisions that defy understanding. A naive and sweet disposition is acceptable, but genuine foolishness is intolerable. Who would relish conversing with imbeciles? At the Tiando Royal Academy, since being returned by Dugubo a few days prior, Dugu Yin has become the center of attention. Though she was once notable due to her grandfather's title as a Douluo, her sudden and silent disappearance, only to return and ascend from level 25 to level 30, has sparked immense curiosity. Many speculate whether Dugu Yin absorbed a soul bone, for in their understanding, such an explosive surge in soul power could only result from that. Since her return, Dugu Yin has secluded herself in the dormitory. Even Qin Ming, their team leader, has been unable to reach her, aside from Yi Lingling. her teammate and roommate. Although the others are intrigued, they are acutely aware that she has a titled Douluo for a grandfather. And even the Tiando royal family must tread lightly around her. The pompous nobility would do well to remember their place. To be blunt, do you wish for your demise? Yin Yin, what troubles you? Ever since her return, the pensive Yin has truly exasperated you Lingling these past few days, alternating between beaming joy and furrowed brows. While her happiness is understandable, given her remarkable 5-level increase in soul power, directly surpassing them by 2 years, what could be causing her distress? I do not know, Yin murmured, tossing and turning in bed. After refining the herb known as the sweet potato golden dragon, not only did her soul power surge by 2 levels, but her martial spirit also underwent peculiar changes. Most notably, it sprouted limbs and dragon horns, even exerting a suppressive effect on her grandfather's Lin Snake Emperor. Her martial spirit seemed to have genuinely evolved, as Mou had suggested, into a dragon lineage, rather than a mere sub-dragon. Initially, she was elated. Yet the thought that Mou had seemed indifferent when bestowing this gift upon her instilled a sense of anxiety within her. Such a precious item. Did he truly part with it so easily? Although the medicinal garden had only recently belonged to her grandfather, he had remarked that life is bestowed by others, and moreover, it was firmly established that the young girl was the rightful owner. Thus, they ought not to dwell on the matter. Hence, her grandfather was unaware of the true value of those treasures. In other words, even if Mou chose not to gift her, it would not be significant, for they remained oblivious to its worth. Furthermore, Mou had already presented her with a soul bone, one that was 40,000 years old, and initially, he had even contemplated gifting her an 80,000-year-old trunk bone. To be frank, at that time, she shared her grandfather's sentiments, perceiving the item as both a threat and a form of assurance. However, after absorbing the sweet potato golden dragon and undergoing the evolution of their martial spirits, both she and her grandfather came to a consensus that they had overthought the situation. When Mou claimed it was merely a gift, he genuinely meant it. There were no ulterior motives. It is no wonder that when they had declined, Mou appeared displeased and remarked that they were not giving him face. Oh, Miss Digu, could you possibly temper your infatuated smile? Yi Lingling felt somewhat exasperated. How is it that upon returning after a few days, everything has changed so drastically? Previously, Yin exuded an air of aloofness. So what if I am infatuated? Yin, with a fierce demeanor, forcefully pinned Yi Lingling onto the bed. Hey, your saliva. Yi Lingling protested with evident reluctance. Saliva? Yin expressed a subtle confusion. My martial soul is now a dragon, the saliva of a dragon. Stop. Yi Lingling hurriedly interrupted Yin's audacious words. If this were to inadvertently leak out, the reputations of the two would surely be ruined. Such incidents are not unheard of at the Tiando Royal Academy. Just teasing you. Yin sat up. After her martial soul evolved, her strength had significantly increased, to the point where she felt capable of overpowering Yu Tianheng, who was merely at the 28th level, 2 levels below her. By the way, it's time for a change in the captain of the Tiando Royal team. She is undoubtedly the strongest. Chapter 78, Enlightenment? More like scolding. Has Xiaoyu arrived in Tiando City? Qian Renxue had just returned to her newly renovated prince's mansion after dealing with the old emperor. Miss. Accompanying him is the renowned honorary offering, by Ji, said Xiaitan. After Emperor Tian and the others officially moved to the small palace adjacent to the offering hall, Qian Daoliu conferred with Mou to establish a suitable identity for them. The elder's title seemed inappropriate, considering these fierce beasts were all at least 97-level super Daoliu, particularly Emperor Tian. After some probing, Qian Daoliu confirmed that without utilizing the angelic divine power, he could not contend with this black dragon. Consequently, the offerings discussed and ultimately created an honorary offering status, akin to the honorary elders in the Elder Hall. This designation held no real power and required no responsibilities, yet it conferred a status equivalent to that of the offerings. Of course, this matter was only circulated among the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall, at the very least. It was known to the Cardinal, which was sufficient, as the outside world knew little about the offering hall. Most individuals outside the Spirit Hall were only aware of the Papal Hall and the Elder Hall, completely oblivious to the existence of the offering hall. Those two, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, have not come, right? Qian Renxue inquired. While others might not matter as much at present, the significance of the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress to Mou belonged to an entirely different echelon. She could clearly discern that in Mou's heart, the Snow Empress held the utmost importance, followed closely by the Ice Empress, while others gradually fell behind. Though it may sound unflattering, this was indeed the reality for everyone. The things of greatest importance are ranked. It might not be apparent in daily life, but in situations where one must choose whom to preserve and whom to sacrifice, the hierarchy of importance becomes glaringly evident. Claims that everyone is equally important are somewhat laughable, for those who voice such sentiments often do so because, in their hearts, they regard the so-called everyone as inconsequential. To them, it is all one and the same. Truly significant individuals will always have a hierarchy. As even in families with several children, adults cannot treat them all equally. Even if they are twins, there will always be a preference for one over the other. In her previous life, although her attitude towards Mou was less than favorable, she was acutely aware of who he was. He was deeply emotional, yet remarkably rational. He was not the type to act impulsively without considering the consequences. According to information from Spirit City, only Baiji was present this time. That's good. Qian Rinxue nodded. I will go out for a stroll. Should anything arise, simply state that the Crown Prince has gone out incognito. Understood, Mississippi. C.I. Tun bowed and exited the room. In the next moment, Qian Rinxue removed her disguise, revealing her exquisite features. I may not be able to compete with the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, but these later arrivals should pose no challenge, Qian Rinxue murmured. Had it been before Mou ventured to the far northern ice plains, she would have had confidence in securing the top rank in his heart, even placing her mother further down the list. Now that her standing had diminished, she could only attribute it to her own actions. After all, while Mou often spoke of being attracted to her mother, his feelings were more about pity for her misfortune and anger at her passivity. He empathized with her mother's plight but did not shy away from addressing the realities of her actions, leading to frequent arguments between them regarding Yu Xiaojiang and her deceased father. Moreover, Mou was exceedingly straightforward during their disputes. He would not resort to the roundabout and sweet-talking tactics others employed. Before formally severing ties with the papal hall, he had managed to restrain himself somewhat. But after nearly being killed by her mother and spending months recuperating in the offering hall, he had completely let loose. Call me an idiot, a fool. You're no saint either. Previously, Mou's arguments with her mother had centered on reconciliation and guidance, but they had devolved into mere insults. Guidance? I could elevate a dog through guidance over the years. What good is it to guide a hopeless idiot? Mou berated openly at the entrance of the papal hall in front of the citizens of Spirit City. Amidst the heated exchange, they often ended up in physical altercations, though at that time, Mou was still no match for her mother. Thus, their fights would invariably lead him to flee toward the offering hall, only to return later for another round of verbal sparring. On several occasions, he even drove the offerings out of the papal hall, only to enter himself to hurl insults at her mother. If she were to retaliate, the 6 offerings, aside from her grandfather, would have to intervene to rescue her. To be honest, she could not fathom how Mou managed to foster such a close relationship with those elderly gentlemen, referring to them as brothers. He called her grandfather Qian Good directly, which infuriated her. While he feigned interest in her mother, he simultaneously elevated his own status. He even claimed that each had their own opinions, which was utterly absurd. That rascal was merely seeking to take advantage of her. Suddenly, as Mou strolled through Tiando City with Baiji, he felt a chill run down his spine. This sensation is strikingly reminiscent of the time when Qian Rinxue, wielding her martial spirit in its true form and brandishing a great sword, came to strike him. What is it? Baiji inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I possess an ominous premonition. It was precisely this feeling when Qian Rinxue pursued me with her blade before. Mou replied with a grave expression. In his previous life, he had not only guided Bibi Dong, but also provided counsel to Qian Rinxue. The latter, upon receiving his guidance, would impulsively seek out Bibi Dong, only to be met with a torrent of scolding from the woman. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue would cast all blame upon him, leading to an onslaught of divine retribution. Furthermore, whenever he was out courting young ladies, he would inexplicably encounter Qian Rinxue, resembling Shui Qing'e, and once again, divine retribution would ensue. Whether it was a quarrel with Bibi Dong or a physical altercation, divine retribution was inevitable. Moreover, when Qian Rinxue swung her sword at him, the 7 elders of the worship hall would be glaring intently. He was unable to retaliate. The moment he did, it would swiftly escalate from a one-on-one confrontation to a chaotic melee. Thus, he was genuinely terrified of Qian Rinxue's assaults. This place has been overwhelmed by angelic forces. It is unwise to linger here. With a furrowed brow, Mou grasped Baiji's hand and hurried towards the nearest safe haven. The Royal Academy of Tiando could easily encounter that foolish avalanche, and the bustling streets posed their own dangers. Given Baiji's striking beauty, complications could easily arise. Although Xiangjun was currently experiencing life in the special realm of the angel martial soul and could emerge at any moment, it was preferable to avoid trouble, not out of inability to confront it, but rather to preserve a tranquil state of mind. A trip outside only to be disturbed by fools is hardly worthwhile. Chapter 79. Returning to Simplicity. Someone has set their sights on you. The voice of Tianming suddenly echoed. In recent years, all soul beasts sacrificed to Mou have had their consciousness preserved within the sheath of the dragon godsword. Tianming, relying on his unique elemental powers, has assisted these soul beasts in their evolution, naturally becoming their nominal leader. Additionally, the angel martial soul has calmed down over the past 2 years. Tianming's confinement has been lifted, allowing him access to that special space. However, due to the presence of the Silver Dragon King within, Tianming dares not enter, instead preferring to tinker within his own expansive room, now spanning over 1,000 square meters, inside the sheath. He resides there with the radiant unicorn, the flame giant lizard, the purple lightning tyrannosaurus, and the dragon eagle, recounting his glorious achievements. Of course, apart from Tianming, the consciousness of the other beings is rather feeble. They mostly sleep, and when Tianming finds himself bored, he chats with Mou before wandering around the Pope Mountain in his spiritual form. Although he is limited to a 1,000-meter radius around Mou, life remains quite comfortable. Occasionally, as now, he acts as Mou's guard, for it is he who possesses the true essence of that century-old mental power, although it now belongs to Mou. The latter can still share a portion of this power with Tianming. Is he strong? Mou inquired, glancing at Tianming, who had leapt onto his shoulder in his spiritual form. Not particularly strong. My soul power fluctuates at the 95th level, but I am a novel presence. And there are 2 of me, Tianming replied. They have been fixated on you since we were at the food street. Initially, I thought they were merely passing time, but their prolonged gaze feels somewhat suspicious. Is there a soul saint among them? Mou questioned. How did you know? Tianming responded, puzzled. Mou seldom utilizes this formidable mental power, as it is overwhelmingly potent and exerts a comprehensive influence. Using it leaves him quite fatigued. Thus, even when action is required, he prefers to let Tianming wield it, anticipating that only upon reaching the pinnacle of Douluo can he effectively manage this exceptional mental force. Mou nodded. I now know who they are, the 3 scoundrels of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, Qian, Gu Rong, and Ningfengxi. It seems that after being reprimanded by Bibi Dong at the recent celebration, the 7 treasures glazed tile school is restless and seeks to find a scapegoat. Why not let Xiangjun deal with them? Tianming suggested eagerly. Xiangjun can crush tidal Douluos below level 98 with a single slap, leaving not even a corpse, merely a mist of blood. Only a speed type or defensive type super Douluo at level 98 might leave some mark. Otherwise, only a level 99 ultimate Douluo could contend with Xiangjun. Are you out of your mind? Mou flicked Tianming off his shoulder. Qian is still trying to court the 7 treasures glazed tile school. How would it look if we obliterated their sect leader and protector? The world of martial arts isn't merely about killing, unless they're utterly unwilling to cooperate. Then let it be, Tianming replied gloomily, retreating to slumber. They must not be aware of your existence, right? Why would they fixate on you? Baiji inquired, perplexed. Do you truly believe Tianming's tales? Mou chuckled. They are not focused on me, they are fixated on you. Baiji paused. Me? Indeed, Mou affirmed, gently leading Baiji forward. Your rare beauty captivates such individuals immensely. Even with your attempts at disguise, those with even a modicum of skill can see through such superficial veils. Qian and Gu Rong rely on their own cultivation, while that old schemer Ningfengxi possesses an unparalleled ability to read people. Few can rival him in this regard, perhaps only Tang San. Despite Baiji's efforts to mask her appearance, her aura is challenging to conceal. In the realm of Tiando City, where foolish nobles abound, it is entirely natural for those old fellows to take an interest in someone of such remarkable presence. Fengxi, those 2 individuals are quite unusual. Qian observed intently from a nearby high-rise, focusing on the leisurely advancing Mou and Baiji. You old lecher, you wouldn't be interested in that girl, would you? Gu Rong teased. Qian ignored the disruption, his expression grave as he stated, that child is a swordsman. You can discern that? Gu Rong scoffed. Come on. If you fancy the girl, just admit it. I won't mock you. Stop meddling. Qian shot Gu Rong a glare. I cannot be mistaken. That child is no ordinary swordsman. Sword uncle, can you elaborate? Ningfengxi interjected, calming Gu Rong, and signaling him to refrain from further disruption. After a moment of contemplation, Qian explained, "A novice swordsman exudes a fierce aura that creates a sense of distance, compelling others to keep their distance. As skill improves, particularly upon reaching the level of my father, that distinctive intensity dissipates, rendering them indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Even I have yet to achieve that state. If not carefully suppressed, one could liken it to being a hedgehog." Gu Rong interjected, "You can't be serious." Qian regarded him with resignation, but did not argue. His statement held truth. "Sword uncle, are you suggesting that child has reached the legendary state of returning to simplicity?" Ning Fengji questioned incredulously. Qian's words bore weight. No one understood the sword path better than the sword Douluo, Qian. After a brief pause, he replied earnestly, "Very much so. Just moments ago, when he passed by, I sensed a subtle threat, though not overwhelmingly strong, it was lethal enough. However, as I focused, that sensation vanished entirely, reminiscent of what my father described. His instinct as a swordsman detected that threat, yet he could not grasp it due to his insufficient cultivation. Before his death, Qian's father had spoken of that state. The grand offering of the Spirit Hall had achieved that legendary return to simplicity long ago, which is why, during their initial encounter, he had sustained grave injuries from merely one strike. Even after breaking through to the legendary level of 98, he still found himself powerless against the grand offering of the Spirit Hall. His aspiration over the years has been to one day engage that grand offering in battle, to witness the realm that transcends the return to simplicity. Yet now, that child should we approach? Ning Fengji asked, intrigued by Qian's demeanor. Years ago, when he persuaded Qian to join the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, a condition was that they would do everything within their power to help him attain that legendary state. Decades have now passed, though Qian has remained silent. Ning Fengji understands that the sword Douluo has never relinquished his pursuit of the legendary state. He also knows that with his current strength, a reckless challenge against the legendary grand offering of the Spirit Hall would be tantamount to delivering himself as an offering. Hold on, Qian cautioned. We are still uncertain of the other's identity. Rushing into contact may invite trouble. The emergence of such a legendary state within a child is highly irregular. My father made it clear that the strongest swordsman in the world is the judgment elder of the Spirit Hall, the grand offering, the invincible of the skies, the angel Daoliu. Daoliu. This individual is the sole person to have reached such an extraordinary realm. The child we just encountered may very well be closely linked to this angel Daoliu. Perhaps even a disciple of his. This suggests that the child is quite possibly affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Currently, the relationship between the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and the Spirit Hall has become exceedingly tense due to the formidable presence of Pope Bibi Dong, to the extent that it could be described as a situation on the brink of conflict. In such circumstances, it would be wise to refrain from any unwarranted interactions with the Spirit Hall. Jianshu, we have yet to formally sever ties with them. There is no need to be overly sensitive, Ning Fengji remarked. Furthermore, with a pope like Bibi Dong having achieved such heights, if another prodigious talent from the younger generation were to emerge, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school might indeed have to reconsider its trajectory. Notably, Bibi Dong, despite being younger, has attained such a level of power that she can suppress Jian Gu and his companion solely through her imposing presence. Given her ruthless nature, once she decides to act, it would surely lead to a complete annihilation. The current state of affairs on the continent reveals that the two major empires have already decayed. While the Haotian sect has been in seclusion for years, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School maintains a strained relationship with the Spirit Hall due to Master Yu Xiaojiang's issues. And now this pope is staging a farce at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. The Spirit Hall's expansion seems unstoppable, and the so-called allied upper sects harbor divergent intentions. The two major empires are preoccupied with internal strife, rendering the remaining sects ineffective, unless a decisive figure emerges. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school might truly have to carve a new path. Fengji, do not be anxious. The state of the continent cannot be determined by the strength of a single individual. No matter how formidable Bibi Dong may be, she cannot dominate the world single-handedly. Qian reassured. Ning Fengji shook his head. However, the current situation of the Spirit Hall is not solely dependent on the power of one pope. In recent years, many talents among the common populace have been absorbed by the Spirit Hall, granting them considerable public favor. Coupled with the recent farce, the Spirit Hall's reputation has soared. And those sects that have remained passive are likely to start gravitating towards the Spirit Hall. While individual martial prowess may not dictate the fate of the continent, Bibi Dong, as the Pope, wields significant influence. A shrewd and capable pope, endowed with immense personal strength, poses a terrifying allure to spirit masters. The circumstances for the upper three sects are far from optimistic. Although he longs to unite the two major empires and the other upper sects to resist the spirit hall's encroachment, achieving this is quite impossible. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, with its inherent pride, believes their martial spirits are unrivaled and looks down upon external spirit masters. The same goes for the Qian sect. Only the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School actively seeks to absorb young talents from outside. Moreover, the Spirit Hall has garnered public favor by siphoning funds from the two major empires to provide subsidies for spirit masters, enhancing its reputation among the populace. Doesn't the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon have two innate 9th-level youths? Qian suddenly inquired. Their names are Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianhing. With such talent, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School stands a strong chance of producing a dual title Douluo, akin to the legendary Qian twin stars. Yet, as for the Spirit Hall, it seems we haven't heard of any talents capable of holding up their reputation. Not having heard does not equate to their absence, Ning Fengji replied, shaking his head. Given Bibi Dong's disposition, even if there were truly exceptional talents, they would likely remain concealed until they have matured, rather than being flaunted like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School does. Her willingness to publicly announce her daughter's situation is not merely a testament to her own strength. There is a rather unfortunate reality behind it, the inherent flaw of the Seven Treasures Glazed tile, which halts at the Soul Sage level. Thus, even possessing innate 10th-level soul power, it is highly probable that one would still be capped at the Soul Sage level. For an auxiliary spirit master likely to be confined at the Soul Sage level, there is little inclination from the outside world to stifle their growth. Hence, she can afford to broadcast such news. If it were a battle spirit master, she would never let such information leak before the other party reaches the Soul Sage level. What if that boy we encountered earlier truly belongs to the Spirit Hall? Gu Rong's expression darkened. Should we eliminate him? One Bibi Dong is already formidable enough. If another talent, as described by Qian, were to arise, the future of the Spirit Hall would be bright, while the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would face dire prospects. Initially, he had contemplated taking action against those two ostentatious youths from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School. But Ning Fengji argued that the upper three sects are interconnected and that self-sabotage was unnecessary. However, regarding this current youth, unacceptable. Both Ning Fengji and Qian exclaimed in urgent unison. Qian's demeanor turned grave. If he is indeed a disciple of that angel Douluo, should anything happen that reveals our intentions, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would have no chance of survival. Moreover, would such a prodigy venture forth without protection? The legendary 7 offerings of the Worship Hall. If even one is present, our attempts would be futile, and should we fail and be exposed, it would spell disaster for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji added, if they strike first, it would provide the Spirit Hall with a pretext to retaliate. Given the attitude exhibited by the Pope recently at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, should conflict ensue, we wouldn't even have the opportunity to retreat like the Qian sect did. Gu Rong countered, but if we allow such a person to grow, wouldn't we be doomed in the future as well? At such a young age, the individual posed a lethal threat to Qian, indicating their exceptional talent. What does the future hold? Both Qian and Ning Fengji fell into silence. To act now meant certain death, while inaction only prolonged the inevitable. However, a realization struck Qian. They remained uncertain of their adversary's origins. Was it merely a suspicion that the other party belonged to the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Indeed, if one pope had emerged, how could another swordsman of such brilliance follow? Yet, if that were the case, Gu Rong's expression grew grave. Ning Fengji forced a bitter smile, suggesting that fate had aligned with the Spirit Hall. When destiny unfolds in such a manner, what recourse do they have? At the very least, they had discerned this peril, allowing for some preparation. Then let us proceed, Ning Fengji declared, rising to his feet. Their trajectory seemed to lead them towards Qian, fortuitously coinciding with his meeting with Qinghe, providing an opportunity to observe the situation. Qinghe hesitated to voice his concerns, while Gu Rong, with no time for subtlety, bluntly questioned, Fengji, are you truly considering marrying Rongrong into the Tiando royal family? Even if that Qinghe is your student, you must be aware of the royal family's circumstances, right? Have you not seen the old emperor's dealings with Qian and Qian sect? To speak frankly, the royal family is a chaotic mess. That old emperor, Shui, previously harbored intentions towards the head of Qian, Tang Yuehua. Especially after the Hautian sect was forced into seclusion, Shuiyu has repeatedly tested Yueshuan's stance, revealing his disgusting motives. Were the Haotian sect still in their former glory? Would he dare to act so boldly? The timid lot of the Haotian sect have simply turned a blind eye, abandoning their followers without a word. The once prominent four great families now wallow in disgrace, and it is enough to make one want to curse. Over these years, Yueshian has become the economic backbone of the Haotian sect. While they claim to be in seclusion, all expenditures and consumption are managed from behind the scenes by Yueshian. To rely solely on a single woman for sustenance is utterly disgraceful. Gu Shu, the situation within the Haotian sect is delicate. We must tread carefully. Ning Fingji urged in a lowered voice. A bunch of freeloaders. That Tang Hao seems to have vanished into thin air. It's time for your perspective to shift. Fingji, Gu Rong insisted. The blue electric tyrant dragon has never regarded our seven treasures glazed tile school with any respect. The once illustrious Haotian sect has soared above us. And the kinship you speak of has never truly existed. Old bones, are you truly so intimidated by Bibi Dong? Shinshin interjected. Gu Rong's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, fear had taken root within him. But do you not feel it as well? At the celebration, Bibi Dong directed her overwhelming aura towards the two of them. He could distinctly sense the abyssal chasm of disparity. Had Bibi Dong chosen to act, they would have had no chance to resist. To speak candidly, at my age, death holds little significance. Yet Rongrong's life is just beginning. As a support-type soul master, how will she confront that woman? Gu Rong stated with seriousness. Ning Rongrong possessed innate level 9 talent. Certainly impressive, but he himself had once been even more gifted, with full innate soul power. Now, having aged, facing Bibi Dong would be akin to courting death. Yet, Ning Rongrong remained a support-type soul master. In the current landscape of soul masters, he saw no one capable of standing against the Spirit Hall's might. Nor could he envision anyone emerging as a new pillar for the Seven Treasures glazed tile school after their demise. In such dire circumstances, to pin hopes on the flimsy notion of kinship was indeed problematic. To put it bluntly, when the Haotian sect engaged in battle against the Spirit Hall, did we, the blue electric tyrant dragon, lend our assistance? Do you think they would forget our passive stance? Gu Rong remarked. Fengji, the concept of kinship is a fallacy. It is time to consider alternative paths for the future of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Chapter 81. Healing Wuxian. This is an aristocratic etiquette training institution meticulously established by Tang Yuehua, generously sponsored by the Tiando royal family. Tasked with instructing these voracious nobles on how to maintain an elegant demeanor during meals. In the words of Qian Daoliu, it is akin to teaching a group of morally bankrupt individuals, whose minds are steeped in vice, to don extravagant garments and then stand before those who genuinely toil, offering misguided counsel. In response, Mou expressed his agreement, acknowledging the truth of the statement. Beneath the seemingly resplendent and refined facade of Yuexian lies a web of illicit activities, a reality he had witnessed in his previous life. The elegant master Tang Yuehua, presiding over the Moon Pavilion, only teaches a fade of falsehood. Once her students step beyond those doors, she remains blissfully unaware of their subsequent actions. Notably, the notorious wastrel of the Tiando royal family, Shui Peng, emerged as a prodigy from the Moon Pavilion. Frankly speaking, the so-called etiquette here merely serves to gild the aristocratic offspring, presenting a polished veneer to the common folk. What purpose do we serve here? Bai Ji inquired, perplexed. Mou found little pleasure in such pretentious gatherings, for after the forced enhancement of his spiritual power, he could perceive the authentic attitudes of those around him. To him, their performances were utterly futile. He found it difficult to restrain himself from delivering a well-deserved slap to the faces of these seemingly refined nobles, who were, in reality, steeped in depravity, let alone engage in any form of interaction with them. Find someone, Mou directed, his gaze fixed on the approaching steward. Ode, pray tell. What brings you two to the Moon Pavilion? Ode inquired. The Moon Pavilion is an institution for aristocratic etiquette training, and he personally registered each new student. However, these two individuals were unfamiliar faces. Moreover, had it not been for their extraordinary demeanor, the gatekeeper would not have admitted them. I seek your master, Tang Yuehua. Mou replied. Convey to her that if she wishes to see Tang Hao, she should come down. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, during the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect, although the Hall of Offerings refrained from direct involvement, the Hall of Popes had utterly decimated the Haotian sect. It was only when Qian Daoliu intervened that the sect was spared from complete annihilation. Nevertheless, the Haotian sect suffered immense losses. Due to the Spirit Hall's premature call for a ceasefire, The members of that sect foolishly believed themselves to be invincible, boasting about their prowess. Had it not been for Tang Zhao's timely intervention in curbing such rumors, those disciples who had not returned to the Haotian sect's headquarters would likely have perished. Subsequently, the elders of the Haotian sect sought to forge a favorable relationship with the Tiando Empire, hoping to instill caution in the Spirit Hall. Originally, the Haotian sect aligned with the Luo Empire, and by establishing ties with Tiando, they would connect with two of the continent's major powers. The Spirit Hall could not afford to confront both empires simultaneously. This was the reasoning of the Haotian sect. Thus, the elders conceived of a marriage alliance, binding the Haotian sect with the Tiando royal family. Consequently, Tang Yuehua was thrust into the spotlight, as Tang Hao had orchestrated this affair. With Tang Hao's disappearance and Tang Xiao assuming the role of sect leader, all blame fell upon her, compelling her to sacrifice herself for the Haotian sect, even against her will. Initially, the Haotian sect intended for Tang Yuehua to wed the elderly Shui Yi, but this arrangement was disclosed to Bibi Dong, who, having witnessed the case of Qian Xuanji, grew wary of such matters. She proclaimed that if the Haotian sect dared to coerce a woman into such a situation, she would annihilate them with the Spirit Hall, and Qian Daoliu would be powerless to intervene. Upon hearing this, the Haotian sect did not react immediately, but Shui Yi, being directly involved, panicked. The new pope's warning was clear, yet for the sake of the royal family's reputation and the immense support from the Haotian sect, he could neither outright refuse nor genuinely claim Tang Yuehua for himself. Thus, a compromise was reached, since Tang Yuehua was in Tiando City. He would lend his considerable support to the Moon Pavilion, thereby subtly strengthening ties with the Haotian sect. On the surface, this matter seemed to resolve itself. But investigations by the Spirit Hall revealed that Tang Yuehua was coerced by the elders of the Haotian sect. Tang Hao, the person involved, remained absent, and Tang Xiao, the sect leader, tacitly accepted this situation, leaving her disheartened with her sect. Due to her martial soul's mutation, she was destined to live as an ordinary person, making her life in the Haotian sect unbearable. Had it not been for her father, the sect leader, and her two talented brothers, she would have been expelled long ago. However, the matter of the marriage alliance was not hers to decide. To prevent any prolonged complications, several elders of the Haotian sect forcibly delivered Tang Yuehua to the royal palace, placing her upon Shui Yi's dragon bed. Naturally, Shui Yi could not resist such a tempting opportunity, as Tang Yuehua's grace and beauty were unparalleled. Yet, on the fateful night of their intended union, Tang Yuehua threatened to take her own life, and fearing the repercussions that could jeopardize the relationship between the Haotian sect and the Tiando royal family, Shui Yi had no choice but to relent. From that day forth, rumors of a special relationship between the old Emperor Shui Yi and Master Tang Yuehua began to circulate. As for whether these two truly engaged in any intimacy, Mou held a significant insight. He had scrutinized the matter with his spiritual power. However, Tang Yuehua, being no ordinary woman, endured her circumstances and continued to serve the Haotian sect, assiduously managing their logistical needs and gathering intelligence, much like Tang Hao before her. "What is it that makes you smile?" Bai Ji inquired, intrigued. "I once believed that sect slaves existed solely in tales. Yet I never imagined two would emerge from this family." Mou replied, a peculiar grin adorning his face. The details of Tang Yuehua's plight were divulged to him in his previous life through the use of a hypnotic soul skill. It was truly disheartening. At that time, not even Hulaina could conceal her astonishment. The illustrious Haotian sect resorting to such measures to survive was laughable. 2. Bai Ji paused, taken aback. "Aside from Tang Hao, is there another?" Mou shrugged. Indeed, Tang Yuehua is similarly entangled. Furthermore, if the methods employed by the Haotian sect were to become public knowledge, this venerable sect, with a legacy spanning millennia, would never regain its dignity. The information about this scandal reached Bibi Dong, who intended to leak it not only to undermine the Haotian sect but also to ridicule the Tiando royal family, with an implicit jab at Qian Xuanji and a veiled reference to Qian Daoliu. However, he did not acquiesce to her plans. After discussing it with Qian Daoliu, the elder forbade Bibi Dong from proceeding, and they nearly clashed over the matter. Ultimately, Bibi Dong, under the threat posed by Qian Daoliu, abandoned her scheme. After all, Tang Yuehua was innocent. Regardless of whether the events transpired or not, the mere suggestion would tarnish her reputation. For the old Emperor Shui Yi, it might serve as a light-hearted anecdote, but for Tang Yuehua, her image in life would be forever marred by rumors. She had harmed no one. Yet if Bibi Dong disseminated this information, the Haotian sect would suffer disgrace, while only Tang Yuehua would bear the true brunt of the fallout. Neither Mou nor Qian Daoliu could bring themselves to commit such an act. "So, what brings you to seek her?" Baiji mused, struggling to comprehend the significance of an ordinary individual with only a 9th-level soul power. I am a compassionate soul, Mou replied, casting his gaze toward the graceful blue figure ascending the stairs. Seeing her plight, I intend to rescue her from her sea of suffering. Chapter 82, Bloodline Suppression Master. It is indeed them, Ode indicated, pointing at the two standing in the center of the hall. Tang Yuehua scrutinized the pair closely, discovering that she held no recollection of them. They were evidently not from the Haotian sect. However, with Tang Hao's prolonged absence, could it be that only those from the spirit hall still remembered him? Upon contemplating this, Tang Yuehua's expression darkened. The Haotian sect had been devastated by the spirit hall, leading to her father's untimely demise, and now her brother was missing. How could they dare to toy with her using such news? Tang Yuehua stepped closer and said, "Gentlemen, some matters are best left unsaid." Before she could finish, Mou swiftly seized her wrist and softly inquired, "May I have a word with you?" Tang Yuehua frowned slightly, while Ode, recognizing Mou as merely a child, hesitated to intervene. "I know where Tang Hao is," Mou conveyed telepathically. At this revelation, Tang Yuehua visibly trembled, her previously tense arm growing even more languid. "Really? May I have a word with you?" Mou repeated. "Please follow me." With a tumultuous heart, Tang Yuehua did not hesitate further and led Mou upstairs, with Baiji following closely. Qian Master, Ode has noticed Tang Yuehua's emotional shift. "Ode, I have a matter of privacy. Please do not allow anyone to disturb us," Tang Yuehua instructed without turning back. Understood. Though Ode was filled with curiosity, he refrained from pressing further. Moreover, with one being a child and the other a young woman, it seemed the Qian Master was unlikely to face any peril. On the 3rd floor, in Tang Yuehua's chamber, after Baiji entered, Tang Yuehua anxiously shut the door and turned to Mou, who was seated nonchalantly. "Where's my brother? You did not seem this anxious when your father passed," Mou remarked, surveying the room adorned in cool tones. The decor suggested that Tang Yuehua was not as poised and elegant as she appeared. At times, she relied on her surroundings to maintain her composure. "Where is my brother?" Tang Yuehua pressed, her eyes reddening. Mou frowned slightly. "He is dead." "Impossible." Tang Yuehua clenched her garment, her voice trembling in denial. "How can you be so certain it is impossible? Back then, the Pope of the Spirit Hall was grievously wounded. Do you truly believe that a newly ascended title Douluo could fare any better?" Mou replied matter-of-factly. Tang Hao had, at one time, relied on the enhancement of his 10,000-year spirit rings and the secret techniques of the Haotian sect to severely injure the prideful Qian Xuanji, only to suffer a backlash himself. According to Yu Guan, Tang Hao had detonated all 4 of his 10,000-year spirit rings in one fell swoop, calling upon the great Samurai Hammer. Despite the combined efforts of the 3 title Douluos to counter, they were all grievously wounded. Just when they thought they would be slain by Tang Hao, he vanished. When Mou encountered Tang Hao in Notting City some time ago, he sensed that Tang Hao's injuries had yet to heal, and after 6 years, he had only managed to reach level 92. Even after receiving the sacrifice of the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor that elevated him 1 level. It took him 6 years to ascend just that 1 rank. He truly had not trained at all. "That cannot be true. My brother will not die." Tang Yuehua slumped to the ground, utterly despondent. "Are you so concerned for that scoundrel who has shown you no regard? Were it not for him, you would not have endured such experiences that fateful night, would you?" Even though Mou had seen Tang Yuehua in such a state before, he felt a pang of irritation. For his selfish desires, Tang Hao had wielded the Spirit Hall as a weapon without contemplating the repercussions of his actions against the Pope. He had subsequently hidden away. Tang Yuehua's plight had stemmed from Tang Hao's choices, and Mou struggled to comprehend why she remained oblivious to this reality. "What happened that night? I know not of what you speak." Tang Yuehua's composure faltered, but she quickly regained her calm. Mou stood and approached Tang Yuehua, leaning slightly forward to meet her gaze, and said meaningfully, "How did the bed feel on that snowy night?" Tang Yuehua's expression hardened, her demeanor growing colder. "I do not comprehend what you mean. Do you not understand? Allow me to be more explicit." Mou straightened. "Imagine if the Haotian sect, in order to establish a transaction with the Tiando royal family, resorted to binding the current sect master's younger sister to the bed that snowy night for stability. And this scheme was orchestrated by the elders of the Haotian sect. If the sect master, Tang Xiao, turned a blind eye, tacitly approving of such actions, what would happen if this information were to leak? The illustrious Haotian sect would lose all face, would they not?" Tang Yuehua froze, utterly stunned. How could this child possibly know of such a secret? Wasn't this matter known only to a handful of elders within the Haotian sect and Shuiyi? "Your reaction remains unchanged." Mou chuckled, lightly tapping Tang Yuehua's dazed face. In his previous life, he had used this very matter to tease her. And the ever-composed Moon Pavilion master had been left just as speechless. What do you intend to do? Tang Yuehua, aware of the implications for the Haotian sect's reputation, dared not underestimate the situation. What do I intend to do? Mo stroked his chin. Truth be told, he harbored an immature idea, but given his current youthful form, it would remain merely an idea. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from teasing the somewhat dense young woman before him. With that thought, a mischievous smirk reminiscent of the rebellious prince of the snow avalanche appeared on Mou's face. Master Weihua, I am certain you would not wish for this matter to spread. Suddenly, the tightly shut door creaked open, and a bewildered Mou looked up to find the prince, Shui Qinghe, standing at the threshold, having arrived at the opportune moment just as in his previous life. What are you two up to? Shui Qinghe narrowed his eyes, adorned with an impeccably crafted business smile. Mou stammered, retreating slightly, his legs growing weak, but as he backed into the tea table, his wits returned. What business is it of yours? He retorted. Damn it. Reflexes. After being scolded by Qian Rinxue for flirting with young women in the past, he now felt panic at the sight of her imposing presence. As though he had been caught in an act of infidelity. What business is it of mine? Shui Qinghe, with a hint of mischief in his smile, leaned closer. Little brother, did you just do something inappropriate? Faced with this daunting scene that haunted him, Mou swiftly took refuge behind Bai Ji. Do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. I did nothing. Damn. It's all Qian Daoliu's fault. In his past life, he had endured countless beatings from Qian Rinxue. The atmosphere in the room became awkward for a moment. Seeing Mou's familiar reaction, Qian Rinxue's mood improved considerably. After all, Mou's reaction indicated that he still harbored feelings for her. However, due to their past, he had remained distant over the past 2 years and seemed reluctant to engage with her. Prince, how is it that you find yourself here? For the sake of the Haotian sect's dignity, Tang Yuehua swiftly suppressed her complex emotions. This matter must not be leaked. Once it is exposed, the Haotian sect will never hold its head high again. And Yuehua, Qian Rengshu extended her hand to assist Tang Yuehua, who had fallen to the ground. Wasn't it previously agreed that my teacher and I would meet here? Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there was such an arrangement. But she had forgotten due to the earlier incident involving Tang Hao. My apologies. I shall arrange rooms for you immediately. Slightly bowing, Tang Yuehua hurriedly exited the room, her anxiety causing her to overlook how Mou came to know Shui Qinghe. What do you want with her? Qian Rengshu inquired, glancing at Mou. She was aware of Tang Yuehua's secret, but held no ulterior motives regarding it, nor did she intend to exploit such knowledge. After all, having been an undercover agent in the Tiando city for years, her relationship with Tang Yuehua was amicable. And she understood the profound sorrow hidden behind the eternally dignified and graceful woman. Thus, even though Tang Hao could be considered her half-enemy, she harbored no resentment towards Tang Yuehua, viewing her merely as a victim abandoned by the Haotian sect. What business is it of yours? Mou, hiding behind Biji, spoke defiantly. Damn, that scared him to death. Qian Rengshu frowned slightly. Are you really considering using her for your schemes? You should be well aware of her situation, so it would be wise to tread carefully. TSK, Mou clicked her tongue in disdain. Tread carefully. How can such words, coming from Qian Rengshu, not be infuriating? She could easily abandon the serpent spear and the porcupine Douluo, who had protected her for 20 years, and without hesitation, forsake Yueguan and Guimei, who had devoted decades to the spirit hall, simply to ally with Tang San, her known enemy. Tread carefully. Do you have the right to say such things? To be frank, it's truly nauseating when the unfeeling masquerade is deeply emotional. Spare me your theatrics. Mou's unabashed disdain struck a chord in Qian Rengshu's heart. She indeed lacked the standing to utter such sentiments. Regardless of the pretense, Mou had witnessed her heartlessness concerning the affairs of the Tiando Empire, and since then, her attitude had grown increasingly cold. Even with her grandfather's intervention, she merely received a response indicating they were not of the same ilk. However, she had changed now. Qian Rengshu wished to offer an explanation, but Mou showed no interest, directly pulling Biji out of the room. The prince's genuine feelings would be better spent on those of greater worth. Do not squander them on me, for I am unworthy, Mou scoffed. Mou was acutely aware of Qian Rengshu's true nature, profit above all. Spare her any talk of loyalty, she was indifferent to it. She disregarded the vendetta against her father and the elders of the spirit hall who had repeatedly risked their lives for the sect. If they held no value or insufficient worth, she would unhesitatingly cast them aside. Do not expect her to hesitate, nor to glance back. Discussing emotions or loyalty with such a person. Have you lost your mind? Regarding this family, he could only conclude that they were not of one blood, nor of one door. Qian Daoliu, the sentimental old man, was a complete anomaly in this family. Qian Rengshu stood frozen, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Why? She had never displayed such ruthlessness towards MOU. What had caused the shift in MOU's demeanor after that incident? Was it wrong to utilize when necessary and discard when no longer useful? Qian Rengshu was perplexed. What was the reason? Hadn't she treated MOU fairly well? Biji inquired, puzzled. She had previously believed the Ice Emperor's assertion that MOU's disdain for the Bibi Dong mother and daughter stemmed from past grievances, yet her observations suggested otherwise. Not quite. MOU calmly shook her head. Having witnessed her heartlessness, I find myself somewhat fearful. If one day I were to lose my value in her eyes, would she cast me aside as well? After all, the loyalty I treasure is worthless to her, and she has shown me how easily she can discard even those who have protected her for over 20 years, as well as the dedicated elders of the Spirit Hall. All for the sake of profit. MOU sighed softly. I am somewhat afraid, hence I dare not draw too close to such a person. What if I were truly abandoned? And if I, aware of her true nature, still maintained a distance, am I not deserving of such fate? I am fearful. Thus I wish to preserve a semblance of dignity for myself and for her. Even now, recalling Qian Rengshu's heartless demeanor sends a chill through me. Is it truly conceivable that there exist individuals capable of discarding decades of loyalty as if it were but a mere bargaining chip? Moreover, this individual maintains an air of benevolence and humility in their daily demeanor. The manipulative tactics once portrayed in films and dramas have now unfolded before his very eyes. Indeed, a revelation of grand proportions. Feng Zhi, accompanied by Shui Qinghe, arrived at the Moon Pavilion where they encountered the descending figures of MOU and another. The upper floor appeared to be the private domain of the master of Weiwa Pavilion, and Shui Qinghe had just ascended, leaving Ning Fengzhi in contemplation. It was perplexing. The second and third floors were reserved for Tang Weiwa as personal use, inaccessible to the public. Shui Qinghe's long-standing acquaintance with Tang Weiwa, coupled with the fact that his sister Shui Ke visited for her ceremonial studies, elucidated his presence. Yet, what connection could these two have with Tang Weiwa? Such a relationship had never been mentioned before. Fengzhi, they are about to depart. Gu Rong interrupted Ning Fengzhi's musings. Indeed, Ning Fengzhi replied, regaining his composure as he approached MOU. However, the agitated MOU found his path obstructed by the trio, irritation evident upon his countenance. What do you want? Young friend, might I inquire about your relationship with the master of Weiwa Pavilion? I do not recall having seen you before. Ning Fengzhi, unfazed by the dismissive response, continued to speak in a gentle tone. MOU glanced up, furrowing his brow. What business is it of yours? Is this your family's establishment? Ning Fengzhi was momentarily taken aback. Since ascending to the position of the master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it was the first time an outsider had addressed him in such a tone. Usually, only his pampered daughter would occasionally vent her frustrations in a similar manner, leaving him feeling rather unaccustomed to this encounter. Child, have your family not taught you to respect your elders? Gu Rong interjected, visibly displeased. The others present clearly appeared to be of considerable age, yet this youth seemed oblivious to the most fundamental principle of honoring one's elders. Elders? Who are you? MOU retorted. The only individual in this world who could possibly assume the role of an elder before him is Qian Daoliu. For that venerable figure genuinely raised him as if he were his own flesh and blood for over a decade. Thus, should Qian Daoliu take advantage of him, he might endure it. But what of others? What are they? Just because they are older, they presume to act as elders in his presence? Tian, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, treats him as a brother. What, then, do these mere decades of life signify? Gu Rong's expression faltered. He couldn't help but notice how reminiscent this young fellow was of the irate Rong Rong. Young one, we are merely curious, devoid of any malice. Ning Fengzhi gently tugged at Gu Rong, signaling him to refrain from misappropriating the role of elder, as the youth of today often find such pretentiousness quite irksome. Your curiosity is of no concern to me. In a foul mood, MOU swiftly led by Ji in a different direction, departing from Yuxian. Ning Fengzhi, such a familiar sensation. How could this boy resemble Rong Rong so closely? Gu Rong's expression turned peculiar. When Xiao Rong Rong was displeased, Ning Fengzhi experienced a similar disregard. Swordmaster, are you certain he possesses the aura of a true swordsman? Ning Fengzhi now harbored doubts about Chen Xian's perception. Such temperament mirrors that of his family's little progeny. Could this truly be a sword cultivator? In all his years, he has never encountered a sword cultivator of this sort. Qian shook his head, certain of his perception. The connection among swordsmen is infallible. Very well then. Ning Fengji, with a sense of resignation, shook his head. He may not comprehend these matters, yet the demeanor of that young man is strikingly akin to that of his own family's little progeny, leaving little doubt that he does not resemble a true swordsman in any regard. This can only be said to illustrate the adage that one should not judge by appearances. Teacher, the melancholic angel, Shen Qianren, has gone offline, replaced now by the present Qianren Shui. Qinghe, do you know that child from earlier? Ning Fengji inquired with a glimmer of hope. Yes, he is a friend, Qianren Shui acknowledged. They had previously deliberated on MOU's identity, deeming it more prudent to align publicly with her, especially since her mother's earlier display at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had already instilled fear among these sections. If another genius were to emerge from the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, it would not be surprising if the top 3 sects in the 2 great empires acted rashly, with no hope left for the elder generation. The pressure on the younger generation could indeed lead to a coalition of those with ulterior motives. While the Spirit Hall is not afraid, it is unnecessary to provoke universal animosity. As she mentioned before, in her previous life, their excessive methods had driven the public sentiment, which once sided with the Spirit Hall, into the embrace of the 2 great empires. MOU had cursed vehemently, berating her and her mother in front of a multitude at Jialing Pass. Under such circumstances, it would be unreasonable for her to show MOU any kindness. A friend? Ning Fengji felt a surge of joy. If he is a friend of Qianren Shui, then his connection to the Spirit Hall may not be significant. However, his temperament is rather volatile, Qianren Shui warned. Moreover, it is quite unpredictable. MOU's temperament is indeed unstable and emotional. He lashes out vocally when displeased and resorts to physical confrontation when angered, treating all alike, regardless of age or gender. Ning Fengji and the others nodded, having just experienced firsthand that the boy mirrored their own little ancestor. When in good spirits, he is an angel, but when displeased, even Ning Fengji, his own father, receives no mercy. Just moments ago, in the food street, he displayed a demeanor of respect for the elderly and care for the young. Yet upon descending from the upper floor, his countenance was evidently amiss, leading to their confrontation. Nevertheless, from this perspective, Ning Fengji could deduce quite a bit. In a place as affluent as Tindo City, the boy maintained an air of nonchalance, and he appeared to possess considerable intelligence, not being a fool unaware of the world's weight. This suggested that he had formidable backing, allowing him to disregard such matters, much like his own household. Relying on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as well as his grandfather Qian and grandfather Gu, he could act brazenly in public, and at times even exert authority over Ning Fengji himself, his own father, due to the indulgence of Qinxin and the others. Qinghe, do you know which family he belongs to? Qianren Shui led Ning Fengji and the others to a private room at the Moon Pavilion. I'm not certain, Qianren Shui shook her head. I only met him by chance 2 years ago, but Qianren Shui lowered her voice. At that time, he was accompanied by 4 titled Douluos. Ning Fengji's expression stiffened. 4? Are there so many hidden titled Douluos on the continent? The woman who was with him earlier is a healing-type titled Douluo, Qianren Shui continued. While the presence of titled Douluos may seem exaggerated, a healing-type titled Douluo is currently non-existent on the continent. Even the head of the 9-heart sea butterfly is merely a soul Douluo. The gravity of Ning Fengji's expression deepened at the mention of a healing-type titled Douluo. If it were an ordinary titled Douluo, he could barely accept it, but a healing-type titled Douluo? It is known that the cultivation of healing-type soul masters is far more arduous than that of auxiliary types. Even a healing-type soul sage at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is treated as an esteemed guest. The Spirit Hall is no exception. Presently, the highest-ranked healing-type soul master on the continent is the head of the 9-heart sea butterfly, an 83rd level soul Douluo. Even the Spirit Hall must treat such a person with utmost respect, for healing-type soul masters can indeed save lives. They can bring one back from the brink of death. So what family could possibly nurture a healing-type titled Douluo? Fengji, it seems the situation is rather complicated. Gu Rong's demeanor had also shifted. Thankfully, they had not engaged in combat earlier. A family capable of supporting a healing-type titled Douluo must possess at least 1 battle-type titled Douluo of equivalent strength. Given that soul masters inevitably sustain injuries during training, recovery can be time-consuming. If the injuries are severe, it is quite normal for the healing process to take a year or more. However, with a powerful healing-type soul master, the time lost due to injuries would be significantly reduced. Under normal circumstances, after a week of intense training, a soul master would require at least a week to recuperate, and sometimes even longer. The kind of unrestrained high-intensity training found outside imposes a tremendous burden on a soul master's body, representing a misguided approach that jeopardizes future potential. While it may appear diligent in the short term, the cumulative hidden injuries accumulated over the years will gradually manifest in later cultivation, leading many soul masters to stagnate in their 40s, unable to progress, often due to excessive consumption in their youth. However, the presence of healing-type soul masters can perfectly remedy these hidden injuries, not only minimizing recovery time, but also enabling soul masters to train in an optimal state perpetually. The Spirit Hall attracts so many talented soul masters not only due to the generous treatment they offer, but, crucially, because they possess a wealth of healing-type soul masters. On the surface, the Spirit Hall boasts over 100 healing-type soul sages. Consider that even the 7-treasure glazed tile school has only 5 healing-type soul sages, and those were secured through Ning Fengji's considerable efforts. This alone has tripled the training efficiency of the inner disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The value of a healing-type title Douluo, even one who has just reached the threshold, is undoubtedly comparable to that of a super Douluo. A family that can nurture such a healing-type title Douluo surely possesses strength that rivals that of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Chapter 85, Restoration. After a series of exchanges and negotiations, Ning Fengji grew increasingly pleased with his student upon learning that Qian Renshui had fostered a friendship with that child for 2 years. To be honest, he was unconcerned with the rumors circulating about the Tiando royal family, claiming that the other princes had been assassinated by Qian Renshui. After all, royal power struggles are inherently ruthless. It is either your death or mine. Even the current emperor, Shui, had once had a dozen brothers. Yet now only Prince Xuexing remains. Why? Were his brothers truly short-lived? Therefore, whether the notion that Qian Renshui was engaged in fratricide is merely a rumor or not, as long as he does not acknowledge it and maintains a faade of propriety, it matters little. A loyal but inept fool versus a ruthless crown prince. What choice would one make? For ordinary commoners, they would undoubtedly favor the former, but within the royal family, the latter is often the preferred choice. The current situation in the Tiando Empire is far from optimistic. Nobles across the land heed summons but disregard edicts, with some kingdoms even beginning to mimic the Spirit Hall's audacity, testing the Tiando royal family's stance, contrasting sharply with the unity observed in the Star Luo Empire. Should the next monarch of the Tiando Empire continue to be a lackluster ruler like Shui, even without the threat posed by the Spirit Hall, this empire would inevitably be consumed by the Star Luo Empire. What the Tiando Empire requires now is a ruler of cunning. By the way, Qinghe, is that child a sword spirit? After probing into the family background, Ning Fengji began to confirm the swordsmanship issue previously mentioned by Qingqing. Yes, Qian Renshui nodded. He indeed possesses a sword spirit, and remarkably, at the tender age of 10, he has already attained the rank of Soul Zone. 8 years old is rather exaggerated and inappropriate. 10 years old is far more acceptable. A 10-year-old soul master? The 3 miscreants were taken aback. Are you certain it is a soul master and not a soul Douluo? Ning Fengji expressed disbelief. At 10, even if one possesses innate full soul power and awakened at 6, it has only been 4 years. That amounts to a maximum of 5 levels per year, doesn't it? Teacher, have you ever encountered a soul Douluo with 4 soul rings? Xuexing's expression grew grave. For soul rings, Ning Fengji and the other 2 were completely stunned. For soul rings indicate at least level 40, which means that child has risen 30 levels in merely 4 years. What a joke. Ascending a level in less than 2 months? Is this a farce? Could it be due to the absorption of a soul bone? Gu Rong speculated. Ning Fengji was taken aback by his words, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it were the result of soul bone absorption, such astonishing cultivation speed could indeed be plausible. According to records from the Spirit Hall, a millennium ago, someone awakened with innate full soul power and, after acquiring their first soul rings, was taken as a disciple by the Pope, who bestowed upon them a soul bone aged 80,000 years. After absorption, that individual directly ascended 5 levels. Therefore, if the records of the Spirit Hall are accurate, that MOU possesses not only numerous soul bones but also those of considerable age. It is highly likely that they are ancestral soul bones, perhaps 80 or 90,000 years old, or even the legendary 100,000-year soul bones. Wait, Qinghe, was this matter regarding the soul sect orchestrated by you, or did he reveal it willingly? Ning Fengji asked anxiously. If this MOU truly possesses a cultivation level of 40 at such a young age, once the outside world discovers this, they will undoubtedly make associations with soul bones. The allure of profit is enticing. A child potentially possessing so many high-age soul bones, even 100,000-year soul bones, would undoubtedly incite a commotion akin to the past conflict between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall. He mentioned it to me not long ago, Shueqing said. That is somewhat reassuring. Nevertheless, despite his words, Ning Fengji's expression remained tense. If it were a scheme devised by Shueqing, then it could be said that the child's guard was insufficient. However, if it was disclosed voluntarily, it indicates that the other party possesses considerable confidence. Untroubled even if their affairs were to be publicized. This implies that the boy might very well have the backing of a formidable title Douluo. With this thought, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong exchanged glances, a chill rising in their hearts. Thankfully, they hadn't acted earlier. Otherwise, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School might not have been defeated by the Spirit Hall, but rather by their own folly. They certainly do not underestimate someone who can absorb a plethora of soul bones at such a young age, nor the family that is wealthy enough to allow a child to absorb such precious soul bones. We may have underestimated the origins of that boy, Chen Xian remarked gravely. Not to mention the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, even the Spirit Hall does not possess such financial resources. The force behind that boy, even if not comparable to the Spirit Hall in influence, likely possesses power on par with the legendary Offering Hall in terms of title dull combat strength. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to place such a multitude of soul bones upon a child. Witnessing the reaction of Ning Fengji and the others, Qian Rinxue smiled inwardly. Indeed, it is impossible not to speculate regarding MOU's situation, and once speculation arises, cautious individuals like Ning Fengji will conceive even more possibilities. Now, these three must have envisioned a hidden sect capable of rivaling the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the fierce beasts surrounding MOU could indeed dominate the continent. Di Tian, Shui Di, and Xiong each possess at least limit Douluo-level combat capabilities. Without invoking divine power, her grandfather has already conceded that even the weakest among them, Xiong does not guarantee a victory. Furthermore, MOU has mentioned that in the extreme North Ice Plain, Shui Di could even reach true demigod-level prowess, sufficient to decisively defeat her grandfather's Di Tian. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed remarkable. In the absence of divine intervention, MOU can traverse the entire continent with impunity. Alas, their adversaries are gods. At the Tiando Royal Academy, momentarily distracted by Qian Rinxue, MOU set aside his playful intentions towards Tanguehua, deeming it prudent to attend to more pressing matters. The soul ring of Du Guyin remains unresolved, and has this young lady's martial soul undergone evolution? It should be capable of such transformation, for the sweet potato golden dragon already possesses draconic traits, and the Bilan Serpent is a subordinate branch of the dragon lineage. Dugobo's Bilan Serpent King likewise exhibits a hint of draconic essence, and having consumed the essence of the sweet potato golden dragon, Du Guyin should be able to shed her serpentine form. Why do I feel as though you are using her for experimentation? Baliji remarked curiously. MOU provided Du Guyin with soul bones and divine herbs for absorption. Although he intended to offer compensation, it seemed that his motivations were largely driven by curiosity. He was intrigued to discover whether the sweet potato golden dragon could indeed facilitate the evolution of the Bilan Serpent, rather than merely indulging in the fanciful imaginings of the young girl. How can this be considered an experiment? MOU countered. An experiment must entail a certain degree of risk to qualify as such. Yet what I offer her carries no peril whatsoever. It is purely advantageous. At most, it merely satisfies my curiosity. He had already witnessed the effects of the Chihuahua tulip, which could indeed enable a martial soul with deficiencies, like the 7 treasure glazed tile, to evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile. However, such an effect was something he could also achieve. At the pinnacle of his power, at level 99, the healing abilities of his angelic martial soul underwent a complete transformation, transcending the concept of healing to become restoration. A primary reason he was willing to bestow a fragment of life essence upon the Silver Dragon King, as he no longer required such a gift. Restoration of damage, rectification of flaws. The 7 treasure glazed tile had been cursed to downgrade from the originally overpowered 9 treasure glazed tile, akin to the legendary 9 heart begonia, which could purportedly resurrect itself when cultivated to its zenith. Regrettably, in his previous life, he had not witnessed the resurrection capabilities of the 9 heart begonia, but this time, he was determined to explore the possibility. The Silver Dragon King had imparted some knowledge to him. Originally, The 9-heart begonia was the 10-heart begonia. Thriving near the tree of life and imbued with its essence, a wondrous flower possessing the genuine ability to return from death. This flower was the embodiment of life within the divine realm. However, during the celestial cataclysm of Ur, all 10-heart begonias withered away. Perhaps an unforeseen event led the 10-heart begonia to fall into the mortal realm. Yet such a formidable resurrection ability could not be permitted to exist in the mortal domain, resulting in its downgrading to the 9-heart begonia. Nevertheless, the 9-heart begonia's effects remained exceedingly potent, an artifact of life preservation, fiercely contested by humanity and soul beasts alike for countless millennia. It ultimately vanished over 100,000 years ago, once the 9-heart begonia became a martial soul for humanity. It bore a curse whereby only 2 9-heart begonia soul masters could coexist at any given time. The emergence of a new soul master signified the demise of another. This curse manifests as a flaw, yet the angelic martial soul transcends the mere concept of healing, possessing the potential to rectify such imperfections. Chapter 86, Strange Changes. Halt. As Mou and Bai Ji made their way towards the instructional office of the Tiando Royal Academy, a haughty voice rang out. Mou paused momentarily, glancing at the source of the voice not far away, recognizing it to be the foolish Avalanche, and continued on his path. Did you not hear me speak? Avalanche's irritated shout echoed again. However, Mou paid him no heed. Prior to his arrival, he had arranged for the Spirit Hall personnel in Tiando City to contact Du Guyan, uncertain whether she had received the message. Impudent. Do you not hear the words of His Highness Avalanche? One of Avalanche's sycophantic followers stepped forward, eager to curry favor. Yet, there was still no response. At this point, not only was Avalanche irked, but even his entourage began to show signs of annoyance. In Tiando City, was there anyone unfamiliar with Prince Avalanche? If they were familiar, then their earlier silence was a mark of disrespect. If they were not acquainted, Your Highness Avalanche, these 2 commoners are clearly ignorant. Shall I teach them a lesson on your behalf? The lead Spirit Master's follower suggested. However, Avalanche refrained from responding immediately. 4 Mou and Bai Ji were dressed appropriately, exuding an air of superiority that was not typical of ordinary folk. They could very well be scions of noble families. And if they were associated with his esteemed elder brother, Shui Qinghe, then the situation could turn dire. Your Highness, these 2 are unfamiliar faces. At least not from Tiando City, and they entered without a guide, suggesting they are not of significant status, a keen-eyed follower remarked, seemingly perceiving Avalanche's concerns. Indeed. Avalanche nodded in agreement. If they were indeed Shui Qinghe's associates, that fellow would undoubtedly have brought someone to escort them, showcasing his graciousness, rather than allowing these 2 to wander freely. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, Avalanche inquired tentatively, which family do you belong to? Are you not aware that this is the Royal Noble Academy? I am a prince of the Tiando Empire. Still, there was no reaction, after all. Engaging with such imbeciles would demean him. At this point, the shadow of displeasure fully darkened Avalanche's expression as they dared to disregard him so brazenly. Seize them, teach them a lesson, and bring that woman here. I shall make them aware of whose territory this is. Yes, upon receiving the command. A dozen followers unleashed their martial souls, ready to demonstrate their servility. However, just as they prepared to act, a familiar figure emerged. What do you intend to do? The cold gaze of Du Gubo bore down on the group of reckless ruffians. Should they provoke Mou, it would not only be their doom, but the very academy itself would suffer. Lord Poison Douluo? Upon seeing Du Gubo, Avalanche felt a surge of relief. This title Douluo was allied with Prince Shui Qinghe, effectively standing on his side. With the Poison Douluo present, he had little to fear. Du Gubo remained silent, casting a glance at Mou. And upon confirming that the latter bore no anger, he turned away. Get lost. Avalanche was momentarily taken aback. Lord Poison Douluo, are you not concerned about these 2? Du Gubo's gaze sharpened. Setting aside Mou's considerable prowess, simply on account of the assistance he had provided in detoxifying him, as well as bestowing soul bones and divine herbs upon his granddaughter, aiding her martial soul in evolving into a dragon type, he owed this young man a lifetime of loyalty. These wretched little scoundrels, have they lost their sight? No. Please, do not be angry. Let us leave. The sudden intimidation from Du Gubo caused Shiwebing to falter, abandoning his entourage and fleeing at once. He was merely an uncherished prince. Should Du Gubo, the esteemed elder of the Tiando Empire, truly act against him, no one would come to his aid. A deceased, debauched prince versus a living titled Douluo elder, who would not know how to choose. I apologize. The atmosphere here is indeed quite toxic, Douluo remarked as he caught up with Mou and Baiji. Truth be told, had it not been for his prior conflict with the Wuhuan Palace, followed by Xuexing's timely rescue, he would never have brought his granddaughter to such a dismal place. If not for that teacher named Qin Ming possessing some remarkable skills, along with the genius Yu Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he would have whisked his granddaughter away long ago. I understand, but had you arrived just a few seconds later, I might have been unable to restrain myself. Mou replied nonchalantly. He was no virtuous soul. While he did not pursue death as fervently as Tang San, it did not mean he was incapable of taking lives. The number of lives he had claimed was substantial, perhaps even surpassing that of the spirit beasts he had vanquished, members from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, the Haotian School, the Tiando Imperial City, and the City of Slaughter. The count of those he had slain had blurred into obscurity. That being said, Xuebing, though unvalued, was still a prince, Douluo remarked. Even if one were to kill, it should not be done before such a crowd. What a trivial matter, Mou retorted indifferently. Worst case, he could eradicate the entire Tiando royal family and forcefully elevate Xuexinghe to the throne. Mou contemplated, stroking his chin, but Baiji promptly smacked his head. Do not employ that method. Oh, Mou nodded, acquiescing. His angel martial soul, endowed with a million-year ice attribute spirit skill from the dream sacrifice, could undoubtedly freeze everything, provided he had adequate soul power. He could instantaneously transform the entire continent into a frigid wasteland. Even with his current capabilities, encasing the entire Tiando city in ice posed little challenge. Of course, it would be rather inhumane. The onset of that freezing chill commenced at over 70 degrees below zero, and he could now lower that temperature to around 100 degrees below zero. Once unleashed, it would be akin to Douluo's poison gas bombs. Anyone beneath the rank of Soul Sage would perish upon encountering that eroding cold. Those above the Soul Sage rank could not survive long in such an extreme cold environment, as the daily temperature in the extreme north averaged around 70 degrees below zero. If he were to act decisively, Tiando City would swiftly become a city of the dead. Douluo felt a chill in his heart. He sensed that the technique Mou had contemplated was far from benevolent. Where is your granddaughter? Mou shook his head, wishing to dismiss such nonsensical thoughts. He was perplexed by his own curiosity lately, an overwhelming desire to experimentally validate these concepts, seemingly oblivious to the casualties his actions might entail. It struck him as odd. He had once possessed a semblance of humanity and compassion, yet now he felt increasingly unhinged. Yin was busy tidying up. Douluo told a fib, for his granddaughter was preening and preparing herself. She had been fussing for over an hour. It was the first time he had witnessed Douluo Yin place such importance on her appearance. Tidying what? Mou inquired, puzzled. We shall return shortly. There is no need to bring excessive belongings. The soul-hunting forest is not far. If fortune favors us, we could return by nightfall. Even if we do not. Douluo has a small dwelling there, so there's no need to bring much, is there? Ah, girls. Douluo was at a loss for how to explain. Very well. Recalling how Hulaina had behaved similarly, dawdling before outings, Mou surmised what Douluo Yin was up to. However, while Hulaina had been leisurely going out for fun, their current mission involved hunting for spirit rings, which surely did not warrant such a fuss. Chapter 87. Ning Fingji's New Plan, the Crown Prince's Residence. After her exhausting encounter with Ning Fingji, Qian Rinqiwei returned, shedding her disguise and diving headfirst into her blankets. I am utterly fatigued. Ning Fingji had relentlessly extracted every detail about Mou from her, leaving no stone unturned. He was practically demanding a comprehensive account of every moment since her acquaintance with Mou, and she had no way to refuse, for in Ning Fingji's eyes, Mou represented the pivotal opportunity for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to either continue opposing the Wuhuan Palace or align with the Tiando Empire. Should Mou align himself with the Wuhuan Palace, Ning Fingji would likely lead the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to join forces with them. This could very well unite the two great empires and the other sects opposed to the Wuhuan Palace, as the sense of urgency instilled by the Wuhuan Palace would suppress their disputes. Gaining the allegiance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would solidify the enemies of the Wuhuan Palace, a scenario that would hardly be advantageous. Thus, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could not yet align itself with the Wuhuan Palace. They must wait until the Wuhuan Palace's infiltration reached a critical point before declaring their stance. Therefore, Mou must emerge as a source of reassurance for them. The greater their confidence in Mou, the lower their willingness to resist when the truth eventually surfaced. a classic example of the leader effect. However, judging by the old man's demeanor, it seemed he intended to push his daughter closer to Mou. Qian Renxue felt somewhat helpless. She could certainly perceive Shui Qinghe's disapproval of her earlier proposal for a marriage alliance, for although he was a prince, in the realm of soul masters, he was regarded as a waste. His apparent cultivation barely surpassed that of a great soul master. Achieving such at the tender age of 16, how could Ning Fengji possibly hold him in high regard? The old man still hopes that his daughter can attract a new title Douluo for the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. However, with the emergence of Mou and his amicable relationship with the crown prince Shui Qinghe, a prodigious youth perfectly aligns with Ning Fengji's expectations. Thus, the old fellow has clearly hinted to her that a marriage alliance is out of the question. His daughter, Ning Rongrong, should be sold to a formidable battle spirit master rather than a scheming emperor. This is simply unacceptable. The melancholic angel, Qian Renxue, shook her head. With Ning Rongrong's temperament, it is impossible for Mou to accept her. A pampered young lady with such a disposition would be driven away by Mou's straightforward nature within 3 days. He does not indulge anyone's whims, nor does he tolerate any form of entitlement. Even when he once advised her mother, it was through logical reasoning. If she refused to listen, he would confront her directly. Are you blind? Blaming others when you lack common sense? Do you truly believe everyone should cater to you? Hence, during the Soul Master competition, when Mou struck Yu Xiaojiang with 2 slaps, it nearly led to his demise. Subsequently, when he faced the wrath of her mother, it was likely not solely due to Yu Xiaojiang but also an accumulation of pent-up grievances. Moreover, the fact that Mou, a titled Douluo, could land 2 slaps on Yu Xiaojiang, a mere soul sage, without any dire consequences is somewhat absurd. It is worth noting that later, when Tang Hao intervened to save his son, Mou was capable of confronting him head-on. However, would he be willing to cooperate with their scheme? Qian Renxue inquired. It is important to recognize that the identity crafted for Mou as a member of a hidden family is merely superficial. He himself holds no stake in this charade. Otherwise, he would not have initially resisted their plans. Mou might passively go along with their act, but he would not take the initiative. Now that Ning Fengji has set his sights on Mou, the latter is unlikely to comply willingly. Based on my understanding of him, the thought is utterly preposterous. Qian Renxue asserted. While Mou has not explicitly declined, there could be an opportunity to persuade him with flattering words. However, if he has already stated his refusal, then no amount of explanation or weighing of benefits would change his mind. When he is agreeable, he is easily swayed, but when he is not, he becomes impervious to persuasion. Even in his past life, when Mou was indulgent towards her, it would be even less likely now. What then? Ning Fengji is not one to easily concede defeat. If he becomes overly attentive, or if his precious daughter angers Mou, the current plan could unravel in an instant. Qian Renxue remarked. With the ferocious beasts surrounding Mou, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would be effortlessly overwhelmed. Her grandfather even mentioned that these beasts could incite a beast tide, not to mention the 2 great empires in these sects. They could obliterate the entire continent if they wished. She sensed that the current Mou was unlike her previous descriptions. While he possessed compassion, it was not robust. Recently, she had perceived a sense of indifference towards life emanating from him, not in a haughty manner, but rather a pure, detached apathy. The angelic Qian Renxue sighed in exasperation. I shall find a way to persuade him. I hope he is still willing to listen to me. Today, when Mou became aware of her consciousness, his demeanor shifted abruptly, resembling the state he had later adopted in his past life. He only maintained that previous attitude when confronted with his current self. Thus, the situation is quite complicated. In the soul-hunting forest, guided by Douluo, Mou and his companions swiftly arrived at the boundary where 10,000-year spirit beast resided. Are you certain that Yin can now absorb an 8,000-year spirit ring? Douluo expressed his concerns. Although Dogu Yan's martial soul had evolved from a snake to a dragon, significantly enhancing her physical abilities, surpassing even many defensive spirit masters, the leap from a 700-year spirit ring to an 8,000-year spirit ring seemed excessive. Rest assured, with my presence, all will be well, Mou replied confidently. The golden sweet potato dragon indeed facilitated the evolution of Dogu Yan's martial soul, and her dragon now possessed formidable earth attributes, greatly enhancing her close combat capabilities, no longer resembling Dogu Bo's fragile poison master. Coupled with the right arm bone of the flame giant lizard, Dogu Yan now wielded fire, earth, and poison attributes far surpassing her peers. Once she acquires this nearly 10,000-year spirit ring, she will undoubtedly stand above all. Chapter 88. A Sudden Infatuation. If her mental cultivation were not still lacking, I would have encouraged her to attempt a 10,000-year spirit ring, Mou remarked. The sensation of nurturing is truly remarkable. In his previous life, he raised a little kitten, only to ultimately seclude her, never revealing the impending battle. That young lady was likely unaware of his demise. I find such exaggeration unnecessary. Dagubo interjected hastily. He sensed that if the conversation continued, Mou might even retrieve the spiritual skull to present to Du Guyan, which was truly inappropriate. If only the spiritual skull from 2 millennia ago had a longer lifespan, I would sincerely wish to let you give it a try, Mou lamented. If only a suitable spiritual skull were to be found now, Du Guyan would become the first prodigy of the third ring of 10,000 years nurtured by him. Aside from himself, the joy derived from this cultivation is truly difficult to articulate. Dagubo's expression momentarily faltered. You're genuinely considering this, spirit bone? Upon hearing Mou mention the spirit bone again, Du Guyan seemed poised to speak, yet Mou interrupted her. Do not overthink it. I am willing to give, and you are willing to accept. That is sufficient. If you do not desire it, I shall not coerce you into accepting. I bear no expectation of reciprocation. If I say it is a gift, then it is indeed a gift. Once given, it is yours. There is no need for excessive contemplation. He genuinely meant what he said. These items held no significance for him, and he did not care for them. If they could serve to enhance his own joy, why not? Du Guyan nodded in agreement. Henceforth, it would all belong to her, and there would be no need for further contemplation. A pang of distress shot through Dagubo's heart, dreadfully. He felt as though he was on the verge of losing his granddaughter entirely. In the past, he had observed the powerful using golden soul coins to intimidate others, accompanied by a throng of sycophants, and at that time, he had looked down upon it, failing to comprehend. But now, witnessing Mou wielding spirit bones in a similar manner, he understood. It was not merely Du Guyan who could not withstand such extravagance. He himself found it overwhelming. Before long, Mou and his companions arrived at the fringes of the area inhabited by the ancient soul beasts. I recall there are some sub-dragon-type soul beasts here. Yin should now attempt to absorb a soul ring of this type, Dagubo remarked. After evolving, Du Guyan's phosphorescent serpent had not entirely shed its original form. It still retained the unique and formidable toxicity of the phosphorescent serpent spirit. Yet its quality was superior to that of the phosphorescent serpent king. Thus, her spirit could be aptly termed the phosphorescent dragon serpent. It possessed the might of a dragon along with formidable close combat abilities, complemented by the serpent's lethal venom. Crucially, Du Guyan need no longer worry about the potential backlash from the phosphorescent serpent's toxicity, for once her spirit manifested. The toxins would actively transfer to the claws and dragon horns of the phosphorescent dragon serpent. Du Guyan had transitioned from being a control-type soul master to a powerful assault-type battle soul master. Her robust and sharp claws served as deadly weapons, while the dragon horns could release toxic mists, truly remarkable. This should indeed represent the ultimate evolution of the phosphorescent serpent. She ought to prioritize enhancing her strength. As for the toxicity, a mere supplementary role would suffice. There is no need to pursue it as obsessively as you once did, Mou advised. While a phosphorescent serpent soul master might be revered in a flattering light, the harsh truth was that they were often despised. Who would wish to associate with a master of lethal toxins, living in constant trepidation? In the Royal Academy of Tiando, Du Guyan faced no threats. Although Dagubo's reputation had instilled fear, it was primarily the dread of the phosphorescent serpent spirit that dissuaded others from approaching her. Who did not know of the phosphorescent serpent's outrageous toxicity? Even Dagubo, despite being a titled Douluo who struggled against some soul Douluos, was treated with the respect befitting a titled Douluo solely due to his toxic prowess. Dagubo's poison was so formidable that if one were to inadvertently fall victim, even titled Douluos would meet their demise. Thus, those who could not defeat Dagubo were doomed upon facing him, while those who could risk significant peril. It was indeed quite unscrupulous. Therefore, Dagubo's reclusive nature stemmed not only from his own character but also from others' reluctance to engage with him, unless absolutely necessary. Few wished to provoke this individual. Dagubo's expression faltered. The reputation of phosphorescent serpent soul masters had always been exceedingly poor throughout history. Even other poison-wielding spirits did not evoke as much disdain as the phosphorescent serpent masters did, once ensnared by their toxins, unless the perpetrator was willing to release the victim. It was essentially a death sentence. Consequently, by his generation, phosphorescent serpent masters had nearly become a dying breed. The remaining branches of phosphorescent serpent masters had retreated to some remote mountains, for as one advanced in cultivating this spirit, the problem of self-poisoning became increasingly dire. Without a means to suppress it, continued cultivation was tantamount to self-destruction. Therefore, while one cannot simply discard the concept of poison, it certainly need not manifest in such an extreme form as mine, Douluo remarked, directing his gaze towards Yan. A phosphorescent serpent master cannot abandon poison entirely. Yet, Yan's current spirit traits allow her to shift her focus towards strength rather than persist in absorbing toxic soul beasts as she did before. While poison may be unscrupulous, it also carries its drawbacks. Yan has finally managed to extricate herself from the cursed fate of being a phosphorescent serpent master. It is best not to tread the same path again. Poison should serve as an auxiliary rather than the primary focus. I shall heed your counsel, Yan responded. Looking to Mou. Whichever type you suggest for absorption, I shall follow. Douluo's expression faltered once again. Good heavens! You are not even attempting to conceal it. I am still alive. Mou's expression also grew peculiar. Something felt amiss. This girl seemed to harbor an exaggerated level of affection and trust towards him. Hadn't he merely begun to flirt? Yan was not the type to be swayed solely by looks. It could not be attributed to his appearance, especially since he had yet to fully mature. His visage was merely pleasing to the eye, and could hardly be deemed handsome from a masculine perspective. Could it be that he had inadvertently done something to provoke Yan's overactive imagination? Let us search for subdragon-type soul beasts that are close to serpents. It is prudent to proceed cautiously on this first occasion, Mou suggested. Prioritize those with toxicity, or those possessing earth or fire attributes. Avoid anything related to lightning, as she has no use for that. Indeed, Douluo nodded, then promptly turned and leaped into the woods. This is also his sentiment. Although Yan's martial soul has evolved into a dragon attribute, it is still prudent to exercise caution. The foremost priority in absorbing a soul ring is safety. He would prefer Yan to absorb a less potent soul ring than to risk her safety. If something were to go awry, the consequences would be dire. Douluo had gone to hunt soul beasts, and this time it involved the pursuit of a soul beast. Consequently, Bai Ji had entered the unique space of the angel martial soul, much like Xiong Jun. Thus, only Mou and Yan remained. In this secluded setting, the solitary man and woman found themselves alone, and Yan's thoughts began to stir. Some things do not need to be articulated explicitly, it suffices to know them oneself. As he spoke, Mou skillfully reclined against Yan's thigh, resting. Moreover, certain matters cannot simply be resolved by verbal expression, they require the passage of time for validation. One should refrain from impulsivity and overthinking, taking the time to observe and reflect. It is essential to discern what one truly desires and to understand one's own nature before making decisions, as the future is long and haste is unwise. Yan murmured softly, covering her flushed cheeks. Additionally, there is something of great importance that I must clarify first. Mou replied with a serious expression. I am rather unreliable in matters of the heart. It is not that I fall in love with every pretty girl I see, but I do have a tendency to be quite fickle. When I encounter an attractive woman, my interest is easily piqued. However, it remains merely an interest. Whether it progresses further depends on the other party's willingness. If they are disinterested, I will respectfully refrain, as nothing has been explicitly stated or done. We remain friends. In my view, emotions require time to cultivate. I do not believe in love at first sight. It is merely lust at first glance. Indeed, I too am swayed by appearances, but true affection only develops after genuine interaction. With the likes of Bibi Dong, Qian, or even the future Snow Empress and Ice Emperor, my interest began with mere attraction, yet I would quickly regain composure upon closer acquaintance. Qian once remarked that my feelings are too rational. They appear impulsive and unstable, yet they are, in truth, quite clear. I did not fully grasp the meaning behind her words, yet I indeed place great emphasis on intellectual exchange. It is futile to say that one's worldview is dictated by mere looks. Those with conflicting values cannot even communicate effectively, let alone engage further. My contentious relationships with Bibi Dong and Qian stemmed from our differing beliefs, leading to frequent arguments, even physical confrontations. However, such discord does not arise with the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor. Our bond is unremarkable yet steadfast. Perhaps it is due to their enduring tolerance of me. Unlike the more domineering personalities of Qian and Bibi Dong, whose strong wills often clash with my own. Indeed, while physical allure may spark interest, progressing further necessitates considerable effort. The following day, after absorbing the soul ring from innate, For 100-year-old Earth Armor Dragon Lizard, Douluo Yin successfully advanced to the 33rd level. Your luck is rather excessive, Imoyu marveled. The Earth Armor Dragon Lizard, possessing dragon lineage and imbued with both poison and earth attributes, perfectly suited Douluo Yin's current martial soul requirements and was of an appropriate age. Observing the delicate Douluo Yin, Douluo Bo remained silent. Douluo Yin's body evidently struggled to endure the immense power of the soul ring, yet as she absorbed it, Imoyu stood by, utilizing his peculiar healing abilities to mend her injuries. Typically, absorbing a soul ring should take no more than an hour. However, Douluo Yin's process extended over 2 hours. Watching her in such a pitiful state, he had several moments of temptation to intervene forcefully. This is hardly the absorption of a soul ring. It is akin to playing with one's life. Damn it. I cannot allow this young man to assist with the next soul ring. He yearns for his granddaughter to have a bright future, yet this method is exceedingly extreme. Everything about it feels amiss. By the way, your level up is rather exaggerated. Thus, a small orb of light manifested in Mou's hand and was placed upon Douluo Yin. Douluo Bo was taken aback. What is happening? Why has Douluo Yin's soul power level dropped? It has become level 30. You should be able to sense this, right? Mou inquired. Yes, Douluo Yin nodded. Mou elaborated. This artifact can assist you in concealing your soul power level as well as the color of your soul rings. Your current soul power level is somewhat elevated, which might attract unwanted attention, so it would be prudent to suppress it a bit. Furthermore, your 4th soul ring is undoubtedly a 10,000-year soul ring, which will certainly draw a lot of eyes. It would be wise to remain discreet until matters in the Heaven Do Empire are resolved. I understand, Douluo Yin replied, manipulating the small orb of light that Mou had placed within her body, tentatively altering the color of her soul rings. Soon, Douluo Bo beheld his granddaughter's 3 soul rings transformed into a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering and flickering. The young man certainly knows how to enjoy life. After escorting Douluo Yin back to the academy, Mou made his way to the Moon Pavilion. Douluo Yin's soul power is still quite unstable. She has yet to fully absorb the effects of the celestial herb. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed his assistance when absorbing that 8,000-year soul ring. It seems that the excitement from her martial soul's evolution in recent days has distracted her from proper cultivation. Upon entering the Moon Pavilion, the steward, Oder, immediately sought out Tang Yuehua. Yesterday, it appeared that both Xue Qinghe and Tang Yuehua were acquainted with this young boy, yet he could uncover nothing further, making it difficult for him to intervene. However, unlike yesterday, Tang Yuehua did not descend the stairs but instructed Oder to invite Mou upstairs. As he opened the door and saw Tang Yuehua's back turned to him, Mou quietly closed the door and seated himself at the coffee table. What do you want? Tang Yuehua inquired. What do I want? Mou casually toyed with the cup in his hand. What do you have? Tang Yuehua's expression faltered. What does she possess? She is merely a peripheral figure in the Haotian sect, nominally a direct disciple, yet nobody truly regards her. Were it not for her elder brother, Tang Xiao, she would hold no sway within the sect, despite her Moon Pavilion having supported the sect's logistical needs over the years. The elders merely consider it a given. You have quite a sense of self-awareness, Mou chuckled. Then what do you seek from me? Tang Yuehua's expression turned cold. Is it merely to humiliate me with that matter? Or to ridicule the Haotian sect? Let me tell you, if you intend to use me against the Haotian sect, forget it. I dispatched the news yesterday, and soon, the word of Tang Yuehua's expulsion from the Haotian sect will circulate. Even if you divulge that matter, it will be of no consequence. Mou was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Does he truly need to go through all that trouble to deal with the Haotian sect? He could simply send Ditian and Xiangjun to handle it, wipe the Haotian sect clean, and that would be that. Who told you I intended to divulge that matter? Mou was somewhat exasperated. He was not Bibi Dong. He wouldn't resort to such tactics. What else can you do? Tang Yuehua appeared unconvinced. Her only value lay in being the bridge between the Tiando royal family and the Haotian sect. Apart from that, she was just an ordinary person. Play, Mou shrugged. With such immense pressure, is it not permissible to seek a bit of leisure and amusement? The greatest weapon to undermine Tang San and his father is the Blue-Silver Emperor, alongside the Little Rabbit currently on an undercover mission. As for Tang Yuehua, to be frank, she holds little utility. He doubted that Tang Hao, who had stood by while the Haotian sect was nearly obliterated by the Spirit Hall, would regard his sister with any great importance. As for Tang San, he was even less likely to acknowledge her existence. Play? Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback. What could this child possibly play at? I sense you're conjuring some inappropriate images. Mou said languidly. Tang Yuehua's face flushed slightly, as she instinctively raised a hand to cover her face. No, no. Mou stood and approached Tang Yuehua, who was seated on the bed. You don't harbor any strange feelings towards Tang Hao, do you? I do not. Tang Yuehua's heart tightened, yet she resolutely denied it. Mou paid no heed to her denial, for in his previous life, out of curiosity, he had hypnotically inquired about her feelings. Tang Yuehua's emotions towards Tang Hao were not of romantic love. Rather, within the confines of the Haotian sect where the Haotian hammer's legacy was revered, Tang Hao was the only person who showed her concern. In a world devoid of psychological counseling, her feelings had morphed into a distorted sibling affection, not that of romantic love. However, Tang Yuehua struggled to discern this reality, or perhaps was unwilling to confront it. Are you attempting to mock me? A glimmer of desolation flickered in Tang Yuehua's eyes, awakening a wishful ring in a sect that prioritized the inheritance of the Haotian hammer. She found herself perpetually unable to progress as a soul master. Throughout her life, she had faced numerous disdainful gazes, even from her father, while her elder brother, Tang Xiao, burdened with heavy responsibilities, seldom paid her any mind. Within the vast Haotian sect, only Tang Hao had shown her any affection. What could she do? Not even a soul master. Her father forbade her from leaving the sect to avoid embarrassment. Had it not been for Tang Hao's quiet intervention during his own training journey, she might have remained within the confines of the Haotian sect for her entire life. Mou shook his head, not out of mockery. I merely wish to know. Do you truly understand Tang Hao? When he and Tang Xiao ventured out for training, they encountered the Blue Silver Emperor, which sparked the war between the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall. By that time, they were already soul Douluos. Could they not recognize the Blue Silver Emperor as a transformed soul beast? Or did the brothers allow their desires to cloud their judgment? What are you trying to say? Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow. I mean to say that Mou extracted the Blue Silver Emperor from the angelic space. A rather large herb. Are you both out of your minds? Or do you simply lack any sense? How could anyone be infatuated with something like Tang Hao? You both must be utterly foolish. Chapter 90, Double Standards. Without any restraint, Mou unleashed a tirade of curses, akin to when he berated Bibi Dong and Qian Renshua back in the day. He genuinely could not comprehend why. Every woman he encountered was increasingly astute and clever, yet he had not met anyone as naive as the Blue Silver Emperor. Even if one were to act foolishly towards others, the moment they faced him, they would transform from a simpleton into a strategist. Bibi Dong, no need for elaboration. After years of mental exertion, he nearly met his demise at her hands. Qian Renshue was more complex. Even the Snow Empress and Ice Empress, after several years of acquaintance, only gradually lowered their guard. When he absorbed their soul rings, it wasn't a formal sacrifice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained dormant for over a year while Qian Daoliu wielded angelic powers. It was only when they became his soul rings that they had begun to truly trust him. And it was likely only during his quest in the Star Doe Forest to seek the Silver Dragon King that they finally let down their defenses. As for other young ladies, like the little kitty, things had not gone smoothly. Had he not shamelessly pursued her for years, she would have never given him the time of day. So, he could not fathom it. Was he not handsome? Was he not a genius? Was his temper not fiery enough? Did he lack sufficient background? Why, then, could he not encounter such naive individuals? Or rather, why did no one develop a romantic infatuation with him? Not a single one. This is utterly bewildering. Tang Yuehua and Lan Yinwang found themselves slightly perplexed by the peculiar resentment emanating from Mou. What on earth is happening? Why is she both berating them and displaying anger simultaneously? Moreover, Tang Yuehua could discern that Mou was not only feeling indignant, but also somewhat disgruntled, with a hint of jealousy. Are you all right? Tang Yuehua inquired with curiosity. What is the matter with this child? He comes to her door with a secret to threaten her, yet he neither acts nor proceeds with any intention, claiming it is merely for amusement. However, it is evident that he is currently in a rather displeased mood. I am perfectly fine. Mou cast a bewildered glance at the two fools, then turned away to sit down, sipping tea and enjoying some food. The attitude of this world towards him is excessively harsh. While protagonists in others' tales are frequently surrounded by fortune, he has only encountered calamity in his previous life. Misfortunes have relentlessly pursued him. Although Qian Renshue and Bibi Dong currently regard him favorably, it is solely due to their prior memories. Otherwise, they would resort to threats and intimidation without hesitation. That little fox, too, is merely a sycophant of Bibi Dong. She is willing to betray the position of the Spirit Hall for Tang San. Yet during his conflicts with Bibi Dong, Hulaina has never once sided with him, not even once. This is not her mind. So, Does this absurd world hold an opinion about him? Aren't you going to go out and comfort him? In the celestial realm, Erkuin gazed at Biji while indulging in gossip. Mo had previously shared similar grievances with him, although he struggled to fully comprehend. He managed to grasp the essence of what Mo was conveying. In this world, women seem to possess an inherent sense of wariness and hostility towards him, including the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor who are by his side. He is even aware that Biji has harbored a long-standing mistrust towards Moi. While Ziji's behavior can be deemed normal, Biji's gentle demeanor towards everyone else makes her attitude towards him rather peculiar. Consequently, Moi interacts with women without the customary politeness that others might exhibit. He treats them all equally, ready to reprimand or confront if necessary. He understands that no matter how amiable he strives to be, it is often more straightforward to engage in a physical confrontation. Regarding soul beasts, he has faced the Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, and Ziji, yet he has never clashed with Biji. Among humans, he has even battled Bibi Dong in a life and death struggle and has had numerous encounters with Qian. Thus, Moi harbors a disdain for those consumed by romantic notions, not only because such individuals lack rationality and reason, but also because their encounters with him seem to elevate their intellect to an absurd degree. It is a blatant double standard. Biji, feeling somewhat guilty, reflects on Moi's earlier criticisms, recognizing that she too had similar thoughts when he first arrived in the Stardow Forest. At that time, she even suggested to Emperor Qian that Moi remain there, though her intentions were far from friendly. Emperor Qian, perplexed by her suggestion, ultimately rejected it, as it was uncharacteristic of her. The moment she genuinely lowered her guard and considered Moi a friend was during his self-detonation at Jialing Pass. Prior to that, her apparent friendliness was merely a facade. She believes Moi must have realized her true feelings, yet, as the Snow Emperor once told her, Moi is indifferent to one's thoughts. What matters to him is one's actions. If you intend to harm him but consistently assist him, treating him well, he will regard you as a friend, disregarding your motives. Conversely, if you claim to care for him but act like Bibi Dong or Qian, using him and discarding him, he remains unfazed by your intentions. He focuses solely on actions. In Moi's eyes, there is no distinction between good intentions gone awry and malicious intent. He emphasizes the importance of deeds over motives. Confounded by the strict attitudes others have towards Moi, Xiang Jun stretches and turns to sleep. He cannot comprehend why the women regard Moi with such severity. By conventional human standards, Moi embodies the archetype of a charming youth who matures into an exceedingly handsome man, endowed with talent, strength, wealth, and a prestigious background. Yet, the women he encounters appear oblivious to these attributes, assessing him instead for his potential threat. It is perplexing. However, neither he nor Emperor Qian harbors such unfathomable thoughts. They only recognize one truth: the strong are to be revered. If Moi can overpower them, he is their elder brother, and he is remarkably easy to get along with. They cannot fathom the mindset of these women. Truly, it is better to have brothers. The hearts of women are as elusive as needles in the ocean. This individual, having been manipulated by Tang Hao, willingly sacrifices herself, even though she had previously identified several issues, opting to feign ignorance. Moi gestures towards the blue-silver emperor on the table and remarks, "And you are quite the enigma. Growing up alongside Tang Hao, did you not notice his character? Yet, he appears to you as a paragon of virtue, irreplaceable. Is this not foolishness? Who, then, is truly foolish?" He struggles to grasp the mentality of those who willingly leap into a fire pit, fully aware of the danger ahead. Is this what they call love? I adore you, how absurd. Love is not a one-sided endeavor. It requires mutual effort and sacrifice. How is it that for them, love transforms into an obligation to give everything? Even if it is a deception, even if everything is a facade? It is a classic case of disregarding the facts. I believe my actions are justified. Of course. To be frank, none of this concerns him. He is merely an observer, detached from their affairs. However, the situation is different now, as he finds himself drawn to these two individuals. Thus, he must endeavor to realign their thinking. Naturally, if he cannot persuade them, as in the case of Bibi Dong, he will let them be, as long as they are content. Chapter 91. Clarification. As Moi critiques these two romantically inclined individuals, Qian, resembling Shui Qinghe, arrives at Weixin. Since Moi has not concealed his whereabouts, he made his way here directly after leaving the heavenly Dou Royal Academy. After instructing Odd to keep outsiders at bay, Qian ascends to the third floor. Meanwhile, Moi, having expended considerable effort, comes to a stark realization: there is no saving this situation. These two individuals resemble the hopelessness of Bibi Dong from the past. Brother Hao must have had his reasons. You have misjudged him. Upon learning that Tang Hao had fled with the Blue-Silver Emperor and attacked numerous innocent villages, Tang Yuehua distinctly expressed her disbelief, asserting that Tang Hao would never commit such acts. Ah, indeed, he has his reasons. Those villagers, merely sitting at home, deserved the calamity that befell them. Mou had grown weary of debating with them, for they had already disregarded the facts. What more could be said? To perish under the exalted Hao Tian hammer is a stroke of fortune, he mocked. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter, Tang Yuehua insisted. Tang Hao would never behave in such a manner. Mou shook his head, stating, I speak of facts while you speak of reasons, diverting the discourse. Even when the truth is evident, you choose to deny it. Ultimately, you care not for the lives lost, but solely for your illustrious brother Tang Hao. Now, Xiangjun, step forward. As soon as the words left his lips, a radiant glow flickered before Mou, and a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, materialized beside him. Eliminate all those from Qian, Mou commanded indifferently. Xiangjun paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. It's merely the killing of a few humans, a trivial task. Wait, Tang Yuehua interjected, positioning herself at the doorway. Unfortunately, Xiangjun paid her no heed, casually gesturing towards her. Shall we eliminate this woman too? Spare her. Everyone else must perish. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to the Haotian sect, Mou declared. I initially intended to take my time with this, but their foolishness has extinguished my interest. Those inconsequential to the narrative may die at once. Wait, they are innocent, Tang Yuehua implored desperately. She recognized that her unwavering defense of Tang Hao had provoked this individual, yet why the immediate aggression? Innocent? What concern is that of mine? Mou retorted. If Tang Hao can endanger the innocent for his reasons, why can't I take a few lives for my own amusement? In his previous life, he truly was a paragon of virtue, never harming the innocent without cause. Yet, what was the outcome? Seeing Tang Yuehua refuse to step aside, Xiangjun wasted no words, pulling her aside and flinging open the door. After all, he was a spirit beast. Did he require justification to slay humans? If he must find an excuse, it could simply be to avenge the countless spirit beasts that perished at the hands of humans. Surely, that reason is noble enough. Mou refrained from acting himself, instead delegating the task to Xiangjun based on this principle. Isn't it merely a matter of justification? Isn't it merely a matter of reasons? Who among us lacks such? Wait. Just as Xiangjun prepared to exit and commence the task, a figure resembling Shui Qinghe, known as Qian Rinqiyue, appeared, blocking the entrance. At this moment, the situation became quite perplexing for Xiangjun. This was the future angel god, a formidable force against the divine realm. Although he could easily eliminate the young girl with a mere slap, it felt inappropriate. The people of the Moon Pavilion were too intricately connected. He could not act recklessly. Qian Rinqiyue stated solemnly. Just as the crown prince was about to suggest that Shui Qinghe leave, Tang Yuehua was taken aback. Did these two know each other? The more connections, the more you should eliminate. What's the big deal? Mou remarked nonchalantly. What's wrong with you? The angel god Qian Rinqiyue inquired. The Mou of the past would never have considered such actions. Does that concern you? Shaking his head, Mou turned to Xiangjun. Take action. If any issues arise afterward, I shall handle them. But today, not a single person from the Moon Pavilion shall survive. No. Tang Yuehua grasped Mou tightly. You can ask me to do anything, but please do not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Mou remained silent. This was no longer merely Tang Yuehua's issue. He was quite displeased, truly displeased, and he saw no reason to suppress it. In the past, he would always consider others before acting. Would this hurt them? Would it implicate the innocent? He often claimed he was no good person, yet he was consistently performing benevolent deeds, a contradiction between words and actions. Now, he no longer wished to continue in this manner. He desired to speak and act in unison. Not a good person, nor was there a need to perform good deeds. A villain should indeed embody the essence of a villain. Act. Mou declared coldly. No. Qian Rinqiyue interposed herself in front of Xiangjun. Xiangjun found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. To act or not to act, either choice would offend someone. There are many innocent people in the Moon Pavilion. You cannot do this, Qian Rinqiyue insisted sternly. You're lecturing me about innocence? Mou looked up, finally meeting Qian Rinqiyue's gaze. Do you even have the right? Had Qian Rinqiyue not slain the innocent? Mou scoffed coldly. Didn't you kill Shui Qinghe? To completely replace Shui Qinghe. How many of those who grew up alongside him are still alive? The maid beside Shui Qinghe, the wet nurse you disposed of years ago. And those other princes, are they not innocent? Those standing before you are not innocent. They deserve death? Who you choose to kill is merely fate's decree. How are you so similar to that Tangsan fellow? Oh, no wonder you seemed to find a kindred spirit the moment you met him, abandoning everything else. In his previous life, he refrained from revealing the matters concerning Tangsan, for he wished to observe whether, through his own intervention, these individuals would tread the same path. Ultimately, this so-called great angel god still harbored feelings for Tangsan, prioritizing the alliance with this twin martial soul genius over the trivial matter of avenging a father or the lives of a few elders from the martial soul hall. At that time, witnessing Qian Rinxue and Tangsan revel in their brotherhood, lamenting their missed opportunities, he found it utterly amusing. Qian Rinxue's expression froze entirely. For now, Mou had laid everything bare. There was no pretense left. Previously, there was an unspoken understanding among them, but now, Mou had lost the patience to continue this silent game. I believe I have been quite restrained, yet what are you doing? Mou rose to his feet. Do you think that with a second chance, you can simply disregard the actions of your past? It has been 2 years. Can you still not grasp the meaning I wish to convey? Qian Rinxue's face bore a bitter expression. Is my stance still not sufficiently clear? Mou inquired further. Whether it was Qian Rinxue or Bibi Dong, upon realizing they possessed two consciousnesses, he would pay particular attention to discern which persona was present before him. If it was the current Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue, he could indeed treat them with the same attitude he had when they first met in his previous life. Perhaps with slightly less patience, for they truly had done nothing wrong. However, when the mother and daughter, who remembered everything, manifested, his demeanor became unmistakably impatient. Is this not sufficient to indicate his stance? I have consistently strived to maintain a distance from you. Considering the treatment and expectations you both had of me in the previous life, have I not afforded you considerable respect? Mou inquired. Yet, why do you persist in feigning that nothing has transpired while engaging with me? What are your intentions? Do you wish to relive the experience of being treated like a discarded jester? Is this not excessive? Or do you believe I would not be angered? Chapter 92, Pressure. I did not mean it that way, Qian Rinxue attempted to clarify, but Mou had no desire to listen. Your meaning is of little consequence. Much like how my own was dismissed previously. I merely wish to express that any kindness you extend towards me appears insincere. Mou stated earnestly, I can no longer place my trust in you regarding these matters. Do you comprehend? But I truly did not intend that. And it was you who misunderstood, Qian Rinxue insisted anxiously. Do not speak of misunderstandings. Mou interrupted coldly. Are you unaware of who I am? Are you oblivious to my capacity for misinterpretation? Yet you proceeded, not once, and not even offering a single explanation. How am I to comprehend this? What constitutes a misunderstanding? You were fully aware that misunderstandings would arise yet chose to act, knowing I was misled without offering any clarification. What do you take me for? A mere dog. Summoned and dismissed at will. If you are indifferent, then spare me the talk of misunderstandings. Having said this, Mou turned to Xiong-jun, stating, if she continues to impede you with her words, I shall take matters into my own hands. I am quite curious to see the landscape of the heavenly Dou imperial city at 70 degrees below zero. The conflict against the divine realm has already left him beleaguered. This rudimentary plan cannot afford even the slightest error. It must unfold under ideal conditions. Can the Silver Dragon King truly restore her peak power? Can she awaken the sealed Golden Dragon King? Will the Golden Dragon King cooperate in his madness? After witnessing the hypocrisy of the Shura, will the god of destruction truly take action? Will he regard the dignity of the divine realm and first deal with him in a unified manner? There exists an overwhelming amount of instability, an abundance of vulnerabilities, and he must mend these gaps. For if a problem arises, they shall all perish. The overwhelming expectations of so many have rendered him anxious. Yet, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong continue to provoke his nerves time and again. Have they forgotten their past actions? Do they truly believe that rebirth grants them a fresh start? In a state of excessive anxiety, one's temper can indeed become quite volatile, unable to withstand the slightest provocation. He has endured for 2 long years. Now, having finally ventured out to seek some amusement and lighten his spirits, he is still compelled to recall those days of being a jester. Is it too much to ask for a moment of relaxation and joy? It is indeed impossible to let Qian Rinxue silence her remarks. Currently, the 3 miscreants of the 7 treasure glazed tile school linger not far from the Moon Pavilion. They will undoubtedly pay close attention to any occurrences here. Moreover, according to the intelligence from the Spirit Hall, after Tang Yuehua sent an urgent letter to the Haoyan clan yesterday, the clan leader, Tang Xiao, grew concerned and has dispatched an elder towards this location. The elder is likely nearing, and should anything happen at the Moon Pavilion at this juncture, the situation would descend into chaos. With a heavy exhale, Mou released a chilling aura, causing the temperature in the room to plummet rapidly, the air around him crystallizing into ice. I have warned you. Should you utter another word, I shall take matters into my own hands. This is your choice. Mou's gaze sharpened as the platinum-hued million-year spirit ring at his feet ignited, radiating a soft golden glow as it began to accumulate energy. Indeed, the efficacy of Mou's spirit abilities is not significantly tied to the age of the spirit rings, but only provided that his own energy surpasses that of the rings. Until then, a 1,000-year spirit ring translates to a 1,000-year spirit abilities potency, a 10,000-year spirit ring to a 10,000-year spirit ability strength, and likewise. A million-year spirit ring corresponds to a million-year spirit abilities power. First spirit ability, absolute freezing. Boom. A terrifying wave of cold erupted from Mou, centered around him, causing the nearest Xiangjun to hastily retreat into the angel space without a moment's hesitation. Witnessing Mou's unhesitating actions and wishing to avoid implicating the innocent Qian Ringshu, she directly invoked her angelic divine power, attempting to contain the horrific cold within the confines of the room. Xiaoyu, please remain calm, Qian Ringshu implored anxiously. With your spirit king cultivation, how much angelic divine power can you truly wield? Mou remained unmoved. Can you withstand a million-year spirit ability? As his words fell, cracks began to appear in the energy barrier forged from angelic divine power. The million-year spirit ring is already akin to a divine ring. Its might has reached the realm of deities, and in Qian Ringshu's current state, she is utterly incapable of withstanding it. Crack after crack emerged, as the angelic divine power Qian Ringshu had previously stored was rapidly depleted. Ultimately, she is not a divine angel. Her divine power can only be drawn from the angelic statue and does not regenerate autonomously. Now, it is running low. Should this spirit ability truly be unleashed, the city of Tiando would transform into a city of ice. Within the angel space, Baiji glanced at Xiangjun. What of an ice city? Did you not notice that he is genuinely furious? This is my first time witnessing him truly enraged. He wasn't even this upset when he perished before. Mou's temper has indeed been remarkably patient. Or perhaps it is not that he possesses a good temperament, but rather that he is capable of enduring. However, today, the astonishing reasoning of the Blue-Silver Emperor and Tang Yuehua has stirred memories of his own absurd jester experiences, compounded by Qian Ringshu's intrusion. Initially, Mou had merely jested about having Xiangjun take action to frighten Tang Yuehua, but from the moment Qian Ringshu intervened, he became utterly serious. Do not expect me to go out and stop him, Xiangjun declared, flipping onto his back. Mou and a bunch of unfamiliar humans, where do I stand? It appears that no contemplation is required in this matter. Observing the demeanor of Xiangjun, Baiji felt a sense of helplessness. It was clear that relying on this individual to curb Mou's reckless behavior was futile. Thus, despite her unease, Baiji resolved to intervene personally. Just as she prepared to approach Mou, the formidable Qian Ringshu could no longer maintain her composure. The barrier, forged from divine angelic power, shattered instantaneously, dispersing into particles of light, and a terrifying wave of cold surged forth. Xiaoyu, remain calm. A figure clad in ice blue materialized out of thin air, unleashing an energy that transcended a million years of soul techniques, effectively countering the icy torrent within less than a second. The Snow Empress, having returned from the extreme northern ice plains, gently embraced Mou. Do not be angry. Relax, I am here. The heavy sound of Qian Ringshu's breathing reverberated within the room. While Tang Yuehua had already succumbed to unconsciousness at the moment when the icy wave collided with the divine angelic force. As time trickled by, Mou's furrowed brow gradually unfurled, and the golden million-year soul ring finally descended. I apologize. The one who should apologize is I. I should not have been away for so long. The Snow Empress tightened her embrace around Mou, aware of the immense pressure he bore, which had profoundly impacted his formerly optimistic approach to life in the realm of gods. In the past 2 years, Mou has been striving to adjust his mindset. Although others assure him that losing is inconsequential and that they can embark on the journey together, Mou finds it difficult to accept. He struggles to approach the expectations of others with equanimity. He can come to terms with his own mortality, yet he cannot bear the thought of others dying because of him. He is able to reconcile his own life and death, but the same cannot be said for the lives of others. Amidst this already immense pressure, Qian Ringshu and Bibi Dong, 2 individuals who leave Mou at a loss, continually probe into his life, causing him to frequently reminisce about days gone by. This is an unforeseen circumstance. Mou inhales deeply. Even though he wishes to let go of the past, time has a way of accumulating grievances. And during this interval when both the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress are away in the extreme north ice field tending to matters, no one is available to whom he can unburden his stress, neither by Ji nor Zg, as they have yet to reach that level of intimacy. Thus, he finds himself compelled to step outside for a stroll to unwind. However, recent stimuli have been relentless. First, there was the love-struck blue-silver emperor and Tang Yuehua, mirroring Bibi Dong's obsession, followed by Qian Rinxue's unexpected naivety that contradicts her persona. He truly cannot suppress his frustration any longer. Originally seeking solace in a simple walk, he finds himself further burdened by these individuals. And, to make matters worse, the pressure of the pinnacle competition looms over him. What is happening? Am I a pressure cooker? Even pressure cookers can explode. Chapter 93, The Overactive Imagination of the Three Mischief Makers. Taking a deep breath, Mou conjures two small orbs of light and tosses them towards Qian Rinxue and the unconscious Tang Yuehua. He gazes at Qian Rinxue, silently conveying his wish for her to refrain from meddling in his affairs. It is already a considerable effort for him to maintain his current demeanor. He has exercised remarkable restraint. Had it not been for his desire to spare the ailing Qian Daoliu from dying with regrets, he would have long since made his intentions clear. His approach to life may be carefree, yet for the burdensome memories, he requires distance to gradually let go. Time and distance. Without these two elements, he cannot dissolve past grievances. It is precisely because he once cared deeply that, after disappointment, it becomes exceedingly difficult to begin anew. With a sigh, Mou takes the Snow Empress by the hand and leads her out of the room, leaving behind the unconscious Tang Yuehua and the perplexed Qian Rinxue. Not far from their location, in a high-rise hotel, Chen Xian and Gu Rong exchange stiff glances as they observe Yuxian. Swordmaster, you felt that, did you not? Those two terrifying energies, Gu Rong remarks, feeling somewhat weak in the knees. It is rather exaggerated. Chen Xian struggles to set down his teacup. The pressure he just experienced far exceeds that of his recollections of his father, the pinnacle Douluo, at level 98. This indicates the presence of a peerless Douluo. That young man named Mou is backed by a level 99 peerless Douluo. Fengji, if you are contemplating any intentions towards that young man, think carefully before proceeding. Chen Xian warns with a grave expression. Previously, he had assumed the opposing title Douluo was of a similar caliber to them, at most, comparable to his father, but that earlier pressure was unequivocally beyond that of a level 98 pinnacle Douluo. It was level 99. Moreover, it was not from the Spirit Hall. Fengji, the Swordmaster is correct. That young man is likely beyond the reach of our seven-treasure glazed tile school. Gu Rong concedes, a rare agreement with Chen Xian. The sense of threat emanating from that extreme cold far surpassed the intimidation he felt from Bibi Dong during her recent display of power at the seven-treasure glazed tile school. If he had previously felt fear towards Bibi Dong, the feeling of helplessness in the face of that earlier energy left him utterly devoid of any will to resist. Is it truly that exaggerated? Ning Fengji observes the two level 95 super Douluos displaying such trepidation and begins to waver. Chen Xian exhales deeply, asserting that it is not a matter of exaggeration but rather one of incomparable magnitude. Fengji, as you once stated regarding social standing, it is now our seven-treasure glazed tile school that lacks the qualifications. Even if you wish to involve Rong in your plans, you must consider whether we possess the capacity to bear the risks. The disparity between the forces behind that MOU and the seven-treasure glazed tile school far exceeds their previous assessments. The existence of a peerless Douluo has not yielded a whisper of intelligence, and at least among our extensive network, there has been no indication of this force's presence. Now, this previously obscured and formidable force has openly revealed its genius. What could be their intention? The Spirit Hall has recently expressed ambitions to unify the continent, and this unknown force appears to be making its move as well. Can there be no connection between the two? Gu Rong queries skeptically. Uncle Gu, are you suggesting that the power behind MOU may oppose the Spirit Hall's ambitions, thus positioning this young man to draw our attention? Ning Fengji analyzes. It is quite possible. Gu Rong nods in agreement. They may wish to leverage this young genius's appeal to attract investors like you and subsequently engage in conflict with the Spirit Hall. After all, we became acquainted with Prince Shui Qinghe, and now, through him, we are drawn into the orbit of the Tiando Empire, the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and the Yuxian Haotian sect. Chen Xian adds, the owner of Yuxian, Tang Yuehua, is a direct disciple of the Haotian sect and the sister of the current sect leader, Tang Xiao. With Tang Yuehua as a liaison, we indeed have the potential to connect with the Haotian sect. Moreover, it seems that Mo visited the Tiando Royal Academy yesterday, where he encountered Yu Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Gurong states. With this revelation, Qian and Gurong simultaneously direct their gazes toward Ningfengji. The three upper sects, the Tiando royal family, are now all entangled with this MOU. If there were no prior design, the coincidence would be rather astonishing. As Ningfengji meets the gaze of Qian and Gurong, his heart gradually sinks. In truth, the Haotian sect has already made contact. Gurong is taken aback. When did this happen? Shortly after that young man departed from Yuxian yesterday, while we were still gathering information with Qinghe. The owner of Yuxian dispatched an urgent letter to the Haotian sect. According to our spies stationed in the hidden realms of the Haotian sect, someone is en route to here, Ningfengji explains, and they are nearing Tiando City. Such urgency, Gurong exclaims, surprised. Even if they made contact, how soon was that? Traveling from the remote areas of the Haotian sect to Tiando City, even a titled Douluo would need to exert themselves to cover that distance, right? Has the Haotian sect sent a titled Douluo to the forefront? It appears we did not merely stumble upon an opportunity. Rather, we have willingly stepped into their trap. Ningfengji admits with resignation. 2 years ago, when Shui Qinghe met Mo, it was likely a deliberate act on the latter's part. Recently, after the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School suffered a setback, this child appeared in the Tiando Imperial City, precisely in their line of sight, capturing their attention. This is no mere coincidence. Everything is part of the other's calculations. Even the abrupt release of pressure in the Moonlight Pavilion just now was likely a demonstration aimed at the two Douluo of the Swordbone. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has indeed fallen into their trap. However, this may not be without merit, as it presents an opportunity. Ningfengji shifted his tone. The other party's initiative to draw our attention undoubtedly seeks to leverage the power of the three great sects in the two empires against the Spirit Hall. Possessing a peerless Douluo, this entity has never revealed their identity, which must be significantly tied to that figure within the Spirit Hall. Ningfengji glanced at Qian. Sword Uncle, do you recall that Angel Douluo once served as the Judgment Elder of the Spirit Hall? In those years, he conducted a sweeping purge of the titled Douluo not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, proclaiming he would eradicate all powerful beings. Had he not been defeated by the Haotian sect's master, that deadly hunt against the titled Douluo would have likely continued unabated. Qian shook his head. Eradicating all powerful beings was not his true aim, nor could just any titled Douluo be singled out by him. Those who perished in that hunt were all top-tier experts. Akin to my father. For such elite beings, rather than being worn down by time and facing an inevitable end, they would rather seek a glimmer of hope amidst chaos. Just like my father, had he not engaged with that grand offering and gained enlightenment in the throes of death, he likely would not have had the opportunity for a breakthrough in his remaining years. Therefore, the events of that year were not the kind of slaughter you have heard about. It resembled more of a consummation. The grand offering of the Spirit Hall granted a form of fulfillment to those unwilling to succumb to the ravages of time. For the powerful, death is not an unbearable fate. The experts who fell to Qian Daoliu's hand at that time were nearing the end of their lives, yet could not advance any further. His father led the challenge. Though gravely injured and on the brink of death, he fortuitously achieved a breakthrough to the 98th level. After that, many old masters, aware of their impending demise, approached Qian Daoliu with a resigned heart, yet they all met with failure. Among them were those who sought to exploit the situation, conspiring with other powerful beings to gang up on Qian Daoliu. But alas, their schemes crumbled before absolute power. Challenges come at a cost. Just as his father found the opportunity for a breakthrough, he also sustained grave injuries and soon passed away. The same fate befell the others, with no exceptions escaping the sword of the Spirit Hall's grand offering. As for the so-called extermination of all powerful beings, that narrative originated from the Haotian sect. After Qian Daoliu's defeat at the hands of Tangshan from the Haotian sect, both figures vanished for an extended period. When Qian Daoliu re-emerged, Tangshan had disappeared. Furthermore, upon returning from that venture, Qian Daoliu relinquished his roles as the Pope of the Spirit Hall and Judgment Elder, retreating entirely from the offering hall and refraining from further action. Such circumstances inevitably evoke speculation. The Haotian sect, reeling from Tang Chin's abrupt disappearance, found itself in a precarious situation, with disciples scattered and lacking cohesion. Fearing that the Spirit Hall would take advantage of their vulnerability, rumors began to circulate about the hall's grand priest annihilating all formidable warriors, a form of self-preservation. If the Spirit Hall were to strike against the Haotian sect, would it not instill fear in the hearts of many? Moreover, the grand priest's silence on these rumors, coupled with occasional admissions, only served to lend credence to the gossip. Even he, despite being privy to the truth through his father's first-hand accounts, acknowledged that the rest were merely echoing popular sentiment. Chapter 94. The Hasty Exit of Tang Lai. Even if, as Jian Shu suggested, there were hidden truths behind past events, the unprecedented emergence of the unparalleled Douluo from the Moon Pavilion amidst the Spirit Hall's maneuvers raises questions of mere coincidence. Could this illustrious Douluo be the very individual who battled the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall and subsequently found the opportunity to advance? Qian paused, then nodded. It is indeed a possibility. Although he had achieved a breakthrough back then, like Jian Shu's father, he bore severe injuries. Now that the Spirit Hall no longer conceals its intentions, have they reached a breaking point? Ning Fengji contemplated. The trio fell into silence. Given the prevailing circumstances, Ning Fengji's analysis bore weight, especially considering the sequential displays of power between these two factions. After Bibi Dong dealt a blow to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the emergence of MOU in the Heaven Do Imperial City, entangled with numerous forces, even prompted the elders of the Haotian sect to make haste. Fengji, with all this said, you aren't still contemplating the previous plan, are you? Gu Rong inquired. Following Bibi Dong's confrontation with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji hesitated regarding the earlier marital alliance involving Shui Qinghe. After all, no one could predict whether Bibi Dong, a woman known for her decisiveness, might turn her attention to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus, securing an ally, or, rather, a shield for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School became imperative. The Star Luo Empire, valuing martial prowess, had allied with the Haotian sect, and years prior the old Emperor Dai Tianfeng had clashed with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Therefore, the most suitable shield Ning Fengji could find was represented by his student, Shui Qinghe, of the Heaven Do royal family. Although members of this royal lineage might be deemed ineffectual in the world of soul masters, Shui Qinghe, under Ning Fengji's tutelage, had garnered a commendable reputation across the nation. Once the old emperor abdicated, Shui Qinghe would have a significant chance to unify the current Heaven Do Empire. Of course, a pragmatic issue loomed. Throughout the years spent instructing Shui Qinghe, Ning Fengji had forged deep connections with various ministers and nobles, making the future leadership of the Heaven Do Empire uncertain. The reason Ning Fengji was reluctant to pursue familial ties was simply due to its lack of advantage. Furthermore, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School needed to attract new title Douluo, a task designated to his daughter, Ning Rongrong. The most effective means of accomplishing this, naturally, lay in strategic alliances. Thus, upon MOU's appearance, Ning Fengji's thoughts were ignited. After all, a prodigy who achieved the Soul Zone realm at merely 10 years old was destined to ascend to title Douluo status, and according to Qian, MOU was a genius in the sword arts. Such potential suggested that his future combat prowess would surpass even that of Qian. Uncle Gu, we are growing old. Ning Fengji did not articulate this directly, but as his daughter, Ning Rongrong would need to shoulder the future responsibilities of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If she were to wed Shui Qinghe, it would merely solidify his prior schemes. If one were to speak candidly, it might not be worth the risk. Fengji, you must think this through. Should anything go awry, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could be jeopardized. Gu Rong cautioned. If they merely established contact with MOU, even if this unknown force ultimately faltered against the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as a mere auxiliary, would remain unscathed. However, if Ning Fengji were to place his daughter, the future leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, in jeopardy, they would indeed find themselves without an escape. Ning Fengji did not respond immediately. Truth be told, he too was in a state of indecision. It was not solely about deciding his daughter's future with cold indifference. He was also wary of the potential fallout from his investments. As a businessman, he recognized that this plan was not merely an investment, but rather a gamble that risked the entirety of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He could not afford to lose. Never mind, Rongrong is still young. We can reassess later. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Fengji let out a wry smile, temporarily abandoning the all-or-nothing scheme. Despite MOU's exceptional talent, the conflict between such grand powers could not hinge solely on a single individual. While top-tier combatants could indeed sway many outcomes, they could not single-handedly dictate the fates of empires. Nevertheless, connections must be made. Preparations for the future could not be neglected. Ning Fengji rose to his feet. Uncle Jian, the child was in a foul mood yesterday. Today, let us attempt once more. The future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could not be left to chance. But the sword arts that Qian mentioned were worth exploring. Perhaps the stagnation in Qian's swordsmanship could find a breakthrough through this young prodigy. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the moon pavilion, accompanied by a massive surge of soul power. I already stated that I am in a foul mood. Why must you all tempt fate? Gripping the dragon god sword, with 4 dark soul rings swirling around him, Mou descended upon a certain unattractive elder from the Haotian sect. Though this unnamed elder appeared to be a titled Daoliu, Mou unleashed the million-year soul skill. Contempt of the king, immediately inflicting severe injuries upon the unprepared titled Daoliu. Who are you? The dazed elder, Tang Lai, proclaimed his identity before a gathering of onlookers, still reeling from the impact of Mou's abilities. Who cares about you? Mou countered, swinging his sword to sever Tang Lai's arm, which had been poised to summon his martial spirit, while simultaneously disabling the other to prevent any unforeseen complications. He could not contend with the titled Daoliu. If the old man were to unleash his martial spirit, he would have to rely on Shuedi's intervention, but for now, he merely sought to vent his frustrations. Damn little brat! Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Upon witnessing their elder incapacitated and lying helplessly on the ground, the 2 inner disciples of the Haotian sect were incensed. Hearing their insults ignited Mou's ire, he turned to them, activating the million-year soul skill once more. Contempt of the king. A horrific mental shockwave emanated from Mou, reaching the 2 ill-fated disciples, leading to their immediate demise, breathless, rigid, and collapsed in a single, fluid motion. The 2 unfortunate soul kings perished without ever grasping the nature of their demise. At this moment, the trio from the 7 treasures glazed sect hurriedly approached. Upon witnessing Tang Lai lying on the ground, devoid of both hands and teetering on the brink of death, alongside 2 young men, likely disciples of the Haotian sect, who lay rigid and lifeless, the trio's expressions tightened with concern. What has transpired? Shouldn't this young man have been uniting with the 3 sects? How is it that upon their first encounter, he has already left an elder of the Haotian sect in such a wretched state? Tang Lai, Ning Fengji, who had engaged with the Haotian sect on numerous occasions, recognized the tragic figure before him. Are you also going to intervene? Mou asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he turned to face the trio. Under Mou's frigid gaze, Ning Fengji and his companions felt a shiver run down their spines. Such formidable killing intent. My young friend, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We are merely passing by, Ning Fengji replied, recalling the immense pressure that had caused the 2 Douluo from the sword bone to inadvertently resist. He felt a sense of trepidation. The Haotian sect had already withdrawn. As long as today's events were well concealed, no one would be the wiser. The Haotian sect would not make a grand declaration, and he had no need to jeopardize himself for someone like Tang Lai, whom he barely knew. Young man, have you thought this through? Tang Lai began, but before he could finish, Mou swiftly drew his sword, and in an instant, Tang Lai's head fell to the ground. The scene fell into an eerie silence, leaving Ning Fengji utterly astounded. Was the 7th elder of the Haotian sect truly slain in such a manner? It is true that merely severing his hand could have been remedied by a powerful healing soul master, yet now, observing the lack of reaction from Ning Fengji and his companions, Mou withdrew his sword. The act of dispatching a hammer-wielding foe indeed lightened his spirits, however. It appeared that this elderly individual was a titled Douluo. Let it be. Under the silent gaze of the onlookers, Mou took the Snow Empress by the hand and departed. No one dared to interrupt, for the demise of those 2 soul kings had been shrouded in mystery. A mere glare had led to their end. How surreal. Chapter 95, Not a Good Person. The sudden appearance of the 7th elder, Tang Lai, from the Haotian sect in the city of Tiandou, only to be slain in public by a mere child, swiftly became the talk of the town. The old emperor, Shui, had grown increasingly displeased with the demands for supplies that the Haotian sect had levied upon the Tiandou royal family in recent years. Moreover, the Haotian sect, while expecting logistical support from the Tiandou Empire, had been drawing closer to the Xingluo Empire, showing utter disregard for his authority. Thus, the incident of the 7th elder's death in Tiandou City was not only allowed to circulate, but was also secretly disseminated to further humiliate the Haotian sect, making it clear to these cowards, who had been beaten into submission by the Spirit Hall, that they were of no consequence. As for Shui's actions, the ministers remained silent, well aware that such maneuvers would offend the Haotian sect. Nevertheless, they too harbored discontent towards the Haotian sect, which, while relying on their supply resources, had grown too cozy with their enemies. Did they truly believe they were still the powerful sect capable of standing against the Spirit Hall? In stark contrast to the tumultuous affairs within the Tiandou court, Ning Fingji and his companions found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Mou's decisive execution of Tang Lai had completely invalidated their previous conjectures. It appears that this young man did not come to unite the three sects. In fact, they could distinctly sense at that moment that if Ning Fingji dared to utter another word, the young man would unhesitatingly draw his sword and charge forth. The overwhelming pressure of a peerless Douluo must have emanated from the woman beside him, clad in an icy blue gown, Qian remarked. As for Tang Lai, it is likely that he was severely wounded by that individual who acted in the shadows, leading to the young man claiming his head. However, if this is the case, then our previous assumptions become utterly incoherent, Ning Fingji said with a wry smile, displayed a complete indifference towards the fate of Tang Lai, utterly unaware of the reasons behind his demise. Witnesses at the entrance of Qian recounted that it was merely due to Tang Lai's disrespectful remarks towards a woman beside Mou. In an instant, Mou unleashed his martial spirit. A flash of fire erupted, sending Tang Lai crashing to the ground, resulting in severed limbs and a decapitation. Was this not rather hasty? After all, he was a titled Douluo. How could such a prestigious figure meet such an abrupt end? We must deliberate further, Gu Rong suggested. The adversary regarded even a titled Douluo with disdain, capable of slaying him at will, while the Tiando Empire dared not voice any objections. It is likely they will feign ignorance, passing the matter to the Platinum Bishop Salas of the Martial Soul Hall in Tiando City. And we may glean some insights from his subsequent actions. No, Ning Fingji shook his head. Even if the Martial Soul Hall were to address such a matter, they would do so discreetly. Given that the deceased was a member of the Haotian sect, they might even reward themselves for this incident. Their handling of the situation offers us no clarity. We can only proceed step by step. Upon awakening, Tang Yuehua beheld the lifeless body of Tang Lai at the entrance of Qian. There were no cries, no tears, she merely gathered his remains with quiet resolve. Tan did not afford her the luxury of mourning. Perhaps she had previously doubted Mou's threat to annihilate the Haotian sect, but following Tang Lai's abrupt demise, fear gripped her heart. A titled Douluo had been extinguished like a mere chick, leaving her to ponder the fate of the rest of the Haotian sect. You would do well to forget what you witnessed today. Otherwise, you shall lose everything you hold dear. This is Snow Qinghe, or rather, the words spoken by His Highness before his departure. Tang Yuehua is uncertain about the true nature of the prince she knows, yet at least, he is not Snow Qinghe. What brings you here? Upon arranging for Qian to close its doors to guests for the next few days, Tang Yuehua returns to her chamber and finds Mou sitting at the tea table, snacking. Am I not welcome? Mou casually remarks. Tang Yuehua, with a complex expression, asks, do you really intend to take action against the Haotian sect? Of course, Mou shrugs. Tang Yuehua takes a deep breath and sits beside him. Why? Is a reason necessary? Mou counters. Isn't it? Tang Yuehua's face reveals bitterness. There are over 1,000 people involved. Although the Haotian sect had already suffered significant losses in the previous conflict with the Martial Soul Hall, they still had over 1,000 disciples left. If Mou truly acted, all those lives would be extinguished. Do you know how many innocent villagers Tang Hao has killed in the past? Mou continues to snack, posing another question, not to mention the villages destroyed during the conflict with the Martial Soul Hall. Just the 10 or so he smashed to confuse his whereabouts resulted in at least 1,000 casualties. He then asks, how should we account for that? Or will you once again use your grievances as an excuse? You can indiscriminately slaughter the innocent for your cause, but I cannot? Tang Yuehua cannot believe that Tang Hao would commit such acts. Stop. Mou raises his hand to interrupt. I have stated the facts. Whether you believe them is irrelevant. I am not seeking revenge for those innocents who perished. My motive for acting against the Haotian sect is singular. I desire to. Tang Yuehua's expression darkens. How does this differ from what you said about Tang Hao? Mou tilts his head. Have you mistaken something? Did I ever claim to be a good person? Did I present myself as the virtuous hag brother you know? Sister, from the moment you met me, have I done anything that a good person would do? I have never proclaimed righteousness. All I do is for personal reasons, unlike you, who often act for the sake of the people or the future of the continent. To put it simply, I do not shout slogans or seek excuses for my actions, whether it be killing or saving. They solely represent myself. The only time I raise a banner is for Tang San, to make that ungrateful fellow feel some semblance of gratitude. I must suppress my distaste and express goodwill towards him. Tang Yuehua is left speechless, unable to find a point to refute. You can morally bind a good person, but you cannot do so to a villain. What significance does my presence hold for you? Do you plan to kill me first? Tang Yuehua closes her eyes, despairing. Why would I kill you? Mou retorts. What value is there in killing you? Tang Yuehua is merely an inconsequential figure. Her life or death bears no impact on Tang San. With a bitter smile, she realizes she is indeed worthless, lacking even the value of being killed. So, what do you wish to say? Tang Yuehua sighs, accepting that the Haotian sect is doomed. I offer you an opportunity, Mou states calmly. A chance to save the disciples of the Haotian sect. Tang Yuehua is taken aback. What do you mean? Mou lifts his teacup. I dislike bloodshed. Killing is merely a means, not an end. Most disciples of the Haotian sect are indeed innocent, merely unfortunate in their circumstances, so I can choose not to kill them. However, Tang Xiao and the others must die. Mou interrupts. As for those elders, it is akin to waging war and exterminating a nation. The youth may live, but those aged must perish, for they carry too many remnants of the past. Their outdated thoughts are deeply rooted, and unless cleansed promptly, these corrupt ideas will spread once more. Chapter 96. Snow Emperor and Qian Renxue. At the prince's residence, Snow Qinghe's abode. Following the public execution of Tang Lai, a titled Douluo by Mou, the aristocrats of Tiando City are gripped by fear, reluctant to venture outside. The royal family is no exception as the prince. Snow Qinghe cannot afford to be reckless. After all, should anything happen to him, the Tiando royal family might be left in the hands of the incompetent Snow Avalanche. In the pavilion, after addressing the political affairs assigned to her by the old emperor, Qian Renxue rests her head on the stone table, feeling melancholic. What transpired between her and Mou that could provoke such fury from someone usually so gentle? When he unleashed that soul skill, the anger and resentment radiating from him mirrored that of her mother from long ago, and it felt utterly amiss. Yet, when she inquires about the reason, the other her remains silent. Sighing, Qian Renxue fiddles with the teacup before her. Though her feelings for Mou are not yet profound, witnessing his distress truly pains her. He had been so amiable in conversation, yet a shift in consciousness alters his demeanor so drastically. Hello. An icy blue figure suddenly appears before Qian Renxue. Startled at first, she breathes a sigh of relief upon recognizing the Snow Emperor. Hello. The Snow Emperor naturally takes a seat on the stone stool opposite Qian Renxue, softly asking, May she come out for a moment? Is there something you need? Qian Renxue's expression shifts, instantly adapting. I wish to discuss matters concerning Xiaoyu. You have scarcely returned to Wuhuan City these past 2 years, save for a few instances. I have found it difficult to find an opportunity to converse with you. The Snow Emperor explains. What is there to say? Qian Renxue's gaze instinctively begins to evade. Let us talk about your relationship. The Snow Emperor's demeanor grows serious. It appears you have yet to comprehend the true nature of the discord between you both. So what if I do? What if I understand? Qian Renxue's face reflects bitterness. Wasn't his attitude clear enough yesterday? That ice attribute soul skill he released would have left me severely injured, if not dead, yet he showed no inclination to hold back. Just as she did back then. In that moment, I grasped the feelings Mou must have experienced. Years ago, my mother had already made me endure that sensation, being harmed by someone I cared for. The Snow Emperor shakes her head. No, you still do not understand the crux of the matter. Until the Jialing Pass incident, Xiaoyu still held a glimmer of hope for you both. However, when he resolved to help you with the certainty of death, your condescending attitudes, as if looking down from the heavens, made him realize that the efforts of the past 20 years were but a joke. Were it not for his promise to your grandfather, he would have no desire to engage with you now. Knowing that you and Bibi Dong share past memories, he grants you the bare minimum of patience solely out of respect for Qian Daoliu. Otherwise, he would prefer not to see you at all. Qian Rengshu's expression stiffened. The Snow Empress continued, I am unaware of the intentions and motivations that led both of you to approach him. However, I urge you to remember how you once treated him. To put it plainly, your past actions have shaped the present, and everything you do for Xiaoyu now, whether it stems from genuine feelings or feigned affection, appears to him as insincere and contrived, evoking his disdain. Bibi Dong, possessing a modicum of restraint, refrained from interacting with him as though nothing had transpired after realizing that Xiaoyu recalled everything from the past. Consequently, during the 2 years in Wuhuan City, your mother managed to prevent Xiaoyu from losing control. Yet are you not a touch too naive? Do you truly believe that by starting anew, you can simply erase your previous deeds? The Snow Empress spoke with a grave demeanor. Qian Rengshu's fundamental issue lies not in her past actions, but in her current attitude towards Mai. Mai is capable of reconciling past grievances. Although this mother-daughter duo has disappointed him, it requires time and distance. However, Qian Rengshu has overlooked this fact, believing that because there have been no conflicts between herself and Moi thus far, she can draw closer to him. In Moi's eyes, this behavior translates to someone who moments ago cast you aside, only to embrace you with warmth and concern the next moment. What is this? The inconsistency is bewildering. As if training a dog. Do not forget that Xiaoyu returned to 2 years prior after his demise. Thus, the shift from your cold indifference to your current solicitousness is merely a fleeting moment. The Snow Emperor remarked. One moment, you disregard him entirely, and in the next, you are ablaze with warmth. Do you not find this revolting? Qian Shui was taken aback, and the Snow Emperor chose not to elaborate further, allowing this future celestial being to contemplate deeply. While she could empathize with Qian Shui's desire to atone for her guilt towards Mou, the young lady's assertiveness was overwhelming. Her intention to compensate did not necessitate Mou's acceptance, did it? Qian Shui approached the matter solely from her perspective, neglecting to consider how Mou might feel about her actions. In essence, her pride and self-centeredness were glaring. Even after experiencing death, Qian Shui exhibited no change compared to her previous life. She had long been a soul ring to Mou, and even after the Ice Emperor became his soul ring, Mou concealed her essence and accompanied her through several years in the human realm. She observed the tension between Mou and the mother-daughter duo with keen eyes. Her ability to resonate so intimately with Mou was largely due to them. Had it not been for their countless missteps, she would not have grasped human emotions or understood Mou's heart so swiftly. The dilemma Qian Shui faced was neither trivial nor monumental. Her feelings for Mou had indeed remained unchanged. Perhaps numerous conflicts arose along the way, stemming from her belief that it was acceptable that Mou would once again come to comfort her as before. However, can anyone truly remain consistently proactive? The multitude of disappointments and indifference made Mou doubt his steadfastness. Coupled with misunderstandings and, ultimately, Qian Shui's condescending demeanor at Jialing Pass, it shattered Mou's resolve. In that moment, he felt that his persistence over the past decade or two had been utterly in vain. It was as if he had been blind. Even until that moment, he did not cast blame upon these two. He only believed himself to be foolish and deserving of it. However, after his rebirth, just as Mou resolved to let go of everything and live anew, these two forcefully sought to intrude upon his life. Just moments ago, they had treated him with disdain, and in the blink of an eye, their demeanor had transformed. What does this signify? This is the fundamental reason behind Mou's anger towards Qian Shui and Bibi Dong. It is not because of anything they have done in the past. Mou's character does not cling to bygone events, whether concerning friends or foes. As he once stated, if the other party is indifferent, then his preoccupation with such matters is merely a torment to himself. Conversely, if the other party recognizes their fault, his fixation will only lead to mutual suffering. He sees no need to inflict pain upon himself for the errors of others. He is a selfish individual, not wishing to spare others, but rather seeking to liberate himself, with others merely collateral to that end. However, the dramatic shift in the attitudes of these two individuals renders Mou utterly unable to discern whether what lies before him is genuine or false. Are Qian Shui and Bibi Dong merely performing? Are they playing games with him? Were he dealing with someone inconsequential? Mou could rely on his formidable mental acuity to differentiate sincerity from pretense, but these two are different. Precisely because he cares, he finds it impossible to judge. Aside from maintaining distance, he sees no other recourse, for he fears that getting too close may lead him to become a fool once more. And he does not wish to hurt them. Keeping his distance has become his utmost limit and his final act of kindness. 2 years ago, I spoke with your mother, and she understood, but you were mostly in Heaven Do City, leaving me without opportunity. Now, and in the future, I hope you can comprehend these matters. Upon finishing, the Snow Empress rose to depart. Why must you remind me of this? Qian Shui murmured, her head bowed. The Snow Empress turned her back to Qian Shui, stating, because I do not wish for you to cause him further distress. As for how you choose to act after this reminder, I am indifferent. However, should you knowingly err, I will assist Xiaoyu in resolving these troubles. Even if it brings him sadness, a brief pain is preferable to a prolonged one, and I shall always be by his side to soothe his wounds. So, you both share a man? How can you accept such a situation? Qian Shui questioned, bewildered. Why would the Snow Empress, the strongest in the northern lands, consent to this? Alongside her were the Ice Empress, the pinnacle of the Ice Emperor's Scorpion lineage, Ziji, the Hell Dragon King, and Bai Ji, the leader of the Emerald Swan clan. How could they embrace such a circumstance? The Snow Empress turned to face her. Perhaps it is because we are soul beasts, and thus, less concerned with such matters. Yet I believe the foundation of our relationship is fundamentally different. Qian Rinchue's brow furrowed in confusion. What is different? The Snow Empress paused, because we regard one another as family. Rather than through the lens of the human experience of desire. We wish to remain by each other's side eternally, no longer alone. Even if we were to face an end in the next moment, we would not part ways. To speak plainly, we see each other as more significant than ourselves. The happiness of the other brings us joy. Xiaoyu describes this as the purity of soul-beast affection, a purity absent in humanity. Emotionally invested soul beasts may seem foolishly innocent, and he serves as a mirror. How we treat him is how he reciprocates. But you, do you see another as more important than yourself? The Snow Empress shook her head. You truly align with Xiaoyu's vision of love. The most crucial thing for everyone should be oneself, with others following suit, self-care, maintaining one's identity. Thus, Xiaoyu exhibits great patience with you. However, you are excessively self-centered. Too proud, too absorbed in yourself, to the point that it imbues a sense of superiority within your relationships. Pray tell, what do you feel superior about? Do you regard love as a game, or as mutual investment? Xiaoyu's emotions are pure, perhaps influenced by our Navi's sincerity, yet do you genuinely believe your love, laced with calculations, can endure alongside his? In the future, if you encounter a better option, would you abandon him? Do not rush to answer. Ponder this carefully. Your greatest issue lies in your inability to understand your own identity. Even though you have passed the angelic trials, have you truly seen your essence? Xiaoyu is clear on the greatest problem that exists between you and him, a fundamental discord in values, one that will not change on either side. The Snow Empress shook her head, withdrawing the barrier that separated them, and turned to leave. Qian Rinchue remained frozen, contemplating the issues raised by the Snow Empress. Had she truly come to understand herself? If she had, why then did she feign ignorance, treating Mou as if nothing had transpired? Was she not merely evading the truth? It appeared she was aware of her own missteps, at least up until this point. The narrative has not indicated any intention of making Qian Rinchue and Bibi Dong the protagonists. Chapter 97, True Form of the Martial Soul. Time flew by. And in the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. During this span, little of significance transpired on the continent. After the display of strength from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, contrary to the collective apprehension regarding the Spirit Hall's continued pressure on them, Bibi Dong seemed to have forgotten the matter entirely, taking no further action. The Spirit Hall, on the other hand, continued its gradual expansion as usual, while the two empires, despite their grievances, found themselves powerless. Meanwhile, in Heaven Do City, Mou paid little attention, as that place lacked the capacity to stir up any tumult. In recent years, Mou has devoted himself to rigorous cultivation. Although the soul rings require sacrifices from soul beasts, the elevation of his soul power level relies solely on his own efforts. After 6 years, Mou ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, unlocking his 7th soul skill, Dragon God True Form. At the summit of the sacred mountain, above the offering hall, a resonant voice echoed as an immense dragon-scaled holy sword, towering over 300 feet and shimmering with golden light, seemingly descended from the void, striking towards the offering hall. You little rascal, this is excessive. Upon witnessing the colossal sword descending upon him, Daoliu's expression darkened as he swiftly summoned his martial soul. Damn it, this martial soul true form is astoundingly large. Whose martial soul true form measures over 300 feet, setting aside the actual might of the descending sword. Its sheer imposing presence surpassed that of most titled Douluo. No, even the ultimate Douluo's martial soul true form does not exude such exaggerated force. His 7th soul skill, Angel True Form, activated just before the sword collided with him. In that instant, Qian Daoliu felt an overwhelming pressure, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing upon him. 1st soul skill, Radiance to all beings. 2nd soul skill, Scorching Heaven and Boiling Sea. 3rd soul skill, Thunderous Lightning Strike. 4th soul skill, You little rascal. Enough already, Qian Daoliu interrupted. It was not that he could not withstand the onslaught, but the sheer enormity of the sword rendered any defense futile, even if he could resist. The ensuing shockwaves of such tremendous energy would wreak havoc upon the sacred mountain and even the entire spirit city. Fear not, we can withstand it. The other 6 offerings, led by the golden crocodile, eagerly activated their martial souls, establishing a defensive perimeter around the sacred mountain, unconcerned about the potential destructive aftermath. Qian Daoliu's expression froze. Goodness. You wish to see me humiliated, do you? If he cannot protect the offering hall under such circumstances, where would he place his dignity? Observing the unyielding cooperation of the 6 offerings, Mou no longer hesitated and unleashed his soul skills in one decisive sweep. 4th soul skill, Gale of 1,000 Miles. 5th soul skill, Boundless Earth. The 5 elemental soul skills ignited simultaneously: light, fire, lightning, wind, and earth, melding together to create a terrifying tempest of energy. Witnessing this, Qian Daoliu dared not underestimate the situation if he could not withstand even Mou, a single soul sage. His reputation as the invincible one in the skies would be reduced to mere folly. In the ethereal realm, the 5th soul skill, the Shield of Holy Light, was activated by Qian Daoliu, enveloping the entire worship hall in a protective embrace. Did it hold? The onlooker, Guangling, felt a tinge of disappointment, as he anticipated witnessing his leader's moment of embarrassment. However, it was indeed a reasonable expectation. Even a defensive soul skill unleashed by a level 99 limit Douluo was beyond the reach of a mere soul sage to penetrate. Yet, Jinao sensed something amiss. The potency of Mou's initial 5 soul skills, amplified under the enhancement of his martial soul's true form, surged by no less than 200%, surpassing even the exaggerated might of a 6-winged angel's martial spirit. The Shield of Holy Light merely deflected the attack attached to the sword's tip, while the remaining elemental energies remained unimpeded. "You rascal! Just you wait." Qian Daoliu's expression darkened as he realized that the sword was merely a feint, while the true offensive was the elemental storm conjured discreetly by Mou after he unleashed those 5 soul skills. Martial Soul, True Form, Angelic Domain, fully unleashed. It had been decades since Qian Daoliu had summoned his angelic domain with such fervor since Tang Chun and Poseidon. And though it felt humiliating to be compelled into such a display by a soul sage, he knew that allowing Mou to harm the worship hall would utterly disgrace him. As Qian Daoliu invoked the full extent of his angelic domain, the elemental storm controlled by Mou was instantly dispelled. High above, Mou observed this turn of events with a hint of embarrassment. "Oh no, Qian Daoliu is furious. You brat, come down here." Qian Daoliu, having retracted his martial soul's true form, fixed his steely gaze upon Mou hovering aloft. Brother Qian, I just remembered I have something to attend to outside. Let's talk another day." With that, Mou activated his 6 wings, exclaiming, "Hurry, let's go." As the words left his lips, a fathomless black void materialized before him, and he leaped into it, vanishing instantly from Qian Daoliu's perception. Mou's 6th soul ring originated from the dark demon tiger within the Star-Do forest. To capture this peculiar soul beast, the 6 great ferocious beasts banded together, pursuing it for nearly half a month before finally succeeding. Bear King, having endured considerable hardship to catch the sinister soul beast, naturally extended a cordial greeting. Thus, the legendary dark demon tiger implored Mou to accept its sacrifice. Initially, Qian and the dark demon tiger attempted to negotiate, offering it the chance to present a sacrifice to Mou in exchange for its life. However, should the dark demon tiger refuse, its demise was inevitable. The cultivation method of such soul beasts mirrored that of human evil soul masters. They did not rely on personal training, but rather on devouring other soul beasts to enhance their own power. A dark demon tiger that had matured for 60,000 years had consumed an unfathomable number of soul beasts. If left unchecked, the dark demon tiger would eventually grow beyond control, posing a threat even to Qian. Thus, upon discovery, it was imperative to eliminate such a creature swiftly, for it was an enemy to all soul beasts. The cunning dark demon tiger, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans, readily acquiesced to the idea of sacrifice. Yet, the moment the sacrificial ritual commenced, it activated its spatial talents and fled. Qian and Bear King, who had spent half a month capturing the dark demon tiger, were left in a state of utter disbelief. Fortunately, Mou had anticipated this and had previously marked the dark demon tiger with a divine aura. Qian and Bear King quickly located the injured beast, leading to a friendly reunion. To show respect, Mou healed the dark demon tiger multiple times, while Qian and Bear King beat it to near death. Ultimately, the dark demon tiger, unable to withstand the torment, pleaded with Mou to accept its sacrifice. To maximize the dark demon tiger's utility, Mou instructed Qian to take it to the habitat of the human-faced demon spider tribe, where it could feast to its heart's content. After all, the human-faced demon spider tribe had long been infamous in the Star-Do forest, known for their brutality not for survival but for sheer amusement. Even more malicious than the dark demon tiger itself, Qian had no objections to this course of action. After consuming over 90% of the human-faced demon spiders over the span of half a month, the dark demon tiger successfully ascended to the status of a 100,000-year soul beast. Following this, Qian gave it a thorough beating. The Dark Demon Tiger, a unique soul beast with intelligence on par with humans, underwent the first heavenly tribulation of its 100,000-year existence with Qian's assistance. However, its rebellious nature soon re-emerged, inciting Qian's wrath. The dragon god Claw was unleashed, leaving the Dark Demon Tiger on the brink of demise. In its near-death state, gazing at Mou's warm healing light, the Dark Demon Tiger resolutely offered its sacrifice, not wishing to endure another beating from the combined might of the dragon and bear. With the sacrifice of the 100,000-year Dark Demon Tiger, Mou acquired the beast's most formidable ability, Devour Evolution. This remarkable power enabled rapid ascension through the consumption of soul masters and soul beasts. Furthermore, with its complete spiritual consciousness preserved by the angelic martial soul, the Dark Demon Tiger could manifest in a spiritual form akin to the beings of the dream universe and wield all its previous abilities. Initially, the Dark Demon Tiger was reluctant to submit to Mou. However, after a cordial exchange within the angelic space, Mou successfully tamed the once volatile creature. The spatial leap skill Mou had demonstrated earlier was a product of the Dark Demon Tiger's abilities, allowing it to traverse dimensions freely within Mou's mental perception, without limitations on usage. Chapter 98, The Little Kitty. Boss, how do you feel? After Mou's escape, Guangling and others curiously gathered around. They were experienced enough to know that the potency of Mou's soul skills could not merely be gauged by the fluctuations of soul power. Even Qian Daoliu himself would struggle to comprehend why. To truly understand the extent of Mou's offensive capabilities, one had to engage with it directly. With a soft exhalation, Qian Daoliu reflected on the earlier strike. An ordinary tidal Douluo would have found it impossible to withstand it head-on. Even if one could withstand the initial blow delivered by his martial soul's true form, the subsequent elemental storm would be exceedingly difficult to repel without domain skills. Is this brat truly this formidable? Jin Ao pondered, surprised. He had engaged in the least sparring sessions with Mou, while Guangling and the brothers Qian Jun and Jiang Mo had practiced extensively with him, often focusing on unique soul skills that were likely only usable by Mou himself. What was the amplification of his martial soul's true form? Guangling inquired with curiosity. Typically, the amplification from a martial soul's true form was 100%. But the six-winged angel martial soul of the Qian family was rather unique, allowing it to rival an average tidal Douluo upon reaching the soul sage level, resulting in an exceptionally exaggerated enhancement. Mou's earlier display of soul skills and his over 300 zhang, tall martial soul's true form was indeed remarkable. Perhaps around 3 times, Qian Daoliu estimated. But I cannot ascertain whether he exerted his full strength, and even if he did, he still possesses his self-created soul skills. That is true, Guangling nodded. If he wielded that enormous sword and unleashed a technique akin to his layered storm, I can only imagine the devastation it could wreak. Upon hearing the term, both Qianjun and Jiangma displayed an unusual expression. Previously, they had been careless and sustained injuries from a soul emperor named Mayu. The term layered storm inherently signifies the elemental power derived from the simultaneous activation of the 3rd and 4th spirit rings by Mayu. The lightning expands the attack range, while the wind serves to enhance speed. Subsequently, Mayu began to demonstrate what it truly means to be a whirlwind of a man. With each rotation of the sword in his grasp, his speed and attack power would increase by 1% from the current baseline. 1% may seem negligible. But when Mayu had completed 10 rotations, Qianjun and Jiangma still found it inconsequential. However, as he reached 50 rotations, they began to sense the potential of this technique. Upon reaching 100 rotations, they started to feel that something was amiss. By the time Mayu had spun 200 times, their expressions were strained. This was indeed unusual. And when he finally completed 500 rotations and struck, even with their spirit manifestations active, they were instantly sent flying. In that moment, they realized that this technique was truly extraordinary. Though 1% seems trivial, the cumulative effect was staggering. After 500 rotations, the enhancement had increased over 100-fold. Which soul skill amplifies power by over 100 times? Furthermore, 500 rotations was not the limit of Mayu's self-created soul skill. Theoretically, as long as his body could withstand the increasingly terrifying centrifugal force, he could continue to spin indefinitely. Infinite accumulation. Reflecting on the incident where his brother and he had been sent flying by a soul emperor, resulting in 3 broken ribs, Qianjuan's expression darkened. If that young man were to unleash his spirit manifestation, which exceeded 300 zhang, and spin the remaining offerings, including Qian Daoliu, stood frozen in shock. Good heavens! Not only was the amplification terrifying, but the very process of accumulation itself was catastrophic. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Stardo forest, bordering the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, a striking young man over 6 feet tall, with white tousled hair and a robust physique, dressed in elegant black attire, was leisurely strolling through the dense woodland. This was Moyu, who had evaded Qian Daoliu by utilizing his spatial leap ability. In truth, he had a purpose for this outing. Based on intelligence from the Spirit Hall spies in the Xingluo Empire, he had been informed that the Zhu family of Xingluo, which he had instructed them to monitor, was showing signs of activity. Considering the current timing and various pieces of information, his little kitty was on her way. "Brother Yu, who are we waiting for here?" inquired the three-eyed golden lion, now the size of a small kitten due to Tiger's time manipulation, perched on Moyu's shoulder. "We're waiting for a little kitty," Moyu replied, cradling the small three-eyed golden lion affectionately. A cat? The three-eyed lion was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she already enough? Did he really need to adopt another cat? Wasn't it just recently that he had taken in a small tiger? "Brother Yu, you're not planning to bring someone home again, are you?" the three-eyed golden lion asked suspiciously. Over the years spent in the Spirit Hall city, she had learned much from Biji and the others, with the primary emphasis being that her dear brother Yu was a cad, always eager to bring beautiful girls home. They had warned her to be cautious and not to be deceived by this rogue. "What nonsense is this? What do you mean again?" Moyu retorted with righteous indignation. "I haven't brought anyone home in the past few years, have I?" For the past 6 years, he has devoted himself entirely to cultivation. After finishing battles with Guangling and then with Xiangjun, he would often indulge in the rejuvenating baths at the Eye of Ice and Fire. This routine resembled his previous life, leaving him little time to engage with young women. Furthermore, since the conflict with Qian Rinxue 6 years ago, he seldom visited Tiando City. Occasionally, he would relax at Yuexian, benefiting from Tang Yuehua's innate abilities, but otherwise, he was tirelessly immersed in his training. The Snow Sister remarked that it was fortunate for him. Had he been able to transform now, she would have hesitated to let him accompany her. At this moment, the three-eyed golden lion found himself somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? Why does the transformation not allow her to follow? Ever since Mou took in that slumberous little black tiger, Uncle D Tian has refrained from following them around, for when it comes to the art of escape, none can rival Mou. Moreover, as long as the limit Douluo does not intervene, if Mou wishes to slip away, no one can stop him. Just as Mou contemplated how to explain this matter to the three-eyed golden lion, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. "Dear sister, why are you running so fast? Come back with me, I shall not harm you." Following a rather disheveled figure, several hunters with significantly stronger auras trailed behind. The leader closely pursued the former, yet curiously. The latter, who could easily catch up, deliberately lagged a step behind. The two graceful figures were none other than the daughters of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. "Why won't you let me go?" Zhu Zhuqing, who had been chased like a cat-and-mouse game for 3 days and nights, performed a backflip onto a tree and turned to face her sister. "Xiao Qing, what nonsensical words are you uttering? Do you not understand the rules of the Star Luo royal family?" Zhu Zhuyun paused, her smile radiant as she inquired. The pairing of the Zhu family's nether spirit cat with the royal family's evil-eyed white tiger meant that the surviving pair could ascend as the new emperor and empress of the Star Luo Empire. As for the defeated, they must perish. But the one on my side has already fled. We have lost. A flicker of resentment flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. She bore no animosity towards Dai Mubai for fleeing in fear, for the disparity in soul power between them was too vast. Had he remained in the Star Luo Imperial City, he would have surely met his demise. Yet, when that scoundrel fled without a word, he showed no regard for her life. Why could Dai Mubai not take her with him? Did he not understand that leaving her alone in the Star Luo Imperial City meant she was in constant peril? Lost? Zhu Zhuyan chuckled softly. "My dear sister, have you grown dizzy from exhaustion? There is but one condition to determine our fates. It is either you die or I do." Chapter 99, Seizing the Moment. "Are they little kittens?" the three-eyed golden lion inquired curiously. "Did you not say one? Why are there two? Brother Yu, if you were to bring both back at once, wouldn't Sister Ziji be upset? Mou. Such matters need not your reminder. Regarding his lascivious tendencies, both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress have not been overly stringent, for they understand that those he lures into his abode do not necessarily harbor similar intentions. More often than not, it is merely a matter of habit. He does not favor children, yet he delights in nurturing beautiful young ladies as if they were his own, much like his affection for the three-eyed golden lion. Thus, Concerning his peculiar predilection, the Snow Empress merely stipulates that anyone wishing to enter his home must first receive their approval, forbidding any indiscretions. As for Bijia, she is simply an observer of the spectacle. However, Ziji presents a different story. Each time she witnesses the little fox visiting him, that dangerous glint in her eyes seems to threaten immediate consumption. Yet, in his presence, Ziji adopts an attitude of carefree indifference akin to that of the Ice Emperor. Were it not for Bijia's reminder, he would remain oblivious. Therefore, taking Ziji into account, he must exercise some restraint. Nevertheless, it appears that the relationship between the two is rather tenuous, mused the three-eyed golden lion. The atmosphere between these two individuals was palpably off. While the selection method of survival of the fittest in the jungle may indeed filter out more exceptional successors, the denizens of the Douluo Empire seem to have overlooked a fundamental truth. Emo shook his head. We are human. Humanity has painstakingly transitioned from the savage era of raw flesh and blood into the realm of civilization. Etiquette, rules, and institutions are the enduring pillars that propel human society toward the future. Although violent competition may be efficient, it is also prone to complications. The imperial succession method of the Douluo Empire resembles an arms race. If managed adeptly, it can indeed accelerate progress. Yet such a race can easily spiral out of control and devolve into warfare. This is also the reason why the Douluo Empire, despite possessing a more advanced militaristic system, has been unable to significantly surpass the Tangdo Empire, which remains entrenched in its antiquated feudal aristocracy. This nation is prone to internal strife. Once two rival heirs find themselves in a state of equal standing, the Starry Empire is destined to fracture into opposing factions. What initially begins as a structured competition of two against two inevitably evolves into a conflict that engulfs the entire nation. Although it is publicly declared that the Starry Empire remains loyal solely to the victor, in reality, nearly every champion of the competition secures their triumph by garnering support through promises of benefits. The current emperor, Dai Tianfeng, is no exception. And the eldest prince of the Starry Empire, Davis, follows suit. The reason Dai Mubai is driven to flee in fear is that his elder brother has already won over more than half of the court nobles. He sees no hope left. Thus, the Starry Empire's illusory jungle competition method utterly discards the natural principle of survival of the fittest and the hard-won civil order of humanity. This seemingly unified military empire is, in reality, rife with intrigue and power struggles, akin to the Tiando Empire. The exalted Emperor Xinglua, much like the Emperor of Tiando, is constantly constrained, his actions dictated by forces beyond his control. My lady, we are already within the territory of the Tiando Empire. Perhaps we should discreetly eliminate the masked soul master lurking behind the second lady, Zhu Zhuyan, suggested one of her companions. Zhu Zhuyan hesitated, and upon witnessing this, Zhu Tsing felt a surge of anxiety. At her current level of 27, confronting these soul masters would only lead to her demise. Xiaoqing, return with me. Though I may render you powerless, at least I can keep you by my side, preventing you from wandering the streets, Zhu Zhuyan urged. Merely incapacitating Zhu Tsing had been a hard-fought concession between her and Davis. Otherwise, even her father, the Duke of Netherworld, would have no influence over this brutal conflict. Davis, ruthless as he was, would not hold back. The tragic fate of the second prince, who mysteriously perished shortly after his martial soul awakening, stood as a grim testament to that truth. If Davis would not spare his own brother, how could he possibly show mercy to her sister? Incapacitated? A flicker of despair crossed Zhu Tsing's eyes. To be rendered a mere plaything for Davis? Her aunt had been treated like a dog within the palace. A source of amusement for the current emperor, Dai Tianfeng, due to her previous failure in the struggle for the throne. Her father turned a blind eye. Even though she was his own sister. Sister, it is better to endure a miserable existence than to seek death, Zhu Zhuyan sighed. She harbored no desire for this outcome. Before Zhu Tsing's martial soul awakened, and she was paired with the cowardly Dai Mubai, they had been close sisters. However, the untimely demise of the second prince had sown discord in the old emperor's heart towards Davis. Though unspoken, the emperor's decision to include the significantly younger Dai Mubai in the imperial contest was a warning, both to Davis and to the Zhu family. The rules of Xinglua must not be broken, even though the future appeared bleak for Dai Mubai and Zhu Tsing. Their potential sacrifice as pawns was necessary to uphold the laws of Xinglua. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Zhu Tsing's gaze hardened as the netherworld spirit cat martial soul enveloped her once more, her claws sharp as daggers poised before her. She would rather perish here than become like her aunt. At this point, Zhu Zhuyin ceased her discourse, gesturing for the soul masters behind her to advance. If Zhu Xing was unwilling to cling to life, then let her meet a swift end. With that, Zhu Zhuyin turned away. These individuals have been dispatched by Davis. If she were to display too much leniency, that fellow would certainly not grant her a favorable countenance. Alas, dear sister, it is peculiar. She evidently wishes to refrain from engaging in conflict. A melodious female voice interrupted the four soul masters who were poised to confront Zhu Zhuqing. It is quite normal. A desire to avoid action does not exempt one from necessity. People are often bound by circumstances beyond their control. Mou emerged from the dense forest, cradling a petite three-eyed golden lion. Upon witnessing this unfamiliar young man, the four soul masters instinctively retreated a step. The struggle for the throne among royal heirs must remain untainted by external interference, even if they intended to harm Zhu Zhuqing. Such an act could only be executed by Davis or Zhu Zhuyin themselves. Should an outsider intervene, it would be regarded as a provocation against the Star Luo Empire. Though merely verbal, historical emperors have never afforded anyone the opportunity to challenge them. Their involvement in this pursuit, if revealed, would spell their doom. Upon hearing these laden words, Zhu Zhuyin turned, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized the exceptionally handsome Mou. At first glance, he was striking. Upon a second look, she recalled her own commitments. A third glance, however, suggested that perhaps it was not entirely impossible. Shaking her head, Zhu Zhuyin dismissed the strange notion. Young sir, this matter pertains to the affairs of Star Luo. It would be prudent for you to refrain from meddling, she cautioned. Her earlier decision to allow her subordinates to act was a means of seeking psychological solace. Afterward, she could eliminate these disruptors of Star Luo's regulations as a form of vengeance for Zhu Zhuqing. Yet now, with an outsider present, those individuals would undoubtedly hesitate to act. And confronting a mere 27th level Zhu Zhuqing would lead to insurmountable complications. Allowing her to escape was inconceivable, but could she truly bring herself to slay her own sister? Interfering? Mou shrugged, leaning against a nearby tree with the three-eyed golden lion in his arms. You misunderstand. I am merely a bystander, observing the spectacle. Please, continue. Zhu Zhuyin was taken aback, while Zhu Xing, less than 3 meters away, felt her flicker of hope extinguish once more. The affairs of Star Luo are not for your amusement. I will grant you one chance. Leave this place, warned one of Zhu Zhuyin's hyena spirit soul masters. Mou, retrieving a bag of beef jerky from his soul guide device, nonchalantly began to eat. Is it not permissible to admire the scenery? Is this forest yours? You expect me to depart upon your command? Furthermore, this is the territory of the Tiando Empire. Do you presume to invoke Star Luo's rules here? Mou's expression turned scornful. Have you lost your mind? The hyena soul master faltered, his sharp teeth gleaming with ominous red light, clearly agitated. So, you wish to play the hero and rescue the damsel? The other 3 soul masters approached, their martial souls activated, yellow and purple soul rings pulsating above them. One of whom was even a soul king. Mou feigned innocence, raising his hands in surrender. You truly misunderstand. I was merely contemplating seizing the opportunity after you eliminate her. Chapter 100, The Stubborn Cat. As Mou uttered the words, seize the opportunity. An eerie silence enveloped the forest. Zhu Zhuyin's countenance instantly turned frigid. Seize the opportunity? What could that possibly imply? To her astonishment, this seemingly handsome figure harbored such repulsive thoughts. Attack. Eliminate him, Zhu Zhuyin commanded coldly. Initially, she had no intention of causing a ruckus on the territory of the Tiando Empire. However, such a creature must be eradicated. Seizing this moment, she hoped her sister would wisely retreat. Without hesitation, the 3 soul masters and the soul king, upon receiving the order, summoned their yellow and purple auras, evidently intent on denying this peculiar gentleman any chance of escape. Little brother you, sister Bai Ji cautioned me not to expose your peculiar preferences in public. It would be quite embarrassing for them, the three-eyed golden lion advised solemnly. Mou's eye twitched. How could this be deemed a peculiar preference? Was it not merely a jest? Shaking his head, he tossed the three-eyed golden lion towards the anxious Zhu Xing, who, in a moment of surprise, instinctively cradled the creature in her arms. Zhu Xing, who had also harbored disdain for the tall, handsome man just moments prior, now wore a look of confusion. What is the meaning of this? Mou remained silent, steadily advancing, as 7 radiant soul rings, 5 black and 2 red, began to rise around him. The expressions of Zhu Zhuyin and her companions transformed dramatically. 10,000 years soul rings, a soul saint? The previously fierce hyena soul master trembled uncontrollably, retreating in fear. Ignoring the four unknown assailants, Mou approached Zhu Zhuyun, leaning slightly forward as he lifted the dazed feline's face. Do you find my soul rings appealing? Quite beautiful. Zhu Zhuyun's heart sank as she hastily averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. For 10,000-year rings and 200,000-year rings, this was inconceivable. The only plausible explanation was the legendary twin martial souls. This meant that the person before her was highly likely a title Douluo, the Zhu family. And even the Emperor of Star Luo would treat a title Douluo with the utmost respect. Why not gaze upon them? Mou expressed his dissatisfaction, summoning her courage. Zhu Zhuyun raised her head to meet his gaze. I am Zhu Zhuyun, the eldest daughter of the Zhu family of Star Luo. Your Highness, this is an internal matter of the Star Luo royal family, and I hope— One moment, Mou interrupted. You were just about to attack me, correct? He turned to glance at the four would-be assailants. In the next instant, an overwhelming pressure descended from above, and before they could react, they were reduced to mere pulp, scattered upon the ground. The scent of fresh blood permeated the air, causing Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing to blanch in shock. Mou turned back to her. What were you saying just now? Zhu Zhuyun's expression faltered. Your Highness, release her. Zhu Zhuqing's voice rang out from behind. Turning around, he saw the small cat's sharp claws poised against the bewildered, three-eyed golden lion's neck. Mou looked puzzled. What are you doing? If he understood the situation correctly, had he not just rescued Zhu Zhuqing? Release her. Zhu Zhuqing reiterated. Little brother you, what is happening? The three-eyed golden lion inquired, equally perplexed. Mou shrugged. He was equally baffled. However, it had been a long time since anyone had dared to threaten him so brazenly. His gaze hardened, and a formidable mental pressure radiated outward, rendering the two little cats dizzy. Shaking his head, Mou picked up the two cats, one large and one small, and hoisted them onto his shoulder. All right then. Seize the opportunity. The kingdom of Balak, situated in the southern region of the Heavenly Empire, shares its borders with the Phasno province. Although it bears the title of a kingdom, its expanse is merely 3/4 that of the Phasno province. And it is one of the 4 prominent kingdoms within the Heavenly Empire. At the zenith of midday, illuminated by the blazing sun, a grand carriage ambled along the official road, its destination unmistakably set for Soto City. Inside the carriage, Mou reclined against the plush form of the three-eyed golden lion, seeking respite, while 2 frail kittens knelt anxiously opposite her, enveloped in a profound silence. For the past 2 days since awakening, they had maintained this posture, devoid of sustenance or speech, with Mou disregarding them and the kittens too fearful to utter a word. The 2 esteemed young ladies of the Xinglua Zhu family resembled 2 errant maidservants, kneeling in submission, their spirits curbed by the haunting memory of the gruesome fate that had befallen the previous 4. Are you not weary from this stance? Inquired the three-eyed golden lion, voicing her curiosity at last. Since awakening in the carriage, the 2 individuals have maintained their posture, initially leading her to believe that they simply enjoyed it. However, as time passed and she observed their evident discomfort, her understanding began to wane. Remarkably, they had not consumed any food during this period, and when they did eat, they remained silent, which struck her as peculiar. The 2 small kittens lowered their heads, hesitant to speak. Although they harbored some curiosity about the soul beast capable of altering its size and conversing in human language, the formidable aura of Mou was sufficient to completely suppress their inquisitiveness. A title Douluo. This individual was highly likely to be the fabled title Douluo of dual martial souls, someone whom even the Emperor of Xinglua would regard with deference. They had unwittingly offended such a person. In light of this situation, not only the astute feline, but even the untamed little kittens refrained from further provoking him. While she had once declared a willingness to perish rather than concede to Zhu Zhuyun's demands, it did not imply a desire for death. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life escaping the Xinglua Empire in search of Dai Mubai, all for a glimmer of hope. However, if she were to offend an enigmatic title Douluo, neither the Xinglua royal family nor her father would spare her. For she represented not only the Zhu family but also the fiancée of the 3rd prince of the Xinglua royal family. Should she attract such trouble for the Xinglua Empire, it would undoubtedly lead to her demise. Thus, she and Zhu Zhuyun could only hope that the other would overlook their minor transgressions. Are you weary? Mou inquired, closing his eyes. Not weary. They responded in unison. Are you hungry? He asked again. Not hungry, they replied, though their stomachs betrayed them with audible growls. Stubborn kittens, honest stomachs. Particularly after being chased for 3 days and nights before encountering Mou. Yet, It appeared as though he was oblivious, continuing on as he understood their natures well. Neglecting them now would only lead to complications later. Kittens were prone to sulking, and in his previous life, he had endured considerable trouble because of it. He recalled a time when he brought 3 attendants to the capital of Xinglua and, before everyone, delivered a thorough beating to the emperor, Dai Tianfeng. Even using the incapacitated Dai Mubai to create a spectacle, and before departing, he had also absconded with the prince's fiancée. This audacious act had left the hatred for him in the Xinglua Empire at an all-time high. As a consequence, he was subjected to severe reprimands from Qian Daoliu, all for the sake of 2 temperamental little wildcats. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had been somewhat impulsive. The 2 kittens, embarrassed by their growling stomachs, averted their gazes, wishing they hadn't been so obstinate. Ultimately, the soft-hearted Mou retrieved 2 packets of beef jerky from his soul guide device and tossed them before the 2. Do not let me hear that embarrassing sound again. As if I am mistreating you, Mou remarked, exasperated. If the Ice Emperor were to see him keeping companions around without providing them a proper meal, she would undoubtedly reprimand him for it, as she could not bear the sight of others going hungry. Even during her previous hunts, she insisted on ensuring her quarry was well fed, or she would allow her prey to perish from gluttony. This peculiar inclination stemmed from a harrowing experience when, after cultivating for several millennia, she was relentlessly pursued by the Titan snow demon ape and was trapped in a confined ice cavern for 1,384 days. Had she not possessed over 50,000 years of cultivation, the 3 years spent in that icy prison would have surely led to her starvation. For nearly 4 years, she survived by consuming ice and entering a self-induced slumber, and once freed, she developed a lasting aversion to hunger. Even when confronting enemies, she would insist they eat before meeting their demise. Are you frightened? Mou observed as the 2 kittens hesitated to eat, merely relying on their tongues to break apart the jerky, which he found amusing. His usual demeanor was rather icy. While his youthful appearance of white hair and crimson eyes had once seemed charming, in adulthood, his white hair projected an aura of coldness, intensified by his pale complexion. And his blood-red eyes evoked fear. Particularly at night, unfamiliar faces encountering him might feel as though they had encountered a specter. This has led to the past 2 years when he wandered around the spirit city. Unlike his childhood, when he was cherished by many, now, most people kept their distance from him out of respect. This man was evidently not to be trifled with. No, mistaking the sound of his eating for a disturbance. The 2 little cats of Mou buried their heads even lower. Mou straightened up, opened the curtains, and gazed at the distant city walls. Soto City was nearly upon them. You can go get something to eat, while I seek someone out. A recent message from Little Rabbit informed him that she and Tang Xiaosan were preparing to attend the Shrek Academy, as suggested by that master. Speaking of which, Little Rabbit had not disappointed him. Perhaps it was because he did not wish to indulge her feelings should any unforeseen mishap occur. Mou paid her considerable attention, visiting her in Nodding City every 6 months with the ailing Blue-Silver Emperor, bringing gifts to maintain their bond. Unable to communicate with the Blue-Silver Emperor, Little Rabbit, witnessing its pitiable state, combined with Mou's embellished explanations, formed a rather unfavorable impression of Tang Hao and his son. Both were scoundrels. Consequently, since then, Xiao had dedicated herself even more fervently to studying the manual on how to cultivate as a femme fatale. Her innocent facade and naive gaze ensnaring Tang Xiaosan without surprise. Now, at Shrek Academy, Mou glanced back at Zhu Zhuqing, contemplating whether to let this little cat waste time inside like last time. After all, he was acutely aware that her expectations of Dai Mubai remained quite high. Even upon learning that Dai Mubai had squandered the past 3 years evading the Luo Empire, she would still hold on to hope. Naturally, Mou understood this, after all. It was a childhood betrothal, ingrained from an early age by her family that this man was her husband, meant to share life and death with him. Since the awakening of her spirit, 5 or 6 years of subtle influence, or to put it bluntly, a brainwashing that began at the tender age of 6, made it unreasonable for Zhu Zhuqing to casually abandon Dai Mubai. One could not expect the escapades of Dai Mubai in brothels to profoundly affect Zhu Zhuqing. Born into the Zhu family of the Luo Empire, and as the fiancée of a prince, she had grown accustomed to such experiences. She had even witnessed her own aunt kept as a canary in the royal palace, thus already mentally prepared for the behavior of royal offspring. While she might feel hurt or angry, to suggest such occurrences could lead to her disillusionment with Dai Mubai would be sheer folly. Zhu Zhuqing was no fool. She was not so naive. The only way for her to be utterly disappointed in Dai Mubai would be through his own downfall. Your Highness, Have I offended you in any way? Feeling Mou's gaze upon her, Zhu Qing became tense once more. She had acted foolishly in the forest. Threatening a tidal Douluo with a soul beast that could change size, truly a lapse in judgment. It's nothing. Shaking his head, Mou refrained from elaborating. He did not clarify the misconception that the two believed him to be a tidal Douluo. After all, he could indeed confront most tidal Douluos below level 95 directly, not through underhanded tactics or fleeting strength. With 5 10,000-year soul rings, 200,000-year soul rings, 1,000,000-year soul ring, formidable spiritual power, and the dark demon evil god tiger, which retained a complete consciousness due to the angelic spirit, should he make the first move. Tidal Douluos below level 95 would stand no chance against him. Furthermore, if he were to exploit the dark demon evil god tiger's ability to instigate a forced 1v1 confrontation, no human soul master in their juvenile stages could rival him. Even Tang San with his hidden weapons would be futile, as he could be even craftier. The power he wielded from his angelic spirit was unaffected by time. Even if dragged into a life and death arena by the dark demon evil god tiger, the strength available to him would remain unchanged. Let us not forget, his angelic spirit could reverse the very flow of time within the Douluo realm. To challenge him with time manipulation would be a fool's errand. Mou did not press the matter, allowing the introverted and somewhat solitary Zhu Qing to breathe a sigh of relief, falling silent. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiyun, who had long been adept at navigating complex social dynamics, began to ponder. Upon her careful observation, it appeared that this tidal Douluo, known for his lethal responses, treated them decently, merely ignoring them without imposing difficulty. To suggest this was due to their lineage as members of the Star Luo Zhu family, or as the prince's fiancé, it would be utterly implausible. For in the forest, the soul masters sent by Davis had perished, and no one in the Star Luo Empire was privy to their abduction by this man. This escape, orchestrated by Zhu Zhiqing, and the pursuit that ensued was a secret, aside from Davis. No one in the Star Luo Empire likely knew that the two daughters of the Zhu family had departed. Thus, even if this man were to harm them, no one would be the wiser. Moreover, tidal Douluos were rarely constrained by imperial authority. Even if this incident were to become public knowledge, it would pose no significant issue for a tidal Douluo. The Star Luo Empire was indeed powerful, and the Zhu family wielded half its military might. But such authority meant little to a tidal Douluo. No one would wish to provoke a tidal Douluo, not even those of equal standing. Observing Mou's heightened attention towards Zhu Zhiqing, Zhu Zhiyun's thoughts began to swirl. The one paired with her sister, Dai Mubai, was a coward, fleeing alone in silence. Had he only taken Zhu Zhiqing with him, she might have regarded him with a measure of respect. Yet, that scoundrel had slinked away alone. Especially during the moment Zhu Zhiqing was out hunting for soul rings after her breakthrough to Great Soul Master. The implications of such an act were abundantly clear to her. Should Davis decide to act ruthlessly, as he had with the second prince, quietly resolving Zhu Zhiqing, Dai Mubai would automatically forfeit his claim to the throne, and Davis would no longer need to pursue a brother who posed no threat. Even if Dai Mubai managed to surpass Davis in the future, the Star Luo Empire would never acknowledge a solitary prince. Only a complete and integrated white tiger could ascend as the emperor of the Star Luo Empire. Not merely due to the fusion of martial spirits, but also because the division of power between the Dai and Zhu families would render it unacceptable for a prince without ties to the Zhu family to sit upon the throne. She did not believe that Coward had the capability to navigate such conflicts. Now, this tidal Douluo with 10,000-year soul rings seemed intrigued by her sister. What if her sister were to cultivate a connection with this tidal Douluo? She would no longer need to engage in sibling rivalry. Zhu Zhiqing could rid herself of that coward while securing a tidal Douluo for the Star Luo Empire. Furthermore, with 10,000-year soul rings, there would undoubtedly be 10,000-year soul bones. With these two 10,000-year soul bones possessed by this tidal Douluo, Zhu Zhiqing's significance to the Star Luo Empire would far surpass that of the coward Dai Mubai. Should she ascend to become the empress of the Star Luo Empire, the balance of power could shift, no longer dictated solely by the Dai family, but by the Zhu family. Chapter 102, Shrek Academy. Bang. Observing the lively demeanor of the large feline, Mou could not resist delivering a crisp tap to her head. The familiar sensation and echo resonated once more. Your Majesty? The startled Zhu Zhiyun gazed in trepidation at Mou, who had seemingly appeared before her without notice. It seemed she had done nothing at all, did she? What are you pondering? Mou inquired with curiosity, faced with the mere 10 centimeters separating her from Mou. coupled with the chilly air emanating from the Dream Soul Ring's air conditioning skill during the sweltering heat, Zhu Yun felt a wave of panic. Surely, you are not entertaining any peculiar thoughts? Mou leaned in, whispering into Zhu Yun's ear. With her thoughts laid bare, Zhu Yun hesitated to respond, fearing that speaking too much might lead to misunderstandings that could provoke Mou's ire. Witnessing the ambiguous posture of Mou and Zhu Yun, the three-eyed golden lion, bearing the weight of multiple elder sisters' expectations, solemnly approached Mou from behind and gently patted his back. Little you Gidge, you mustn't indulge in any inappropriate behavior, or else Sister Snow Maiden may forsake you. Mou straightened up, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. Which of your eyes perceived that I was being inappropriate? However, considering the three-eyed golden lion was merely a child compared to humans, Mou refrained from delving into specifics and merely retook his seat. Your Majesty, where are we headed now? Zhu Yun tentatively inquired. To Soto City, Mou declared, reverting the three-eyed golden lion back to the size of a small kitten with a mischievous inhale. Upon hearing this name, Zhu Qing, who had remained silent thus far, exhibited a reaction, only to quickly retreat into silence again. She felt she lacked the authority to determine her own fate, let alone escape from a titled Douluo. Thus, she posed a question, Dai Mubai, do you have business in Soto City? The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted her impulsiveness. This is the territory of the Heavendo Empire. No matter her status in the Starluo Empire, it is of no use here. Moreover, if she keeps asking questions, she might provoke someone. I have heard that there exists a deceitful Shrek Academy in this area. I shall investigate. If the rumors prove true, I will take action against it, Mou remarked casually. Shrek? Zhu Yun was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced at Zhu Qing. Isn't that coward hiding around here? Zhu Qing learned of this information from her, as she had hoped that upon discovering Dai Mubai's indulgent lifestyle, Zhu Qing would give up on him and instead ally with Davis. However, she was taken aback when Zhu Qing fled from the Zhu family that very night after learning the truth. Furthermore, Davis was also aware of Zhu Qing's escape. Davis had already lost interest in Dai Mubai, as he was fully aware of his whereabouts since Dai Mubai fled to Shrek Academy. Initially, he believed his brother sought to train and enhance his strength, intending to return and contest for the throne, which had troubled him for quite some time. Following the previous incident with the second prince, the old emperor had warned Davis against such underhanded tactics, threatening that even if he had another child, he would not grant the throne to Davis. Thus, Davis found himself incapable of eliminating Dai Mubai prematurely through clandestine means and could only await a formal duel. However, his brother did not disappoint him. After retreating to the unfamiliar and impoverished region of Shrek, Dai Mubai had completely let himself go. For 3 years, he neglected his training, indulging instead in frivolous pursuits and seeking companionship. Davis even wondered if Dai Mubai still remembered he was the third prince of the Starluo Empire or the fiancé he had abandoned in Starluo City. Davis was disappointed in his brother, and upon hearing that Zhu Qing was risking her life to search for Dai Mubai in the Heavendo Empire, he became infuriated and ordered his subordinates to follow her, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Zhu Qing. After all, the path she took to escape was on the edge of the Stardo forest, making it simple to erase any evidence. It was time to eradicate the nuisance that was Dai Mubai. With Zhu Qing's demise, Dai Mubai would automatically lose his claim to the throne, leaving it entirely in Davis's grasp. Along the way, Zhu Qing had often considered letting Zhu Qing escape, allowing her to live even if she never returned to the Starluo Empire. But, confronted by Davis's subordinates, including a Soul King, her options were limited. Had it not been for a stroke of good fortune in encountering a peculiar titled Daoliu, Zhu Qing might have already met an untimely end. Do you know? Mou asked knowingly. I have heard of it, Zhu Yun replied, hesitant to lie. Mou produced a dossier containing information previously gathered by the Spirit Hall Deacon in Soto City. This is the information I received. Shrek Academy's admission criteria require students to be under 13 years old with a spirit power of at least level 20. The graduation requirement is to reach level 40 before turning 20, otherwise they are deemed unqualified. Sounds impressive? A glimmer of hope ignited within Zhu Qing. Perhaps the rumors she had heard were false? Impressive? Mou regarded her skeptically. According to insiders, the faculty at this academy is exceedingly poor, not deserving of such lofty admission standards. Their educational resources are severely lacking, and their living conditions fall short of most junior Soul Master academies. Those under 13 capable of achieving level 20 spirit power must possess innate spirit power of at least level 7. Such qualifications, MOU chuckled, would be considered genius even among most sections. They would at least be inner disciples, and if they joined the Spirit Hall, they could receive guidance from a titled Daoliu. However, this academy merely raises a group of the continent's top talents, claiming any success as their own teaching while blaming the students for failure. The records indicated that since its establishment, Shrek Academy had admitted 62 students, all of whom were geniuses with innate spirit power above level 7, with many at level 8, and even 10 possessing level 9. Yet, only 14 had graduated. What had happened to the rest? Zhu Zhuqing's expression faltered, and with MOU's reminder, she too sensed something amiss. Both she and Zhu Zhuyuan had innate spirit power of level 8, and at 12 years old, she had reached level 27, needing only 13 more levels to hit 40 within the next 8 years. Given her potential, that should be easily achievable. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing had come to a realization, MOU continued, yet, they take pride in this waste of talent, while simultaneously belittling the other 48 who failed to graduate, extolling the 14 who did. Claiming one of the most remarkable among them is now the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope. MOU's laughter echoed. These old frauds are truly taking advantage of the naivete of the rural children in Soto City. To be recognized as an elder in the Spirit Hall, one must meet 3 criteria. The most common is to reach the rank of titled Daoliu and reside in the Elder Hall. Another is to have made significant contributions to the Spirit Hall, becoming an honorary elder bestowed by the Pope, often holding a higher status than regular elders. The last is for those who have achieved at least Soul Sage rank and served over 30 years as a cardinal, for their hard work. The internal staff may refer to them as elder out of respect, yet only those within the Spirit Hall would know this. However, Shrek Academy has been operational for less than 20 years. Even the first batch of students is barely in their 30s. I assert that none of the 3 conditions I mentioned apply to them. Hence, I am genuinely curious as to who this elder, said to be second only to the Pope, might be. After MOU's exposition, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyuan grasped the truth. This was a fraudulent academy. But what did this deceitful institution have to do with the enigmatic title Douluo before them? May I ask, why do you wish to dismantle it? Zhu Zhuqing still felt uneasy about Dai Mubai's fate. MOU retrieved the Pope's decree from her storage ring and tossed it into Zhu Zhuqing's hands. The sisters, having seen the emblem on the token, turned pale. The Pope's decree. This person is a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Do you dare to guess why I want to dismantle it? MOU declared with righteous indignation. If he cannot present me with that elder, second only to the Pope, I shall make him understand why the flowers bloom so red. Chapter 103, The Obsessive Tang Shaosan. Are you an elder of the Spirit Hall? Zhu Zhuyuan felt a chill. If it were an outsider titled Daoliu, she might attempt to persuade Zhu Zhuqing to form an alliance. But a member of the Spirit Hall was an entirely different matter. Even her father, Duke Yuming, a distinguished marshal commanding half the military power of the Star Luo Empire, had to show deference to the Platinum Bishop within the imperial city. Even the Emperor of Star Luo had to yield to the Platinum Bishop. Moreover, a titled Daoliu elder of the Spirit Hall held a status equivalent to that of the Platinum Bishop. No, MOU shook his head. Zhu Zhuyan let out a sigh of relief, as long as it was not the case. I am a worshipper of the Spirit Hall, MOU added. After bestowing a nominal worshipper title upon Emperor Qian and his associates, he took the liberty to include himself in that category. Although Qian Daoliu had chided him for his shamelessness, he did not say much more, which was a tacit acknowledgement. If Qian Daoliu had accepted it, then naturally everyone else would as well. Zhu Zhuyuan was completely bewildered. A worshipper? If her memory served her right, worshippers of the Spirit Hall were legendary beings, ranked above level 95, the pinnacle of Douluo. This meant that the individual before her could, with impunity, eliminate both her and her companion in the presence of the Star Luo Emperor, and that old rogue Dai Tianfeng would merely chuckle and remark, "What a refined interest." Utterly disheartened, Zhu Zhuyuan lost her fighting spirit. The worshippers of the Spirit Hall were simply beyond their reach. Even if she were to slap that old man Dai Tianfeng, he would still respond with a grin, "Your esteemed self is quite refined." For even if Dai Tianfeng unleashed the imperial family's prideful martial soul fusion technique, the netherworld White Tiger, against a titled Douluo above level 95, it would be akin to delivering a feast to them. The large cat had lost its fighting spirit, and the small cat grew increasingly anxious. She had threatened a pinnacle Douluo in the forest. "Do not fret. I am not so petty as to bicker with children," MOU remarked. Given the sum of his lifetimes, Zhu Zhuqing and her companion were indeed mere children. Addressing Qian Daoliu as brother Qian was hardly out of place. Zhu Zhuqing sighed in relief. Such a formidable being would not concern himself with their insignificant personas. Now, why do you suppose I eliminated those individuals in the forest? Mou interjected. Huh. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. By observing the martial souls of both of you, I discerned your identities, Mou reclined. The Star Luo Zhu family, while I am indifferent, it would not do to cause trouble for my brother Qian while out and about. Thus, eliminating witnesses was unavoidable. Zhu Zhuyun's expression faltered. I did not perceive the slightest hesitation from you at that moment. It was as if you were swatting a few flies. At this point, you both belong to me, Mou said languidly. After all, no one in Star Luo knows of your predicament, and even if they did, they would not dare voice their concerns. Of course, you may attempt to flee. It has been quite a while since I indulged in a game of cat and mouse. In Soto City, a girl clad in a pink skirt and a boy dressed in a simple blue outfit strolled down the street, the former appearing rather bored. Xiao-san, is your teacher truly reliable? I have heard that Shrek Academy is rather dilapidated, Xiao Wu complained. Upon entering human society and under Mou's opulent upbringing, Xiao Wu had developed higher expectations for her living standards. While she was not excessively picky, upon learning of Shrek Academy's supposedly poor condition, she felt a pang of reluctance. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Shrek Academy is no different, Tang San defended. Fortunately, it was Xiao Wu who voiced such sentiments. Had anyone else dared to challenge his teacher Yu Xiaojiang, it would have been tantamount to courting death. With the aid of the handbook for heartless women, Xiao Wu successfully transformed the oblivious Tang San into an ardent admirer. In matters of persuasion, Xiao Wu's skill likely surpassed that of any little sorceress. But what if that decrepit academy truly is as bad as rumored? Xiao Wu retorted, walking backward while facing Tang San. Xiao-san, as brother Yu has said, when faced with unavoidable circumstances, one must persevere. However, to seek out hardship when conditions are favorable is simply foolish, she continued. A hint of embarrassment spread across Tang San's face. Although Mou's words were direct, he found himself in agreement with many of his insights, particularly the point Xiao Wu had just made. However, his teacher had spent years extolling Shrek Academy's virtues, making it difficult to contradict his manner. Regardless, I won't be staying if that place is truly terrible, Xiao Wu huffed, turning away. Clearly, brother, you mentioned that with our abilities, even a prestigious Soul Master Academy would eagerly welcome us. Yet you insist on adhering to your teacher's opinions. Xiao Wu grew increasingly agitated. And upon hearing that she had come solely because of him, Tang San felt a surge of joy, albeit accompanied by a trace of unacknowledged dissatisfaction toward his teacher. All right, Xiao Wu, let's observe the situation. If you are genuinely dissatisfied, we need not remain there, Tang San reassured her as he caught up. Need not remain there? Xiao Wu scoffed. Your teacher is fervently advocating for how wonderful Shrek is. Do you truly believe you will disregard his counsel? Xiao Wu. My teacher is only looking out for my best interests, Tang San replied with a wry smile. Yes, for your benefit, Xiao Wu retorted dismissively. In recent years, Tang Xiaosan has been treated as a mere guinea pig by that inept master, who has subjected him to untested theories and dubious practices, without any consideration for the potential repercussions should his theories prove erroneous. It is no wonder that Mou harbors a profound disdain for this disheveled old man. After all, Tang San possesses innate soul power, and his blue silvergrass is not truly blue silvergrass, but rather a degraded version of the yet-to-awaken blue silver emperor. Furthermore, he wields the Haotian hammer, a peerless martial spirit. Given such extraordinary talents, success seems inevitable. It is the failures that would be truly abnormal. Yet, she cannot comprehend why. Despite Mou's numerous admonitions, Tang Xiaosan stubbornly insists on being that unwitting test subject. What a foolish endeavor. Observing Xiao Wu's sulky demeanor only deepened Tang San's sense of guilt, though he remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Wu was merely expressing her disdain. That master Yu, with his endless conjectures, thrusts Tang San into perilous situations without regard for the dangers or the consequences of failure, only extolling the potential successes, a quintessential charlatan. Tang San's naivety is astonishing. He cannot even see through such an obvious ruse. Despite being warned, he remains unresponsive, a complete fool. And then there is his shameless father, who deceives the blue-silver emperor and schemes to manipulate her sacrificial offerings. Every time she sees the blue-silver emperor's pitiful state, her anger ignites. The father and son duo are truly extraordinary. On this day, the master who is both a mentor and a father figure is likewise peculiar. This entire family is indeed a collection of oddities. Chapter 104, The Rose Hotel. On the bustling streets of Soto City, Mou emerged from a clothing store. accompanied by two little girls dressed in princess gowns, each standing under 1 meter 30. These were Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, who had been shrunk by Huzi's time manipulation abilities, perched on Mou's shoulder. The three-eyed golden lion observed the attire of the two girls and felt a sense of discomfort. Little Yugu, the Snow Woman's sister, mentioned that you should refrain from showcasing these peculiar preferences in public. It could be quite embarrassing for them. What is this so-called peculiar preference? Mou, oblivious to any impropriety, held a small kitten in one hand. Aren't they simply adorable? Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing lowered their heads in shame, too bashful to speak. The milk-white princess dress is something they have never encountered from childhood to adulthood. As for the reason behind their wearing such attire, it is all thanks to Zhu Zhuqing. In the carriage, noticing Mou's peculiar gaze, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively misinterpreted his attention as being focused on her voluptuous figure, leading her to deliver a fervent declaration of unwavering resolve. Subsequently, Mou transformed both of them into little Lolas. Wasn't I just craving your physique? Then surely turning you into a little child would suffice, right? However, Huzi, true to his nature, was both considerate and, conversely, rather careless. After shrinking the two kittens, their clothing did not diminish in size, leaving Mou with no choice but to take them shopping for smaller dresses. Once adorned in the milk-white and pink princess gowns, they appeared utterly adorable. Your Highness, could you please revert me back to my original form? Zhu Zhuqing, cradled in Mou's arms while they strolled, quickly adapted to the situation as there was no means to resist. Yet, the typically reserved Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, even in her childhood. Her father had never held her in such a manner, as he was perpetually occupied and they seldom met throughout the year. Later, upon awakening her martial soul, she trained tirelessly under her sister's pressure, always clad in form-fitting battle attire, never having encountered such a princess dress. Revert back? Mou raised an eyebrow. If I revert you, wouldn't you label me a rogue? He was, after all, a person of considerable experience, while the figure of the little kitten was indeed remarkable. He was no stranger to such sights. At that moment, he contemplated whether to absorb the soul bones of the two and bind them to his side, only for his gaze to settle upon Zhu Zhuqing, who mistakenly believed him to be that kind of person. For heaven's sake, he had no illicit thoughts in mind, and yet was subjected to such a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to. Zhu Zhuqing buried her flushed face into the fluffy fabric of her princess gown. Her reaction had been instinctive. Previously, her voluptuous figure attracted unwelcome attention, and the leering gazes had always been distasteful. Today, in the carriage, she had been overly anxious, and upon feeling Mou's casual scrutiny, she made a foolish blunder. Her declaration of unwavering resolve was swiftly met with her transformation into a little lowly. Oh, could it be that this individual harbors some peculiar inclinations? He has even gone so far as to diminish their size. Though I consider myself somewhat eccentric, I am not as depraved as you might imagine. Mou interrupted Zhu Zhuyun's unsettling thoughts. He possesses numerous unconventional interests, yet he is a bounded individual, refraining from pursuing minors. The little kitty is merely 12 years old, while the older cat has already reached adulthood. Observing the change in Mou's gaze, Zhu Zhuyun felt a pang in her heart. Compared to a carefree pique de loi offering, she yearned to become the queen of Xingluo. Actually, my sister is available now, Zhu Zhuyun declared without a hint of hesitation, effectively selling her sister. Are you unable to? Mou leaned close to Zhu Zhuyun's ear, softly inquiring. Zhu Zhuyun's body stiffened, unsure of how to respond. If a pique de loi desired her, she would have no grounds for resistance. However, should this person lay a hand on her, her fate with Davis would be sealed, and her aspirations of becoming the queen of Xingluo would vanish. Yet, if she were to provoke him, would she even have the chance to see another day? Sensing Zhu Zhuyun's internal struggle, Mou shook his head and ceased to tease her. The two sisters, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, were entirely different in temperament. Zhu Zhuyun was shrewd and power-hungry, having nurtured dreams of becoming the queen of Xingluo since childhood, while Zhu Zhuqing was inherently serene, cherishing freedom and showing no interest in royal power struggles. Thus, depriving Zhu Zhuyun of her yearning for power and robbing Zhu Zhuqing of her liberty were equally devastating blows for them. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the Rose Hotel, interrupting Zhu Zhuyun's musings. The three stood outside the hotel, peering through the windows to witness a soul master wielding the blue-silver grass martial spirit engaged in combat with a soul dignitary possessing a white tiger martial spirit. Is that Daimu Bai? Zhu Zhuyun stammered, the white tiger martial spirit being a hallmark of the Xingluo royal family, leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuyun's voice, Zhu Qing, who had been engulfed in shame, widened her eyes and lifted her head, fixating intently on the soul master with the white tiger martial spirit. It really is him, Zhu Qing murmured, biting her crimson lip as her small hands, hidden beneath her skirt, clenched involuntarily. Dai Bai, her nominal fiancé, had abandoned her 3 years prior to save himself, leaving her to perish in the Xing Luo Empire while he reveled in indulgence, completely disregarding her plight. Mou remained silent, engrossed in a telepathic conversation with Xiaowu. What is your current situation? Mou inquired. He hoped she wouldn't reveal that they were down to a single room, and that Xiaowu still intended to share it with Tang San. Yugu? Upon hearing this voice and the direct communication in her mind, Xiaowu instinctively scanned her surroundings for Mou. No need to search, I'm outside the hotel. Look behind you and keep quiet, Mou advised. Following his instructions, Xiaowu turned her head back and spotted him. What is your situation? Mou repeated. It could not be that Xiaowu had defected in the past 6 months he had not seen her, could it? Yugu, it's like this. When we entered to inquire about available rooms, the attendant informed us that only one remained. I suggested we try another place, but just as we were about to leave, this guy appeared, claiming he had already booked the room and told us to scram. Naturally, I was annoyed by his rudeness, so I let Xiao San teach him a lesson, Xiaowu explained. However, judging by the current circumstances, it seemed that Xiao San was struggling against this individual. Yugu, should I make my escape? Xiaowu asked. Why would you flee? Mou queried, perplexed. Xiaowu's expression hardened as she thought, if Xiao San could not prevail, he would surely urge her to run. Why not skip the intermediary steps and flee directly? Moreover, this lecherous tiger was a sole dignitary. She could not contend with him. And if she were to be taken advantage of, would that not be a loss for her? How has this rabbit been raised to such a state? Chapter 105, The Burden of Governance. The battle between Dai Bai and Tang Xiaosan concluded swiftly. After exchanging a few compliments, Dai Bai graciously relinquished the hotel room, then turned and left the hotel, embracing the twins. Throughout this encounter, he showed little concern for whether the pair truly intended to stay there. Outside the Rose Hotel, Mou, after giving Xiaowu a few instructions, chose not to linger. He had merely sensed Xiaowu's presence and come to witness the hotel skirmish. Having seen it, it was time for him to depart. As Dai Bai exited with the twins, he caught sight of Mou, who was cradling the 2 adorable little girls. Not only did the icy demeanor of the white-haired figure draw attention, but Dai Bai's white tiger spirit inexplicably resonated with the 2 children, who seemed somewhat familiar. Dai Xiao, surely you aren't interested in those little girls, are you? One of the twin beauties chuckled. Dai Xiao, I never expected you to have such a peculiar taste. The other chimed in. Dai Bai furrowed his brow. What are you 2 insinuating? I merely find them a touch familiar. I harbor no such intentions. The twins exchanged glances, mistakenly thinking ill of Dai Bai. How should we make amends? They inquired. Dai Bai laughed heartily. What do you mean by make amends? Tonight, I shall provide you with another experience. With that, he led the twins toward another nearby hotel. Meanwhile, Mou arrived at the Spirit Hall in Soto City, carrying the 2 charming little girls. After tossing aside his token, the bishop hurried over to arrange accommodations for Mou. It wasn't until Zhu Qing and Zhu Yun were unceremoniously placed in a small room that they finally regained their senses. They realized they had indeed misjudged him. He was not a pervert. After a brief moment to compose themselves, Zhu Yun turned to Zhu Qing with a serious expression. Xiao Qing, do you wish to cease being pursued by the Xingluo royal family? Zhu Qing was taken aback. What are you implying? During their journey, Mou had expressed his confusion about how a group of soul sect members and a soul king could be eluded by a great soul master for 3 days and nights. If it were merely to conceal their tracks, it was excessive, especially since they had already crossed into the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. Once the fiancé of the Xingluo prince was exposed, trouble would inevitably arise due to the strained relations between the 2 empires. Thus, only one explanation remained. Zhu Yun had let them go. Otherwise, as a soul master at the 39th level, she could have easily disposed of Zhu Qing without such complications. Upon realizing this, Zhu Qing's attitude towards Zhu Yun shifted noticeably. Although the oppression she had endured since awakening her martial soul 6 years prior could not be easily dismissed. Did you see that cowardly demeanor? Zhu Yun remarked. He initially intended to abandon you in Xingluo City to await your demise. If I hadn't continuously obstructed Davis, do you think you would still be alive today? Zhu Qing hesitated, reluctant to acknowledge this truth. However, had it not been for Zhu Yun's relentless interference, employing the ruthless methods of a prince capable of turning against even his own siblings, she would undoubtedly not have survived to this day. For if she were to perish, Daimyo Bai would automatically lose his claim to the throne. In this matter, even her father, the Duke of Yuming, would not intervene. She understood that her father cared little for which of them emerged victorious. After all, the queen would always be a member of the Zhu family. Who ascended to that position was of no consequence to him. He merely needed to sire another son to inherit the Zhu family's legacy. The daughters were merely tools to balance the power dynamics between the Zhu and Dai families, as well as within the broader hierarchy of the Xinglua Empire. What are you trying to say? Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled. Surely you can see that this esteemed member of the Spirit Hall has taken an interest in you? Zhu Zhuyan stated bluntly. Xiaoqing, seize him. By any means necessary. If you secure his favor, even the Xinglua Emperor will be powerless against you. On the other side, Mou was engaged in a serious conversation with the Bishop of Soto City. Have you heard of Shrek Academy? Mou inquired from his elevated position, his expression aloof. In response to your esteemed presence, I have indeed heard of it. Bishop Lotties replied respectfully. Do they possess the necessary credentials for operating an educational institution? Mou pressed. Lotties was taken aback, then dropped to his knees in fear. Forgive me, esteemed one. The credentials for Shrek Academy were obtained through the previous bishop's connections. This was not under my purview. Mou frowned, rising to his feet. Surely, as a soul sage, you shouldn't be so subservient? Thank you, esteemed one. Lottie stammered as he stood. The accreditation for Shrek Academy was indeed arranged by the former bishop, who considered the academy's principal, Flanders, to be one of the illustrious Golden Iron Triangle, a soul sage in his own right, thus granting some leniency. Mou propped his chin on his hand, reclining in his seat. Then, what of the reports I've received regarding their exploitation of the Spirit Hall's name for deceitful purposes? As the bishop of the Soto City Spirit Hall, shouldn't you have taken measures to curb such damaging rumors? Lotties' expression tightened as he knelt once more. Esteemed one, I have only just learned of this matter. Shrek Academy is situated in a remote area, and with the multitude of affairs to attend to within the hall, I simply did not notice that obscure corner. Had it not been for the inquiries from above regarding Shrek Academy, I would have been entirely unaware of its existence outside Soto City. Should he incur the wrath of the esteemed member of the Spirit Hall, he would find it impossible to rest in peace. The burden of governance weighed heavily on Mou, who felt a sense of helplessness. In recent years, Bibi Dong has sought to alleviate her burdens while enhancing the operational efficiency of the Spirit Hall, following the advice from her past life. She instituted quarterly inspections and assessments across all levels of the Spirit Hall, including random checks and public opinion selection, with examiners personally appointed from Spirit City. Elders from the Elder Hall conducted clandestine investigations, and if any discrepancies were found, the punishment department would promptly detain the offenders. Should evidence of wrongdoing be substantiated, their assets would be confiscated, and consequences would be swift and severe. However, due to Qian Sunji's years of negligence, numerous unresolved issues have accumulated within the Spirit Hall across various locations. If these matters were to surface, it would undoubtedly lead to countless fatalities. In her previous life, upon uncovering these issues, Bibi Dong did not hesitate to dispatch the punishment team to execute all involved, resulting in significant backlash from numerous nobles, and a prolonged atmosphere of panic even within the Spirit Hall itself, as these issues implicated several elders and many key positions within Spirit City. Bibi Dong, however, remained unfazed. Opting for extreme measures, she executed 3 titled Daoliu elders personally, and the ensuing purge extended to Soul Daoliu, Soul Sage, and Soul Emperor ranks, leading to a bloodbath that disrupted the normal operations of the Spirit Hall. Crucially, at that time, the Spirit Hall was preparing to rebrand itself as the Spirit Empire and declare war on the 2 major empires. Bibi Dong's actions were reckless. She was fervently targeting her own people before the impending conflict. One would think that a crackdown on corruption could be timed more judiciously. Thus, upon arriving at Jialing Pass and learning of these events, he vehemently criticized the mastermind Bibi Dong and her accomplice Qian Rinxue. After attaining godhood, their intelligence seemed to plummet drastically. Could they not have waited until after the battles to take action? Fortunately, this time, Bibi Dong displayed a modicum of prudence. She refrained from acting against those of high rank and instead assigned them tasks to redeem themselves. In places like Soto City, the Spirit Hall had been exceedingly busy over the past few years, as any hint of unresolved issues posed a threat to their lives. They had no choice but to exert themselves diligently. Chapter 106, The Proactive Big Cat Why Don't You Go? After some polite exchanges, Zhu Jian eventually revealed her intention to seduce Mou, prompting an immediate outburst from Zhu Shiqing. You want me to seduce an old man whose age is uncertain? What are you thinking? Can't you see he's more interested in you? Zhu Juyan replied matter-of-factly. I don't see it. Zhu Shiqing's expression turned frosty. If you want to go, then go yourself. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. If I do that, Dai Mubai will automatically be disqualified. And you can secure your position as the Queen of Starluo, right? So? Zhu Zhuyun's demeanor remained unchanged. Do you still harbor hopes for that coward? You wish to partner with him and contend against me to the bitter end? Zhu Zhuqing was struck speechless, prompting Zhu Zhuyan to assert, Little Qing. This is a legendary peak Douluo. Even the Emperor of Starluo must show respect to a peak Douluo. Aren't you being unreasonable? Don't you desire freedom? If you align yourself with this esteemed member of the Spirit Hall, your freedom will be within reach. Even if I become the Queen of Starluo, would I not still treat you with respect when we meet? Little Qing, stop being so rigid. Your modesty pales in comparison to the backing of a peak Douluo. Zhu Shiqing, lacking eloquence, was at a loss for words to counter her sister, yet she remained resolute. I won't go. If you wish to go, then go alone. Little Qing, Zhu Zhuyan exclaimed in frustration, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's shoulders. This is a rare opportunity for you to break free from Starluo's constraints. Why do you refuse? Must you cling to that coward, only to end up in a deadly rivalry with me? Are you trying to force me to kill you? Or do you want to kill me? That's not what I mean, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her expression one of complexity as she lowered her gaze. If given the choice, she would prefer not to be at odds with her sister. However, such actions were beyond her capability. Don't tell me you're still worried about that coward who abandoned you. Zhu Zhuyan's expression turned icy. It's not because of him, Zhu Shiqing denied. She had no feelings for Dai Mubai. Their only connection was the engagement imposed by the Emperor of Starluo. Throughout her life, she had rarely encountered Dai Mubai, and that scoundrel had abandoned her, leaving her alone. How could she possibly harbor feelings for such a person? So, you're still clinging to your ridiculous modesty? Zhu Zhuyan scoffed. Your life is at stake, and you're still being modest. Do you even realize the gravity of the situation? This is a venerated member of the Spirit Hall, a peak Douluo standing at the pinnacle of the continent. Do you believe he is unworthy of your attention? Observing Zhu Zhuqing's silence, Zhu Zhuyan's disappointment was palpable. A peak Douluo, a revered member of the Spirit Hall. How many people yearn for such an opportunity? Even a mere connection would be a tremendous honor, and merely being his lover would instill fear in the Starluo royal family. Yet here you stand, hesitating. Modesty indeed. In this world, those whose destinies were predetermined from birth had no right to such modesty. Shaking her head, Zhu Zhuyan ceased her entreaties. If you are unwilling, then prepare for a showdown. When that time comes, I will not hold back, nor should you. With that, Zhu Zhuyan lay down on her bed and turned away to sleep. Moonlight streamed through the glass window, casting a soft glow over the room. Kneeling on her bed, Zhu Shiqing gazed at the princess dress she had longed for in her childhood, but had never dared to touch, contemplating her sister's words, her feelings growing increasingly complex. After instructing Bishop Lotties on some minor matters, Mou entered the room adjacent to the two little cats. Shrek Academy was not yet ready for elimination. At the very least, he must wait for Yu Xiaojing to arrive before taking action. He was also curious if, in the absence of Xiao Wu, Tang San could still obtain the soul ring from the humanoid magic spider along with the 8 spider spirit bones. It was known that in a bid to expedite the growth of the dark demon evil tiger, the humanoid magic spider clan had been nearly wiped out, with even the neighboring cave magic spiders on the brink of extinction. Under such circumstances, could Tang San still encounter the fated humanoid magic spider? If he did, it would solidify the notion that Shura was indeed exerting influence in the shadows. Suddenly, the door to Mou's room creaked open unexpectedly, and the next moment, the little Zhu Zhuyan, clad in a princess dress, stealthily entered. Under Mou's bewildered gaze, the big cat leapt onto the bed. What are you doing? Mou inquired. Perplexed, Zhu Zhuyan resolutely lifted her head, seemingly having made a firm decision, and abruptly lunged at Mou. Bang! Without hesitation, Mou delivered a righteous blow to the head of the dazed big cat. Ouch! The big cat cradled her head, wearing a face of grievance. What on earth are you doing at this hour? Mou asked. The last time he was ambushed at night, it had been by the little fox, who was subsequently caught by Ziji and nearly devoured. Since then, Ziji had developed a certain attitude towards the little fox. And if this big cat were to be caught by Ziji, she would surely meet a dire fate. Esteemed big cat, she whimpered, her tone dripping with feigned innocence. One cannot deny her alluring charm, rivaling that of the little fox. However, who was Mou? A formidable man capable of confronting even Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. He was not easily swayed by such tactics. "Speak plainly, or I shall revert you back. It is quite late, is it not?" Zhu Zhuyun exclaimed in surprise. She had presumed that she would need to exert further effort to awaken Mou's primal instincts in order to persuade him to transform her back. With Zhu Zhuqing unwilling to act, she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. Although the position of Star Luo Empress was now beyond her reach, the esteemed standing within the Spirit Hall was immensely prestigious. With diligent effort, she could undoubtedly forge a successful career there. Moreover, the rank of the Platinum Bishop surpassed even that of her father, the Duke of Netherworld. She was now in contact with the highest-ranking offerings of the Spirit Hall. It was a remarkable opportunity. Furthermore, with connections of such caliber, the rules of the Star Luo royal family no longer held sway over her. Even if she kept her stubborn sister by her side, the royal family would be powerless against them. Though she had initially hoped Zhu Zhuqing would take a more proactive role, her sister's lack of ambition left her, as the elder sibling, to take the initiative. To be honest, she was perplexed by Zhu Zhuqing's reluctance. After all, the offering before her, though age unknown, was undeniably handsome. Upon reflection, she had never encountered anyone more striking than Mou. Previously, his formidable strength and icy demeanor had overshadowed his astonishing good looks, but having spent time together, she found him rather amiable. Observing Zhu Zhuyun's eager expression, Mou's demeanor turned somewhat peculiar. Could it be that this girl has been drugged? Why is she being so forward? He has never experienced such unsolicited affection, not even once. Despite his striking looks, strength, and impressive background, no one has ever approached him so boldly. Most women regard him with a respectful distance. Zhu Zhuyun's sudden assertiveness has left him somewhat bewildered. Is there some ulterior motive at play? Chapter 107. The assault of two little kittens. Don't be silly, just go back to sleep, he thought after some contemplation. Dismissing those immature thoughts. Firstly, the Snow Empress had yet to make a move. If he acted prematurely, it would spell disaster. Moreover, while he was quite familiar with these two little kittens, they remained strangers to him, and he held no interest in impulsive actions. Zhu Zhuyun, who had been lifted and set aside by Mou, was a bit dazed. I've been this proactive, and you still refuse? You can't possibly be an ancient relic nearing the grave, can you? Don't force yourself. I won't pressure you into anything, Mou replied, sitting up against the headboard. As the esteemed young lady of the Zhu family, a prominent lineage with a high likelihood of becoming the future queen, Zhu Zhuyun must be harboring some inner turmoil. If you're truly worried, I can let you both go tomorrow, Mou offered. For him, there was no need for coercive measures. He simply lacked interest. With so many options at home, why would he resort to underhanded tactics outside? Such lewdness masquerading as charm? Was that not foolishness? Let us go? Zhu Zhuyun was taken aback. Hadn't he claimed they belonged to him while in the carriage? He had even gone so far as to eliminate potential threats. Mou playfully pinched Zhu Zhuyun's rosy cheek, clarifying that his previous remarks had merely been in jest. If he truly desired someone, forcing himself upon them would be no different than an act of violation. Just because one possesses power does not grant the liberty to act without restraint. He was human, with aspirations that transcended mere physical desires, no matter how juvenile they might seem. He strove to grow stronger precisely to avoid succumbing to the whims of the moment, maintaining his own choices without concern for others' opinions, even if it meant facing death. Yet, upon hearing Mou's willingness to release them, Zhu Zhuyun felt an inexplicable sorrow. Leaving this peak Douluo would thrust them back into a brutal struggle for survival. Truthfully, she was loath to engage in conflict with her sister. But the ruthless rules of the Xing Luo demanded it. Now that hope had finally surfaced, allowing them a chance to escape such a fate, she could not bear to relinquish it. Unable to uphold her pride, Zhu Zhuyun resolved that it was her duty as the elder sister. My lord, could you possibly save my sister? She mustered the courage to ask. With just a word, the Xing Luo royal family will cease to trouble her, and she can pursue the freedom she desires. If you are willing to assist, I am ready to do anything. Zhu Zhuyun's expression was resolute. In the future, I will become the queen of Xing Luo. I can provide assistance from both the Zhu family and the palace, as long as you agree to help my sister. She had already lost one sister, rendered powerless by Davis's premature actions against the second prince, and her sister, who had been chosen for that union, had awakened her martial soul only to be confined forever within the Zhu family. Zhu Zhuqing had witnessed her sister's wings being clipped from a young age, fostering an insatiable longing for freedom. She could not bear to lose another sister. Anything you would do? Mou asked, lifting Zhu Zhuyun and placing her on his lap. She nodded. Before entering this room, she had prepared herself. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Then sleep, Mou instructed, cradling her bewildered face and planting a kiss on her forehead. I have no interest in coercing anyone, especially in matters like these. If I were to do so, I would be no different from those fools I despise. Zhu Zhiyun struggled to process this. Given her attributes, how could any man refuse her advances? Mou gazed into her eyes and said, your heart tells me you are reluctant. This is against your will, and I have no interest in such entanglements. Though he might appear unprincipled, he was, at heart, a romantic. He had no interest in relationships steeped in ulterior motives, just as he had no desire for arranged marriages back on that distant blue and white planet. Transactions should not intertwine with emotions, and emotions should remain untainted by transactions. He had always been clear about this, for once they became mixed, they would inevitably turn repulsive. However, Zhu Zhiyun remained unwilling to give up. This was their only opportunity, and she knew such chances were rare. I am willing to do what no one can prevent. I will not be forced into what I do not wish to do. Mou interrupted. Furthermore, I am quite spontaneous. If the mood strikes me to help, I will, but if you attempt to barter with me, I assure you, I will not be so accommodating. Emotions are emotions. Transactions are transactions. Once defined as a transaction, I will no longer entertain feelings. In a moment of inspiration, Zhu Zhiyun pondered briefly before leaning onto Mou, her delicate fingers gently encircling his neck. If you happen to be in a good mood, would you be inclined to lend a hand? Mou responded, why do you always test my patience? Just as he was about to engage in a psychological counseling session with this young lady, the door swung open once more. Instinctively, Mou concealed Zhu Zhiyun beneath the covers. A small hand reached in from outside. Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in a little princess gown, had arrived. Mou let out a sigh of relief. He nearly had a heart attack. This felt eerily akin to being caught in a scandal. What are you doing here? He inquired. Zhu Zhiyun understood, given her age and the trials she had faced, which far exceeded Zhu Zhuqing's naive experiences. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, head bowed, clutching her skirt tightly. As she took small, hurried steps toward Mou, leaping onto the bed. Under Mou's bewildered gaze, the little kitten displayed a speed more terrifying than Zhu Zhiyun's earlier approach, launching herself at him. Bam! Once again, the righteous thump to the head. Ah! The little kitten cried, tears spilling forth. Due to Zhu Zhuqing's overwhelming anxiety, her rapid assault had doubled the impact, causing tears to flow freely. What on earth is happening tonight? Mou lamented, feeling utterly drained. While it is one thing for the large feline to cause a stir, what prompts the little kitten to join in the fray? Isn't this girl known for her unwavering spirit? My dear esteemed one, it seems that Zhu Zhuqing has acted impulsively. A single blow from Mou has shattered the courage she had so painstakingly mustered. Now, she sits at the edge of the bed, her face a canvas of confusion and uncertainty. Upon hearing that her beloved sister has suddenly gained some insight and rushed over, Zhu Zhiyun, concealed beneath the covers, has decided to stoke the flames of encouragement. Just as she prepares to impart some wisdom to the little kitten, Mou feels an insistent hand from the larger cat beneath the blanket venturing to an inappropriate area, tapping insistently. At that moment, Mou's expression stiffens. Both little kittens have regressed to a childlike state, and if this were to be discovered, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and he would face significant repercussions from the Snow Empress. As the larger cat beneath the covers revels in her antics, Mou finds himself in quite the predicament. Movement is out of the question. Therefore, he unleashes an invisible wave of mental energy, rendering both little kittens unconscious. Little Yugu, I thought you were truly going to become a pervert, sighed the three-eyed golden lion, observing from the angel space with Tiger. It was a relief that Mou had not succumbed to such depravity. Otherwise, she would have had a difficult time explaining it to Sister Shui. Yet, she recalled what Sister Biji had said, a pervert's inclinations know no bounds. Thus, even though she had yet to take form, caution was paramount. Although she struggled to comprehend this notion, as a spy, she bore some responsibility. What do you take me for? Mou rose from the bed, cradling both little kittens and returning them to their respective chambers. He could afford to jest, but becoming an actual pervert was wholly unacceptable. Chapter 108. A choice. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, gently nudging the little kitten awake. As she blinked her eyes open, she was met with the sight of her restored body and an unfamiliar sensation behind her, sending a chill down her spine. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Yet, before a single tear could fall, she caught a whiff of a familiar scent behind her. Tentatively, she turned to face a figure that mirrored her own. a creamy white hue. Zhu Qing let out a sigh of relief, only to be overtaken by a wave of embarrassment. She had reverted back to her original form, which meant her dress from the previous day must have been torn asunder. Was she now completely unclothed? Feeling bashful, are we? Zhu Zhuyan remarked with a subtle smirk. She had assumed her sister would not attend the previous night's escapade, prompting her own involvement. To her surprise, Zhu Zhuqing had shown a glimmer of resolve, albeit with rather clumsy movements that could have resulted in a painful collision. What astounded her further was that Mou had not taken advantage of the two eager young women, but instead had carried them back to safety. What has become of my clothing? The mortified Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed after inspecting the state of the covers. She realized with dismay that she wore nothing at all, nor did she have the remnants of the dress. Your clothing? Zhu Zhuyan scooped her sister into an embrace, their equal strengths colliding, creating an unusual energy. Have you forgotten what you did last night? Do you still desire your attire? Zhu Zhuqing froze, her heart sinking as her eyes turned red. Observing this, Zhu Zhuyan quickly interjected, Wait, I'm the one who helped you out of your dress. It's over there. She gestured towards the neatly folded skirts on the bedside table. You removed it? Zhu Zhuqing queried, confusion etched on her face. Zhu Zhuyan sighed, finding her sister rather amusing. He effortlessly knocked us both out and brought us back without laying a finger on us. This morning, when he came to wake us for breakfast, you were still asleep. So I asked if we could return to our original forms. And then? Zhu Zhuqing's voice trembled with anxiety. Zhu Zhuyan shrugged. Then I took off your dress. What is the matter? Did you not adore that little skirt? Are you saying you did it in front of him? Zhu Zhuqing's expression soured. Zhu Zhuyan rolled her eyes. I would have liked to, but he wasn't even looking. Do you really believe everyone is fixated on your modest frame? With that, she playfully squeezed Zhu Zhuqing's arm. Oh, you've developed quite nicely. You're on par with me now. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson as she swatted Zhu Zhuyan's hand away and turned her back, unable to bear the innocent nature of her sister. Little Qing, what were you thinking last night? Zhu Zhuyan asked, wrapping her arms around her sister from behind. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, for she herself was unsure of her thoughts, her mind clouded as she had rushed forward in a daze. You were there too? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized. Why wouldn't I be? Zhu Zhuyan retorted. If you weren't going to stay behind, I couldn't very well do the same. Opportunities like that are fleeting, and besides, he isn't half bad, is he? At least he didn't take advantage of us last night, despite our willingness. There was no reason for him to refuse, after all. Yet, he had chosen to return them without any further actions. To be honest, even if he had forcibly taken them, it would have made little difference to him. If he were concerned about his reputation, he could have easily erased all traces afterward. Just then, a knock echoed through the door. How long are you two planning to sleep? It's nearly lunchtime. Mou's voice called from outside. Upon hearing his voice, Zhu Zhuyan's mind sparked with an idea. With a firm grip, she exclaimed, Ah, as the startled little kitten shrieked in response. However, contrary to what the larger cat had envisioned, Mou opening the door to a delightful surprise, the door remained eerily silent. Stop your antics and get up for breakfast. Mou quipped from the other side. Is there any danger here? With his mental acuity, how could he possibly be oblivious? Last night's tension was merely a product of the dual influences of time and atmosphere, compounded by some psychological shadows, which momentarily caught him off guard. But now, in broad daylight, why is he so flustered? The frustrated Zhu Zhuyan, having failed in her mischief, found herself perplexed by Mou's lack of romantic sensibility. What harm would it be to feign ignorance and see what happens? It is not you who stands to lose. Meanwhile, the incensed little cat had her fur ruffled. Moments ago, Zhu Zhuyan had grasped her with force and kicked aside the blanket. If Mou truly entered, they would both be exposed. Zhu Zhuyan, are you out of your mind? The little cat retaliated, scratching back, causing the larger cat to flinch in pain, her gaze sharpening as she launched a counterattack. Despite being 7 years her junior, she had developed slightly better. She would not concede. Half an hour later, observing the two sisters clad once more in their tight combat attire, bruised and battered, Mou's expression was rather peculiar. Have you two been fighting again? No, they chorused in unison. Yet, amidst their retorts, they exchanged glares. Mou pondered how the two had gone from being amicable sisters sharing a bed to adversaries in an instant. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell further on the complexities of women's thoughts. Let me ask you, do you wish to follow me, or depart? The sisters paused in surprise, and Mou continued, I do not wish to impose. If you choose to accompany me, I shall naturally resolve any troubles you may encounter. If you prefer to leave, then let us forget we ever met, and do not invoke my name when seeking favor. Do not rush to respond. This is a decision that will shape your future. Take your time to contemplate, for I am in no haste. With that, Mou rose from the dining table and departed. Zhu Zhuyun was momentarily taken aback by the choices presented by Mou. He truly means to let them go? She had assumed it was merely rhetoric. Shaking her head, her thoughts in turmoil, she turned to the little cat beside her. What do you intend to do? To be honest, she hoped Zhu Zhuqing would choose to stay with this person, thus evading the pursuit of the Xingluo royal family and escaping that coward, Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. I do not know. She now possessed the right to choose, yet she was uncertain of the path to take. To leave? To return to a life of perilous flight? Yet, remaining by this person's side, she felt her freedom slipping away. The formidable being residing at the pinnacle of the continent, in regard to a young girl like her, would at best offer transient attention, ultimately discarding her once the fleeting interest waned. Though it may appear that she has escaped her past by associating with this individual, it is merely a self-deception, a form of comforting illusion. Moreover, she remains oblivious to the true nature of this person's interest in them. Does he merely desire their physical forms? Or is he intrigued by their potential as soul masters? Should it be the latter, it could only be deemed a stroke of fortune for her, as the guidance of a peak Douluo is a coveted treasure sought by many. Conversely, if it is the former, she would be reduced to an object for selection, akin to the courtesans of a brothel. Fear envelopes her, for until now, Mou's demeanor towards them has been shrouded in ambiguity, rendering her incapable of discerning his true intentions. She harbors concerns that he may be fixated on their status as the betrothed of the Star Luo prince, potentially seeking to exploit this connection against the Star Luo Empire. After all, the Spirit Hall's recent provocations towards the two great empires have reached even her, who has devoted herself solely to cultivation. The situation is exceedingly intricate, and she is at a loss as to how to proceed. If this individual were to deny them the autonomy of choice, her thoughts would be simpler, yet here they are. And you? Zhu Xing inquired, glancing at Zhu Zhuyun. Do you wish to remain, or return to your role as the prince's consort? Zhu Zhuyun shook her head. I do not know either. Though her activities have been somewhat curtailed by this peculiar deity in recent days, she has nevertheless gained a fleeting sense of freedom, no longer required to assist Davis with social maneuvering as she once did in the Star Luo Empire. She is also liberated from the need to invest time and emotional energy into maintaining his interest. The spectral white tiger has long since become a mere symbol. After the ascension of the new emperor, this martial soul fusion technique has lost its significance. The emperor and empress of Star Luo are not as inseparable as the rumors suggest. The current emperor, Dai Tianfeng, and thereat likely cannot even summon the spectral white tiger any longer. The notion of mutual understanding is indeed a laughable one. In the royal realm, such naivety is absent. What exists is merely a ruthless competition for power and interests, a reality she shares with Davis. Chapter 109. The Arrival of Guangling. Noon. A small village outside Soto City. A table is set at the village entrance, where an elderly gentleman with a mane of white hair leisurely sips tea, awaiting the arrival of students for registration. Not far off, on a gentle hillside, Mou relaxes under a tree with two little kittens, biding time for others to arrive. Observing the dilapidated village nearby, Zhu Zhuyun expresses her confusion. Deity, we have arrived here. Please, do not call me deity. I am not that old. Mou interjects, unable to refrain from criticizing the title. And outside, do not reveal my affiliation with the Spirit Hall. Simply call me by my name, Mou, or any variation thereof. Xiao Mo, Xiao Yu, Mo Ge, Yu Ge, Old Mo. Choose any you prefer. Titles are trivial. I do not believe that a name can convey profound respect. After all, when Bibi Dong devoured Qian Xuanji, she addressed him as teacher at every turn. And Qian Renxue used your majesty when poisoning her father under the moonlight. What significance does that bear? Qian Daoliu even refers to Qian as Brother Qian. The two sisters exchange glances, hesitant to speak. Addressing a deity by their name is indeed a grievous disrespect. They had to maintain utmost reverence when encountering the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Star Luo Imperial City. And even the deity commands a level of respect from that bishop. I am merely 14 years old, not yet 15. Surely, you cannot call me grandfather. Mou quips. X2 the two little kittens look on in bewilderment. 14? A peak Douluo at 14? Are you jesting? They harbor no doubts regarding Mou's identity. Having boldly entered the Spirit Hall of Soto City the previous day, the bishop's respectful demeanor towards Mou could not be feigned. Mou shrugs. In truth, I am merely a soul sage, an honorary deity, not the kind of deity you might envision at level 95 or above, though he has never explicitly stated his level. The girls have conjured it from their imaginations, given that he has possessed a 10,000-year soul ring from the outset, with a subsequent 100,000-year soul ring. It is well known that only a soul king can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, and most titled Daoliuos are incapable of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring. Historical records within the Spirit Hall document at least 10 occasions where titled Daoliuos have failed to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring due to the overwhelming power of the soul beast, which possesses a degree of divinity after 100,000 years, rendering absorption perilous. In fact, most titled Daoliuos cannot absorb a 100,000-year soul ring upon reaching level 90. Qian Xuanji exemplifies this point well. It is known that Qian Daoliu faced no challenges in hunting 100,000-year soul beasts. Despite the threats posed by ferocious creatures in the Star Doe forest, for the oceans harbor their own 100,000-year soul beasts. Qian Xuanji's inability to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring is precisely why Qian Daoliu refrained from intervening. Honorary deity? Zhu Zhuyun is taken aback. She has indeed heard of this title, allegedly established merely 8 years prior. However, the reasons behind its creation remain shrouded in mystery. Even to the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall, who are only aware of 7 honorary deities. When Dai Tianfeng inquired about their identities from the Platinum Bishop of Star Luo Imperial City, the bishop professed ignorance. Wait, you are 14 and a soul sage? Zhu Zhiyun's expression grows increasingly perplexed. Is this person younger than her? Just 2 years older than Zhu Zhuqing? And yet, a soul saint? 5 black rings and 2 red ones? What nonsense! My situation is somewhat unique. It's difficult to explain in a short time. I'll share more when I find it interesting, Mou remarked. Speaking of sacrifices, who would believe such a thing if I mentioned it? Therefore, do not address me as a revered patron. I am still quite young. Mou rested his head on his hands, leaning against a tree. And what about you? Brother you? Zhu Zhuqing probed. She contemplated calling him brother to provoke a reaction, considering Mou was 5 years her junior, but thought better of it. A revered patron holds a status comparable to that of a peak Douluo above level 95. And you? Mou turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Brother you. Zhu Zhuqing called out awkwardly. She found the situation exceedingly strange. Just a short while ago, she had assumed Mou was an elderly man over 100. Yet he turned out to be her contemporary, a 14-year-old soul saint. And those astonishing soul rings, this was quite unusual. Is it truly embarrassing to call me brother? Mou commented. Why does it feel as though I am forcing you to say it? If you cannot bring yourself to call me brother, could you not just refer to me as old Mou? No, it's just that Zhu Zhuqing stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. She truly could not comprehend a 14-year-old soul saint. Was it possible for someone to become a titled Daoluo before the age of 20? The current record for the youngest titled Daoluo on the continent belongs to Tang Hao of the Haoyan School, at 44 years old. Wouldn't he this shatter the record by over 20 years? Little you. Just as Zhu Zhuqing contemplated how to express her thoughts, Mou's companions arrived. A youth clad in platinum robes, with hair as white as snow, resembling a 15 or 16-year-old boy, stood on the broad road not far off. The 5th patron of the Spirit Hall, Guangling, now a level 97 peak Daoluo, thanks to Mou's assistance. Guangling, over here. Mou beckoned. The sunny boy Guangling hurried over and sat beside Mou as if he were just another 15 or 16-year-old lad. What brings you here? Guangling inquired with curiosity. Anything that could entice Mou to summon him must be significant and undoubtedly intriguing. A fight, Mou replied succinctly. A fight? Guangling was taken aback. The youngest titled Daoluo on the continent, Tang Hao, does he wish to experience the thrill of overpowering weaker opponents? Mou enticed. Guangling nodded enthusiastically, eager for the chance. He had long been displeased with that bunch from the Haoyan school, but alas, his leader forbade them from intervening until he defeated Tang Qian, which had been quite frustrating. Even when Qian was utterly defeated by Tang Hao, his leader would not allow them to take action. One could say his leader was excessively principled. Who is this? Having learned from Mou's previous experiences, Zhu Zhuqing refrained from judging based on appearances. Anyone who could call Mou brother could not possibly be an ordinary individual. I am Guangling. The 5th patron of the Spirit Hall, Guangling introduced himself. We have met the 5th patron. The 2 little kittens promptly bowed their heads in greeting. This is truly a dignified offering. A pinnacle Daoluo of level 96, they had previously heard of the illustrious title of the Radiant Feather Daoluo. Moreover, this individual is at least over 80 years old. They could easily refer to her as grandma. There is no need for such formality. I am quite easygoing. Radiant Feather gently lifted the two little kittens, observing them with a subtle expression, and then leaned in closer to Mou, whispering, "Little you. How is it that every time you step out, you find yourself entangled with young ladies? Are you not concerned about ZG's wrath?" The corner of Mou's eye twitched. Had the matter of the little fox spread so widely? Yet, for the sake of his own dignity, Mou maintained an air of righteousness, retorting, "What are you talking about? What do you mean by entangled? I merely encountered them in distress in the forest a few days ago and offered assistance out of humanitarian concern." Humanitarian concern? Assistance? Radiant Feather struggled to suppress her laughter. What kind of person did Mou think he was? If this were to be a man, even a single glance from Mou would signify his defeat. The expressions of the two little kittens also appeared somewhat peculiar. Zhu Zhuqing could still be considered a reluctant savior, but who was it that, upon Zhu Zhuyun's intervention, effortlessly dispatched the 4 bodyguards in an instant? Can this truly be considered a rescue? At the outset, the two of them were undoubtedly abducted by Mou. Although that is no longer the case, observing the peculiar expressions of those around her, Mou felt that her virtuous image was in jeopardy. Thus, with a pained hand upon her chest, she lamented, "Alas, the world has indeed fallen into decline. People have lost their integrity. After all my efforts to perform a good deed, you still harbor such doubts regarding my intentions?" As they watched Mou's comical demeanor, the two little kittens struggled to suppress their laughter. Their understanding of Mou was being reshaped once again. Meanwhile, Guangling, embodying righteousness, patted Mou's shoulder with a resolute expression. "Xiaoyu, it is not that I doubt you. Rather, I fear that when you return to the spirit hall, the boss may very well give you a beating." Mou was momentarily taken aback. "Why?" Guangling sighed. "A few days ago, when you unleashed that grand move, you damaged the angel statue outside the offering hall. The boss did not notice at the time, but just yesterday he discovered that half of the statue's face had been destroyed, and his expression fell instantly. Before I left, he specifically told me to relay this to you. Kid, just wait and see. I will teach you a lesson. How can this possibly be my fault?" Upon hearing Guangling's message, Mou sprang to her feet. "That was your grand move." Guangling shrugged. "Isn't it because he failed to defend against it? How can you blame me?" Mou protested. "Besides, I merely summoned a gentle breeze. The statue's damage is clearly a matter of poor craftsmanship. Why should he seek me out instead of the builders of that statue? Those sculptors have been dead for centuries," Guangling remarked. "The decorations of the offering hall are ancient relics. The external sculptures are at least 500 years old, while the internal angelic statue has existed since the ascension of the angel to the divine realm, boasting a history of several millennia. Isn't it rather unbecoming for a peerless Douluo?" Mou felt a flutter of anxiety. If Qian Daoliu were to strike him, it would be no mere reprimand. Perhaps he used to feel such shame. He might have hesitated before others, but with you, I believe the boss feels no such restraint, Guangling stated. After Mou arrived at the offering hall, the atmosphere underwent a remarkable transformation. The elderly golden crocodile and green bird were noticeably more cheerful, while the usually stern grand offering found himself frequently disarmed by Mou's antics. A man of great respect and virtue, the grand offering had never uttered a curse in the decades Guangling had known him, yet since Mou's arrival, the accumulated decorum of his lifetime had been thoroughly unraveled. Mou, resting her chin upon her hand, paced back and forth with a troubled expression. "This cannot be my burden to bear. If that old fellow truly intends to strike, it is no idle threat. Given that this involves the angelic statue, he will likely be particularly severe. Well, I can always just avoid him for a while." Mou shrugged her small shoulders, dismissing the concern. "Let him be angry. In time, his wrath will surely dissipate." "Avoid him?" Guangling looked perplexed. He sensed that if Mou did not allow the boss to vent his frustrations, this matter would not simply pass. After all, how could Mou have unleashed such a grand move without a word of warning? The enormous sword, visible throughout the spirit hall, had even prompted sensational news about the angel's manifestation. Rather than swiftly dispelling the rumors, Bibi Dong had seized the opportunity to promote them. "The angel has manifested. Destiny resides in the spirit hall." This nearly provoked Qian Daoliu into action. "My brother Qian is not a petty man. In time, all will be well," Mou reassured herself. Yet, she knew well that matters concerning the angel were not to be taken lightly. As they observed the worry etched upon Mou's face, the two little kittens were filled with curiosity regarding the nature of the relationships among the offerings. Brother Qian? The boss? The grand offering of the spirit hall? After all, the surname Qian was unique to the spirit hall. and the atmosphere suggested that the interactions among these peak powerhouses were not as grave as they had imagined. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer, Mou suggested, shifting the topic. There is no point in ruminating over it now. We shall visit the Shrek Academy later, Ling Gu. Your appearance is perfectly suited for it. Guangling appeared taken aback. Me? Well, I suppose it isn't out of the question. It had been many years since he experienced life as a student. Due to Bibi Dong's influence, he had not visited the Spirit Hall Academy in recent years, and his understanding of the current youth was rather limited. Mou being the sole exception. Whoever soul sage is merely 14. Attend school. They echoed in disbelief. Are the offerings of the Spirit Hall truly posing as children to infiltrate such a trivial academy? Of course, we are not genuinely enrolling. We simply intend to have some fun. Once we pass the assessment, we shall take our leave, Mou explained. Her intentions were far from joining the illustrious Shrek Academy alongside Tang San. Today was merely an adventure, a chance to draw out Tang Hao. She wished to assess her own strength and see what level Tang Hao had reached. Guangling was there as a safeguard, after all. A peak Douluo at level 97 should suffice against Tang Hao. Even should that man unleash a decade's worth of spirit rings, it would be futile. And he would hardly dare to do so in such a setting, unless he wished to forsake his son. By the way, I believe enrollment requires a bone age test. Does it not? Zhu Zhiqing inquired, puzzled. Aside from her, it seems that everyone else has surpassed the age limit, does it not? Especially Guangling Douluo, who is over 80 years old. How does one manage? Facing a soul emperor, merely disguising one's bone age is quite effortless for me, Guangling remarked. Then Zhu Zhiyan raised her small hand. We are at an impasse, Mou shrugged. My previous ability could only revert individuals to their juvenile state. It cannot arbitrarily alter age. Moreover, do I truly appear to be 12 years old? The three of them shook their heads in unison. With Mou's imposing height of nearly 2 meters and his robust physique, coupled with the icy demeanor he exuded upon their first meeting, he certainly did not resemble a child. One could say there was an unmistakable aura of maturity about him. So, it seems I shall be playing with this little girl. Guangling pointed towards Zhu Zhiqing, who was just slightly taller than him. At first glance, Mou appears most akin to an adult, while Guangling seems the youngest. What about us? Zhu Zhiyan harbored an immature thought, yet considering that the seemingly childlike Guangling could very well be the grandfather of the opposing Douluo, she suppressed this unrefined notion. It is quite reasonable for family members to accompany and observe the atmosphere and teaching conditions of the academy, is it not? Mou shrugged, unperturbed by the advantage he was taking. Furthermore, Guangling was indifferent to such matters. This little old man's mindset remained fixed in his teenage years, and his demeanor was not a mere facade. How shall we address each other later? Guangling inquired. He genuinely did not concern himself with such trivialities at his age. Joy and amusement were paramount. Given my appearance, I shall naturally be the eldest brother, Mou proclaimed. Although Guangling wished to chide Mou for his personality, which hardly resembled that of an elder brother, his imposing and authoritative demeanor was, in fact, more deceptive than his youthful visage. Yet, in the presence of unfamiliar individuals, Mou undeniably exuded the aura of a higher authority. This phenomenon can be attributed to the prolonged companionship between Mou and the Grand Offering, which has subtly influenced Mou, resulting in his current demeanor. Fortunately, despite appearances, Mou remains quite spirited. Chapter 111, The Future of Xing Luo. Then let me be your elder brother, Guangling suggested, turning to Zhu Zhiqing. I have never had a younger sister. Little girl, would you like to call me brother? Zhu Zhiqing, suddenly flustered at being addressed this way, stammered. Even though this was merely a performance, it felt inappropriate for a member of the Wuhuan Hall's 5 offerings to be called brother. Don't be nervous. My impression of you is quite favorable, Guangling reassured her, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. Although Mou had a reputation as a notorious flirt, his ability to read people was commendable. For instance, his demeanor towards the woman from the papal hall, as well as the granddaughter of his superior, remained appropriately distant, which spoke volumes. It was difficult to articulate his thoughts about Bibi Dong. However, he found it easier to converse with her granddaughter, who shared striking similarities in character and values with her mother. Both were driven by self-interest, making it difficult for him to connect with them. In contrast, he found great camaraderie with Qian Junjiang Mo and Mou. The three of them were quite keen on the old 6 battle tactics that Mou had mentioned, particularly the one skilled in ranged combat. Furthermore, Mou had assisted him in breaking through the nearly 20-year-long barrier of level 96, solidifying his respect for Mou as a brother. As for their age difference, it seemed negligible when compared to the several 100,000-year-old ferocious beasts that had relations with Mou. Then shall I call you brotherling? Zhu Zhiqing tentatively inquired, mimicking Mou's form of address. Very well, Guangling replied, draping his arm around Zhu Zhiqing's shoulders as they made their way to the registration desk across from them. If you call me brother, should any troubles arise, you may invoke my name. Although I haven't engaged in physical confrontations for decades, aside from that missing one and the one across the sea, I'm not intimidated by anyone else. Zhu Zhiqing felt a peculiar sensation as she was led by a youthful-looking elder. After all, Guangling's gentle demeanor, cultivated over decades, was difficult to resent. Then, brother you, what shall you call me? Zhu Zhiqing's sister, Zhu Zhuyun, quickly assumed her role, wrapping her arm around Mou's left. Noticing Zhu Zhuyun seemed to be letting herself go, Mou leaned slightly and whispered, would you like to play the role of fiancé? Zhu Zhuyun paused for a moment before responding with a soft giggle. Sure, my fiancé. It was indeed a strange feeling. Each day in Xingluo, she had been on high alert, fearing any misstep or discontent from Davis, living in constant trepidation. Conversely, being abducted by this younger brother had allowed her to relax, freeing her from the constant strife with Zhu Zhiqing and the burden of worry. Fiancé is fine, but please refrain from being overly physical as before, Mou cautioned. He maintained self-control, yet that did not imply he was devoid of reactions. If an accident were to occur, the responsibility would fall squarely on him. Overly physical? Zhu Zhiyan blinked, then playfully embraced him. This time, Mou was unprepared and allowed her to do so. Surely verbal exchanges are acceptable? Zhu Zhiyan laughed triumphantly after her successful ambush. Your heartbeat seems a bit elevated, Mou remarked with a hint of exasperation. Zhu Zhiyun's smile faltered momentarily, revealing a trace of guilt. After all, she was still Davis's fiancée. Although the royal customs of Xingluo prohibited relationships between princes and their fiancées until the rightful heir was determined, both to avoid complications in cultivation and to prevent the emergence of unforeseen offspring. This restriction was paramount. The implications of an unplanned child were daunting. Should the child be terminated? If not, what position would they hold? A failed competitor for the throne often faced death or complete dispossession, leaving neither cultivation nor reproductive capability. Such measures were in place to prevent the fragmentation of power within the royal family, which had historically led to internal strife. There had been instances where factions within the court allied with ministers, eliminating the officially recognized crown prince and seizing the remaining crown princess or selecting another from the Zhu family to form a new faction. With a plethora of precedents, the princes and their fiancées were bound by restrictions until the outcome was finalized. The Xingluo Empire has little time left, Mou stated, pulling the dazed Zhu Zhiyan forward. Thus, you need not feel guilty towards Davis. Your relationship is merely a transaction of interest and power. Do not mistake this for an emotional bond. Regardless of your presence, his fate is sealed. The demise of the Xingluo royal family is inevitable. Is the Wuhuan Hall truly preparing for war? Zhu Zhiyan inquired, lowering her gaze. The conflict between the two great empires had persisted for over a millennium. And even before their emergence, countless kingdoms had battled for thousands of years. Mou sighed. This unending warfare must come to an end. A unified nation may not escape conflict, and it may even fracture again in the future. However, within my sphere of influence, I shall strive to minimize warfare. What will become of the Zhu family? Zhu Zhiyan raised her head, her eyes shimmering with apprehension. Though her father, the Duke of the Underworld, had never shown concern for their welfare, and their mother had long since passed, it remained their home, their father. We shall see, Mou replied, unable to provide assurances regarding such matters. After all, war is unpredictable. If necessary, he may need to directly address the leadership of the Xingluo Empire, including the Duke of the Underworld, who commanded the military, undoubtedly sealing his fate. Moreover, he would spare no leniency towards the Davis royal family. Such royalty would only bring endless complications, as some individuals would seize any opportunity to incite a restoration. Thus, both the Tiando and Xingluo royal families must be eliminated, alongside a multitude of nobles that would need to be dealt with to avoid future troubles. Should the Zhu family, traditionally allied with the Davis family, switch sides in the event of conflict, even if they survived, their standing on the Douluo Continent would be irrevocably compromised. Do not overthink these matters. They are not your concern. You are still but a child. Mou gently tapped Zhu Zhiyan's forehead. You should take a page from your sister's book and focus on your cultivation, with your mind consumed by strategizing. You are 19 and have yet to break through to Soul Master. You possess innate 8th level soul power, yet you lag significantly behind her. Zhu Zhuyun was taken aback. Am I truly lagging? At 19, she was a 39th level soul sovereign, hardly behind. I achieved soul saint at 14. Isn't that something to be proud of? Mou stood resolutely. While he had benefited from soul beast sacrifices in this life, his previous life had seen him progress at a similar pace, albeit through sheer dedication. Thanks to his healing abilities, he had tirelessly worked day and night. This liver has endured for 2 decades. Unlike this lifetime, where, although diligently cultivating, the leisure time has noticeably increased by more than half. I can now stroll and unwind in a manner that was unattainable in my previous existence. How could I possibly compare? Zhu Zhuyun found herself momentarily at a loss for words. One may compare individuals, but how does one measure themselves against a deviant? Is it merely a contest of who exhibits greater depravity? Thus, if your innate talent falls short, then strive diligently to compensate. Mou remarked. Reflect upon how much you have let your training lapse over the years. Ever since Dai Mubai's escape, you and Davis have indeed begun to grow complacent, haven't you? To think that defeating such a coward requires nothing more than mere physical capability. I, Zhu Zhuyun, find myself at a loss for words. Indeed. It is a fact that after Dai Mubai quietly slipped away, the little pressure she felt dissipated, allowing her to focus more on assisting Davis and garnering the support of the nobility, while also keeping a watchful eye on Davis, who was essentially no different from Dai Mubai, a lecherous tiger. Just as Dai Mubai indulged in the pleasures of brothels, Davis had his fair share of visits as well. If that rogue were to cause any scandal outside, she, as his fiancée, would become the subject of ridicule, although she had grown indifferent to such matters. Being the prince's fiancée was a title anyone could claim. Chapter 112, Supreme Martial Soul. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, the admissions office buzzed with activity. With the midday hour just passed, a considerable number of students and their parents had gathered to enroll, and Mou and his companions stood patiently at the back, observing the academy's antics. It must be said, Flinder was indeed a cunning businessman. He had executed an excellent promotional strategy to attract students from the vicinity of Soto City. Moreover, Mou understood why the Spirit Hall was powerless against this old fellow. Many of the accomplishments of Shrek Academy graduates in the Spirit Hall were not touted by Flinder himself, but rather through hired individuals who praised the Academy's merits, claiming that graduates would be highly valued by the Spirit Hall. However, they always concluded with the disclaimer that they merely heard this from someone affiliated with the Spirit Hall, thus absolving Flinder of any direct responsibility. The Spirit Hall found itself unable to impose any substantial control over such grassroots rumors, as there was no written evidence to refute them. Even if Flinder were to speak on the matter, he could easily claim to have merely repeated what he had heard from villagers, thus disavowing any culpability. In short, it was quite shameless. Yet this unscrupulous behavior did not inflict any real harm upon the Spirit Hall, which did not take the issue to heart due to its limited reach. Flinder was also quite adept in his dealings. While Mou had not discovered any concrete evidence of bribery within the Soto City Spirit Hall, it was evident that such practices existed. However, it was only human nature, and Mou did not feel compelled to voice any strong objections. It was unreasonable to demand accountability from the Spirit Hall's officials over such trivial matters, and a mere hint of warning would suffice. They were indeed rather shameless. As Zhu Zhuqing felt disdain towards the various disqualifications being announced ahead. Over the age of 12, disqualified. Unsatisfactory spirit ring configuration, disqualified. Spirit power below level 20, disqualified. The reasons were myriad and absurd, yet they did not disclose any issues until after payment was made. Furthermore, the registration fee was non-refundable. To reclaim it, one would have to defeat Dai Mubai. Yet, with 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings on display, and with a spirit emperor like Li Yusong standing nearby, which of the disqualified parents would dare voice their grievances? They could only resign themselves to misfortune. Not only was it shameless, but it was also quite despicable. Mou remarked. You, hailing from the Star Luo nobility, may not comprehend the significance of 10 gold spirit coins as a registration fee for common spirit masters. Typically, for a family of 3, their monthly expenses would not exceed 1 gold spirit coin. Those who were lured to enroll in such a remote academy likely possessed limited means. Many of their parents were not even spirit masters themselves. They clung to the hope that their child might soar to greatness, yet due to their lack of exposure, they could only rely on hearsay and send their children to a place everyone believed to be prestigious, unaware of its true nature, all in the hope that their child could alter the family's fate. The true insidiousness of Shrek Academy lay in their indifference to the backgrounds of those who came to enroll, all they sought was money and the most exceptional talents. They were utterly unconcerned about the impact of extorting such registration fees on families that needed to scrimp and save for months to gather 10 gold spirit coins. They believed that, as the strong, they were entitled to exploit the weak. But when they encounter someone even stronger, what then? Xiaoyu. Guangling placed a hand on Mou's shoulder, shaking his head. He understood Mou's nature. Even the elders of the offering hall were aware that Mou, though often more detached than those who had lived for decades, was capable of cold indifference. Describing him as someone who could kill without a flicker of an eyelash would not be an exaggeration. Yet, this seemingly heartless individual harbored an abundance of compassion for the truly weak, for those ordinary individuals who were not even spirit masters. He could perceive the sorrows of those at the very bottom of society. Thus, the Grand Offering often remarked that Mou possessed the heart of an angel. This was not sarcasm, but rather a truth. Angels are known to show compassion towards humanity. And this humanity encompasses more than just spirit masters. It includes a multitude of ordinary folk. The Spirit Hall has maintained a wealth of high-level combatants throughout the ages. Yet they have never pursued the kind of warlike preparations that Bibi Dong currently advocates. This is because they are fully aware that once war begins, it is the common people who will suffer the most. Just like the millions of troops from the two great empires, they are predominantly ordinary individuals. In the chaos of battle, spirit masters do not face significant casualties. If deaths occur, they are typically among common spirit masters lacking any substantial backing. The ruling class remains unscathed, the nobility remains nobility, and the prominent families remain intact. So, does such a struggle truly hold any meaning? Bibi Dong once mocked these elders of the offering hall for their cowardice and lack of resolve, suggesting that if the ancestors of the Qian family possessed even half her audacity, the continent would have long been unified. Yet, is that truly the case? The ancestors of the Qian family were angels, as were the deities worshipped by the Spirit Hall. The elders who had joined the offering hall in reverence also believed in these angelic beings. The will of the angelic deity is to show compassion for humanity, not to pursue grand ambitions. However, once war is ignited, what room is there for compassion? Mou took a deep breath. I apologize for my momentary lapse. I spoke some idle words. Please disregard them. It is all the same, regardless of the world. It is not exclusive to the Douluo Continent. The strong exploit the weak. The weak prey upon those even weaker, a cascading hierarchy of oppression, where the timid yield to the bold. This is human nature. I too am not exempt from this. Zhu Zhuqing and her sister remained silent. As the foremost nobles of Star Luo, it would be ludicrous for them to express any understanding regarding such matters. Moreover, they were genuinely unaware of the realities Mou described. They could not fathom how a family could survive on merely 1 gold spirit coin per month, as their casual purchases often exceeded that sum. Before long, Mou and his companions reached the registration desk. Upon seeing Mou, who wore a silver-patterned mask and exuded an imposing aura, Li Yusong instinctively set down his teapot and stood, only to feign calmness and sit back down. Remembering his role as a teacher, first, the registration fee, 10 gold spirit coins, Li Yusong indicated towards the box on the table. Mou casually tossed 20 gold spirit coins into the box. We are here to register for both of us. The other two are family. Upon hearing this, Li Yusong's gaze drifted to Guangling and Zhu Xing behind Mou. At first glance, he was struck by the icy pressure emanating from Guangling's left eye, which had been tainted by the encroachment of his martial soul. Realizing this, Guangling swiftly retracted the oppressive aura, almost forgetting where he was. The sudden absence of that pressure left Li Yusong puzzled. Was it merely an illusion? Shaking his head, Li Yusong chose not to elaborate further. He turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing and Guangling, extending his right hand. Observing the elderly gentleman and reflecting on his recent actions, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows slightly. Yet she, like Guangling, extended her right hand as well. Li Yusong pinched each of their right wrists twice, his murky old eyes revealing a hint of perplexity. The little girl seemed perfectly normal, yet the child's bone age appeared somewhat peculiar. Shaking his head, Li Yusong decided not to ponder too deeply. After all, it was improbable that this child possessed a cultivation level surpassing his own. Release your martial souls for me to observe. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and unleashed her nether-cat martial soul, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings swirling around her body, exuding a palpable aura of strength. Meanwhile, Guangling manifested his longbow imbued with an aura of ice and snow. Instantly, a formidable pressure emanating from his martial soul caused Zhu Zhuqing's little cat to retreat in trepidation. Is that a top-tier martial soul? A glint of excitement flashed in Li Yusong's eyes. This year, we seem to have stumbled upon a treasure. Hey, Linggu, tone it down a bit. Mou quickly sent a telepathic reminder. Guangling, a peak Douluo at level 97, had experienced 2 evolutions of his martial soul after reaching level 95. His ice bow had become comparable in quality to the Haoyan hammer. And combined with his innate soul power of level 97, even merely holding the bow would exert immense pressure on anyone below the rank of Soul King. My apologies. I forgot, Guangling said with an awkward smile, promptly retracting the pressure of his martial soul. He had been so engrossed in perplexing this soul empress regarding the bone age that he had neglected to disguise his own martial soul. I see you were intentionally showing off, Mou remarked. 6 months prior, he and Guangling had experimented with a unique self-created soul technique at the ice and fire yin-yang eye. By sheer luck, aided by the terrifying chill of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Guangling had unexpectedly broken through, becoming the second peak Douluo at level 97 within the Spirit Hall. His ice bow now bore an additional attribute of cold poison, suitable for a cunning strategist. Anyone below title Douluo struck by Guangling's arrows, even if merely grazed, would find their life threatened by the terrifying cold poison. Chapter 113, Special Circumstances. Although Guangling quickly reigned in the pressure of his martial soul, Li Yusong was no fool. He could discern the nuances. Furthermore, Guangling had calibrated his soul power fluctuations to around level 30, making it impossible for Li Yusong, a soul emperor, to ascertain the true situation. He merely regarded Guangling as a prodigy akin to the young man with the blue-silver grass from earlier. Subsequently, Li Yusong demonstrated the swiftness with which one could change their demeanor. Unlike his previous distraction, he now smiled warmly at Guangling and Zhu Zhuqing. Congratulations. You both meet our enrollment criteria. Your soul powers exceed level 25, allowing you to bypass the second and third assessments. Please wait a moment. Your senior will arrive shortly to guide you to the 4th assessment. And me? A delicate young girl dressed in a light blue gown, who had been standing behind Mou and the others, rushed forward, promptly releasing her martial soul. It was an exquisite glass pagoda, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. Seeing this, Li Yusong's expression turned serious. Young lady, do your family members know you are here? The tower before us is the emblem of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. The young girl, Ning Rongrong, is someone Li Yusong is familiar with. After all, 6 years ago, it was to celebrate her Wuhuan awakening that the Martial Soul Hall staged a demonstration. Ning Rongrong retracted her Wuhuan with a smile, inquiring. My family naturally knows where I have been. So did I pass the assessment? Li Yusong nodded. Indeed, your soul power exceeds level 25, allowing you to proceed directly into the 4th round of assessments alongside these 2 children. After all, should any issues arise, Flinder, the principal, would shoulder the responsibility. Having achieved the results she desired, Ning Rongrong approached Zhu Zhuqing and Guangling with a smile. Hello, I am Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing, displaying little aversion to her female counterpart, responded. Zhu Zhuqing. What about you, little brother? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously, her gaze drawn to Guangling's left eye, which was encased in frost, and she instinctively reached out to touch it. Guangling frowned and raised a hand to shield his sensitive eye. Additionally, do not touch me indiscriminately. His left eye had suffered an incident during his ascension to title Douluo. The encroachment of his ice bow had rendered it nearly blind during moments outside of battle. However, when summoning his Wuhuan, his left eye possessed extraordinary vision, enabling him to discern targets several kilometers away. Given its sensitivity due to the Wuhuan's influence, he harbored a profound aversion to others touching his eye. Furthermore, no hunter would tolerate an outsider handling their weapon. Noticing Guangling's resistant demeanor, Ning Rongrong offered an awkward smile. Realizing her actions had been somewhat reckless. My apologies, I was merely curious. There's nothing worthy of curiosity regarding Wuhuan awakening, Guangling replied, choosing not to engage in a petty dispute with the young girl. After all, Mou had also been intrigued by his eye, but had refrained from direct contact, demonstrating considerably more decorum than this girl. As the group lingered in this uncomfortable silence, Dai Mubai, who had escorted Tang San and Xiao Wu to the 4th round, approached. Upon seeing the striking Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun, a flicker of desire ignited in Dai Mubai's eyes, coupled with confusion at how his white tiger Wuhuan was resonating with these 2 individuals. Ahem. Mubai, they are new students who can directly proceed to the 4th round. Please take them there, Li Yusong interjected, breaking Dai Mubai's reverie. He then whispered, these newcomers possess talents not inferior to the previous 2. Please temper your demeanor and save your intentions for later. Dai Mubai nodded, presenting what he believed to be a charming smile to Guangling and the others. Greetings. I am your senior, Dai Mubai, a soul master at level 37. I will guide you to the 4th round, where my 2 friends await to join you in the assessment. In response, Mou and his companions merely cast a brief glance at Dai Mubai, remaining silent. Ning Rongrong, standing beside Zhu Zhiqing, shared the same sentiment, as the initial impression he left was distinctly uncomfortable, particularly his gaze fixated on Zhu Zhiqing and Zhu Zhiyun's figures, which he found repugnant. It was highly probable that he was yet another fool preoccupied with lewd thoughts. Unacknowledged, Dai Mubai felt a twinge of embarrassment but remained unfazed, recognizing that those who could advance directly to the 4th round were undoubtedly proud geniuses. Then follow me, he instructed, turning to lead the way. However, after a few steps, Li Yusong's voice rang out once more. Wait a moment. He addressed Mou and Zhu Zhiyun. You need not accompany them any further. Family members are not required for the subsequent assessments. I cannot observe how you select your students? Mou inquired coolly, his already cold tone, combined with the mask obscuring his expression, imbued his inquiry with a sense of hostility. Our Shrek Academy has its own educational protocols that are not suitable for outsiders to witness, Li Yusong replied sternly. Oh, Mou responded, not pressing further, and instead turned his attention to Zhu Zhiqing and Guangling. In that case, let us consider another academy. Zhu Zhiqing and Guangling nodded in agreement, promptly following Mou without hesitation. Hey, wait a moment. Li Yusong found himself flustered by their decisive departure. If such a genius were to escape, Flanders would certainly demand his life. Why? Mou looked down from his towering height at the diminutive figure before him, barely standing at 1.70 meters. The pressure emanating from his imposing stature of 1.90 meters was palpable. Special circumstances necessitate special measures. Li Yusong feigned composure, clearing his throat twice. The curriculum is off limits, but the selection process permits family accompaniment. Either one qualifies or one does not. What is there to debate? Mou interjected coldly. In plain terms, is entry permissible or not? It is permissible, Li Yusong affirmed hastily. TSK. Mou let out a faint sound of disapproval, and although masked, the disdain he exuded was unmistakable. Shaking his head, Mou turned, leading Guangling and the others to follow Dai Mubai deeper into the village. Embarrassed by the ridicule, Li Yusong could do little but vent his frustration on the onlookers gathered around. What are you staring at? Those wishing to register must pay 10 gold soul coins. If you are not registering, do not obstruct the way. Noticing the 6 soul rings fluctuating around Li Yusong, the crowd quickly dispersed, silenced by his presence. Withdrawing his martial soul, Li Yusong returned to his small stool, sipping tea while watching Mou and his companions depart. He sighed deeply, hoping that Zhao Wujia would not cause any trouble. Otherwise, that masked individual, though he had not released any soul power, had emanated an implicit threat far exceeding that of Flanders or Zhao Wujia. Should Zhao Wujia act recklessly? TSK, what concern is that of mine? Li Yusong shook his head. He was merely an admissions officer. The assessments were not his responsibility, and any ensuing chaos would fall on Flanders' shoulders. He was merely a worker. Chapter 114. Do you not wish to live? Zhu Qing, your father was incredibly impressive just now, the outgoing Ning Rongrong exclaimed, taking Zhu Qing's hand. Though masked, the man's aura resembled that of her sword-wielding grandfather, truly formidable. Zhu Qing replied awkwardly. He is not my father. I am her brother. Mou's voice floated back from ahead. Ning Rongrong blinked in surprise, her face quickly betraying her embarrassment. This demeanor could not possibly belong to a youth. It was strikingly similar to her grandfather's. How could he be the brother of a girl several months his junior? I am also her brother, Guangling added. Though he was not particularly concerned with such matters, being called little brother by a young girl felt odd. Being addressed as brother would at least lend him an air of youth, but little brother seemed inappropriate. Wait, do I appear old? Mou halted and turned to inquire. Despite his white hair, it was not the withered, dying kind. Rather, it was soft, fine, and lustrous. Moreover, Guangling also had white hair. You're Yu-Go, right? Ning Rongrong's face was flushed with embarrassment. It's not that you are old. It's just that your demeanor truly does not resemble that of a youth. The impression this individual gave her was reminiscent of Grandpa Jin, embodying a mature and composed demeanor that starkly contrasted with the liveliness typical of their age. Hence, it is no wonder she mistakenly believed this person to be Zhu Zhiqing's father. Xiaoyu, you truly do not resemble a child, Guangling remarked earnestly. It is indeed the truth. Even if one could see Mou's face, his demeanor, strikingly akin to that of the Grand Offering, renders it impossible to perceive him as a youthful individual. Furthermore, his towering height of nearly 2 meters naturally instills a formidable sense of pressure in others, which explains the young lady's misjudgment. I find myself at a loss. Unable to discern whether your remarks are meant to compliment or to disparage me, Mou lamented. Do I truly exude the essence of an elderly person? Is that so? How could someone as vivacious as I be likened to an old man? It is Guangling who is genuinely an octogenarian. I assure you. My words are indeed a compliment, Ning Rongrong asserted earnestly. Over the years, her father had imparted to her numerous insights on assessing people, guiding her through the vibrant streets of the Heaven-Do imperial city to observe a diverse array of individuals. He encouraged her to rely on her instincts to discern whom to approach, whom to trust, and whom to regard with caution, even as potential adversaries. Her innate talent for perception had never led her astray. Among those who shared a temperament akin to her grandfather, the swordmaster, this particular elder brother before her was the first to evoke such a feeling. Otherwise, how could she so casually attempt to forge a connection? Her ability to gauge danger was formidable. Among the 5 individuals present, none exuded an aura of threat, except for the child named Guangling, who struck her as peculiar. His demeanor was gentle, yet not entirely sincere, fostering an unsettling sense of concealed peril, especially emanating from his icy, snow-covered eyes, which compelled her to reach out impulsively. Sausages for sale. Oscar's supersized sausages. Priced fairly, no deception, only 5 copper soul coins each. You won't regret it, come one, come all. Oscar's enthusiastic advertisement was abruptly silenced as Dai Mubai covered his mouth. Apologies, this fellow has a few screws loose. I will take him aside to help him regain his senses. With that, Dai Mubai grasped the small cart with one hand and pulled Oscar away toward a nearby corner. Hey, Dai, what are you doing? Oscar inquired, puzzled. Little Oscar, that tall individual is dangerous. Do not attempt to swindle him, Dai Mubai replied earnestly. The man who had instilled fear even in Li Yusong possessed strength at least at the Soul Emperor level, and the masked figure radiated an overwhelming sense of threat, as if he could extinguish Oscar's life with ease. But I'm not trying to swindle anyone, Oscar protested. My sausages are nutritious, devoid of harmful substances. Dai Mubai waved his hand, interrupting, enough. Don't think I can't see through you. You were eyeing that girl in the blue dress from afar. But let me tell you, she is beyond your reach. Although he had not perceived the martial spirits of the others, he had distinctly recognized the girl as a 7 Treasures glazed tile, which could only signify her affiliation with the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Given her age and talent, she could only be the daughter of the sect leader celebrated 6 years prior. The 7 Treasures glazed sect was immensely wealthy and had maintained a close relationship with the Heaven-Do royal family in recent years. Even the Starluo Empire had to tread carefully around them. Oscar, being merely a common soulmaster, should refrain from pursuing someone of such noble lineage. Come on, Dai. You always have so much to say. Just recently, you were extolling the virtues of twins, and now enough chatter. I am taking them to the 4th trial. Dai Mubai interjected, turning to lead the way. After all, it was not appropriate for him to speak candidly about the harsh realities of social standing. Even though Oscar was an unprecedented innate, full soul power food type master, how could the next sect leader of the 7 Treasures glazed sect ever be with a common food type soul master? Surely, a political marriage would be expected. Soon, under Dai Mubai's guidance, Mou and her companions arrived at the final 4th trial. Little San, you have new comrades, Dai Mubai announced. Upon hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had been waiting, turned to face the group led by Dai Mubai. 6. Tang San expressed his surprise. This dilapidated academy has managed to attract such an abundance of prodigies? It seems the teacher's words hold true. There must be something extraordinary about this place. As Xiao caught sight of a familiar figure, she hesitated, swallowing her words. For the past 2 years, Mou had maintained the same appearance he had in childhood during his visits, and Tang San recognized him solely in that youthful guise, which must remain undisclosed. Teacher Zhao, I have brought individuals for the 4th round of assessment, Dai Mubai announced as he approached the middle-aged man seated at the back of the arena. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie, who had been dozing, opened his eyes and scrutinized the group behind Dai Mubai. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7? So many have come this year? Zhao Wujie expressed his astonishment. That rascal, Flander, has set exceedingly stringent admissions criteria for Shrek, and since most of their students hail from commoner backgrounds, Becoming a soul master is already a formidable challenge for them, let alone meeting such requirements. As for nobles and disciples of various sects, they possess more specialized training academies with their own heritage and background, and naturally, they look down upon institutions like Shrek. Yet, a handful of aristocrats still harbor hopes for Flanders' renowned Golden Iron Triangle, sending their children to Shrek for training. However, that was in the past. No such movements had been observed in the last 2 years. Zhao Wujie stood, his gaze instinctively drawn to Mou, who stood out from the crowd. Teacher Zhao. Those two are not new students, they are family members, Dai Bai quickly clarified upon sensing the potential clash of gazes between Zhao Wujie and Mou. If this individual were to be provoked, not just the two accompanying him, but even Ning Rongrong might have to leave as well. Family members? Zhao Wujie paused in surprise. What age are they? Still bringing family along? Are they here to be fed? The atmosphere fell silent. And the expressions of the sisters Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing beside Mou froze. Do you realize whom you are mocking? Do you wish to provoke me? However, unlike the two little kittens who were concerned about an outburst, Mou and Guangling remained unfazed by such remarks. They had encountered far more disparaging comments and were not easily riled by trivial matters. Well, 5 is already a commendable number, Zhao Wujie said, stretching his body as he addressed Mou and the others. Greetings, I am Zhao Wujie, a teacher at Shrek Academy. First, let me congratulate you on reaching this stage. You are considered half students of this institution. However, as soul masters, while innate talent is significant, practical combat ability is even more crucial. Unlike other academies, Shrek Academy places a greater emphasis on your combat training. In other words, Mou thought, the academy cannot provide other specialized training, such as simulated scenario training, theoretical studies, or professional skill enhancement. Of course, Zhao Wujie's statement was not without merit. For a soul master, practical training is indeed paramount. Engaging in solitary cultivation leads to no fruitful outcome. Only through continuous combat can one rectify their shortcomings. Yet, to achieve this, a proper soul master academy would offer targeted guidance from teachers, directly pointing out students' deficiencies and providing professional advice based on their experience. In contrast, Shrek Academy simply and brutally tosses students into the battle arena for training. This is also a key reason why the admission requirements of Shrek Academy are so stringent. For only true geniuses can thrive in practical combat. It is akin to high school admissions, where teachers typically begin with foundational knowledge and gradually build upon it. In contrast, Shrek Academy throws examination questions directly at students, compelling them to find their own solutions, whether through peer consultation or independent study, it matters not. They focus solely on the final results. Such a straightforward yet rigorous educational approach can only be adapted by genuine prodigies. In other words, those who can flourish in this laissez-faire educational environment would undoubtedly succeed, even in the absence of these instructors. He was precisely in such a situation when Bibi Dong disregarded him. He sought knowledge in the library of the Spirit Hall, learning on his own, and during practical combat, he faced the 7 revered combatants of the Worship Hall. This meant that from the very beginning, he was pitted against the strongest beings at the pinnacle of the continent, allowing no room for error. His every combat strategy had to be executed flawlessly, otherwise he would not withstand even a single blow from these revered ones. His combat awareness and experience were honed under the highest standards from the onset, while others competed with their peers, learning from one another. He, however, had to strive for excellence from the very start. His achievements stemmed not merely from his innate talent, but also from his upbringing. While others could afford to meander without guidance, he could not. Without discovering the optimal path, he would struggle to progress at all. From the moment he awakened his martial spirit at the age of 6, he trained in this high-pressure, high-standard environment. Thus, he felt no intrigue towards Tang San. They existed in entirely different realms. Yet, alas, the latter possessed an advantage. It is indeed a truth that the underdog cannot triumph over the one with an advantage. Only someone with an advantage can overcome another with the same. To defeat such a person, one must either incapacitate their account or eliminate the unseen forces aiding them. Now, I shall personally assess you, Zhao Wujing declared. You personally? Dai Bai was taken aback. Zhao Lao, sure, this task is not for me. I am the teacher. My word is final. With Flender absent, this academy is governed by me as the vice principal. I have declared to assess you, so I shall. Zhao Wujing interrupted. Do you have any objections? No. Absolutely none. Dai Bai conceded without hesitation. Then let me outline the rules. Zhao Wujing took an incense stick from the table behind him. From this moment, you have 1 incense stick's worth of time to familiarize yourselves with one another. After that, as long as you can withstand my presence for the duration of another incense stick, regardless of whether just one of you remains standing, you will have passed. However, do not entertain the notion of trickery. In the face of a significant disparity in strength, clever tactics hold no value. Mutual cooperation is your only opportunity. Having said this, Zhao Wujing ignited the incense and casually placed it on the ground. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Wujing, a level 76 assault-type spirit master. And my martial spirit is the mighty diamond bear. With that, Zhao Wujing crossed his arms and closed his eyes, ceasing all further movement. Daimu Bai could only helplessly shrug. Zhao Lao sure had acted on a whim, and they could only hope for the best. Zhao Wujing, the mighty diamond bear? I believe I have heard of this individual. Ning Rongrong murmured. Ah, the unmovable king. He is indeed the unmovable king, Zhao Wujing. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Is this person quite renowned? Xiao inquired, puzzled. Absolutely. Allow me to enlighten you about this celebrity, Ning Rongrong said, preparing to share her knowledge. He offended the Strength clan, and, during his ensuing flight from their pursuit, inadvertently killed a cardinal of the Spirit Hall, prompting the current pope to order his assassination. Ultimately, he narrowly escaped the encirclement of 16 soul emperors, Mou stated coldly. I never would have guessed he would hide in such a remote place. Huh? Ning Rongrong was taken aback, for this version differed from what she had heard. How did the Strength clan become involved? Wasn't Zhao Wujing supposed to have been recruited by the Spirit Hall, only to retaliate against a soul saint and subsequently enrage the pope, thus escaping the siege of 16 soul emperors? The tales you've heard are undoubtedly embellished with a touch of mystery, Mou remarked, glancing at Ning Rongrong. However, had it not been for the Spirit Hall's subsequent investigation revealing that the slain soul saint possessed many unsavory secrets, thus feeling guilty, they would not have ceased their pursuit. Do not forget, even the Haotian sect, the foremost among the 3 sects, was driven to seclusion by the Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong pondered this carefully and conceded that it made sense. Let us face it, even a soul saint would not escape unscathed if they offended the Spirit Hall. If the Spirit Hall truly wished to act, the punishment elders, like Ju Daoliu and Ghost Daoliu, are of the same caliber as my great-grandfather. A title Douluo of level 95. Dealing with a mere soul saint would be a trivial matter. Thus, Mou shook his head and took a seat. In truth, the events surrounding Zhao Wujing were more a consequence of Bibi Dong's unstable power at the time. She was far too preoccupied, after issuing the order to hunt Zhao Wujing. She ceased to oversee the matter. By the time she learned of the failed pursuit, several years had elapsed, and by then, Zhao Wujing had vanished without a trace. Bibi Dong found it hardly worthwhile to continue such a thankless endeavor. After all, he was merely a soul saint, incapable of stirring any significant waves. As for the reputation of the Spirit Hall, would Bibi Dong truly care? Chapter 116. Is Xiao Wu injured? After Mou's explanation, Zhao Wujing, who had been waiting with his eyes closed, displayed a noticeably altered expression. Yet, he found it difficult to refute the truth of the matter. When those 16 soul emperors had made their move, he had indeed risked everything to escape. Otherwise, facing 16 soul emperors was no trivial task. At that time, he was merely level 72 and had just been wounded by the leader of the Strength clan. Even with the advantage of being able to unleash his martial spirit, contending against 16 soul emperors simultaneously was akin to courting death. He had originally launched a desperate attack, severely injuring the leading soul emperors, causing the remaining ones to falter. None wished to be the first to engage him in a life-or-death struggle. Thus, while the enemy was numerous, he had been driven by the will to survive. While they were merely fulfilling their duty for a paycheck, hardly a fitting comparison. Therefore, it was indeed a stroke of luck that he escaped unscathed. Had even a few of those individuals been willing to fight for their lives, he would have perished there. However, as legends often go, the tale had grown increasingly exaggerated, even claiming that he had slain all 16 soul emperors. Quite frankly, he was unaware of such remarkable prowess attributed to him. Moreover, had he truly managed to slay all 16 soul emperors, he would not be standing here today. Did they truly believe that soul emperors were as common as cabbages? Easily dispatched? Let us discuss our strategy. Tang San, regarding himself as the most powerful among them, stepped forward. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang San, a level 29 control-type Great Soul Master, and my martial spirit is the Blue Silvergrass. Blue Silvergrass, Ning Rongrong, and the others exchanged incredulous glances at Tang San. Is it truly possible for someone with such a seemingly worthless martial spirit to attain the status of great soul master at such a young age? Perceiving their skepticism, Tang San calmly quoted his teacher's maxim, "There are no useless martial spirits, only useless soul masters." Ning Rongrong let out an awkward laugh. This was indeed the most amusing remark she had ever heard, for she had once overheard it while in the Moon Pavilion of Heavendo City. The individual who made this statement was a man over 40, a failure who had never managed to surpass level 30. Thus, one could only say that if it pleased him, then so be it. Xiao Wu, a formidable soul master of the assault system at level 29, possessed the martial soul of a soft-bone rabbit. Ning Rongrong, a level 26 support system soul master, wielded the 7 treasures glazed tower. Zhu Zhiqing, a level 27 agile attack system soul master, bore the martial soul of a nether cat. Nether cat? Dai Mubai exclaimed in surprise from the sidelines. What is it? Tang Sen inquired, puzzled. Nothing, Dai Mubai retorted, somewhat sheepishly turning away. No wonder he felt this person seemed so familiar. There was that resonance of martial souls. Zhu Zhiqing, you've arrived. And you? The gaze of Tang San and the others turned towards Guangling, for, to be candid, Guangling was undoubtedly the most striking male presence among them. Irrespective of age, even the boys would harbor no animosity towards such looks. After contemplating, Guangling decided he needed to maintain a certain level of prestige, thus he proclaimed, "I am Guangling, a level 31 agile attack system battle spirit master, with the martial soul of an icebow." Level 31? The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment, except for MOU's group. Even the meditative Zhao Wujin could not help but open his eyes to glance at Guangling. This talent is truly extraordinary. What a treasure to have discovered. How old are you this year? Ning Rongrong gazed at Guangling with starry eyes, confronting him directly. Such a remarkably handsome young man. Endowed with exceptional talent and possessing a top-tier martial spirit, does this not surpass the arrangement her father made for her with the Prince of Tiando? 13. As Guangling recounted his past circumstances. Now, let us first discuss our strategy for the impending battle, for we are facing a soul sage. Ning Rongrong's expression revealed a hint of regret, but she acquiesced. After a moment of surprise, Tang San regained his composure and began conferring with the others regarding tactics. As a noble control-type spirit master, he naturally assumed the role of leader, with his second-ranked soul power and Guangling's cheerful cooperation. No one contested Tang San's tactical arrangements. In the blink of an eye, the time of an incense stick had elapsed. Zhao Wujie opened his eyes and reignited an incense stick, casting it to the ground. "Let us proceed as planned," commanded Tang San. Understood. The group swiftly dispersed into their positions, with Guangling, the ranged shooter, naturally retreating to a distance, while Ning Rongrong, as a support type, instinctively took refuge behind Guangling. "I am a support type and need protection." Ning Rongrong playfully made a face at Guangling, who regarded her as a mischievous child, and said nothing further. The battle commenced swiftly. Tang San and Xiao Wu acted as the primary attackers, while Guangling engaged in distant harassment, appearing to contribute little effort, for his third spirit ability remained unused. Under the prior arrangements made by Mayu, the small cat also refrained from exerting herself too forcefully, and Xiao Wu, though ostensibly the main attacker, placed the burden squarely on Tang San's shoulders. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong, albeit barely fulfilling her role, wielded the overwhelming amplification of the 7-treasure glazed tile to provide some solace to the beleaguered Tang San. Could they withstand the onslaught? Zhu Zhiyun failed to perceive that this battle had nearly devolved into a duel between Tang San and Zhao Wujie. If the goal were merely to stall for time, it would be simple. With Guangling's abilities, even with merely a level 20 soul power, he could endure for the duration of an incense stick. However, to contemplate a strategy of grappling with a soul sage in this manner was tantamount to courting disaster, Moyu remarked. Were it not for that bear tempering its strength, this little troublemaker would have been crushed long ago. The might of a soul sage in the assault category is not to be compared with that of a grand soul master, especially as Zhao Wujie ranks among the upper echelons of soul sages, and his martial spirit, the great strength diamond bear, is both resilient and formidable. If he truly engaged, Tang San would scarcely have the opportunity to employ any hidden weapons. A single strike would incapacitate him. "Xiao Wu, it might be time for you to sustain some injuries." Moyu communicated telepathically. He wished to witness the explosive display of Tang San's prowess. Yet this pampered rabbit consistently avoided a direct confrontation with Zhao Wujie, relying instead on her agility, akin to Zhu Zhiqing, the agile assault-type spirit master, to provide assistance and disrupt Zhao Wujie. In this manner, Unless Zhao Wuji resorts to underhanded tactics and employs his fourth soul skill, it is nearly impossible to catch the agile rabbit. Injured? Upon receiving a message, Xiao Wu cast a pleading glance at Mou from midair. Brother Yu, can you truly bear to witness me being pummeled by this bear? Mou's eyelid twitched. Indeed. He could. The rabbit has increasingly taken a crooked turn. I understand now. With her eyes shut tight in midair, Xiao Wu emanated an aura of resolute determination. Brother Yu, I'm on my way. With that, she propelled herself off the high eaves with a powerful push, charging towards Zhao Wuji. Tang-san, I shall assist you. Tang-san, who was desperately entangled in a fierce struggle with Zhao Wuji, momentarily paused upon hearing Xiao Wu's call. While Zhao Wuji also directed his gaze towards the swiftly approaching Xiao Wu. What does this little mudfish intend to do? Is it going to confront him head-on? Before Zhao Wuji could contemplate further, Xiao Wu swiftly launched her waist bow, forcefully kicking towards Zhao Wuji's head. Little mudfish, I've caught you. Having already been kicked once. Zhao Wuji remained vigilant and seized Xiao Wu's ankle, flinging her away. However, he was careful, skillfully directing her towards the distant Guangling and Ningrongrong. To evade? The young girl might encounter some trouble. To catch her? They would temporarily lose their combat capabilities, leaving the ensuing battle solely in the hands of this playful child. Zhao Wuji's strategy was to discern whether they prioritized victory or the safety of their comrades. Should they catch this little rabbit, regardless of what transpired thereafter, these children would have passed the test with flying colors. Conversely, future training would need to focus more on this aspect. So how will you choose? Chapter 117, Enrollment? Under the watchful gaze of Mou, the rapidly descending Xiao Wu plummeted directly towards Guangling and Ningrongrong. Along the way, she unexpectedly collided with Zhu Qing, who was moving swiftly to distract Zhao Wuji. Observing this, Guangling did not dodge, but instead retracted his martial spirit, preparing to catch the two young girls, which conveniently allowed him to withdraw from the fray. Thus, a peculiar yet logical outcome arose. Zhao Wuji's single strike resulted in 4 casualties. In an instant, the 5-on-1 scenario transformed into a 1-on-1 duel, though it had been nearly the same moments prior. Xiao Wu, upon seeing her collapse to the ground without rising again, seemingly unconscious, Tang-san instantly transformed, his eyes burning with a crimson fury. The purple glow in his eyes intensified, and his hands, as white as jade, emanated a chilling aura. As he activated the 24 Bridges moonlit night, the hidden weapons he had meticulously accumulated over the years rained down upon Zhao Wuji like a tempest. Hiss. This child is utterly terrifying. Mou gasped in astonishment. To be frank, it was Mou's first time witnessing Tang-san utilize hidden weapons on such a grand scale. Even in his previous life, their direct confrontations had been limited to the final divine battle. Prior to that, the instances of their meetings could be counted on one hand. These small objects are quite perilous, Zhu Zhuyun remarked with a somber expression. At this moment, Tang-san's method and speed in launching these metallic projectiles are simply beyond her grasp. Yet, she is a soul master of the 39th rank. This young man is merely a 29th rank great soul master, and yet he possesses such remarkable abilities. It is indeed perilous. Mou nodded in agreement. Although the hidden weapons of the Tang sect are treacherous, one cannot deny their formidable power and practicality. Moreover, the Guanyin tier crafted later by Tang-san nearly caught off guard the overconfident Qian Rinxue. However, he harbored little interest in such devices. He preferred to confront challenges head-on. Furthermore, these concealed weapons were of no consequence to him. Firstly, they could never hit him. Even without the spatial abilities granted by the dark demon evil god tiger in this life. In his previous life, Tang-san's projectiles would have been ineffective against his speed. Secondly, even if they did strike him, his healing abilities, coupled with his later restoration powers, rendered the minor yet lethal injuries inflicted by such weapons trivial. As for him, healing a hole in his hand is no more challenging than mending a wound in his heart. Of course, the Tang sect's hidden weapons still wield considerable intimidation against others. They simply hold no sway over him. Returning to the present, Tang-san's sudden eruption of power, combined with Zhao Wuji's momentary lapse in caution, has indeed led the soul sage to be suppressed by the great soul master. However, Zhao Wuji was quite pleased with Tang-san's performance. He had never before encountered such tactics. The combat prowess exhibited by a mere great soul master was astonishing. Without a doubt, below the rank of Soul King, none could rival this young man. What a treasure to have discovered. This lad possesses such capabilities, but should he truly manage to overpower me, my face would be lost. As he spoke, a colossal bear-shaped illusion manifested around Zhao Wuji, deflecting all the hidden weapons launched by Tang-san. Fourth soul skill, target tracking. As the words left his lips, A violet light shot forth from Zhao Wujia, swiftly encircling the constantly shifting Tang San. The target tracking skill allows one to leave a mental mark on enemy units within a 100-meter radius. Once locked on, one can instantly leap to close the distance. Only those with spiritual prowess surpassing Zhao Wujia's can evade this tracking soul skill, and Tang San, naturally, is incapable of doing so. Startled by the lock-on from the target tracking, Tang San felt a jolt of alarm, but Zhao Wujia clearly had no intention of granting him a moment to react. He leaped fiercely before Tang San. "Young man, this is where it ends." Before his words could fully resonate, Zhao Wujia swung his arms downwards with tremendous force towards Tang San. Just as the onlookers believed the battle was nearing its conclusion, Tang San executed the crane control and dragon capture techniques, and in a critical moment, he slipped behind Zhao Wujia. "What?" Zhao Wujia exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. Such distance can indeed be evaded? What a bizarre agility. Fifth soul skill, gravity compression. As the incense neared its end, Zhao Wujia exuded an air of vexation and directly unleashed a wide-area gravity technique, firmly pinning Tang San to the ground. Observing Tang San's inability to escape, Zhao Wujia breathed a sigh of relief. Allowing these children to pass was within his rights, but if they managed to withstand a full incense stick's duration under his power, how would he maintain his authority as a teacher in future lessons? Tang San, though pressed to the ground, refused to surrender. However, the terrifying gravity rendered him unable to lift even a finger, thwarting any attempt to deploy his hidden weapons. Just as he prepared to fight desperately, he inadvertently caught sight of Xiao Wu, unscathed and standing together with Zhu Zhuqing and the others in the distance. Instantly, his spirit deflated, completely crushed beneath the weight. The battle concluded. Zhao Wujia retracted his fifth soul skill, and Tang San finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, the incense stick extinguished completely. Tang San had been unable to utilize the dragon beard needle from the original story, the reason being quite simple. Xiao Wu was sulking, preventing him from visiting Flinder's black market, and thus he missed acquiring the crystal needed to breach Zhao Wujia's defenses. "Teacher Zhao, does this count as passing the assessment?" Dai Mubai inquired. Ahem. Zhao Wujia felt a bit embarrassed, having resorted to using his fifth soul skill. Well, although it fell slightly short of time, the performance was commendable. After enjoying the spectacle, Imoyu stretched, rising from the ground and patting the little cat's head. "I, Zhu Zhuqing, find this performance quite lacking. She hardly contributed at all," Zhu Zhuqing remarked, somewhat awkwardly. "Facing a soul sage and not sustaining any injuries after a full incense stick's duration, isn't that noteworthy?" Imoyu asserted. Beside them, Zhao Wujia's eyes twitched, unable to refute. Despite his leniency, these 5 children had indeed managed to hold him off without anyone fleeing in fear, which was commendable. "All right. It's getting late. Let us return to the city for a meal," Imoyu said, stroking the little cat's head before turning to lead the group away. "Wait." Zhao Wujia swiftly stepped in their path. "They have already passed the assessment." "So?" Imoyu replied, puzzled. Zhao Wujia cleared his throat. "This means they are now students of Shrek Academy. Next, I will assist them with their enrollment." "Did I say I would let them join your academy?" Imoyu interrupted. Zhao Wujia's expression faltered. "What do you mean? I merely brought them to have a look. After all, Shrek's reputation in Soto City has reached legendary status. But upon my observation, your academy..." Imoyu shook his head. "It is far too dilapidated. I do not wish for my sister to endure hardship in such a place. Frankly, it pains me." Zhao Wujia's eyes twitched furiously. He had long urged Flinder to invest in improving the students' living conditions to avoid such squalor, yet that miser refused to part with a single coin. Now, the students he had nearly secured were slipping away. "Well, we can improve the living conditions at any time," Zhao Wujia hastily signaled to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, being a half-sponsor of their academy, realized he was about to be taken advantage of. Yet, he could not allow Zhu Zhuqing to leave with this unknown individual after all. She was his fiancée. "Apologies, but my first impression of your academy is quite poor. Therefore, I do not intend to enroll them," Imoyu declared, placing a hand on Guangling's shoulder while pulling the little cat along, with the big cat promptly following. "Wait." Zhao Wujia's expression soured. "Having passed the academy's assessment, yet not intending to enroll, and using such excuses to evade, are you mocking me?" Though this young girl might be slightly weaker than the knife-throwing Tang San, she was still an exceptional talent. Moreover, this boy wielding a bow had already surpassed level 30 at such a young age, marking him as a genius. There was no way he would let such talents slip away easily. "Can you force them to enroll?" Imoyu chuckled. "To put it bluntly, This is a place where students pay to learn. Students are customers, free to stay or leave as they please. Is there a problem? Or do you intend to compel them to stay? As MOU's words echoed, the atmosphere grew tense. Although he had initially arrived with the intent to stir trouble, the decision of whether or not to enroll lay solely with the students, not the academy's teachers. Surely, if Ning Rongrong expressed a desire to leave, would Zhao Wujie dare utter a word? The indulgence shown by the sword Douluo and bone Douluo towards Ning Rongrong was well known. Angering this young lady could spell disaster for Shrek Academy. They have passed the assessment, and according to our academy's regulations, they are now students of Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujie asserted firmly. If you have any objections, you may discuss them when our dean returns. However, for now, I am their teacher and have the authority to discipline them. I declare they cannot leave. With that, the powerful strength of the diamond bear martial soul enveloped him once more. Zhao Wujie was resolute in his intent to retain these two talented students. Originally, you were not my target, but if you seek to provoke me, do not blame me for my response. MOU shrugged and took a small step forward. In the next instant, MOU vanished from his position, reappearing with a clenched right fist, legs slightly bent, and launched a powerful punch directly at Zhao Wujie's chest. Boom. Before Zhao Wujie could comprehend the unfolding event, he was sent flying, crashing into the chicken coop, causing a flurry of chaos. If you lack the ability, do not emulate the underworld. It only invites trouble, MOU remarked nonchalantly. Even without activating his martial soul, he could easily overpower a soul sage who had yet to unleash their true form. Previously, while shopping in Tindo City, he had knocked out a fragile soul sage with a single slap. Naturally, for Zhao Wujie, whose strength and defense were well balanced, this punch would not inflict significant harm, serving merely as a warning. Zhao Wujie's failure to rise immediately from the chicken coop indicated that he understood this warning. Let us not forget, he had sent Zhao Wujie, who was empowered by his martial soul, flying with a single punch. What would happen if he were to activate his martial soul? Zhao Wujie is not a fool. When faced with an opponent whose strength is indeterminate but surely superior to his own, feigning incapacitation seems prudent, as provoking further conflict would be unwise. After all, this is within the confines of the academy. Should a real confrontation arise, even if the adversary is merely a soul sage like him, the devastation unleashed would be profoundly terrifying. The students of Shrek Academy are still present. MOU departed with Zhu Zhuqing and the others, while Ning Rongrong hesitated, her gaze lingering on Tang San for an extended moment before ultimately deciding to stay. Although Zhu Zhuqing and Guang Ling are undoubtedly prodigies, witnessing the combat prowess of their elder brother MOU suggests he hails from a powerful faction she has never heard of, making it unlikely for her to cultivate a relationship with such talents. However, Tang San, through their earlier conversation with Xiao Wu, revealed that they lacked any significant background. Furthermore, Tang San had showcased a remarkable technique with hidden weapons, managing to momentarily suppress a soul sage despite the latter's deliberate leniency. From her perspective, he would pose no threat to a soul master. Thus, in comparison, she found herself compelled to remain in this dilapidated academy. After sensing the departure of MOU and his companions, Zhao Wujie finally emerged from his hiding place. "Teacher Zhao, are you all right?" Oscar, who had been lurking in the shadows with a sausage in hand, rushed over. Zhao Wujie brushed off the dust from his clothes and shook his head. "I am fine." That individual did not intend to engage seriously. "Teacher Zhao, why did you let them go?" Dai Mubai expressed his frustration. Zhu Zhuqing left with that unidentified person. She is his fiancée. What kind of situation is this? What more do you expect? Zhao Wujie shot Dai Mubai a glare. The other's cultivation remains unknown, and he reached such speed and strength without even unleashing his martial spirit. His true power is certainly not beneath mine. That punch was merely a warning. Yet Dai Mubai still harbored discontent. "All right, we can discuss any issues once the dean returns," Zhao Wujie interjected. To say I lacked confidence is an understatement. Even with confidence, I cannot engage him in combat. "Why not?" Oscar inquired, puzzled. "Are you foolish?" Zhao Wujie replied, exasperated. "This is an academy. If I were to engage him seriously, what would become of the institution? What of your lives? A confrontation between soul sages, even the residual energy, is not something these youngsters could endure. Merely a misstep could be fatal. Enough. Clean this place up. You three, come with me to handle your enrollment procedures and accommodation assignments," Zhao Wujie instructed, glancing at Tang San and the others. Although two had departed, having these three was still a positive outcome. "Is what you said about improving the living conditions true?" Xiaowu suddenly asked. It was not that she judged by appearances. Rather, the academy was truly in disrepair. Moreover, it was situated in a village. Surely their daily lessons did not involve working the fields alongside the villagers? Dai Mubai wished to refuse, especially since Zhu Zhuqing had already left. He did not want to be the fool here. Of course it's true. Zhao Wujia interrupted Dai Mubai. Due to accommodation issues, 2 individuals were just sent away. If the 3 remaining ones are also dismissed because of this matter, Flander will surely be furious if he finds out. Allow me to make it clear beforehand. If the place is not repaired, I will certainly not stay here. Xiaowu stated earnestly. Neither will I, Ning Rongrong quickly echoed. Having wanted to voice this sentiment for quite some time. To be honest, this is the most dilapidated academy she has ever encountered. It emanates an aura of utter decay from top to bottom. If it weren't for the reputation of Shrek and her curiosity about Tang San's hidden weapons, she would have left with those individuals earlier. After all, any faction capable of nurturing such a prodigy is worth befriending, even if she cannot bring them under her influence. As the daughter of a sect leader, she has many considerations to ponder. All right, Dai Mubai sighed, resigning himself to the inevitability of footing the bill for the academy's repairs. However, Zhu Zhuqing, who should be Zhu Zhuqing's sister, what is the situation here? Why is she accompanying Zhu Zhuqing and that man? He can ascertain that the masked individual is not Davis, as he lacks the white tiger martial soul. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Chapter 119, Dragon Palace. Emoshing meanwhile, after leaving Shrek, Mou and his companions returned to Soto City. Following a reasonably decent meal, Mou escorted the Zhu sisters to their hotel and then made his way with Guangling towards the outskirts of the city. As the sun set, casting its golden rays, Mou and Guangling strolled along a rural path. Did you sense that hammer? Guangling inquired. Although he was a peak-level 97 soul Douluo, reconnaissance was not his forte. If Tang Hao concealed his presence and merely observed from the shadows, he would remain oblivious. He was lurking in the shadows while you fought this afternoon, Mou replied. When his son was subdued by Zhao Wujia's 5th soul skill, his aura fluctuated significantly. Moreover, after we departed from Shrek, he audaciously followed us back to Soto City, only leaving after we entered the hotel. To be honest, had he continued to spy after we checked in, he might have taken action right there in the city. Guangling nodded. Realizing why you didn't send the 2 of them directly back to the Spirit Hall, given the conflict between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall. If you discovered they were affiliated with the Spirit Hall, a pursuit would have likely ensued immediately. How should we approach the fight? Will you go first, or shall I? Guangling asked. If Mou were to unleash his full strength, he would prove to be exceedingly challenging to contend with due to his remarkable agility. Not to mention his unrestricted spatial leap ability, his speed alone exceeds that of most titled Douluos. His arrows would be impossible to aim at him too swift. Tang Hao is a power-type titled Douluo. Even he, specializing in agile attacks, would find it difficult to land a hit on Mou. Let me give it a try first, Mou suggested. After all, Tang Hao is a close combat fighter, and if he closes the distance, it could be troublesome. Besides, we are merely testing him, not trying to eliminate him. All right, Guangling concurred. However, I must shoot him an arrow, otherwise, this trip feels a bit unworthy. Mou hesitated. I worry you might accidentally kill him. Guangling patted his chest. Rest assured, I know my limits. But your arrows are now laced with cold poison. Are you certain there won't be any accidents? Mou inquired skeptically. Well, if he turns out to be too weak, that's not my fault, right? Guangling suddenly felt uncertain. Mou pondered. That is a valid point. They have already shown restraint. If Tang Hao cannot withstand it, then it is beyond their control. You two truly are a pair of clowns. Under the night sky, a shadow infiltrated the teacher's lounge at Shrek Academy, awakening Zhao Wujia, who was seething with frustration from the day's earlier events. He leaped down and followed. But come to think of it, is it a bit too much for me to take action? Guangling suddenly questioned, having ambushed Tang Hao outside Shrek. Regardless of his age or soul power, he far surpassed Tang Hao. In fact, he could even be considered of the same generation as Tang Hao's grandfather, which felt somewhat unfair. Unfair? Mou pointed to the forest where Tang Hao is currently overpowering Zhao Wujia. He is a titled Douluo bullying a soul sage. How is that unfair? Besides, when I take action first, as a mere soul sage at just 14, isn't he also bullying me? Guangling nodded, agreeing. Those who oppress others will eventually be oppressed themselves. I entrust my son to your care. After a lofty lecture, Tang Hao expressed sentiments akin to those he once shared with Yu Xiaojiang. Rest assured, Your Highness Hao Yan. We will diligently instruct your beloved son, Flanders solemnly assured him. Then I thank you in advance, Tang Hao replied, clasping his hands and nodding slightly. I never expected the Haotian Douluo to be someone who relishes bullying the weak. A voice laced with sarcasm drifted from the woods, prompting Tang Hao and his companions to turn. A tall man, donning a mask of silver patterns against a white background, emerged from the forest. It's you. Zhao Wujia recognized him instantly, his face bruised and swollen. Who is he? Flander leaned closer to Zhao Wujia, whispering. He is the one who assaulted me earlier, Zhao Wujia replied. Flander was taken aback. Is he the one who took my 2 talented students away? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he sensed a shift in the atmosphere and instinctively diminished his presence. This individual seemed to be targeting Tang Hao. What brings you here, esteemed sir? Tang Hao inquired, his tone grave. He could not afford to be careless with this person, nor with the young archer from earlier, as he could not discern their levels of power. It was highly probable that they were titled Douluos like himself. The fact that the individual had silently tracked him all day without revealing any aura indicated a potential connection to the spirit hall. If that were the case, he might need to find a new location to personally instruct his son. I am curious about the youngest titled Douluo on the continent and his abilities, Mou remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. May I inquire who you are? Tang Hao pressed. Mou paused momentarily before responding, Dragon Palace, Missouri Sheng, titled Dragon God. Tang Hao was taken aback. Dragon Palace? What kind of faction is that? I have never heard of it. Also, Mou shanked. Titled Dragon God. Does that imply a dragon martial soul? Having introduced himself, Mou awaited Tang Hao's response. Tang Hao, title Haotian, he replied. After all, if this individual were affiliated with the Spirit Hall, there would be no need for further conversation. They could simply engage in combat. I welcome your teachings, Mou stated, signaling for Tang Hao to make the first move. However, Tang Hao was hesitant to engage in conflict with an unknown titled Douluo. Esteemed sir, if you wish to determine our strengths, I regret that I cannot oblige. The distance to the Spirit Hall in Soto City is not far, once his whereabouts are exposed. The titled Douluo from Spirit City will soon come to investigate. If they discover something unusual about his son, it would be disastrous. If you are concerned about being exposed, we can adopt another method. Mou surmised Tang Hao's thoughts, which were primarily aimed at concealing his movements. What method? Tang Hao inquired, perplexed. Without utilizing soul rings or soul skills, Mou replied. Without using soul rings or soul skills. Tang Hao was taken aback. Wasn't he that akin to the situation in the City of Slaughter? Precisely. The rules are identical to what you know from that place, Mou affirmed. If soul skills were employed, he was uncertain of defeating Tang Hao, given that this man possessed 20 levels more soul power than he did. However, without soul skills, he had once swiftly traversed the City of Slaughter in merely a month. To expedite his passage through the City of Slaughter, he had summoned Qian Daoliu, using it as a form of threat and intimidation, urging the King of Slaughter to hastily arrange sufficient participants for him. He had initially thought that this method might attract the attention of the Shura God, thus prompting a new Shura God trial. Yet he nearly annihilated everyone within the inner city of the City of Slaughter without any response from the Shura God. Even after obtaining the domain of the God of Slaughter and returning to the City of Slaughter, where he sought the inherited Shura demon sword from the King of Slaughter, he still received no reaction. Ironically, it seemed the Shura was worried he might take that broken sword away, so he placed restrictions on it, preventing him from touching the Shura demon sword. To be honest, the Shura's actions were akin to openly declaring, "This divine position is already occupied, do not encroach." It was utterly laughable, prompting him to obliterate the entire Hell Road, rendering the City of Slaughter a one-way street. Witnessing that scene, the King of Slaughter, that deceased bat, was nearly brought to tears with laughter. Yet, inexplicably, Tang Xin still managed to acquire the domain of the God of Slaughter, which was utterly absurd. How did he exit the City of Slaughter? The Hell Road had been entirely destroyed by him. Could it be that Tang Xin could fly? Chapter 120, Battling Tang Hao. The Great Deceiver reappears. In light of these circumstances, Tang Hao decided to experience the esteemed skills of his opponent. With the restriction of not using soul skills, he ceased to engage in further idle chatter, brandishing his hammer and assuming a combat stance. He was one of the gods of slaughter who had passed through the City of Slaughter. Not employing soul skills would, in fact, afford him an advantage against someone whose strength remained unknown. However, it was evident that his opponent possessed some knowledge of him, as this rule had been deliberately proposed. Was it based on confidence in his own abilities or sheer arrogance? Here I come, Mou said, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. Without the use of soul skills, you will find yourself utterly outmatched. Whoosh. A piercing sound of air being cut through echoed, as Mou instantly vanished from his position, mirroring his earlier encounter with Zhao Wujin. Reappearing before Tang Hao in a flash, aiming a powerful punch. Boom. Anticipating this, Tang Hao hastily raised his Haotian hammer to block the blow. Yet he was still propelled backward over 10 meters, his legs sinking into a pit nearly half a meter deep. Such immense strength, Tang Hao thought, no longer casual. His expression grave as he regarded this monster who had yet to unleash his martial soul. Beside him, Zhao Wujin inhaled sharply. This fellow had indeed not been serious when he struck him earlier. Had he taken that punch directly, he would have collapsed on the spot. How's that? Mou casually asked, shaking his hand. The manner in which he channeled his soul power through violent means had not only accelerated his training, but also significantly enhanced his physical strength. To adapt to this brutal method, his body had been compelled to evolve, after more than 8 years. His physical prowess had become comparable to that of a titled Douluo with a powerful attack-type beast martial soul. Do you not intend to use your martial soul? Tang Hao inquired, shaking the numbness from his right hand and lifting the Haotian hammer once more. That depends on your capabilities. Mou extended his right hand, gesturing for Tang Hao to make the first move. Recognizing that his opponent likely surpassed him in strength, Tang Hao decided against further modesty, gripping his Haotian hammer tightly. He summoned power through his legs, leaping high into the air, the hammer glowing with blue and red lightning as he brought it crashing down upon Mou. In response, Mou did not evade, maintaining a relaxed posture as he observed the rapidly descending Tang Hao. Just before the Haotian hammer struck him, Mou's hands finally moved. To Tang Hao's astonishment, Mou grasped the Haotian hammer with his right hand, then began to rotate his body, simultaneously using his other hand to seize the hammer's handle with a speed that was both rapid and deliberate. In the next moment, Mou exerted tremendous force, utilizing Tang Hao's own momentum to spin him away. Boom! Tang Hao was flung through the air, crashing into the trees of the forest, toppling numerous plants before finally coming to a halt. Isn't that the technique of that lad from earlier? Zhao Wujin observed from a distance, surprised. Isn't it called controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds? Could they possibly be related? Flinder's thoughts began to spiral. Cough. Cough. Tang Hao, thrown back to his original position, coughed heavily, clearly in discomfort. This is not a technique of little San, he mused. He had witnessed his son's extraordinary moves during their training sessions at Notting Academy. However, the force behind this individual's technique was far more domineering. The blend of gentleness and rigidity bore a striking similarity to the chaotic hammer techniques. When he had been captured, he had exerted all his strength to escape. Yet he could not break free. The Haotian hammer felt as if it were welded firmly in that individual's grasp, rendering him entirely captured. Quite impressive. Wouldn't you say? Mou approached Tang Hao with measured steps. This was not controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, but rather a technique he had developed over nearly 5 years while assisting Qianjun and Jiang Mo in their breakthroughs. A culmination of their studies in Tai Chi once grasped, there was no means of escape. The soft force would envelop the captured object like a viscous sludge, making it increasingly difficult to break free the more effort was applied, while the vigorous force would return the full extent of both his and his opponent's power. As long as he could seize something, he could send it flying back. In other words, the more ferocious the incoming attack, the more devastating the outcome. Senior Mou. May I inquire why you wish to engage me in battle? Tang Hao stood, propping himself up with the Haotian hammer. From the prior exchange, he had clearly assessed the disparity in strength between himself and his opponent. He could not win, though the earlier strike seemed trivial in reality. It had caused some internal damage, and he knew he could not decipher his opponent's technique in the short term. Thus, if this continued, he would meet his demise. Senior? Mou's face, concealed beneath the mask, revealed a peculiar expression. The seemingly modest remark from the senior belied his sense of pride. For Tang Hao believed that those who surpassed him were undoubtedly much older, leaving him unrivaled among his peers. However, was it not you who followed me during the day? Mou retorted. Me? Tang Hao's expression faltered. Could it be that the other party was indeed provoked by him earlier? I merely ventured out for a stroll, chanced upon 2 young ladies, and decided to entertain them, yet you chose to follow me. Mou maintained a casual demeanor, but Tang Hao sensed the underlying discontent in his words. The junior, driven by curiosity and harboring no ill intent, humbly sought forgiveness from the senior. Curious? Mou chuckled. Then what of your son? My little lady at home seems somewhat amiss. Little lady? Tang Hao paused, his mind racing through relevant information. Xiaowu. Indeed. Mou and Mo Shang, both enigmatic figures he could not fathom, shared a strikingly similar aura and appearance, as if they were sculpted from the same mold. May I inquire, Senior, are you referring to Xiao Wu? Tang Hao ventured. Who else could it be? Mou countered, his tone tinged with evident displeasure. Tang Hao straightened up. May I ask, Senior, if Mou is indeed an unremarkable younger brother? Mou replied nonchalantly. In his planned narrative, Mo Shang was the leader of the Dragon Palace. Xiao Wu was the daughter of an old acquaintance, and Mou was the somewhat inept younger brother who, despite his age, enjoyed acting childishly. Additionally, there was the third brother, Mo Qian, who mingled with the crown prince of Tiando City. Though this younger sibling preferred to leverage his elder brother's name for his own aspirations, utilizing the camouflage abilities of the angel martial soul and the time manipulation skills of Hu Zi. 3 distinct identities were created. Mo Shang played the role of the impressive one, Mou offered benevolence, and Mo Qian stirred up trouble. Deception, of course, required meticulous planning rather than haphazard actions. Although this narrative was initially conceived on a whim, it was ultimately devised to mislead Tang Xin into providing assistance. Once identities were established, it naturally led to a series of premeditated deceptions. In the shadows, Guang Ling observed with great interest. Mou's talent for manipulation was truly remarkable, never failing to entertain. His storytelling flowed effortlessly, crafted from previous circumstances, perfectly reasonable, and when faced with problematic areas, Mou simply refrained from discussion, allowing others to fill in the gaps with their own imagination. In summary, Mou possessed a remarkable intellect, capable of deceiving anyone with cleverness one moment and appearing foolish the next. It seemed there were no limits to his cunning, yet at times, his foolishness knew no bounds either. To not turn back until one hits a wall is commendable, but to crash into a wall and persist in bringing it down is sheer folly. This novel can be downloaded via the open-source Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquired the novel file through a proxy download and the vendor did not provide the software source code or open-source address, please seek an immediate refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyu@outlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ group, 149050832. Official TG group, https t. MeFQ Tool Chapter 121, Guang Ling and the Haoyan Sect. Half an hour later, after being thoroughly deceived by Mou, Tang Hao, though battered and bruised, left with a heart full of joy. The Dragon Palace, yet another force to contend with the Spirit Hall. Moreover, his son had formed a deep bond with that Xiao Wu. Although the young lady's temperament was somewhat volatile, Xiao San would surely be accommodating. Yet, who was it that took Ayin away? Your talent for manipulation has certainly grown. On the road back to Suotua City, Guang Ling found it difficult to articulate his feelings. To be honest, had it not been for his long acquaintance with Mou, knowing precisely who the boy was, he might have genuinely worried about when he would fall victim to Mou's guile. This fellow possesses an uncanny talent for persuasion, rendering one utterly defenseless. I merely presented a collection of facts, then interspersed a hint of guidance. The specific fabrications were entirely the product of his own imagination. Mou, embodying righteousness, merely offered a few subtle clues without divulging too much. After all, the more one speaks, the greater the risk of error. It is only by providing discreet hints that the other party may uncover and fabricate their own interpretations, leading them to hold these notions with unwavering conviction. This is truly a form of deception. Everything he stated was indeed factual, and what the other party perceived was also genuine. The falsehoods were merely figments of their imagination, as he simply chose not to deny them. Much like the Dragon Palace faction, he never explicitly declared himself an adversary of the Spirit Hall. That was merely a misconception held by Tang Hao. Previously, in Heaven Do City, Ning Fingji and his associates were similarly reticent, saying nothing at all. If one were to identify the most problematic individuals in this scenario, it would undoubtedly be those self-assured intellectuals, as everything was conjured from their own minds. However, I do feel a tinge of regret for not having been able to shoot an arrow at him this evening, sighed Guang Ling. He genuinely yearned to teach a lesson to that group from the Haoyan sect, for in his youth, the sect was notoriously arrogant beyond measure. At that time, the sect leader was Tang Xin, a prodigy on par with the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the current Grand Elder Qian Daoliu, who even later narrowly triumphed over the unparalleled Douluo. Consequently, members of the Haoyan sect, even the most ordinary disciples, dared to confront the Spirit Hall's clergy with disdain. He had been rather displeased back then, yet he could not afford to offend the illustrious Haoyan sect. Eventually, When Tangshan went missing and the Haotian sect fell into disarray, it gradually declined, ultimately reduced to sharing the title of the three great sects with the emerging Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Had Tangshan still been around, the Haotian sect would have been a top-tier faction capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Spirit Hall, rendering the notion of the three great sects moot. Later, as he aged and joined the Spirit Hall, he remained quite displeased with that arrogant group from the Haotian sect. When Qian Xuanji perished due to Tang Hao, he had expected the Grand Elder to seek vengeance, but to his surprise, his superior's obstinate nature prevailed, agreements were agreements, and intervention was forbidden. Thus, just moments ago, he genuinely wished to secretly shoot an arrow at Tang Hao. This group is truly insufferable. Next time, when I am capable of defeating the old cheat, we shall visit the Haotian sect, remarked Mou. Guangling raised an eyebrow. You defeating the boss? When might that transpire? He harbored no doubts about Mou's potential. For with his current pace and the ability to effortlessly battle above his level, surpassing the grand offering in the future was undoubtedly within reach. However, he pondered whether he would still be alive by that time. I fear I might not live to see that day, Guangling sighed. Age was catching up with him. In a few years, he would be 90. Although he had fortuitously advanced to level 97 with Mou's assistance, he was acutely aware that further progress was beyond his grasp. His life was nearing its conclusion, perhaps extending another 20 or 30 years at most. You will witness it. Within a decade, Mou asserted confidently. Guangling chuckled. I shall await with bated breath. However, defeating the boss is not enough. You must also give that hammer, which once tormented me, a sound thrashing. In his youth, he had indeed been bullied by Tang Chun, during which he had also met Qian Daoliu. His martial spirit was merely an icebow, and not only was he at a disadvantage in cultivation, but once Haotian hammer closed in, he found himself utterly helpless. Had it not been for the grand offering, he would likely have been left severely incapacitated by Tangshan. Currently, Tangshan is no match for the old cheat. Mou replied. He had previously heard Guangling recount his embarrassing tales of being hammered by Tangshan. Thus, they shared a commonality of having been struck by the hammer. Guangling was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Tangshan is now in the city of slaughter, his body under the control of the nine-headed bloodbat, his consciousness trapped in slumber, Mou explained. In due time, when I venture into the God of Slaughter realm, I shall take you along. Those who obtain the God of Slaughter realm have the liberty to enter and exit the city of slaughter at will, and they may also bring others with them. Moreover, there exists a peculiar loophole. As long as one traverses the Hell Road, they will acquire the God of Slaughter realm, irrespective of how they achieved it. He had previously brought Hulaina and the little cat through this glitch, directly leading them into the city of slaughter. And as long as they exited via the Hell Road, they would automatically possess the God of Slaughter realm. Furthermore, his angelic martial spirit possessed the ability to expel malevolent thoughts, even cleansing the illicit influences mingled within the God of Slaughter realm that were introduced by the Shura God. The origin of the God of Slaughter realm lies in the divine energy of the God of Slaughter, who seemingly has perished. Those who acquire the God of Slaughter realm invariably pursue the Shura God, resulting in the absence of a new successor for the God of Slaughter. Of course, the position of God of Slaughter is utterly inconceivable, as it is a subordinate divine rank under the Shura God, inherently under Shura's dominion. Once one becomes the God of Slaughter, they become a mere tool for Shura. I shall certainly look forward to that, Guangling mused thoughtfully. If the boss could defeat Tangshan in the state Mou described, they might be able to take action against the Haotian sect, wouldn't they? Well, with the old cheat's temperament, some matters are better left unconsidered. Mou discerned Guangling's cautious thoughts. However, defeating Tangshan in such a state would not garner acknowledgement from Qian Daoliu. Indeed, Guangling replied, a look of resignation on his face. His boss had a stubborn mindset.